He is a hero but is despised by colleagues and the public just because he killed a villain to save a girl. They always believe that a hero must protect everyone and impose that foolish rule on him. Just as he was about to abandon his worthless hero label, he was betrayed by his own colleagues. Before dying, his brother gave him a second chance. He opened his eyes and found himself alive again in a new body. After gaining the memories, he learned that the owner of this body was a student severely bullied at school. They pushed your head into the water until you nearly drowned, but he soon realized that inside this boy's body was the power of a monster. It's stronger than even an SSS-level villain. But because the previous owner was too weak, he never used this power before. In this life, he's determined to show the heroes what a real villain truly is. Inside the bathroom, water drips steadily and a deafening scream echoes. Damn it! Someone is headfirst in the toilet with the screams of those around them echoing. That bastard isn't breathing. What, is it dead? Damn it, run quickly. Suddenly, bubbles started to rise from the water, signaling signs of life. They struggled to thrash and pull their head out of the large pool of water. A head is pulled out of the toilet, water splashing everywhere. The sound of heavy breathing due to lack of air continues inside. The glowing necklace around that person's neck is the sandal necklace that was given to Kian. That person is bewildered, mouth agape. The scene continues inside the men's restroom, with the sound of flushing and a bewildered question. Where am I? The water-soaked footsteps are walking outside. The confusion continues. I fell from the cliff and wow, what's wrong with my voice? It seems that was Kashin. He looked confused as he saw his reflection in the mirror. Kashin hurriedly reached out, trembling to touch his face. Huh? His eyes widened in panic. Is this me? No way, this is impossible, pretending to be clueless. Why am I turned into such a kid? And what about my body? Meanwhile, the faucet kept running continuously. He anxiously washed his face to clear his mind. This must just be a dream. But then he lets out a sigh of relief and runs his hand through his hair. Casein still couldn't believe this situation, gritting his teeth as he looked at himself in the mirror. Damn it, what a stupid dream. His hand clenched the edge of the sink as he shouted, What the hell is going on? Why? Suddenly, at that moment, his head started to throb intensely. A rush of information quickly flooded through Xian's mind. I blankly realized, Kwon Kang-yu, am I in Korea now? Casein has now become Kao. Looking at the glowing necklace around my neck, I feel a bit confused. What the hell is going on here? And what's with all these strange memories in my head? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him startle in surprise. Are you awake? Kang-yu hurriedly looked around and shouted, Who's there? Suddenly, the transmission cord lit up mysteriously, releasing a dark magical aura that formed a living creature before Kang-yu. It introduced itself as Moros, a noble spirit from ancient times. Kang-yu still doesn't understand everything and gapes in confusion, trembling as he points at it and questions, What are you? Did you just crawl out of that necklace? Moros, confused, explains to him that I am not anything special. I am Moros. It narrows its eyes, smiling eerily, and more importantly, I am sure you have many questions you don't want me to answer, right? Kang-yu still helplessly stares intently at Moros as the scene shifts to the schoolyard, his voice still filled with confusion. So, you're saying Kang-yu is confused and asking again to be sure that you brought me back from the dead? Moros replied, growing impatient. Yes, I've told you dozens of times already. It flies beside you happily. Think about it. You're quite fluent in Korean after all. Kang-yu also responded naturally, because I used to live in Korea until I was adopted. Then he realized something was off and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Kang-yu recalls Hin's appearance before leaving, questioning himself whether he had died and then was brought back. Does that mean anything? Suddenly Morris interrupted his train of thought. Depp was the one who handed me over to you, right? He did that to protect you. Kang-yu hesitantly lowered his head, recalling. To protect himself, huh? No way. So what he said back then. Suddenly, he let out a helpless sigh and Kang-yu finally accepted the truth before changing the subject. Are you saying that the shoe is looking for something? It's similar to a destructive sword, right? Morris quickly explained in detail about the sword that would destroy the MC. Even its origin is explained in detail. That sword was forged long ago during a legendary war. Kang-yu was a bit surprised after hearing that. And how do you know so much about the old days? Morris arrogantly explained. Of course, because I am a noble soul. But he bluntly asked again, what the hell is that supposed to be? It didn't bother to explain anymore. If you don't understand, just listen and refresh your mind. Kang-yu turned pale with anger after hearing that. He took his phone out of his pocket and continued to question it. How can I believe a word you say? On what basis? This is Kwon Kang-yu's phone. Moros turned around, confused, trying to prove it. You know, I had to sacrifice half of my strength to save you, he replied blankly while scrolling through Kang-yu's phone. Sacrifice? I just can't believe that incident. Suddenly, he saw something and furious, his eyes widened. The newspaper is slandering and spreading false information about both you and Jeff, blaming everything on you two, which makes Kang-yu unable to contain his anger. What the hell is this? His face darkened as he couldn't understand the situation. They say I am the one who killed Chep? His arm trembles uncontrollably as he keeps pressing the screen. Kang-yu recalls his happy self and keeps telling himself that it's meaningless, that it's not real. He grew angrier and angrier, grinding his teeth as a small lightning bolt appeared. Suddenly, the aura around him turned gray. Kang Yu roars loudly. Lampus, those damn dogs, how dare they accuse me like that? Instead of protecting the innocent, they try to drown me. Morris quickly tried to calm him down. Stay calm, brother. Your current path is like this. But the lightning around Kang Yu has become more frequent, and his eyes have changed to 2 different colors. A lightning bolt strikes across, causing Kang Yu to suffer and clutch his face. How can they be? Suddenly his hands also grew sharp claws. Kang Yu, panicked, opened his eyes wide and looked at himself. What? He stared in shock at his new claws, stammering, What is this? After observing for a while, Kang Yu couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, What's going on? Meanwhile, in another corner of the schoolyard, another angry scream also rang out. Damn it, what is that kid on doing to take so long? Ki-hun scolded. Stop complaining, he'll be here soon. On the opposite side, a chubby guy was rushing over, panting heavily. Ki-hun sneered condescendingly, mocking, Look at that pig run. Then he turned to question the fat guy. Have you checked yet? He was too out of breath to respond clearly, a bit confused. Huh? Then, his next words caused everyone here to become confused. There's no one in the bathroom, the person with glasses asked again nervously. No one? Are you sure you've checked carefully? The fat guy nervously replied, Yes. He continued to question them about the police and ambulances. He hesitated and stepped back before replying, I didn't see anything like that. It's completely empty. That made Ki-hun grind his teeth in frustration. What the hell is that? The blonde guy immediately stood up aggressively and shouted, You said that bastard is dead so he can't breathe anymore. You idiot. The bespectacled guy recalls the previous scene with some suspicion. No way, it definitely stopped breathing. Soon after, Ki-hun also grabbed his bag and ordered the fat guy. Can you go? He obediently listens. Yes. The blonde guy, annoyed, stood up angrily and cursed. Damn it, I almost had a heart attack because of that beast. Why are you so slow with your reactions? Ki-hun poked the straw into the milk carton and tried to calm himself down. It's fine. That's enough. Since that dog didn't die, it's actually a good thing. The blonde-haired guy immediately turns around and asks him, So what are you going to do to it? Ki-hun hurriedly drank his milk and replied, What do you think? He lightly licked his lips, smirked, and said, I will make her life go up and down again. The scene shifts to the rooftop bathed in warm sunlight, with Moros glaring intently at Kang Yu, provoking him. Are you going up to the rooftop to avoid being seen? It keeps provoking. Good judgment. Casey Zan. He remembered the earlier situation and shouted in anger, Shut the hell up. Then Kang Yu still couldn't accept the truth and questioned it, asking why I became a villain. Morris crossed his arms annoyed and said, What's with that attitude? However, it patiently explains to him that because you came back to life when you should have died, the balance of fate has been disrupted. At first, your body's owner was destined to survive and become a villain in the future. In fact, a potential disaster-level villain. However, Kang Yu still cannot accept this truth. Stop shouting! Wait! His eyes widened with shock and despair. Kang Yu still couldn't believe it and asked again, So you're saying that because I came back to life, I inherited that damn fate of him? Morris quickly confirmed as well. Exactly. Suddenly, Kang Yu sneered with contempt. He seems a bit dejected as he leans against the wall. Oh, once a top soldier, now turned into a villain. Kang Yu raised his hand to examine it, even as a disaster-level villain. Then he punched the wall so hard that it cracked open. Kang Yu shouted in agony, Why? He stared intently at Moros, demanding an answer. Why did you bring me back to life? Moros, feeling a bit helpless, tries to calm him down. Cien, even if it's difficult, you must stay calm. However, Kang Yu still cannot calm down. Shut up. Moros tries to explain everything to him. You probably already know. But villains tend to have their rationality overtaken by strong desires. At this moment, he can definitely sense it from within. As it continued to speak, he also realized that something was changing inside him, a surge of malevolence boiling within. Moros calmly explains the reason. At that time, I was still in control of it, but as your anger grew stronger, the malice could have spiraled out of control. And then this truth became unbearable for Kang Yu, and he shouted loudly, Stop it, enough already! He crouched down, holding his head. A villain? I imagine your large hand covering your face full of pain. But Moros firmly told Kang Yu that you must live. It tries its best to persuade him. If Jeff were here, he would tell you the same. It seems that really works. Kang Yu let go and looked up, asking, What do you mean? Seeing that you are paying more attention to my words, Moros continued, Before we met, ZP told me he regretted dragging you into this. His words carried a hint of sorrow. Even though he knew death was approaching, he had no intention of surviving. However, everything is true. Instead, he held on to that one last chance to survive and left it for you. Moros delivered a final blow to Kang Yu's psyche, so don't let his choice go to waste. Under the clear blue sky, his name is called once again by it. Moros stares intently at him and advises, You need to stay calm like you are now. Kang Yu angrily shouts again, Don't give me orders anymore, you're so talkative. Moros asked confusedly, So you don't want to go back to being a human? Kang Yu, after thinking it through, replied, I will do it. After a moment of silence, Kang Yu softly called. Hey, you there, Moros irritably introduces himself. I am Moros, a noble soul. Kang Yu asked grimly, What exactly are you, and don't mess around with me about that noble soul? Moro squinted mockingly. You seem interested, so he shouted confidently, Of course. Looking down at the schoolyard below, he asked cautiously, If you are strong enough to be resurrected from the afterlife, then let me finish. Moro scoffed. Once you find the destroyer sword, you'll naturally realize it yourself. Kang Yu sighs helplessly. That broken sword, huh? Then he leaned against the balcony railing on the rooftop, lost in thought. Maybe it's the murder weapon the destroyer sword is connected to Jeff's mess. Moros also chimed in. I believe so. Suddenly, a loud scream drew the attention of both of them. The loser. Ki-hun and his gang stepped forward to provoke. Damn it! He sneers contemptuously. You're so happy just because he's still alive, huh? Inside the extremely quiet environment, suddenly a person passing by drew all the attention of the female students. They looked towards the trial flag and kept talking. He's so handsome. Damn it, this is really frustrating. This is the first time I've seen someone like that. That person is a seer classer with a fire attribute. Rank undecided. Kim Yu-won. Uchan may be sought after, but he still walks calmly. Suddenly, he received the call from Senior Lai De Wong. Yu-chan calmly inquired. Yes, Senior Lai De Wong, Nim. What's wrong? The two of you are still chatting while everyone around is whispering about it. Suddenly, his eyes flicked over something and narrowed. Yu-chan looked up through the window to observe, then left while saying to the other end of the line, I'll call you back later. On the rooftop, Ki-hun and his gang are blocking Kang Yu's path. He stands silently, not making a move. Suddenly, unpleasant memories flood back, making Kang Yu uneasy. These guys, I just gave a quick glance to Moros, so he understands and calms down. Don't worry, except for you. No one can see me. Suddenly, Ki-hun across from him shouted out loud, Damn it, your fucking father can't even speak properly anymore. His underlings also got annoyed and pointed at Kang Yu. Thinking about how I have to worry myself over that idiot over there, Ki-hun took out a cigarette and called Ankwon Kangu, You're still too naive. His eyes are full of anger and resentment. If you're not done yet, you should report back. Who said you could sneak up here and hide, huh? Suddenly, to their surprise, he spoke up to challenge them. Are you done barking yet? Kang Yu remained silent, showing no emotion. Now, your father is really feeling uncomfortable. He breaks his arm, ready to jump into a fight and threaten. I'm not really fond of messing with those weaklings, but I think you guys should be better taught, Moreau suddenly reminded him. Even without transforming, villains still have physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. You'd better control yourself, or else don't let it finish speaking. Kang Yu lost patience and interrupted. I get it. One of Ki-hun's two henchmen steps forward. Damn it! He grits his teeth and threatens him. What did you just bark at? Did you finally get bitten by a mad dog and go crazy? Kang Yu's gaze was also sharp as he faced him. Immediately, the henchman widened his eyes in anger. Then he swung his hand up, ready to hit Kang Yu, looking down at Onvat. But immediately after, he was forcefully kicked in the face. The junior thug didn't have time to react, and Ki-hun and the other guy were stunned, unsure what to do next. Kang Yu simply prepared himself calmly to continue. The henchman collapsing made the other two freeze for a long time. Ki-hun looked terrified, wide-eyed. What the hell did that loser just do? Finally, the remaining henchman also managed to react and swung his bat forward. Damn it, you're dead for sure now. Kang Yu also quickly reacted to him, stomping his foot down hard to gain momentum. Then he quickly raised his hand to block the other guy's stick, while his other hand pulled back to deliver a punch. After taking that punch, he threw his head back and fell backward. Ki-hun was once again left stunned. Seeing the blonde-haired guy crawling on the floor, Ki-hun felt scared. Looking at the other guy, he had no more words to say. Two at once. After finishing, Kang Yu turned back to look at Ki-hun. You threaten and make him keep stepping back. Have you ever seen guilt when bullying others? Seeing that, Kang Yu pressed further and questioned him. Why don't you answer? What is this thing called guilt? He was like going crazy, shouting at him, watching you losers act like this as if it makes me want to vomit. Kang Yu's face darkened even more with his words. You think poisoning a few insignificant kids gives you the right to lecture? I bet you don't feel any guilt at all. He warned him, saying if it came to that, he'd give him a few punches. Kang Yu's fist clenched and raised in threat. After the beating, I bet you'll feel guilty. They stand facing each other on the school rooftop. Kang Yu rushes forward quickly while Ki-hun raises both hands to defend, and in an instant, they charge straight at each other without hesitation. Just as Ki-hun's fist swung in, Kang Yu ducked to avoid it, causing it to pass over his head. Then he looked up and punched him squarely in the face. Ki-hun lost his balance and fell backward. Kang Yu didn't stop and kept punching him again. This time, the deadly punch straight to his stomach left Ki-hun helpless, eyes wide with shock. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Ki-hun, clutching his stomach in pain, knelt down on the ground. Only then did Kang Yu feel satisfied and stop, glaring intently at him. He approaches disdainfully and asks, Do you feel any remorse now? Ki-hun trembles in pain but continues to curse loudly. You damn bastard son of a bitch. I've tried to hold back, but apparently that's not enough for you. His eyes darkened as he stared intently at him. Dad will beat you some more. Seeing Kang Yu's fierce aura, Ki-hun also started to feel scared. Suddenly, someone stepped in from behind to intervene. Don't you think that's enough? Yu-chan casually put his hand in his pocket and looked at the two of them. Ki-hun, seeing this, was so scared that he widened his eyes. Kim Won. Kang Yu without hesitation threw him off balance, then confronted Yu Chan. Who are you and what kind of pants are you wearing to interfere in someone else's fight? He calmly asked back, what do you gain from fighting someone who isn't your match? What? Not suitable for him? Are you saying this loser is stronger than you? Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, Ki-hoon lost his temper and charged from behind Kang Yu, you motherfucker. Then he simply pivoted on his toes to turn around and delivered a powerful kick straight into Ki-hoon's stomach. He couldn't hold on and was thrown far away, crashing hard onto the ground. Yu Chan stepped forward, grabbing Kang Yu's shoulder and raising his voice to stop him. I've had enough. However, Kang Yu couldn't stay calm and suddenly turned around to glance at him. Yu Chan seemed a bit stunned by this situation. Yu Chan drove his finger straight into his stomach mercilessly, but was also a bit surprised by what was happening. Yu Chan used both hands to block Kang Yu's attack. He then threw another punch at him, but once again Kang Yu dodged without hitting anything. Yu Chan, after gathering his momentum, swung his leg to fight. A hook kick aimed straight at Kang Yu, but he quickly dodged. Kang Yu dodged each attack while frowning in amazement. Too fast. Moros is worried now and shouts, Xian, he's a fool. With your current condition, fighting is too risky. Kang Yu heard its voice and stopped to look over. What did you say? At this moment, Yu Chan is also rushing forward with a clenched fist and a determined look. His punch just grazed Kang Yu. However, the blood splattering proves that he was injured. He stared blankly at the wound on his face, stunned. The warm sunlight continues to shine on the school as Yu Chan stands ready in front of Kang Yu, carefully watching him. Seeing Yu Chan's serious demeanor, Kang Yu silently thought, is this guy an idiot? His eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously. However, Yu Chan suddenly raised his hand to retreat, saying, let's stop here. Continuing this fight won't bring any benefit, which made him a bit confused and shout out, what's wrong? Wen gently offers a bandage to Kang Yu, softly reminding him that his face is injured. Time seems to stand still as no one speaks. Then Kang Yu suddenly snatches the bandage from his hand and turns away without saying a word. Yu Chan also calmly watched his back, looking at the thugs lying defeated on the ground, feeling a bit uneasy. A 1 versus 3, I didn't know there were people like this in the school. He glanced down at his hand and suddenly Yu Chan's arm twinged with a bit of pain. Kang Yu went to the PC Bang, a place with computers for doing whatever you want. The inside is dark, only faintly lit by the glow of the screens. Kang Yu keeps typing on his keyboard, feeling a bit helpless as he sees the access denied message in front of him. I don't have access, it seems my member ID has expired. Kang Yu, disappointed, puts his hand on his head. I was hoping for it so much, but in the end there was nothing. The scene shifts to a tall building. Kang Yu leaned against the wall and spoke. Moros, you were eating a hamburger and asking how I knew he was the wrong flag. Moros hesitated for a moment before asking again. You mean that guy we ran into on the school rooftop? Without waiting for your reply, it also automatically explains itself. When you connect with that guy, I can perceive him through the impact. Kang Yu naturally nodded in admiration. That ability is quite useful too. Moros modestly denied, it's nothing really. Then it continued to explain to him. If I use my perceptive eye, I can grasp more detailed information. Kang Yu didn't seem very familiar with that, the appraisal eye. How do you know such a thing exists? That's why Moros still tried to add, I am a noble soul who observes and studies the knowledge of this world. And as he paused, he lowered his voice with a hint of danger and asked, Kang Yu, what are you planning to turn into an evil person? If you need to use your power in the future, now is the best time to discover your potential. He was a bit stunned, not knowing how to respond. Moros, noticing his expression, broke the silence and said, I guess you don't want that, right? This time, he responded very quickly. Of course not. However, right after that, he crumpled the paper in his hand and made up his mind. But I will try. A hint of helplessness flickered on his face because I have nothing to rely on. Aside from this villainous power, what else do I need to do? Moros immediately spoke up, as becoming a villain means losing control over your desires and emotions. Kang Yu casually mutters to himself, looking complicated as hell. Moros's eyes narrow slightly, saying, in your case, it seems your anger is growing more and more. After hearing that, he clenched his fist tightly. Rage. A series of unpleasant memories quickly flashed through his mind, and Kang Yu growled angrily. It seems I've lost control and keep shouting. Lampus, you dogs, I will slaughter you all. Moros was a bit shocked by this situation and shouted to question you, what are you doing? Kang Yu once again shouted directly into its face, furious and nothing more. Moros felt a bit helpless at Kang Yu's innocence. There's no need to yell like that. I just wanted to tell you to imagine it in your head. Hearing that, he immediately felt embarrassed. Why didn't you say so earlier? The clear blue sky with a touch of golden sunlight covers the entire city as a car speeds along the main road. A voice echoes from inside the car. The name of that villa is Blaster. He's a crazy maniac who loves blowing things up and sees it as an art form to admire. Yu Chan points at the tablet screen and comments. It seems he has already gone through Incheonport and entered illegally here. And someone saw him appear in Gam District. His eyes showed a hint of worry. Just one blaster and the casualties are already 102? That's quite a lot. The person next to Yu Chan just calmly eats the food in their hand, chewing loudly as they add their 2 cents. His solo fighting ability isn't anything special, but he can create explosions, so he's quite troublesome. This is a type of knight with a physical attribute. Rank B drinks and swallows a mouthful of food, making his voice sound hoarse, and his personality is quite nasty and bizarre. If you ask, I can give you a general example, but Yu-chan just stays silent. Besides destruction, those Villa Inen guys don't really care about anything else. Her eyes are filled with danger. They are nothing but a bunch of antisocial criminals. Those who cannot control their emotions and desires. We must eliminate them completely before they act. Daewang suddenly turned and asked him, "Do you know that every time you talk about the Villa Inn gang, your face looks really scary?" But Yu-chan simply calmly responded while looking at her tablet, "Sa's mission is to follow the call of justice. I only say what needs to be said." Daewang then let out a gentle sigh and smiled softly. He was driving and sarcastically teased Yuan, saying, "I am the one who should be concerned about following the call of justice. The little girl just needs to focus on supporting me. You're an apprentice." After hearing that, he only glanced at him without saying a word. The scene shifts to a place with many tall buildings. Kang Yu stands calmly in front of a system screen as Morris explains the new features to him. "This is your current state. This window is opened with the Eye of Judgment. The system is displaying all his information. His name is Kang Yu. Pay special attention to the Villa in the Dark Attribute Disaster category, which activates an anger expression, with the main skill being the Shadow Sword that heals itself." After finishing reading, Kang Yu gently sighed, looking just like in a game, then suddenly noticed something surprising and asked cautiously, "Dark Sword and self-healing, huh?" Morose also quickly answered his question. "Those are the skills you can use at the moment." Then, Morris continued to share an interesting fact with him. "Thanks to your self-healing ability, the wound on your face heals faster." Kang Yu immediately looked up at his face with a surprised expression. "Really?" Then he raised his hand and stared intently, asking if my arms and legs would grow back after being cut off. Morris explained to him without hesitation, "More or less. This power of yours will be limited by the amount of mana you have at the time." Kang Yu continued with his collection of questions. "And what about that hidden skill thing?" Moros had to explain it more clearly. "Those are the powers you haven't manifested yet. We only reveal them when you become stronger." Wait a minute, mana points are 300 stars? When I was a rookie, my points were over 1,500. Then he also calmed down and sighed in disappointment. "Compared to the disaster level, this is just a little." Moros simply glanced over calmly. "The disaster level depends on your potential." It squints and keeps explaining to him. "You've probably heard that human potential is like rough diamonds, right? Basically, whether you become a rough diamond or a polished gem depends on how much effort you put into training." Kang Yu didn't care about that and just pointed at the screen, asking further, "Your eye for judgment, can you use that on others besides me?" Moros had to answer, "Of course, but you must remember that my limit is only 3 people per day. So what happens if you use it more than 3 times? Moros thought for a moment and then recounted, "I believe that happened when I was still with JP. If I remember correctly, after overloading, I slept for half a day." Kang Yu then became lost in thought. "Half a day?" Moros immediately spoke to correct him, as he seemed about to do so. "Check your main skill carefully." Kang Yu also became more calm. Then he asked, "What should I do now? Do I need to shout the skill name loudly like in the game?" Moros gently guides him, saying, "Just imagine your shadow sword of darkness in your mind." Kang Yu swings his hand, causing a huge shockwave. "Is that so?" Unable to believe my own destructive power, he looked down with a bewildered expression. "Got it. Something is shooting out from the shadow." Then he extends his sharp finger to explore. "That's enough. I can touch it now." His face was full of surprise. Even the shadow was as sharp as a knife, sharp enough to cut. Moros was also stunned by his destructive power. I thought it would take him a whole day to showcase his skills, but I didn't expect him to control it immediately like that. Looking at Kang Yu, it couldn't believe it and thought, "No way. Maybe Jahang doesn't care and keeps tapping on what's in front of him. He's pretty tough too. Maybe I can use it as a shield," Moros quickly reminded him when he lost focus. "Remember that now you're a villain, so you can create your own outfits and weapons." But Kang Yu felt it was a bit unnecessary. I already knew that. Soon after, he also created his own outfit, and it was pretty quick. "That's good enough." Moros narrowed his eyes and assessed. "Your fashion sense looks terrifying. Really creepy." That made Kang Yu embarrassed and shout out, "Be quiet." The sky is gradually turning the color of sunset. Moros quietly follows behind Kang Yu. "The sun is about to set. Where are you still planning to go?" He replied calmly, "The house is just nearby." He turned to look at his back in surprise. Kang Yu, knowing it's curious, spoke up to explain. Kwan Kang Yu also has a family. He silently recalled Kang Yu's memories. His parents were gone, but he lived with his working sister. Moros asked in surprise, "Are you planning to meet her too?" He quickly responded. Of course, he explained to her as they walked. Even though fate had arranged for him to be a disaster of a villa, he cared deeply about his sister. Moros looked at him confused and asked, "Are you feeling guilty?" Kang Yu became even angrier after hearing that. "Then you said that because I possessed his body, he had to die." Your loud shout annoyed everyone around. "Is this guy crazy?" Then suddenly, a loud noise rang out accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Kang Yu stared in shock for a long time as the surrounding people fled in panic, eyes wide as he looked at the urgent situation. The nearby building was on fire and billowing black smoke. The people who just ran outside were panicking and shouting, "Enough, it's Vila Inn, right at the port of entry," and they even posted it on social media. The situation was becoming more and more urgent. "Oh my goodness, they've taken the mother and child. Call the police right away." Kang Yu turned around and asked, "Is there a hostage too?" He clenched his teeth and looked at the burning building, then rushed past without hesitation, startling Moros. "Tion, wait a moment." Moros suddenly jumps in front of Kang Yu to stop him. "Are you planning to go fight that villain again?" He is on a completely different level from the bullies this morning. His appearance is becoming more and more frantic, and his strength far exceeds what ordinary people can endure. However, Kang Yu didn't care at all and charged straight ahead, so I just need to become a villain. However, Moros' next words completely awakened him. "If you were once a pawn, you should understand that villains have an unwritten rule. They don't lump everyone together, right?" It's voiced like a dagger stabbing into Kang Yu's heart. Unless there's jealousy or a special reason like revenge, fighting is not allowed. Moros' eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as a warning. "If you go in there now as a villain, you'll be seen as meddling in others' affairs. The more reasons it gives to persuade him, the more it means you'll become Vila Inn's #1 enemy even before you face Lampus." Immediately after, Kang Yu also turned his foot sideways to gain momentum and stop. He was standing in front of the burning building, but made no further move. Kang Yu looked up with a determined gaze. So what if that's the case? Moros was extremely dissatisfied with his attitude. More and more black smoke was billowing out. Moros helplessly called out to him, "Casey, I hope you won't act just because you think it's your duty as a soldier." However, I was powerless to intervene and didn't know what to do either. In the end, the two of them decided to go inside. "He has a hostage. They say he's holding a mother and her child." Kang Yu quietly made up his mind as he stepped up the stairs. "That's what made me hesitate. But now I know." His eyes grew sharper than ever. If he just stood still and did nothing, that would be a sin now. Moros was also stunned by Kang Yu's attitude. He remembered the time he was with Depp, who looked into the distance and warned that he was hot-tempered, which is why people called him a mad dog. Jay gently opened the watch with a picture of him and Yu inside. But inside he was a person with a kind heart more than anyone we know. G's eyes were filled with love as she advised Moros, so I trusted C. Watching Kang Yu's hurried steps, Moros thought to himself, I chose Depp and Depp chose C. He hurriedly ran upstairs, remembering ZP's warm smile. Moros also made up his mind. If everything has already turned out like this, what more can I say? Then it shouted loudly at Kang Yu to remind him, hurry up and transform C. I will support you with all my might. The building is increasingly filled with black smoke and flames, and inside the space has become desolate with no one around. The floor is covered with debris and trash scattered everywhere, and the glass cages holding teddy bears are shattered. In a corner of the room, trembling pleas echo. Please don't do this to us. A bomb is being held in someone's hand. Blaster approaches the hostages, sneering. Oh, poor thing, don't cry, don't cry. Despite their trembling and tear-filled eyes, he kept speaking on. We're just doing this so everyone can enjoy the fun. You shouldn't cry, guys. Blaster is getting closer, making the hostages tremble violently. Come on, smile brightly. Then he grinned eerily in front of them. Like me, this is Blaster Villa in Class C, a fire attribute arsonist. Yu-chan's car is now parked at a gas station, and he is leaning against it with a worried expression. Then, Yu-chan gently rolled up his sleeve and saw his arm bandaged. He remembered that earlier. When he was fighting Kang Yu, he had let his guard down a bit. Yu-chan hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself as his phone in his pocket vibrated, but then realized he still didn't know his friend's name. He answered the call and said, Hello, Kim Chan-yu speaking. Suddenly, something shocked Yu-chan so much that his eyes widened, just as DeWong was calling to flirt. Sorry, Kuk-kwang. I'm working right now, but next time I will take Kuk-kwang out for a really good meal. I promise, he's still joking and laughing. I'm telling the truth, you're his only sky. I have to go now. Bye, Kuk-kwang. UC Tran turned to look at the person and then responded to the other side. Did he just go to the bathroom? He has just left now. Then he approached to briefly explain to Yu Tran. Senior, there's an urgent call. He's a bit panicked and shouting. What? Yu Chan's eyes turned serious as he warned. Blaster has appeared. Inside the building, Blaster is still calmly talking to the hostage. Have you ever seen 5-colored fireworks explode across the high sky? The boy was so scared of him that tears welled up in his eyes and his whole body trembled. He looked up at the sky again, sighing. Oh my god, such a beautiful scene, but I haven't seen it yet. What a tragedy. Then, Blaster gently touched the boy's cheek to comfort him, but said, You don't need to be sad, with a strange smile before speaking. I'll show you something even more beautiful than that. Blaster paused for a moment before turning to look at the woman wrapped in bombs, laughing maniacally because of the blood and flesh of this beloved mother. His eyes widened like a demon's. Blaster's terrifying scream makes the child cry out in pain, and they will explode in a magnificent fireworks display. He stands up, then hugs himself and laughs loudly. I'm starting to tremble with this indescribable excitement. Then Blaster reached out to the terrified mother beside him and threatened her. Should we start with the arms first, then move on to the legs? Because I need to keep your head as a souvenir. Your chest and neck will be the last parts. Suddenly, the entire building lost power and plunged into darkness. Blaster's eyes flashed with a sinister glint as he suddenly broke into a wicked smile. I think we have a guest. Welcome. A series of bombs have been attached to the stairs leading to the upper floor, so there's no need to hold back. His hand has gathered a significant amount of electricity, so come on and show your face. The other person quickly responded as well. Fine. Suddenly, from behind Blaster, Kang Yu kicked the glass door open and charged inside. Blaster had little time to react and turned around with a wide-eyed stare, immediately receiving a heavy punch right in the face. Blaster was knocked off balance by his punch and flew a long distance, leaving everything in chaos with smoke and dust filling the air. Kang Yu's eyes flashed with a deadly intent as he stared intently at him before turning to ask Moros, "How's the hostage?" It quickly reports the situation. Both of them are fine. Suddenly, the situation changes once again. Looking down at the bomb attached to his stomach, Moros shouted in panic, "Sion! A human body!" The bomb on him had started to shake violently. The mother and child, blinded and staring wide-eyed, are stunned, while Moros, also terrified, opens his eyes wide. Kang Yu quickly jumps up, trying to get as far away from the mother and child as possible. Kang Yu finally escaped from the building. Immediately after, the bomb exploded and the sound echoed everywhere. The people below are terrified by what they see, shouting loudly, as something just exploded. When will the police arrive? And what about the flag? At the same time, inside the building, the ground and rocks were cracked and scattered, and the glass inside shattered completely after the powerful tremor. Blaster, furious and trembling all over, moved toward the outside. He smirked with delight, entering without even bothering to knock. Blaster grew more excited as he gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Who is this bastard? But he definitely isn't a polite and civilized person from Hanoi. He looked down at the torn stuffed animals and sighed, wishing he could have played with more fireworks, but unfortunately he reincarnated too early. Soon after, Graster also turned his attention to the hostage beside him. But it's okay, because tonight he creates an exploding sphere in his hand and laughs loudly. The two of them are the main focus. Blaster raises his hand to throw the destruction bomb when suddenly a deep cut slices through, splattering blood everywhere. Blaster's arm seems to have been cut off, and the bomb falls to the floor as he clutches his injured arm and screams in pain, a powerful force approaching from behind, prompting Blaster to quickly turn around and grit his teeth in anger. Kang Yu still punches straight at him with the same strength as the first time, dust and smoke billowing up to obscure the view. Blaster, grimacing in pain on the floor with his hand still charged, is quickly grabbed by Kang Yu, who seizes his wrist. I knew it would come to this. His whole body was covered with a layer of armor, unscathed. Kang Yu raises his hand, threatening to punch down. "Do you think I'll be fooled by your tricks twice?" He then poured all his anger into a powerful punch to his face, shouting, "Damn this son of a bitch," as a series of continuous blows rained down on Blaster's face, which seemed almost deformed, while Kang Yu kept punching non-stop at him, appearing to have lost control, as he transformed into a demon-like figure, sneering contemptuously and continuing to strike. Moros kept shouting "see," but he continued to wildly punch without stopping. Moros widened his eyes, trying to shout out. Casey Kang Yu finally stopped. His eyes widened in shock as he heard Moros repeatedly call out to him, "At last, you're finally listening to me." Kang Yu was stunned, clenched his fist tightly, and looked down at Blaster lying motionless before him. He blamed himself. What the hell is going on? Kang Yu couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his blood-stained hand. "I just explained to him that you were in a state of uncontrollable frenzy." Kang Yu listened in shock. Your emotions were overshadowed by darkness and fueled your motives. It thought of Blaster's terrifying state and explained it to him. If you can't regain your emotions, you'll become a lunatic only concerned with satisfying your own desires. Suddenly, Kang Yu shouted in frustration. "Enough!" Kang Yu covers his face in helplessness. "Damn it!" He grits his teeth, unsure of what to do. Morris hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" The explosion earlier, but he quickly stood up. "I'm fine. I need to save the hostage first." The floor was covered with debris and shattered pieces as Kang Yu approached the mother and daughter tied to the chair. He stared at them in confusion for a long moment, and when they saw him coming, they trembled in fear. The police have finally arrived at the building. Blaster's body has been found and taken away. De Wang is nearby making a call to report the situation. Yes, the mother and child taken hostage are safe now. He keeps exchanging information with the other side on the phone. We should observe further. But now it has appeared, a turf war between villains. While he was discussing, Uwan on this side picked up a teddy bear to examine. According to the witness, he is a ruthless villain with no regard for humanity. He paused silently for a long time, lost in thought. Looking at the torn teddy bear in his hand, Yu-chan felt a bit uncomfortable, kidnapping a child. They say a villain rescued the hostage? His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Only a fool would trust those villains. Suddenly, a curious voice from nearby broke in. They say the hostage was rescued by a villain? The two police officers discuss openly without hiding anything. Even though I heard it with my own ears, it still feels so fake. There are many witnesses who saw it too. Yu-chan also stepped forward to advise him. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but please don't reveal what you just discussed to anyone. Before he could finish speaking, someone from behind approached and called him. Utran, still holding his phone, kept talking but assigned the task to Yu Tran. Hurry and go check the TV footage in the staff room on the first floor. I will come there later. He quickly stood up to follow the order. Understood. Yu Chan's gaze once again falls on the teddy bear in her hand. Then he casually threw it onto the messy floor beside him. The dark, heavy sky covered the entire city. Kang Yu stands under the light, looking up. The terrified, tearful Mosub of the mother and child has taken over his entire mind. Please save us. Please, I beg you. Kang Yu sat on the bench, sighing with a heavy heart. Seeing him look a bit distressed, Moros approached to ask what was troubling him. Kang Yu helplessly holds his head and explains if it weren't for your help, everything would have become very difficult for Kang Yu, and I would have become as crazy as that bastard earlier. Moros also agrees with that. That's right, almost lost it. I am a starry villain in the sky. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang, and Kang Yu quickly answered to check the situation. Moros curiously approached. Who is it? After finishing, he quickly replied, Kang Yu's sister said dinner is ready, so I should go home early to eat. She continued to ask, so you're going home then? Kang Yu didn't know how to handle the situation. The scene shifts to a high-rise building in the staff room. De Wong leans in to examine it, then makes a confused sound. He looks at the replay screen and wonders, who the hell is that guy? That is footage showing Kang Yu rescuing the hostage. De Wong is a bit skeptical. Is there something wrong with my eyes? The person next to me quickly reminded me that whether I believe it or not, he is still the one who saved the hostage. De Wong became interested and turned to ask Yu Chan, this isn't some hidden camera show, right? He didn't know how to respond to that. The scene shifts back to the apartment complex. In room 701, Kang Yu stands in front of a table full of food. He bent down to pick up the note on the table, which had instructions written on it. Reheat the rice, microwave the stew, and then eat. I bought some fruit and stored it in the fridge. Yuri mischievously left a drawing of herself and a note. Today, I tried to cook really well. You are the most adorable and lovely person in my life. That made Kang Yu remember his past. He was scolded. Are you coming to eat late again? Kang Yu bowed her head sadly. I'm sorry, I was just playing too much. The woman turned away without hesitation. There won't be any food for those who don't follow the schedule. Suddenly, someone brought a loaf of bread to him. After realizing they were slippers, Kang Yu excitedly shouted. He quickly raised his hand to his mouth and warned, hurry up and eat before the director notices. Kang Yu happily nibbled on the bread, then returned to reality, slightly stunned as he looked at the note, while the food on the table was reheated and steaming. Kang Yu sat upright at the dining table, scooping a big spoonful of soup, then slowly tasting it and sighing. It's so good. I eat while reminiscing about the old days when I used to dine with JP. It's been a long time since I last ate food prepared by someone else. Kang Yu's back looked a bit lonely as he spoke. Thank you for the meal. Early morning at the high-rise apartment, sunlight streams through the window onto the bed. It's now 7:50. Kang Yu gently opens his eyes, lying stretched out on the bed, his gaze filled with contemplation. The bathroom door opens, toiletries neatly arranged. Standing in front of the mirror, he brushes his teeth and says, isn't this just me? Kang Yu looked at himself in the mirror, frowning slightly, unable to believe he's living someone else's life while quietly grumbling to himself. I thought that if I slept I would feel better when I woke up, but it didn't help at all. While I was lost in thought, wishing I could go back to the past, Moro suddenly flashed brightly. It crawled out of the necklace around Kang Yu's neck and greeted him. Good morning, C, he sighed helplessly and responded. Good morning. Such a terrible greeting. Better not to say anything at all. Then Kang Yu quickly left. As he was about to leave the house, he heard a call back. Are you going to school? Yuri lazily rubbed her eyes and stepped out, softly chiding. If you're leaving, at least say goodbye to me. Damn it, Yuri, Kwon Kyung Yu's older sister. He glared at her and cursed under his breath. Damn it! Yuri rubbed his eyes and asked again. What about breakfast? He replied with boredom. I already ate. Deep down, I feel utterly helpless right now. Seeing my sister like this, I feel awkward and confused. Should I seriously consider telling her that I am not her brother? Yuri finished asking and then started rummaging through his clothes. All right, fine. She holds out a card in front of her. This is the debit card we talked about. Kang Yu looked confused, but still reached out to take it. I've put your allowance here, so spend it carefully. He wondered where she got that debit card from and held it in his hand, staring blankly for a long time. Kang Yu remembered a few days ago when Yuri was sitting on the sofa watching a movie and heard Kang Yu calling her, then looked up. She was standing in front of her, nervously clasping her hands and softly saying, Can I receive Thang's allowance in advance? Yuri looked quite surprised and asked again, But I just gave you your weekly allowance last week. He quickly explained, Actually, Kang Yu remembered a few days earlier when Ki-hun and his gang robbed him. The blonde guy snatched his card and arrogantly said, Give me some money, just 100,000 won, okay? He decided to hide it and come up with a reason. I lost my wallet. Yuri put down the remote and then turned to Kang Yu, saying, I will give you some because you asked politely. He was a bit surprised but quickly felt happy. Great, thank you, sis. Yuri winked softly and smiled, saying, I will also make a bank card for you to use. Hearing that, his face immediately became confused. The bank card. Back in the present, Kang Yu looked at the card in her hand and remembered the past. I understand. Then he quickly left, still thanking her. Her voice became awkward. Thank you, sis. You're going to use this card very carefully. Yuri sees him off. All right, take care of yourself. Then suddenly, she called Kang Yu back. Wait a minute, Kang Yu. Yuri looked him up and down and said, You look a bit different today, huh? I suddenly flinched and froze. Kang Yu turned her head slightly, rubbing her neck and said, Oh, I changed my hairstyle. Her eyes showed clear happiness. Oh, Kang Yu, now you look more like everyone else. Yuri slightly complains again. But didn't you cut your hair like I suggested? He said helplessly. You only changed your hairstyle. She watched his figure leave and teasingly said, Do you have a girlfriend now, young man? Kang Yu seemed uninterested and quickly walked away, still waving goodbye. I'm heading to school. At the school gate, students were chatting lively, and whispers filled Kang Yu's classroom with murmurs of gossip. The group of girls couldn't help but turn around and look. What's going on with him? He looks like he just got beaten up. The boys are also eagerly gossiping and glancing over, wondering who that wise old man could be. Is he the one who caused the trouble? Who would have guessed that behind the gossip and whispers, it was him who started it? Look at his face. The blonde thug with a frown is now the center of attention, biting his lip in anger. He irritably turned to glare at the gossipers. Huh! The group of students immediately fell silent and turned away, while he angrily shouted and threatened to scare them. What are you looking at, you little shits? What do you want? Want to die? I'll gouge your eyes out now. Remembering the scene when Kang Wan humiliated him the day before, the blonde guy clenched his teeth and muttered, Damn it, it's all because of that bastard. At that moment, a hand gently touched his shoulder and he turned around with a very annoyed look. What's with that cage now? Kang Yu standing right in front of him, making the blonde-haired guy stunned, speechless. His voice deepening, he asked, Where's my place? His eyes filled with terror, sweat pouring down his body. The blonde guy lowered his head and then pointed ahead, softly saying, Huh? The students up there stared in amazement at Kang Yu. Is that Kang Yu? Their faces showed wide eyes and open mouths as they watched him walk over. Is that Kang Yu? Kang Yu threw his bag on the table and slumped down. Moros turned back and said to the blonde-haired guy, Do you feel that bullet-like gaze? He's staring at you very intensely. He sat behind, unable to hold back, clutching his trembling hands. Damn that bastard. At that moment, the students started to chatter loudly again, and someone suddenly raised their voice. A fight involving Viola Inn? No way. Is it right here in this area? The other guy kept explaining furiously. I saw it with my own eyes. Those Villa Inn guys really fought. You're joking. I look like a dog. Damn. A shout of surprise rings out. Really? Moros looked at them and said, It seems like they are talking about you. Kang Yu silently held his phone without saying a word. The freckled guy looked terrified. Damn, it's so scary I could break, the guy with glasses added. You know, there's also a serial murder case, and the other guy keeps going on. I heard a girl from our school was one of the victims. The freckled guy with the pale face shivered slightly and said, I saw on the news that they cut off all the limbs and drained all the blood. This must be done by the Villa Inn gang. Do you know? I heard this was caused by a villain named Screw. They suddenly said loudly, Really? But Screw is the boss of the autonomous district of Villa Inn in Gadam, right? He pondered quietly. Do Villa Inn have a self-governing district in Gadam? The noisy chatter continued non-stop. Did you guys hear about that? What about? One of the guys in the group recounted the scene of Screw carrying a giant screwdriver standing in a blood-soaked setting, and I heard that Screw had conducted some kind of experiments on people. Damn, this guy is probably crazy. Damn it, they're whispering and gossiping. It's disgusting. One bastard curses at me. I just hope those damn Villa Inn scum go to hell already. Get the hell down to hell now. In a hidden corner of the schoolyard, Daegu burst out laughing at how hilarious that was. Ki-hun, holding a cigarette, reminded him, Kok-Daegu, watch your words. His hand still holding the cigarette, trying not to laugh after a failed idiot who now struggles to move. He immediately shouted in anger, Are you going to shut up or not? Daegu still chuckled and waved his hand. It's just a joke for fun, bro. He stomped the cigarette out on the ground. His expression then turned serious. Are you saying we should team up to kill that guy? The money bag is being handed forward. I can't just sit here and take the humiliation. Kai-hun is determined to say, I will reward you properly. Daegu takes the money bag and then turns to look at his underling, chuckling. Den wearing glasses looks at the guys bowing their heads, silently thinking, Kok-Daegu is Ki-hun's close friend, but he shivers slightly. I don't want to get involved with that bastard. Daegu saw the money in the bag and couldn't help but laugh. You're pretty cheap, huh? He slung his arm around Ki-hun's shoulder and teased him, What are friends for? Didn't you hit me first and I just returned the favor twice? His eyes full of mischief, he said just one sentence. Brother, should I break its arms and legs or kill it outright? At the end of the school day, laughter and chatter echoed along the hallway where Kang Yu was walking. School's out, let's go home. Do you want to go sing karaoke? And what about the remedial class? Kang Yu turned back at the call. Hey you, wait up! Yu-chan steps towards him and asks Han. Sorry, I don't know your name. How is your wound doing? Kang Yu pointed to the bandage on his face and looked at him coldly, indicating for him to check himself. Morris looked at him in surprise. Earlier in the bathroom, it saw him sticking a bandage on himself. Morris was very curious and asked why he still had the bandage on even though the wound had healed. Morris recalled and thought to himself, That kid's way of thinking is pretty deep. At this moment, Kang Yu asked back, "What do you want? Are you planning to pay my hospital bill?" Yu Chan glanced subtly at the figure hiding behind the observer, then immediately replied, "If it's not the hospital fee, is there anything else you want me to do for you?" Suddenly, Kang Yu's smile showed contempt. He turned around indifferently and walked away. Yu Chan still asked, "What is your name?" Kang Yu waved goodbye and replied, "Kang Yu." His face showed a thoughtful expression. "My name is Kwon Kang Yu." At this moment, he had already left the school, and the school gate was still filled with lively chatter. "I'll see you again. I don't want to attend the remedial classes." Now Kang Yu frowned again, looking annoyed. Moros turned to look at him and asked, "Is that little priest bothering you?" Seeing no response from him, it helplessly answered itself. If there's no reply, that means yes. Kang Yu finally spoke. "That kid's name is Kim Yu Chan, and he has the power of fire." He began to tell about Yu Chan. The bright appearance of the kid can make anyone feel ashamed of their own shortcomings. He's a good student and well-behaved. With his sense of justice, he won't forgive any wrongdoers. He's the newest superstar among the priests. Moros was stunned into silence. He continued to speak, sharing what the internet says about him. He teased him with admiration. He's a guy who has everything. "So, you're jealous?" Kang Yu ignored the teasing and continued to tell his story. His ideal role model is someone with similar abilities. He unexpectedly mentions himself in the past. High-ranking priest Ka Shen Lai Moros suddenly asked, "Are you his ideal role model?" Kang Yu sighed softly. What is a rising star at the priest school like him doing in a normal high school like this? At this moment, Moros suddenly turned around, noticing the figure still secretly watching. The gangsters were still lurking, but its gaze suddenly shifted to one of disdain. "These stupid, easy-to-guess kids." At this moment, a voice from another line rings out. "Hey, how's everything going?" "We're following him closely. No problem. I'll keep in touch." He smiled at his phone and replied, "It says it's watching that loser. At least this time it's doing something useful." Daegu threw away his cigarette aggressively. "Then let's go. What are we waiting for?" He, along with his follower and Ki-hun, strides forward with determination. "Let's go." The gang members follow Kang Yu through the buildings, crossing a deserted neighborhood, their steps quickening. The blonde-haired guy glances at him, turning into an alley, and silently curses. He grits his teeth, fear flashing in his mind. "That bastard, what is he doing here? Damn it, this road leads to the villain's area." Suddenly, someone from behind the blonde-haired man shouted loudly, causing him to panic, clutch his chest, gasp for breath, and turn around to blame Daegu, trembling all over. He shows no sign of concern, but there's a hint of challenge in his attitude. How is my heart pounding out of my chest? Daegu looked at the blonde-haired guy with a savage smile. "What opinion do you like?" He quickly waved his hands in confusion. "I didn't mean that. Where is that failure now?" The blonde-haired guy looked at him, then pointed ahead. When he turned around, he couldn't see Kang Yu anywhere. Ki-hun suspiciously asked, "Who was there?" The blonde-haired one, surprised, replied, "It was just there a moment ago." At this moment, the bespectacled man suddenly shouted, "It went into the alley." Except for the blonde-haired guy, everyone else eagerly ran after it. "Hurry up and catch it before it runs away." He panically tried to stop them, but was too late. Wait a minute, that's the territory of the bad guys. At that moment, his face was filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. But in the end, the blonde-haired guy still chose to run after him. "Wait for me." At this moment, the gang has arrived at the abandoned apartment building. The surrounding atmosphere is hazy and foggy. Dayu reached the last corner and asked annoyed, "What the hell is this place?" "This is a dead end." Ki-hun turned to look at the guy with glasses and asked, "Are you sure he's following this way?" Daegu also looked confused, stammering. I bet he immediately cursed. "Damn it!" He angrily kicked the broken iron bar on the ground. "Are you guys messing with me?" The glasses-wearing guy's eyes immediately filled with utter fear. "Are you guys taking turns mocking me? Looking for me, huh?" The gang of thugs suddenly turned to look at Kang Yu as he confidently stepped forward. "If you're looking for me, you've come to the right place." At this moment, Kang Yu and the gang of thugs are caught on camera. He glances at the camera again. It's still recording everything. Through the screen, you can see him smiling softly as a singing voice echoes through the surveillance room. He taps the screwdriver on the table. Skill leans back, resting his chin on his hand, watching the screen with interest. He smiles and says, "Looks like we have a visitor." An old apartment building appears against the clear blue sky. The darkened windows and peeling walls make the scene feel suffocating. Kang appears with a cold gaze, an expressionless face, and an aura that commands caution. A group of thugs blocks Kang Yu's path. Daegu smirks and says, "That guy really surprises me." Another one sneers and mocks, looking at that stupid face, probably lost all sense of self-defense. He leans to the side, his eyes mocking. "Are you the one causing trouble?" Kang Yu did not respond, his eyes filled with deadly intent, calm to the point of terror. Suddenly, Daegu burst into laughter, his face flushed. "Damn it, look at how he's staring at us." He widened his eyes and raised 3 fingers to threaten. "Your father gives you 3 seconds. His blazing red eyes and fierce expression make his words no longer a joke. Daegu continues to threaten. "If you don't want to go to see the ancestors yet, kneel down." Kang Yu's gaze is cold and unmoving, deep as if crushing the opponent in silence. Daegu clenches his fists, eyes bloodshot, his breath quickening, voice heavy. Both Kang Yu still stand tall, his gaze unwavering, and he forcefully emphasizes the last word. The atmosphere instantly explodes. The group of thugs behind are stunned, their eyes showing extreme confusion. Daegu shouted in anger, unable to hold back anymore. "This damn dog, you must be itching for a fight." Kang Yu didn't back down, his eyes calm but sharp as a blade. "Do you think you can beat me?" Daegu yelled out in anger and pain. "Shut the hell up." Kang Yu strikes instantly, aiming straight for the opponent's eye without warning. He hasn't had time to react before his body instinctively jerks backward, screaming wildly. "Aha! My eye socket." Instantly, a strong hand grabs Daegu's hair with a brutal and decisive grip, showing absolute dominance. Right after grabbing his hair, Kang Yu swiftly slammed his head onto the ground with extreme force. After the impact, Daegu's eyes rolled back, completely out of control as if his soul had been knocked out of his body, unable to make a sound. Ki-hun, terrified beyond measure, with wide eyes and sweat pouring down, stumbles back in reflex. He was struck so hard that his head slammed into the wall, blood spreading from the crack, his body collapsing, arms hanging loose, eyes closed in unconsciousness. Kang Yu coldly looked at the remaining people, his eyes indifferent and weary. "Why are you all still sticking your noses in?" No different from a bunch of idiots, all limbs developed. Ki-hun widened his eyes, mouth agape in shock, while the other guy clenched his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his neck. "Shout, you son of a bitch!" Dong Sung's face turned red with anger as he clenched his teeth and charged forward like a raging storm, shouting, "That son of a bitch." His foot is steady and his whole body swings with the heavy punch like a hammer. Kang Yu gently leans away, causing the punch to miss the air with a loud whoosh. Dong Sung glares angrily and throws another punch with all his might. He gritted his teeth and charged straight at Kang Yu, eyes wide with fury as he leaned back just in time to dodge the punch, his cold gaze radiating deadly intent. Dong Sung's eyes suddenly widened in panic as he realized the danger approaching too late. Kang Yu accelerates, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he spins his right leg into a powerful hook kick aimed at him. Dong Sung couldn't turn in time and was struck, his face contorting in pain as the impact shakes the floor. He was knocked down, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing a loud noise and a cloud of dust. Dong Sung grimaced in pain, his face contorted, eyes closed tightly as he moaned. Yeah, he stands right up behind, his shadow stretching out, ready to strike again. "I thought about going easy on you, but you really know how to make someone lose their temper." Kang Yu stood there, his gaze calm but cold, as if he was just teaching someone a lesson effortlessly. He turned his face, his eyes sharp and emotionless, as if evaluating how to deal with the remaining one. "Are you just going to stand there and stare?" He widened his eyes, his face showing surprise and shock, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he heard the sound. "Shut the hell up." Daegu struggled to get up, trembling, trying to suppress the pain as he let out a muffled cry. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot like fire, clutching half his face as if trying to contain his madness. "Go to hell, you son of a bitch!" He slightly tilted his head to look at the roaring opponent, his face calm and untroubled, just silently thinking to himself that he was too gentle. Daegu begins to adopt a defensive stance, his hands clenched tightly and movements decisive, revealing seasoned combat experience. His expression hardens, eyes sharp as blades, as he leaps into a powerful, swift high kick that confirms his level of skill. "The national team recruit for high school level, right?" His eyes sharp, his gaze fierce, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he shouts loudly and finally lands a Bai-Thai move. "Huh? Now you're definitely dead, kid." The two thugs behind stared with wide eyes, their faces showing shock and disbelief. Dayu stood facing them, his back slightly bent as if at a disadvantage, while Kang Yu looked coldly with a gaze like a blade, calm in stance but exuding an overwhelming aura. A modern gym equipped with punching bags where everyone is diligently training. The fitness area has treadmills, dumbbells, and weight benches. Jaw Cloud appears like a living storm, throwing a powerful punch forward. The two young men leaning on the ring ropes watch with amused eyes and mocking expressions, casually warning their brother to watch out for that poor kid. He's really enjoying it. Ha ha! As they were laughing mockingly, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling them. "What are you guys doing?" They are surprised. "Jack, you're here? You're a bit late." From across, Jack approaches with a serious, expressionless face and questions, "What are you guys doing here?" One of the two guys just now responded teasingly without hesitation, still pointing into the ring, saying, "The rookie is being disciplined under the guise of training." Jack suddenly froze, his eyebrows slightly furrowing, his eyes narrowing as if he just realized something. Jaw Cloud suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to him. "It-nem," the sound echoing throughout the gym, eyes fixed on him as he slowly said, "Why isn't he wearing a protective guard?" The blonde guy nearby burst out laughing, his tone full of mockery. Our adorable rookie says he doesn't need those, still maintaining his serious and unmoved expression. I'm not talking about the little rookie who's protecting him. Why is the blonde guy so stunned? Caxian tilted his head to dodge the punch, as if he had predicted its trajectory, his cold gaze sharp and unyielding. Jiak speaks about him with a confident tone of admiration mixed with caution. Ka Xin remains calm. That kid graduated from PCTA. He's the youngest to graduate with the top of the class. They couldn't hide their surprise and exclaimed in shock. Jack, who graduated top of his class, continued analyzing with a decisive tone. He specialized in close combat. There's no record of him losing a one-on-one fight. Immediately after, the two young men on the opposite side looked shocked, their faces pale, sweat beading on their foreheads, and the blonde-haired one stammered in surprise. The sound of the shockwave tearing through the air, everyone looking up at once, Ka Xian throwing a powerful right hook, his cold eyes, the impact so strong it created a shockwave in the air. Returning to reality, Daegu was hit directly and thrown back with tremendous force. Kang Yu stands proudly on the cracked stone floor, his shadow cast over Daegu lying unconscious at his feet. His cold, piercing gaze leaves the thugs trembling and bowing their heads in fear. Daegu is collapsed on the floor, struggling to get up with his hands on the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and pain as he groans. Kang Yu grips Daegu's face tightly with one hand, his grip so strong that it distorts his features. Kang Yu, now corrupted, with blood-red eyes and a face partially shrouded in darkness, is gripping Daegu's face and lifting his entire body off the ground. The gang of thugs trembles in fear before Kang Yu's overwhelming aura. He looks at them as if gazing at a swarm of worms. Those pathetic thugs are frantically jumping around because no one is revealing their location. Kang Yu's eyes are cold and bright amber, clearly showing his alertness and danger. If they encounter a stronger enemy, these petty thugs probably wouldn't dare to act rashly either. A vivid scene appears in Kang Yu's mind. 3 powerful and formidable enemies. Yes, even those bastards. If I had been stronger back then, those painful memories that cut straight into my heart, I and even Depp, still Kang Yu, could have escaped that cursed fate. I would definitely become stronger. The dark night enveloping Kang Yu's face reveals a fierce will and deep-seated hatred. I should become invincible enough to make Lampus tremble in fear. Ki-hun's face is terrified, sweating and shouting. Damn it, just fall back quickly. They were worried and trying to retreat safely. About to speak, but were cut off. We should leave here so... You can look at the gangsters with a cold gaze. Then suddenly, a scream rang out. They showed shock and surprise the villain. A drill was floating in midair, hovering arrogantly, with messy hair fluttering in the energy emanating from his body. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face completely emotionless, as if this appearance was just a game. Seeing the figure flying above the rooftop skyscraper, they immediately knew who it was. Screw, he smirked arrogantly as usual. Ki-hun turned pale with fear, trembling all over, and the gang of thugs scattered and ran away. Fuck, none of them care about Kang Yu anymore. Don't leave me alone, buddy. He glared at Screw, but he showed no significant reaction. Morris loudly calls out Cian. Kang Yu ponders for a moment, wondering if that bastard Syl jumping in front of them was really such a big deal. He lifted the huge drill on his shoulder and smugly asked, I thought I might help out, but it seems I guessed the situation right. Huh, Kang Yu looked wary. I don't remember asking for your help. He chuckled softly. Syl cheerfully asked how he was doing. So you can't do it then. Don't you know who I am? He replied directly, it's the guy riding the screwdriver. He swung the weapon in his hand but saw no reaction from him. My pride has been deeply wounded. That's right. The tip of the screwdriver glowed brightly, ready to shoot straight at Kang Yu, and suddenly a giant rose appeared. Kang Yu and Morris are stunned. Screwill bursts out laughing. That's pretty creepy. I was just joking. Just kidding, he said seriously in a low voice. But the next round will be the real deal. You idiot. How priceless. He didn't bother to show any fear or anything like that, just stood there staring. Then Kang Yu turned around and walked straight away. Screwill shouted loudly, Hey, where are you going? Kang Yu simply replied, Going home. He stood there frozen, suspicious. Did I just get ignored? He strolled slowly through the empty alleyways. Morris speaks. Cian, what just happened was really dangerous. He confirms that the rogue, your current self, cannot fight him back now. Morris is very tense. According to my calculations, his magic power is not inferior. But it seems Kang Yu isn't very receptive, and he looks surprised. Morris watched him with curiosity as Kang Yu leaned against the wall, sighing in frustration. Do you think the clash really affected him? Morris comforted him, saying, If you start training now, one day you might be able to face him. Can you use your appraisal eye on him? He's amazed. What? The lightning starts running through Kang Yu's body. This is the perfect opportunity to fight a strong opponent. He continued, I think you will learn best. The intense pressure forced Morris to step back as he weighed his life and plunged into a real battle. Kang Yu trembles with excitement. I can't let such a great opportunity slip away right in front of me. At the same time, in the deserted street, Screwill kicked his foot back and forth, wondering, is he really doing this? Screwill is curious. That guy, his movements are so normal. Who is he? He recalls Kang Yu's trembling expression right in front of him, yet he didn't even flinch with fear. Syl sighs. The high school kids these days are really scary. There's someone approaching him. Syl quickly sensed the danger, and as he turned around, he was already very close to him. Syl was momentarily startled and panicked. Kang Yu throws a punch with the power of the heavens, pushing him back several meters despite his attempt to stop himself with friction. He didn't give Screw a moment to rest. Kang Yu moves at a speed hard to follow with the naked eye. He uses the shadow mirror to attack with terrifying power, but he dodges. The distance between them quickly widens. Kang Yu sighs, just as he expected. He's a tough opponent. Blue streaks like gravity manipulation appeared around Screwill. The small drill in his hand spun rapidly, then enlarged in an instant, summoning a weapon. Morris had to warn him. The drill looked like a cannon aimed straight at his head. That thing is really dangerous, you know. Sil suddenly spoke up. Do you know why? The magical energy keeps growing stronger. He sneers. I guess I should return the favor too, huh? Kang Yu was startled and terrified by the disgusting smile on his face as Screw launched a devastating screw beam directly at him. The entire street was engulfed in blinding light with devastating power. Screw unleashed a screw beam with immense damage and a wide area of effect covering an entire block. This major commotion has attracted the attention of many characters, including Gro. Red Eye nearby also curiously watches the battle. Bra has to stop what he's doing too. What? After the dust and shockwave settled, he looked down in surprise. Kang Yu had built a sturdy defense that blocked most of the damage. You still stand firm after that screw beam attack. Morris once told his man that it exceeded 1,000. It detected Screw's stats, which are 3 times yours. The information panel clearly shows the villain's identity. Screw-Ill's traits. Awakened villain, attribute, mechanized. Awakening activated. Search and main skill. Minehead Screw Smart. Google Beam Screw Formation Mana. Tool, Formation Mana, 1,100 is enough to make you think. Morose anxiously asked, if you hear me say this fight will be very fun. He opened his eyes in shock. Where did you get that confidence from? He laughed with excitement. If you can block me, you're pretty good, he said, swinging his screwdriver because I was too generous. Exploiting gravity and height, Screw-Ill plunged straight down, shouting again. Kang Yu was extremely cautious, calculating differently. He decided to jump back to dodge the attack. The road was shattered debris scattered in the air while Kang Yu still couldn't land. He launched another attack. All the continuous swings are being completely dodged. Sil starts to get tense, and the attacks become faster and more frantic than before. This bastard keeps swinging the screwdriver into the air non-stop. No way. Is he predicting my movements? Who the hell is this guy? Sue is convinced that if he had this skill, there's no way he wouldn't have heard of him before. He fights while realizing that Screw's mind seems quite sharp. Is this the one who took down the blaster? This time, Kang Yu no longer dodged, but blocked the attack with his bare hands. He was stunned in amazement. Before Screw could react, he crushed the screwdriver shaft. Kang Yu felt the atmosphere suddenly become very heavy. His goggles' eyes lit up brightly. Sil releases a burst of energy from his eyes, leaving him no time to dodge. Kang Yu quickly kicks him, causing Screw to lose his footing and fall over. He struggles to regain his balance while he doesn't hesitate to keep charging forward and fighting. Screw shouted, "Are you a master at fighting?" He spun around a few times and quickly got into a better position. He concentrates his energy and creates a gauntlet, with magical circles spinning around his arm, radiating terrifying power. The mechanized arm's punch is about to collide with Kang Yu, but he shows no sign of dodging and even prepares to counterattack. Kang Yu launches a barrage of sharp attacks, all hitting the mechanical arm, which quickly develops cracks and leaks, and its speed slows down. Screw-Ill is extremely shocked. He couldn't stop him. Kang Yu punches him directly in the face, sending him flying more than a meter away. Screw-Ill grits his teeth. He's not joking. He feels his fighting style is a bit unusual. He is seriously assessing his current opponent. He can't fight like this normally. Unless you're a professional, suddenly someone interrupts the battle. There you are. What are you doing? This idiot's name. Moros and Dangu both stop to assess the situation. 2 figures appear beside Screw. One is the villain Arank, class Summoner with Shadow and Crow skills. The other one is the villain Brank, class Marksman, light skill, Red Eye. And Black Han is also here to watch. He's mocking. How come this fight hasn't ended yet? Aren't you being too easy on him? This is the classic Black Brank with the skill breaking. Kang Yu is surrounded by 4 villains. He laughs mockingly and calls his subordinates because if it were one-on-one, you'd lose badly, huh? Gro is surprised. The ranking is a complete disaster. Still denying. That's not true. I haven't been defeated yet, she taunts. It seems like you've really been defeated. He has to explain himself again. Say it again. I haven't lost yet. Bakhan was stunned. He was defeated. He stared at Kang Yu intently. Defeated by this punk? A Screw? Screw asks, why did you attack me in the first place? The other villains also wanted to hear the answer. He replied, because I want to fight against the strong. Kang Yu looked at them coldly. And besides, I can't let a murderer keep killing whoever he wants. Moros was shocked to hear that and tilted his head in confusion. Still looked confused. You just kill whoever you see? Are you talking about that infamous serial killer? Gro nodded in agreement. Getting the head of that killer wouldn't be wrong either. Red is speechless. He pointed at me and said I was the serial killer, right? She cheerfully confirmed. Yes, it's you. S calmly scratches his face, pretending to be distressed. I am being falsely accused. Who would have thought someone would actually believe that crazy rumor? Break is wide-eyed, wondering who this person is to be so bold in front of Screw. He was so jealous he almost exploded. Right now, I just want to choke him. Screw seriously states, I will get straight to the point. I'm not the murderer you're looking for. Do you have any proof? After a moment of silence, he replied, Kang Yu continues. So that means you might be the mastermind. A chilling sensation like darkness enveloping him made him stop. Drehu glared and then crazily charged forward to fight. I will send you to paradise, you damn brat. 2 giant fists surging with energy immediately appeared, and he unleashed his most confident move. Black Hun's intense gaze locked onto Kang Yu's figure, with only one thought in his mind. Die, D! He poured all his strength into a powerful strike that immediately devastated the ground beneath him. Kang Yu had already dodged, he said with a serious face, mocking that it's exactly what a wicked, dirty villain would do. Black Hun was so surprised by his quick reaction that his eyes widened. Kang Yu still keeps that cold expression. You're the kind of pest who secretly stabs others in the back, right? Black Han, annoyed by his sarcastic remarks, turned and shouted, then threw a punch. A powerful punch, but it only hit the air. Kang Yu uses agile moves to leap to his side and get into an attacking stance. This is a reform measure. You threw a perfect knockout punch. Dr. Han got his jaw dislocated thanks to scum like you. Gro stroked his chin with a sigh. Even Red Eye was surprised by this turn of events. Syl stands there laughing excitedly, while Draeon is knocked flying by a punch. His miserable appearance makes Screw sigh softly, feeling amazed that even Red Eye, rushing to check on Breakhun, was stunned. He was knocked out cold, his whole body trembling. Is it true that he defeated the third-ranked player in Venzone? On the other side, Moro saw Kang Yu holding his head and asked Han worriedly, Are you okay? The other side suddenly spoke up, your head spinning and feeling dizzy, right? Screw calmly observed Kang Yu. He smiled without really smiling and analyzed that it was because your magical power was not over 300 and had increased rapidly in a short period. Gro stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, So his magic power is only 300 stars? Red Eye was even more incredulous and immediately retorted, If it's only 300, then he must be at the Emperor level, right? He looked suspiciously at Kang Yu. How could a low-level guy be so powerful? Red Eye thought to himself. His dark energy surpassing that of a B rank, so how did he manage to defeat that guy with just one hit? Syl calmly said, There's no need to be shocked. Even a rare B rank can defeat an A rank. Red is calmed down, and the opponent nodded to reassure him. Magical power itself cannot determine who wins or loses. Syl reflected on everything that had happened before and then calmly made his judgment. He has incredible physical strength combined with agility, and also possesses a strange combat skill beyond his capabilities. He paused and looked directly at Kang Yu, keeping the rest of his words to himself. He is truly an exception. In mechanical terms, he is called a highly optimized advanced machine. Syl slowly turned his giant screwdriver and took out a crystal, then asked Kang Yu, Do you know what this is? Both Kay and Moros are surprised. Magic crystal. Syl observes his expression before speaking calmly. A villain can increase their magical power through intense training, and consuming a magic crystal yields similar results. He finished speaking and threw the magic crystal to Yu. He looked down at the item in his hand in disbelief, while the other simply threw out a blunt remark. Eat it! Kang Yu asked suspiciously, Why are you giving it to me? Screw smiled and replied, I want to make a deal. I can't stand injustice. I'm talking about that reckless murderer. I was going to ask you to choke him and use him. He shows a bit of sincerity, so I give him a magic stone as a gift for making the deal. He can accept or refuse freely. Kang Yu looks serious and seems to be saying, I'm not that murderer, right? Screw cheerfully laughed out loud. Well, that's right. I really am innocent. He burst into loud laughter when hearing the other's question. If you feel wronged, why don't you go find the culprit yourself? Screw put away his teasing expression and softly replied, Everyone has their own difficult circumstances. Kang Yu remained silent without saying a word. Screw displayed a calm and unconcerned demeanor. The conversation ended there, and the scene shifts to Kang Yu quietly walking through the streets. He observed the magic crystal and muttered, Do you want me to eat this? Moros explained that there are two types of crystals, one found naturally called pure crystal, and the other created by humans called magic crystal. Of course, the difference between them is as clear as day and night. It said that and sighed softly with regret. Unfortunately, it's not a crystal, but even this will help you increase your magical power. Kang Yu pouted as he looked at it. I already know that. Moros is just reminding me. Moreover, you should consume the magic crystal in your demon form. Kang Yu looked thoughtfully at the stone in his hand. After a moment, his hand shifted into a dark claw form. Kang Yu followed Moros' instructions and transformed into an evil form. Are you still a bit doubtful? Are you sure this is a magic crystal? Moros responds with a confirmation. Kang Yu brings the magic crystal closer. At the moment he was about to put it in his mouth, he softly muttered, Depp always warns me not to eat random stuff. And then Kang Yu swallowed the magic crystal, standing still to feel the change in himself. But after waiting a while, nothing happened, so he immediately asked Moros. Nothing has changed at all. I can't feel anything unusual. It advises him to wait a moment, and just seconds later, Kang Yu truly feels the change he has been longing for. A sudden surge of energy erupts with black and blue lightning crackling beneath his feet, enveloping Kang Yu's body. He stares in shock and exclaims, What the hell is this? Moros shouted to reassure, Don't panic, stay calm, but even he was surprised by the scene before him. The intense flow of energy seemed to merge into every part of Kang Yu. He reached out to move, and a yellow beam of light flashed as if to engulf his body. Its glow illuminated the entire area and shot straight into the sky. The yellow beam gradually faded, leaving only flickering sparks around Kang Yu's body. He was surprised to realize his power had increased. Kang Yu suddenly looked at the changes around him. His black arm clearly sensed the surging energy. He was shocked, having only swallowed one magic crystal, yet feeling himself grow overwhelmingly stronger. Kang Yu thought to himself, now I understand why the villains are so eager for this magic crystal. But it still feels somehow unfair, he whispered. Moros, can you check my information through the appraisal eye? Time kept passing and dust gradually fell. Yu's desperate screams easily shattered the initial silence. Damn it! My mana points are 350. The identity of the villain is Yu. The trait transforms into a disastrous villain with a dark attribute, activating the transformation of the main skill Shadow Mirror, self-repairing hidden skills. The crystal infusion with 350 mana points is impossible. In the end, it only increased by 50 points. Moros was speechless. What does he mean by that? He listed a series of events, and even if he swallowed the best magic crystal at that time, his skill points only increased by about 5 or 10. The current development surprises even Moros. If it reaches 50 points, the highest ever recorded, increasing by 500%, it means that magic crystal is truly effective. At this moment, it suddenly thought that even for a disaster level being, it's still too fictional. Kang Yu suddenly noticed a detail. What is this? He pointed to a line of status that said the magic crystal extraction is in the hidden skills section. Kang Yu wondered, so how do I use this? Magic crystal extraction? Moros glanced over and replied, that's how that guy uses it. It explained further, extracting mana from weapons, including crystal-based ones. Kang Yu scratched his head and said something that made it stunned. I thought it had to be some really powerful hidden skill. Turns out everyone was just talking nonsense. Moros immediately jumped up. Damn. He explained loudly, saying that extracting magic crystals from weapons is your unique skill, meaning once your mind is set, you can have as many magic crystals as you want. Kang Yu seemed to realize this, so now I wonder where I can find weapons made from those magic crystals. The scene shifts to a peaceful street under the setting sun. De Wong appears with the Than Bao Kiem at a donut shop, excitedly chatting away, and finally she's back in his arms. Your personal sword, it's also quite famous around here. It's the Great Hung Sword and the Four Tigers. De Yuang muttered something about Yu Chan's indifferent reaction, then gave a superficial compliment. The sword is beautiful, which only makes De Wong more annoyed. That is the king's sword I admire. Don't sound so lifeless, he's describing it carefully. Made from at least 2 magic crystals, of the highest quality. This sword is truly top of the line. Uhan cuts in directly. Besides the sword, did you find anything about the villain who fought with Blaster? He huffs in annoyance. That guy is steering the topic away. He said that, but quickly returned to a serious state. I've sifted through all the data but found nothing. It seems he just recently turned into a villain. Could Yu Chan be an outsider? The other party thought for a moment and then replied, not judging based on appearance or features. He is definitely a villain. Then he sips his drink and sneers dismissively. And now is not the time to think about that guy. He ignored the people inside the shop who were gossiping about them. Isn't that a drink? The photo looks so handsome. That bright red head. Looks so fierce. The bartender continues seriously. You've heard about the serial killer, right? The Gotham Special Forces team had to go on red alert because of that guy. Uhan asked in wonder. Isn't Screw the one? They said he's the main suspect. Udong waved his hand to deny it. It's not him. He furrowed his brow, looking confused. He asked back, how can you be so sure? The other side replied calmly, if it's a luxury sports car or electronic parts, it could be his doing. But as Daewong recalled that figure, he immediately confirmed with certainty that he was very different from the murderer. Yu Chan argued that Screw was a villain, a madman with unpredictable behavior. Daewong calmly sipped his tea without rushing to answer. His serious expression analyzing that, based on the cold-blooded killer, the likelihood of him being the villain was quite high. But Daewong chuckled and asked back, do you think villains are just crazy people? Maybe it's just an ordinary person. No one would expect IU's words made Yu Chan think of the time he met Kang Yu before Daewong joked to break the somber atmosphere. Anyway, about your younger sister, the model girl, you said she's a first-year student, right? Yu Chan cut him off directly. I've already got a curfew. He can only force a smile. So thoughtful, Daewong advised him to be cautious until the serial killer is caught. Yuan lowers his eyes, silent in thought, as the scene shifts to S Studios building, where the lighting equipment is fully set up. The photographer, smiling kindly, raises his camera to take pictures of the two beautiful models. He kept blinking and nodding. All right, that's good. Both models worked together seamlessly. The photographer didn't hesitate to praise them, saying they did a great job. Time kept passing and it was getting dark. This is Kim Na-yu, a first-year high school student at Sewa, Kim Yu Chan's younger sister. She just looked at her phone and froze. Damn, is it already 7 o'clock? Nah, she muttered softly. I thought I was just going to stop by and buy some stationery. But it's probably going to be difficult. She was just telling herself she wanted to buy the limited edition bottle when suddenly she noticed the girl nearby. She is the girl Na-yu was with earlier, and Minang, a first-year high school student. Na-yu approaches to start a conversation. Min Yang, you're still here? As soon as the other person saw her, they exclaimed, Na-yu? She tilts her head, waiting for the other person to speak again. Min Yang hesitates, her lips trembling. Then she suddenly approached, took Na-eun's arm, and called out her name. Min Yang's expression was awkward as she suggested we go get the toy crane. Now, Ian also found it confusing. Suddenly like that, Min Yang keeps begging. It's been a long time since we last went there. Let's go. She's also in a difficult position. It's been so long. The other side is persistent. Just one game. Let's go. Hurry up. Now you still hesitated. Not this time. Thanks to my brother, I'm now under house arrest. Min Yang pouts and blinks her sparkling eyes at her. Just going to check if Na Yu surrenders in one game. The opponent cheerfully replied with a smile. All right. They are walking further away. A strange figure is hiding nearby, watching from behind. The opponent's eyes reveal a sinister look as they let out a wicked laugh. The evening glow covers the entire space. A poster with a prominent title stands out. The reckless killer will surely be caught. Special forces have been deployed to calm the fears of Gadam County residents. Kang Yu sighed softly. 3 people have already died. Moros then asked, are you considering accepting Screw's offer? He replied softly, I don't find that offer appealing at all. But Kang Yu paused for a moment, then said seriously, that cold-blooded bastard has hurt too many people. We can't just stand by and watch that dog run wild. Moros squinted at him. He casually said, it's pretty hard to find a murderer who acts without reason. Kang Yu pondered while observing the map of the area on the screen, with no information other than the truth. That the murder happened in Gadam County? Moros continued, and what about the thing you received from Screw? Yet Kang Yu stupidly asked again, what do you mean? And Moros was also at a loss for words. The scene shifts to an earlier time at an abandoned building. Kang Yu takes the phone and, suspiciously, asks why you gave him this. The other side casually replied, we also need something to communicate with. Screw explained with a smile. This was made by me, so it can only send and receive texts or files. No GPS tracking, so don't worry. Kang Yu was about to refuse. No need. Screw cut him off first. I will also send you the instructions about the killer through this. He made a very tempting offer, and of course he wanted to be able to message me anytime. Screw clearly showed his attitude. I will support you completely and thoroughly, so make sure the killer is caught. That is the request. This time Kang Yu didn't refuse anymore, just silently staring intently at the device in his hand. Returning to the present, he seemed to be lost in thought, gazing contemplatively at his phone. He hesitated, then decided to turn on the screen. Kang Yu frowned deeply, pondering for a long time, and finally he decisively placed the phone face down on the table. Well, this one's on me. Kang Yu walked straight out the door. I also have my own pride. How could I possibly exchange words with a villain by chance? Moros curiously asked, where are you going, kid? He immediately replied seriously, I can't just sit still and do nothing. Kang Yu looked back at him. If the brain isn't working, then the legs should stand up and change the scene to the brightly lit amusement park. A cheer of joy erupts in front of a claw machine. Wow, you got it. Ignoring Minwai's excited cheers, just a little more and you'll make it. Na Yu is still focusing intensely on the hand movement, but the result is a failure. Minwai let out a disappointed cry. Na Yu sank into despair, sighed softly, and the person beside her also sighed, saying, what a pity. She tried to persuade us. Why don't we play one more time? Let's try again. Nah? Shaking my head in refusal. This is so wrong. I should go now. They're not aware of the drone monitoring them outside. Min Young is still stubbornly insisting, but it's not even 8 o'clock yet. The device outside has a camera secretly tracking them. Na'an has also run out of patience now. I told you already, right? My annoying older brother set a curfew. Min Young lowered her eyes, appearing sad, and asked softly, can't you stay a little longer? Nah. Noticing something unusual. Is there a problem? The other side just pursed their lips without replying. Min Yang hesitated for a long time before finally speaking up. Actually, I saw that thing too. Na Wu asked again, suspicious about it. The other person immediately recounted. As you know, one of our classmates was murdered a few days ago. Her last words made Na Yu startle. I saw it. She seemed in disbelief and hurriedly asked again, what do you mean? Min Wai Ni explained. I want to tell someone, but I'm too scared. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling violently, as if I would be next. Na? She asked nervously. Did he see you? The other person simply nodded in acknowledgement. She quickly grabbed Maya and Young's hand. This is not the right time to do this. Ne Wu seriously suggests that it's not too late for us to go to the police station now. I'll go with you, she said, and directly pulled Min Wai to run, urging him as they moved. Hurry up. If you've seen the killer's name, we're both in danger. At that moment, the door in front of them suddenly started to close. Both of them stared in shock as the exit in front of them collapsed. Na-on looked around. What is this? Why did the shutter door close? Who turned off the power? Suddenly, she noticed something on the ground, a pool of red water right beneath Na's feet. Blood. At the same time, a sinister voice echoed, so we meet again. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the voice. Something slimy was oozing out, forming drops that stood upright. Both of them trembled with fear. Min Yang couldn't hold back and screamed out loud. The pool of blood in front of them gradually took shape. It was a B-level blood rain class sorcerer. Spirit communication skill. He sneered and greeted. Poor child. At this moment, Kang Yu is outside, standing high and looking down at the street. He watches something intently. Morose mutters, I'm not sure if aimless wandering like this is useful. Kang Yu coldly reminds him, if you keep whining, you should stay home. Moros lowers his eyes and complains, even if I want to, I still have to stay within a certain range of you. His phone suddenly rang. He curiously picked it up to check. What? Moros looked in curiously. Isn't that the phone screw sent you? It casually taunts, even with its pride, it wouldn't just throw it away. Kang Yu stubbornly argued, I will throw it away if that guy sends something strange, but as soon as he saw what was sent, he was immediately stunned. On the other side, Na Yu and Min Yang are facing danger as the malicious Bloodrin grins wickedly at them. Na Yu, biting her lip nervously, she tensely stared at the villain, suspecting he was definitely the murderer Min Yang saw. What do we do now? Back then, she was very curious. What is this? Her brother explains briefly, it's an alarm device. Yu-chan casually reminded him not to press it just because he was feeling happy, and he looked very serious. If there's an emergency, press the button and I will come to you immediately. Nah? At that moment, she just nodded slightly and took it. In the current situation, she quietly pressed the alarm device. Nah? She clenched her teeth in tension and thought, this is no joke, so you'd better crawl your way here quickly. The day is getting darker, and the area around the amusement park remains as quiet as ever. Blood Ranger, with his bloody hand covered in shards of glass, lifts it up and speaks. You look exhausted, Kwong. He is almost fully transformed into an entity, baring his teeth with a fierce grin. I will give you pitiful creatures the gift of eternal sleep. Naeon dares to shout loudly, cutting him off, making Black Rain momentarily stunned and silent. Crazy. She even arrogantly flipped off and insulted a guy. If eternal sleep is so great, then go ahead and give it to yourself. Braden squinted, clearly annoyed. What a bratty little punk. He slowly approached the two people. Na nervously bit her lip, telling herself she had to stall until her second brother arrived so she could speak up and question him. Why? Why did you do this? Brain tilted his head slightly, his face expressionless. The man sneered coldly and asked, do you really have to have a reason for pursuing something? Na Wu just can't understand what he's even talking about. You're really crazy. Bladrin slowly licks the blood dripping from her finger and then speaks. However, I will answer your naive question. The man distorted his twisted, perverted expression, chuckling as he spoke each word, craving fresh blood and tearing apart hollow bodies. There is only one truth I have come to understand in this world. Nothing is more comfortable than this, nah? Pulling Min Young back in trembling, she shouted in panic. Stay there or take one more step and you'll be doomed. I warn you. Blood R quickly grasped the main point of her next words. My brother will be able to get in here soon. Nah? Seeing him hesitate for a moment, I shouted loudly. You're pretty brave, but 3 seconds are enough for him to send you to meet your ancestors. Surprisingly, after hearing that, Blood Rain sneered. He asked again, will your strong older brother be coming soon? You look no different from a dirty little bug. Nay firmly replied, yes, if you're scared, just run. Blood Rain slowly raised his hand and spoke with a nonchalant smile. In that case, I wonder what your brother would look like. He creates a red sphere and slowly speaks. Seeing the dried corpse of her little sister drained of blood, Min Yang and Na U turned pale with fear, standing frozen in place. Blood Rain unleashed a blazing red light and spoke, but its speed was too fast for Na U to do anything but watch it approach. The red beam shot straight at her hip, but it just grazed past Na Yu and hit Min Yang standing nearby. She panicked and looked back, only to see her friend fall down. Fresh blood splattered across Na Yu's pale face as she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Min Yang Na Yu hurriedly runs over to shake her friend. Min Yang, wake up. She couldn't accept this truth, her voice trembling as she repeated over and over. Number Min Yang on Min Yang. Na Yun burst into tears as Blade Rain calmly stepped closer to her. Now it's your turn. He swung his hand, intending to deliver a move that would become a small, sweet gift. Let my brother go. Na Yun closed her eyes in fear. Just when she thought her life was over, a furious shout rang out. Damn it, that son of a bitch. A figure crashes into the glass door and rushes in. Naeon, instinctively looking back in surprise, Black Rain was also caught off guard by this turn of events. The figure charged straight at him. Here's your translation. Here's your punch. The sharp eye glowed brightly as it swung its hand to unleash a dark energy attack. He throws his move towards the opponent, catching the shadow blade. The strike flashes and appears right in front of Blood Rain. He quickly knelt down to dodge the attack. Blood Rain looked up as before and then chuckled in amusement. But unexpectedly, Kang Yu teleported and suddenly appeared right next to him. Blood Rain was no pushover either, shifting into a handstand position on the ground, causing Kang Yu to halt immediately as he sensed something was off. He quickly moved into a defensive stance to block the opponent's spinning kick. Kang Yu stepped back, landing steadily. My brother's black claw is trembling as I stare down, and only then does Brad Ren clearly see the face of his attacker. He thinks to himself, who is this damn guy? Is that girl's super strong older brother a villain? Song Jung Na-u is also standing there, wondering who he is. Kang Yu simply stood silently with a serious face, blocking her in front. Bladen narrowed his eyes, observing the opponent. He secretly thought he had never seen skills like this before. Bladrain suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, did that guy take down Blaster? Is he chasing us now? Just thinking about this, he already felt strangely excited. This is going to be fun. Bladrain spoke first. Maybe I should retreat today, but don't think me is safe. Kang Yu was surprised, eyes wide open. Blad Rain disappears into the pool of blood, leaving behind a threatening message before he leaves. Mai will gradually fade away inside me. Na trembles as she listens to each terrifying echo. Dying? That will be a sweet death. Kang Yu hurriedly chased after him and stopped. Where do you think you're running off to? In the end, he still couldn't make it in time. Drops of liquid hovered in the air, passing through his palms. Blad Ren successfully escaped. All that remained in front of them was a bit of red liquid. Kang Yu looked around, annoyed that all traces of the guy were being erased. Damn it, did he go outside? Hey, wait a moment. You there? Neon softly pleads. I need to ask you for a favor. Kang Yu turns back immediately, and the other person urgently begs, Please save my friend. She was tearful, her voice full of pleading. Please. The scene shifts to another side, where someone hesitantly speaks up. That alarm button. Daewang asked the other person in the car, Do you think she pressed the wrong button, or was it just a prank? Chan lowered his head and directly rebutted. If that's the case, at least it called back and the girl wouldn't be joking about things like this. Daewang immediately realized how serious the situation was, quickly corrected his words, and his family tried to reassure him. I also warned the police, and they should be on their way here. Chan kept staring at the phone screen, her mind tangled in knots. Please, let the scene cut back to the amusement park from earlier. Kang Yu is helping the two Na Yu. There is a critically injured patient here. Please hurry to the emergency room. I beg you. He turned off his phone and continued giving orders. The ambulance is on its way. We should stop the bleeding first. If you have a handkerchief or something to clean the wound, give it to me. Nah? A bit awkward, huh? Oh, yes. She searched through her bag as Kang Yu instructed. If possible, she took something with good elasticity. Good rebound? After some searching, Na Yu comes up with this. Kang Yu looked confused and took what was there, while Na Yu explained seriously. It's pretty good. The elasticity is actually quite impressive. Min Young was given basic first aid by them. Kang Yu spoke up. Can you check her condition? Morris glared and asked, Are you asking me to see how critical her situation is? If that's the case, there's no need to use the judgment eye. He said that confidently, but still helped him take a look. Morris concluded that there are no fatal injuries at this point. Kang Yu let out a small breath of relief and said, Lucky indeed. Nah? Worried, she asked him, Will Min Yang be okay? He honestly replied, If the medical team arrives in time, it will be fine. She was overjoyed to hear that. Really? Suddenly, a light shone into the shop along with the sound of an engine. Kang Yu was quite surprised. That was fast. He hurriedly left. I already provided first aid. Let those people handle the rest. Na stared blankly after him. Thank you, she hesitated, wondering. Are you leaving now? Kang Yu coldly turns his head to look back. Of course she plans to run away once everyone sees me. Na On watches his disappearing figure vanish without a trace. She stood there stunned, staring for a long time. Outside, Kang Yu moved at incredible speed through the buildings. Moro sighed and said, They're lucky if you hadn't arrived in time. Those two girls would be dead. Kang Yu glanced to the side as if noticing something, then aimed directly at the building ahead and landed. Kang Yu looked back and muttered, Now I have something to worry about. What's that? A blood flute sound echoes as a flurry of feathers flies through the air. Kang Yu and Moros look us over as Crow appeared dramatically, smiling cheerfully and greeting them. It's good to see you again. The two crows perched on her also mimicked saying the same thing. Crow saw that Kang Yu didn't react, so she stepped forward. Don't you remember me? I'm the one who's sad. He is so sad he's willing to end your life. He's trying to recall the images from his memory. That woman is probably on the other side. Screw is calmly observing the situation here through the screen. Kang Yu replied, A few hours ago, I saw her face, and I won't forget it that easily. The other person chuckled. Thanks for remembering me. Gro took a few steps forward. Have I introduced myself yet? She smiled softly and introduced herself, saying, I am Javen. A name that suits me. Do you think so? Crow started a conversation, and Kang Yu added, I don't have a name. She laughed joyfully. So you still don't have a villainous title yet? Kang Yu doesn't like beating around the bush, so setting aside the villain title, he says, I want to hear what that thing is first. Gro looks in his direction, then explains. To catch the killer, Screw brought this to the areas he was likely to attack. He must have dozens of them, at least. Did I send the location through that thing? She honestly admitted. Crow kindly added, Thanks to it, we can find out who the killer is. He asked directly, Do you know him? Crow smiled. It's Blood Rain. He roams across the country to carry out his murders. She paused for a moment. Honestly, I suspected he was responsible for this, but tracking him is really difficult, so I can't be sure. The crow with him also joined in cursing that scoundrel. Gro strokes the crows, and moreover, there's more to this story. Suddenly, she changes her tone and says, Forget what I just said? On the contrary, I will ask you for a fresh, quick death. Kang Yu grimaced in admiration. This woman is truly ruthless. Gro looked at the camera and blew a kiss. I don't want to do anything to make Screw sad. I wonder where Mi's popcorn is now. I'm sure it's somewhere in here, right? She suddenly gasped as if she remembered something. Crow takes out something. Screw asked me to give this to you. He said he would explain once you finish this. She threw it to you to hold. He looked at it curiously. What the hell is this? The opponent smiled and replied, One part of the payment has been promised to you. Inside the box are 3 sparkling stones. Kang Yu is stunned to recognize the magic crystal. What surprised him even more was the properties of the crystal in the box, and it was the best quality. The scene shifts to the next day, and the news report is on. Last night, around 8 p.m., the suspected serial killer struck again while Yuri was watching the news and didn't notice Kang Yu stepping out. Fortunately, the priests arrived at the scene immediately after being notified, and there were no casualties. A high school girl is receiving treatment at the hospital, and luckily, her injuries are not life-threatening. She let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that and turned to ask about it. "Are you going to school?" the other person replied in a low voice. "Yes," she worriedly called out. "Kwan Kang Yu. Be careful," Kang Yu quickly responded. "Yes, I know. The sky is still so clear today." He looked around and reflected that he had possessed Kang Yu's body for a while now. Kang Yu told himself he needed to become stronger to take revenge on Lampus. He glanced at Moros beside him and wondered how much he could really trust this strange thing. Kang Yu frowned in thought, the deal he made with the villains in the evil district also making him feel tense. Going back to the night before, Kang Yu was surprised to receive the item from Crow. "She handed me 3 top-grade magic stones." He gently touches the crystal. Kang Yu looks a bit suspicious. "And is this just part of the promise?" Crow chuckled softly. "Not enough?" He replied softly. "It's more than a little." She agrees. "I think so too." Then Crow reminded him, "But that guy is really strong. With your current magic power, you won't be able to defeat him." Kang Yu stubbornly interrupted. "It'll be fine." Additionally, there is a Vimo GPS tracker created by Screw that you can use whenever you want. Before leaving, she suddenly remembered something, and Screw had made a list of places where blood rain had appeared. Open the file to check. Crow suddenly retracted his smile. "Honestly, I didn't have high hopes for you either," but she said each word slowly. "If you disappoint Screw, Crow will only hint at it and stare at Kang Yu with a deadly gaze. Do you understand?" Kang Yu frowns in discomfort at this reminder. He shook his head and muttered, "What the hell are they doing? Moros kindly reminded me this is not the way to school." Kang Yu kept walking straight ahead. "I have a place I need to go." He sighed softly. He's skipping classes. He walks and ponders. Judging by the data SCO sent, Sewa High School is a place worth noting. Kang glanced over a series of events that had happened. The 2 girls who were followed by the villain yesterday are also studying at Sewa High School. There must be clues around here. Moros is suspicious. "Are you planning to go around here and ask about him?" he replied casually. "If necessary, I still have to do it, but there is something that makes me pay attention." Kang Yu scrolls through her phone looking for something. The girl with pink hair from yesterday is the younger sister of the apprentice priest at our school. His gaze lingers on a photo from Na Yu's post, with a comment confirming she is Kim Yu Chan's younger sister. Kang Yu still has things to do, so he needs to call and ask for a leave first. Moros, speechless, watched him pretend to clear his throat with a cough. "Hello? I am Kwan Kang Yu. I have a pretty bad cold, so I need to stay home and rest today." The scene shifts to a central hospital where a shadowy figure sits silently in the hospital corridor. Someone holding a cup of coffee approaches and calls his name Uhan. Uhan looked up and greeted him. "Senior." Yu Chan asked how he was doing. "Did you stay up all night?" He sat down beside her. "Nah, how is it?" Yu Chan lowered his head and replied. "The girl just fell asleep." Dae Wong quietly breathes a sigh of relief, then listens as the other person asks a question. "Have you checked the crime report yet?" "I've looked into it." Dae Wong analyzes it carefully. "It is very difficult to check the surveillance camera recordings because they have been destroyed. But from the report, it is easy to identify the killer as Blood Rain. According to Blood Rain's profile, he drinks the victim's blood without damaging the body. But the bodies found in Gadam District were all dismembered." The Uong suddenly felt a headache and said that we had eliminated him from the list of suspects. "I can't believe it was him." He sighed deeply and recounted. Yu Chan asked cautiously. The villain saved Na U and Min Wai Dae Wong immediately confirmed his suspicion. "Seems like it was him last time, right?" Yu Chan silently reminisced, softly recounting that Na Yu said he was a hero. Suddenly, Yu Chan felt confused. If he was a villain, he should have been a madman. But he saved everyone, and even my sister. He just can't understand what all this is really about. Wong frowned and continued. "Those are also the things I am thinking." He sighed. He even fought with Blaster. "Who is that guy?" Yu Chan lowered his eyes in thought, the coffee in his hand cooling down, as the scene shifts to the gate of Sewa High School. Kang Yu stood to the side, watching the passing crowd. He followed the silhouettes of the people on the street. Morris whispers, "You've come a long way skipping school to get here." Kang Yu follows to a convenience store and grabs a can of water. "Are you a model?" The friendly person smiled and replied, "No, I told you already, I am just an ordinary student." The female students became even more eager to chat, asking, "You're so handsome, which school do you go to?" The clerk smiled in confusion and asked, "Why do you want to know that?" Kang Yu stepped out to pay, interrupting their conversation. "I want this one." He smiled warmly and appeared friendly. At the convenience store, the employee scanned the product code, then announced the total price of 3,200 WW. Kang Yu took out his card to pay. He suddenly noticed the book on the corner of Corin's bride's table. Kang Yu involuntarily looked at it for a long time, while the cashier continued with the usual procedure. An old man walks in and asks with a smile, "Can I take the scrap paper?" The clerk politely nods. Yes, sir, just a moment. I'll bring it out. This friendly gesture quickly gained everyone's favor. Thank you. As he passed by Kang Yu, whether by accident or on purpose, the clerk Thung Yan bumped hard into his shoulder. Moro suddenly sensed something unusual. He bowed his head to Kang Yu and said, I'm sorry. He and Moro stood there watching the employee's actions. Kang Yu frowned thoughtfully before walking out of the store. Moros called out to Kian, intending to remind him. I have something I need to tell you. Kang Yu interrupted directly. He's the villain, right? Moros stared wide-eyed in shock. Kang Yu explained, When I looked into that bastard's eyes, I knew. Moros hesitated, but I wasn't sure if he was Black Rain. He suddenly exclaimed, The Bride of Corin. That was the title of the book Kang Yu saw earlier. He slowly analyzed that it is a classic work about vampires. Combining with what Black Rain said earlier, you will enjoy a sweet death, you will die in my hands.
I have every reason to suspect that I've heard the line, you will die in my hands somewhere before.
I'm amazed that you remember things like that. Kang Yu whispered, I have read a few books in the orphanage. He took a sip from his can of Coca-Cola. Kang Yu chuckled softly. Let's go see the target we're aiming for and find out if it's the right person. He once again headed towards the convenience store. The employee from earlier has finished work, and Kang Yu follows his silhouette. They return to the familiar street. Moro squinted thoughtfully and muttered, Is this not the way to Soa Girls High School? Even Kang Yu started to wonder where this guy was headed. Huh? Suddenly he was noticed for something else. An old man is in danger as a car speeds straight toward him, but he only slowly realizes it as Kang Yu rushes over just in time to pull him aside. That car hurriedly braked and rushed out of the vehicle. Are you okay? Kang Yu protected him and only then realized he had forgotten something. He had completely lost track of that employee. Kang Yu gritted his teeth in frustration as the scene shifts to some building. Morris muttered, I didn't expect you to choose a place like this to transform. Kang Yu had no other choice. There were no rooftops nearby to approach. He put the magic crystal into his mouth. I have to use this first. The bright golden light shone again, enveloping Kang Yu in that stream of energy. He suggested Morris use the Eye of the Gods to check the information. On the detailed information board, the villain Kang Yu has a special attribute, the ability to transform into a disaster-level villain with a dark attribute, activation of transformation, rage, main skill, dark sword, self-healing, dark concealment, dark shadow, hidden skill, extracting magic stones, magic stat of 470. Kang Yu noticed one point, I also have these two skills, dark concealment and dark shadow. Morris replied, it's the increase in magic points that has helped develop your skills. He suddenly found it amazing. Just increasing magic points grants new skills? When I was a priest, I could only become strong through training. But as soon as I looked at my magic points, he felt dissatisfied.
Your magic points are only 470?
Why is that? I used 3 magic stones, so why do I only have 120 points? Morris explains that your body may have developed the ability to resist the magic crystals. Next time, using a different magic stone will reduce it further. After a while, you'll only see minor changes. Kang Yu suddenly realized everything. If someone could become strong just with magic stones, he wouldn't have given it to me. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, meaning he couldn't just rely on magic stones to get stronger. He should consider other methods like training or something else. Kang Yu requests it. Moros shows me the full stats of Black Rain as well. It hesitates a bit. I've already used it twice today. If I use it a third time, you'll cut me off directly. I understand. The information panel of Black Rain appears before you. The villain Blood Rain has a special attribute, transforming into a villainous character with a mind-related attribute, activating the transformation of desire, with main skills including Blood Sword, Blood Strike, Hypnosis, and Threat, and a magic stat of 1000. Kang Yu recalls the brief battle moments earlier. Is the Blood Sword the thing we saw yesterday? Right below it are a series of Blood Spear, Hypnotism, and Intimidation skills. He muttered, his attributes are related to the mind. Moros confirms. Yes, all of his attributes are related to mind control. Kang Yu whispered, repeating the word hypnosis, noting that this was not easy. Then the scene shifts to a hospital lobby, quiet with only a few nurses walking in the corridor, a red glow flickering beside a ward, and red liquid spreading on the floor. Brood Rin is controlling the hospital staff there. Become my loyal servant. The eyes suddenly twisted and distorted. Bladrin grins and commands, bring your children here. Still at that hospital building, a few police officers stand guard outside a ward. Na Yu sits by Min Yang's hospital bed, browsing through the profiles of some villains with a hint of disappointment. None of them are him. Na Yu becomes even more curious. Who is he? The door to the hospital room suddenly opens and someone calls her name, Kim Na Yu. They entered and announced that Manhwa needed to undergo some health check tests. Na Yu was a bit surprised. What now? The doctor insisted. It's really very important, so it would be great if you could substitute as her guardian and go with her. Na Yu, I listen and feel confused. Me? Both the nurse and the doctor responded with strange smiles. The sky gradually darkened as several thick black beams suddenly appeared in an alleyway, with Kang Yu taking on the appearance of an evil figure there. His body crawled out from the wall and suddenly appeared on the roof of another building. The shadow once again vanished in an instant, with black tendrils stretching like silk through the skyscrapers. Kang Yu is trying out new skills, thinking he can link the dark aura and shadow and use them together. Moros suddenly speaks up. That's not a good idea. He drew back and landed. Moros continued to remind him. Watch out, Jiang Do. I noticed your magic usage is quite strong on the way here. You should use it more carefully. Kang Yu irritably replied, You're starting to whine again. The phone began to emit a warning alert, and Kang Yu quickly checked it. It seemed to be so. He looked toward the nearby hospital, thinking he might have used too much. But that damn Black Rin, he's really heading to the hospital where that girl was admitted yesterday. Kang Yu suddenly felt lucky for his earlier action, glad he had quickly attached a GPS to him. He suddenly remembered Na Yu's fragile appearance. Then Kang Yu frowned. There's no reason to hesitate any longer, so he immediately set out. Kang Yu hurriedly asks, Hurry up, the lighting in the parking garage area is quite dim. Min Young was carried onto the ambulance by staff and pulled away. Nai asked suspiciously, Why are you taking the patient on an ambulance for a health check? The group of robotic doctors replied, This is an important test that cannot be performed at the hospital. She became even more confused. What does that mean? At this moment, Bad Rain's voice rang out, making Na Yu tremble with fear, because this was a test of loyalty. She stiffly turned her head to look back as Black Ren gradually transformed into a laughing figure. I'm glad to see you again. You will perish in my arms. Na Yu widened her eyes in horror and turned back to warn the others. Villains, run now! But no one responded to Na Yu, their eyes blazing red as they stared at her with a strange expression, the red liquid spreading beneath her feet. Black Rain smugly said, They only obey my commands. He quickly stepped in front of Na Yu and gently lifted her chin. I can also turn you into an obedient puppet like them. Blood Rain clenched her chin tightly, growling each word, but it was useless. Na Yu trembled as she pressed the alarm button. Brad Ren shows a look of admiration. Your willpower is strong. You have overcome the human instinct of fear and horror. Greedy looked at Na Yu intently. Do you think you would make a suitable bride for me? A sudden voice rang out, startling both her and Black Rain. Stop your hands, you crazy bastard! He let go and looked around, shouting loudly. Who's there? That voice whispers in Na Yu's ear. Lie down when I count to 3. Black Rain also notices something's wrong. It can't be that bastard. As Kang Yu counted to 3, Na Yu immediately sank to the ground, clutching his head. The very next second, he appeared coolly, kicking straight into Brad Rain's stunned face. The guy was pushed back. Blood Rain barely had time to steady himself before he was forced to watch Kang Yu continue the attack. Bonus delivered a powerful kick, this time a spinning kick to the chest. Blood Rain couldn't resist and was slammed against the wall by Tan. Damn it, he let him go again. Kang Yu leaps forward with a burst of speed. This is only the beginning. Black Rain widened his eyes, narrowly avoiding Kang Yu's deadly punch, and continued unleashing a flurry of palm strikes into his face, grinding his teeth in frustration. This time, it's Black Rain's turn to counterattack. He unleashes his ultimate move, the Blood Sword. Kang Yu leans down to dodge and set up his next move, then delivers an uppercut to Blood Rain. Kang Yu keeps attacking relentlessly, each punch amplified and driving into Black Rain's body as he can only lie there, helpless. Kang Yu grabbed his collar tightly. Blood Rain suddenly straightened up and looked directly into his eyes. His eyes widened in surprise, momentarily mesmerized by Kang Yu. Blood Rain immediately smirked triumphantly. I've got you now, how dare you! But before he could finish speaking, Kang Yu pressed 2 fingers into his eye, causing blood to gush out and making him scream in pain. Blood Rain quickly covers his face and steps back as the surroundings shake from the impact. Kang Yu rushes forward, grabbing his head and forcefully pressing it to the ground. The powerful strike shattered the earth and rocks. Kang Yu sneered, You seem to have been living quite satisfyingly with your depraved desires all along. He clenched his fist, ready to strike. Now it's time to pay the price. Bladrin was beaten black and blue, but still grinned confidently. Nay tremblingly watched everything unfold as Kang Yu asked, Do you find this funny? He laughed even more enthusiastically. Of course I do. Bladrain boldly declares, You will never defeat me because I am exactly that. Kang Yu cannot understand. What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bastard? He just chuckled and merged into the liquid, and Black Rain's body continued to vanish just like before. The hearty laughter of the guy echoed in his ears, and only then did Kang Yu realize something was wrong. He decisively punched Black Rain's face, but he had already escaped without a trace. Moros wiped his sweat. This guy's skills are really annoying.
He analyzes the situation, realizing that physical attacks are useless when he turns into blood. Kang Yu suddenly feels annoyed, recalling his past self and muttering, Damn it, if I could still use fire magic, he would be finished.
There was a commotion nearby. Where did he run off to? The doctors have regained consciousness and look around confused, saying, Why am I at the parking lot? Na Yu runs over and asks Han, Are you all okay? Moros whispers. The hypnosis has worn off. Kang Yu shouted, Hey, doctors and nurses over there, move the patient to a safe place quickly. The group looked over in panic, startled. The villain only left one sentence before disappearing again. Nei unhurriedly called out, Wait! She watched helplessly as Kang Yu escaped again. Kang Yu is busy elsewhere now. He's rushing around. He can't get far. Kang Yu is determined. We must catch him quickly. In another direction, there are also figures rushing over. Kang Yu was focused intensely and rushing straight ahead when suddenly 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. He quickly slammed on the brakes. Da Yuang was stunned. A villain. Kang Yu was speechless, uttering a surprised cry. Yu Chan was just as surprised. It was him. Da Wang was the first to draw his weapon and charge to attack. The flying sword naturally won't just stand still and take the hit. He immediately fights back. Do you think you can stop me with that? He directly deflects his opponent's sword. Step aside and don't block my way. The Than Bao sword of Dai Hung and Tu Ho spun several times in the air before finally landing in Da Wang's hand. He urged his teammates forward. Yu Chan, why are you just standing there like a statue? Yu Chan hesitated for a moment, recalling what happened earlier. Now Yu said he is the one who saved the girl, and then he remembered the pain of his loved ones. The call from the bell awakened him. Kim Yu Chan. Yuan pulls back, preparing to strike, reminding himself that villains are the ones who must be eliminated. His eyes turn cold and emotionless as he faces his opponent. Yuan decisively unleashes a fiery attack, flames rushing forward as if to devour Kang Yu. He immediately counters with a counterattack. The ground and rocks start to shake. The shadowy sword, annoyed and irritated, mutters, "This is really annoying." Da Wang suddenly appeared behind him, and he quickly sensed the danger as Da Wang swung his sword without hesitation. Dai Hung Loi Yu tried to dodge but couldn't, and the blade grazed his hip, leaving a streak of blood. Da Yuang excitedly shouted, "Now finish him off!" Kang Yu is surrounded from all sides. Yu Chan strikes from the front, ready with his attack. But at the moment he was about to attack Kang Yu, Yu Chan suddenly remembered what his sister had told him. He had saved her. He momentarily lost focus. Kang Yu quickly noticed the opening and seized the opportunity. He had plenty of space to escape through the passage. Kang Yu thought and acted immediately. He skillfully uses his new ability to escape. Kang Yu shouts loudly, "Kim Yu Tran, where is your mind right now?" He blankly responded, "I'm sorry." He also noticed something was wrong. "Today you seem like a lost soul." Ham continued to fall into silence. Wu Wang muttered as he tapped his sword. "What was that just now?" I feel like he vanished into the darkness itself. A shadow ability? That's the first time I've seen something like that. He turned to Yu Chan. "How should we report this?" He remained silent without replying. Da Wang moved closer to comfort him and said, "Don't blame yourself anymore." He chuckled and asked, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and go take care of your sister." Chan lowered his eyes without saying a word, and it took him a while before he finally spoke. "Ah, yes," Da Wang sighed. "Anyway, it's really uncomfortable. We've lost both of them." Somewhere, Bloodren in human form staggered as he walked, muttering, "Damn it, my throat is so dry. Damn it, that bastard is causing chaos again." The sky is now tinged with dusk, his throat moving up and down constantly, muttering to himself, his throat dry as a bone. The pain in his body made Black Rain extremely uncomfortable, and as he looked up, he sneered mischievously. Bloodren stands in front of Club Deus, smiling with amusement, and says, "Looks like a good place to quench my thirst." The club is playing loud music, and it's filled with all kinds of men and women relaxing. A girl who was bouncing around suddenly felt someone approaching and kindly showed concern for the other person. "Your clothes are bloody. Are you hurt anywhere, handsome guy?" Bloodrain replied hoarsely, "I'm just okay." The girl still innocently offered to help without realizing the danger. "Are you thirsty? I'll buy you something." Bloodrain transforms into a villainous form, bearing a savage grin. "But I just want something truly delicious." A car speeds down the road. The person inside grips the steering wheel in frustration. The radio station reports that a massacre has occurred at the Red Ruiz Club in Goddamn District. Road 3 near the station area. A villain identified as Bloodrain is causing widespread panic among the residents. Da Yuang's anger exploded and he cursed loudly. Da Wang snapped irritably. "Is that bastard really out of his mind?" Wuhan wondered. "What's going on?" he immediately explained. "Brad Rain keeps terrorizing the people over and over again." Yuan frowns tightly after hearing it. I have to mention what happened not long before, when he hurriedly ran over to his sister Kim Na. Yu-chan, before catching his breath, anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" "Nan, call him brother." He rushed over to check if you were hurt. Nei-un whispers softly, "That person saved me." Yu-chan didn't catch what was said. She repeats it again, "The person who saved her last time." Now Yu-chan still feels complicated when thinking back on that. Their car continues speeding down the road. In some alley, Kang Yu covers his wound with his hand, softly groaning in pain. Moro sighs in relief, glad it's not a serious wound. It grimaces and grumbles, "You're really not like yourself at all." Kang Yu didn't understand what he meant and tilted his head to ask again, "Not like us." Morris recounted each story. "You fight very differently when facing an evil person. You go easy on them because they are priests." Well, me. Kang Yu remained silent, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "It won't be like that anymore." He recalls each face from the past and reminds himself that my enemies are not only villains. Morris interjects, "The wound is almost healed." Suddenly, a flickering red light appeared on his side. Kang Yu grimaced and took it out. "What is that?" A series of information flashes before his eyes. The scene shifts to another side, footsteps approaching rapidly. Countless bodies lie scattered on the ground, some gasping for breath, covered in blood, while a few tremble and hide in a corner. When Da Wang and Yu Chan arrive, they are met with this scene. Blodrin is calmly sitting and enjoying the bloody spectacle. Yamyi, blood dripping from his hand, finally feels a bit recovered and satisfied. Yuong angrily scolds him. You bastard, you're a crazy lunatic. Bladrin is not afraid but even warns them. Silence now. The arrogant man laughed loudly. I don't want my recovery time to be interrupted.
De Yuang frowned silently as a young man hiding under the table trembled uncontrollably. De Yuang looked around, then hesitated. In the end, he decided we would rescue the survivors and then capture him.
Yuang nodded in agreement, but just a second later, the bloodied glass was set down. Black Rain sneered. The recovery time is over. He said that and then crazily charged at them. The first attack is launched. Bloodspear, Duwang, and Yuan are momentarily stunned. De Yuang quickly drew his sword and forcefully struck down the opponent's Bloodspear. Uhan swiftly overtook him, launching an attack and facing Bloodrain head-on. The flames and anger in Yuan flare up, his eyes fiercely fixed on the enemy. De Wang steps in to stop him. Yu Chan stops, using the fire to trap the hostage in the flames. Yu Chan turns around when he sees a figure flash past him. Bloodrin sneered. Still worried about others, huh? Yu Wang's eyes widened in shock. When did Bloodrin teleport and rush in so close? Focus on yourself and use your old tricks. A powerful strike sent De Wang flying back, him bracing himself against the shattered concrete wall, blood pouring from his mouth as he groaned in pain. Bloodrin immediately moved in to deliver the final blow, laughing maniacally as he declared he would end his life with a deadly strike. A punch directly to Bloodwang's face, making him bleed profusely. Yu Chan behind him screams painfully. De Yuang blood, Rin smiles down and screams in a terrifying way. Yu Chan is still rushing forward with his red energy full of determination to fight. Just one punch from him was enough to blow up an entire space. Suddenly, Blood Rain appeared from behind him. Nice skill, but you're useless. You can't defeat me with just that. Yu Chan was startled, turned around, and clenched his teeth, thinking, since when did he? Immediately, he raised his sharp hand with his red energy and shot it out. A slash across his stomach with his claws, releasing waves of energy from the wounds that left him panicked. Don't be ridiculous. He's still holding out those terrifying fingers with a mocking smile. Bladrain continues to deliver a swift diagonal slash across Yu Chan, but he dodges it skillfully. Then there was another quick slash right in front of the chest, followed by a scream, and the attacker moved away. He was standing far from where you were crouched, catching his breath. His hand, clutching his bleeding wound, lifts his tired eyes as the blood keeps flowing down to the ground. He also reached up to touch the bleeding wound on his neck, a bit hurriedly. Then, Black Rin put his hand in front of his mouth. If that strike had hit, maybe even my bones would have been split in two. Yu Chan clenched his teeth and looked up, thinking this bastard was too strong. If he couldn't use fire magic, he wouldn't be able to escape. Meanwhile, the guy still stood tall while she sat there exhausted, and you seemed angry and helpless. A turquoise blue energy burst from his body as he extended his hand. You couldn't use all your power because you were worried about the hostage, right? A further remark from Brad Rin made Yu Chan startle and stare wide-eyed at Kim Na-yu, with her beautiful image appearing above his head as he raised his hand to his face. You have a younger sister who's a model. I've done some research on Na-yu. He leaned in to listen to the words, and her image still lingered in his mind. That brave and adorable little girl really set me on fire. She made me mistake that pesky stalker for her brother. He still stood there and continued. He will be punished for daring to deceive me. Suddenly, Yu Chan interrupted, saying, if you dare to hurt my sister, then Yu Chan forced himself to stand up with all his strength burning like a flame. I will kill you. Black Rain's smile appeared with that thought. Dan is caught in a trap. Seeing his tense face makes him even more eager to taste the blood of an extremely angry priest. That will be a special flavor. He still stands before the strength he is showing. You are full of confidence. That confidence, I will give you a chance to prove it. Outside, the crescent moon has risen high and shines brightly. They are standing on the rooftop of a building, and his words still haven't stopped. Here I can be at ease. You can use all your strength here, right? You must be really happy to be able to use all your strength, huh? Bloodrain stood there watching him jump out, lost in thought. If no one was around, under this night sky, I could enjoy the blood of this professor at will. His eyes widened, then Yu Chan charged forward with all his strength, shouting, I will make you regret this. He immediately used flames to fight, having brought me here. His power transformed into swirling flames encircling blood rain. The man's confident smile widened as he suddenly somersaulted backward, catching Yu Chan off guard. Blood rain flies in front of him, swirling with power as he smiles and asks, Is this all your strength? Immediately, his hand swiftly strikes out with glowing red eyes. It's no different from when you couldn't use your full power. The man's hand yanked Yu Chan's head, startling him, causing him to be thrown back with a loud shout from the man. You know, I also haven't used all my strength. After a while, a foot appeared. Kang Yu showed up here, looking at everything in a truly twisted way. Then, something beside him burst with red power that caught his attention, and he reached out his hand toward the mark. This is a claw mark made with claws. Moros is also standing nearby observing it. It bears traces of very strong magic, which suddenly makes him realize a thought. Could it really be that bastard? Turning to Kang Yu, I suddenly saw Di Wong sitting slumped in the corner. He looked at him thinking this bastard. Then he approached, sat down, and looked at him. Is he dead? Moros also stared blankly at him. He is still alive. Gang Yu turned around and saw a glowing sword. Yu-chan Kim must have been here too, but where could he be now? It immediately called out to him, making him turn around in surprise. Casey, look at this. He stared in surprise at the sword swirling with golden power. What is this?
Moros replies, that's a magic weapon.
Kang Yu immediately picked up the sword and carefully examined it. I could feel it when I held it. Moros stands beside him. This is a good opportunity. The magic crystal shard from it, he turns to look at it. You are right, this is a good opportunity, but since it belongs to someone else, I immediately remembered my own battle memories and the threat without saying a word. It probably doesn't matter. Then Kang Yu quickly thrust his sword into the ground, raising his palm with 2 shards of stone emitting orange light, which he immediately swallowed as Moros turned to look, unleashing a surge of red energy. These powers swirl around Kang Yu, and as he looks up, bursts of energy erupt across his neck. His eyes shimmered with rainbow-like rays as if touched by heaven. Moros stood there, startled and confused. His hair emits many streams of purple energy as he speaks to Moros, leaving it all bewildered. I think you don't need to use divine vision to see anymore. Kang Yu stands there full of energy, looking out with his regained strength. I'm used to this feeling now. The moonlight shines on the top of the construction crane. Amid the massive iron frame, a few faint figures appeared. Aroma and Hote impatiently asked, when will that bastard finally arrive? Yos calms them down. He'll be here any moment now. Suddenly, a burst of flames lit up the building across with the sound of a fight, and Yosei sighed at this familiar opening scene. I'm tired of this appetizer. Uchan charges at Blood Rain with his flaming fist. Ukan raised his fist to strike the guy, but it was easily caught by Black Rain. He pulls Yu-chan face to face with him, surprising him. Brad Rain sneers, this little flame can't hurt me. The other hand of his formed a small fireball. Black Rain hooks a punch into Yu-chan's stomach. For a moment, it seemed like he lost consciousness from that punch. Yu-chan knelt down, panting heavily. Black Rain was even more delighted. You are so weak and pitiful. He spread his sharp claws wide. Blood Rain chuckled loudly, his claws shining with a red glow like his eyes. That's too bad, but there's no need to blame yourself for that weakness. Because I will turn you into part of my body, so you can live forever. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly mocked Blood Rain from behind. That crazy pervert. When he turned around, he realized it was Kang Yu. I'm warning you seriously, Blood Rain. Stop saying those nonsense things. You're just a twisted mosquito. The two face each other in tense silence as Moros appears beside Kang Yu, while Blood Rain licks his sharp claws with a bloodthirsty look. Is it still that damn leech stepping on you? You're always interrupting my moments of pleasure. Kang Yu remains calm in the face of his attacker's words. For someone defeated over and over, you definitely prefer talking more. Bladrin laughed as if he had just heard a joke. My body has reached a new level. He recounts it without feeling disgusted. I have absorbed dozens of people and their blood has awakened me. He relishes the swirling energy in his hand. This arrogant power is invincible. Even an S-rank priest couldn't touch me right now. Kang Yu remains calm as he taunts Blood Rain. So what? Yu-si Tran kneels on the ground trembling, staring at him with doubt in his heart, while Blood Rain once again gathers a fireball in his hand. Look at this, my unbeatable power. Just seeing it makes Uhan feel overwhelmed. Wow, this bastard didn't use his full strength against me. Black Rain gritted his teeth and chanted with both hands, unleashing a huge surge of energy in a deadly and bloody form. Kang Yu calmly stands and watches the spears fly toward him, quickly gathering a massive energy in both palms. Kang Yu uses both hands to block in front of his chest to stop the wound of the guy. Black Rain's extending hand shoots out and grips his arm tightly. The smug guy rushes forward with his claws and catches him, but his sharp claws slash into empty air. Blood Rain was stunned. Right behind him was Kang Yu burning with murderous intent. Idiot! I'm behind him. Blood Rain only managed to throw an elbow back to defend himself, but his attack missed because he quickly lowered his body. Kang Yu quickly sprang up and charged at Blood Rain with a raised fist, and he was soon knocked down. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Yu shifted his stance and kicked straight into his opponent's side. Blood Rain is in excruciating pain. Kang Yu angrily shouted in his face, "Show me your invincible power." He throws a straight punch at Blood Rain's head as a warning. When will you finally show me? He was knocked away after that move. Yu-chan stared in shock at Blood Rain lying in front of him. He couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? He's completely different from when he was in the hospital. Is he also hiding his true power? Looking at the person standing in front of him, Yu-chan wondered what had happened since then. Blood Rain trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, Kang Yu, just hit his pride. You say even an S-rank priest can't beat you? Is that all you've got? Even now, Black Rain can still smile. Kang Yu quickly realized, you're trying to escape again? I don't know what he did, but it made your whole body covered in red. I don't know what happened during that time, but I admit you're stronger than me. But you'll never catch me with that physical attack, especially now that my body has turned into blood. Brad Rain promised, but before he could finish, Yu shouted that there wouldn't be a next time. The sick mosquito. Dozens of chains wrapped around his body like a pillar. Only then did Brad Rain realize he was afraid and struggle, but Kang Yu let go. You and your twisted fetishes also shouldn't expect to be reborn. Yu-cha looked stunned as a black flame erupted in Kang Yu's hand. You give me an ultimatum, I will burn you with everything I have. Bloodrin's eyes flashed with unwillingness as Kang Yu unleashed the flames in his hand at him. The black fire system displays the villain Uchan with a special attribute capable of transforming into a disaster-level dark attribute double black fire, Awakening Rage, with core skills like Shadow Sword, Self-Healing Darkness, Hidden Darkness, Shadow Pillar, Black Fire skills, Hidden Chi, Magic Stone Extraction, 520 magic power, and a reminder that the villain awakens a major disaster with dual dark attributes as sunlight shines on the hospital building and the TV broadcasts a news report. The news report states that last night in the Gadam District residential area, Blood Rin, the perpetrator of the massacre, was captured after a fierce battle. The screen shows a clip with Uchan Brad Rain's photo. The serial killer is no ordinary criminal, but Kim Yuan, a rising rookie priest, defeated him. Do Wong sat excitedly beside the bed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Good job, kid. You did well." He kept talking non-stop. "I can't imagine what would have happened if we hadn't caught him." The news continued with the next report, but Yu Chan remained indifferent to everyone's praise. "I couldn't catch him." He recalled the hand caressing a soda can. Yuan explained, "I only contacted the command center after the battle was over." At that moment, Kang Yu was holding Black Rain's head, burning him with the black flame in his hand. Yu Chan looked at him in shock. The burning ability! Yu Chan couldn't believe his eyes. Clearly, he had shadow power. He suddenly realized he had never heard of this dual attribute before. After finishing, Kang Yu quickly calls his brother to remind him to contact the police or report something. The murderer, Blood Rain, has been caught. Thinking back, I felt very confused. I clearly told them I wasn't the one who caught him, but they reported to the authorities that I was the one who did. Di-Wung hesitated. Could it be that bastard? The guy who fought Blaster last time. Yu Chan confirms that's correct. He is the one who defeated Blood Rain. The room falls into silence. Di-Wung pressed his forehead and asked directly, "Do you feel guilty because you weren't the one who did it?" Yu Chan didn't answer, just remained silent, and seeing no response, he collapsed. "All right, don't worry about that anymore. Worrying is pointless anyway." Di-Wung comforted him, thinking he might have other motives like fighting for rank, then suddenly sat up and asked, "That's right, how is my Thanbok Dao Min sword doing?" Yu Chan replied.
They said it's still okay and at the police station. Daewon sighed in relief. Luckily, his precious sword.
Yu Chan gazes out the window, where somewhere in the school grounds a group of students is hanging out together. Have you seen the chat link about the incident yet? Blood Rain, the serial killer, was arrested last night in Gam residential area. Kim Yu Chan, one of Brad Rain's best priests, is a bloodthirsty madman serial killer who has murdered multiple people. After reading this, everyone was stunned. Did you see that? Kim Yu Chan defeated a villain so cool, damn it, he's really crazy. The one who just read that news must be amazed. Luckily, we didn't go to the nightclub yesterday or we might have been dead. The guy next to me teased, "You're blank face trying to act tough? Are you delusional? You're crazy." While Ki-hun notices something strange, the two of them keep talking. "Are you trying to die?" he asked Daegu. "Where is Dong Sung? Why are you sitting here alone?" Daegu was just recounting, but still looked uncomfortable. After being hit in the face, it had to be hospitalized because of a fractured orbital floor. The bone surrounding the eyeball was broken. Ngun shouted loudly, "At least you should pay for his medical expenses." "He's just bluffing." Daegu started to feel annoyed. "Damn it, it's because you incited him that he got beaten like that." Ki-hun feels resentful. "Are you just going to let that bastard get away with it? We need to maintain our reputation. Daegu, exclude me from your excuses." "What is Ki-hun doing?" "But if you don't join in," he interrupted Ki-hun, "do you really still think he's a failure?" The hand holding Daegu's cigarette pack trembled as he honestly said, "I'm more afraid of that bastard than Kim Yu Chan the priest." He was terrified of Kang Yu's gaze at that moment. How can a person have eyes like that? Ki-hun also fell silent as he listened while the classroom buzzed with chatter, watching the news. A group of students gathered together, discussing. "Kim Yu Chan is amazing. He's so cool, I got goosebumps all over." Kang Yu sat quietly in the corner. Moros thought that everyone was haunted by what happened last night. He put his phone down on the table and said we should take some time to meet those guys. Kang Yu leaned back. "I want to get something other than the reward they mentioned." Moros, curious, asks, "Do you have any other requests?" He doesn't answer its question. In the alley between the two buildings, a machine shoots out sheets of paper that stick tightly to the wall after being fired. A girl with a spray paint can graffiti on the wall as an ugly bear is drawn and a person carrying a bucket of water approaches. The cleaner sprays glue upon seeing the mess on the wall. In a room within this apartment complex, 2 is repairing each microchip. S sat busy with the machinery as 3 people hurriedly entered and asked, "Is this how you welcome distinguished guests?" Yosei reminds him, "It's really messy. You should tidy up a bit." Aroma pinches her nose. It seems like a moldy smell. "What are you doing here?" Yosei had no choice. "Wasn't it because you called me?" Sil rested the drill on his shoulder, pondering. "I called. The water is served to the guest." He poured water and asked Yos, "Did you see that guy fight?" He replied with satisfaction, "Of course I saw everything." Yosei propped his chin and watched intently as if watching a movie. Sil, while arranging the cookies, continued, "So what? So what is your opinion?" Someone quickly responded, emotionless and without conspiracy. Ha T criticized it as a dull, cliché movie. Aruma is so helpless and picky. Yosei wiped the crumbs off her face. I think it's pretty good. He commented that the lead actor was very unique, like a dazzling yet mysterious black diamond. Isn't that a bit too much of a compliment?
Yosei just chuckled and ate the crumbs. There was nothing else to say. He revealed, "So you knew from the beginning, right?"
S hesitated when he heard that the guy had a dual attribute. S sat with his chin in his hand, watching them. Yosei also fell silent, along with him. Suddenly, he spoke up. I know now. What do you mean? You didn't know? Screw voiced his own suspicion. I just thought he was different from a few other villains. Yos hesitated to ask. You don't know? He rested his head on his arm. A villain with dual attributes. I've never heard of that before, Chill said, surprising everyone. Actually, they do exist. He mysteriously recounts that long ago, they existed in a mythic era, in a dilapidated apartment complex, and the demon realm exists not to imprison demons. Kang Yu realizes that the true purpose is to prevent the conflict between the villains and the priests, allowing the villains to operate freely. He deliberately draws the attention of another villain to the place where everyone lives in peace. Kang Yu looked up at the sky, which was the domain of the villains. He confessed to Moros. I can never forget this place no matter how many times I come here. Suddenly, a voice appeared above Kang Yu's head. You arrived just in time. Syl is hovering above them. Your aura seems quite different from the last time we met. He rests his chin on his hand, appearing friendly. Nice to see you again. Syl and Kang Yu are sitting at the bar counter receiving their drinks. A glass of juice is served. Syl enthusiastically introduces it to him. The fresh orange juice here is really good. After you finish drinking, I'll take you on a tour of this villainous area. He hands over a small box. This is your reward as promised. Screw presses the analysis glass, but he gets close to scrutinize Kang Yu. Your magic has increased significantly. What are you doing with the magic stones or something? He helplessly explained. Where do I even get magic stones from? Really? Syl couldn't help but wonder where this guy had come from. The last time I met him, he only had 300 magic points, but now he's over 500. His magic can't have increased that much just from the magic stones I gave him. I wonder if this has something to do with his dual attributes. Kang Yu looked at the two glowing stones in the box for a moment before speaking. I am truly very curious. He expressed his thoughts. Where did you get that magic stone? Did someone supply it to you? Suddenly, a person appeared behind the bar and confessed. He took the magic stone from Yuchea, an A-rank summoner, and smiled at them. He uses magic to manipulate a chess piece, which is then displayed on a sandwich plate. Che introduces it as a free dish for a very special customer. Seo finally introduced him to Kang Yu. This is the owner of this bar, Yuchea's brother. He is an outsider living in the villainous area. Che chuckled and said, I told you not to call me brother. An outsider is a priest not registered with the priest organization and acting freely according to their own wishes. S starts to ponder. Just sell me a few cheap magic stones. Cheha will obviously refuse. I've already sold them to you at the lowest price. Cheap customer, he keeps begging. Come on, we should be above friendship now, right? How many years have we known each other? But Cheha is very decisive. Business is business. Kang Yu looked at them.
An outsider living among villains. He must have his own story.
Finally, Kang Yu approached him and started a conversation. I have a few questions to ask. Can I also buy magic stones? Cheha explained very generously. Of course, if you're a member of this villainous area, Kang Yu would be curious. A member of the villainous area. He explained, you just need to stay in the Evil Zone's residential area. Kang Yu understood his thoughts. You want me to stay there and serve you as a boss. Screw pretends to ignore it. It depends on you. He revealed that you will have to take a test, and whether you become the boss or not depends on the result of that test. Cheha teased him, don't you want to be the boss of the Evil Zone anymore? Screw jokingly replied, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Cheha could only sigh, oh my. Kang Yu crushed his hopes. I'm not interested in becoming the boss of this place. Screw asked cautiously, why is that? Being the boss of the villains is pretty cool too, Kang Yu replied sarcastically. If you like, just keep it and use it. He tried to persuade Kang Yu. You will have full control over the villain territory if you become the boss, even with subordinates and your own fancy training room. Sorry, but those things are not my style. Besides trying to get stronger, I have no interest in any hobbies. It wasn't until Boss Cheha revealed that I could also buy magic stones from the black market. At that moment, he finally paused and looked up at him. He guessed in his mind that it was not certain, but he probably was also a black market trader. Cheha's eyes were full of scheming. Kang Yu looked again at the bald tender next to him. He's the same. They don't seem like easy opponents at all. Syl still hasn't given up on you. Think it over again. You'll also get a salary as part of the monthly operating expenses. There's quite a bit of stuff. That amount is pretty substantial. At this point, Kang Yu also became curious. How much did you really get? He whispered into his ear. Kang Yu widened his eyes in shock. S enjoyed this expression of his. Kang Yu turned to stare at him intently, while Cheha remained calm as if watching prey caught in a pile of debris among villains. Bra sat squatting, chewing his sandwich and complaining. This is disgusting. Is that really meat I'm chewing? He stomps in anger, throws what's in his mouth away, and starts cursing. How much longer do I have to eat this? I want to go out and have a Papa Chicken burger. TR is much more patient than him. Burger Queen is pretty good too. He is a B-level assassin leaning against the wall. I really love pizza, but I can't remember the last time I had it. You exposed him. It was you who destroyed the only pizza shop in the villain area. CR calmly replied, "Isn't it obvious? Pineapple is unacceptable." Drek Han freaked out, this crazy guy. Suddenly, someone called out to both of them from behind. "Is everyone here?" Double BL appears to intervene. "Isn't now the time to talk about pizza?" Black Hun asked irritably. "What's going on? Did some crazy courier break into the villain's territory or something?" Double Blade announced, "That bastard has arrived." Black Han asked, "Which bastard?" He immediately went into a rage after hearing Double Blade's report. The bastard in black had struck him last time. Black Han gritted his teeth in anger as he remembered the previous battle with KU. He demanded to know where that bastard was now. The answer was that he was with Screw. Black Han was stunned. Double Blade was scheming to provoke him.
"They're at Heaven P. Are you going to chase after them?" Duhan replied confidently.
"Certainly." Double Blade tries to block but seems to be giving a hint. Screw has limited the villains from fighting in the villain area. Breakhan was successfully lured by him. From today on, I will break that rule. In the villain's territory, a hall has just been driven into the ground. CO introduces him as Dog, the digging dog, because he loves digging. He nods towards the person right there, while the one behind is Cleaner. He is a cleaning fanatic. Just seeing a speck of dust makes him unable to stay still. The Cleaner is standing guard over the dirt dog. "I will clean everything thoroughly. You must make sure not to kick up dust onto me while digging." Dog shoot him away. "Damn it, get lost already." Sil usually ignores those people. Both of them are crazy, but they don't harm anyone. Although they don't harm people, they can still cause material damage. Cleaner, shout and tidy up quickly. CO explains that's why we need a place like the villain's territory. Kang Yu realizes they are different from the villains he's faced before. Maybe because of this guy. He asked, "Why do you want me to catch that Black Rain guy?" Screw casually revealed, "Because I need a traitor." Kang Yu can't understand what he's thinking. He's been calculating very carefully. "To eliminate the traitor, I need someone who is not connected to me or the evil zone, like you." Sil started rambling. "Maybe you don't know, just like priests, villains also come in many types. People like him and Yosei are the rule followers, while the rest are outsiders and those who ignore the rules and do as they please." Kang Yu says what he understands. "So your point is that there is some connection between Blood Rain, the evil zone, and the traitor." CO once again dismisses the role of that guy. Brain is just a pawn of the traitor, nothing more. His danger isn't just that. I'm sure there's something more sinister behind it all because his ultimate goal is to destroy the evil zone. Kang Yu coldly turned away. "Those things have nothing to do with me." Screw had anticipated this reaction from him. "I knew you would say that. That's why I like you." Kang Yu looked at him, and Screw sincerely advised, "You should become a member of the villain's territory." Kang Yu didn't pay much attention to the suggestion. "What are you talking nonsense about?" But Screw is not like that. "I take the honor of a villain to do this. This is a very sincere request." In the residential area during low tide at Vesperna Restaurant, the interior is meticulously decorated with bottles of wine arranged on shelves, as Yuri takes inventory with pen and paper. She wondered if Kang Yu had eaten since the last time she gave the card to the kid, whom she rarely saw anymore. Suddenly, a waiter called out to Yuri, the manager. "I'm here." The other person is passing on the message. "The boss is looking for you." Yuri wondered, "Did you find me?" The waiter confirmed, "Of course, the boss is calling to report to someone. She is diligent and friendly, working without a single mistake." The person on the other end responded in a warm voice, "I have also heard about this employee. I'm really looking forward to it." The boss couldn't help but sigh. "As for me, I truly regret letting her go." The other person just smiled, as if I had done something cruel. Someone is knocking on the boss's door, saying, "I am Quan Yuri." He informed the other person that Quan is here and that I will call back later. After hanging up, he looked at his phone screen for a long time and smiled in the boss's office. He handed her an envelope, which she took. The boss announced that the headquarters in the U.S. has sent her an invitation to manage the troops. He explained that they recognize her hard work and abilities and want to invite her for further training at the headquarters. Yuri was stunned. "What? Really?" The boss offered attractive benefits from the other side, covering her flight expenses and providing her with an apartment near the headquarters building. Yuri covers her mouth with joy. "Oh my god, the boss is probing. This is a great opportunity. Will she go?" Yuri quickly replied, "Of course," then suddenly remembered her younger brother, Kang Yu. In a ruined area within the villainous zone, Kang Yu walks along the deserted road, slowly reflecting on everything. Kang Yu recalled every word Screw said that afternoon. "You should become a member of the villainous faction." "What nonsense are you talking about?" I was surprised by his sincerity and swore on my honor as a villain. In the afternoon sun, Screw said this was a very genuine request. Kang Yu remained silent in the darkness, and Moros is curious about his current attitude. "What's wrong with you?" He looked at him with anger, while CR wondered if he was really going alone. Kang Yu calmly faced them. He looked into the back corner, still seeing a mouse hiding there. "Ah!" Double Blade was startled. Did he realize he was discovered? This guy probably isn't someone to mess with either. Cross grits his teeth in fury. "I want to turn him into a pile of bloody mess right now." Draku stops him. There has to be a first and a last. He must belong to me first. He grits his teeth and concentrates energy into his fists. I will repay all the insults you have given since that day. Kang Yu looked at him as if he were crazy. Does that guy have a problem with his brain? Wasn't he the one who caused trouble last time? Moros is worried and warning you. Be careful, Tien. It seems like they will attack in groups. Black Han furrowed his brow and charged forward like a suicide bomber. Damn it. A box suddenly flies in from somewhere. It responded right in front of Black Han, blocking him. Break Han cursed when he saw himself being stopped. What the hell is that? Someone scolds him. It's impolite to say goodbye like that when someone is leaving. The one throwing the alcohol bottle is Du Ak. A B-class assassin. Black Han scolded her angrily. You alcohol addict, you've drunk so much you're a lunatic now? Du Ace didn't really care about being scolded by him. I was just warning him about going against the rules. She clearly reminded him that attacking someone is against the rules in the villain's territory. CR Tak just sighed and said, You're really something. He still argues loudly. That only applies if he is also a member of the evil zone. Doubleblade witnesses the crow's feathers fluttering as it declares that he will live on and become a member of the villainous territory. Crow is sitting comfortably on top of a building, playing with her crow in the darkness. Breakhan was stunned. How could Crow do that? Crow smiled cunningly. She asked BH, but it sounded more like a command. Are you going to let him go? He looked confused when asked. In the evening at a high-rise apartment, the door slowly opens, and Yuri, exhausted, steps inside and lets out a sigh of relief. She casually turned on the house lights and softly asked, Is the boy asleep? She looked at Kang Yu's door, which was closed not far away. Yuri stepped forward to knock, but suddenly hesitated. Yuri suddenly remembered what the butler had discussed with her. They acknowledged her diligence and ability and wanted to invite her for further training at the headquarters. That caused her eyes to show a hint of sadness and hesitation as her hand lingered in the air for a moment, but then she immediately placed her shoulder bag on the table. In the end, she left without realizing the letter had fallen out of her bag, went to take a shower, and then rolled onto the bed. The white letter just stayed quietly on the floor. The next morning started with heavy breathing from outside the street, while he was wearing 2 sandbag wraps on his legs for running. Moreover, Kang Yu is even wearing them on each arm, making everyone stare in amazement, and suddenly Moros appears beside him to comment. A punching bag? A classic training method. I run while softly answering. This is the best way to improve both strength and endurance. Kang Yu's face remains calm as he explains seriously, From now on I need to focus not only on one-on-one fights, but also on 100-on-1 battles. Like that, he kept talking and running alongside Moros, so endurance was essential. He casually praised. Well analyzed, see? A quiet road from the night before, a male voice echoed. Wait a minute. Crash raised his hand anxiously, wondering, isn't he supposed to pass the test to join the villain's territory? He was holding an axe in one hand and shyly scratching his head with the other. Does he even dare to show his face? Draku was now furious, pointing his finger at him. Forget the test. I just want to crush him. Suddenly, Kang Yu softly spoke. I will take the test. His presence and conditions immediately stunned them all as they turned to look. After hearing his proposal for the 10 days, Breakon and Krat exchanged hesitant and worried glances. A female voice suddenly appears from behind him, saying the welcome ceremony will take place in 10 days, so I will explain the rules. All 3 of them turned to listen carefully. The match will be one-on-one and no shouting aloud unless unavoidable, with a large barrel carried on the shoulder. Ah, do, you smile excitedly and confidently, pointing at yourself. Your first opponent is me. I'll knock you out of the park. He responded with a calm but cold look. She still maintained her mischievous and provocative expression. Returning to the present, Kang Yu's hands grip the horizontal bars tightly as he lifts his body up. Doomin doesn't care much about joining the villain's territory. His workout routine amazed everyone in the park with admiration. Amazing. Kang Yu's whole body is now suspended above the horizontal bars. But if I can get stronger for a moment, I will come down to the ground too. While calmly wiping the sweat from his head, he recalled Jepjack and Lyra's battle against Lampus. Kang Yu clenched the towel tightly, silently reminding himself that this was the path he would choose. Then he draped the towel around his neck, no matter if he had to go to hell. Suddenly, for a moment, An's eyes became alert as he glanced back. But then Kang Yu only saw the twin girls practicing, so he continued running. Immediately after, the girl on the right spoke. That Canadian illusion is really something. Hearing this, she immediately asked, Is that the guy? Aroma calmly confirmed, no doubt about it. Then they suddenly appeared on the screen, watching him with a bit of amusement. Keep this secret from Gannett. Finally, Kang Yu finished his workout and went home. The sound of water flowing from the shower echoed in the bathroom. His strong body relaxed comfortably under the shower, then Kang Yu slowly stepped out of the bathroom. Seeing the room still lit but no one around, he wondered silently, is she still sleeping?
Then he just dried his hair and walked in dazed. Suddenly, Kang Yu also had to feel helpless in front of the messy scene in the house.
As Kang Yu spoke, he casually picked up the clothes and bags he had just thrown around while tidying up. Then his gaze accidentally fell on the white letter lying on the floor. You woke up early. She immediately panicked when she saw the letter in Kang Yu's hand. She quickly snatched back the letter with worried eyes and heavy breathing, leaving him puzzled. What are you looking at? So what? Yuri nervously held the letter and asked Kang Yu, have you read it yet? He calmly wipes his face with a towel and responds. It seems to be an invitation to go to America. Seeing that he has read it, she becomes more anxious and quickly reassures Kang Yu, don't worry, I won't go first. But he simply asked again why. Yuri was confused. Why? Why did you leave me alone? After hearing that, Kang Yu still kept his calm and took out a box of milk. Being alone is fine. In fact, it's more comfortable that way. After hearing his words, Yuri kept pressing him. Do you say you can cook for yourself? What about cleaning and doing laundry? Hearing her complaints, he was annoyed but didn't answer. Keep drinking your milk, you still have to take out the trash. Then Kang Yu casually grabbed the milk carton and turned to leave. I'm not a kid, do you know how old I am? I'm easy to get along with. She also took the letter and followed her, replying, 19. I'm only in my third year of high school. Kang Yu turned back with a confident and authoritative expression, offering advice. Go ahead, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? 2 stars? Hearing Kang Yu's advice moved her, and she said, don't worry about me. Just do what you want. At the same time, in an abandoned construction site, 3 figures stood beneath the building. Double Blade, arms crossed, looked puzzled and mentioned Kang Yu, wondering if he would come as promised with only a week left. Dre Han looked confused and repeated his name. He calmly replied, the kid will fight Du. Dragon crossed his arms and sighed, annoyed. I want to take his ass down. Double Blade, holding the dagger, added that I heard he's connected with Screw 2, and he can take him out in an instant. He replied with disbelief, no way, they must have let him go. His indifferent expression clearly revealed the truth. Aren't you also being pierced? Hearing that, Breck H yelled in anger. You want to die? Who's getting shot in the head, huh? You want to be infected, right? He put on a helpless and disgusting face, avoiding. Why are you so worked up? You spat in my face. Double Blade paid little attention to the argument and examined the knife in his hand before asking. But he has to defeat Du Acy first before it's our turn. Black Hun's gaze returned to a serious, contemptuous look as he replied, it would be hilarious if he got beaten badly by Du Acy. Then Double Blade clenched his hand again, generating sparks of electricity. No, this time I will bet on him instead of Du Acy. Black Hun's face shows clear enjoyment and satisfaction as he clenches his fist, ready to give his all to avenge the previous defeat. One quiet early morning with sunlight shining into the room, Moros, flying beside Kang Yu who is sitting at his desk working, softly asks, are you planning to send me to America? Kang Yu simply replied casually, that's a good opportunity. He didn't trust and asked you back, is that all? Hearing Morris's question, Kang Yu remained calm and silent for a long moment before softly responding in a lowered tone, it will be good for both of us. As he continued talking, he thought about Yuri, who had been by his side since childhood. I'm not saying this as Cassian, but as Moros asked cautiously, are you really okay doing this alone? His reply was in a completely indifferent tone. Of course, did I live alone in America? But Moros could only helplessly stare at the computer screen. I asked because of the person you're looking for, I'm speechless. His screen now displays an eye-catching message. Kang Yu's expression remains unchanged with a calm tone. I've never cooked rice before. I'm used to making Western food. In another bedroom, the curtains are now drawn back to let the sunlight in. Yuri looked worried as she sat on the bedroom floor, staring at the letter in her hand. The more she looked at the blank sheet, the more distressed she became, sighing deeply as the voice of her manager's advice echoed in her mind, followed by Kang Yu's hesitant counsel. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Don't worry about me. Just do what you want. Suddenly, she was pulled back by a gentle voice calling out, Kun Yuri! Yuri! It is now evening, and she is at a pub. The blonde girl pouted and asked with concern, after ordering, what's with that sour face? The short-haired girl turned to call the staff. Please order for us. The blonde girl quickly noticed Yuri's hesitant expression that was hard to reveal. Are you worried about something in your mind? The girl with short hair playfully teased with a curious and amused expression. Probably because men are as carefree as youth. Isn't it good? If she tries to dig for more information, the blonde girl will shut her up quickly. Spill it now, your older sister is here. The blonde girl softly warns, then shuts her mouth. Be a little more understanding. Here are your beers. The two of them then happily raised their glasses, convincing each other to drink first. A little alcohol makes you more open, so Yuri immediately took a sip of the beer. They kept sitting like that until late, her face now flushed from drinking and her eyes dazed. Zheng Yu calmly asked Han Quan Tom, with a hint of reproach as he helped her into the house. Are you okay? Why did you drink so much? She replied drunkenly. I'm not even drunk. Then Yuri happily raised her hand to hold his chin and praise him. Our Kang Yu is just too adorable. Morose can only stand and watch as Kang Yu helplessly looks at it. He drunkenly beckoned her over, but in the end, he managed to get Yuri drunk and into her bed. Suddenly, her dreamy voice rang out, causing him holding the bag and Morose to turn back. I remember how my little sister always followed her sister around. He looked down and saw her softly murmuring happily, but you've grown enough to take care of this sister now. My little brother has really grown up. Yuri's murmured words suddenly brought back memories of the slippers. You are mature enough to take care of me now. The affectionate gaze you cast down at this moment holds a deep sense of understanding. Kang Yu carefully covers Yuri's body with the blanket, Then he and Moro stand silently watching her for a moment. And so another day for Kang Yu quickly passes by under the clear blue sky. Yuri finally wakes up holding her head as she steps out of the bedroom. I almost lost my head. I drank too much. Suddenly, a food cover caught her attention. Yuri picks up the yellow note on the table. Her face lights up with surprise as she reads the note in her hand. At the same time, Kang Yu went out for a run with Moros flying beside her. I'll prepare some bean sprout soup to help her sober up. Reheat it and eat with rice. I already have a place there from Kang Yu, not a kid. On that same morning, the two of them arrived at the international airport. Yuri, carrying a suitcase, stood facing Kang Yu and reminded him, "Don't skip meals. You need to eat 3 times a day. I'll check every morning and evening, so remember to answer your phone." It still didn't end there. She carefully reminded him of a few more things and locked the door tightly. "You know how scary the world is now." Kang Yu cheerfully smiled softly and reassured her. "I told you not to worry." But Yuri still looked unconvinced. Who wouldn't worry? Her eyes are full of worry and reluctance. "If anything happens, you must call me, understood?" "I'm so worried," Kang Yu replied softly. "This should be my turn to speak." Your eyes at that moment were full of gentle affection as you looked at Yuri standing opposite. "If anything happens to you, I'll fly straight to America." Kang Yu's lips curl up slightly as he looked straight ahead with full confidence. At that moment, Yuri also gently smiled with a hint of reluctance to leave. Then she walked away smiling, turned around, and waved goodbye to the place where he was calling her. Then Yuri's plane took off, flying across the sky where Kang Yu was standing and watching. Not long after, the sky gradually turned to the red of sunset over the abandoned construction site as Do, Crow Black Hun Krat, and Double Blade explained the rules of the match. You will win the match if one side surrenders and can no longer fight. Kang Yu stands calmly on one side with Moros in the new villain outfit, focusing on listening as Skrull continues to explain. You will have 3 matches. You got new gear too. That tight outfit looks boring. We'll admit everyone participating, so even if they lose, they won't be penalized much. He calmly rested his chin and smiled smugly, but he would lose the challenge book to me, the boss of the villainous territory. Seeing Skrull sitting high above and the people before him, he grew a little impatient. You're too noisy. Let's fight already. Then he asked Duo if she was ready, her face full of excitement as she gathered energy in her hand. Of course, let's go all out. Moros calmly reminds you while still looking steadily at the opponent. Casey, don't fall into the opponent's trap. He looked indifferent and replied that he wouldn't fall for it. Then Double Blade stands behind them, observing and curious, sensing the tense atmosphere and guessing whether it's Speed or Duak with her strength and endurance. Double Blade looks at Du's confident and muscular figure. Du is not an ordinary fighter with excellent health and endurance. He continues to ponder and understand her abilities. She is a close combat master with a body trained for fighting, an intelligent warrior who knows how to leverage her advantages. Neither of them moves on the arena now, but the chilling killing intent grows thicker, and her overwhelming speed poses no threat to Du. She is his worst opponent. After a long while, Skrull finally spoke up. Then the Double Blade looked thoughtful and excited, secretly thinking this match would be intense. He raised his hand and shouted the announcement, and as soon as those words finished, Du Aku charged forward like a lightning bolt, wildly urging the large wooden box, "No more delays, let's get this over with." At that moment, a shadow quickly rushed in, then split into thin strands that tightly wrapped around her limbs. What the hell is this? Suddenly, Duak quickly sensed something was wrong and looked up with a hint of anger on her forehead. But it was not what she expected. Instead, there was only an open sky that surprised Duak even more. He was not there. Double Blade suddenly shouted a warning from behind just as a flash of lightning crossed Du's surprised face, then spun around and kicked her in the back of the head. Sil sighed in disappointment, shook his head, and muttered a curse. But that brief moment left the people behind Breakon stunned. Duak is now knocked out, lying motionless with exhausted eyes, while Yu maintains a calm but deadly smirk, full of provocation. Continue. Du's body was motionless. Ursus, sprawled on the ground with his mouth agape. Black Hu looked at Kang Yu, who was still standing nearby, and could only silently curse in fear. Holy shit! He looked at him with a worried and terrified expression. He knocked out Duak with a single strike, the most resilient fighter in Vinzon. Hey! Seeing their stunned surprise, he waved his hand and urged, "Don't waste my time and get out here." That urging from Kang Yu only makes BH more suspicious, wondering what kind of monster he is. He confidently asks again if anyone else wants to fight, come out. TR looked over at Breakon, who was angry and alert but didn't respond. He's calling you. Suddenly, a blazing red arrow shot straight down, embedding itself into the ground near Kang Yu's feet while he and Moros remained stunned. Realizing this, he immediately turned around and looked up in the direction of the arrow. The figure calmly spoke to remind him. Having just taken down one person, don't get too confident. Red Eye, standing high above with his bow full of energy, declares his name. Benzone, the number 1 hunter, Red Eye will be your opponent. At the same time, in another abandoned area, a major secret conversation was echoing along the entire corridor of the building. The chance for something to happen was almost non-existent. A woman sits comfortably in a chair chatting, not bothering to worry about Blood's situation, since there's not much to expect from that bastard anyway. Barracuda listens to the voice on the phone questioning him and happily spins his chair. And what about Vinzone's Gadam district? After hearing that, he calmly replied with an assured tone, Gadam district's collapse is only a matter of time. Just trust me and wait, Mr. Chairman. But after he finished speaking, he sneered and smirked contemptuously. Barracuda, with a grim face, sat cross-legged and continued to assure the person on the other end. I will make sure that happens at any cost. Turning back to Kang Yu, now surrounded by powerful arrows destroying nearby buildings. A moment later, another arrow shot swiftly forward. Another arrow then rushes straight forward, with the red arrows chasing after Kang Yu from behind, and Moros' warning is a missile. At this moment, the arrow was approaching him at the same speed, but he continued to fly straight toward the large building, then kicked the concrete wall to change direction. Each arrow kept flying straight into the wall while Kang Yu was propelled backward. But just as he turned his head to look, Red Eye's voice suddenly rang out, catching him off guard. Finally, I've caught you. He suddenly jumps out, drawing his bow and aiming at Kang Yu and Moros, who are floating nearby. With this, the hunt ends here. In the very next second, Red Eye swiftly fires 3 arrows aimed directly at Kang Yu, fast as lightning. Kang Yu instinctively covered his face with his hand in fear as the sound of shattered rocks falling from the broken arrows echoed below. He safely landed on the rooftop of a building from another corner, a bit disappointed as he scratched his head and looked down below. Is it over? I had high hopes for him. Suddenly, dark patches spread across the door behind Red Eye. He sensed the killing intent and quickly turned around. Kang Wuna suddenly appeared in front of him and loudly declared, You are the real prey! Unexpectedly, Red Eye raised his hand to his face in silence, then softly announced something that caused Kang Wuna's punch to miss the ground. I surrender. I lost. What? Red Eye still raises his hand to surrender, calmly explaining, leaving Moros speechless. A long-range player getting caught means winning with your eyes? Kang Yu asked back, looking at him with a face full of disbelief and uncertainty. You give up just because of something so trivial? But Red Eye simply responded calmly. What do you mean by ordinary? I'm serious. He then explained while putting the arrow in his shoulder bag. I never intended to rush in and become your opponent from the start. But Screw has made a request to me. A drone appeared nearby, seemingly confirming Red Eye's revelation. Kang Yu asked suspiciously, Screw told you to ignore the drone flying above Red Eye's nonchalant reveal. He doesn't want anyone to get seriously injured during the check. Then he takes out a small box and hands it to me. What is this? Red Eye explained again. It's DSB. All the villains in Gadam District have this. Then he carefully explained how to use it to me. Just stick it behind your ear and it works immediately with your skin, so you won't notice it. Kang Yu gazed intently at the box just now. He looked at it and pondered silently. I've seen it injected into condemned villains before, but this kind of patch is the first time I've seen it. Who could have made something like this? A short while later, Red Eye spoke up to inform Kang Yu. Your final opponent will probably be Brehan. A slight smile gently lifts his lips as he reminds you with a hint of amusement. That guy is sensitive and pretty hot-tempered, but he's also quite adorable, so don't get too mad at him. Kang Yu, hearing this, thought of Breakhun's frowning face and looked confused. He's so cute. Meanwhile, Breakhund is extremely worried because he can't keep up with their match. CR slung the hammer over his shoulder and asked curiously, Who do you think will win? Doubleblade looked up and stroked his chin as he shared his guess. That crazy archer is at a disadvantage. He's not suited for one-on-one fights. I don't think it's just about whether he's suitable or not, if his destructive power is enough to break the Oku axe in one strike. He hadn't finished speaking before immediately reacting and shouting back. Stupid, he's just lucky. But Doubleblade seriously challenged him back, making Black Hun show worry and anger that left him speechless. Do you really believe that? In less than a minute, Krat spoke up again with a plan. Since you're talking about a 1v1, it's hard to win, right? What about a 3 versus 1? Hey, crazy guy, you want to attack him? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making all 3 of them turn around in surprise. So what if I am? Dude calmly wiped his face with the back of his hand and slowly approached, surprising them. Even lions get attacked while hunting a wild buffalo. Seeing her, B's mouth curled into a smug smile. Oh my god. It's hard to believe. And just a second later, he loudly pounded his chest with full confidence. Don't lump me together with the one who always messes up at the first try. I'm not a lion, I'm a lone Siberian hunting tiger. Krat dismissively looked at him from behind and then spoke, making Break furious again. Dogs criticize cats for having too much fur. Dude contemptuously spits out a mouthful of saliva, revealing the truth. I didn't come here to joke around. This test is just a formality. She calmly recounts while watching them listen attentively. And the one who just fought is Red Eye. In the end, Dude's advice left Black Hun stunned and furious. And you're just the final catalyst to make him shine. Black Hun suddenly snapped while catching up on the situation. What the hell is this? Dude's face looks serious as he reminds me to just listen to this nonsense all the way through. Then she continued to hint at the previous chance encounter. I happened to overhear Screw's conversation at Heaven Pup. Do you know what he said? That he will hand over his position as the boss. Her confession only fueled Breakhun's anger even more. The boy angrily protested and refused to believe it. But she further defended her reputation. Yucha was there too, so if you don't believe it, just go and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Black immediately panicked at the thought of Skrull. No way. Du also became furious, clenching his fists as he remembered the humiliating scene earlier. He was just an unknown villain. That supreme title was just handed over to him so easily? Duak questioned Black Hun as he thought of Kang Yu and Screwell's faces. Aren't you furious that that wandering guy got Screwell's favor? The Screw we know isn't someone like that. Duak, with a determined tone, asked them, now that the decision is made, do you want to join us to fight against them? TR looked worriedly at Double Blade with a confused expression, causing him to also ask, what do you mean by that? Du's mouth curled into a cunning smile. Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous intent as she softly said, I've brought a few loyal brothers here, the more the merrier. By now the sky has turned pitch black, and only a large airplane can be seen. Inside, voices of conversations and flight attendants moving around can be heard. At that moment, a tray of food was placed on the table along with the gentle tone of the flight attendant saying, enjoy your meal. The polite female voice replied, thank you. After the flight attendant left, Yuri looked at his watch, still a long way to go. Then she picked up the knife and plate, looked out the window, and sighed with worry. Watching the quiet night sky outside, Yuri silently thought of Kang Yu. Kang Yu, is he eating properly? At this moment, he is still in his villain form, sitting alone and eating a sandwich while lost in thought. Kang Yu remembers Red Eye earlier when she left, giving him some advice. Eat this. It's very good for your health. Kang Yu calmly looked at the sandwich and muttered to himself. Good for your health. What kind of strange thing did he give me? Morris approached cautiously and asked, do you think he has some ulterior motive? While answering its question, Kang Yu suddenly saw something. My shoes always told me to be cautious of those who seem harmless. A pair of gold shoes slowly approaches. Dragon appears with a gloomy, annoyed expression, causing Kang Yu to stare in surprise. Then he quickly loses interest. He calmly said, just as I expected, you are my next opponent. But his voice then rang out, full of anger, his face darkening. What did you do to Screw? Seeing the enemy approach, Kang Yu immediately threw away the sandwich in his hand and asked confusedly, what are you talking about? Drek Han didn't answer but snapped back irritably, I asked what you did to Screw. Just as Kang Yu was still confused, he sensed CR jumping from behind onto the hammer area. A heavy, powerful hammer strike from him was about to land when he instinctively jumped away to dodge. Before he could react, Double Blade appeared behind him to attack again. Kang Yu's one eye flashed with a blue light. Then he swung his arm forcefully backward, hitting his target without hesitation. Watching Double Blade being pushed back, Yu quietly comments, a coordinated counterattack, huh? They too. After being hit by him, he quickly jumped back. You can't fight me, so you had to bring your friends too? Are you trying to compensate for your weak skills with numbers? He stands safely on the ground with a contemplative expression. Suddenly, Kang Yu's eyes widen in shock, only hearing the pounding of his heart. Du appears before him, amused and triumphant, and asks, Ba still isn't enough, right? Without giving Kang Yu a moment to reply, she charged forward with her elbow already aimed ahead, then struck Du in the stomach. Tweet is somewhere else, on the rooftop of an abandoned building, suddenly appearing with Screwell in Grow's impatient tone saying, is it taking so long? Screwell just finished sipping from his orange juice can and wondered curiously, I wonder how he's doing. Oh, that black duck? He doesn't understand, so he repeats the nickname out of curiosity before commenting. The black duck responds, saying he's a noisy duck. Screwell's subsequent expression remained neutral and indifferent as he crossed his legs. Come to think of it, he doesn't even have a proper name. Or maybe she cut him off and said, you're giving too much attention to that duck. I'm starting to get jealous. Then a long fingernail covered by a pair of gloves touches his chin. It's concern. Then Crow moved closer, whispering seductively into Screw's ear. Give everything to me and I will return it 1,000,000 times over or even more. But his concern still only focused on Kang Yu as he muttered thoughtfully, what name would suit him? Immediately after, Red Eye descended from above to the rooftop where they were sitting, calling out, oh, you two are here already. He approached while teasing playfully, are you a pair of lovebirds? Why do you always seem to be so close to each other? Screw directly changed the subject and praised Red Eye. Are you done with your task? You did really well today. Crow, seeing that, also pouts and begs, so don't interrupt or look annoyed. Ignoring the girl next to him, Screw directly used a nickname and asked about Kang Yu. And what about the black duck? But Red Eye, unaware, asked back, is there a duck for dinner? Who is he? Seeing that he couldn't answer, he immediately used the device to observe from afar and sighed. Oh my god. Seeing Screw's reaction, both Red Eye and Grow turned to look with curiosity. What's going on? But he didn't answer and just kept silent, observing. Screw's high-tech glasses continuously zoomed in clearly on the distant image. On the other side, the girl with the red bow tries to contact her teammate but is startled by a strong gust of wind. She turns her head back toward the blinding light flickering in the distance, holding her phone. A moment later, Kang Yu's powerful body was slammed against the concrete wall of a large building. His teeth clenched tightly, trying to suppress the pain as he stared fiercely ahead. Krat, wielding a large hammer, rushes forward wildly, but in the blink of an eye, Kang Yu dashes in, grabbing the handle of Krat's hammer and then delivering a straight punch to his face, knocking him to the ground. Seeing Krat knocked out, Breakon, furious, electricity surging around his fist, charged forward. But with just one spin, he managed to dodge. In fact, afterward, Kang Yu grabbed a tuft of his hair from behind, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he raised his fist, then slammed it down onto BH's face while Kang Yu was jumping on him. CR shouted angrily and charged forward, but with a single diagonal kick from Kang Yu, he was kicked away to the ground. Then, a strong aura of hostility from behind made him spin around in fury. As the large cup flew overhead, Kang Yu quickly squatted down and then leapt up skillfully, grabbing Duak's head to jump over. That only made the fury on her face more obvious, but at this moment, his knee was bent straight at face level of Duak. Kang Yu shows no mercy and kicks her in the chin, knocking her out. Dr. Han nearby trembles as he struggles to sit up with all his strength. He clenched his pain, still throbbing, and looked up at the blue light in front of his eyes. Bray looked at his serious and composed figure standing there and felt grateful. That arrogant bastard, he's too strong. Bray, furious, clutches his head in anger. How could I be dominated by this insignificant nobody? Gyar, lying helplessly beside him, asks, "Are you still alive, huh? Just thinking about you being trapped in an instant makes me happy." He glared annoyed at Kang Yu's cold and serious figure, silently cursing himself. Where the hell did this monster come from? Kang Yu's eyes are drawn to it and he glances to the side. Boyer, smug, holds a long spear in his hand. Maybe it's not that simple either? Hammerboy, standing beside him, couldn't see the amused expression and chimed in. The stronger the prey, the more it sparks the hunter's interest. Morris now also feels uneasy and reminds Kang Yu to keep watch. They keep coming. At this point, he also looked at them with disdain and muttered in annoyance. They will just be flies forever. Kang Yu's provocation successfully angered him. What the hell is this, you little punk? Immediately after, Poer received a glare from him, causing his legs to freeze in place. Poer's face also turned pale as a dark, ominous aura radiated around him, emanating from Kang Yu. Suddenly, a hurried voice and figure from afar rushed in, breaking the tense atmosphere. It was Ta. Iron Musk runs steadily with righteous energy, the protector of security and order. Iron Mask immediately jumps high as you approach, his hands crossed together and his eyes blazing. You loudly declare your justice and rush straight toward Kang Yu, but he just watches you run past and then turns aside to let Iron Mask crash into the rock ahead. He turned around to look at you and Moros with a confused expression. What the hell? Then, Hammerboy from behind raised a long hammer aiming straight at the nail in his other hand. With a powerful strike, the large nail was launched, starting the hunt. Fighting dodges again with a quick turn, and Kang Yu effortlessly charges forward once more, each step like lightning skimming across the ground. Seeing the urgent situation, Pointer appeared and stepped in front of Hammerboy, angrily shouting at him to get out of the way, you idiot. Boar didn't listen and smugly retorted back. Don't order me around, you bastard. Then he started spinning the spear in his hand, creating orange fire rings with an excited expression. I'll let you taste the sensation of regular grilled meat. He didn't hear a word and only focused on swinging his hand, which held the blazing blue flame. Seeing Kang Yu's power only made him more terrified. A blazing blue flame shot out, overpowering the red flames on Poer Hakoa's spear. He was immediately overwhelmed and struggled to defend himself against the blue flame. Hammerby Boy also looked in amazement at the blue flame and wondered, what is that flame? CR also was surprised and suddenly stood up, shouting in amazement, Is that guy a wizard? Causing Braycon next to him to also be startled and annoyed. Don't just stand there. Du, from behind, impatiently threw Krat straight ahead, urging him to attack faster. He was helplessly thrown away and shouted loudly, Stop, you crazy woman. But she didn't stop at just throwing Krat. Du gathered her strength into her hand and the power into the large wooden base. Then she used all her might to swing that big wooden cup forward and shout loudly to charge it. Dark sparks on Kang Yu's hand now burst out more and more powerfully. With a single swing, he split the large wooden cup in half. Thanks to Kang Yu's last move, someone leapt into the air crazily. Cross, furious and aggressive, swung his giant hammer, but he quickly grabbed the hot blade and stabbed it into the hammer's handle, causing it to crack and shatter. The hammer then broke in half, and he quickly let go, using the hidden strike. Kang Yu's yellow eyes once again flicked back, and he showed no mercy as he swung his slashing weapon toward Krat. Black Hu, with a pale face from fear, silently cursed inwardly. Damn it. He's from afar, watching Kang Yu knock out Iron Mask with a single move. Who the hell is this demon anyway? Then he threw a punch at Pointer's face without mercy. I couldn't even see a moment of hesitation flashing across him. Black Hun's teeth clenched tightly and trembled with worry. Could it be? He was terrified, imagining his teammates facing the giant Yu with its overwhelming power. We are the ones being hunted, not them. But they... At that moment, his leg was already wrapped in a tangle of purple strings. And finally, Yu's whole body was tightly bound by those twisting purple cords as a triumphant, smug voice echoed. Got you now! He nervously turned to the side and saw a small figure with big round eyes like an insect controlling the silk threads. Ben happily and mockingly laughed at him, knowing that in the end you would finally escape the trap. Kang Yu calmly raised his hand, looking at the webbing clinging to his hand, trying to find a way out. But these things were interrupted by her voice cutting through his thoughts. It's useless. You'll never escape. Bind then happily and gleefully explains that not only is your body restrained, but even your desires and connections inside you can't escape. Since both of them have shadow attributes, resistance is useless. Kang Yu looked disdainfully at the sticky webs on his body and muttered softly, "It's a poison attribute. My body feels strange. Damn it, I can't activate any power at all." Moros beside me suddenly calls out to CA, and I happily smile wide with sharp teeth full of pride, restrained by the despair of unavoidable escape and experiencing the sensation of hell. Seizing the opportunity, Du and Poer immediately drew their weapons and charged forward with fierce determination. At this moment, he aimed his long spear at him, boldly declaring that he would turn him into a pulp. But a second later, he had grabbed the shaft of the spear, surprising Poer even though at this moment Kang Yu's urgency had increased. Suddenly, a familiar voice from behind him rang out. "For the peace of Vinzoni, I will definitely defeat this rebel." Then Iron Mask charged forward like a gust of wind, stabbing into Kang Yu's back to deliver justice. Du, standing in front, praised while clenching her fist and rushing in, shouting loudly to remind her, then delivered a powerful punch to his stomach without hesitation. "Here you go." Not stopping there, Crack quickly joined in and drove an elbow into his waist, relentlessly attacking him with a barrage of moves, mocking, trampling, crushing, and emasculating him. Kang Yu's spirit is now in shock with vacant eyes. He ignores them, continuing to trample on his body and insult him. "Damn it, you lowlife! Is this all you've got?" Pathetic. Kang Yu from before appeared with a contemptuous mocking tone, uttering provocative words. "Are you so desperate as to take my body and think this is all you have?" The words continued to echo in Kang Yu's mind as he looked at their faces trampling over him. "Then just shut up. That only makes you more furious," grinding his teeth tightly. All his unhappy memories now resurfaced, bringing him a sense of despair. Suddenly, Du and Poer were struck by lightning, terrifying him. Morris's eyes also suddenly widened as he looked at him. Kang Yu's eyes now shone like headlights, bursting with energy. The image of the ruined building appears through Screw's glass as he, Crow, and Red Eye ride their horses closer to the building. "Are you sure you're worrying a bit too much?" she asked, watching Screw's back. "What could possibly happen? Screw is just being careful again." "That would be great if that's possible." His glasses flashed with a blinding light.
But if many people get hurt, it would be troublesome. He suddenly froze when he saw something in his glasses.
Gro was startled and panicked by what he saw. Red Eye also froze in shock. The three of them were all stunned by the scene before them. It seems the building before them is enveloped in a thick black aura, swirling like a dark fog that blocks out all light around it. Screw realizes that something serious is happening. Du-Ak was so stunned that he cursed at fate. Bor was speechless with shock. Tiar and Breakhan both gaped with wide eyes, stunned by the scene before them. The figure of Kang Yu standing amidst the dark bone curtain. One eye glows deep blue like an abyss. The other blazing gold like burning flames. Ben, affected by Kang Yu's killing intent, trembles all over, his voice quivering, and the connection is severed. Seeing her about to give up, Du clenched his fists and growled, "Don't waver, we just need to crush him again." Kang Yu's eyes blaze with realization as she acts, and hundreds of dark black arrows fly out, with him effortlessly summoning hundreds of dark arrows. They rush at the villains at the speed of light, piercing straight toward them like a rain of death that cannot be avoided. Some dark arrows shoot straight into the ground where they stand, causing the earth to shake and shatter into pieces. Du-Ak struggles to dodge each black arrow as they pierce through different spaces, hitting their group. Gray and Grat quickly dodged. All of them were surrounded by giant black arrows. Du falls hard to the ground. She struggles to sit up. Du-Ak grits her teeth in anger. Truly insane. Kang Yu's body sparks with lightning as he clenches his teeth and shouts each word, "I am here for revenge." His entire body radiates dark energy. He cannot stay here. Screw jumps to the ground and observes from a distance. Gro, confused, asks, "Is that the black duck over there?" Screw remained silent without replying. He activated his glasses and assessed the situation. The mana points have exceeded 2,000. Gro and Breakhunt are shocked and scream in horror. 2,000. No way. Red Eye grits his teeth in frustration. Exceeding 2,000 mana points is a disaster of epic proportions. I'm worried and wondering what we should do. If we keep ignoring him like that, it will be dangerous. Screw remained silent, thinking without replying. He gazed into the distance in deep thought when suddenly Morris's voice rang out to stop him from doing something reckless. Casey calmed himself down. "Is that the extent of your authority, Cassie?" It tries to use all its words to persuade him. "Where's the warrior spirit you always pride yourself on? Wake up to Morris's voice." Casey quickly regains his consciousness. "I'm awake now." He clutches his head in pain, observing the situation around him, but his warrior spirit still burns fiercely. "Did you think I wouldn't come back after losing myself?" There's something stuck on his neck. Don't underestimate my mental strength. Moros stared in shock. Kang Yu rubbed his tired neck. Moros still shows disdainful judgment, but it's thanks to the DSP red that someone gave to him. Screw cheered with joy at his condition. He managed to break. Crow beside him looked regretful. "It's a pity we finally had the chance to see his full strength." Screw's infrared glasses lit up again. Thanks to these glasses, he discovered that his mana points had dropped by more than half compared to before. "Are you just simply losing control?" Moros asked Kang Yu with concern. "Are you okay?" He sighed tiredly, feeling a bit dizzy. Then Kang Yu looked up at the villains writhing on the ground. Kang Yu cleared his throat and challenged them. Do you still want to continue? Du gives up, grinding her teeth and trembling as she curses. The mother of that damn BH suddenly stands up and admits defeat. Surrender, we lost. Seeing him do as he pleased, Du was furious and shouted. Who gave you that right? She shouted in fury. If you want to back down, just surrender on your own. Du clenched his teeth, unable to stand Brecken anymore. He stepped forward, grabbing her collar and punching her in the face. Bree erupts in fury, shouting curses and telling them to shut the hell up, while clenched fists threaten. Being defeated by him already made me feel ashamed. But now you won't even admit your defeat? Black Hand gritted his teeth, trying to hold back. Are you planning to throw away what's left of your pride for the dogs to chew on? Du grimaced and clenched his teeth, cursing. Damn BH, keep talking. If you want to keep fighting like that, why don't you go explain yourself to the boss? He said, turning his head to look at the approaching squirrel group. Du was startled and taken aback as Sil and the other two glared down at him with aggressive looks. Sil steps in front of Kang Yu and announces, You won. S smiles faintly. Congratulations on passing the test. Kang Yu glanced at them sideways, clearing his throat as if provoking. Are you satisfied now? Screw burst out laughing. Of course, now you're part of the Venzone family. Kang Yu relaxed his body and chuckled softly. So I fell into Skrull's arms because I was standing right in front of my family. So I'll take a nap now. Philadelphia International Airport, the American flag fluttering in the wind. Yuri looked at her phone screen, dragging her luggage while muttering under her breath. Is Kang Yu already asleep at this point? As Yuri stepped out the door, she saw a man holding a sign that said, Welcome to Yuri's team. She opened her eyes in surprise, gently smiled, and greeted. On the way, Yuri was deeply grateful, thanking him for coming to pick me up. Sir Manager, the blonde-haired man politely asked, Please just call me Shin. Would you like to go to the temporary residence first? On the car, Yuri gently praised, You're so considerate, and Shin immediately responded. It's nothing. She's just curious and making conversation. What kind of person is the hotel manager? I asked with a smile. He's very charming and loves his job. He saw her interest and added, Right now she's on a business trip, so you'll meet her in about 10 days. Yuri was a bit disappointed. I see. Please continue to smile professionally and feel free to ask me any questions. Thank you for your kindness. She gently smiles and gazes into the distance with determination. From now on, I will do my best. The scene returns to the HC orphanage. Kang Yu innocently said, I will become a fool like Depp. Depp, who was lost in thought, suddenly snapped back and looked at his younger brother. He gently laughed and asked, So you don't want to become a cool villain like Kang Yu's old man said? Back then, people didn't know anything yet. Seeing the flower bloom before my eyes, Depp softly called out. Then he curiously wondered why you wanted to do something wrong. Kang Yu excitedly waved his hand and laughed because he always fights for justice. Jeff burst out laughing at the innocence of the kid. Haha, taking the side of justice? You're really just a kid pretending to be something else. Seeing him laugh as if mocking himself, young Kang Yu shouted in anger. Hey, are you laughing at me? JP's tone suddenly changes 180 degrees and says, Listen carefully. Kang Yu, confused, turns to look at him. Humph, Depp ponders. Not every chess piece is on the side of justice. He looked confused, not understanding why not all the wrong factions would defeat the evil villains. Depp pretended to understand everything. Is that so? Kang Yu asked curiously. So who is truly on the side of justice? The villains? Depp silently looks into the distance before clearing his throat to give Kang Yu an answer. Someone who fights for justice. Kang Yu looked at his older brother with wide, innocent eyes. Ji gently pats the boy's head and continues to explain don't blindly believe in what you think is obvious. What you believe to be justice may actually be different from true justice. He tries to gently remind Kang Yu to become someone who does what is truly right. He smiled brightly at him when suddenly a loud noise called out. Casey Moros shouted loudly. Kian, it was this call that brought Kang Yu back to reality. He suddenly woke up, and the sight that greeted Kang Yu was the ceiling. He looked around carefully. Kang Yu sat up holding his head. Where am I? Moros exclaimed happily. At last, you've finally woken up. Kang Yu finally noticed it and asked, Are you the one who called me? Moros remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, a light caught Kang Yu's attention. The person sitting opposite him was Screw. He crossed his arms and laughed. I thought you were still asleep, but it turns out you're already awake. Screw looked like he had been waiting for him for a long time. Kang Yu's expression returned to normal as the scene shifts to the Korean branch of Lamp. Yu-chan's footsteps echo down the hallway as he stops in front of a door and politely knocks. Yu-chan opens the door and greets him. Senior, congratulations on your early discharge. But the entire room was pitch black, and I didn't understand why DeWong was kneeling on the ground. Yu-chan turned on the light. He asked worriedly, What are you doing turning off all the lights? Wong remained silent without answering. Yu-chan anxiously called out to the senior twice. DeWong raised his sword and cried out loud. Yu-chan, my sword, he keeps crying louder and louder. I can no longer hear the sword of the 4 North Pole stars. Yu-chan was stunned and confused, not understanding what he just said, as he tremblingly held his sword and screamed as if it had lost its soul, its vitality completely drained. Yu-chan looked bewildered and said, I've never heard of this before. He must be Dae-Wong. He suddenly guessed the culprit, losing his composure and crying out loud. Black Rain must have done something, otherwise who else could it be? Unwin cursed his ancestors for 18 generations as Yu-chan sweat helplessly, watching his brother go crazy. The scene shifts to a bustling street, specifically Heaven P. Screw raises his glass in admiration. This is the top restaurant in Vinzone. He raised his glass to celebrate Kang Yu passing the exam. Today, it's on me. Kang Yu again showed an attitude and asked, "Is this really the only place we can go?" Screw chuckled and changed the subject. "Come on. All of this is to help Big Brother Che increase sales. Oh, and I also personally punished those who caused the embarrassing incident during the test. Hope you're satisfied." In Kang Yu's mind, the image of Do's group fighting as the dishes are served suddenly appeared, and Screw casually invited them to feel at home. Kang Yu glanced at the plate of food being served and asked in a tone that sounded sarcastic, "Is this place always so generous?" Che laughs and explains, "It's to celebrate him becoming the Gadam district boss of Vinzone." Kang Yu looked confused and asked what the boss was talking about. "Where did you hear that from?" Screw laughed and asked for another orange soda before answering Kang Yu's curiosity. He was so overwhelming that even the top players recognized him as the boss. "What about my match with you then?" Sue casually dismissed it and ignored him. Kang Yu continued to show his true attitude. "I refuse that big folding chair. I hate complicated things." The head manager turned to look at Cheha with a puzzled expression. "Are you planning to put it on his bill again?" Cheha nodded with a smile. "The steak will be billed to the new boss. I'll take care of all those troublesome things for you, even sending you your monthly salary." Kang Yu understood it differently. "So I will be a puppet boss. Screw tries to persuade you. No matter what, I want you to become the boss of Vinzone." He smiled and pointed at him, saying that Gadam district of Vinzone needs a leader with strength and charisma like him. Kang Yu still refused firmly. "You think that's all it takes for everyone to follow me?" He sighed with a look of disappointment. "They will only find me annoying." Screw laughs, full of confidence. "There are also many people who think the opposite." He casually rested his arm on his head. "But I believe in you. Nothing can change my decision. I'm sure this is the right choice." Hearing that, Kang Yu suddenly woke up and remembered the question ZP had asked. So who truly stands for justice? Someone fighting for fairness? What you believe to be justice may very well be different from true justice. Be someone who does what is truly right. He slammed his glass down on the table. Screw could see the hesitation in his eyes. "Oh, right. You still don't have a nickname yet, do you? I've come up with a nickname for you. Continue ordering the black duck spicy dish." Suddenly, Kang Yu interrupted. As soon as C finished speaking, he immediately returned to a serious demeanor, causing Cheha to gape in surprise at what he said. Kang Yu stands up carefully thinking. Psycho Capsan no longer exists. Kang Yu continued to think carefully. From now on, Xion will be the name of a villain with a thirst for revenge. Kang Yu clears his throat with determination. "My evil reputation is C." Kang Yu heads to the rooftop of a certain building. He leans on the railing, lost in thought. As the wind picks up, a plane flies past in front of Kang Yu. Morris, seeing him lost in thought from behind, asked, "Are you worried about that sister of yours?" Kang Yu shook his head in denial. "Nothing's going to happen." Morris, still curious, asked, "I haven't asked until now." But then it paused for a moment and directly asked him, "Is strength what makes someone join Vinzone?" Kang Yu chuckled softly and said, "Having strength isn't a bad thing at all." Thinking of Skrull, he smiled and continued, "If you have some valuable allies by your side, I need to become stronger first." Kang Yu honestly expressed, "The more I move my body, the stronger I become, and the more I use skills, the more proficient I get. As long as those Lampus guys are still causing chaos out there, the only way to forge my heart is to join Vinzone." Kang Yu thought about his own strength with a look of surprise. "I don't know if this is due to the potential of a disaster villain, but thanks to it, I even gained a dual attribute never before known." Kang Yu finished speaking, raised his hand to catch the sunlight, and then continued to reply, "If trained properly, I might take my first step in my revenge journey." Moros interjected, revealing that we might even discover the whereabouts of the annihilation sword that JP is trying to find. Kang Yu was stunned and looked over at him, catching his more determined and serious gaze than ever before. He cleared his throat and reminded him, "You forgot your damn ass, didn't you?" Kang Yu stiffened and recalled. He leaned against the iron fence, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, a faint smile forming at the corner of Kang Yu's mouth. Finally, he realized that he had truly become the boss of Vinzone, and the scene shifts to Sega High School in Gadam District, specifically to the second-year class of the first grade. It's now recess, so everyone is gathered in small groups chatting animatedly. Na-Oh stops in her tracks as she passes by her two friends' table. She asks curiously, "What are you guys looking at?" A friend showed Na-Yu her phone with the latest news from Gadam District at Vinzone. On the phone is an image of Kang Yu. Na-Yu immediately recognizes him. The black-haired girl reveals that he's the latest addition to Vinzone. The brown curly-haired girl hugs him trembling. "Don't you think he's pretty scary?" A short-haired girl looks excited and thrilled. Anyway, if Na-Yu's brother catches her, she's basically doomed. The girl with black hair immediately agreed. "Yeah." Na-Yu's brother even caught the serial killer. Bladrain, after all. Gao was stunned. While her friends were chatting excitedly, Na-Yu froze as she read the news on her phone. Remembering Kang Yu's appearance back then, she couldn't believe it. Was he a clone of Venzone? The scene shifts to the rooftop of a building where Krat, Brecken, and Double Blade gather to look at the phone screen. Jahan roars in anger, "Hey, come on, you're being too annoying." The dialogue box is displaying the latest information. Gatham District, high-level villains you should never overlook. The top spot goes to Cleaner, followed by Iron Massic in second, Screw in third, Grow in fourth, and Cassie is ranked fifth. Who the hell did this, huh? TR sneers sarcastically. Be honest, you're probably bitter about not being part of it, right? Black H angrily grits his teeth and swears. Your dad's craving it. And what about you? CR smiles proudly. Flex, I'm ranked 6th. Hearing these words makes BH even angrier. CLM is all full of thugs. Double Blade calmly scrolls through the page and says, "This isn't right." Black Hun cheered happily as if he had struck gold. See, it's not that strange, right? Double Blade was a bit curious, but why did he choose Sinyan as the villain? When I hear him ask, Krat also wonders about it. Well, I also find it strange. Dragon, like a wooden head, grits his teeth. And what about Cassie? TR immediately reveals that it's the name of a top-tier guild. Black Han frowns in confusion. Is there anyone like that in the army? Seeing his clueless and silly expression, Krat sneered. You're the only one acting clueless. That guy isn't even that famous. Are you sure you're the villain? Mocked like that? Dr. Han shouted in fury. My father cares about the traitors. That bastard, I will crush him with my fist like bones. Double Blade looked at his phone and continued reading. He just did that recently. Black H was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" Double Blade continued reading. He was hunted down for killing a colleague. Just from that, CR figured it out. Oh, is that so? I've heard about those spiritual things before. Hearing these two talk, Black Hun just kept humming in confusion. So Double Blade explained, if you use the name of a fallen flag to commit evil, you can gain new power. Black Han sighed and showed indifference. What the hell is that? He smirked mockingly. You believe that nonsense, Ngunguk VC. Is your brain still working? TR speaks to bring him back to reality. There are more villains doing that than you think. If they look around Venzone, they'll definitely gather a few people to watch. The atmosphere between the two of them is starting to smell like gunpowder. Dr. Han sneered with laughter. And that idiot is you, Trang. Haha. CR grits his teeth and responds. You're making me angry. Shut your mouth. Tom's Double Blade mind reluctantly becomes a mediator for these two. Stop arguing. You guys were just released from the punishment room yesterday. Then he gazed thoughtfully at his phone screen. Is it just a coincidence with that name? The two behind are still arguing nonstop. Want to fight? You're lucky this time. If not for Double Blade, they would think of Kang Yu, and a new power would shift to a training basement and get him Venzone. Kang Yu's wet feet step out of the shower. He ruffles his hair and breathes a sigh of relief. Morris from behind asked, "Are you training twice as hard today?" It seems worried. If you keep going with this approach, do you think your body can handle it? Kang Yu cleared his throat and refused. Don't worry, I'm still training within my physical limits. I have changed from who I used to be. I think my body has changed after the last Berserk incident. Moros silently observes him with half an eye. A sudden knocking on the door interrupts. Screw clears his throat and calls out, "Are you in there? Can I come in?" Kang Yu turned around, still changing clothes, and replied, "Just a moment, I'll be out right away."
Moros silently judges from behind. You're not in a villainous state right now.
After changing clothes, he and Screw walk down the hallway. Curious, he asks, "Are you not doing anything else besides training all day?" Kang Yu looks serious and urged, "Let's get to the point. No more beating around the bush. There's an urgent meeting." "Do I have to be there too?" He sighed helplessly. "You're the boss." Kang Yu continued to be curious. What are they talking about? There's no need to reveal that the prisoners in the punishment room have escaped. As he pushed the door open, he explained, it's just a matter of them fleeing. But where they're heading is to Venzone's Boxon district, in an abandoned old factory. Barracuda sat heavily in his chair, looking down and scolding. You messed everything up, almost got yourself killed, and now you still dare to show your face here? Du bit his lip, bowed his head and listened to his scolding, looking no different from a useless pile of shit. The smoker beside him chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. After all, Gaddam district has already changed hands, and it seems that arrogant Screw is now outdated. Barracuda puts the cigarette in his mouth down, gritting his teeth with satisfaction. Give me a week and I will seize the entire Gaddam district. He cleared his throat and explained that Venzone in Gaddam district has about 400 residents, with around 100 villains among them, and the rest are just snack eaters and homeless people. His voice grew a little lower because living among the villains had made the words normal seem worlds away. In the Vam District Gaddam meeting room, Screw looked at the digital screen in front of him and explained. Du and Pointer, the escapees from the punishment room, are confirmed to be moving together. Their images are clearly projected by him, and after escaping, they headed toward Venzone Boxon district. Kang Yu asked, there are 4 Venzone in Seun, so why are they heading towards Boxon Venzone? Sil looked annoyed when mentioning those people. Because our relationship with them isn't very good. Kang Yu asked again to be sure. Are they competitors? Screw, switch the screen and keep revealing. Those people are eager to find an opportunity to attack Gaddam district. Even after being politely warned several times, they continue to ignore the situation. Kang Yu's eyes suddenly show interest as he sees the person appear on the screen. He asked, curiously, "The boss of Vinzone Baksan district is Barracuda." Red. I nodded in confirmation. Yes, it has to be him. He turned to look at him, a ruthless and fierce villain who was always ready to fight. Kang Yu widened his eyes in amazement. RS looked at his face and saw a change in expression, then turned and said in a calm voice, "Don't panic just because he's ranks. He's all about gadgets." He revealed Barracuda's fangs, which are his most valuable weapon, and there are rumors that he owns a real magic crystal. Kang Yu seemed a bit interested in that, a real magic crystal. Red Eye continued explaining. "The forces over there are much larger than ours, but that's not really the issue. It's also because they have high-level villains on their side." He cautiously suggested that if those people intended to attack us, I am sure they already have a plan. Scar E intervened, saying that even if they are quick-witted, they cannot attack without a valid reason. Crow thought of a good idea. Just pick a nice day, come up with a seemingly reasonable excuse, like Miss Ta smiling and pointing out that the villains from Gadam District are incompetent, and then we can step in and take control of Vinzoni District on behalf of your inept selves. Seo nodded in agreement with her, but he trusted Kang Yu completely. There have been a few incidents like that before. After all, if the two sides faced each other directly, we might not necessarily lose. He smiled and looked at him because we already have a reliable secret weapon here. But Kang Yu suddenly stood up and left. Sil was startled and asked, "Where are you going?" Kang Yu coldly replied with a single word. Sil was confused and bewildered. "Why would the boss be standing outside at a time like this?" Kang Yu interrupted coldly. "Midterm exams are coming up. I need to go study." He tries to persuade him. "So of course you have to." Bracon and Red Eye laugh in confusion. Midterm exams are coming up. The scene shifts to the next day. Yu-chan has an appointment at Starbucks. He laughed in surprise, saying we haven't met in half a year? Really? The person sitting opposite speaks in a half-hearted tone. "So please, try to contact them sometimes." UC Trang shrugged and picked up her tea. "I never ignored your messages anyway." "Sa," the intern responded with a faint voice. "And you never bothered to contact me first either." He closed his eyes, pretending to be indifferent. "It's already autumn now. Graduation day is also approaching. What are you planning to do?" Chan looked confused, not understanding what you meant. Jae-ho asked with a hint of curiosity, "Are you planning to actively participate as a flag bearer or move on to university?" The handsome looks of the two have attracted gossip from the Ondua crowd. Both are celebrities, and they're both so adorable. Yu-chan looked thoughtfully at the cup of tea in his hand and replied, "Of course, just like before." Yu-chan lowered his eyes and continued, "Ideally, I want to be Chudu and gain experience for myself." Jae-ho looked into his eyes and advised, "Then from the start, instead of going to an ordinary school, you should choose a training school for false flags." Yu-chan looked out the window with sadness in his eyes and spoke in a somber tone. "That was my father's wish."
Jae-ho frowned as he looked into his thoughts and sincerely advised that if he became a rank officer like his late father. Knowing what he meant, Yu-chan interrupted to explain.
"So that's still not enough." He tiredly explained, "I want to become a high-ranking vice commander. That's why I want to face that beast with the pigs." Jae-ho looked Yu-chan straight in the eyes, silently assessing, then spoke sincerely to offer advice. "When you're at the top, people judge you by your combat ability, not your magic rank." Jae smiled calmly. "For an assistant like me, that goal is almost impossible." Yu-chan, seeing his smug expression, spoke up to bring him back to reality. "Among them, there is also a fellow assistant." Jae-ho sighed helplessly. "There is still one person left." Suddenly, he changed the subject and complained, "That's enough. If it were you, I doubt you'd dare to rise to a high-ranking position." Yu-chan was a bit speechless when he heard him continue. "You've caught the serial killer's name. It's Black Rin. That's an incredible achievement." He remained silent, lost in thought, giving no answer. Jae kept rambling on, regardless of whether he was listening or not. "After the incident with Blood Rain, many students at my school started using him as a role model to look up to." Yu-chan hesitated before explaining. Actually, before he could say anything about that, a notification sound from his phone rang out. Yu-chan picked up his phone to check. "Maybe it's a message from Na-yu," so he asked. "I have to go meet my sister for a bit." "Do you want to go with me?" Daihuat asked casually when mentioning Yu-chan's sister. "Oh, nah, is that you? I haven't seen that girl in a long time." "What's going on?" Yu-chan shook his head in response. "It's nothing serious. Coincidentally, Kang Yu was passing by this shop as well." Moro stands nearby, curious. "Where are you going?" Kang Yu responds lazily. "I need to buy a book." The scene shifts to Vinzone Baksan district, where a terrible smell emanates from Vinzone's house. The heavy footsteps of Barracuda echo through the punishment room in Vinzone Bakjian district. In a pitch-black room, he was holding a madman captive and burst into a delighted laugh upon seeing Barracuda arrive. "My toy, my adorable toy. Where did you take my treasure? So you guys want to play hide and seek?" The person tied up asked, "Have you seen my toy anywhere?" Barracuda cleared his throat coldly. "I threw them away already." These words only fuel the madness of the blonde crazy. "Throw it away. If you keep provoking me, I'll tear your tongue out. Instead, I will give you a new toy." The blonde madman chuckled mischievously and excitedly asked, "What is this new toy?" "When you get to Gadam district, you'll find it." It only fuels the madness of the yellow-haired lunatic. Gadam District, that's my turf. Barracuda is still not satisfied with the crazy blood of the yellow-haired lunatic. He adds a taunting remark, still not forgetting Screw, right? The crazy blonde man laughs with delight. He is the boss of Enzone Gadam District, the dear friend I long to gouge out the eyes of. Because he has been locked up for so long, Barracuda revealed that he is no longer the boss of Enzone Gadam District. The crazy blonde keeps laughing non-stop. Barracuda unties the chain and orders him to go to Gadam District. His eyes are full of scheming. There will be some very interesting toys waiting for you there. The blonde madman grins excitedly, eager for the upcoming game, as the scene shifts to a bustling street where Min Young, scrolling through her phone, startles at the sound of a call. Min Young, that is, nah you, she waved and called out with a smile. Over here. You arrived early. Did you wait long? Min Young shook his head gently and replied, I just got here. Nah you? I was worried when you called from an unknown number. It kind of shocked me. Minwai was about to tell her, but then stopped. I changed my number after being discharged from the hospital. She avoided Natsu's gaze. I just want to forget about it. Thinking back on those things makes me sad, and I don't want to talk about it. The two girls continued to walk around, with Min Yang asking along the way, And what about your older brother? Nawu replied in a hesitant, stammering tone. We went to the bookstore and decided to meet there. Minwai handed her the gift bag, scratching her ear nervously. This one. She lowered her head shyly. I bought it as a gift. Nah? Receiving it in surprise. Really? Minwai A blushed shyly. I am a cute girl who gives love to receive love in return. Nayu glared and asked her friend with a question mark, and the two girls continued walking to the bookstore. Nayu picks up the book and sniffs it, looking like an idiot. Minwai A just asked, Are you doing something? Nayu excitedly replied, Smelling the scent of books? She explained. I really like the smell of books in the bookstore. Min Yang looked at the book in his hand with a puzzled expression. Really? Nah? I happily ran off saying I still wanted to buy one more book. I'll go find it now and come back right away. Minwai Ong looked at her back and called out, Let's go together. She looked surprised. What kind of book are you looking for? Nayu looked at the discount flyer, which even a dog could follow. Delicious Korean dishes are super easy to make. Limited quantities available. Reply now. The cookbook that my older brother needs is only sold at the store. She's focused on finding it. Where is Korean cuisine? Mentioning Na's brother, Min Young blushes with admiration. Is Yu Chan looking for it? I never expected that. After a while, Nayu finally found the book she was looking for. She excitedly shouted out loud. Found it. Nayu reaches out to grab the super easy Korean delicacy recipe book. But someone snatched the book from her hands, and Nayu hurriedly turned back to try to take it back. Sorry, I took that one first. The other person arrogantly said, What are you talking about? I was the one who touched it first, so it turns out Kang Yu was the one who took the book. With a quick glance, he recognized Nayu. Kang Yu hesitated. She is on, quietly observing and assessing the girl that day. Seeing the confused expressions of the two girls, Kang Yu silently thought, It seems she's fine now. In the end, he decided to give the book to Nau and take it away. She hesitantly took the book from his hand, then Kang Yu coldly turned and walked away, leaving the two girls in shock. Moro sighs regretfully and says, Looks like Mai won't get to enjoy homemade dishes anymore. Kang Yu softly reassures him, No need to rush. What if I ask the staff if they still have some in stock? Min Yang looked at his back and asked, Do you know that person? Nawu shook her head, indicating she didn't know him. She was lost in thought. Then the scene shifts to another place where a thug angrily punches a punching bag hard. He excitedly shouted, Wow, my team is a bit wet now. New record. The accomplice with glasses sitting next to him sneers sarcastically, Why are you so crazy just playing by yourself and having fun? Ki-hun leaned against the wall, sighing nostalgically. Man, this is so boring. I miss the times we tormented that kid so much. The mysterious black-haired guy wearing glasses asked, What's wrong with you now? The blonde guy is lost in his own world again. This will be a new record. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed in the ear. Is there nothing fun to do? Are you looking for something to pass the time? That voice belongs to Toy Maker. The three thugs, startled, huddle together in suspicion and shout, Who the hell are you? Toy Maker pulls out a box and offers it with a beckoning voice. Here you go. I will give you a special gift. I just gave you that because I saw how cute you looked trying to find a way to entertain yourself. The guy looked at Ki-hun with confusion. Why do you look so terrified? The three thugs are not interested in the gift in his hand and are trembling in fear. Who are you, a villain? Toy Maker was not surprised by their reaction. What's wrong? You don't like it? If you don't want it, you can refuse. The three thugs stammer in fear. I was also planning to refuse. Then I will refuse it. Toy Maker arrogantly raises the gift high and laughs. I refuse your refusal because I'm not happy at all. He slammed the gift box down and burst out laughing in a strange way. During gift-giving time, I bet you'd love to do that. The gift box is slammed directly onto Ki-hun's head. The other two trembled as they watched this scene, the gift blending seamlessly with Ki-hun. His fiery red eyes and extended tongue further fueled Toy Maker's twisted nature, especially as he looked at the pale faces of the other two. See? It turned into a cute little toy. He sticks out his tongue, licks his lips excitedly, and says, "Why don't we play with the toys together?" Back at Jasmine Bookstore, where Yu-chan and Na-yu are hanging out. Inside, the store is very cool and quiet. Both Yu-chan and Jae-ho turned around together when they heard Na-yu's voice. Her older brother excitedly waved his hand. "I'm here." As soon as we met, he asked right away, "Why are you standing there waiting? We could have met at the coffee shop." Na-yu answered casually because she wanted to buy a book. Yu-chan, surprise, asks about the book. Seeing her, Jae-ho blushes slightly and softly greets. "Hello, Na-yu." Na happily shows off the cooking book she's holding. "I brought the book you were looking for." Yu-chan reached out to take it, surprised at himself. "I was just saying it offhand, thanks." Jae-ho is amazed by this side of his close friend. He cooks. Yu-chan nodded and replied yes. "Just a hobby." Jae-ho looked surprised. "This is the first time I've seen a real cookbook in person." Yu-chan asked Min-young how she was doing. "Have you fully recovered yet, Min-yang?" Min-young blushed shyly and replied, "Yes, I am fine." Na took out the gift she received and handed it to Yu-chan. "Hey, Min-yang, I want to give this to you." This only makes Min-young more embarrassed because he already saved you the other day. Yu-chan remains polite. "It's just S's job. Please accept this gesture of kindness." Na turned around instinctively after hearing Thungan's apologetic voice. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Her words made Kang Yu feel a bit sad. The book he just mentioned has already sold out. We almost sold out immediately. Suddenly, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Everyone was in an uproar. "What's going on?" The sound is getting closer and closer. Yu quickly runs out. Kang Yu frowned in suspicion and looked outside, then shouted a warning for everyone to lie down. As everyone bent down, a crashing sound echoed out. The glass door shattered. The furniture in the shop collapses. Na-on slowly opens her eyes in confusion. What is that? A shadow is in front of them. Is this the interesting toy that the toy maker mentioned, or rather his victim? In an old, unremarkable building, the steady sound of screws being tightened echoes. Still sitting idly in front of the big screen, looking lost. Midterm exam? He sighed deeply and said wistfully, "Probably busy with exams." At the same time, the big screen broadcasted the latest news update, with the news anchor solemnly announcing, "We have just received reports that in Gadam Shopping District, a group of monsters wearing watermelon hats are raging. The police suspect this is the act of a villainous terrorist. We will now connect you to the reporter on the scene." Syl was quite surprised. A gift box? Crow never knows when he'll walk up and comment a few words. The timing of when he watches the news is just perfect, isn't it? She watched the video carefully and muttered to herself, "Who else could have done this but that guy?" Those gift boxes look familiar, right? Crow's words suggest to Skrull that it's all about one single person. After being destroyed by you 3 years ago, that crazy dog ran away. The scene shifts back to the bookstore where it all happened. Everywhere is noisy and bustling. Yu-chan stands in front, shielding his younger sister. "What is that? A villain? That's strange." Uhan beside him fell silent as the strange man with the gift box shook his head and let out a chilling laugh. The box lid suddenly popped open, revealing a series of bizarre toys emerging. They rush straight at Yu-chan's group. The monkey leaps forward and strikes down with a powerful blow. Yu-chan dodged instinctively. Another bear was about to ambush Jae-ho but was knocked out by him. The remaining fish, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, moved closer to Na-yu and opened its beak, ready to attack. Na-yu and Min-young screamed in fear, but the fish was struck with a punch before it could reach them. Kang Yu suddenly appeared and stood in front of the two girls. He slammed the thick book into the fish's face, knocking it out cold. Naeon stammered and said thank you. Kang Yu is still distracted watching the fish on the ground. Its colors are fading. He was stunned to realize it was a dummy. Over there, the monster with the fan box on its head was still wreaking havoc, continuing to make terrifying sounds. Diho shouted a warning. "Watch out, something might burst out again." Yu-chan Tianfang charged forward. "Now we will subdue him. Use run to support." Diho decisively replied, "I'll handle it." Yu-chan struck firmly, with only one thought in mind. The villain must be eliminated. At that moment, a shout rang out, trying to stop him. "Stop!" Kang Yu shouted loudly, "Are you going to kill a civilian?" Uhan immediately stopped and turned around, facing the person standing in front of his sister, and continued to clarify. He was an innocent civilian manipulated into a puppet and controlled, with the villain holding him hostage as a pawn. Jae-ho was shocked. Is his puppet being controlled? He secretly doubted the truth of that statement. How could he know? Kang Yu recalled the advice he had been told to remember earlier. If you're a false flag, then think and act accordingly. I'm telling you to think carefully and stay calm. He sternly reminds the person in front that the most fundamental rule for all traders is to ensure the safety of the people. Think carefully and keep a cool head. Yu-chan is trying to stop the villain but still keeps his attention on them. He immediately reacts when he hears what Kang Yu mentions. How does that guy know the basic laws of the first world so well? Kang Yu noticed his distraction and snapped coldly. Do you think you're so free that you can turn around and look behind you instead of ahead? The monster is about to ambush Yu-chan, but he snaps back to awareness, sensing the danger and immediately looking back. Luckily, Yu-chan can dodge the attack in time. The teammate behind shouted, and Yu-chan moved away from that guy. Jae-ho clasped his hands, ready to strike. Yu Qian quickly stepped back, his mind in chaos, thinking that if this person with the box on his head is truly not a villain, as the other said, and if he is just a civilian being controlled, then the strange man with the gift box grins and steps forward. Daiho watches carefully, timing his attack, not yet locking onto the target in front of him, restoring the swirling energy around the strange man. Yesterday, a face gradually appeared in the fading haze above, revealing only a young man unconscious and unaware of what was happening. "Is it ready now?" Manhwa excitedly cheered with admiration. "Is he really cool?" "Nah?" Stunned into silence, Kang Yu muttered to himself, "Look, he's not a villain. I was right." The gift box above that person's head gradually disappeared completely. Daiho let out a relieved sigh. He has returned to normal now. It's thanks to my power. I'm so cool. Nah? He glanced briefly at the person next to him. "You're right." Kang Ut suddenly throws the book he's holding onto the ground. Na Yu screams in shock. "Hey, what are you doing?" Daiho next to him also cried out in panic. Yu Chan simply watched silently as the scene shifted to the current street scene, where the gift box monsters were brazenly causing chaos everywhere. The whole street is in chaos, with dust and smoke filling the air, as many civilians are chased and can only cry out in helplessness. "Help me!" The toy figures jumping out of the gift box are just as unruly. They disturb each target as they pass by, with the ringleader watching from above, smiling proudly as he sees everyone enjoying themselves. Suddenly, he froze as if he had just realized something. The villain twitches his ear with the annoyed tone. "Seems like someone is messing with his toys. Should I go punch him?" He sneered, "I guess I have to find him. Where is he hiding? You trashy little pest, don't go anywhere." Just as Toymaker was about to leave, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him, staring grimly. "That person is Screw." Toymaker turned his head back, grinding his teeth as he forced a grim smile. Screw calmly said, "I am sure I warned you already." He lifted the giant screwdriver in his hand and tilted his head to remind you, "If you dare cause trouble in Gadam District, I won't let it slide." Toymaker burst into wild laughter, as if he found something hilarious. He shrugged and kept laughing. "I don't know anything." "Why should I listen to those words?" Toymaker licked his lips with his tongue, saliva continuously dripping out. "Happy, happy, happy, happy." He shows a truly perverted expression, foolishly grinning widely. "I'm so happy to see you again like this. Your eyes, your dazzling, mesmerizing eyes." Screw remains cold and silent. He couldn't hold back anymore and decisively charged to attack him. "I'll rip it out and take it away." Toymaker laughs maniacally, claws aimed straight at Screw, and of course Screw won't just stand there and take it. He immediately took a defensive stance and counterattacked. A strike directly to Toymaker's side, he quickly sensed something was off. The figure in front of Screw gradually disappeared, and he finally recognized the monster's form. Still staring, he watched it shatter into pieces and fall at his feet, annoyed as he muttered, "That's too eye-catching." He was so angry he started laughing and said that, "Honestly, I don't welcome their return at all. I'm really starting to get fired up." The scene shifts to the deserted ruins of Sunvenzone in Bakjian district as the voice of the broadcaster on TV echoes steadily. "We have just received reports that in Gadam shopping district, a group of monsters wearing gift boxes are raging wildly. The police suspect this is the act of a villainous terrorist." The person in front of the big screen remains silent, but that's not enough. Barracuda sits with his subordinates watching the situation. The opening act should be exciting and impressive. "That's the only way to entertain the Gadam district dogs," says one of them. "We might as well just charge in and destroy everything. He's an evil anchor rock, right? As long as I can freeze everything, it doesn't matter what happens." Barracuda sneered maliciously. "I don't care what you do, but don't touch Screwill. That careless guy belongs to me." The woman standing behind stepped forward, complaining, and took the best one for herself. A is calmly running her fingers through her hair and speaking as a villain rank smoker. "Should I take her down? Lately, I've been craving chicken so much, I wonder what smoky flavor it would have. Everyone here is so eager, no one can sit still. So I can choose whichever I want, right?" Barracuda replied cheerfully. Relaxed, the moment he opened his mouth, the villain Black Ghost. He rarely shows excitement, because both of them share the same Moonshadow attribute. "I'm a bit interested in this guy named Kashion now." Smoker looks surprised. That's unusual, to think that someone could actually interest the Black Ghost Master. Barracuda also rarely shows concern for others. "Are you talking about the one recently appointed as the boss of Gadam District?" He sneered. "Do whatever you want." Drag Ghost lowered his eyes and replied, "Thank you." Smoker suddenly remembered another matter. "But what about Toymaker?" Barracuda chuckled indifferently. "Anyway, I was going to kick him out. His role is just to kick off the festival and do what needs to be done." "Oh, just joining in to tease. That's so cruel." Barracuda rested his chin on his hand, smirking sinisterly. He was extremely confident, showing he had everything under control. "This time, Gadam will definitely be in my grasp." Back to the street scene, chaos and screams fill the air everywhere. The monsters with gift boxes openly roamed around, while the toys chased after and threatened innocent civilians. They could only hold each other and run quickly to find a way out. Just as chaos erupted, a blue streak shot past. That energy flow envelops the monster's name. They cry out loudly. The box-headed monster was subdued and collapsed on the main road. Daiho cheered loudly. The rescue was complete. He He looked at the victim, who had returned to their original form and was lying unconscious, exhausted and panting. This was already the third one. The person next to him said, "We need to catch the villains before anyone gets hurt." Daiho was a bit worried. "Hey, do we really have to go after them seriously? It's too dangerous. I've called for reinforcements, so if we wait, Yu-chan will do as he pleases. The longer we delay, the more furious the villains will become." Daiho asked him, "Do you know who is behind it?" Uhan replied softly, "The madman from the rumors." The toy maker said he had seen that name in the records of villains from Vinzonagadam district before. Uhan's face immediately turned serious as he remembered that villain. He is a dangerous man, willing to do anything under the guise of joy. As the scene shifts to another area, Kang Yu is walking when he receives a notification on his phone. He pondered for a long time, making Moros curious. What's going on? He directly reported the situation. "Screw, get in touch with me." "The mastermind behind this is a guy named Toy Maker," Moros comments. "If he's contacting you directly like this, he must be pretty tough." Kang Yu also agrees. "It seems he's also nearby. You look around, but first we need to get out of here." Moros nodded in agreement. It's too crowded here. Kang Yu was focused on handling the main matter, so he didn't notice Na Yu following closely behind. Just dodge a bit and it would be fine. She raised her voice and called out loudly, "Hey, where are you going?" Kang Yu sighed. "Oh, I've been caught. The Na Yu family's kindness in suggesting you stay alone is dangerous. Come with us." Min Young also finds it reasonable. "That's right, Na's older brother made the wrong call, so staying with us would be much safer." Moros sneers mockingly. "Think you can slip away easily?" Kang Yu found himself in a tough spot and silently thought, "This is serious." Before he could respond, suddenly a problem arose, and he stared in shock at the scene before him. A monstrous figure with a fierce grin is holding a box of fruit, aiming to throw it at Na-on and Min Yang's heads. Kang Yu reacts instinctively and dangerously. He rushed to hold them tightly and pull them aside, then shouted behind him as an explosion erupted just as he feared. He let go of the others and quickly turned his attention to what was happening behind him. Yu-chan and Zhou, who were nearby, also paid attention to the commotion. The monster laughs mischievously. "Wow, that was quick." Yu-chan just looked over and hurriedly ran over. "Nah." A figure steps out to block their path. Toy Maker faces S directly and asks, "You're the one who messed with my toys, aren't you?" "I have to give you a good scolding." Jay was stunned and speechless. Toy Maker. Yu-chan is momentarily stunned. "Is he coming this way?" Toy Maker grinned happily. "Do you know me? I'm so happy. Since I'm happy, I'll give you a gift." He takes out a box and keeps rambling. "This is a special gift just for you. A special item." Toy Maker quickly ran over to the two facing each other and shouted loudly, "It's a rare item!" Yu-chan immediately countered, throwing a punch. Toy Maker saw the flame approaching and hesitated, but he struck back with incredible speed and power. Fire. The villain still has a mocking smile. Of course, he hasn't learned to fear yet. Yu-chan decisively throws a surprise punch straight at his face. "Take this." Yu-chan swung his hand, delivering a punch to knock out the villain. He loudly recited his own motto, destroying the evildoers. The villain was knocked flat on the ground with a punch, crashing down onto the floor, and Yu-chan suddenly noticed the phone lying on the ground. He thought to himself, the phone looks so familiar. The reason is very simple. Yes, it is Kim Yu-chan's phone. Can Yu stood aside watching the fight and then spoke. "Can you see it?" Moros nodded. "Yeah. I saw it. Not bad." Na is the one who threw the phone right in front of him. At that moment, Kang Yu noticed something, a faint aura of energy surrounding her hand. He quietly guessed that it wouldn't be long before this girl would awaken. Kang Yu's attention shifted to something else. Even Jae-ho nearby looked surprised, let alone Yu-chan, who widened his eyes in shock. The toy maker he just defeated looked strange, like a mannequin. The chilling laughter continued as everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Toy Maker calmly stepped forward and said, "You are such mischievous children, daring to recklessly destroy my toys." He gathered his strength and sneered, "Well then, another gift box taken out by Toy Mir." He arrogantly tilted his chin and said, "I have many interesting toys." The scene shifts to the Lampus branch in South Korea. Dae hurriedly runs over and says, "Sorry, I just went to the bathroom." "You're hopeless. Because of you, Uhan is in danger." He's directly beating the village drum again. "Senior, you changed cars? It looks amazing." Dion snapped irritably, "Hurry up and get in the car." The car speeds down the main road. The two inside update each other on the current situation. The attack is happening in the center of Gad Dam district. Joan frowns with tension. If this continues, the damage will increase significantly because this is a district with a transient population and no fixed settlement. De Wong scrolls through a series of information, surprised, and exclaims, as expected, "The gift giver Toy Maker has returned." The person next to him sneers seriously. "So now you finally realize that?" She kindly shared more information. Kim Yu-chan's teammate has reported and requested backup, and only now is Dae Wong realizing the seriousness. Yu-chan reported that he was at the scene alone, but how could he be there by himself? Dae-sun calmly responded, unsure if that was a stroke of luck or not. But it seems that S. Joe, an apprentice assassin, is with him. These words are unlikely to ease Dae Wong's worries. He anxiously took out his phone and said, "I will call and tell them not to do anything reckless. Wait for us to arrive." June recounted. "I told them to find a safe place and hide until we arrive. It would be troublesome if they act recklessly like during the confrontation with Blood Rain. She is a bit cautious about the current situation. Anyway, this matter is quite suspicious. A missing person who disappeared 3 years ago suddenly reappears. Interrupting, he says, a person we can't understand what he's thinking. Maybe he's just too exhausted to keep hiding." June did not hesitate to dismiss that thought of his. An optimistic mindset is good, but the world doesn't work that way. She considers carefully, as not only are the villainous regions in Korea experiencing unusual changes, but June also recalls a series of recent events, as if someone is deliberately trying to incite a conflict. It seems like the villainous regions are fighting each other. If that happens, who will benefit? She immediately tensed up and furrowed her brows at the thought. If there's a bastard trying to take over the villain territory, he would be the one to benefit. I don't know if June's words just now reached his ears or not. He's still panicking over something else. Yu-chan's phone is off. No, don't tell me Toymaker did it. Jason had to calm him down, stay composed, and call back. The other side muttered, "I am calling back now." Then he suddenly jumped up in a panic. Oh my god, he's not answering. Something must have happened to UAN. Jasoon also lost all patience with him. "I told you to stay calm, you fool." Screw's tracking device hovers and scans every corner, recording the surroundings. Toymaker excitedly introduces new gift boxes to the urine. He creates countless boxes and hums a cheerful tune. "Come here, let's stay together forever. I mean, just enjoy yourself until you drop." Toymaker finished speaking and immediately threw all those strange boxes forward. Uran teleported forward to handle each box of fruit one by one, fiercely punching to destroy them. As it burst open, a bunch of toys jumped out, and those strange toys rushed at Utron, grabbing onto his arm. He, gently clutching his arm, let out a small cry as Toymaker stepped forward, laughing maniacally. "You have received a unique item, a colorful sticker." The man grins happily at Yu-chan. "Soon, you will become the greatest toy of all." "That's wonderful." Yu-chan struggles to remove the strange toys from his body as Kang Yu, standing nearby, urges him to hurry up. "Hey, that blue-haired guy, are you just going to stand there watching while I get anxious for you? Use your power to Jaichu Yu-chan now." Jae-ho only snapped out of his restless state after being reminded by him. Toymaker immediately noticed the commotion and stared wide-eyed, shouting in disbelief. Jae-ho quickly launched his move without hesitation. His recovery technique proved to be truly effective. The strange toys quickly disappeared from Yu-tran's body, and Toymaker watched helplessly as his creation shattered, screaming in agony. "No!" He angrily lunged at Jay, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Stop destroying my toys." Uwan quickly runs to support, focusing his attack on the back of the guy. Toymaker was thrown far away, and he seized the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. Toymaker is no pushover, so he immediately recognized Yuan's intention. He suddenly reappeared, easily dodging all of Yuan's attacks, then unexpectedly grabbed Yuan by the collar in front of his stunned eyes. "Got you now." He lifts you up and laughs maniacally. "This is an extremely rare item. You should feel honored to become one of my toys." A sudden shift occurs as a surprise attack strikes the man, a swarm of dark shadows rushing in to entangle the Toymaker and completely control him. He shouted, "What the hell is that?" Yu-chan seized the opportunity and threw a punch. "Who is your toy?" He clenched his fist with all the suppressed anger. That bastard Toymaker has gained another chance to fly through the air. He falls from above and crashes flat on the ground. Jae-ho anxiously runs over and calls out Yu-chan's name. Yu-chan finally has a moment to closely examine the black object blocking the Toymaker. He reached out to touch it. The move just now immediately made Yu-chan think of Kang Yu. He found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, a figure stood on the roof of a nearby building watching everything, scratching his chin thoughtfully. He sighed involuntarily. Could he really say he saw nothing? The scene then shifts to a corner of the room, where a news report is playing on the TV. There was a bombing at the Gedem shopping district yesterday afternoon. The host asks June if the Toymaker villain is behind this incident. She immediately gave a confident answer. Yes, the villain's reckless actions caused many injuries and property damage. The man continued to analyze the issue. Recently, the villain has been causing crimes in Gadam district according to her. What is the cause? June quickly answered the question. The villain zone is an area established to control villains and prevent them from harming society. She added that, according to statistics, cities with villain zones have lower crime rates than those without. Jason also mentioned that recent crimes by the villains in Gadam district were due to negligence in the villain zone. The host then said, "Thank you." So, what does she think is the necessary solution to this problem? That question doesn't seem to trouble June. After some thought, she expressed her opinion. "I believe a reconstruction and special measures are necessary in Gadam district's villainous area. If the recent incident had not been intervened by the clergy, the casualties would have been much higher." The host agrees. "That's right, I heard that the trainee priests Kim Yu-chan and S.J. Ho played important roles in this incident. Kim Yu-chan's recent activities are very noteworthy. What do you think? They are very talented apprentice priests of the Lampa Society in Korea. According to the information received by the host, there have been proposals to shorten their apprenticeship period." Yu-chan listens and looks solemn. You remember Dae Wong's words, feeling proud to be my partner. After this, you probably won't be a trainee priest anymore. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Teeth clenched. Damn it. My father remembers the confrontation with Kang Yu. It was the same back then. And this time, that bastard. He always wonders why a villain would save someone. What is his true purpose? What is he trying to do? Yu frowned silently, and at that moment, when Yu saw the photo, he realized that the villain's name was C. He couldn't take his eyes off his phone. The image of the villain kept flashing in his mind, truly a figure to be wary of. At the same time, inside an old building, someone's voice echoes. Things are getting complicated now. A discussion is underway here. Ha is still calmly eating a half-bitten cookie, Choi Seop continued, saying someone wants to destroy the villain district Gadam and even slanders through the media. Sil laughed loudly, full of contempt. What can the media do? Choi Seop calmly sips his cool drink, as the evil district of Boksan has declared they will take over Gam district. Ha immediately mocks, calling it an official declaration of war. Aruma doesn't seem to put much stock in this news, Sil wondered. What about the other villainous areas in Seoul? Are there no signs of activity? Choi Yosei quickly responded. They remain silent like mice. I think they are just sitting back and watching what happens. Still, it's likely that this will happen to them in the near future. In other words, they know this has been planned. He's also a bit curious. So, we're going to be the first victims? Do those amateur thugs look that easy to beat? Choyose laughs happily. If you need me, I am ready to help for free anytime. Screw calmly replied. Are you part of the underworld? Are you bragging about what you have to do? Hearing that, Cho-I immediately retorted. But we have an unbeatable secret weapon. As he finished speaking, he suddenly felt strange. Why wasn't he here? Hearing that, Aroma immediately sniffed. Sure enough, even with a sniff, I couldn't find his trace anywhere. Ha agrees. He's really a bastard. Sil guesses and checks his watch. I wonder what time his midterm exam is now. Probably not finished yet. Hote and Aroma are a bit surprised, while Iose frowns in confusion, voice full of suspicion, still during the exam. Someone's voice echoes from the rooftop at Gadam High School now. You're okay. Everything's fine. It's Kangyu eating and chatting at the same time. I cook and eat very often. Don't worry about me. Just take care of yourself. Hey sis, I was on the phone and suddenly turned around to find Yu Chan was already there. Kangyu quickly ends the ongoing conversation. I need to go to the bathroom now. Let's talk later. The other side also quickly responded. Yeah, do well on your exam. As soon as he hung up, he turned to Yu Chan. Kangyu shot a cold glare at him. Yu Chan also responded with a cold attitude. His gaze was full of hostility. Kangyu, I have a few things to say. Right now in the city center, cars are bustling by at a seemingly luxurious place, which is the Vesperna Hotel. Yuri walked along, focused on her phone, seeming puzzled by Kangyu's abrupt hang-up. Is it worried enough about the exam? Should I tell it to take some anti-anxiety pills to keep in the drawer? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, and she turned around, looking a bit surprised. Shin hurriedly ran towards her, voice tense. Are you here? I called you but couldn't reach you. I just called home briefly. Is something wrong? He smiled and told her, no, that's not it. I came to see you because the general manager just returned from a business trip. Please continue. He really wants to meet you, manager. So instead of going home, he came here. Yuri was so surprised by this that she had to ask again. Really? The two of them went to the CEO's office together. When they arrived, he cautiously announced, we're here, then immediately pushed the door open and entered the room. In the room, a man is quietly observing something outside the window. Hearing the request, he suddenly comes to his senses and cheerfully introduces himself, saying, I have brought the manager, Mr. General Director. At this moment, Yuri thought to herself that he was the CEO. The man had made a move which was really rude of Dongda to call her like that. He extended his hand to Yuri, pleased to meet her, and Yuri couldn't help but be surprised. The CEO smiled confidently, but with a hint of cunning. Nice to meet you. I am Vincent. At this moment in high school, Yu Chan and Kang Yu are still talking. Kang Yu is curious. What do you want to say to me? Yu Chan gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then spoke seriously. Thank you for what you did yesterday. Without your help, we would have been in trouble. Kang Yu doubted and didn't believe the gratitude. So he's here to thank you? Yu Chan calmly responds. In that critical moment, you remained calm, assessed the situation, and acted without hesitation. Even as a priest, I have to learn from you. Kang Yu. Uhun hands the bag he's holding to Kang Yu, speaking softly. Oh, Kang Yu also has no idea what's going on. What is this? Is it from Kwa? Moros was also very curious. Yu Chan replied, my sister said giving you this is really a gift. She wants to thank you for your help yesterday. You don't look entirely convinced. Let me tell you about this. Besides me, she has never given a gift to any boy before. Yu Chan handed the gift back to Gang Yu and advised him that it's hard to earn her trust. So he should cherish it. As Yu Chang turned to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, he was a bit hesitant. You probably saw it yesterday too. Yu Chan kept hinting at something, while Kang Yu in black clothes had no idea what was going on. Yu Chan glanced at him as if probing something. Receiving silence from Kang Yu, Yu Chan turned to leave, waving goodbye as he went. Don't worry about that. Good luck on your midterm exam today. Yu-chan just left, and Kang Yu immediately opened the gift. Morris was curious. There must be something inside. Kang Yu agreed, we need to open it to see what it is. As he opened it, what was inside surprised him. It's quite interesting. It's a book titled Even a Dog Can Follow. Korean cuisine is super simple. Now, in Gadam Venzone district, only a pile of ruins remains, with a group of people gathered and working. That's Screw and some others. It seems like he's scouting something. Set up a perimeter here. Hammerboy quickly takes on the task. Leave it to me. Screw immediately reminds him to make sure it's strong enough. Then he turned to remind D-Do Dog to dig a trap in front of the fence. Really deep. Very deep. So Dog wondered, do we really need to dig a deep hole? How deep will it go? Seeing everyone so busy, Crow wondered if those guys from Boksan would really come. Screw confidently said, I am sure they will come, so I placed everything here. He added, they want to spark a war with us. Did you do well on the test? You arrived early. Kang Yu just remained silent without replying. At this moment, Hammerby Boy is working drunkenly, delivering powerful and decisive hammer strikes one after another. Truly a super furious hammer, and even then, he is not to be underestimated. You're unleashing your ultimate move in the hall. Kang Yu, curious, wonders what you're doing. Hammer in the hall. Screw immediately explained that we are preparing to counter the enemy's attack. Kang Yu immediately asked, those bastards from the distant place, huh? Crew responded instantly. Of course, dummy. Screw confidently declared that even with only 13 people, if we prepare well, we can win. Seeing Kang Yu turn and walk away, he quickly asked, where are you going? Kang Yu coldly replied, to meet Che-ha. Screw it, I can't go drinking now. Looks like he's done a bad job. A master should seize the opportunity, Crew immediately suggested. Should we go grab a drink? Just the two of us. A while later at Heaven Pub, a man was tidying up and eavesdropping on the conversation. Che, trying to act arrogant. How much do you want to buy high-grade magic stones? Kang Yu replied without hesitation. He won't name a price and keeps beating around the bush with everything he has. Looks like you have a lot of bullets. Just so you know, we're not selling debts right now. They're very expensive. Kang Yu didn't care about what he said. He just wanted to know a specific price. Che-ha frowned, didn't answer, and his eyes were full of suspicion. He couldn't help but doubt Kang Yu's offer. You're going all in, right? This isn't fake money from the bank, is it? Then Che-ha moved closer to the liquor counter. From 2 slots in the cabinet, he opened a secret passage. Trey looked at Kang Yu with an excited and determined expression and decided, I'll show you the goods first. Follow me inside. Kang Yu follows Che-ha. Inside the secret passage is a long staircase leading down to a deep basement. Immediately, Che-ha takes out 5 boxes and places them on the table. He confidently declared, I have 5 high-grade magic stones. Kang Yu shot back sarcastically, not as many as I do. Che-ha recounts that recently someone came and bought a large quantity to give to someone else. Kang Yu wasn't very interested and simply asked, and the price? Che-ha, the mute, smirks as he looks at the invoice. This is the price listed on it. As you know, magic stones are not an ordinary commodity because they have much greater value and are also high grade, so their price isn't cheap. Kang Yu immediately cut in. I will buy everything, so give me a 20% discount. Che-ha smiled a very friendly smile. It's a tough situation. Still, Kang Yu remains very determined. Then I will buy 4 pills and you give me 1. 4C plus 1. Che-ha feels extremely annoyed, smiling on the outside but storming inside. Are you serious? In the end, he had no choice but to give in. Fine, I'll sell at the price you want, but you have to transfer immediately in return. Kang Yu quickly took out his phone without any unnecessary movements and gave me his account details. Memories related to this account have been mentioned by Kang Yu before. I am the only one who knows about a secret bank account under the name CON in a Swiss bank. Did you set up an emergency fund? Kang Yu replied while typing. Z told me to do that just in case something happened. He lowered his voice and said, I'm in. He just logged in when a website appeared, making Moros exclaim, oh, he immediately marveled. That's a significant amount. Kang Yu sighed again. If he had known this would happen, he would have invested all his assets into it. Moros, hearing that, wondered, what do you plan to use this money for, Kang Yu? I intend to invest this amount to build my strength. Che-ha is now making a good profit and is very happy, enjoying trading with you. Let's do this again next time. Kang Yu just left and he immediately picked up his phone to check, wondering if he really spent such a large amount in one transaction. Who is he really? The weather in the city today is perfect. At the same time, Na Yu and Min Wai are chatting at a coffee shop. Na Yu immediately asked, what should we eat? Min Yang quickly suggested. 3 mango pancakes. I like this dish. The atmosphere inside is quite relaxing. Perfect for a chat. After a moment, 2 glasses of ice cream were brought out. As soon as Min Yang saw the ice cream, he was extremely excited. It looks amazing. I need a sweet morning. On the other hand, Na Yu hesitated a bit. Too much mango. While Min Yang was happily enjoying her ice cream, Na Yu asked, did you save us yesterday? Do you remember where he went? Again, I told you from the start, but you immediately guessed he probably went home, right? Na Yu is also half convinced, isn't she? Na Yu scoops the ice cream and puts it in her mouth, but her mind keeps drifting back to the chance encounter with Kang Yu rushing past. She tried to call out to her but couldn't. Na Yu froze in place. Manhwa saw Na Yu freeze it and immediately called her. Na Yu snapped out of it. Na Yu's hand trembled so much she couldn't hold the spoon. Min Young saw this and immediately asked worriedly, "What's wrong all of a sudden?" Na Yu's fragmented memories are automatically piecing together, and at that moment, she suddenly realizes that he is the one. On a beautiful day at the cafe, 2 colorful fruit ice creams sit on the table when a voice suddenly rings out. "I'm going to the bathroom first." The other person agreed to stay at the end of the hallway. Na-on walks down the corridor, unaware that Black Ghost has silently appeared behind her. Behind the mask and disheveled hair is a pair of eyes full of murderous intent. Na Yu rinsed her hands at the faucet and let out a sigh. Na Yu continued to think, and that time I'm sure Min Young didn't see. She took out a tissue, gently wiped her hands, lost in her thoughts. And I think my older brother also no longer cares. What will happen to him? If it were me? A silent hand full of deadly intent quietly closes the bathroom door without a sound, while Na is still lost in her thoughts about him. Suddenly she was startled by a sound behind her as the image of Black Ghost with swirling black mist reflected in the mirror just in front of the door. Na turned around in surprise and asked, "Why are you here?" But he didn't answer her, his cold face showing no expression at all. The afternoon sun casts longer shadows through the window, and the ice cream in front of her is almost gone. Min Yang looks at the phone screen displaying the message chat with worry. It's so late already? He still ignores his messages and is on the phone with someone else. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced into her ears, startling her. Everyone in the shop ran away in fear. He is a villain. Min Yang quickly stands up and watches as the so-called villain slowly steps out of the smoke, carrying someone else on his shoulder. Nah, I can't move my body. She froze in place in fear as the villain suddenly spoke. "Are you her friend?" That guy threatened and then walked away, passing the message to his brother. "If you want to get your sister back, come find me at Vinzoni in Gadam District." The fiery red sunset shines down on the ruined buildings as Black, Krat, and Doubleblade walk together toward a metal fence. Black Han asked in surprise what the hell had happened here, and Doubleblade explained that they were preparing in case the Boxon team launched a surprise attack. They did a good job. Dr. H suddenly jumped and kicked the iron fence. "What do we need this for? Shouldn't we just charge in and attack them?" CR standing by with arms crossed, disagreeing. Even a dog like Kong sometimes barks something that sounds pretty reasonable, huh? Break Han grits his teeth, raises his leg to step over. Should we go there ourselves and deal with them? Doubleblade quickly panicked and hurriedly reached out to stop him, anxiously warning, "Don't go any further. There's a trap on the ground." Dr. H, hearing that, hesitated and turned back to ask, "A trap?" "It's a landmine." Doubleblade also carefully pointed it out. Both sides have them. That guy kept bragging about how hard he had worked. At that moment, CR called them both. "Hey, let's go." He looked into the distance and stopped. CR points to the right and asks, "What's that?" Both Break and Doubleblaze looked at each other in confusion. What's going on?
Over there, a red figure from head to toe is rushing forward. CR hesitantly says, "Isn't that Kim Yu?"
Breakhan, after hearing that, was even more confused and asked again, "Which bastard is that?" "The villain from the district is causing trouble." Doubleblade suddenly shouted, "Is that a mistake?" The villain is a mess. Lately, he's become a hot topic on the internet. That blazing red figure raises their head to reveal a handsome face and determined blue eyes. Breakhan opens his mouth wide and screams. "That's a false flag." Krat at the back was also startled when he realized who the other person really was. A golden light enveloped the black glove clenched into a fist of Breakhan. He charges forward fiercely with his fist crackling with lightning. "Get out of the way, these are mine." "Sire dares to show up here too." Doubleblade and Grat are startled by this. Bray rushes straight towards UAN, grabbing some food to confront that Sire guy. "I will make you regret daring to step into Vinzone." Yu-chan creates a flame in his right hand, growling menacingly. "Get out of here. I came to find my sister." Black Han, hearing that, grew even angrier. "Little sister, what are you barking at?" Dad is angry now. Suddenly, Yu-chan stepped on a strange spot. Only then does he realize too late. A trap? A blue light explosion tore through the ground and rocks around. Black Han gritted his teeth and asked, "What is this?" Then he suddenly stepped back, finally caught in the explosion trap and fell down, only able to scream out loud, "Save me!" Standing amidst the smoke and dust of the explosion, CR sighed and said, "Who should I call the idiot?" Doubleblade next to him didn't bother to reply out of boredom. Then from Gadam District, in Kang Yu's private training room, stands amidst a whirl of golden magic, raising his hand to feel the shifting power. He stares intently at the swirling golden energy in his hand. "How does it feel after swallowing all 5 high-grade magic stones?" He coldly replied, "It's never a comfortable feeling. Use your eyes to check my status." The status screen displayed all the detailed information about the villain Cassian. Kang Yu expressed a bit of disappointment. Mana points are 860, barely reaching the level A or B mana threshold. Moros reminded, "I told you before." The mana points from high-quality magic stones are no longer worth even money. Then it continues.
"But if I have a genuine high-quality magic stone, that's a different story. Otherwise, you'll just have to keep consuming a large number of high-grade magic stones." Kang Yu raised his hand, channeled magic, and replied, "I'd rather train until I die and come back, then swallow a bunch of these.
Moros, with a mischievous look in his eyes, repeated how he lost control in his previous frenzy with a gleeful attitude. You can choose, but if he knew how much the mana points had increased during the last rampage, he would be thrilled to see it. What is this? Why does the skill name have numbers after it? Moros explains that the skill has been upgraded. Enhancement? Hearing that, Moros immediately recalled. Hoy, with BL, you should now be able to wield 2 shadow swords at once, right? Kang Yu replied. I must have used it unconsciously. He stroked his chin, pondering as he looked at his status screen, never having trained to enhance his skills before. Are all villains just a bunch of con artists, so giving mana points means strengthening skills? Kang Yu considers enhancing skills in other professions. With flags, skills will be unlocked and developed through intense training. In rare cases, false flags can create new skills by combining existing attributes. He advised himself that he should spend more time strengthening his skills rather than relying on magic stones. Kang Yu recalls the past, and now, with many spells at once like before, it's quite impossible. But he clenches his fist and makes a firm decision that one day he will take revenge on Lamp. Kang Yu suddenly realizes something and exclaims excitedly, Wait, a combined skill? Moros, who is floating nearby, also turns his attention and opens his eyes wide to look this way. Kang Yu's right hand concentrates magic, summoning a shadow sword the size of a hand, engulfed in blazing black flames with dual darkfire attributes at the blade's tip. Test complete! Kang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Huh, I did it! Moros couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Yu was still proud of what he had accomplished. It's a success! Moros hovers behind, wide-eyed, unable to find the words. It's so shocking and suspicious of life that it always combines things so easily. Huh? Then, Moros suddenly remembered Jeff's words, that C's potential is the greatest among the top-tier Sairyu. He sighed and looked down without saying anything. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door and a voice from outside drew the attention of both Kang Yu and Moros. Casey, are you in there? Sil keeps calling from outside the door. Someone is looking for him. Kang Yu responds lazily. What are you talking about? Who would come looking for me after eating so much wild boar? Kim Yu-chan asked, wondering why a spy would come to Vinzone. Both Kang Yu and Moros turned back, puzzled. Kim Uan was at sunset in Vinzone Baksan district. A drone flies over the rooftops. Steady footsteps echo through the dim and old corridor. Break Ghost carries Na Yu on his shoulder, walking slowly as black magic swirls around his hands. The door being pushed open makes a chilling sound. Smoker tilts his head and speaks. We're here. Break Ghost has brought Na Yu in front of her and Barracuda. Seeing her unconscious face, he propped his chin and smirked. Break Ghost said, I will lock her up in prison. Barracuda nodded in satisfaction. Okay, go ahead. All right then. With approval received, he quickly disappeared, leaving only a cloud of black smoke. Smoker stood beside him and asked, Are you planning to corner the villains of Gadam District? Barracuda didn't deny. Then there will be something interesting to watch. The news now shows an image of Kang Yu. It will soon become a hot story, revealing that he is the shameless bastard who kidnapped a relative of a Seiko. Smoker also smirked sinisterly after hearing this. This is definitely a tasty bait for the Sin Gang, isn't it? So bad. They'll soon be surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. Barracuda is also very pleased with his perfect plan, and people will turn their backs on those Gadam dogs. The blue magic rises from his hand, and they will be completely isolated. Barracuda's eyes are full of malicious intent, his fists clenched tightly, revealing deadly intent. When that moment comes, we will attack Gadam. The late afternoon sun bathes Vinzone and Gadam district in a fiery red light shining through the closely packed buildings as Uhan, blinded by hatred, pulls at his pants while Kang Yu, arms crossed, looks down from above. Are you saying I kidnapped this guy's sister? Gro asked. Did you drag him out of the trap? Exactly, I sigh. Corner him. Disgusting. It ruins the mood. Kang Yu thoughtfully stroked his chin, recalling the image of Na-U in his memory, then decisively denied it, saying, It wasn't me. Why would I do something so crude? Screw immediately agreed in support. Oh, that's impossible. He twirled the screwdriver on his finger, his voice full of judgment. Kidnapping is not enough. Now they want to blame you too. Those damn scoundrels are trying to drag us down with their dirty tricks. Yu-chan, now fed up, gritted his teeth and snapped, Don't bother me with this, and then shouted in anger. Where is Na? Where is my sister? S stops twisting the screwdriver to suggest a solution. Are we going to attack the mountain now? First, I think we should clear up this misunderstanding. You're really cold-hearted. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up and let him go. Both Screw and Gro turned back. Yeah, you act indifferent and aloof. Weren't you all trying to clear up the misunderstanding? Despite Kang Yu's good intentions, Yu-chan still cast a hostile look at him. An electronic screen displayed an image of Break Ghost taking Na away. Everyone was watching and discussing. Luckily, we were one step ahead. Who waits until the cow is lost to build the pen? It's all just selfishness. Nothing admirable. Everyone present is gathered in front of the screen. Screw is proudly showing off. In case they do something stupid, I've sent a drone to the bureau. Crow praises. The image quality is always top-notch. Did you upgrade the drone's camera? The resolution is so clear. Finally, someone asks the key question. Who is this guy? The camera zooms in close to his face. It's probably Break Ghost since he has a transformation ability. Kang Yu asks again about the transformation ability. Skrull explains, I guess just looking at it can't really describe it, right? He has turned into you. Hearing that, he immediately shouted out loud. Huh, what part looks like a mess? Go up to the corner and check again. He adjusted his fire extinguisher glasses and said, really? Looking again, it doesn't really look much like you. Yu-chan, with his chin stroked thoughtfully, does look like 2 drops of water. Kang Yu got his answer and then turned away. Whatever, forget it. Once we find the culprit, just grab them and beat them up. Are you leaving now? He angrily replied, what else could I do? I was falsely accused of kidnapping. He insisted it was an execution but was suddenly interrupted by a call. Wait there for me. The one who just spoke is Yu-chan. Kang Yu turned to look at him. Yu-chan suggested, if you're going to Venzone and Boksan District, take me with you. I need to save my sister. Kang Yu replied indifferently. Do whatever you want. Bess chuckled teasingly. You're not planning to go alone, are you? He's our boss after all. Gro sits down beside me on the sofa, propping his chin with his hand and showing his interest. Then, I'll go too. S turns completely around, a mischievous smile on his lips. The preparation itself is even more exciting than the raid. Then he finalized, today we will attack the floor. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. It was Brehund, Krat, and Doubleblade. Bra is the one who just kicked the door open and barged in. He loudly demands, we're coming too. Black Han walks in confidently and says, so much fun. Whoever plays such a small game? If you're going, take us all along. Relying on that momentum, they all got excited and followed along. We're about to teach those arrogant bastards a lesson. This is fun. Only the Doubleblade is the only one who doubted and still managed to win. Kang Yu doesn't care who goes or stays. If someone wants to leave, we won't stop them. But you slightly turned away earlier. We have something to settle now. Sil has also noticed, huh? Both of them stare at Yuan. He hesitates, confused by the intense gaze. Lavio's Hotel. Inside, the luxurious and elegant interior design features the president's room and changing room. The table is full of jewelry adorned with sparkling precious stones. It's absolutely stunning. Yos gazed at them intently, marveling and whispering. No matter how many times he looked, they still took his breath away. My precious If-hei is sitting behind and sees this, she will speak up. Here we go again. Watch out or you'll get a punch in the mouth. Aren't they all stolen goods? Trash. Meanwhile, he was still lost in the beauty of the sparkling gems. My sparkling little gems. I love you so much, my little ones. Oh my god, you're so beautiful. My precious treasure, oh Moa Moa. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated repeatedly, drawing Yosep's attention. He still gazed at the gemstone on the necklace in his hand and nonchalantly answered the call. What's wrong? I'm very busy right now. Even time to play with the little gem pets is gone. I'm waiting for the work report. Suddenly, his expression changed, more dangerous and intrigued. This also caught Hote's attention. Magic gathered around Yos's phone holding hand. I see. We're nearby too. What do you want? Then his entire expression changed. Of course I can help with that. Leave it to me. Late at night at Venzone in Boksan District, Kang Yu stands with arms crossed, watching the group gathered in front of the towering building. This is Venzone in Boksan District. CO teased, once you're here, there's no way back now. Let's do a final rehearsal before going inside. He calls out loudly, Hey you! Kang Yu and Gro also turned to look at the newcomer when Screw called out, and he continued speaking. Being new doesn't mean you can just sit there like an idiot. Behind them is a person wearing a red mask. Come over here too, Redum. The red mask is held in hand. Screw requests Yu-chan. If you're planning to follow them, then put that on. He examined the mask and asked, why does it have to be like that? Kang Yu explains, one wrong move and you're walking with a villain. Anyone would find that strange. Screw also said, I was just doing it for fun. Who would have thought it would be used like this? And it actually looks good. Kang Yu continued, if you don't want any bad rumors to spread about Lon, listen to me. The target is the leader of Bokjian District, Sun Venzone of Bokjian District. The whole team stops to strategize. Kang Yu makes a plan. We will rescue the hostage after defeating the leader. Crow was excited about the idea of splitting into small groups to scout. Oh, he's really enthusiastic. Kang Yu told Skrull to check the shortest route to the target. He's trying to slip away. I'm working on it. After receiving the answer, he continued. The only way to win this game is to strike fast and win quickly. Kang Yu focuses on leading. I will assign roles and positions to each person, so listen carefully. Yu-chan just silently listens to him. Kang Yu begins assigning the mission. Skrull, you will search ahead and I will have the crows cover our back. Then infiltrate and eliminate the enemy. Crow sighed in agreement. I don't like using violence at all, but this time I have no choice, Redum said. CQB. Kang Yu responds. Redum will be in charge of the back. Gro asks Skrull. What is CQB? But he didn't answer, only smiled faintly. Kang Yu continued. Now I will assign the sniper team. At that moment, Breakhun's wide mouth shouted again. What group? He continued to shout angrily. Where did you take us? We are here to set up the defense. Kang Yu only then noticed them. Krat, standing beside, crossed his arms and asked, Isn't it enough to just charge in and destroy everything? Villains should be the ones to rush forward and take the lead. Kang Yu responds to their questions. You each have your own roles, but they are just as important. The three of them were startled. Their role's important. CR proudly said, "Of course we have to be the trump card." He continued in a serious tone. "During our mission and on the way back, you must secure an escape route. And until then, hide well and don't get caught." Black Hun shouted again after hearing that. "You expect us to sit still and do nothing? So that's why you dragged us along, huh?" Kang Yu still saw it as obvious. Ensuring the hostages' escape route was the top priority. But Black Hun still growled, "Shut up, who are you trying to fool?" He calmly replied that finding an escape route wouldn't be easy, and to think more with your head than your guts. Redham watched this scene and could only curse the unlucky guy under his breath. At this moment, a memory from his training days flashed in his mind. The only way to win this battle was to strike fast and finish quickly. Reckless rushing in was not an option. Wuhan, as a child with the number 45, was patted on the head by a shadowy figure who silently praised him. "Number 45, you're a talented kid, so if someone else says that, they probably won't try." Under Redham's mask, Wuhan bows his head in contemplative silence, listening to the words of a villain. The midnight sky is illuminated only by the moon above. Gadam's team is on the roof of a building, with a drone hovering to avoid the surveillance cameras. It unleashes purple magic towards the nearby surveillance camera. The camera turns around. The purple magic locks onto the target. Numbers 10 and 11 have identified the target. Sil happily reports back on their achievement. "All the front surveillance cameras are under my control." Gross smiles in admiration. "That's so cool." Kang Yu turns back to give orders to Red Mart. "Let's move. Kick off and jump from the rooftop." They jumped into the air together. Red Mart watched silently before suddenly leaping after them. He doesn't hesitate to move forward. "Please stay safe. I will come to rescue you soon." A long, dark, damp corridor runs past the barred windows. Na'an quietly lies on the floor, her hand trembling slightly, her eyes slowly opening, revealing a view of a metal frame. Na, frightened and panicked, sat up quickly. She looked around and asked, "Where is this place?" Here, Na-Yu's hand still bears a faint trace of blue magic. She gradually recalls what happened. That person is not him. Wait a minute, how do I know that? I'm sure I fainted myself. Tran Na-Yu notices something. A strange sound echoes through the silent corridor. Outside, those left behind are howling. Watch my fury now. Break Hun still hasn't stopped pouring his anger into the air, ensuring the escape route is clear, right? Why do we even need that thing? R also agrees after hearing it. I agree with you. If he's a proud villain, then just shut up and go on a rampage. Bok Hu immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, it has to be like that. A voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. Can you all be quiet? Double Blade is straightforward. The reason you were removed from the plan is because you keep talking too much. Dr. Han, hearing this, became angry. Why is it my fault? He really felt helpless in front of that guy. That idiot. Does he really live with something just for decoration? That guy is hopeless. But earlier, Double Blade voiced his concern. Isn't our boss a bit strange? Black Han immediately asked again, What do you mean, Crow? When has he ever paid back? He said quietly as he stepped forward to explain the plan. Yeah, how about that? Double Blade hesitated. How should I put it? He stroked his chin. Isn't that reminiscent of a chess master? Black Hun still couldn't grasp what Double Blade was implying, or what kind of dried up frog he was talking about. What the hell are you shouting about? CR explains. If you get closer, he won't yell like you. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, causing all three of them to startle and turn around. Who's there? Black Hun shouted again. Even she was surprised. Black, with pointer behind him, Kroon trembles, thinking, I give up, I surrender. Du immediately questioned, What are you doing here stealing? There's no reason for you to come by this place. Poor also realized they were the foolish trio and then said in a deep voice, It's impossible for you three to swallow your nerves. Du AC excitedly shouted, Are you guys coming here to surrender yourselves? Black Han hasn't fully processed it yet. Huh, Krat also wondered. It does look like that. Black Han shouted again. What do you mean surrender? Stop messing around, we're here to fight. Just rush in and get some food. Double Blade couldn't stop his reckless mouth, only cursing this idiot under his breath. A voice full of murderous intent suddenly rang out. Why is it so noisy here? He stomped heavily onto the ground with authority. Drawn looked around in panic, his pupils constricting as a muscular man covered in tattoos appeared. His name was Rockin. At the ruined building in Vinzone, Bakjian district, Rockhen scratches the back of his neck, surrounded by a powerful body covered in threatening purple-red magic. I've never seen these shady guys before. Don't tell me the Gadam district fools have eaten bear gall and sneaked in here to cause trouble. Black Han glared in anger again. Damn fools! Du pointed at the three guys and said, Wait a minute. These guys can't do something as difficult as being spies. They're probably surrendering. They're really stupid. Dragahan shouted again. Hey, VC who? Ask again. Surrender? Black Hun immediately objects. What are you barking about? We're here to take over and loot this place. Tier sneered and praised. Well done. Double Blade is helpless against his two pig teammates. Damn these fools. Stop being so stupid and let others be. Stop it before you ruin everything. Now we are told to sit still, keep order, and not get caught, but the purple-red magic is swirling around June's fist. His voice is full of sarcasm. You guys said you came here to conquer the mountain? That's pretty funny, but I do acknowledge that bravery. He tensed up, his arms turning into deadly blades, showing me that his courage surpasses even the deadly rocks. Black Han stepped forward, and golden magic surged around him. What are those stones? Rock jolted and opened his single eye wide. Black Hu confidently and smugly clenched his fists, creating 2 giant iron fists. My fist technique is stronger than your pile of rocks. A cold, dark space envelops the towering building. Barracuda sits alone on a sofa. He propped his chin, closing his eyes to relax, recalling a sunset evening bathed in red. Silo sat on the ground with indifference and asked, "Do you want to unify all of Vinzone and Seun?" "Why?" Barracuda, standing behind with his hands in his pockets, explained, "We still have to keep living like this and watch out for the traitors. For how much longer? If we unify as one, our strength will be unstoppable." He clenched his fist and excitedly voiced his ambition. Next, Vinzone will unify nationwide and then expand globally. Before he could finish, Screw'll cut him off and went ahead to do it himself. He spins the screwdriver in his hand. If it's art, it must be done by myself. I hope that rough kids won't be dragged along just to satisfy an individual's needs. Barracuda shouted angrily from below. "What did you say?" Unlike him, Screw responds calmly. "You just need to do your best to run away, right? Like those bullies who pick on those weaker than themselves." Then he turned away. "Whatever it is, I will fight against it." And it seems like the 2 people over there also agree with me. Barracuda gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. "Screw, just focus on defending with your magic power. But I warn you, don't do anything reckless or you'll get into trouble." Barracuda widened his eyes in panic. Sil turns the screw on his hand into a magic cannon, aiming straight at him. "Pay close attention to what I say or you'll really get hurt." As the memory ends, Barracuda reluctantly utters the name Screw, when suddenly a sound makes him open his eyes in alertness. Lens Girl stepped forward with both hands raised in greeting. "I'm here to report." "What's going on?" "Oh." I lean on my hip and report with a smile. "I found a few bastards from outside Vinzone. The number of villains is about 3 and they are all B level." He asked further, "Is there anyone there already?" An image appears of Blackhund fighting Jocund. Lensgun said, "Jocund just appeared. If it's a B rank, Jocund can handle it himself." But he hesitated and then said, "That's suspicious." Barracuda orders, "Check the other places. I think those bastards are just bait." Lens Girl hesitates. "Bait, huh?" He gathers magical energy and smirks. "Ski, don't try such obvious tricks. Your tactics won't work on me." Barracuda activates his magic. A blue light envelops his fist, his voice full of confidence and challenge. "Non-Kanyong, if the clones from other Vinzones come, including Screw'll, I am confident I will not lose." He laughed triumphantly, full of the will to crush his opponent. "Don't think I'm still the same as I was before, Screw." A voice echoes outside the building. "So this is where the mastermind is." Kang Yu was a bit surprised. "Faster than I thought." Screw is bragging. "Thanks to me, you know." He is controlling a smaller drone. "Before moving in, we should probably check if there's anyone inside that building." Grow immediately looked curious and asked what it was. Screw explains. "An auxiliary drone." Crow cheered happily. "So cute. I want it. Give it to me." Screw isn't stingy either and indulges her. "I do a lot at home. When she returns, I'll give her a slap." Redden watches what Screw can do and quietly thinks that if he becomes his enemy, it will be a real headache. Suddenly, an alarm siren blared, drawing everyone's attention. Redden asked, "What's going on?" "Don't tell me they've found us already." Kang Yu calmly reassures that everything is under control. He steps forward and the surrounding area begins to gather magical energy. Since things have come to this point, we need to speed up the ambush attack. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke startled Kang Yu Kwong. He turned around and the black smoke grew thicker. The other 3 also noticed something strange. Redden spoke. A sinister laugh echoes as Kang Yu turns toward the sound, and from the gathering smoke, a figure with long hair slowly appears. "Where did you all hide? All 4 of you are on high alert, ready to fight." Smoker's figure becomes clear before their eyes. She smiles and says, "It seems there are a few mice hiding here." "Well, I'll be." "Are Screw and Jav coming too?" Screw pointed at her and asked, "Grow, do you know her?" Crow replied immediately. "How is that possible? I don't know anything, I swear." Smoker casually picks someone like slicing a piece of cake. "Since Screw is the boss, I'll leave him to him. As for me, I just need to take the little one." Grow smiled in response, looking intrigued. She calmly walks forward. "I guess I need to handle my business now. Everyone, go ahead." Kang Yu and Screw were a bit startled. Screw hesitated and asked, "Are you sharing your youthful memories?" Grow replied grimly. "I want to talk to her for a while." Crow leans back and the atmosphere around her turns tense with warning. "This is a woman's matter. Don't try to get involved." Kang Yu quietly wondered, is it okay to leave her alone? She looks annoyed. Screw leans his arms on his head and responds casually. Right now, they're having a good moment. With a pop, Kang Yu and Redam jump off the roof of that building. Sil stands on the concrete railing, activates the screwdriver, and advises, "Just play with her for a little while, then you have to catch up with us." Grow responds with a smile as a silent agreement. Then Screw also left. Smoker now smirked with a satisfied smile. That bunch of obstacles is gone. Ah Ung Dung told Crow, "We should just enjoy this private time together, right?" Crow sneered contemptuously. An obstacle. The purple magic gradually rises around her. "You've probably gone a bit too far with your tricks. They are the saviors, not obstacles." Smoker didn't understand and asked again, "The savior?" Crow simply responds calmly, "They are the ones who will save you." The The crow-headed scepter glows with flickering purple magic as black feathers scatter chaotically. A flock of crows with blood-red eyes appears around Crow, their murderous intent shining through as she sneers contemptuously. Since there's no one here to stop me anymore, let's have a wild party until we both go to the grave. The alarm siren blares loudly, lights flash everywhere, and the intruder is immediately eliminated upon sight. 3 figures rush quickly through the corridor. Kang Yu frowned, noticing something was wrong ahead as a group of fierce-looking people charged toward them with weapons. The villain Sac2T roared loudly. "They're the intruders. Slaughter them." The group charged forward with fierce momentum, taking down all of them. Kang Yu moved as fast as the wind, darting along the crack, surprising the other 2. He skillfully uses his muscular strength to take down each opponent one by one, then pulls his leg back to deliver a powerful straight kick to one of them, causing him and a few others behind to be thrown back by the force of the kick. Sac Tut with his sharp teeth grinning excitedly, clearly knowing how to fight as well. That guy confidently boasted, "But those punches aren't enough to scratch me, my body is really tough." Then opened his sharp-toothed mouth and shouted at Kang Yu to intimidate him. "Just one bite and you'll be dead, kid." Sac Tut bites the gun with great force, but he quickly dodges at lightning speed. Kang Yu lands on the wall behind, taking advantage of the blind spot to launch his attack. A precise kick lands right in the middle of Sac Tut's face, carrying both force and deadly intent. That guy, hit by the kick, is almost unconscious with a bloodied face. But it's not over yet. King Kang Yu reaches out his hand to grab Sac Tut's face. He ruthlessly slams that deformed triangular head down onto the ground, causing the surrounding magical energy to burst into blue flames. Sac Tut has been completely defeated, lying in a heap on the ground. Sil calmly approaches, praising him. "Well done," Red whispers in admiration. "He's too strong." Through the glass on his mask, his blue pupils are filled with evaluation. Kang Yu stands straight, brushing off the dust from his sleeve, always appearing stronger each time they meet. "It's no big deal." He looked at Red Mart and said, "From here we will split up." Kang Yu continued, "Screw and I will attack the gang leader, and you go rescue your sister as originally planned." Screw threw something to Red Mart, who quickly caught it and kept it. "This is the signal transmitter for Nayu, your sister, who is being held in the basement of a nearby building. The drone has already located her, so it shouldn't be too difficult." Red Mart hesitated before thanking him.
Then he turned and left in the direction of the signal. Sil nodded in satisfaction.
This older brother really loves his sister to the fullest. Suddenly, he realizes something is wrong. A group of people from the opposite direction is also heading here. Sil turns around to face them and says to Kang Yu, "If you go ahead without me, someone has to stay behind to handle these troublemakers." He spins the screwdriver in his hand and says, "If we stay here any longer, the enemies will only increase. I also need to wait for Javen to finish his work." Kang Yu nodded and said, "Then I trust you to watch my back." Screw thumbs up and promises him that he will catch up soon. Then Kang Yu continued to charge straight ahead while Screw stood calmly in place. The screwdriver in his hand instantly grew larger. Now with the gang rushing in, the purple magic unleashed, maybe we should sit down, have some cake and tea, and discuss life instead. Smoker rushes forward, stabbing the cigarette holder straight ahead. "From the very beginning, I've hated the way I've been treated exactly like you." The intense blue magic burst out like a deadly tornado, but with agile movements, Crow managed to dodge the attack. She paused in a graceful pose. Smoker smirked and commented, "If you keep dodging so skillfully, it's not surprising that people call you a crow. I admit your dodging skills are quite good." Crow stands up and responds, "If you're going to say something, it should be the truth. My dodging skills aren't the only thing impressive here. Smoker doesn't think so either." Arrogantly, he responded, "Save those words for your final denial." She raises both hands ready for the next attack. It's time to get serious. Her left hand concentrates magical power. This time, you're really finished. Smoker unleashes a thick black whirl of smoke that spells death. Crow also swings his staff, crow's feathers flying everywhere. The crow's head on the staff caused once, and the pink gemstone used as its eye lights up. She swung her staff forward, her crow's beak wide open to absorb all the smoke from Smoker's attack. Watching this scene, she couldn't help but be stunned. The smoke gradually disperses. Crow lowers her staff to the ground, making a loud sound. She sneered in contempt. Too easy. The surrounding crows repeated her words, taunting Smoker. Crow remains calm, but before she can finish her sentence, she notices a dark cloud gathering above her head. A blue lightning bolt is swirling, then strikes straight down to the ground. Crow quickly dodged away, but her crows were struck. A black streak also appeared on Crow's fair cheek. She looked around and saw she was surrounded by a cloud of black smoke and bluish-green magic. The Smoker, now triumphant, reaches out with his hand. Raven looks sad and pitiful. "If you breathe in even a little of that black smoke, the blood in your body will stop flowing and your lungs will be burned." The cigarette in her hand keeps emitting magical smoke. "After being useless, you look no different from a pile of trash by the roadside." Crow simply asked indifferently, "The smoke?" Her voice carries a dangerous tone that even the smug Smoker has to beware of. "You have committed an unforgivable sin." From the midst of the black smoke, Grow broke through the encirclement and escaped, black feathers flying everywhere in the air. Grow's voice was full of anger, her crimson eyes shining with a murderous and hateful gaze. "How dare you do that to my precious ones? How dare you destroy the treasure Skrill gave me?"
Smoker was quickly surrounded by purple magic before he could react. My power... Wait, I can't accept this. A crow this strong is impossible.
Then Smoker seemed to realize something. Don't tell me he's awakened. Crow is engulfed in darkness, pointing at you. You are guilty. She utters a command to determine the fate. From now on, you will have to obey the judgment of the crow. Smoker was panicked by Crow's condition. She had completely transformed her appearance. A pair of giant crow wings enveloped Crow, and the magic in the air nearly exploded. Right now at Venzone in Boksan District's second basement level, someone is running inside at full speed. It's UAN who has successfully infiltrated. He thought again about what Screw and Kang Yu said. Were they really pretending to care about him? Now it turns out he's actually grateful to them. Somewhere around here. Suddenly, a row of sharp ice appeared, freezing Yu Chan's legs and preventing him from moving. Just then, a voice echoed from somewhere. I've never seen you before. Are you one of those fire starters? Then he stepped on each piece of ice and approached. That's the ice demon. He crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, saying, No wonder I waited here. I knew at least one of you would come to rescue the hostage. Yu Chan didn't hesitate and condensed fire in his palm before shooting it down at the restrained legs, causing the ice to shatter and melt away. He shouted with murderous intent, then fell silent and stormed off, while Yu Chan's flames looked quite impressive. Fire and ice. Don't you think this will be an interesting battle? On this side, Yu Chan is also radiating fiery energy. While outside, a purple beam of light shoots straight into the sky. The exterior of this tall building looks rather gloomy. Right now at Venzone Boksan District on the 12th floor, a clenched hand is revealed to belong to Kang Yu, who is wandering inside with a cold expression. Come out from hiding and show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple light from earlier appeared here. Black Ghost showed up and praised him. Your senses are sharp. Kang Yu listened seriously as he rambled on, then asked directly, So you are the one who kidnapped Naung? He didn't respond and continued to change the subject. I have already looked into you. You had a spectacular debut with impressive achievements. Reflecting on Kang Yu's battle scenes, there's an unspoken rule that villains are not allowed to fight outside the Venzone area. But you ignored that truth and fought against other villains. Drake Ghost pointed at him. A common enemy, even if I kill you right here, no one will be responsible for it. In the end, he hesitated a bit and became the leader of this heretical group. He suddenly stopped here, and seeing that, Yu asked anxiously, what happened next? Instead, he waved his hand and said, What do you misunderstand? Maybe my tone just now sounded too sarcastic. I hope this makes it hard for Kang Yu to understand. Then Black Ghost placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and said, If you are truly a villain, then follow the madness in your heart, a lawbreaker. Isn't that what a real villain is? Suddenly, his voice sounded a bit hoarse. A person who has to live hiding in the shadows. A person like a demon can't even try for such things. Right now, Morris turned to look at Kang Yu. It seems like that kid is praising you. Over here. Black Ghost is still acting on his own. I want to become like you. His eyes turned sharp as he gripped his weapon tightly. Not just a shadow, but becoming darkness itself. Like you. Morris wondered. Is he tailing us? Kang Yu snapped impatiently. He's gone crazy. He already drew his bow, ready to fight. I've talked too much. That's not like me at all. So, let's get started. Kang Yu's sharp eyes, Black Ghost taunting as if a clone. It seems you're very strong in close combat. 2 more clones appeared on the wall, and he looked dangerous. However, there was also a clone showing its head nearby, and behind Kang Yu another clone emerged, catching him off guard until he heard his voice saying, If all 4 attacked at once, my victory would basically be assured. You're surrounded, so Black Ghost has finished using the duplicate phantom image. I wonder if it's a ghost spirit. It's impossible for all 4 to be real. At this moment, Black Ghost shouted out an order. I'm here. Immediately, the 4 of them rushed forward. Kang Yu sneered. Whether real or not, sparks of lightning began to appear on his body. Then, he unleashed a lightning bolt that destroyed the entire building. If he shouts loudly, I will blow him away too. Next, 3 illusions are knocked away by the Shadow Blade. Now only Break Ghost remains to fight. Before he could regain his composure, he appeared right in front of him. He was stunned and widened his eyes, but his speed was not to be underestimated. He immediately ran away. He charged forward, dodging Kang Yu's attacks. Is he mocking by hiding in the shadows? Then there were powerful sword strikes aimed at him. In an instant, his position was identified, but he also dodged swiftly and continuously. Losing patience, Kang Yu punched fiercely toward him. As the smoke cleared, only a flickering lightning bolt remained, and Black Ghost managed to escape just in time. Even he can't help but praise it. Your speed is pretty good. Black Ghost is running over here, panting heavily, and he's much stronger than what I initially thought. Already thinking and acting. He shot the arrow in his hand, breaking the first light bulb, then the second, plunging the entire floor into darkness. Kang Yu also noticed something unusual and looked around, realizing that the darkness was an advantage for Break Ghost, who then shot an arrow slicing past him. He frowned in surprise at this attack. He firmly held the arrow in his hand just as I thought it would work. His voice echoed everywhere. Even if it were you, once my vision becomes blurry, it will be very difficult, right? He thought to himself, hearing the voice as if he could jump out from anywhere. His eyes flashed purple. Even though we share the darkness attribute as a killer, once I step into the night, I am invincible. Drake Ghost then raised his weapon to signal. That last attack was just a test. I'll make you experience the terrifying feeling of sinking into the thick darkness where you can't see anything. What you didn't expect was a mocking smile, a terrible death. You can never know how terrifying it is to sink into the abyss of darkness or to wait for your own death. Then he gradually merged into the darkness. Seeing that, B-Ghost was stunned, only to see a pair of eyes, one blue and one yellow, glaring at him.
Caught in this situation, he looks quite confused, glancing around and searching. In the eerie darkness, Kang Yu's voice echoes.
I have experienced the pain only to be reborn, and now I appear behind him. Wasn't it you who said that I am the darkness itself? Returning to Venzone Boxan District, Barak's hidden basement on the second floor. The small cell enclosed by iron bars where Na Yu is trapped inside. What is she muttering? The sound just now was from above, where the red and blue lights kept clashing. Yukan is fighting fiercely against the Ice Demon, fire and ice clashing violently. Ice Demon unleashes a raging ice vortex, creating a giant ice tornado. Yutran, in a weaker position, quickly dodges to escape it. Seeing the opportunity, he charged straight at Yutran, who was deep in thought, without any opening. His coordination skill was perfect. His ability was so flexible, surely because he was familiar with this fighting style. Suddenly, he stopped, stroked his chin, and unlike his impulsiveness before, now he was calmer and more composed. If you keep rushing in to attack me, killing you will become too easy. His eyes flashed with danger, and thanks to that, freezing you now brings its own thrill. Isn't the most exciting moment for you when you're burning something down? Yu Chan was completely stunned by these words. Over here, the Ice Demon has created a small human figure out of ice. Freezing others in the same way is what excites me the most. But I don't do instant kills. I prefer to freeze slowly, one limb at a time. Seeing them trembling in fear as they saw the four limbs completely frozen, he crushed the ice sculpture in his hand and shouted loudly, "Damn disgusting villain." This made Ice Demon notice something. In Yu Chan's mind, he silently thought, "Damn it, I'm pretending to be the villain right now." Ice Demon asks again, "The disgusting and suspicious villain indeed." Then he points at him with doubt, "I don't sense any murderous intent from you at all. Thinking back, I heard that the hostage has an older brother who messed up the flag. So you can't be him." At this moment, Yu Chan also slowly stood up and said, "I would never compare myself to a pitiful flag misbehaving guy." He unleashed a powerful blast and shouted, "I am the strongest villain in Gadam Redham District," then charged straight at Ice Demon. He also prepared, spreading his arms to create ice stones and then continuously launching ice blades forward. Yu Chan only used one hand to sweep and melt them, then charged ahead through a rain of ice blades. At this moment, he remembered what happened before he left and called me out. "Do you want to say something to me?" Kang Yu reminds you that because there isn't enough time, I will get straight to the point. Your delay between attacks is too long.
What I mean is that you often get distracted during a fight. I don't know how to emphasize enough that your judgment and actions need to be faster.
Finally, he turned his back and decided that instead of overthinking, it was better for you to learn through real experience. Without saying a word, he immediately unleashed black fire on the dummy on the wall. Seeing that, Yu Trang was amazed and wide-eyed as he looked at the figure lying on the ground, and he continued explaining, "Speed is the key to technique. You can't let the enemy have time to defend. Attacking is always the best form of defense." Watching his back, Yu Chan wondered why he was telling him these things. Without hesitation, he compressed his mana and ignited an explosion. He looked at his clenched hand and spoke. The fire-making method of those with fire abilities is completely different from others. He pointed out that whether you are a wrongdoer or a villain, we all exist to become stronger by surpassing our own limits. Yu Kang tapped his finger on Yu Tran's forehead and said, "Let your thoughts go beyond the box. What I want to say is don't close yourself off." At this moment, it seems he has understood the intention, becoming incredibly strong, shouting loudly as he unleashes a furious attack. Ice Demon begins to be amazed by this power. His ice wall was broken, and the two immediately clashed. Uhan launched a fire kick at him, but he quickly jumped up. He kept launching relentless attacks, thinking to himself that it was effective, and that if this kept up, he was likely to win. Ice Demon also seemed to be on the defensive, pondering that his attack pattern had suddenly changed. He jumps high to observe. Has he been hiding his skills all along? How dare he think he's worthy to be my opponent? He shouted loudly, "I will play seriously so you can see my face," and then used a raging ice to create a giant ice tornado. Uhan's stomach and hands froze solid, and he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I was too reckless." Seeing this, the Ice Demon descended proudly and said, "I told you, freezing others is when I feel the most excited." Yu Chan was worried inside, unable to ignite his fire as he saw him getting closer. "But first, I need to take off that stupid mask. He's about to reach me." But Yu Chan still couldn't move. His body wouldn't respond. Just then, a voice rang out. "Someone, are you here to save me?" Uan immediately recognized Na. This made the Ice Demon unhappy, and he turned back to scold. "Hey, shut up. Na is still not giving up. Please get me out of here." He angrily rushes back to the cell shouting, "I told you to hold on." A powerful ice blade flies toward him, and a scream echoes as she gets frozen. Yu Chan quietly calls out in worry, "Now you?" Suddenly, Kang Yu's reminder flashed in Yu Chan's mind again. Your judgment and actions must be quicker. Let your thoughts go beyond the box. He is angry. Those dogs dare to touch his sister. A yellow power appears inside the dark mist. His overwhelming power causes the ice chunks on his body to be thrown off, flames erupting to burn away all the ice fragments, while the fire power still remains in his hand. He took off his hat as Kang Yu instructed and shouted, "You won't get away with this!" A fierce blast of firepower struck the ice demon, causing a devastating explosion that engulfed him entirely. Right now, at Venzone in Boksan District, in Barracuda's underground lair on the 12th floor, Barracuda muttered that his instincts were warning him something was wrong. If he heard about our victory now, it wouldn't be too strange. But a pair of shoes appeared in sight, carrying dark energy. It was Break Ghost. He just came in and reported, "I feel a bit hesitant now, boss." Barracuda, confused, turned around suddenly, and in an instant, his eyes widened as the mask of Break Ghost gradually dissolved, revealing Kang Yu's face. He asked, "Are you Barracuda?" A peaceful evening was interrupted by a somewhat disappointed tone. I thought they would all rush in together, but it's too quiet. The entrance to the Villain District G Dam. Red. I stands calmly with arms crossed, looking away. Peaceful is better. Yos's face turned pale and he shivered as he scolded, "Don't talk like those priests." Suddenly, a question rang out that caught both of their attention. "Are you guys here?" Che happily steps closer to them, accompanied by a bodyguard also holding many boxes of food. "Thanks for working hard." When he saw the food, Yos's eyes immediately lit up with excitement and curiosity, and he asked, "Where did you buy the pizza?" "I thought the pizza shops had been destroyed." Cheha calmly replied, "I bought it outside the villain's territory." Aroma also immediately happily approached the bodyguard holding the food. "I like pineapple pizza," but Hote just stood there watching the pineapple pizza being assembled. Then they sat on the roof to chat. "Do you think the intruders have settled in peacefully?" Diaz, calmly holding his slice of pizza, replied nonchalantly, "Screw will not accept deals that could cost him his life." Che looked stunned and argued that it was the new boss, not Screw. Yossi replied while wiping his mouth with his hand, "Who is in charge doesn't matter. What matters is Screw's approach." Che also coldly holds the soda can. "You seem to trust him a lot, probably because he's an old friend." Yos calmly denies it. It's not because he's an old friend, but his eyes now reveal a cold, contemplative look. "That guy." Over on the other side, Screw calmly holds his staff, then gently sits down on the corpses and sighs. That took too long. Suddenly, a loud call echoed down the hallway, catching his attention. "Screw." Screw cheerfully greets with a bright smile. "You're here." Crow and his flock of feathers fluttering around walk over innocently and ask, "What are you doing over there?" He simply replied, "I am waiting for you." Crow asked again with interest to be sure. "Really?" He gently jumped down from the pile of bodies and calmly confirmed, "I told you I was waiting for you." But then she handed over a bunch of scattered metal pieces, bringing bad news. "What should I do?" Screw looked confused and asked, "This crow's beak?" He looked at it for a moment before answering, "I think I can fix it." Hearing his answer, Crow immediately felt happy. "Really? That's a relief." But then he looked at the pile of stuff in his hands and suddenly realized, wait, has it been destroyed? It means that just as Screw was about to speak, a sound made them both turn around at the same time. She, Crow, looked on in confusion. "What is that? Is anyone down there?" Screw calmly replied, "Our dark horse, Red Mart." Then he used the glasses to observe. Crow and Screw look up happily. Our boss is also starting to take action. "Break Ghost?" Barracuda stepped forward with killing intent in his eyes, saying, "You have disappointed me too much." Black Ghost trembled in fear, looking up with a pleading tone. "Boss, that guy." But a moment later, he was hit in the face with a ruthless punch. A single punch from him immediately sent Black Ghost crashing into the nearby wall, shattering it. Watching the violent scene before him, Kang Yu spoke with a dark aura surrounding him, with Morris beside him. "You treat your subordinates like trash, but those words only make Barracuda coldly and somewhat irritably remind you that it's none of your business." Suddenly, Morris's eyes widened in surprise as it stared at the blurry stone appearing in his hand and the thick aura around it. It spoke to him about what it had seen, but he only silently watched that guy with a weapon made from natural magic stone. After relaxing a bit, Barracuda turned to look at Kang Yu and casually asked, "Why isn't Screw joining?" He replied coldly and calmly, "He'll be here soon enough. I alone am enough to deal with you." Kang Yu dismissively replied, "I have something to deal with, Skrill. You should go now because you're just a novice. But I also have something to discuss with you." Hearing that, he stopped and revealed a curious, expectant look. The surge of Kang Yu's power now began to intensify, and his tone grew more serious and slightly annoyed. "You kidnapped someone and blamed me for it. So you want compensation?" A large amount of dark energy and lightning is now surrounding his clenched hand. Mistakes come with a price. After hearing Kang Yu's words, he still calmly covers his face and laughs contemptuously. "So, you still don't know your place. You think you're good just because you defeated Break Ghost? Then that guy just started recounting the first battle before Kang Yu joined. I heard that you are good at close combat despite having little mana, but you only got lucky facing those arrogant fools. Those tricks only work on Black Ghost level enemies." Barracuda's face shows a smug expression, boasting about himself and provoking Kang Yu. "Do your tricks work on someone like me?" an S rank, but at that moment, his words are immediately cut off by him.
I heard you're good because of your weapons.
Barracuda immediately snapped and demanded an explanation. Who told you that? Kang Yu quickly and cleverly replied. Screw. As soon as he heard that name, Barracuda immediately became annoyed. At that moment, he imagined Screw's appearance. Then Barracuda sneered and mocked him in front of Kang Yu.
Is he just trying to provoke me because he's too weak?
Kang Yu quickly denies on behalf of Screw he has never done such a thing. I am glad to respond to his provocation. Then he started cracking his joints with a smug look. You know, having an appetizer before the main course isn't so bad. He smiled eagerly, looking forward to seeing how this appetizer would taste. Under Kang Yu's watch, Barracuda revealed a few more large blades behind him and a large amount of mana, and Kang Yu was surprised by Barracuda's transformation. What's going on? Seeing him still standing still, Barracuda began to call himself Zhang and then charged forward. A Barracuda from Boksan, but in an instant, An appeared behind him. Then Kang Yu punched Barracuda in the face and coldly asked, "So what?" One punch was enough to make him tilt his head back and reveal many openings. Then he delivered a powerful punch to his stomach. You're nothing. Even after taking those 2 hits from Kang Yu, he still managed to grab his head in surprise. Are you saying that move was just a scratch? At that moment, Barracuda quickly slammed his head into Kang Yu's in delight, then laughed loudly as he kicked him away. In the end, he planned a decisive punch, but I slipped behind Barracuda, causing him to slam down hard on the concrete floor. Luckily, that was exactly Barracuda's plan, so he turned around with a smug smile. Got you now? Barracuda rushes forward, driving his elbow fiercely toward Kang Yu, but is blocked by Dan crossing his arms. He didn't give up, and he kept throwing fast and powerful punches at him. They kept attacking and dodging each other in a tense standoff. To escape, Kang Yu had to fly up high and then took the opportunity to ambush from behind. For a moment, Barracuda changed his trajectory, and Kang Yu quickly realized and dodged, causing the weapon to just graze his face, almost hitting him. The spikes on Barracuda's hand still glow and shimmer before Kang Yu's eyes. He proudly laughs and boasts, "This is my strongest weapon, the Fang of the Fish." The rushing waves of power called the Return Vortex surge sped toward him, but he dodged just in time, causing the attack to slam into the ground. Create a fierce explosion as Kang Yu rushes forward with his power and wind rushing behind him. Kang Yu moves like a lightning bolt. You keep flying from one side to the other at lightning speed, pulling all the powers behind you, as the forces seem to race against Yu's black energy flowing from one side to the other, making your powers chase after you. Kang Yu streaked here and is regaining his balance to stand up, while his body remains bent at a 90-degree angle with a sharp gaze looking up. Even though I saw it coming, that move is really annoying. Moros, who was flying right next to him, also spoke up. This move probably helps detect moving objects. Syl stands there smiling thoughtfully. If you've never known about it, then you probably do now. Suddenly, a foot steps forward. You say you have something to discuss with me, but are you just showing off your dodging skills? Barracuda stands there, raising his hand with a terrifyingly confident smile. If you become a villain, Screw would just be a nobody. Kang Yu, standing next to Moros, was still listening to him. The gap between us is too big. I can't afford to lose this fight. He raised his hand, glanced to the right, and then continued decisively. Even if you're as strong as a dragon, you're just throwing stones at me. I see your attack pattern is too obvious. Hearing this, Barracuda was startled and grimaced. He continued speaking. You only move according to your opponent, which means you only fight weaker enemies, proving you have too little combat experience. Kang Yu's face darkened with eyes that radiated strength. Screw, that's right. You've become too dependent on your weapons. What did Syl say again? Losing a battle against a villain just by relying on weapons? Morris looks at that and still judges. If your plan was to provoke him, then you've succeeded. Barracuda then unleashed a power from his hands along with a questioning voice. What's the point of relying on weapons? He charged at lightning speed, his face twisted with madness as he shouted. Who would believe your words if I tear you apart? Then Kang Yu also didn't stay still and immediately rushed toward him. Barracuda clenched his fist with a fierce grimace and shouted loudly.
Then many long iron rods shot out from his claws named Reversal Zhuan, and Kang Yu immediately had an underground slide rushing toward him.
He leapt up like a dancer, but I jumped low and slipped past him to the other side. Barracuda immediately swung his arm. He continues to throw iron bars from his fingers and shouts loudly. Cheap stuff. His iron wires rush toward Kang Yu, but he quickly drops to the ground to dodge them. Then, many darts or shards fly past the area filled with the power of his shadow sword. Barracuda's face suddenly turned pale with panic, not understanding why. Moro stood there, also confused. Where are you looking? Immediately, many blue spirits soar high in the sky or above the terrifying figure named Shadow Shift. He must quickly slide down to dodge his terrifying powers. Barracuda keeps going without stopping, rushing forward in anger and shouting loudly in fury. A raging tornado suddenly appeared, and his eyes widened in surprise. Kang Yu stood before him with the powers called Dark Flame Burning, and blue flames had already risen in front of Barracuda, making him confused and worried, wondering if he had ignited the fire unintentionally. Then many long iron bars like swords called shield picks circle around him. He grits his teeth fiercely. Barracuda stands there with his arms crossed, bowing his head as all his strength is unleashed. Do you have two attributes or what? I have never heard of it before, Kang Yu replied softly. Because I didn't show it. Doesn't he trust his own skills? You stand there dazed. Don't get cocky. You and I are very different. Barracuda's entire face showed his anger as he thought about Skrull. He knew he would get hurt. Barracuda continues to unleash his attack with lines of shooting steel, shouting for him to shut up. His fierce sword strikes are fired out, but Kang Yu still easily dodges them smoothly. His voice still echoes, still not understanding. They charged at each other fiercely, one advancing while the other resisted, and he quickly rushed straight at the guy shouting, "Your attack is too obvious." And with a single move, Kang Yu easily knocked Barracuda over, spinning him several times before sending him flying away. How do you feel when facing someone stronger than you? The green energy still burst forth here along with his voice. Let's end this now. While Barracuda is still charging forward, Kang Yu remains standing still. End of story. He charges forward with eyes blazing with a roaring power. How dare someone like you do this to me? I am the boss of Boksan District, still sending out iron bars that rush forward with a loud roar. I am Barracuda, a level S villain. On the opposite side, Kang Yu's hand is also covered with dark blue power, surging and overwhelming. Immediately, these powers fought alongside him against each of Barracuda's attacks. His eyes widened as he stared at what was ahead. It turns out Kang Yu is wielding his dark green sword along with his terrifying words. The ranking of magic is meaningless because of the huge skill gap between us. The green power from the sword still enveloped him as he turned his cold gaze to the other side. The outcome was decided from the very beginning. Barracuda's eyes flickered with a trembling green hue. "You bastard!" He shouted angrily, "I will kill you!" He immediately unleashes a barrage of blades straight toward the ominous place called the Hell of Thorns. Barracuda shouts loudly as he unleashes his moves, each strike shining with blazing power. He looked away and said, "I told you so." He still stood on a high place, unleashing a huge amount of power, while he moved elsewhere. The outcome of this battle was decided from the start, ending with a loud cry as blood splattered everywhere. Barracuda's deadly hand still revealed with streams of energy swirling around it, and he screamed out as he was bound there. "My hand is still up there, and you should have been satisfied with just taking the treasure. You look ahead with different lights shining from each side. Losing both hands is still a cheap price." He knelt on the ground, his face bowed and trembling. His eyes seemed to soften. "Hoo hoo hoo hoo!" Barracuda's face is lowered as he gasped for breath. "Losing both hands and it's still cheap? Don't talk nonsense." Then he lifted his head, strained to charge forward like a mad dog with wide eyes and bared teeth, shouting loudly, "I will definitely take back what you took. I am Barracuda." Kang Yu smiles softly. "What did you just say?" Suddenly blue streams of his power rush in, filling the dark space. "Promises are only for the living. Did I say I would let you live?" Hearing that, Barracuda froze, unsure of what to say. Kang Yu looked down at him. "You're definitely finished now, Barracuda." And the guy could only sit trembling in place. Then suddenly he noticed something, and immediately a fierce blue light shot straight at him. The entire wall here was shattered, causing Kang Yu to be thrown out through the hole as well. Barracuda looked up to see Lens Girl appear, adjusting her eye patch with her arm as the man's voice echoed. The girl with glasses then steps forward to support Barracuda. "Are you okay, boss?" He replied, "Good, take me out of here quickly." The girl's hand was still adjusting the light in one eye while supporting him. "Yes, let me create a path." A circle of power called the Void Hole immediately appears. The two of them together step towards the hole as its faint, mysterious lights gradually become visible. A voice echoes from the wreckage. There is still another suspicious person. Kang Yu stands up and looks down. Where did they go? Moro stands nearby and says they used a teleportation gate to escape. He wonders about the teleportation gate, standing there with a furrowed brow, angry at the thought of Lance's gun. "I was ambushed by her without even noticing. She's not an ordinary opponent." Moro stood behind him, watching what he was doing. "Are you planning to chase after them?" He replied, "They're gone already." Kang Yu looked down at a defeated guy on the ground who couldn't attack in that state. He still looked down there, but earlier he had looked at Barracuda's arm, which still bore the blue aura. "I have to get something." Kang Yu just stood there, watching without saying or thinking anything. The basement of the villain district is collapsing. A pair of high-heeled black boots stepping up the stairs. Taking the elevator would be better. Syl happily goes ahead of Gro, but it would be really troublesome if she gets stopped in the middle of the fight. She follows last with emotion. That would be perfect. Suddenly, as he just arrived, he saw Kang Yu standing above, waiting. Oh, he's just standing there with his arms crossed, watching as he asks but doesn't say anything. "Are we there yet?" The three of them stand in front of a very dusty place, and Gro also speaks up. "It's too dusty. Did you fight here?" He replied, "I let Barracuda escape." He turned to look at me. "You let him get away." "So what does that mean?" He replied softly. "He escaped." Then he turned back to face him. "Are you going to let him escape?" I muttered to him. "There is a girl wearing glasses helping him." Then he said louder that someone is helping him. Kang Yu's face was expressionless, or rather Kim Yu. "No, Redham, how is Screw doing? Don't worry about him." Then he pointed at the screen that just lit up next to Yu-chan, who was helping Na. "The two brothers are safe." Kang Yu looked at him and said, "Let's go too. We might meet those who helped us find the escape route." The system screen still in his hand. I was about to say the same. Suddenly, Break appeared on the screen being fought fiercely. Even though I planned ahead, it seems there's already a problem. Let's go help them. Kang Yu and Crow just went down a few steps and then turned back to look at Skrull as he spoke. The two ahead, keep going. They still watch as he continues speaking. There's something I need to take care of first. He smiles briefly before meeting the two again. In the evil district of Baksan, Barracuda's hidden room, a battered body bleeding and emitting sounds. It turns out Barracuda is sitting there exhausted and out of breath. I've ended up like this. Am I someone with the ambition to conquer all the evil zones and end up like this? No, I want to conquer the whole world. He immediately thought of Kang Yu and Screw. If those guys hadn't appeared, Linsis G, who just knelt beside his trembling body, could recover if treated immediately. He turned pale and replied, but my hand was already cut off. Then she turned her back and walked away. Please wait here while I go get them. Barracuda sat there, head bowed in worry, saying nothing. On the other side, Lance's girl just opened a space hole, but suddenly I realized something. The pink-purple light suddenly appeared in front of her, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. But before she could react, they shot out and knocked her back. I flew straight into the wall of the room where Makuta was sitting before he could react. Now he realizes something just flew from the purple-colored door in front of him and turns around in panic. The words began to echo. So you've been hiding here, huh? Finding you takes too much time. Barracuda once again suddenly turns around to face the voice. A magnifying glass-like item flies in along with the voice, saying, don't do anything useless anymore. A step with orange shoes approaches. I warned you. It's Screw, yet you ignored it. I am very angry. And then many streams of power called breaking the limit swirl around him. How are you going to pay me back? He rushed into fierce combat with Breakon when suddenly a foot shot up, and it was Kang Yu leaping forward to strike him in the face with his knee. At this point, he had been defeated and collapsed. This made Breakon turn around in panic. Du and Krat also startled and looked back. Boar, clutching a knife, looked up in confusion while Kang Yu stared down at him, and Crow looked down at the trembling man, lying there. I told you to run and hide so you wouldn't be caught. Boar, behind Du, gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Sigh, and you are still standing there, making them speechless. So all the traitors are here. Kang Yu stands there, raising his hand to the sky as waves of power swirl around him. I will not forgive the traitors. Boar quickly turned around and ran away. Duak still shouted and argued. Betrayal? Oh, but he quickly pulled her away very fast in front of the two of them. Black H still stood there gritting his teeth. He also spoke loudly. What did you just do? You let my prey escape. You're just standing there rambling with Crow. I already beat them. Look at his face. It seems like they started the trouble first. And you just muttered, it looks like you're the real prey. His butt is still shouting loudly. Shut up! Cross sat down next to Double Blazer and put his hand on his head. Oh, my head. You guys turned back faster than we thought. The guy sitting next to him also asked, how's Bara? Kang Yu stands there looking down at them. He's already gone. CR suddenly looks up. Who's running? You? He was also surprised to see him. If Barracuda runs away? He didn't say anything but remembered Linsis' girl. Brecken, disbelief in his eyes, knelt beside him, looking at him in frustration. Had he really beaten Barracuda? Then Double Blade finally realized one thing. What about Screw? Aren't you guys going together? CR turned to look around and suddenly remembered that Screw was nowhere to be seen. Gro stood there with his arms crossed, watching them and saying he had something to do. Both of them looked puzzled. She had no expression on her face. Then she looked up at the bright full moon in the sky, lost in thought. At this moment, he is probably somewhere else among many shattered fragments and faint purple light. Speaking, Blaster Blood Rain. Creel steps forward. Recent events have thrown Gadam into chaos. You want to blame me? Barracuda was startled as he looked into that beam of light. He stands there carrying his item, spreading rumors that we caught someone else. How do you plan to take responsibility? And he couldn't say a word, his eyes flickering with a trembling yellow hue. A and S slowly walk over to Barracuda. Come on, you wouldn't dare do this. He pressed his face close and asked, making the other man a bit nervous. Who told you to do this? You really are as talented as he said. Suddenly, List's girl stepped forward, making him turn to look. Is she the one? Is she still okay after that attack? Then she smiles and reaches out her hand to open the space hole. He wants to meet someone. Dio was startled. I don't meet guests without an appointment. A false excuse made him startle. That really made me sad. Suddenly, a step approached. I told you that every encounter is precious. Many kings appear with their hands in their pockets at the back, alongside Genchi. A screw artifact shines with light, a precious encounter. Oh, he's still holding his weapon while looking at him. Those words don't suit you, he asked, leaning to one side. Do you want to start a fight? Minikin smiled, waving his hand, and Genchi, who was ready to draw his sword, stood on his hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to fight. His next words made Screw say nothing else. I came here to see you in that kid's book. Why did you come to see me yourself? He stood there with his head bowed. My subordinates are very important to me, even if they are so stupid they can't do anything. He continued to ask, what can I do? With a smile on his face. The one who ordered Barracuda to occupy Cian. Is that you? Mani asked with his head still bowed, frowning and smiling. Ha 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 ha. He raises his hand and his eyes emit two beams of light. Seun is just the beginning. I want to dominate all the evil regions across the world. S, on the other side, slung his weapon over his shoulder, surprisingly not the four emperors, but still aiming to dominate the world. Minikin replied, "If you're jealous, you can also work for me." He replied without hesitation as Genshi looked up at him. "Are you not going to regret it?" His face shows no emotion at all. Not at all. Now, M-Kin's face looks more sinister as he gazes at Skrill. "You might refuse now, but eventually you'll have to agree. I also want to ask this." Immediately, the red powers he summoned covered around him. "Don't drag us into this or you'll regret it." M-Kin smirked slyly, but his eyes still fixed on him. In Gedam District late at night, at Kasi's training room, a hand is holding a jade blue stone, thinking to itself, "A natural mana stone, I can't believe I have it." Morris flew in front of Kang Yu. "Why are you just looking at it like that?" Tran Tru looked at it and replied, "Because I took it myself." Then, its gaze softened, and it sighed, saying, "Let me tell you this." As the images of two mana stones in different colors appeared alongside its explanation. A naturally extracted mana stone from a weapon contains slightly less mana than a raw natural mana stone. He wondered, why less mana? Moros still stands in front of Gang Yu, but it now possesses the traits of that weapon. He continues to watch it intently. "So, if I eat it, remembering Barracuda fighting fiercely, I will gain the trait of Barracuda's fangs." Then he looked again at the mana stone in his hand. "It's a shame because it has so little mana," Moros quickly interjected. "That was when you compared it to a regular mana stone." Then Kang Yu put it in his mouth. He swallows the mana stone in one gulp, standing there radiating power and recalling every moment of his life and battles through different emotional stages, thinking that with this, I can repay my master sooner. The morning sunlight shines down on the towering buildings, signaling a new and hopeful day. A news report about villains has become a hot topic online lately. The Boksan and Gadam villain regions are fighting for power. Reporter Kim Moon-kyu. Last night, there was a major battle between the villains in the Boksan district. It is known that the conflict between the villains of Boksan and Gadam has recently escalated to a peak, with a mysterious masked villain from Boksan appearing on the screen. Yu-chan stared blankly at his phone screen with the news about last night's incident when suddenly someone's voice startled him and made him look up. "Someone is calling you Yu-chan. That's a threat." You took a can of water and sat next to him, asking, "Han, did you stay up late again? You look very tired. How is Na-on?" "Oh, you remember your sibling is lying on the bed. Did you just fall asleep? He's just here to chat with you. Surely there's something he's trying to tell you. Have you heard any news yet?" Although it didn't appear in the newspapers, people say that the Gedam guys completely wiped out the people at Boksan. As he spoke, he opened the cap of that damn gun. I never expected him to be like that. He's really bold. I never expected him to attack Boksan first. Yu-chan didn't say anything, but his eyes seemed to hide something that's hard to put into words. Yu-chan then told Dae-Yuang the truth, that it was actually the Boksan gang who kidnapped Na. Hearing this, Dae-Yuang choked on water and jumped in surprise. "Really? How come?" He verifies what he heard about the Boksan gang, but Yu-chan interrupts him while he checks the information. Those bastards in Boksan fabricated the story to threaten me, asking how I knew it was the truth and telling me not to say I went to Boksan. I honestly tell you that I received help from the people in Gadam." "Really?" Yu-chan had no other choice. He explained that it was a way to save Na-U. Dae-Wang didn't know what else to say because U-chan's approach was truly bold and unexpected, he thought to himself. "Uhan, have you received help from the villains?" But unlike Dae-Wang's worry, he's quite calm. Luckily, everything is fine. Dae-Wang still can't believe the news. "I can't believe it." He went silent, as if his mind was trying to process the new information he just received. Dae-Wang looked at Yu-chan with cold, piercing eyes as if he saw something different about him. He thought to himself, this is truly surprising. The tall, old buildings look heavily dilapidated. This area is known as the villainous zone of Bokjian district. Where did that deafening scream come from, shattering the usual silence of everything? Ga-Yang, holding his helmet, angrily asked whose father and son had fallen off the machine. Who just turned off the switch and switched to the voltmeter? Damn it, that was my first match. Suddenly someone spoke up, catching both of their attention. It seems the whole area has lost power. Rampon froze and asked back, why the flag? Who the hell is that stepping forward, just explaining the situation to both of them? The problem is not just the power outage. The TV and speakers have also been taken. Cleaner remembered and realized that my laptop is the same. Ga-Yan was shocked and stood up. Who would dare do such a thing? Someone stole the cables? Who dares to mess with the big guys like that? There's also the sound of someone approaching. Red Eye is speaking from afar. That screw, I heard he broke the limit yesterday. This power outage was caused by aftershocks. Pretty disappointing. Hearing that, I became suspicious. The limit. Red Eye, explain more. Turns out the guy who always has a big smile can be dangerous sometimes. He's always smiling, so you've misunderstood. But when he snaps, it's very frightening. Ga-Yan, not understanding anything, then turned to the cleaner to ask. What is he saying? You're also trying to force information in. Nam still doesn't quite understand. He said that Screw had removed the limits. Red Eye didn't explain again but talked about the blackout, though it wasn't too bad. He remembered this had happened before. Back then, he used to bring electronic devices from outside and armor himself with some big, useless things. Cheha was curious when he first heard about this, wondering what these big, useless things meant. What did he armor up with? Red-Eye hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. Red-Eye wasn't sure if what he knew was enough, but based on his guess, it was probably more than most people thought. It's probably a missile, at least not the worst thing. On the other side, there is a ruined, abandoned house frame, and a figure standing by the railing watching Red-Eye's group with a sigh. Today it's so noisy. Kang Yu. He turned around and leaned against the railing, watching the dark black flame floating there. I think it's time for you to share more details about the shot, since Moros won't open his mouth to talk. Its eyes were filled with contempt as it looked at Kang Yu. Seeing Moros refuse to say a word, he realized that his curiosity about Jeff's secret was indeed genuine. I already told you that his thing is related to the Destroyer Sword. Oh, and the other one is the Magnificent Building, which is the Neo Factory in Sanam City, Ganggi Province. Someone is sitting on a luxurious chair that exudes elegance and glamour. The Flatium disc is the key, fitting perfectly in the palm of the hand, as if it's the gateway for its owner to reach a higher position. He, with the white beard, confidently laughing, found the sword. That man is Manny Kin, the Destroyer Sword, the key to ruling the world, and it is in the hands of the most powerful villains, the 4 evil kings. By nightfall, the city is bathed in a warm and dazzling glow. At that moment, in a luxurious restaurant, Kang Yu is texting Yuri. "You don't need to worry about me. How can a sister not worry about her brother?" She replied, "How could I not worry when there's a big fight in Seoul? All the newspapers are reporting on that incident." Who would have thought Kang Yu not only reassured Yuri, but also calmly replied, "I can beat them." She could only exclaim, "Are you crazy?" After reading, Yuri could only sigh and complain to her younger brother. This kid is really distracted by texting and bumped into the person in front of him. The person opposite said, "I should be the one apologizing because I was blocking your view with the box." No, I am the one who should apologize. After seeing the person in front of her, she exclaimed in shock, "CEO?" A voice echoed in the CEO's office. It turns out I was the one being helped. Thanks to you, we managed to get everything arranged so quickly. Yuri quickly helped Prince as an apology. "Oh no, I didn't really help at all." She held a photo in her hand and turned to ask again, "I'll place this photo here." Prince said it's fine too. Yuri looked at the photo with curiosity. Yuri asked Prince, "Is this person in the photo your friend?" He gradually approached Yuri without her noticing. "Yes, he's my friend." Only then did Yuri realize that Prince's eyes sparkled as he looked at the photo, suggesting that person was someone important to him. In the picture, there is a photo of Prince and Jeff smiling brightly. Clearly their happy times. My best friend I've ever had. There used to be a notorious figure known by everyone, Barracuda, once called the Tyrant. He is the ambitious Vinzone boss of Boksan, always harboring plans to dominate Seiyun, but after a disastrous defeat in the previous battle, he went into hiding in Boksan. Vinzone of Boksan Vinzone disappears, and is taken over by a new boss called Du Oi, starting when sunlight shines down on the towering buildings. Inside that building are long hallways. A sign indicates the villains have been marked with red, and the 4 auspicious symbols, the Sword of Destruction, and the Platinum Disc. A green ball is forcefully slammed onto the ground, bouncing up and then seized by a terrifying, sharp-handed grip. Kang Yu holds the ball and considers the strength of the villains. The villains can absorb mana stones to increase their magic power and even acquire skills. But no matter how unique the skills are, since very few can systematically train to master them, their combat abilities remain quite weak. He used his strength to create a large stone beneath the ground and threw it precisely at the ball that had been thrown earlier, causing the ball to split in two and fall to the ground. Kang Yu trains like that not only to improve his strength, but also to find new ways to attack opponents. Moros, outside, is just eavesdropping. It seems that the Black Dagger has an automatic targeting attribute. Kang Yu looked at his right arm and replied, "That's right, the weapon attribute has been added. Even so, it's not that simple. Of course, there are always exceptions. Among the villains, she is one of the stubborn ones obsessed with becoming stronger. And among them, a few are considered monsters. Power and authority also include some villains of a special kind. They have a specific goal. They were born different, and no one dares to approach them. The one called the 4 Evil Kings. Kang Yu marks the word destruction in red and circles the word platinum. Looking at the table, Kang Yu wondered when that rumor had started to spread. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked Moros, "You say the key to finding the Destroyer Sword is the Platinum Disc, right? But why would the 4 Evil Kings have a Platinum Disc? If it keeps asking difficult questions, who can answer and who would know?" Still, Kang Yu isn't stupid enough to believe it. You think he's definitely hiding something from you and wonder what it is. I see my information level is still progressing as planned. Moros, standing beside him, watching, isn't wasting his time following Kang Yu. Besides the mana points, your skills have also improved. It seems the Mana Stone's effect is quite important. Kang Yu stared intently at the information panel, as if contemplating something. Everything was proceeding according to plan, but not only the mana points, but also the Dark Dagger and self-healing skills had leveled up. Yet it still wasn't enough to face the 4 Evil Kings. Kang Yu considers that having a high mana point doesn't necessarily mean better combat skills, but it can't be ignored. If I want to fight them, I must find ways to raise my mana points to S level. People often say, don't rush. Rushing won't solve anything. Everything should happen faster. Kang Yu turned to Moros and said, we should choose our words carefully and keep it brief. The longer the path I choose, the farther my goal will be. If the path I need is right in front of me, why should I choose the longer one? Suddenly, someone unexpectedly entered the room. Kian has a visitor who wants to see you. Black Ghost suddenly pointed his gun and begged Kang Yu, please, I beg you. The suddenness of this made him unable to help but be surprised. Kang Yu was talking to himself, his mind not quite understanding what was happening. What's going on? Screw is standing nearby and cares about what's happening, so I really pay attention. You should ask him yourself. Black Ghost now speaks about Kang Yu, the strongest and most rebellious human in history who is connected to darkness and also controls it. The boy is actually a reincarnation of darkness. If I were you, my loyalty would mean nothing. Please accept me. Unlike Black Ghost's determined eyes, both of them just look clueless and don't know what to say. Kang Yu probably hasn't understood the meaning yet. Are you saying you want to accept defeat? I have no objection to that. Black Ghost didn't realize the meaning behind Kang Yu's words. So, you have accepted my loyalty. A person's life never goes in circles, he replied gently. Huh. Kang Yu then looked at his friend and asked how his test was going. Screw handed him a set of documents after the screening process, which means he will accept him even though he doesn't seem to want to. It's just a matter of screening the documents. Screw didn't hesitate to say it straight out. Of course, the special task is to pick it out. The two of them go to another room, probably the storage room. Dill pulls out a box full of tools, with a minor issue. Kang Yu leans against the wall, watching Screw excitedly grab the items. What's the small issue? He calmly replied while rummaging through the stuff. It seems like electricity, water, and daily supplies are about to be cut off. I think the transportation needed for aid that I mentioned earlier will also be blocked. Kang Yu seemed a bit suspicious, clearly wondering why the government wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Isn't Venzone the place officially handed over to the villains? Could this become a big problem? There should be subsidies from the government and private companies, right? Screw responded to Kang Yu. Clearly, that was also his own idea. He's not wrong, but there's still another issue. Kang Yu also didn't hesitate to speak frankly. After all, not having electricity is indeed a major shortcoming. Bribery or something like that won't work. Oh, SCW isn't too surprised by your statement. That's just how villains handle things. Cutting off support is a serious problem, just a little inconvenient. But we can handle it properly if we find another way. Kang Yu quickly understood Screwell's intention. So, the one controlling the subsidies is at the heart of the problem. As expected of a friend, no need for long explanations, it's clear as day. Among the four evil kings, there's someone called Manny Nai King. I believe it's him. Hearing this name, Kang Yu shivered with fear. The four evil kings, M. King Seo is thinking long-term. Clearly he is a major obstacle. Not only will our support be cut off, but in the near future, we will also face greater dangers. If he has arranged everything, Gadam District's Venzone will soon collapse. Kang Yu wondered why everyone was watching us from all directions. Why does everyone keep staring at us? Screw admits it's because I previously refused the old man's offer. Of course, including Xian, he plans to unify all of Venzone across the entire country. Kang Yu easily recognizes that Mannequin's ambition is a desire for power, right? Screw just has to accept that it's only a guess. Who knows if that old man is as greedy for money as he is for power? Kang Yu thought to himself, if it's not strength or money, could it be S who suddenly remembered that maybe it's because of that thing in Gadam District that is very special? Kang Yu and Moros looked at each other, faces full of question marks. Seeing that neither of them seemed to know, Screw then recounted the story from the past, telling them that this story has been around for a very long time. There was a legendary villain stronger than anyone and impossible to kill by anything. The name of that evil being is Immortal, and the black iron armor he once used is sealed there in a magnificent and splendid castle in Venzone Nam Kang Siun district. A voice echoes inside, thanking you for agreeing to meet with us. I never expected there to be such a peaceful place deep in the mountains. The aroma of the harmony tea blending with this tranquil atmosphere truly is a masterpiece of nature. Gina's finger gently touches the edge of the teacup. Mannequin's dog isn't here for tea? Tell me the reason why you came here. Director Kim knows that the person behind this mask is not someone easy to deal with, so he has no choice but to pretend to be naive. As requested by the chairman, I'm here to present this excellent proposal to Mr. Mujin. Here, Director Kim. He silently thought that the surveillance system, with its robotic voice, was hard to evaluate too much. Gina touches her face, contemplating his proposal. An excellent proposal, huh? Director Kim quickly explained his purpose, feeling disappointed that the rights of villains are often severely oppressed. A world where the rights of villains are protected, where villains have full freedom and are defended by the authorities. She doesn't bother listening to this nonsense. Get straight to the point. Director Kim seemed unafraid and directly addressed the issue, starting with the four major Venzone areas of Soon. The chairman wants to unify all Venzone locations nationwide to create a powerful force. Gina put away her dark knife, sat back in her chair, and openly criticized Kim's rather crazy idea. And he dares to call that a great proposal. If he wants to have full control and manipulate us, then so be it. Director Kim didn't expect Gina to be so sincere and to try so hard to persuade her. Every puppet has its own role. Mr. Mujin will be given a special management position, referring to the administrative officials, the king's representatives in each province and city during ancient France. Director Kim remembered this and handed over a box of fruit. Oh, and this is a small gift from the chairman. It's not worth much. He just wants to show some goodwill. Hope Mr. Minin accepts it. Gina casually rests her hand without showing any reaction. No one knows what she's thinking behind that mask. Sunlight filters through, shining on a few branches of flowers in the room. Gina stands looking out the window as if contemplating Mr. Kim's earlier words. Jill also thought about his words. It really is a crazy plan. Unifying Venzone is no easy task, especially across the entire country. That money-hungry old man must be senile, right? He asked her what she was planning to do. Gina casually replies, the idea of unifying all Venzone is not bad, but I can't trust his words that easily. There's definitely another purpose we don't know about. Jalop looked confused as Director Kim left and Gina still didn't take off her mask. It's just the two of us here. Can't you change your tone? Do you think our neighbors would answer like that? He thought of him mixed with confusion. Screw the neighbor? Gina is contemplating Manny King's next move, and it seems she's right. I think Director Kim is heading that way. Gadam is no exception either. He probably received a similar offer already. But Ju thinks that there definitely won't be any agreement here because that's obvious. If it were Screw, he would refuse immediately. The glowing red eyes of the mask make Gina look more terrifying than ever. She lowered her voice to emphasize, if it were him, he would probably know Manky King's purpose. Contact Gadam District. Right now at Venzone Gadam District, see on the elevator display shows level B5 underground footsteps echo through the dark night. Kang Yu and Screw walk with torches, apparently planning to do something in the 5th basement level. Kang Yu seems to know nothing about this place. The 5th basement level, huh? I guess someone really brought everyone down here. It started as a parking lot, but was later redesigned into a restricted area for security reasons. It's hard to believe, but the black iron armor can produce terrifying sounds. The noise level is definitely a different issue, but that terrifying sound helps it invade others' minds to manipulate them. Kang Yu was suspicious. What kind of armor could make sounds like a person? An armor that can talk like you? Seo explains, or rather, it's like a spiritual force. This is spiritual force. The easiest way to understand it. Like hearing spirits talk, Moro suddenly feels something approaching. Moro speaks as a warning. I sense a murderous intent approaching the armor. I need to verify it when I see it, but the situation could get pretty troublesome. Seo is pointing something out ahead. Here it is. Kang Yu looked at the mess of locks being attached to the door, or rather the wall, with a jumble of tangled locks. Trouble, Screw explains. Since it's Kang Yu's first visit, it's built by layering lead and concrete with special steel. Even if they are high-level villains, they can't break in. But do you really want to go inside? Are you okay on your own? He turned to Kang Yu with suspicion. This is why we came here. Contrary to his calm appearance, Screw looks quite worried. I know, but what about the demon? Who says that's his friend? You're really stubborn. The lock was opened by Screw, and at that moment, the dark force inside revealed its power, as if warning us not to interfere. Screw stands outside the bamboo house while he is entering inside. Take care of the house. Dark energies envelop everything inside. Moros also advised Kang Yu to be careful because the evil demon energy was too dangerous. Kaxian, even now, you remain very calm as you move forward. This should be fine for now. Suddenly, Kang Yu saw something ahead, an armor and an overwhelming darkness covering it even more intensely. He looked at the armor in the glass and thought to himself, is that the black iron armor? Such a retro design, as if it has a life of its own with terrifying glowing red eyes. The armor chuckled, drawing both of their attention. It was rambling about something incomprehensible. Spring has arrived by the river. I am so excited. Ugh, confusing as always, Moro said. What the heck is that? I don't even know anymore. Why ask if it's so hard to answer? It must be some kind of poem. Even the armor can read poetry, yet it still speaks in mysterious words. But Morose seemed to realize something, like a flower blooming through the cold east wind. In the end, you have finally come to me. That armor still radiates a dark energy. Even more than 3 minutes ago, Morose realized and told you that its owner harbors a deep grudge, one that still lingers and turns into deadly intent. Kang Yu also wasn't afraid and boldly stepped forward. There's no way to retreat anymore. I am willing to face all dangers to become stronger, so I will suppress it and make it mine. Moros tries to advise him, but it seems ineffective. Moros warns, be careful, even if it's you. That armor looks gloomy, as if hiding some joy in its words. A perfect body. How could that body be the best thing to accept me? Come here and merge with me. Let me take control of you. Who would give up on that battered armor? Shut up. The one being controlled isn't me. It's you. That armor's eyes widened as if it had been pressed against a body. Kang Yu seems to realize something is wrong. Moros stands outside watching and smirking, as if he agrees with what he's thinking. The armor suddenly let out a proud laugh, as if it had succeeded in destroying Kang Yu's sanity. Its soul separated and flew toward him. Come here. You are the child who will bring disaster to this world with me. You will be reborn with an immortal body and live for 10,000 years. Kang Yu, with clouded white eyes, as if his soul has been taken, can only stand still and motionless. He seems to be preparing to crawl into his body when he can no longer resist. You are mine, immortal. Suddenly a voice echoed, making him stop. Why would a soul be so unaware of its place? You, a disaster-level villain in life, once looked up to the gods and dreamed of eternal life. He stopped, unable to believe that the one it was controlling was emanating such powerful energy. Who are you? It seems he recognized him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Moro still wore a strange appearance even though he was no longer conscious. It couldn't believe its eyes, couldn't believe such a thing could happen. No way, why are you here? The blue eyes seemed to carry an unbreakable command, radiating formidable power. Then it raised the sword and struck the ground. Everything seemed to sink into a sea of blue flames and vanish. The jungle was shrouded in darkness, serving as a reminder that any intruder would pay a heavy price. My trembling hand is clutching the steel chain, and to stabilize this turbulent time, I must abandon my heart and soul. Someone in armor with their limbs chained, carrying endless hatred within. In this ruined world, I once dreamed of the dawn of civilization that I had been chasing after completely destroying it. He seems to have lost his mind, emitting terrifying sounds. This body will be stronger than anyone else, and I will dominate this world. The Westerners holding torches approach him gradually, their torches blazing brightly, illuminating a dark patch of the forest. And you were also an outsider that day. Those people didn't take on a human form. They just stood there, watching him. This hatred inside me. That person put the torch into the prearranged branch. Flames rose up, burning bright red. The fire consumed him, carrying with it an unending rage that would never fade, never disappear. At this moment, near the hidden door with the armor, Kang Yu heard someone calling his name and tried to open his heavy eyelids. Suddenly, he woke up startled, his eyes wide open as if he had just faced a nightmare. Xian Kang Yu realizes he is lying on the ground, trying to understand what has happened. Kang Yu tries to sit up, rubbing his pounding head. What just happened? Moros replied. You have been controlled by the black iron armor. It was only then that he remembered what happened earlier. Kang Yu recalled his shattered memories, but only until he lost his sense of self. Thinking back, it was when I felt myself losing consciousness. I asked Morris about that armor, and what about its energy? Why can't I feel anything? It calmly responds. The deadly intent of the black iron armor has disappeared. He asked again, confused. It disappears. Moros calmly explains to Kang Yu with the simplest example about that armor. It is a long-lasting hatred and pain, but the essence of fireworks is that they shine brightly for a moment before fading away and disappearing. Kang Yu listened and then absorbed the information before speaking. Knowing this much, Kang Yu tried to support himself with his hand to stand up. Anyway, I have been too reckless, and from now on I will be more cautious. Maybe only Moros has ever seen someone as stubborn as Kang Yu in his life. I already told him that fighting him in his current state would be very difficult. Kang Yu didn't care much about Moros and went toward the armor lying on the ground, unexpectedly feeling so weak against such a mental attack. The legendary black iron armor, without the evil spirit dwelling inside, is just an ordinary simple suit of armor. Moros was puzzled as to why he was fiddling with it. Hey, what are you doing? I don't mind checking if it's still good enough to use. Check if it's okay. Moros looked at Kang Yu with half-lidded eyes. Because in his mind, it's a criticism he can't hide. But don't be fooled, it's a top-tier weapon. Kang Yu uses energy from his arm to power up the armor, gathering all the energy from it since everyone came here to extract magic crystals. Outside the door, Screw twirls the ruby, worried about those two lives. It's so late, I should have gone in with him, right? The noise made him startle and look up. There was a noise at the door, and it gradually opened. Kang Yu came out unscathed with no injuries on his body. Screw stood up worriedly and asked him, Are you okay? Why did you take so long? Kang Yu just made up an excuse anyway, it doesn't really matter. I was talking to that black armored guy. Still hard to believe. He looks suspicious, huh? Damn, you talked to the black steel armor? Kang Yu has no intention of explaining, only saying that the armor looks like shattered debris. It's inside there. You can use it as an antique to sell or give to Manny King, whatever you prefer. Sil finds his way of thinking hard to understand. Selling legendary weapons as antiques. He's curious about what exactly happened, but he doesn't say it out loud, only wondering inwardly what really went on inside. He had to use the glasses to look up information about Kang Yu. A series of numbers appeared on Screwell's glasses, and his mana points shot up significantly. I expected to get this much anyway, so it works with his dual attributes, huh? Buildings stacked on top of each other with someone's binoculars focused intently, and on the statue square are Chrome and Red Eye. They both seem to have some scheme. She's holding a binocular and looking somewhere, not forgetting to threaten Red Eye. If you don't hit the target, I'll stab you to death. He raised his bow and decisively aimed at the target. The arrow shot swiftly, hitting the target on the wall perfectly in the bullseye for 10 points. Crow then made some teasing sounds. Crow turned to Red Eye and said, It seemed like the two of you were betting on me getting shot, but too bad, I just barely escaped death. Congratulations. Suddenly he saw something. From Sar, I see someone who makes Crow curious, and he's looking through the binoculars. It seems someone is coming. From afar, Yosei, Aruma, and Hote are running over. Why are they here at this time? A while later, everyone entered the room and the tray of cakes was quickly devoured. Ice then went straight to the reason for his visit. Today, I come as a negotiating partner. Where is that black duck? Who is red? I wonder who that is. Blackie Osei is the one who answered him. Your leader. Steel leaned back with his hands behind his head and lazily replied, probably in the gym. Crow's response was even more bored. They seem used to this, always training, and he doesn't even bother to rest anymore. Seo turned back to ask the question Yosei mentioned earlier. So, what exactly is the role of the partner? What's the reason? Aroma didn't notice until the cake had already been eaten by Oat. All gone? Yosei replied. But this made Skrill curious. Those guys from Namkang District want to meet you. I'm quite curious, so I investigated. It seems Monkey King's henchmen have already met with them. Crow couldn't help but think of his endless tricks. Are they being threatened by Monkey King? But that's a counter-argument, because if that were true, things would have gone wrong a long time ago. If that were the case, it wouldn't be so peaceful now. She knows the natures of that villain Munjen. He is one of the best fighters in this country. Moonin is undefeated. His reputation as the #1 evil sword is more than enough to understand. Sil guesses that I am sure he has been convinced to work with the old man. If he sends someone from South Kang, Sinhua District won't be an exception. Iose realized Screw's reasoning wasn't bad and asked for his opinion. So, what do you plan to do? But he's not afraid of anyone, so he'll just go meet him. After all, Yosei, he really wants to talk to Kang Yu. What about the leader of your group? Aren't you going to ask for his opinion? Crow sat beside her, smiling, imagining Kang Yu and Manujin talking. If those two met, it would be so fun. Sil was confused by her joking remark. Where's the fun in that? Crow was half joking, half serious.
Both of them are the type to rush in first. Sil realizes her joke and Ozma follows.
Exactly right. The meeting between Munjin and Kan is truly something to look forward to. On Kang Yu's side, with blue lights shining on the ceiling, he is checking his stats again. It's clear that there have been significant changes. After I extracted the magic crystal from the armor, it changed. The villain's name is Cassian. Special information. The villain has awakened at a disaster level of the dark attribute. Dual attribute. Black Bridge activation method. Main anger skill. Dark Knight sword. +3 sensing attributes with self-healing +3. Hidden Dark Knight teleportation. Dark Knight illusion. Dark fire summon Dark Knight sword. Dark armor. 20 hours of enhanced mental strength. Hidden skill. Extracting magic crystals. Mana points are 1,345. And they've increased along with a new skill. Could it be because of the enchanted crystal inside this legendary armor? Moros is always there to support. Both new skills originate from the innate properties of the black iron armor. Dark fire summons the black armor for 20 hours to boost mental strength. He looked at the table and wondered,
is it really that costly in mana? But only being able to use the black armor for 20 hours is a bit...
Does it really consume a lot of mana? Moros patiently explains to Kang Yu. Anyway, it's information you should know. That's right. It can consume a large amount of mana, but it may also be because it's a high-value skill, so it has certain limitations. Suddenly, he saw something in the notification. What is this? Strength seems like just muscles, huh? Moros is acting like a teacher explaining it to him. It's a passive skill that increases resistance to mental attacks from opponents. It's an innate ability like your self-healing. Kang Yu remembered being manipulated by the black armor and nodded. Resistance to mental attacks from opponents is quite useful. Moros couldn't help but voice a somewhat judgmental tone, never expecting you to die while releasing a magic crystal from a legendary armor. I thought you were acting too impulsively, but luckily the outcome wasn't too bad. Don't do it again next time. But I still feel something is missing. Not enough. Wow! Kang Yu clenched his hand tightly, thinking of Jack and Lara, his true targets. Even though I'm not strong enough to fight them yet, with this I won't be considered weak anymore. Moros, how can I resist my own teasing nature after gaining this new power? Looks like you're eager for a fight, huh? Kang Yu doesn't care that much. He just wants to see how much stronger he's become. It would be perfect now to have another opponent to fight. Even with the air conditioning on full blast in Lampus' South Korea branch, the heat still can't be contained. Yu Chan gasped for breath, probably after training for quite a while. He remembered Kang Yu's words. Whether you're a villain or a wrongdoer, you must surpass your limits to improve, and not let external reasons bind you. A quick attack is the fastest way to win. The key to victory is speed. Yu Chan clenched his fist tightly, a flame bursting out from his hand and shooting straight ahead, with Hoa Dianfeng heading directly toward the wall's target. When the flames disappear, the broken target with the red center is revealed. That fist is as powerful as the determination of its owner. Yu Chan's eyes are full of determination, ambition, and fighting spirit, but he feels it's not enough. Something is still missing. Not yet, still not enough. I am sure I will catch up with him. At the same time, in June's room, her warm gaze contrasted sharply with her cold exterior. June handed Daewang a newspaper about the current situation. This is an investigative report on the current activities of the Vin Dawn. Do you remember what I said earlier? Daewang looked up and replied, all Vinzone stores across the country are in chaos now. Dai Suun lazily responds. That's right. He looked back at the newspaper and judged. Of course I remember, but this is like some young kid just messing around. It's such a hassle to cut off electricity, water, and daily supplies. It sounds like it's not a big deal. But the government and private companies are involved too. June casually takes a sip of tea. That's right, the dark red tea seems like a bad omen for the future. It makes my head spin, because if that's the case, there must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Besides, it seems that Venzone is under pressure from all sides. Who could be behind this after all? Jun replied, and it was not really surprising. If it's that old man Mick King, then his sudden threat is really surprising. M. King truly is him. Totally unexpected. June was speechless with this friend. I almost wanted to punch him. Stop asking and just read the report. You idiot, all the Venzone bosses are famous across the country and already have their own subordinates. They have formed a protection team for the chairman called the Seven Managers. It seems he wants to control all of Venzone in this Seun himself. But De Wong didn't think so because underestimating the enemy is something only fools or overly arrogant people would do. No way, those guys aren't easy to take down. Not to mention Skrill. Mujin and Nam Chang hasn't surrendered yet, right? I heard that guy named Ka Shen is pretty formidable. Even Yu Chan also acknowledged her. Jisun thought for a moment after hearing that. She speaks confidently and frankly, without hiding her contempt. I admit Skrull and Mujin are quite tough. As for the remaining small fry, it's easy. De Wong didn't expect her to say that. She's too arrogant. Are these weak little fish really that bad at chess? But thinking about it, it's not that surprising. If June again shows such disdain for them, I understand why the senior, who is a master-level fighter, calls them small fish. They are assigned special missions and considered commanders, but he still seems a bit worried. However, his fighting style is truly impressive, with quick movements as if a seasoned fighter has been trained thoroughly. As he was lost in thought, June brought Wong back to reality. Hey, your senior is still sitting right in front of you. You still think about other things, huh? Look at you startled. And Wong jumps in surprise to answer her. No, I'm just focusing. Like you said, both of them are very strong, but do they have any factions? Moreover, their opponent is one of the four evil kings, the strongest villains. Jun still remains somewhat cautious of him. If that old man really wants to unify the factions with the common goal, Daewon questions her again. What does she think his purpose is, or is he challenging Lampus? But June doesn't seem to want to care that much about it. Don't tell me those creepy things. If that's the case, then just find the land to bury it and be done with it. Is there anything we can do to handle this? This life is pretty much over. June is really fed up with this friend of his. Your task is to find it, that lazy good-for-nothing. But finding it won't be easy. It's not just grass you can pluck at will. Without a valid reason, you can't interfere with the Venzones. Then you have to find a way to intervene for me. For the safety of the people, we must prevent all potential threats. De Young looked at the newspaper for a while before falling into deep thought. June stood up from the swivel chair and walked to the window. That is what drives us forward. And the reason Lampus exists is Sire's final mission. At this moment, with Brihun's group, he was sitting on a tire that looked quite strange, seeming to be lost in thought. Break remembered the previous fight with the one-eyed man, and then muttered to himself, "How can I become stronger?" Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, "What are you doing over there?" "You bastard sitting alone and cursing yourself?" "No need to say. I can tell it's Krat and Doubleblade's voices." He snapped back angrily, cursing himself. What is he even muttering about? Seeing his attitude, Nam Q also asked out of concern, "You haven't eaten anything, right? When you're hungry, you tend to scold yourself." Doubleblade couldn't help but join in. Impressive. I'm about to blow my top at these two friends. I told you I wouldn't do it, remember? Cross still wonders what's wrong with this kid that he's so stubborn, and that's about it. Brayhan also didn't hide it and spoke frankly, which surprised Doubleblade a little. I'm thinking of ways to become stronger. Crass has only been serious twice in his life. He's gotten stronger. What are you planning to do? Just fighting people is enough for us to have fun. Doubleblade also didn't forget to add his own comment because he wanted to impress the girl he liked. How come Krat guessed it was Crow? Crow, do you think you can admit that? Even if you're blushing, it's not her. At this moment, Doubleblade saw something in the distance over there. Look over there. CR thought he was joking, so he responded. Crow really came? Black H is very worried now. They might run away. Hey, don't mess around. But since Doubleblade didn't reply, everyone looked over curiously. From afar, a figure is approaching the group. It is Jelop M, with the person in the middle, exuding an air of authority. That's Gina. This place is still so humble. Break recognizes those people, but wonders what someone like that is doing here. Trungkwan Nam Kyung Thun. The ruthless swordmaster, Min. What is he doing coming to Gaddam? Dulop chuckled as if he had some sinister plan. He spoke up to break this tense atmosphere. Hey, why are you just standing there staring at each other like that? Call your clones here. Black H has no idea what's going on. Suddenly, why are you all here causing trouble thinking we are your subordinates? Do we have to do that, huh? Acting so arrogant, making Crash laugh out loud. Damn it, good job. He's got a face as dark as a pot, grinding his teeth loudly. Still seems very angry. If you want to meet him, just go find him yourself. Instead, Jill calmly pushes up his glasses in a very classy way. I've heard about them before. There's a stupid and clueless trio in Gaddam. Seems like they're the ones being humiliated. Break Han gets furious. What did you say? Before he could finish speaking, something suddenly flashed past him. Is that guy arguing with us? Those stones, huh? Yet you lost your temper and charged straight at Jalop. You bastards, who are you calling the stupid trio? As he achieved his goal, he smirked with a sinister smile, when suddenly something shot past quickly in front of him, making Black Han startle and stop. When did Jill get in front of him? You still managed to answer back. Who else could it be if not you? Angered to the point that veins bulged in his eyes, Black Han threw a punch straight at Joe's face but was easily dodged. Shut your mouth. Not only that, but he also grabbed your wrist. Jop put all his strength into his arm, causing Black Han to be stunned, and then his bones cracked under Jop's force. Black Han, painfully clutching his arm, sat down on the ground looking extremely distressed while I happily watched him squirm. Your hand is pretty tough too. He even cruelly grabbed that part of your arm and lifted it high while you could only shiver in pain. Job cheerfully praises him despite the suffering, saying you usually fall for my tricks so badly your bones shatter. Unable to see anymore, Krat and Double Blade run towards Job Blackhand. Suddenly, Krat's head is struck hard by something colorful out of nowhere. Double Blade looked behind and saw Mas grabbing the cannon, ready to throw it at both of them. Mas Mao Nyak, an A-rank evil summon type guardian with a defensive attribute. I smiled kindly, but I didn't look very friendly with the cannon in my hand. Sharing Masmalo with everyone is so fun. Eat up. Suddenly, an arrow shot from somewhere far away, piercing through the cannon shell precisely and embedding itself into the crumbling wall behind Mas, startling her. Masmalo's explosive. She was surprised that the arrow appeared out of nowhere. My Masmal. Joe turned to the other side and saw Red Eye, Gro, Screw, and Kang Yu already standing there. Seeing that, he let go of B's arm. Things are about to get interesting. The host has appeared. Screw checks the current situation. Grey Hun has already collapsed and can't get up. CR was hit hard on the head and struggled to sit up with the double blades. Are you okay? Sil has also caught up with the current situation. Look, Gro says, I didn't expect them all to fight each other. Oh my god. It looks like they're fighting. Gina's reply on the other side caused both of them to instinctively turn around, as they clearly didn't know their place and challenged first. Crow smiles like a beauty queen but with a slight judgment. She decisively draws her sword, ready to fight as if she wants to settle things with her fists. But then Skrull stepped in to stop him. Hold on. Crow reluctantly puts down his sword but, full of doubt, asks Skrill what I am doing again. They are insulting us, he replied calmly. Just listen to what they say for a bit longer. I should have told you earlier, but we have to meet with them. But I didn't expect them to rush in like this. Kang Yu, standing far away, also recognized the person in front. Mujin, the fifth prince of S, was quite surprised that Kang Yu knew Gina. Do you know him? Kang Yu didn't answer Screw and kept going. If you're already here, I might as well welcome you properly. Gina also recognized that this was Kang Yu, the person featured on the recent news reports. You are Tian? I've never heard your name before. I thought you might be some kind of crazy person, but it seems you're using that name as your own reputation. Red, who's trying to help break Han up? That pain was unimaginable. Are you okay? Gina straightforwardly states her reason for coming here. I'll get straight to the point. I don't acknowledge you as the Vinzone boss. Just one look is enough for me to know. Screwil, the scheming bastard, has handed over the Vinzone boss position to you. I hate those who are unworthy of their position but think they're so talented. Gina with her mask couldn't reveal her emotions, and with her blazing red eyes, it was easy to make others feel fear. Moreover, she exuded a pressure that overwhelmed everything around her. Double Blade must be surprised by this atmosphere. Red Eye also couldn't believe that just this alone could create such an invisible pressure on others. This insane, fierce, bloodthirsty pressure. But Jop saw a strange scene. Yet Gro and Screw smile so confidently. Do they really think they can still laugh? As expected, I shouldn't underestimate those two. But what about that guy? Gina, feeling her pressure, did not waver and withdrew her stance, then demanded, I have no interest in someone like you. I'm here to talk to Skrill. I warn you not to interfere and provoke me. Kang Yu didn't care much and instead made a condition. Do whatever you want, but I have one condition in return. Jop, confused by what Kang Yu said, repeated his words. Kang Yu didn't mind and stated his demand, seemingly seeing him as someone to test his new strength. I hear you're Mujin, undefeated, so fight me. Gro isn't surprising, but Screw's situation with this guy is really hard to predict. Oh no, this challenge feels like a dare to Jop, making him furious. He quickly rushed forward and grabbed Kang Yu's wrist tightly. Jop warns you, it looks like he's about to break your arm like he did with Breakhunt earlier. How dare you ignore our boss's warning? But who would have expected him to be squeezed by Kang Yu, who then responded to Jop with his bloodthirsty mode? So I also warn you, he didn't expect to be caught off guard like that. Is he this strong? Before I could even process it, he was slammed down so hard that the ground cracked and shattered into pieces. Don't get in my way. Mas, standing nearby, couldn't find the words. Gina remained standing still, observing the situation, while Kang Yu seems to be telling Gina to remember that the clone Vinzoni from Gadam District is just as impressive as the scene earlier. Gro can't help but marvel at how increasingly fascinating things are becoming. Skill also smirked slightly, causing Gina to be unexpectedly surprised. I really didn't expect such a rude reception. Yet he was provoked by you, truly pathetic. However, she had no intention of drawing her sword back, but I wouldn't refuse any challenge. Kang Yu thought to himself, feeling annoyed by Gina's fake robotic voice, which sounded harsh and grating. Gina draws her sword from its sheath, a relentless killing intent emanating from her. So you were the one who defeated Barracuda? You only managed to defeat someone as lowly as him and then look down on me? The price you'll pay won't be small. Both of them face each other, and this battle is just one drop of water away from overflowing. But Kang Yu seems to realize something is wrong. Gina is holding her sword reversed compared to normal, holding the sword with his left hand, so he's left-handed. Morris, standing beside him, couldn't help but speak up and advise him. That guy is different from those you fought before. Kang Yu knew that because, after all, Gina was known as someone far from ordinary. I know. Morris hadn't finished speaking when you might have just been testing your strength for fun, but you could have run straight to Gina to say goodbye. Una, pass set the tunes? Morris can only call out his name now. There's nothing he can do to save him. Sina is already prepared with her sword, ready to face Kang. Then she swung a downward slash like a scythe straight at Yu. Fi's sword sensed the attack heading directly for him, but Kang Yu stayed calm and tried to run to the side to dodge, all while maintaining his speed. Seeing this, Sil immediately realized that he was very serious because Kang Yu's eyes showed no sign of backing down or fear. Both of them charged at each other, extremely tense. Gina swung her sword and Kang Yu quickly bent down to dodge the attack. He threw a punch but was blocked by Gina's sword. Immediately, he kicked up, but she was faster, dodging the attack and swiftly striking at Kang Yu. He was knocked back by the blow but managed to land against the wall. I didn't expect him to anticipate and counter that move. Finding a weakness will be tough. So he focused his strength on his legs and charged straight at Gina's position. Kang Yu Tung's fist kept moving forward, attacking directly. Gina has no intention of running away, hiding behind that mask, lost in her thoughts. Everything there seems to explode. Flames seem to rise up, making the scene truly terrifying. The moth-like creature charged at Gina, and she blocked with her sword, causing the ground to explode into 1,000 pieces. Then Gina quickly stepped back to prepare for her next attack. Suddenly, something rushed very quickly beneath her feet. Gina reflexively blocked with her sword, but it seemed to have caused her some trouble. Black dark sword. Gina sensed that something was not quite right. Those 4 black ones are turning into huge, sharp spikes, chaining the black dark swords. They are not only fixed, but also attacking Gina from all directions, forcing her to dodge constantly. Gro couldn't help but be surprised by Yu's attack. Screw nodded outside, realizing that's how he used that skill. Then he charged straight at Gina from above. Instead of defending like before, Gina chooses to counterattack with a series of rapid strikes, swinging wide horizontal slashes at Kang Yu, throwing her sword to cut him down. But with her quick reflexes, Kang Yu easily dodged. Gina threw away her cumbersome cloak, showing that she was much more serious now. Gina pulls out another sword from her vest, and Kang Yu, even while running at high speed, notices it clearly. Gina, wielding 2 swords, runs straight at Kang Yu. He saw but couldn't stop. But the swords? Gina thrusts the sword forward. Kang Yu dodges just in time, but still leaves a small wound on his arm. Having 2 swords and attacking continuously put him in a dilemma. The sword in his left hand is just a base for using the moon sword afterward. Gina almost managed to stab him, but Yu's armor on his arm deflected it. Gina was also surprised by Kang Yu's ability. I didn't expect my sword strike to be so easily deflected. Is that a glove-shaped weapon? Then he swung his arm forcefully to throw away the sword, but Gina held on tightly, so her hand was also flung away. Kang Yu kicked up with his foot. Gina saw this and stepped back to avoid the surprise attack. At that moment, Gina was in a defensive stance so that she could counter any surprise attack while retreating. Seeing her steady defensive posture, Kang Yu couldn't help but secretly admire her skills. You're quite strong. The moment I attacked, he was knocked off balance. His fighting style is very proper, not at all like that of a villain. Kang Yu recalled Moros's words earlier. I told you he's not an easy opponent to test skills against. He's still hiding his true strength. After all that, the attack still came out as if it was nothing, making Moros find it hard to speak. Guess I'll have to provoke a little more to enjoy the show. Anyone watching that fight would be surprised. The 2 sides are evenly matched. Bree leans on Red Eye, thinking to herself, why is this happening? Are they really that strong? Suddenly, there was applause. Brilliant. Sil clapped as he approached both of them. So both of you have probably confirmed each other's strength already? Then shall we stop here? But what could Gina possibly agree to? I refuse. It's still hard to understand why Gina said that. Hey, because she's just like Kang Yu, a competitive person, how could she possibly stop in a match like this? Keep fighting until someone falls. Kang Yu, provoked by Gina's words, has no intention of stopping until someone is defeated. Oh, you don't seem very sure, do you? If you're a villain, then act like one. You have to fight with all your might, like a madman. Kang Yu looked at her with contempt. Like a madman? Gina immediately became angry, pointing her sword directly at him. Are you afraid I think you're lowly, so you said such rude words? Morose calmly observes her and then makes a judgment. It seems you've successfully provoked him. Gina, holding the sword, radiates a dark aura. She confidently asserts that her power is the wild energy of destruction. She continues, her hand passing over the sword. I can cut through anything. Suddenly, the abandoned building behind Kang Yu is cut in half, making him startle. Screw and Grow immediately fall silent. They are trying to understand her power. Mujin doesn't just possess the wild destructive energy. Part of Gina's power is crystallization. When the attribute is mineral, her skills can strengthen any part of her body. His attribute is not only good for attacking, but also specializes in defense, so direct combat gives him a significant advantage. But Kang Yu also has his own advantages. On the other hand, the shadow attribute is more about stealth than direct combat. Seo immediately fell into deep thought. He observed Kang Yu carefully before reaching a conclusion. Maybe he's an exception. Over there, Maz is trying to wake up. Jop, you're awake. Jop tries to get up tiredly, while the woman beside him keeps asking about his condition. Are you okay? Want to eat mas, since it's been a while? Just woke up, he immediately wondered where Mujin was. Maz quickly pointed at her over there. Countless streams of light collided, leaving him in awe, speechless. Kang Yu and Gina are fighting in midair, two streams of power like fire and water radiating intensely. Gina wields two swords, continuously attacking him. Every strike was powerful and precise, but Kang Yu with his agility also blocked countless attacks from her. He also didn't hesitate to respond with powerful kicks. He immediately strikes at his opponent with the Black Dusk sword. She also quickly charged forward without hesitation using her ultimate move, the Flying Sword. Slash two attacks about to collide, but his Black Dusk sword suddenly changed its trajectory, knocking away the Flying Sword slash. This sudden attack caught Gina off guard. The strike was so fast that she could only barely defend herself. Gina has been struck by the Black Knight sword. She begins to feel uncomfortable and starts to fall into a difficult situation. His swords are so troublesome. Is that a shadow attribute skill? Seeing him about to charge again, she guessed he was going to use the same skill. Just as expected, Kang Yu used that move once more. But this time it seemed even more powerful. Black Knight sword, your attack is rushing rapidly toward the enemy. It's so powerful that the ground around it shatters, but in an instant Gina has completely vanished. This sudden disappearance leaves Kang Yu stunned. Before long, a foot quietly steps onto the Hak Dakim technique. She stands proudly above, looking down at him. Gina's eyes are filled with murderous intent, and every word she speaks sends a chill down your spine. How dare you use that to fight me? After saying that, she quickly charged at Kang Yu, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes along the way. Are you messing with me? The sudden attack caught him off guard. She wields two sharp blades, unleashing her deadly technique, the whirlwind dance. Just as Gina's strike is about to hit Kang Yu, he suddenly disappears. A decisive strike without mercy, only to realize there was no one in front of her. Where is he? Jop, standing behind, can oversee the entire battle and shouts a warning. His warning caught her off guard, but it was already too late. A shadow suddenly appeared above her. Kang Yu suddenly rushes toward her, unleashing his ultimate move. Black Daw teleports, making Gina startled and panicked, but she remains undaunted and counters with her metal crystal technique. Her leg instantly turned into shining metal, and with a powerful kick, Gina sent Kang Yu flying away. Her powerful kick sent Kang Yu crashing into the nearby wall, shattering it into pieces as Mar and Jilop watched eagerly and cheered. That was a great hit. As the dust begins to settle, everything seems to fall into silence. Gina suddenly realizes something's wrong. She swears under her breath. She felt uncomfortable with Kang Yu. If Jop hadn't been there, she would have been the one hit. She watched Kang Yu slowly stand up, feeling like he was calmly wiping dust off himself, with a confident tone, countering just in time. Doing very well. Hearing Kang Yu's words, she became even more annoyed, her murderous intent flaring up again. He's trying to lecture me. Gina tremblingly clenched her sword in anger as Kang Yu also didn't waste time and began to attack. Then let's start over now. I take back what I said about you being a lowly person. Gina kneels down, gripping her sword. With your excellent combat skills and that guts, I admit you're the boss of Venzone. Crow stands beside, watching. Seems like his emotions are changing. Screw seemed lost in thought, standing still as if contemplating something. Gina, meanwhile, was already in her attacking stance. And to apologize for underestimating you, I will give you the next attack. She is surrounded by a flickering red aura, her voice cold to the bone. If you don't want to get burned, then stay away. Morris nearby sighed. Your magic power is truly top-notch. It seems he's about to use his trump card, and Kang Yu just calmly asked how dangerous it is. It seems to realize how dangerous the opponent's move is. Its face tense. Like he said, if you want trouble, just rush in. But contrary to its worry, Kang Yu remained calm as ever. It seems he already had a plan, so Gina immediately jumped up. Her sword is engulfed in blood-red light and is rushing straight at him. Gina's sword suddenly appears to grow 1,000 times larger, catching Yu completely off guard. The people around him were suddenly panicked by the scene and shouted, "What is that?" She quickly launched an attack towards him. The direct attack of the long Na's sword headed straight for Kang Yu, but Kang Yu remained standing there, facing it bravely. The attack directly affected the city, which then shimmered with interwoven blue and red lights, stunningly beautiful. Its power was so immense that everyone else could only gape in silence. After unleashing her ultimate move, Gina gracefully descended. She started to mock and look down on Kang Yu. I didn't expect you to take that hit without dodging. Foolish. But he immediately replied, Really? His voice left her utterly stunned. A figure lurking in the distance is Gang Yu. He remains safe and sound. You still have time to mock her back. Just scream loud enough for everyone to hear, but it won't break through my dark armor. A layer of dense protective barrier surrounds him as he stands there proudly declaring that it was indeed a successful skill test. The system notification appears, with the 1958 cooldown for the dark armor. Gina froze in shock at Kang Yu's power, unable to believe he could face her long Na sword unscathed. She remembered her attack, and even at S rank she couldn't defend so strongly or block such a strike. Gina could only stand there in silence, unable to believe it. Could his power be even greater than that? Seeing her remain silent for so long, Kang Yu decided to taunt her. "If you don't speak, does that mean you're afraid?" Moros muttered mockingly. "If you don't bark, you can't stand it, huh?" Kang Yu lowers his stance and activates his power. "If you've already started, then let's begin again." "Because I just blocked your attack, now it's my turn." Gina was furious at his dismissive attitude. Impertinent. Kang Yu couldn't see her face clearly, but from her words, he could tell that Gina was furious. "You keep barking like a mongrel." Kang Yu's anger boils over, his eyes flashing with fire. "If you want to end like that, then I'll be the one to charge first. So I'll leave it here." A beam of light shines onto the badge on Gina's neck. Then the badge suddenly shattered into many pieces, surprising her. The energy gradually filled the gun's chamber. Screw's glasses flash with a pink light as Mujin and Kang Yu quickly jump back to avoid the immense energy suddenly unleashed towards them. Something was shattered into many pieces by it. As the smoke dispersed, everyone saw part of the wall dented inward, forming a large hole. Kang Yu suddenly turned to question Screw. "What are you doing?" he asked, but did not get an answer. "Stop it." The gun in Screw's hand continues to reload. He smiled and asked, "Are you two not done playing yet?" Even though he was standing some distance away, his bazooka's power was undeniable. "If you're done having fun, you should also know your limits." After saying that, Screw just smiled as if waiting for the two to make a move before deciding whether to open fire. Kang Yu and Gina both silently watch him intently. At this moment, Moros agrees. "I think you're getting caught up in the fight instead of using it to test your skills." Kang Yu decided to listen to him and let out a breath. "All right, since I've achieved my goal as well." Screw nodded in satisfaction, resting his spear gun on his shoulder and no longer aiming at the two of them. "Good." Then he turned to ask Gina, "What about you?" She didn't reply, only turning away, still watching Gina leave that place with Maz and Jalop. He's not happy with her attitude. What's going on? Not saying a word and just walking away like that? Crow nearby guesses. Maybe he's getting angry? Screw suddenly remembered something. And what about the meeting? The sunset falls over the closely packed skyscrapers. A meeting was convened in the executive room at Venzone, Gotham District. Yos asked, "Are they really leaving?" Screw just scratched his head and nodded. "I guess so." Hearing that, Yos sighed and shook his head. "Wait, fighting is just fighting. You can go back only after you finish your work." Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, making him stroke his chin in contemplation. Mujin only acts when he knows exactly when to act and when not to. Could something else have gone wrong? Ha keeps chewing the bread but keeps complaining. "Today's cookies are so boring." Aroma squinted at the scene beside her. "That's the 10th cake already. You still secretly wonder, is this endless, Mom?" Screw turned to Kang Yu and asked, "Oh, what do you think?" He calmly replied and then looked at Yozo. "Whatever, but who are these people?" Hearing that, Screw realized, "Oh, you've never met them before? Let me introduce you." Kang Yu waits silently for him to start. Screw calls out each person's name in order. "This is Gannett." The two girls sitting beside her are Aroma and Hote. Hote just introduced herself and waved to Kang Yu. "Hello, everyone." Kang Yu points out that, from what he observes, they are not Gadam's enemies. Screw nodded. "They are outsiders. Although they come here often, it's not easy to run into them." Kang Yu clarified his question. "I'm asking about their Venzone area." S stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well, Yosip is the one who spoke up about that now." "We come from Winterbell." The answer made Kang Yu think. Winterbell. I didn't expect Yosiop to answer so honestly. "Am I allowed to talk to him?" Yosei replied. "Isn't that the purpose of this meeting? I still have to find a way to approach and clarify the issue." So, to explain, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Kang Yu immediately interrupted. "I've heard that name before." This surprised both Screw and Iose. "I've heard of it before." Kang Yu recalled the information he had gathered about Winterbell. Among the villains, there are those who are heirs to continue their noble bloodlines. And these families are very proud of their aristocratic heritage. They created an international organization called Winterbell. This organization possesses a dominant core power, is fully equipped, and has influence in politics and economics across all countries, even impacting the world's largest secret organization, Lampus. "I know, but I still have doubts. Still, they remain a secret organization among the top-tier flags. Only the top flag or senior executives know about their existence. The reason Kang Yu still remembers all this information is only one. I remembered clearly what Jeff told me back then. He emphasized that this was the evaluation information. So remember it carefully. At that time, Kang Yu was holding a notebook and sighing with his head in his hands. I really hate having to remember it. Still curious. How do you know Winterbell?" Kang Yu intentionally hid the truth. "I just overheard it by chance. I don't know any details either." Hearing him say that, he didn't trust it very much. This isn't something you can just overhear by chance. However, Screw still began to explain more clearly to KU. I mentioned it before, right? Among the villains, there is a powerful force that sets the rules. Hearing that, he became even more confused. Does it have anything to do with Winterbell? Then I'll start from here. His face was extremely serious. Winterbell's ultimate goal is the survival of the villain. The villain's freedom is restricted by the manipulation of the Seven Saints, with the only difference being that one side can stop the other's madness. Compared to a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment, there is no difference between the two. Kang Yu listened carefully to his words. To achieve your wishes, you must face the world head-on, and the only way to overcome it is to destroy yourself. They bind themselves and try to integrate with the world to survive. They must prove that even villains can control themselves. At this moment, Screw continued to Yossi, so Venzoni was established. Moros next to him asked Kang Yu, "This is the first time you've heard about this, right?" He didn't reply. Kang Yu couldn't help but wonder. Even though I was once a top-tier player, I've never heard of this story before, and back then, I didn't really need to know. He looked at Skrull and Iose sitting at the same table with him and thought to himself, who would have thought Venzoni was created so that villains could survive? I don't know who the murderer is, but this story is really interesting. S rushed forward, praising Yose. "You're pretty good at explaining things, huh?" he said with a smile, as if it were obvious. "Since birth, I've been a talented speaker, you know." Kang Yu reached out and touched the image of Sam on his neck as he asked his question. "So Winterbell is the manufacturer of the DSPs?" Screw signaled bingo. "That's right," Kang Yu asked again. "So manufacturing costs a lot of money, not to mention the research and development phase. So does that mean someone at Winterbell can handle all the stages?" Screw nodded. "A person you wouldn't expect." Kang Yu was surprised. "Really?" He asked seriously, "Screw, are you also part of Winterbell?" At the same time, in a seemingly old-fashioned villa filled with elaborate furniture, Jalop rubbed his sore neck and sighed, "My neck still hurts." The person sitting opposite him immediately flared up, saying that such reckless behavior deserves punishment, so don't complain. Jalop paused briefly and responded, "Right now, I need some reassurance." Then, Jop remembered something and pushed his glasses up to think. But that guy was no ordinary opponent. He continued, surprised that he could face Long Naw's sword of yours head-on. The other person could only remain silent. Then that person looked at the damaged item in their palm. "It's completely broken. I need to get a new one." Jop said upon hearing that, "This isn't something easily destroyed. But that also means he's very strong. Thanks to him, I can hear Cal's real voice instead of that strange one." The other person loosened their red tie and told Jop not to talk nonsense and to take care of themselves, then immediately waved goodbye and left. Well, the patient is leaving now. At this moment, the person left behind finally removes the mask covering their face. That is the mask of the villain Mujin. The girl reaches back and tucks her long hair behind her ear. "So he's the one Screw acknowledged? Turns out the person behind the villain in the black vest, who seems to be a man, is actually a woman. That's worth investigating." After Kang Yu's question, Screw pondered for a moment before sighing and replying, "I have no special relationship with them at all. If I have to be specific, it's a business relationship with them." Kang Yu thought for a moment and then asked Yos, "What about you?" Instead of answering directly, he challenged, "What do you think?" Kang Yu also didn't hesitate and asked, "A slave?" Yosei immediately got furious and tried to jump in to attack him. "This damn thing is going to the heavens now. Get lost!" "Ha! Keep stirring the pot and bite him." Meanwhile, Aroma tries to mediate and ignore it. Seo explains to Yosiop that he is a vassal serving the ruler of Winterbell. These terms are quite new to Kang Yu, sovereign vassals. SW continues to have a total of 7 clans that make up Winterbell. The head of each family is considered a king. Kang Yu crosses his arms. "And what about Mujin? Is he also connected to Winterbell?" S starts tapping the table, and when mentioning Mujin, first has to talk about the background behind him. As he speaks in his mind, a figure appears. I mentioned before that Manny King is one of the 4 evil kings aiming to dominate all of Venzon. The more I listen to Screw, the more serious Kang Yu's expression becomes. I don't plan to let him do whatever he wants, but that old man is quite powerful, and his influence is enormous. He explains the issue you're concerned about, and even if the opponent isn't Manny King, I need Winterbell's support to fight one of the 4 evil kings. Kang Yu deduces this from Screw's words. So, Mujin is one of the 4 demon kings of Winterbell. He firmly states that King Min that represents Winterbell, but still clasped his hands together and put them in front of him, raising a concern. According to his story, the sun is setting deeper and deeper. The lights in the buildings also start to glow brightly. Manujin has not yet gained the right to become the ruler of Winterbello. At a bar counter somewhere, someone places a glass of iced tea on the table. 2 men in suits quietly look at something ahead. Skriel continued explaining to Kang Yu, "No matter how big our organization is, there's a saying that if you're not smart enough, you'll just become a puppet. So we have seized the best opportunity. Manny Kin is in the same room using the White Queen to crush the Black Pawns. We can conquer all of Venzoni without Winterbell interfering." On that chessboard, only the king remains standing among the black pieces. This image seems to reflect Skriel's next words. In the end, Minin will be the only one left standing. Len's girl stands silently beside M. Kin, listening to him. Even though that kid has a habit of doing whatever he wants, he still means a lot to us. In Manny King's mind, an image of Skriel appeared, resembling himself. He smirked if he could bring her to our side. Manny King raised his cup with confidence. So, capturing Winterbell is not impossible after all. As dawn breaks, someone in the hospital asks from somewhere, "Aren't you staying in the hospital a little longer?" In the hospital room, Yu Qian asked Na Yu, who was sitting on the bed. The doctor also said I need more time to recover. She pouted and replied, "It's okay, I'm feeling better now." Then Na Yu pouted and let out a sigh. "I'm not seriously injured, it's not that tragic, I'm just tired of being here." Hearing that, Yu Qian could only sigh. All right, about that. Yu Qian fell into a train of thought, and in his mind the image of Kang Yu appeared. Na Yu still thought he was the kidnapper and didn't feel the need to clear up this misunderstanding. Yu Qian couldn't help but remember what had happened to Screw and Gang Yu before. He fell silent for a while, lost in thought. Na Yu, seeing that it was taking too long, spoke up to bring Yu Qian back to reality. "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" He had to speak up. "That day you were kidnapped. Actually." Na frowned, puffed her cheeks, and interrupted him. "I don't know. Don't talk about that day anymore. I can't remember anything at all. I was out for coffee with a friend, and when I woke up, I was already in the hospital." Yu Qian asks more carefully, "You really don't remember, do you?" Na Yu just kept shaking her head. I don't know. Yu Qian, seeing that, began to ponder. Has the girl lost her memory of that day? If that's not the case, then think about it and immediately ask the question. Don't tell me you can't remember my name. Na Yu puts on her bag, stands up, and pushes Yu Qian out the door. Lord Kim. Yu Qian, your sister wants to eat something delicious because she's been only eating hospital food all day. Then she happily suggested going to eat spicy rice cakes at home. Na Yu's hand kept pushing Yu Qian forward, making him shout loudly to stop her. All right, stop pushing now. But it seems Na Yu's mind is elsewhere and not paying attention to what you're saying. Is she wondering if he's okay? The person Na Yu is thinking about seems to be currently at a busy park. Moros watched the crowd running inside. There are a bunch of people around you training hard. Kang Yu twists to open the bottled water. Being healthy is the beginning of happiness. Hearing those empty words, it immediately burned while Kang Yu was drinking water. So you're also training to find happiness? Happiness? Kang Yu recalls the innocent smile he once had during his days at the orphanage. That was the word he thought about a lot during that time. The answer I give is completely different. If I succeed in revenge, I might be able to feel happy. Then, you still have a long way to go before achieving your goal and finding happiness. He asked Kang Yu a different question again. What are you going to do with the proposal those people made yesterday? It will drag him back into the cycle of regret. Recently, Yosei told him that Mujin the Sword of Evil, heir of the Evil Sword clan that rules demons with his sword, is the head of the clan and also one of the 7 kings of Winterbello. To gain the Emperor's power, he must pass a special trial, and Mujin has not yet succeeded. During the trial, Mujin couldn't pass the final test involving Crow's sealed coffin. At that moment, Kang Yu suggested maybe we should help Mujin gain the king's power first, and Screw agreed with you. That's right. So he pointed at him and said, I need your help. Kang Yu then turned the bottle upside down and kept drinking. Mujin. Then he looked into the distance and wondered, do I really need to help him? Moros narrowed his only eye. I think Mujin will need it. Something is happening at the Lavienos Hotel right now as someone is walking up the stairs inside. A woman continued walking down the carpeted corridor, and when she reached a door, 2 guards respectfully bowed to her. They proactively opened the door and invited her inside. Sung was already waiting with narrowed eyes. Wan was also there, about to put the macaron in her mouth. Yosei noticed someone entering and immediately turned around. He slams his hand on the table. She's late. The clock strikes exactly 9. The woman who just entered is Mujin. She insists she wasn't just in time. The high-level meeting of the Winterbell organization at Lavanjaw's hotel is officially underway, with 4 participants seated at the head of the table where Gina is sitting. They raise the issues to discuss. Except for a few places within the country, most Vinzone bosses have sided with Mannequin. Troy Ice, known as Roy Gannett, warned that if we keep going, we might lose everything. Yu Sangzun, known as Brinding Darkness, looked uncomfortable. Stop talking about those silly things. We're not here to sit around doing nothing today. The tension between the 2 men was quite high, but one of them still calmly ate a strawberry sponge cake. It's a bit late to start thinking of a countermeasure now. The White Clan hunts with the dark reputation of La Fene, hinting at a French fairy tale, as they take a half slice of cake into their mouth. I can't think of any other way but to carry out the absolute order in the name of Winterbell. She must have had a reason to propose that plan. A long time ago, Winterbell secretly established a peace treaty with the leaders of all nations. The result of that treaty was the creation of Vinzone. Sung Jun seems quite satisfied. If he uses the absolute order, he can bring back the Vinzone leaders who have already shown some concession. Yeah, that's right. The Vinzone boss is the only one who can speak with the Winterbell king. Only now does Gina join the conversation. That power is only granted to the ruler of Winterbell. When the Vinzone boss defies the rules and causes trouble, the ruler of Winterbell will carry out the absolute order. Seljana, with the infamous Mujin reputation, said sharply, You think you can look down on me just because I don't have the authority of a king? that is the absolute order. And if the Venzone boss defies it, they will be forced to execution. Juan covers her mouth and laughs. Haha, there's no way you misunderstood me. Yosei lazily leaned back, as if she wasn't willing to do anything. She did her best. Gina disagreed. No, it's still not enough. She lifted her teacup because M. King... Gina took a sip of tea and continued, having already planned out everything he wanted. The door to their meeting room was closed tightly to keep their conversation secret. Among the villains, the 4 evil kings are considered absolute, but they only care about making money and have no interest in Venzone at all.
Then why does he want to manipulate the Venzone now? Yosei replied vaguely. Who knows for sure if he's craving to take the throne of Winterbell?
Gina slowly sipped her tea and said there is only one way to handle this. Everyone focused intently on her. I must have absolute orders. Sung trembled, still hesitant, but it's the best way. But for the final test, Ice pondered, then interrupted. If that was what he cared about, there was a way to solve it. He visualized a plan in his mind and explained it around the middle section of the path, leading to Gro's sealed trial. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, a lock that can be broken is installed there. Aiko's continues. If we can open it, we might be able to get inside. He hadn't finished speaking when Sung suddenly slammed the table and shouted. Everyone knows he's just pointing out the problem. The issue is that we don't have the key. At this moment, Gina spoke again, saying that someone could enter without a key. She recalled her encounter with Kang Yu, who possessing the darkness attribute had a unique darkness skill, using darkness as a medium to move freely between spaces. With that skill, breaking into Gro's sealed coffin would be no problem at all. Sung was so amazed he couldn't even speak. Darkness attribute. Darkness? WSN was so absorbed in eating his cake that he suddenly froze in surprise. This is the first time I've heard of a skill like that. Sunrun didn't think things could be so simple. Just getting in doesn't mean the problem is over. He still has to overcome countless traps and reach that gate. Gina completely trusts Kang Yu's strength. If it were Kajin, then it's fine. Of course, she has a solid basis for that belief, so she can be quite certain. He's very strong, and even a bunch of traps from Crow's sealed coffin won't stop him. After finishing that, Gina turned to Yosei and asked what the proposal was. He smirked and wagged his finger. At the moment, she asked, I'm not sure what conditions they'll set, but the response is quite positive. Gina stirred her tea with a spoon, indicating they were ready to negotiate, so the outcome was pretty good. Taking this opportunity, I think forming an alliance with him would be very beneficial. While everyone else wasn't paying attention, Sung Joon bit his lip in frustration. He doesn't like to make many proposals and is very stubborn. No matter what, it seems like we're begging him for help. Do we really have to do this? Gina calmly replied, his fighting style is very unique. She continued reminiscing, incomparable to any other villain. If compared to a chess piece, she surpasses even the regular staff. Expert level? No, maybe even more than that. Above all, a spark of curiosity flashed in Gina's eyes. He is the person Screw acknowledges. After saying that, she chuckled. Sung was still suspicious, but W-Sun was starting to get interested. Oh ho ho. Gina continued speaking differently. She used Van V's hair to become a ruler. If I can't use anyone or anything else, no matter the cost, Gina's eyes light up even though her face remains cold. I also have to make it mine. In some apartment among the closely packed buildings, someone is also talking about them. The electric kettle has been turned on. The owner of the house wonders aloud. Is Mujin an outsider? The eggs and sausages in the claws are cooking and look very appetizing. That's why he wears a mask and has that strange voice. That person is Kang Yu, he asks with a blank expression. Now you finally tell me, what is your purpose? Morris teased. I thought you'd be shocked, but it's surprisingly funny. Hearing that, Kang Yu scratched his head and said, I knew it already. His fighting style isn't like that of a villain at all. It's blurry like fighting against a shadow. He remembered when he faced Gina, even in intense combat, he never lost his composure, meaning his foundation was very solid and he had internalized his fighting experience. He even saw a sword master at that level would find it very difficult to defeat him. Thanks to that, I gained a lot after fighting him. Someone asked him to set a condition. Do you want to fight? Kang Yu said no. Yosei holds up the shining golden stone. Whatever you want, just say it. If you can help us, we will definitely reward you handsomely. He was frying food while thinking. Suddenly, if he asked Mujin to spar with him occasionally, Kang Yu's eyes suddenly widened as if he had just realized something. Hold on a second. When he said the next thing, Moros felt a question mark pop up, reminding him of something he suddenly remembered. Kang Yu is irritable and making a fuss. For an outsider, Venzone's boss is still a long way off. He wants to become the ruler of Winterbell. Moros doesn't know what to do. You're jealous, aren't you? Kang Yu is still venting his frustration. He may be the boss of Venzone, but how could an outsider become part of Winterbell? Moros looked down. I don't think this is the time to worry about others. He calmly reminded Kang Yu about the black smoke spreading, which startled him. It's on fire over there. Kang Yu quickly clears the battlefield and brings out the food. Right now, his sister texts, Are you having breakfast or lunch? Kang Yu replies, I'm eating now. Your sister is asking if you're no longer eating rice balls at the convenience store. Kang Yu denies it, but your brother still doesn't believe you cook at home. Really? Kang Yu sent her 2 dots. Then she immediately praised him and sent him some cute stickers. Wow, your Kang Yu is amazing. but my breakfast was burnt eggs and sausages almost turned to charcoal. It looks like even Kang Yu needs to supplement his nutrition, so he uses a fork to stab the sausage and takes a bite. Moros watches Kang Yu eat and replies to his sister's message. It seems you're healthy and doing well. He nodded. That's good to hear. That conversation also brought back some memories of my sister. I just need to keep doing what I'm already doing. That's the best I can do for him. Moros shifts the subject back to the main matter. Are you going to accept Winter Bell's proposal? Kang Yu looked at the burnt black sausage and then replied, yes. Moros confirmed that you have made your decision. Kang Yu picked up the rice ball on the table. The obstacle was becoming more difficult. He peels the food to be prepared for any possible trouble. I need at least one reliable place to get support. Inside the gun-grade buildings, there is also chaos, with a person standing with arms crossed blocking the front of the three, and one of them impatiently giving an order. Who are you to block our way? Get out of here! His friend chuckled mischievously. Perfect. That person seems mysterious? Yeah, just don't be shocked after hearing this. He confidently introduced himself as the reincarnation of darkness, the one who can control shadows, the strongest villain on Earth, and the most loyal servant to his master. Blackhand's face was full of question marks as he said, What the hell are you talking about? Is that Chuni? He mutters to himself. Then he loudly mocks. Are you having a seizure? Doubleblade also thinks there's something wrong with that guy. He's completely gone crazy. Then he spoke up, Get out of the way! Breakhu pointed at Black Ghost and said, I came to see C, not you. Get out, he explained calmly. The master isn't here right now, Grat said in surprise. Huh? Not here? Black Ghost's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Even if he were here, you wouldn't get to see him. You bunch are no better than wastewater, and yet you dare to meet the master? Know your place. After he said that, you could see the veins in Black Ghost's widened eyes. Let the wastewater flow. The three of them immediately wanted to jump into a fight. That dried fish. Are you trying to die? At this moment, Black Ghost sees Kang Yu approaching from afar. He wonders what is happening in front of him. What are they doing? Hearing that voice, the three Black Hand members immediately turned around in surprise to look at Grad. Why is he here? Black Ghost also stammered in surprise and called out, Master! Master! Kang Yu looked down at the three Break Hun. Why are you here? Break Ghost hurriedly replied, These lowly ones dare to push in here. He hadn't finished speaking before Bon cut him off. Shut up, I'm talking. Break Han gritted his teeth and said, We thought they came to fight, but no. All three knelt down as if wanting Kang Yu to be their master. Draco clearly expressed his desire to become stronger. Big brother, their intention is for us to train together. Kang Yu stands tall and looks down at the three, aiming to become stronger. Why do you suddenly want that? Cross quickly replied. Because he wanted to confess to the girl he... that cry of pain just now was caused by him being unexpectedly stabbed with a spear thrust from Breakhan. He glares with teeth bared and eyes wide in denial. This ridiculous show is beyond words for Double Blade. Kang Yu's face remained unchanged as he asked, Have you ever been formally trained to become stronger? Black Hun responded to Kang Yu with a question. Not yet. His face was pale from the pain, but he still forced a fake smile. Oh well, I guess I should go train in Jim's room for a bit. It's not enough to just desire it. You need willpower and determination to endure, no matter how harsh the training is. Black Han raised his hand and said, I will do it. I have all the desire and willpower. Really? Double Blade could only sigh. Black Hun suddenly became more serious, more important. He shouted out his determination, no longer wanting to be seen as weak trash. I want to become stronger. What are you planning to do? If they are all willing, I have no reason to refuse. Besides, Kang Yu also has a plan in mind. Moreover, he remembered that his enemies, including M King and Lampus, wanted to fight the four evil kings, so he had to make his allies stronger. Kang Yu agreed to the proposal of the three Black Huns. All right, if you really want to become stronger, then prepare yourselves thoroughly. Hearing that, they immediately showed varying levels of enthusiasm. Among them, Black Hun was the loudest. Excellent. Kang Yu quickly added, You first have to pass the test. He started listing 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 squats, and running 30 kilometers. That's all. The three of them suddenly got tested. Double Blade has a bad feeling like I'm about to die. Kang Yu held up 3 fingers, morning, afternoon, and evening, 3 times a day. The test will last for a week. Cross was surprised and shouted loudly, 3 times a day. Then Kang Yu turned to give the mission. Black Ghost, check if they are doing it properly. If you want, you can join them as well. He immediately received the order and shouted loudly and clearly. Understood. Black Ghost suggested a workout for himself. Can I also do weightlifting? Kang Yu just left and replied, If it works, then just do it. That's even better. You left your new disciple still confused. Hey, big brother, wait a moment. Suddenly, someone called Kang Yu. Hearing the call, he immediately turned his head to look. Syl just walked over waving hello. Is everyone here? Is there something interesting going on? Drag Ghost was so excited when Kang Yu agreed. Lifting 100 kilograms is amazing. Their attitude makes the 3 Break Hun guys annoyed. Shut your mouth, you crazy damn chuny bastard! Kang Yu frowned and looked at Screw. What's wrong? He matched the melody to his answer. I need to talk to him. Screw holds up 2 fingers and emphasizes. It's very important. Back to the Lavios Hotel outside the meeting room. Aroma and Hote are sitting on the sofa drinking juice. They both look up when they see someone coming out. "That person is Gina," Aroma asked. "It's been a while. Is the meeting over?" Gina replied briefly, "Yeah. Halta praised. Well done." She carefully watched Gina sit down in the chair opposite and confirmed that she looked very tired. Gina slightly lowered her hat. Aroma comments that she's pushing herself too hard, being both a member of Winterbell and the boss of Vinzone. Hote took a handful of candies and offered them. "Do you want one?" Gina didn't answer immediately, only massaged her tense shoulders. Her eyes became distant. "I have to show them a few things." As an unfit ruler by any standard, Aroma's encouragement to lose the key to the test room is not her fault. Then what if she suggested handing over the male Kang to someone else? Gina replied, "If those people abandon me, it's okay, but I don't want to abandon them first." Her words moved Aroma to tears. Hate nonchalantly gave a thumbs up, so loyal. "Well done. Now that Gina is asking questions, you must know something about Ka Xian, right?" He hesitated for a few seconds before sighing and commenting on how quickly the topic changed. Then Aroma looked up at the sky thoughtfully and replied, All he knows is eating and training."
Gina hits the nail on the head, saying he only trains. Hote suddenly realizes something.
Meanwhile, Aroma kept reminiscing. She stayed in the training room at Vinzone and even trained in the park. She kept talking until she suddenly realized she had said too much and that he was very diligent in studying. Aroma, looking pale, suddenly turned to look at Hote and only saw her drinking juice happily while criticizing her. "Silly girl." Aroma turned to Gina, but saw her already staring at her closely, with her face very near. Aroma stammered and begged pitifully, "Can you pretend you didn't hear anything?" Gina agreed to compromise and sat back down normally. "So he only eats and trains." Only then does Aroma put her hand on her chest and breathe a sigh of relief. Hote looked at the two people with a serious expression, her thoughts unclear. Gina was in a similar state. There are two people standing on the rooftop of the tallest building, looking down at the surroundings. Juan finds the atmosphere too gloomy, quite different from the rumors that this place is lively and bustling. She turned to look at Sung nervously when he said nothing. Currently, W-Sun is wearing the guise of a B+ level evil character Lafine, a physical attribute blacksmith. She asked Sung nervously, "Aren't you supposed to meet Casey?" Wearing an A-level villain outfit, a light attribute knight called Blinding Darkness. Dungrun replied coldly, "I have already told Screw what I wanted to say."
"It's because you haven't left yet that I asked."
"I thought you had other things to do," Sungrun said sarcastically. "You seem to care a lot about my affairs, huh?" The two of them noticed something below, someone waving at them. "That's Che." He smiled brightly at the two of them. Dungrun received the signal, immediately turned and left, but still remembered to greet. "See you at the next meeting," Juan replied. "Okay." Then Sung shuddered and moved to another place. Juan suddenly smiled strangely. At the same time, Kang Yu and Screwel entered the meeting room at Vinzone.
"Oh, you're going to agree to that proposal?"
"He didn't think you would agree so quickly. I thought you would think it over before making a decision." Kang Yu calmly replied, "If we keep delaying our answer, I won't gain any benefit." He explained, "We don't know when Manny King will oppress us again, so it's better to help Mujin gain the authority of King Winterbell as soon as possible." Screw Nagan Nga made the right decision. He suddenly put down the water bottle on the table. And by the way, there's a message from Winterbell. Sil continues with the familiar routine, and it seems Minijin and the other vassals share the same opinion. They trust and entrust this matter to you. He asked, "If you agree, they want to proceed today or tomorrow. So how do you plan to set the conditions?" Kang Yu propped his chin and said, "Think it over." Hearing that, Screw agreed on the approach. Then we'll handle this after we finish negotiating. But Yu has a different view. We'll proceed with what needs to be done first and negotiate the conditions afterward." Sil propped his chin. "Luckily you want to take on this mission, but what if Winterbell refuses your conditions?" Kang Yu never considered that possibility. "I don't intend to ask for anything unreasonable." Screw almost gave up. "That's what you think." Kang Yu quickly suggests a course of action. "When they refuse, we'll consider it later." Still hesitating, he scratched his head, singing softly, "What should I do now?" At that moment, Kang Yu noticed the paper placed on the envelope in front of him. He picked up the paper to check the contents. "This is Screw, the next line. It's what Winterbell wanted the author to create to find." Moros, upon seeing the content clearly, suddenly shouted in horror, "That is the platinum disc design." Kang Yu suddenly, "Is it this one?" Screw clasped his hands behind his head and began to explain. "They said this was the object that Old Man M valued most recently. It looks like an antique." He looked at you. "They want me to find out what this is used for." He took out a piece of paper and showed it to Screw, asking again, "Are you sure this is the thing they want you to investigate?" He quickly replied, "Yeah, that's right." As Screw finished speaking, Kang Yu immediately changed his mind. "I take back what I said about considering the condition later. Your attitude is very serious. All the information about this item is my condition." S sits alone at the desk, quietly thinking. The coffee cup in front of him is almost empty, and it's hard to find any information. What is this? S looked down, his eyes focused on the content on the paper. S recalls Kang Yu's words. "All the information about this object is my condition." He lifts the paper to look at it more clearly. He guessed from Kang Yu's attitude that he seems to know what it is. Then he put the paper down on the table. He stretched and yawned. Ah! He leans back and ponders what he needs to do. A pentagon shape? Not really. Maybe I should investigate Lampus instead.
The Heaven Bar in Vinzone is now open. Sungwon exchanges pleasantries with Cha.
It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? She just served him a drink while replying. It's been a year and 2 months since I arrived in Getum. Dungrun sighed. You still remember so well, Cheha smiled. Sometimes I still nervously fidget and change the subject little by little. He looks at Cheha calmly drying the just-washed wine glass. Someone like you being here, changing your identity and still leaving, huh? He didn't answer right away. Then Che suddenly took Sung's glass of water, and he instinctively opened his mouth out of habit. Thank you. But then Sung Jun realized Cheha had just lifted the glass towards himself. He smiled. You see, at our bar you have to pay first. Your trembling arm reaches out and stops in midair. No free ride, huh? Cheha hummed. Huh, of course I knew it wasn't free, so why are you asking? Sung trembled as he tried to persuade him. But you already took me, and now you want it back? Cheha is not easily swayed. Whatever I do at my bar, I can do it freely. Hearing him say that, Sung Run pretended to be upset and no longer cared. Yeah. Cheha paid no attention to his sulky attitude and went into the house casually, but then he kindly softly reminded him about his information. Swearing in this bar will get you punished on the ground. The man teasing his head is also working behind the bar, looking at them. Dung trembled, unable to understand Cheha's intentions, and could only gape and say, oh, he's not losing patience but still explaining gently. I mean, stop talking nonsense and get straight to the point. Sun Run started knocking on the table and said a name. C. He expressed his wish. I've heard about him recently, so I want to hear your thoughts. Cheha paused in silence before suggesting that it would be better for you to meet him in person, rather than just listening to me. Sung is nervous and doesn't want that. I want to hear you say it. He got straight to the point in Yu Che's eyes, who used to be the wrong one. Hearing that, Sung squinted and said, I'm curious to know what you think of him. The man with the shaved head was startled, and Cheha's face was no longer wearing a fake smile. He became very serious. Something interesting is also happening outside. A person adjusts the stopwatch on their wrist. Now next is Break Gohei shouting to announce the 30-kilometer sprint. He quickly rushed ahead, leaving the 3 exhausted Breakon behind, as he bent over uncomfortably, panning heavily. Oh, damn it. CR, sitting collapsed on the ground nearby, also complains. Do I really have to do this 3 times a day? My back. Ouch! What are you still doing? Those insects actually gave up already? Grat started to get annoyed. That damn demon has really made me mad. Black Han was very confused and asked, why is that guy still so strong? He kept panting non-stop. Meanwhile, Krat nearby begins to consider giving up. Should I just quit? Hearing that, Pawn immediately gritted his teeth, showing his defiance. A Ben, with a crazed smile on his face, stepped forward and shouted with determination, There's no way I'll give up. Charging forward, Double Blade and Crash were caught off guard by Brahun's sudden change, driven by a desire not to give up. Although they weren't as determined as Breakun, the two still struggled to get up, chased after us, and waited for us. While they were training, someone was watching them from above. That person is none other than Gang Yu. Moros assessed, they are trying harder than I thought. Kang Yu added, let's see if they are willing to try. Morose turned to watch him. I think you've been hoping for this, haven't you? Maybe it's just my imagination after all. Kang Yu leaned on the railing. Anyone can have the desire to become stronger, but very few are willing to endure all hardships to achieve that. I watch as the 3 Breakon try to push beyond their limits. This training is not just a simple test. It will lay the foundation for a strong body and mind. Then, Kang Yu stood up straight, and Moros also looked at Breakon's group, knowing that the villains haunted by their ambitions would find it very difficult. Kang Yu affirmed, I have no intention of training these fools. Moros comments, it sounds like you're not expecting anything, but that's not what I mean. On the contrary, Kang Yu coldly states the truth, assuming they will be stronger. Do you think the people trying to assassinate them will just stand still? If they are smart, they will do everything they can to become stronger. Moros continues to speculate. It sounds like you want to increase the strength of the entire zone of Gotham. Are you planning to expand your influence? Kang Yu disagrees. What do you mean by influence? Looking at the weak and uncomfortable group in your hands, Moros comments. Then you're selfish, but its eyes narrow. The question is whether the evil group you're helping will stand on your side or not. Kang Yu calmly listened to everything. You have your reasons to fight. But Moros and the others pause for a moment, and trusting Screw further doesn't seem very promising either. The White Scimitar. It wants to know your plans for this item, so Winterbell can continue investigating it without issues. Kang Yu looked as if it was obvious. If I tell them to stop, they will surely stop. If we can't stop them, it's best to make them share the information with us. I won't tell them, and I won't do anything that could harm myself. Then I don't need to do anything to get the information, so there's no reason to stop them. If everything goes smoothly, not only will I get information about the Platinum Disc, but I might also learn something about him. Suddenly, my 6th sense alerts me, and Kang Yu quickly turns to look at the building across the street, where a flash of light appears in a room on a higher floor. What is Moros wondering about? Kang Yu quickly spots Sung Run's figure through the window. He is a complete stranger to both you and Moros. We've never met him before. Who is that? Sung shivers, smirking as he reveals a cunning smile. He gestures to come here. Moros understands. It seems he's calling the whole thing. Kang Yu mimicked Sung's action. No, it's you. Seeing that expression full of question marks on his face, one of the two, Sung or Kang Yu, must have conceded. Sung smirked and said, "You have no sense at all." You talk big, but right now he's standing on the rooftop of a lower building, just casually telling others to come and go as they please. Kang Yu retorted, "I don't think you're worthy of saying that." Sung stammered nervously, teasing and provoking you again? Kang Yu didn't want to get involved in a long dispute with him, so stop talking nonsense. Who exactly are you? D-Run was a bit surprised. Has Screw not told you? Kang Yu hesitated, then replied, "Not yet." Hearing that, Run felt a bit more valuable. So that's why you're so proud. He introduced himself arrogantly. "I am Branding Darkness, not yet serving the ruler of Winterbell." Kang Yu recognized that organization, Winterbell. He recalls the recent conversation with Screw and looks closely at Sung Run. The one who asked Screw to investigate the Platinum Disc is him. He finally got to the main point. "I heard you are willing to help us." Kang Yu immediately retorted, "I do not willingly agree. I am accepting the request." Sung Run sneered, "It seems you misunderstood the request. An energy sphere appears. I've recently heard about the things you've done. The sphere lands in my trembling hand."
You defeated Barracuda and destroyed Boxon, right? You just took down a little pawn and you're already excited?
If you had investigated me carefully, you would have acted correctly. Kang Yu cannot let him continue to belittle himself. Not long ago, I also defeated Min, the clone of Vinzon and Nam King. Mujin is also your king, isn't he? Dung Run immediately burst into laughter, sighing playfully. "You really are a foolish bastard. Beating someone else is supposed to mean you can do everything now, and calling that a victory and worshipping yourself too." Kang Yu observed his attitude and confirmed that you don't believe me, but Moros disagrees with him. "I think he's right." Sung continued to criticize, trembling. "You are like an unreasonable liar? No, your character has been problematic from the very beginning." The teasing laugh of Sung begins to wear on Tang Yu's patience, prompting him to challenge him. "Shh, you're so talkative. How long are you planning to go on? If we're going to fight, use your fists, or are you afraid?" Sung chuckled smugly, proud to have tested his strength. "If what I hear is true, then the brutal nature of the Gadam villains must also be real, as lightning keeps flashing from the energy sphere. Be grateful to me because I will cleanse that bad habit of yours." At the same time, at Heaven's Bar, someone is wiping down the shelves with a towel. That person is none other than Che Ha, who furrowed his brow in thought as he remembered the conversation with Sung trembling. "I wonder how Yu Che sees you. Was he ever wrong about you? Aren't you going to tell me?" Che Ha paused for a few seconds, then turned around and said, "Nothing much. He is a violent, brutal guy who doesn't care about rank." Trembling with surprise. Brutal. She explains that because of his terrible personality, no villain would follow him. Well, except for one. The person he's talking about is Break Ghost. Cheha continues to recall his confrontation with Kang Yu. "And one more thing?" Cheha sighs out loud, a look of disgust appearing on his face. "He is very shameless and undisciplined, just like a shameless con artist." Sunrun was surprised by the new information. "So Yu Cheha thinks that way about him. And also, he still wants to ask about something. I heard that the guy and Minujin once fought each other. Did you witness it?" Chi crossed his arms and shook his head. Unfortunately not. Dunrun pressed further. "So what was the result?" Che can only tell from the information he received. "I heard that match was very fierce, but Screw stepped in to stop both of them." Dunrun sighed and then smiled. "Screw really is a troublesome guy. I've got everything I need, so he stands up." "Thank you for the helpful information." Cheha was surprised. "Are you planning to leave?" Sungrun turned and walked away. "The best way to tame that wild dog is to beat it." Cheha couldn't understand his metaphor at all. Before leaving the door, Sung finished his last sentence. "I wonder why they don't do that." Remembering that, Chehaha chuckled to himself. Not that they didn't do it, but that it wouldn't work on that person. And even if it did, it would backfire immediately. Returning to the upcoming battle between Kang Yu and Sung Jun on the rooftop, Sung Jun performs a lightning sphere technique with many similar spheres floating around them. Moro seems to think his attribute is light, unlike you. Sung shivered and broke the silence. "I've already researched you beforehand. I heard you possess a unique skill with the dark attribute, but he is very confident in his own strength. Here, the light covers us all, so let's see if you can use that proud dark skill of yours." Morris thinks he's talking too much. "Your opponent is really troublesome." Kang scoffs. "Ah." Trembling with arrogance, he declares that light overcomes darkness. "This is the unchanging law. Based on your attributes, you're definitely at a disadvantage, and my rank is completely different from those evil beings who also have light attributes. You're bound to lose," he keeps talking. "If you are willing to repent for your arrogance," Kang Yu suddenly intervened. Even though Sung Run was interrupted, he didn't seem angry and instead looked a bit proud. "I knew this bastard liked to be cleansed by the light. Just go ahead and charge at him." Kang Yu didn't hesitate and immediately followed Dung Run's wishes. "If you like it, then enjoy it." He didn't expect himself to fight like this. Kang Yu charged forward, kneeing Sung Run fiercely, but he managed to dodge just in time. Kang Yu had to land on the ground by inertia, before turning around to prepare for the next attack. He suddenly realized with surprise that it was now Shungrun's turn to strike without waiting. He raised the sphere toward Kang Yu, that despicable darkness you possess. A powerful source of energy aimed at him will be purified by light. This is Sungrun's proud skill, the radiant light. Kang Yu also doesn't sit idly by. He uses his agility to keep moving and avoid the powerful energy source, but a beam of light still comes to attack him. Sungrun sped up and zigzagged back toward Kang Yu, ready to strike him with the energy sphere, but Kang Yu still managed to dodge easily. Taking advantage of Sungrun rushing into close combat, he repeatedly jabbed his elbow into his face. Not just once, but many times in a row. Sungrun's face was battered and bleeding all over, causing him to fall back and cry out in pain. Ugh! Kang Yu taunted, "So what was your attribute again?" He clenched his fist. "Those things don't affect me." Then Kang Yu delivered a powerful punch to Sungrun's stomach, causing him to momentarily gasp for air. "I declare that I only know how to fight and kill you." Fight. Kang Yu's series of actions isn't over yet. He kicks high. It's over. Kang Yu kicks Tong's head. Sung falls to the ground groaning. "Do you think I only have dark attribute skills?" He looked at Sung, who was in pain and unable to get up, his eyebrows furrowing even more, then kicked his head repeatedly, shouting that he wanted to cleanse our darkness with your light. Dongdu can only cry out in pain. Moros can only watch from afar with a helpless expression, suddenly trembling as he shouts loudly. Wait a minute. Kang Yu, hold your position for now. Wait, hold on, what?" He continued to speak loudly, I admit. Sung trembled as he pushed himself up, his whole body still shaking. "I have underestimated you. I admit I was too reckless. Kang Yu." He chuckled and took out the button from his collar. In the name of Winter Bayo, Kang Yu opened his eyes in surprise at Sung's words and the next actions. "Since I have acknowledged you as an opponent, my task is to face you in battle. The one who was just lying on the ground after being defeated now wears a confident smile of a strong opponent. Get ready." Sungrun uses the limit-breaking skill. His profile has also been upgraded from level A villain to level S villain. Sunrun stands majestically. A faint golden light surrounds him. Kang Yu's eyes harden, and he notices several villains using limit techniques to conceal their true strength. It seems he is one of them. Sungrun stood still like a statue, his eyes shining as a staff appeared within the golden light. "If only you had listened when I spoke, you wouldn't be in despair now." Dongrun firmly grasps his spear, his voice cold and sharp. "Do not expect my mercy." He raises his spear high and shouts, "I will make you pay for your lust that has angered the king." Countless strange orbs suddenly burst up from behind Kang Yu's back, catching him off guard. They spun rapidly and charged forward like a storm. It is getting closer to Kang Yu, the Thunder God Ball. He and Moro stare at it in shock. They combine into one sphere. The Thunderbolt Great Sphere keeps growing larger. Shivering, he raised his spear and pointed it at it. "Look closely. This is the ultimate power." A slight smirk forms on Kang Yu's lips. "Foolish. Still, you won't be able to defeat me." Sungrun frowned, his eyes narrowing. Kang Yu frowned, using his inner strength to emit a stream of dark, greenish-blue light. Where the light spread out, countless streams of dark greenish-blue light gathered at his position, and darkness also coexisted alongside. Kang Yu gestures and directs the green-black light beam toward the Thunderbolt, where the Black Knight sword transforms into a crackling shape and crashes into the Thunderbolt, destroying it and locking onto it automatically. Sungrun, standing below, looked up in surprise at the scene as it quickly enveloped the Thunderbolt orb, causing its power to diminish rapidly. Kang Yu extends his hand to summon his weapon. "So boring," Morris adds. "Exactly right." Sungrun is a bit outmatched, but his voice still remains very arrogant. "You're pretty good, but it's not over yet." A blade of the spear is covered in a blazing red light. I still have one trump card left. Dung rushes forward, extending his hand to launch the spear in his hand, using the power of light to pierce through the darkness. He pushes the spear toward Kang Yu as quickly as possible. "I will purify you." The light spear, a shield appears around Kang Yu, pushing back the rapidly rushing spear. The Black Armor's gun trembles as he frowns in surprise. "What?" Kang Yu raises his weapon and swings his arm to unleash a terrifying beam of light. Black Dusk Sword. Sun quickly dodged to the side to avoid being wounded by the Black Dusk Sword. He spun around in the air a few times, a hand with sharp claws appearing. Sungrun collapsed onto the ground. Oh my. Kang Yu stands inside the barrier, watching him. Impressive acrobatics, huh? Under the smoky, bone-filled ground, someone spits out a mouthful of blood. What kind of overwhelming situation is this? Sung stumbles and falls to the ground, voice trembling. I didn't use my full strength, but I didn't expect to be pushed back this much. Kang Yu standing far away on his side. How long are you planning to sit there? Dung nervously thought, it can't be him. Someone with such poor cooperation skills wouldn't be that far apart. Kang Yu pointed at him provocatively and said, Don't tell me your strength is only this much. Sung shivered and slightly frowned. Are you talking about me? Someone shouted loudly. One of them stepped over to Sung Jun and Kang Yu. I only came because it was too noisy with S kneeling on the ground. But just as I thought, WS shows up right on time to back him up. Screw DeVere teasing him. They just fought not long ago and now they're fighting again? Kang Yu sighed in frustration at that question. And you again, interfering? Sung trembles, closes his eyes in boredom. This is a perfect opportunity for me to show my true strength. He can only stand there helplessly. Since we've been interrupted, there's nothing else we can do. Screw Devere was surprised. We only came to watch you fight. W sits cross-legged nearby, casually eating popcorn. Just come to watch. I even bought popcorn too. Dung Run pointed at someone with a firm voice. Today I will withdraw, but next time you better be prepared. Sil, Diver, and Wan sat far away eavesdropping, acting indifferent like that's the end. Kang Yu watches Sung Run's back as he walks away. Where do you think you're going? He leans one hand on his hip and says firmly, I still have many questions for you. Until I get answers, don't even think about leaving. Kang Yu asks curiously, what is a vassal of Winterbell, like you, secretly plotting? What do you mean? The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. Screwdriver propped his chin, a slight smile curling his lips, and asked why you still come after my heart and head, even after I helped you. What's your reason? If you act as a villain and do things on your own, that's fine. But this is beyond the limit. A looter risking everything with countless trapped butterflies is just too much. What is your true motive after all? Screwdriver seems excited. Had M thinks again and realizes he's right. Who cares about the motive? Someone shouts loudly. Don't be reckless, Kang Yu said coldly. If I don't do it anymore, who will suffer the damage here? A line of text appears. The first evil sword mine trembles slightly and frowns. Aren't you serving him? Gina appears behind Kang Yu, but upon closer inspection, it seems you're trying to prevent Mu Jin from becoming the ruler of Winterbell. His loud question makes Dung Jun pause. Did I say something wrong? A shelf filled with bottles of alcohol appears, and the black bell on the ceiling emits a faint yellow light. A voice echoes, oh my god, Kang Yu. Screwdriver grows Sung trembles. Wan sits around the round table. Crow jokingly asked, so why are we all here? To enjoy tea? Screwdriver looks serious. Not necessarily. Crow keeps wondering what else it could be besides drinking tea. Are you just sitting here gossiping? It would be better if it were just the two of us. Are you criticizing me as I helplessly wipe the dishes? Why are they gathering here? Crow leans his arm on the table, resting his face on his hands with a teasing tone. I'll listen, but if it gets too boring, I'll just stab you all. I spuck it. Your two crows react enthusiastically. Go ahead, stab them, kill them. Silver chuckled softly. You'll find it interesting once you listen. Grow was excited. Oh, really? If that's what you say, I look forward to the house. Then let's listen to our guest of the day. He sighed deeply and said, I will be honest. All the eyes of those sitting there turned toward him, causing Dung Jun to hesitate slightly. I am preventing Mu Jin from becoming the ruler of Winterbello. Wan notes something in the small notebook in his hand. I have considered your thoughts. What's the reason? Sung trembles as he answers. Minin is not qualified to become the ruler of Winterbell. Someone wondered, not qualified. An image of Gina fighting someone appears. Kang Yu speaks calmly. Mu Jin once fought me and was a very skilled fighter. Not at all clumsy or awkward. Are you wondering if it's because of poor leadership or bad intentions? Sung quickly replied, that's not the reason. Screwdriver twitched a finger. Why would I stop you without a specific reason? Crow calmly rested his chin in his hand. Oh no, Screwdriver continued. Are you a traitor? Kang Yu asked. Mu Jin would be very disappointed to learn that Lord Shu served to betray the king. WSNTN retorts. Mu Jin is not the kind of person to be disappointed over something like that. Everyone has their own opinion, unlike some people. Crow warns that traitors will be eliminated immediately. The traitor trembles a little with fear. What does traitor even mean? Don't tell him, okay? Kang Yu and Screwdiv lean back in their chairs, all just to protect Mu Jin. His head trembles and his hands clench tightly. If Min becomes the ruler of Winterbell, Mu Jin will become his target. Kang Yu asked if that person was Manny King, and Sung Jun honestly replied, M. King may target Mu Jin, but negotiations are still possible with him. His eyebrows furrowed. He is the most evil and powerful among the four evil kings. A scene of injuries appears, with countless people lying on the ground crying out, Red Dead Peony. A figure steps into the darkness, surrounded by gently falling rose petals, and he will target Mu Jin. In the room, the lights illuminate every corner, but the atmosphere is as silent as a sheet, listening intently as he recounts something certain. Red Dead Peony, he's going to target Mu Jin. Kang Yu still crossed his arms in front of his chest, couldn't help but wonder upon hearing that. Bioni, that crazy guy is going to target Min? Sung shivers and agrees. That's right. Sitting next to him, Sung asked, making him pause and look over to see his reaction. Do you know about Red Dead? How could I not know? He is the number 1 or 2 villain that the pirates want to eliminate the most, and he continues to operate out of Shanghai. He has occupied Jiangsu province and killed Jiang and become the leader. The Chinese government cannot ignore this and has taken special measures. Join forces with Lampus and launch a special operation to wipe out Red Dead and his henchmen. Chess pieces around the world are also taking part in this campaign. Among them was even a top-ranked warlord. The battle was extremely bloody, with the strongest fighting each other. But that campaign failed, and no one made it back alive. Crow propped one hand on the table with a teasing look at Skrull. If you're talking about Red Dead, you probably know him too, right? Hearing that, Kang Yu couldn't help but be surprised, while he casually replied, he's just a guest. And suddenly Rung Rung interrupted their conversation. but I think Min will be ready to draw his sword and attack Red Dead, and he is certain of it. No, it has to be a sure thing. So he's going to attack first then? Why are you so tense? Screw probably said that because he's seeking revenge. He calmly explained to everyone that Min's father, the previous king of Winterbell, was assassinated by Red Dead. Revenge is probably the main reason Mujin wants to become the ruler. Sungjun also agrees and adds his opinion. Not to mention Mujin's revenge, Red Dead will return to Korea because Winterbell is the thorn in the side of both Red Dead and Manny King. He stared straight at him with a very confident voice. So facing Red Dead is unavoidable then? That's right. To clarify, he hadn't finished speaking when he quickly interrupted. That's enough. He makes a serious decision. No matter what we do, it will rain and we will get wet. So let's just go for it. Tess nodded in agreement. I agree. If you're too afraid of those bugs to try, it'll only make things worse. And Crow's very excited about your decision. People like to get wet in the rain. Seeing them decide everything on their own without any plan, I had to shout in frustration. Wait until these fools are fully prepared for Minin, then we'll do that. For now, WS listens quietly to their conversation with a calm and gentle voice. I'll take care of those pests. He looked at her with curiosity and asked, why are you so confident? Juan remained calm and continued her work without looking up, saying, our leader said she would handle King and Red Dead herself. I need to rewrite this first. Seeing his frustration, she wondered where they got such excessive confidence from. Crow could only try to ease the tense atmosphere filled with the smell of gunpowder and say something to help him out. But no one said anything more, and he grew even angrier, his chest heaving. Ha! How can you be so excessively arrogant? The enemies are the 4 evil kings, the strongest villains. Despite his raging anger, Kang Yu remains calm and responds. So what? Do you think I will lose if I fight them? I understand. Screw just chuckled and brushed it off, admitting how quick he was to tease. He then continued to explain to him, if what you say is true, then resisting them now is impossible. But he confidently declared to him, in the near future, I will make them kneel before me. He immediately turned to ask Skrill, let's help mine and become the ruler of Winterbell first. Set a date. He agreed with a nod of approval and responded accordingly. All right. Seeing them decide for themselves without listening to his opinion, he felt annoyed inside, holding his forehead in frustration, silently wondering what these fools were thinking. Interrupting his thoughts, Grow asked excitedly, but if Red Dead fought Manny King, who do you think would win? Screw thought for a while and then replied, last year, Red Dead went to Korea to answer that question. Juan listened to him recount it and couldn't help but be stunned. It was a horrifying event. Grow came up with a brilliant idea. Why not let them fight each other? It would be really fun. He finds it quite interesting, but to add to her, then a huge amount of fighting money will be needed. Hearing them talk made him think that if it had been a year ago, he would have been sure that what happened a year after he came to Korea for the youth event was related to this. He remembered reading about it in a report. After carefully reviewing the report, he could confirm that many of the South Korean branches flags of Lampus had been sacrificed. He looked towards Sungjun and listened to him recount earlier, hearing that there was even an S-rank flag among them. As he was lost in thought, trembling as he approached the bar, he saw that the bartender thought his name was Kim Kwang-ho, right? It took him a while before he finally spoke. Do you have more plates? Suddenly, he turned his eyes into blinding light. This branding Doggin cannot let everything be polluted and filthy. He seemed to unleash his anger at him. With the power of light, I will purify you. Hearing his confident assertion that Huang Ho is not afraid and instead shouts at him to go away. Get out! This glowing bastard is so annoying. Crow watches the scene curiously. What's wrong with him? He's so noisy. Screw was lost in his own music, replying happily. It must be a side effect of breaking the limit. Villa Intikin, in a large, cool, outdoor area. Jaeho sighed. Hu-chan, who was practicing with the equipment nearby, asked, why are you sighing? He's just sitting and resting, drinking water, and honestly answering. It's just the worry about the future career of a middle school student with average grades. He immediately denied that he was an average student. He finishes stretching and lands his feet, listening to him complain. I'm already doing great. Jae-ho watched as he finished his workout, relaxing his body with admiration. He had just graduated and already become a prominent figure. He couldn't help but feel jealous. He is the rising star with so many expectations. Ever since you caught both Black and Toymaker, Uhan listened quietly as he recounted, then crossed his arms in protest. That rumor is all just fake, Jae-ho replied. Hey, don't be modest anymore. I was with him during the Toymaker operation. You also helped me. He laughed and kept telling the story. Ha, that's why I got really harassed at school. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder why. Because I'm with you, is there a problem? Daiho feels discouraged and doesn't want to tell him the truth. You have no idea how they are mocking him. Yu Chan saw how sad he was and tried to comfort and encourage him. If it's a misunderstanding, you should say something, right? I'll go to your school. And before I finish speaking, Jay immediately objects, not wanting to cause more trouble. Oh, please, I give up. He closed his eyes and let go of the past. Everything is calming down now. If he comes, it will only stir things up again. Then he pointed at Yu Chan with a serious tone. Above all, my school is full of Hao because he's a famous person. Hearing Jae-ho tell the story, he wasn't afraid but rather curious and interested. Who is it? Jae-ho saw him ask and immediately teased him. Curious? Seeing him ask that, she just replied casually. Well, not exactly. Then Jae-ho stopped teasing him, switched to another topic, and now Na should be here, right? Yu-chan saw him ask, looked to the side of the road, saw her sister's figure, and immediately mentioned Tao Tao. Tao Chao is right there with the girl. Daiho also looks in that direction, puzzled. Someone must be following him. Yu-chan saw that and widened his eyes in surprise. On this side, a perverted man is chasing after Na-yu. I am Inyo's father, a student from the chess training school. She didn't care, just wanted to stay away from him. So what if she shouted loudly, "Go away!" Seeing her so dismissive, he only followed and said, "Don't do that to me." Before she could finish her sentence, she paused to catch her breath. Na-woo immediately turned around and shouted, "I told you no means no. If you keep going, my brother will teach you a lesson." He wasn't even afraid when she threatened him, and he even sneered more arrogantly. Haha, I'm not so easy to beat. He still loves to threaten. I am a potential mistake that once appeared on the news. Before I could finish my sentence, a cold voice rang out. Who is that? Nah? Hearing that, she couldn't help but be surprised, recognizing the voice as incredibly familiar. She saw Yu-chan standing right beside her and managed to speak. Brother. He saw her and immediately panicked. Kim Yu-chan frowned again in fear. Yu-chan still calmly pulls your sister toward him and, in a soothing yet dangerous tone, says, "Your friend, huh?" He was extremely nervous, sweating profusely. Why is he here? When he asked, Na-yu quickly denied it, saying she didn't know him at all. He has been harassing me all this time. Knowing that she denied it, Yue Nhu Satang rose from hell, glaring at him with eyes like fire and asking, "Who are you to dare to harass my sister?" Making him shiver involuntarily. He was panicked, full of questions in his mind. My sister, so we're siblings? He quickly explained, wait, it's just a misunderstanding. I didn't harass her at all. It's just that she's quite pretty, so I only... Suddenly, Dihoi approached the two siblings and looked at them with curiosity. Father in Byam. He followed the call and looked over in surprise. Sai-ho was surrounded by many people whispering about her. He really is a strange guy, making him feel extremely embarrassed and scared. He then ran very quickly, wanting to get out of here. Nayeon won't forgive him, he shouted loudly. He's running away. He was angry, but couldn't do anything, just sighed. Seeing him run away, Yu-chan then looked at Joe and asked, "Do you know him?" Joe calmly replied, "Of course, he came to my school." He then looked in the direction he continued to run. His name is Cha Ini, one of the haters I mentioned earlier. At Benzone in Namkang district of Seoul, in a luxurious room, the voice that rings out belongs to Gina. All right, thank you for your effort. Jill calmly replied. It seems what she's been hoping for is progressing very smoothly. She didn't answer his question and immediately ordered to seal the room. He crossed his arms, unable to see his expression at that moment. Great, I'm starting to get worried. Are you wondering about something? He immediately replied, because you will have a big battle, I am worried because we asked someone who is hostile to you for help. Luckily, he is not a narrow-minded person. He cheerfully added, well then, congratulations, Mujin. Maybe we should open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. She still calmly observes everything and remains silent. It's still too early to celebrate. She is holding the knife with an eager look. I am not yet the ruler of Winterbell. Even if I achieve that title, this is only the beginning. Then she forcefully slams her hand on the table with a triumphant tone. We can celebrate. She firmly declared with a look full of hatred radiating around her after I successfully avenged. The tall buildings are bathed in the golden sunlight of the sky. A black car speeds down the main road. It's been 5 years since my father passed away. The car stops. The two men got out to open the car door for a man who seemed powerful. Over these 5 years, I have tried my best to achieve my goal. A small box shaped like a bear opens, but it seems I've only managed to put together a small piece. I'm sorry. A small girl with short hair on the sides is crying. I already ate the cookies that Dad liked the most. Suddenly, a hand reaches out to pat the girl's head, making her stop crying. Be good, don't cry. A mysterious woman holds the little girl gently in her arms. The father doesn't like eating sweets much. Dad is very happy that you like to eat them. The girl rested her head on the woman's chest, her eyes still shimmering with tears. You are the only person my father truly values. Gina, right? Inside the car, Gina, with a cold gaze, presses one hand against her cheek as the driver turns to look at her. I will take you to the house with the remains first, Gina said coldly. But I need to go somewhere first, to Gadam District. The streets are deserted, the tall buildings are bathed in the golden hue of the sky, and a coffee shop sign appears with 3 people inside chatting. Students in Bangzhong Tea. Recently, I won first place at the national level competition. Congratulations. Thank you, sis. The short-haired woman took out a device that looked like a recorder. I want to hear a bit about your determination in the upcoming 2 months for the National Youth Chess Tournament organized by Lampus. It's more like a commitment than determination, right? Dung Ti smiled brightly. If you can win, that would be great. But I want this experience to be a stepping stone for you to become the strongest chess player. The female reporter praised, while the male reporter kept pressing the shutter repeatedly to gather footage. So cool, I will definitely cheer for you. Zung To softly said, thank you for your support. The male reporter asked a question. You said you want to be the strongest person, so that means you want to become the top seed, right? Top player? That's so fake. She shyly chuckled and said, everyone has their own big dream. The female reporter tilted her head slightly, casually mentioning the top tier rank. There is also someone else who is very famous. Someone who shares the same dream as you. The male reporter asked, are you referring to Kim Yu-chan Ha as a student? I heard that you two went to the same middle school and the conversation continued at the small coffee shop. The reporter asked, do you two know each other well? And Dungtae replied, no, we didn't even know each other in middle school. We only found out after we graduated. Actually, I feel quite regretful that we didn't realize earlier that we both went to the same middle school. Because we share the same goal, I think we will become good friends. The female reporter casually said, oh my. Sungtae's phone ringing on the table startled him as he looked down. Has Dad finished the interview yet? A voice echoes, time is passing too quickly. Sungtae seemed in a hurry and asked, can I leave now because I have another appointment? Thank you for agreeing to the interview with us despite your busy schedule. We will support you in becoming the strongest chess master. Sungtae left, and the two reporters continued sitting in the cafe, whispering to each other. I heard he's a model student and was willing to do the interview so quickly. It's hard to find someone like that in today's society. Sungtae's lips curl into a slight smile as the sun sets behind the tall buildings, casting a stunning multicolored sky. A voice echoes among the skyscrapers. Are you causing trouble with Kim Yu-chan? The two men stand face to face in a narrow alley, arguing loudly. Are you kidding me? It's true. I saw that bastard pick up a female student with my own eyes. Inbom frowned, raising two fingers to make the person opposite believe him. I told him to stop, but he kept getting agitated. Sungtae lightly touches his chin, looking thoughtful. How can I just turn my back and walk away when something like this happens? I am Inbom's father! Inbom shouted loudly and punched into the air. Damn it, just as I threw the punch, his friends arrived. He casually asked, what was the result? He hesitated because there were too many of them, so I had to leave. Dungtae responded, why can't I believe what you're saying? Inium pleaded sincerely. I'm telling the truth. Sho was there too. He frowned slightly. Does he dare to act superior to Kim Yu-chan? Then there's no hope left, Inbom said, recounting the story. That Sho guy at school is a quiet bookworm all the time, but it seems like they're close and talk a lot. Sungtae responded indifferently. I don't care about his frustration. They even call me a new demon. His eyes subtly hardened, and Biomo kept talking, making him angry enough to rush over and grab his collar. They say students from the training school are all show-offs, and when faced with villains, they tremble like leaves. If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you. Inbyo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. I'm not lying. If I lie, I will make sure Zhongtae stays in prison for life. Inbyo was released, and he lightly touched his neck, still furious, when he heard the warning. Watch your mouth, he barely smirked. A new demon. If it truly dares to act arrogantly like that, Kim Yu-chan will have to pay a heavy price. His eyes radiate a dangerous glare. Behind him, a young man was texting on his phone. Kang Yu walked while texting, with Morris flying close beside him. This way is opposite to the way home. He said he's nearby. I need to go somewhere first. He walks along the paved street until Kang Yu stops in front of a shop with a bear sign and some macarons, with the sign reading Makam Macaron. He softly asked Maros, is this the place you need to go to? It replied, that's right, Kang Yu whispered softly. They keep talking about this place forever. He gently rests his head on his hand, muttering softly. You live in Gadam and you don't know that? This guy must be a spy snake for sure. Gro interjects from beside. We can eat 20 of those at once. A woman with large star-shaped earrings introduces it as a famous macaron shop in Gadam, in the Namkang district. Wan gently closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and pressed her hand to her cheek, imagining the delicious macarons that left Kang Yu speechless. Their Earl Grey macarons paired with tea lingered in the mouth forever. Inside the bakery, staff are handing over a package to a customer, revealing a box filled with many purple macarons. Are these all the Grey Countess macarons? Yes, this is the remaining part. The bell hanging at the door softly jingled as it was bumped, and a voice said, I'll buy them all, and if you want to gift them, I can help you wrap them. A girl walks into the shop just as Kang Yu also declines. No need, I'll just eat it myself. The girl who just entered approached the pastry counter and asked, do you still have the Grey Count macaron? Oh, what should I do? I just sold the last piece of cake. The girl who just entered asked, just sold out? Gina glanced briefly at the basket of cakes Kang Yu was holding and asked, may I ask? Gina gently points to the bag of pastries in Yu's hand. The Grey Count macaron he just bought. Can I buy it back from you? She suggests I can pay, even 10 times the price. The bakery clerk was stunned and couldn't believe it. I can work extra hours. 10 times? Other trays of colorful macarons appear. Kang Yu silently wondered why it had to be this particular type when there were so many other kinds of macarons. Then another thought confirmed that it had to be a win to be worth it. Gina gently bites her lip. She slightly bows her head, her voice tinged with sadness and longing. Today is the anniversary of someone I love very much, and they really like these, so I really wanted to buy some for them. Kang Yu's eyes slightly hardened, then he suddenly spoke, surprising Gina. My stomach suddenly hurt so much. Kang Yu turned and walked away, leaving the bag of snacks he just bought. Maybe I'll buy it another day. Gina gently turns her head to watch Kang Yu's figure disappear into the distance. Morals comments on the actor's poor performance. Kang Yu coldly replied, "Shut up." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt. Wait a moment. Kang Yu turned back to look at Gina standing right behind him, the same person who had grabbed his shirt. I don't want to owe anyone. Gina hands a bag to Kang Yu. Just a box of macarons is enough. Her eyes are sincere, hoping he will accept the remaining box. Kang Yu took the bag of pastries Gina handed him, staring at it intently as he walked. Moros said mockingly, "Looks like your acting worked." As the sunset gradually falls over the busy park, Moros whispers, "I didn't expect you to empathize with a stranger." Kang Yu pondered silently, looking rather unhappy. It questioned, "Do you think of Jeep?" Watching everyone around laugh and chat happily, he hesitated for a moment. "Just go with it." Moros continued, "That's just unreasonable." He glared at Heat. "Maybe you don't recognize him." Kang Yu looked confused. Moros continued, "The person you just met in the shop is Mu Jin." He stood up and waved his hand. "I know." Moros was quite surprised. "Do you know?" "I didn't realize that was Mu Jin. I just thought she was unusual." He looked at Dam Chu's hand, lost in thought about Gina's figure. When she gets close, her aura is very different. The calluses on her hand suggest she has been practicing with a sword every day. Then Kang Yu rested his hand on the railing and looked up at the vast sky. "The person being mentioned is probably her father, right?" Moros hoarsely said. "That's also possible." Gina stands alone in front of the funeral home, gazing at the remaining mementos from the past, looking somewhat somber. Somewhere, a large door suddenly appears, towering over her, with a sign above it that reads Crow's Sealed Coffin. Gina coldly steps forward in her warrior outfit. A few others have also gathered here, trembling as they speak. The sealed coffin is a dangerous place full of traps. He's a bit tense. One wrong step and you could die instantly. Someone teases, "Are you a parrot?" "You've been saying the same thing over and over again." Sung Run looks very angry. "What? I only said that because I was worried." "How dare you talk to me like that? Stand tall." Kang Yu, stop arguing and just move on. Sa gives a thumbs up with a smile. "Good luck. I believe you will do well." Gina hesitated. Dian didn't say anything else, only looked at Yu. He faced Gina with a cold gaze. After a moment, she spoke. "Take care of yourself." Of course, at this moment, his hand releases a large amount of aura. The old door and Crow's sealed coffin have now opened a path for Kang Yu. The entire space is shrouded in darkness due to the aura he emits. I will be back soon. As you go deeper into the coffin, its entrance is a seemingly endless spiral staircase. Yosef says, "Once inside, the first thing you need to do is find the Dark Knight orb at the entrance." Following his lead, Kang Yu wondered, "Do I need that to find the switch?" Yosei nodded. "Yes, think of it like a lamp. Since they are standing quite close to the coffin entrance, there's still a faint light shining from outside." He leaned on it and continued, "Because inside the coffin is sealed so dark that you can't see anything." Kang Yu followed Yosei's instructions to find the Dark Knight orb, placing your hand on it and channeling mana into it. From the rushing out, small bright orbs appeared, and his voice echoed loudly. "This way, all the dark orbs inside will be illuminated." Kang Yu looks really interested and excited. Moros asks, "Is this your first time seeing the dark sphere?" He places his hand on the sphere, eyes gazing at the floating sparks. "Do we also have one, huh?" "If you try to sell it, Morsquat, forget it." Kang Yu moves toward the narrow passage. Did it already get tangled up right at the start? I didn't expect to find this here. He tilted his chin skeptically. They should have warned us beforehand, right? Moros glanced. "I mean, let's say it's nice," but couldn't even want to, because they themselves didn't know what was sealed inside the coffin. The next stage will require overcoming new challenges. Kang Yu remains calm. "So I not only have to avoid the trap, but also make a decision?" He recalled the moment he trembled with anger before calming down. So that's why the parrot was so worried. Kang Yu calls. "Moros, if you sense any strange energy, remember to tell me." It responded. He gathered energy into his legs, and then they both quickly moved away. Moros excitedly runs straight over. At the end of the street, the source of the black energy gradually gathers, and the beam of light from the eye begins to appear. Moros shouted loudly. Suddenly, a surge of red aura appeared from nowhere. It roared, "Stop immediately!" Kang Yu has stopped in a super cool pose. He lifts his face to look up. "What do you sense?" Moros said in a deep voice. "I can feel a very strange aura." Looking at the lingering energy, it continues. "The airflow from that place is faint but very strange." Kang Yu comments on the dead end as you reach out to touch the mysterious airflow. "So there's a secret passage behind this wall," Moros added. "It could also be a trap." "Are you planning to check?" Kang Yu said casually. "You want me to do that, right?" It's wary. "Don't be careless. If you touch anything immortal again, I'll cut you off. I'm different now. I won't make the same mistake again." A flash of light streaked through the gloomy scenery outside Gro's sealed coffin. Everyone anxiously worried for Kang Yu's safety. Trembling as they asked, "Will he succeed?" He bites his hand in frustration. "Has it been so long without any news yet?" Yosei glanced at the clock, speaking calmly. "It's only been 10 minutes, not long at all." Dung was stunned. 10 minutes already? Gina reassures her, "It's okay. If it's him, we don't need to worry." He looks at her and asks, Why are you so sure? Gina lowers her head, even though his arrogance is no less than anyone else's. We can trust his strength. Sai also agrees with that. He crosses his arms with a confident stance, speaking with a hint of self-assurance. It's like he's accelerating without even bothering to brake, but he definitely says he can do it. Sai smiled. If he wasn't being watched, he would return to Kang Yu. Right now, he was standing before a gate guarded by two giant statues. Kang Yu marveled, I didn't expect there to be a place like this here. The purple aura from earlier is gathering toward the large circle. What is this? Moros was panicked. It's a three-legged creature. How is that possible? It's wide-eyed, truly unexpected. When I heard about Gro's sealed coffin, I should have realized then. Kang Yu crossed his arms. What the hell are you talking about? Moros pouted. This isn't the place for the trial. Despite the name, this place is used for sealing. He looked at his father and asked, Seal? Seal what? Moros spoke, the demon sword. As he spoke, he recalled the trembling figure standing nearby, sitting confidently with Gina, exuding an air of authority. It has to be the Demon Sword clan. A noble family with a long history becomes meaningless when an outsider is born. It turns to you. Minen's bloodline could be a prestigious family that trained false flags in the past. Just say you're annoyed, Moros replied hesitantly. Their inherent trait of being a false flag will turn them into villains. And what causes their nature to change so completely is the purple aura coming from the ancient incense burner. The sealed object inside. At the luxury hotel Vesperna in Philadelphia, USA, wealthy guests gradually settled into their seats around the tables throughout the lobby. In the luxurious setting, a man crosses his legs and sways his glass of water, flanked by two dashing bodyguards. Yuri hides behind the door, secretly watching the man drinking water, wondering who he is. He even has bodyguards. Suddenly, he approached from behind, startling Yuri. Who are you secretly watching? She suddenly turned with an annoyed voice, startling herself. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere. I don't know where he came from. He was searching around anxiously. Is one of our customers a celebrity or something? Suddenly, they asked to stop. He dismisses it. That VIP guest. I don't see his name on the reservation list. Yuri looked down. Is he a famous person? He continued. Don't you know? Oh, look at the one he's having a meal with. Zin reveals that he is the president of Lampus. Z is the president of Lampus. She widened her eyes. If he's the president of Lampus, then among the players like Yuri, I wonder what he would say. He thumbs up. He's the strongest. She was surprised by Sai's annoyed expression. It's too noisy. Yuri and Shin are still chatting happily. She is teasing him. A person so great coming to our restaurant is such a shame, he replied. He's a regular customer. He comes here from time to time. Satisfied. Yuri feels proud. My workplace really is a dump. Here, take my phone so I can take a picture of you and Z in the back. Yuri asked again. Really? You don't need to ask for his permission, do you? The man smiles. He's very relaxed and easygoing. She quickly waved her hand. Come on. A manager shouldn't do that. It seems he noticed him and looked over at the two people talking. At the same time, Kang Yu gradually opened the door, revealing a scene that looked like a sacrificial ceremony. He looked over from top to bottom. The ancient artifact was protected by a massive aura. Kang Yu suspected. Was that an incense burner? He wondered, are the stone stellies around traps? Moro spoke. Exactly. Kang Yu pondered. A trap within a trap like a double lock. He thought of something with immense power, and the scene was immediately consumed by red flames and black blood, indicating that thing was extremely dangerous. Kang Yu notices a sword embedded in the stone slab in front of the incense burner. Moro speaks evenly, as if trying to set a trap. He replied with certainty, so this sword must be extraordinary. The sword they mentioned was embedded in the middle of a grand stone stele, surrounded by a red aura. Kang Yu hesitated. Since it's so clean where it's embedded, it probably hasn't been here long. He asked further, do you know what that Lu Huang is? Moros remained silent for a long time before answering. Since ancient times, do you know what humans instinctively fear? The Krot. He nodded in agreement. Yes, that is the fate everyone must accept from the moment they are born on this earth. Moros continued in a calm, deep voice. Even if you possess great power or immense wealth, you still have to face death. When Kang Yu looks over, what does that have to do with the incense burner? It blinked. The three-legged bird is a symbol of the sun and immortality. Moros calmly thought of the image of people performing rituals. That censer is a sacred object used in sky worship ceremonies. It was once used in rituals for prosperity, health, and longevity. Then, the image of a powerful person clenched in their hand, speaking with a stern voice. But those with power are never satisfied. They crave immortality. The horrifying scenes of slaughter unfold as Moros narrates, with them even offering human sacrifices to achieve immortality. Now, the image of the red-winged evil spirits carrying their resentment sealed into the incense burner and repenting with offerings to the vengeful souls who lost their lives. The tangled chains symbolized their restraint, and in the end, they were sealed here. Kang Yu sighed. You know a lot, huh? It looked at him with a trembling gaze. Have you forgotten? I am a noble soul, so of course I should know. He couldn't help but wonder. So this irrational desire led to the creation of a strange creature. Moros raised his voice, explaining that its unreasonable craving stemmed from witnessing someone who was not a god, but could still achieve immortality. Morris's words echoed as the scene depicted 5 mysterious figures fading into the shadows, with history recording that the reason the supreme beings desire immortality is because of that person. Kang Yu wondered, placing a hand on his hip. Who is it? It asked you back, what were you planning to do with that incense burner earlier? Kang Yu thought to himself, so you're changing the subject? He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, if that incense burner is a sacred object as you say, then it can be used to extract stone from it. Moros's voice was deep and hoarse. Just because it's a sacred object doesn't mean it's made of mana stone. Are you saying there isn't one? There might be. Moros's eyes flickered with a mysterious, very intense light. It stopped behind Kang Yu, but since it was set with a double trap, it's very dangerous and not easy to take. He walks away coldly. How would he know if he doesn't try? It seems there's movement near the sword. Yu looks up more, and the aura appears to grow stronger. Then it quickly covers the entire altar in a red hue. Kang Yu remains fearless. The trap is triggered, blocking anyone from entering from outside. Moros is also a bit surprised. This trap is meant to prevent what's inside from escaping, and it seems you understand that, so Kang Yu gathers his energy to throw a punch, which is very weak and cannot withstand external attacks. You step forward and deliver a straight punch, your face cold and unmoved. Kang Yu suddenly saw something as the sword now emitted a dark aura. The ancient incense burner gradually revealed a pair of furious red eyes, and black smoke quickly merged with the strange gases, creating a chaotic scene. Kang Yu withdrew his hand, and Moros looked at him, revealing the evil spirit vessel containing the souls of the damned. Outside the bodies, the crows were gradually enveloped in a red aura. They are flying chaotically around the incense burner, Kang Yu said with a serious tone. Focus, if you're careless, they will manipulate you and turn you into a slave of the evil spirits. That's why the incense burner was sealed, the fierce black crows screamed in human voices. Get lost, they are howling loudly. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, Morris's eyes widen in worry. Casey, if that sound tempts you, Kang Yu will remain calm. Do you think I am so easily defeated? It's clueless. Is it okay like that? He chuckled softly, of course. Kang Yu called up the system interface. Thanks to the stone Na took from the black iron armor, I gained a powerful passive will skill. His gaze became sharper. I really should thank it. Moros is eager. Luckily, you're not affected. So what do we do with these wicked ones? Kang Yu replied, I feel more sorrow than malice. It asks again, pity. He speaks in a deep voice, filled with rage. I feel a sadness as if falling into an abyss. Moros doubts. How do you know? Kang Yu lowers his face. Because I have experienced something similar before. Under his deep, husky voice, the vast black ocean of Long seems to swallow every ray of light that appears. Before the end, I will release the sadness buried deep inside my heart that dims them. The crows continue to flap their wings and cry out mournfully. Damn it, Moros said with an empathetic tone. I understand how you feel, but it's too late to save them. The blue aura appears and destroys. Morris was stunned. The energy came from Kang Yu's hand. He said, I will burn their unclean sadness. He rushes forward and sets them free. He unleashes a large amount of his energy and shouts, burn to ash and disappear. The black crows screeched in pain as they were burned by the fire. They appeared frantic to attack Kang Yu, but before reaching him, they vanished, leaving only scattered feathers falling into his hand. Kang Yu's voice was light. I have saved all the evil spirits now. Moros scoffed coldly. How is that possible? He glanced at it. What do we do now? Moros asked uncertainly. All evil spirits turn to dust because of your fire? Kang Yu replied casually. So what then? He frowned slightly, not trusting. Moros silently assessed his back. Without extraordinary power, it's impossible to destroy evil spirits. Although not granted, I am sure that his fire contains that special power. Kang Yu approached the lizard and bowed his head to look. Now it's safe, right? It's also gradually accepting the truth. All the evil things have disappeared now. He raises his hand again to conjure the flame. So let's get started. The blue flames flare fiercely in Kang Yu's hand. The trap was quickly engulfed by the raging flames. At Neo Center, Mannequin looked surprised and asked, Is Winterbell making a strange move? The person next to him replied, The report says that Winterbell and the Gadam District Vinzone boss often meet, including the evil swordsman Mujin and Tien. He pondered. Tien explained, He's the villain who recently took control of Vinzone and got him. Mannequin frowns. Is he the new soldier manipulated by Skrill? Also the one who cut off Barracuda's hand. The person who is Oh Nam-chan, director of Neo Center. He whispered, According to the latest reports, there are rumors that he fought Mujin, but I haven't confirmed whether that's true or not. He closed his eyes, pondering. Fighting each other, huh? If that rumor is true, then that overconfident kid must have been given a good lesson. Mannequin ordered, meeting regularly to show they already have a specific target. You guys, hurry up and investigate. Look into Winterbell's situation more carefully for me. Nam-chan bowed his head. Yes, sir. I will definitely complete the mission. Just point and have him investigate everything about Ka Xuan, then come back to where Kang Yu is standing. He looked at the gem he just forged in his hand, emitting a deep red glow, a different color from what we had before, huh? Moros looked in with amazement. That is a blood mana crystal. Kang Yu was surprised. Blood mana crystal. It glances. This is no ordinary mana crystal. It has absorbed the entities of the sacrificed. Moros frowned in fear. It is so powerful that other crystals cannot compare, but it is also dangerous because it contains the essence of that damn thing. This magic affects most evil beings, driving them crazy just by holding it. Kang Yu raised the gem, but I remain normal, proving I am not part of the majority. Submit. It responds. Maybe it's also due to the effect of the fire that burned the evil spirits. Are you doubtful that I can absorb it? Moros frowned. If you're worried, wait until later. He casually looked at the red gem. If you're still concerned now, wait until you become stronger to absorb it. Then you won't suffer from side effects like going insane. Kang Yu raised the gem to eye level, its dark red like blood mesmerizing, the crimson shining into his pupils. He closed his eyes tightly around it and said, I have no reason to put myself in danger. Moros praised. That was the right decision. Kang Yu turned to look at the battlefield and said, the incense burner has returned to its original form, so the traps are no longer necessary. I suppose we don't need this sword either. He stepped forward, ready to draw his sword. This might also be made from mana crystals. It floats in the air. It's definitely made from mana crystals, but it's no match for the one extracted from the incense burner. Kang Yu pondered. Then I will extract the mana crystal. He suddenly stopped when he saw something. Wait, I've seen this pattern before.
He remembered that although the colors were different, it was exactly the same as the pattern on that guy's sword. Kang Yu raised his sword high.
I knew it. That guy is all talk. Outside, Sung nervously bit his lip and said, It's been 30 minutes with no news. He must be dead or in trouble inside. Gina pondered and said, Forget it and let's go. Our clone won't fall for those simple traps. Although Gro's sealed coffin is a dangerous place, he can still handle it properly. The reason he hasn't come out yet might be because he's being followed.
Yosi suspiciously watched as the trembling shouted, What's going on?
A strange noise sounded and everyone turned at once. Sil simultaneously completed solving the R Dubai puzzle. He chuckled softly. It's time to end now. The gate opens wide, revealing the light, and the road gradually appears ahead. Sung trembled with doubt. Could it really be true that he succeeded? Josie looked around. Where is the elevator? I don't see him, I predicted through the glasses. He's accelerating to the max. He's analyzing the data, and there's 20 seconds left. A powerful stream of black smoke rushes forward. Kang Yu leaps and spins along the long road. Finally, he reaches the gate. Josei and Sung Jun both looked at him in shock, their voices trembling softly. The mission is complete. Our deal is done, Sung shouted angrily. After torturing us, you say the mission is complete, huh? He remains calm. You just left and you're already complaining? Are you worried about me? He shouted. Why should I care about a damn bastard? Screw walks over and places a hand on Kang Yu's shoulder. He smiles and says, Good thing you made it back safely. Well done. Suddenly, Screw looks down and asks, What are you holding? He said nothing and went straight to Gina. Kang Yu held out the sword in front of her. I found this inside. Gina raised the sword to feel its power and looked up, asking, Do you know what this is? He calmly said, A sword. What else? Gina's lips moved slightly. It is the white tiger sword. She slowly draws her sword. It disappeared after the previous emperor's generation passed away. Gina held the sword perpendicular to her own, and power immediately erupted. It is the twin sword of the Black Dragon Sword. This is a treasure symbolizing the Evil Sword clan. Gina lightly swings the sword. The white tiger sword is the twin sword of the Black Dragon Sword. She tries to use her power. If she channels mana into this sword, it will light up immediately, allowing you to control the direction of the sword god. Both Kay and Moros are stunned. Luckily, we haven't extracted the mana crystal yet. Sung asked in surprise, What's wrong? Gina suddenly bowed her head, appearing solemn. Thank you for finding the white tiger sword. Even trembling, Sung couldn't believe it. Where did you find it? He replied, In a special place within Crow's sealed coffin. Gina pondered silently. A special place? Could it be the sealing spot of the Lu Huang? Kang Yu looked a bit surprised. Do you know? She nodded. I am the clan leader, so of course I should know. So what about Lu Huang? He replied. Lu Huang returned to its original state. The negative energy disappeared, so there was no need for the trap. Kang Yu guessed that someone had deliberately planted the sword there to try to trap Lu Huang. Dung hesitated, frowning as he thought, I heard that the previous leader didn't use the white tiger sword when fighting Red Dead. If he's right, then the one who placed the white tiger sword in Crow's sealed coffin must be the previous leader. He was stunned to realize that it was the previous leader's plan for Min. Gina expressed that the strongest sword wouldn't be ungrateful. Just say what you want. Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, There's no rush. He'll tell you later. After passing Crow's sealed coffin, you're about to become the ruler of Winterbell, right? She bowed her head only halfway through the plan, and he found it hard to understand. Halfway. Gina explains, I still need to get the final evaluation from the Winterbell Council in France. Crow's sealed coffin is just part of the final assessment. She stepped forward. Kang Yu asked, If you become the ruler of Winterbello, I wonder what will happen to Vinzone in Nam. Gina chuckled softly. Do you want to know? Awfully. Kang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Vin and Gatam is enough for me. She remained silent, determined to succeed. Gina thought of Mass and Jalop. To gain the right to become the Emperor Winterbio, she became lonely. In the end, the place that became her support and led her to prove herself was Vinzone in Nam Kang. Gina remembered the cold words. The king is gone. Those people were discussing leaving a child too young to succeed. She just bowed her head in response. They quickly decided not to leave the position vacant and appointed a temporary ruler. Someone suggested, why not hold an election instead of just appointing a new king? That person is furious. What are you talking about? The position must be inherited by the bloodline of the leader. That guy shouted, so you're going to appoint a kid under 15 as the king and not care about the clan leader position? Besides, that kid isn't even a villain? Gina slightly pursed her lips when she heard this. The guy looked at the inherited sword, which was said to be depressed after the father's death, and maybe it was also because of the kidnapping. The other person, unable to listen anymore, interrupted, you're talking about the person standing right in front of you. Watch your words. That guy still hasn't let go. How can we appoint a weak kid as the ruler? It's not even qualified to become the emperor. She suddenly raised her head and declared firmly, I will do it. Everyone in the family was surprised, looking at her with astonishment. Gina stepped forward and grabbed the sword. Gina, the 27th leader of the Evil Sword Clan. As the clan leader, I will prove myself worthy of becoming the Winter Bell Emperor. She swung her sword and shouted, I will destroy Red Dead and avenge my father with these hands. That guy gritted his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? A pair of red heels steps forward. We will announce the decision. Juan proudly pats Gina on the shoulder. I will serve you. Lady Dungrun also stepped forward. I'm the same. I also stand with the temporary leader. That guy is angry. What are you two doing? As vassals, you must carefully assess the situation. Why are you so hasty? One man couldn't help but ask, are you also on the opposing side, Ancient Blue VIP? He tapped his finger lightly. I will let my son decide. Ancient Blue Viper shouted, Master. He calmly explained, I will pass my position to my son now that he has grown up. Gina also spoke up. If you give me a chance, I will prove myself worthy. He asked, how will you prove it? Gina and I will prove myself by becoming a clone of one of the 4 largest Vin zones in Seoul. He smirked and said, fine, proving your strength and leadership ability is more than enough. Everyone was abuzz again. A outsider becoming the Vinzone boss? No way. Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter. They observed her cautiously just to see if she could become the temporary clan leader. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gina remained resolute. She thought to herself that over the past year, after countless trainings and brutal battles, she had become the leader of the South District. But according to the Evil Sword Clan's ideology, she had only proven half of her potential to become the clan leader. So now Gina, wielding 2 majestic swords, steps forward as the revered head of the family. To become the Winterbell Emperor, she only has one obstacle left. Kang-Ut naturally says, be careful. He warned that there are many dangerous traps inside. Sung Shun sighed in relief and said, Mujin is not weak. Your worries are pointless. She replied softly, thank you for worrying about me. He was once again stunned. Let Gina go inside. I will definitely come back. The sky outside is clear at the international airport and someone has just arrived here. It's only noon, but it's so crowded. Are you really okay on your own? Gina turned her head. I'm not a kid anymore. She's worried. This is your first time traveling abroad. She quickly interrupted the meeting to say they would send a guide.
Juan bowed her head and sighed. Fine. I can't argue with her. She raised the bag.
Oh, right. Here you go, Juan explains. The cashier told me to give this to you with the message that eating sweets will help you in that test. She took it. Gina turned around. I have to go now. Juan looked at the clock and realized it was time. She suddenly spoke up. Clan leader, Gina will take her away. Juan respectfully bows her head and wishes her a safe journey. She smiles softly. Gina lifts the bag she just took up high and turns to smile, sending my thanks to you. Gina walks calmly towards her future at the old building in Seoul District, Manhwa. Intelligence reports say she has just left for France. At last, the concern we've had is coming true. Oh, I chuckle excitedly. I can't delay the decision any longer. Len's girl urges us to act quickly. The elder on the gold mankin field asked again, did she go to France alone? Director Kim replied, according to the information received, yes. He turned around, surprised that she had passed Crow's sealed coffin test. Memories flooded back as Nam Chan placed a stack of files on the table. This is the report on Kashin that you requested. Mannequin was surprised and asked, he really is a monster? Where did he come from? He spoke seriously. Just give the order and I will arrange to eliminate him immediately. He laughed and said, don't kill such a talented person. M's eyes lit up with anticipation. Even if it takes more effort, beating him would still be better. He will be a perfect addition to my collection. At this moment, he thought that perhaps he played a significant role in stealing Min's talent from Grow. Unfortunately, this was beyond my expectations. M kindly chuckled, but everything turned out very well, didn't it? Director Kim said, currently Mujin is absent. Just give the order and I will gather the 7 managers and suppress the Evil Sword Clan. He shook his head. There's no need to do that. M. Kin picks up the new golf club. There are still many advantageous moves to make, so there's no need to waste effort like this. He is definitely Anne from Blue. About VIP, he will act soon. He whispered, isn't Mr. Blue VIP the elder of the Evil Sword Clan? M. Kin criticizes him. He's a wicked old green snake with no authority at all, a vassal, but he still wants to swallow his own master. He remembers that initially he wanted to make Mujin his puppet, secretly taking over Winterbell because the Evil Sword Clan was not enough for him. But now things are different, and after Min's growth, he has no choice but to change his plan to sharpen his sword for the future. Maybe after Manin leaves, he will use everything he has prepared so far. Director Kim was surprised, so it could be Quan Sin Hua. Manini lightly dismisses it. Yes, he has been very careful in nurturing Quan Sin Hua. He remains silent, Vinzon Quan Sin Hua. When it comes to attack power, they already have quite a few of the strongest. He raised the gold ball with an evil smile. A civil war within the evil sword family will happen soon. M. Kin placed the ball down. Just a little spark is enough to ignite a huge fire. Director Kim adjusted his glasses. Gad damn might get involved. He replied, so we need to keep them busy for a bit. Manny Kin raised his voice, at least because of the ancient blue Vasi IP. The ball was hit high into the air, and he shielded his eyes from the bright sun as he watched. That was a great shot. He sneered because the two sides had already secretly formed an alliance. Speaking of Kang Yu, he's looking ahead with confidence, doing well. Breakhan smiles brightly, placing his hand on his bicep to show off. These warm-up exercises are nothing to us. CR nods in agreement. Yeah, just paying a little attention and I can do it right away. He spoke softly. Not you guys. Kang Yu turned to look at Break Ghost. You must have had a hard time training those fools, right? He's tense. I'm doing this just for the master. Dr. H, hearing that, got angry. Who the hell are the fools? Kang Yu mentioned it as promised. I will let you join the training with me. Now let's do a quick test. Break hesitated to check. CR clearly looks tired. Not again. He beckons, brah. You go first. This is match 11. He smiles arrogantly. You called the strongest person here by mistake. CR lowers his gaze. Because you're the easiest to defeat, I will show you the result of my special training. He rushes forward saying, the result of Breck H's rebirth is that I can finish him off in just 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Kang Yu still shows no intention of dodging. He fires a lightning bolt straight at him. A punch comes flying, and Kang Yu easily dodges. He gently grabs Breakhan's arm. If you're careless and reveal your arm like that, Kang Yu will throw a punch and it will be the perfect opportunity for the opponent to counterattack. A blow hits him straight, causing Krat and Double Blade to freeze in shock. He ignores Bray H lying unconscious on the ground and shouts, then CR quickly raises his hand saying, hey wait, no need to fight? I understand now. Kang Yu, what do you understand about being indifferent? He smiled. Being indifferent is the worst thing. We shouldn't ignore strong opponents. He frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Cross was surprised. No. Kang Yu suddenly teleported behind him, swung his fist carelessly in front of the enemy, which was extremely dangerous. Despite CRK's desperate cries and Double Blade's fear, Black Ghost watched this scene with admiration in his eyes. Truly a master's style, completely ruthless. The other two were also beaten to exhaustion. Kang Yu called Black Ghost. He was startled. I am here. He coldly turned away. Whenever they wake up, just fight them one by one. Black Ghost stands at attention and follows the order. As someone who is carefully asked by Tan every day, should we be kind to them, master? Kang Yu waved his hand. Yes, Dost shouted in a steady rhythm. In another corner of Vinzone in Sinhua Siun district, a group of 3 people is frantically beating someone at their feet. Did this guy steal our money? This bastard is making me so angry. One of them is shouting and cursing. Get lost, you damn dog. Suddenly, one of them turned back, looking surprised and terrified. Huh? He trembles as he points, and the other guy on that side also turns around. Huh? All 3 of them suddenly bent over and ran away. Shit, we're dead. Run now. That thief struggled to get up and looked around in confusion. What's going on? The newcomer approaching is hesitant. He stands against the light, his face unseen, but his aura exudes immense authority. The thief immediately knelt down, thanking me for helping him. I casually replied, I didn't help you, I just chased them away so you would fall into my hands. He let out a chilling laugh. So I've caught you, you bastard who dared to steal my money. A few seconds later, wet marks appeared on the wall as the thief was slammed against it. The old Vinzone building in the bustling district is Min's hideout. Ancient Blue 5 IP always criticizes. Every time I come here, this place remains the same. Min laughs loudly. Ho ho, I'll take that as a compliment. He reproached him for coming here without warning. IB tilted his head and asked, what is the reason? He speaks, the opportunity we've been waiting for has finally arrived. Ancient Blue V. IP urges, now is the golden chance. Since Mujin is absent, I will make the Evil Sword Clan and Winterbell mine. He sneered. Haha, that's right. Matt pinpointed, it's not just yours but ours. He bowed his head with the cold look while he remained calm, saying if we want to achieve what you desire, we must work together, and sharing the rewards fairly isn't a bad thing. Pin's eyes spread out and he drew a card. If you don't mind the difference, it will lead to arguments, and then they'll start to go crazy at him. The card drawn is the Ace of Spades, just like the Ace of Spades on this card. Kang Yu looked at the new item and asked, what is this? Sil waved his hand. Mujin sent it to you. Inside are shining golden gemstones. He looked at them thoughtfully. Why is that? He replied. You found the white tiger sword in Crow's sealed coffin for her, so maybe this is a return gift. Kang Yu sighs. I said I would postpone it, but oh well, I won't refuse anymore. Screw didn't even bother to look. Yeah, he's changing the subject. I just received this news today. The actions of those in Manhwa district are not looking good. S turned around. I bet they're targeting people in Seoul, Buksan, Namkang, and Gadam. Are you going there? Do they have a reason? He speaks softly. Then they will create a distraction. For the strong ones, the reason doesn't matter. The large screen displays information that Manhwa district is the strongest Vinzone in the world. There are many who are truly on par with the Vinzone boss. Kang Yu strokes his chin and says, I've heard of them. Moros asked again. So you've studied this before, right? Screw presses the control button, but among those villains, the one we need to watch out for the most is this guy. The screen reappeared showing a rugged-looking man. His nickname is Pawn. He is one of the 3 famous super strong leaders in one-on-one fights. He looks like this, he suddenly remembers. Oh, he fought Manny Ni before, and the result was obvious. He lost. But that match was incredible. However, as far as I know, he is not the boss of Manhwa district. Kang Yu tilted his head, indicating it's someone else. Screw laughed. Yeah, he really is the boss of Manhwa. He's talking about someone named Min. Usually the Vinzone boss is very strong, but actually Impin isn't like that. He frowns, meaning he's just a puppet. Screw hesitated. No, he gained that position through this, carefully calculating to make himself truly experienced in large-scale battles. Kang Yu assessed that the district master of Manhwa is similar to you, and he just smiled. How could he be better than me? But his skills really bother me. Screw recalls the mind control. Impin has the ability to manipulate others at will. He is contemplative. Blood Rain uses hypnosis, and Toy Maker turns opponents into the mentally unstable. Min's skills are similar to theirs, right? He nodded. Yeah, but he's on a different level. Blood Rain and Toy Maker's abilities are only temporary. Impin is incredibly persistent, which is just deceiving people. Screw replied, but I heard his influence has limits. He leaned back. After all, Winterbell is racking his brains to find a way to deal with the Manhwa district. He bowed his head in thought, saying, Mujin is gone, so who will give the orders now? Screw calmly replied, they still have the elders. Kang Yu frowned. The elder? At that moment, a sweet voice rang out. Hey, love. Crow walks in with a tray of cookies. Look what I brought. You really want to know, right? Isn't that right? You're probably very curious, aren't you? She looked at him. Is the black duck here too? Kang Yu is confused. What do you mean by black duck? He glanced over and replied, cookies, right? Crow says these are the best cookies in the world. Want to know why? Because I made them myself. Looking at those slightly burnt, strange-shaped cookies, I would say, homemade cookies are truly special. He lifts one up. Octopus, she's just a playful kitten. Kang Yu then approached to look at the information on the screen. Screw, he just tried the cake and turned to look. Hat Mao looks so happy. Is it tasty? He paused for a moment. Did you also invest in this? This many? Screw laughs. Ha ha, you've caught me. He's resting his chin on his hand, just a small habit of mine. A black car is driving by. Inside, Ancient Blue VIP coldly rests his chin on his hand. Looking out, his pupils flickered slightly. Ancient Blue VIP remembered Mpin's words. To get what you want, we must work together. He fanned out his cards and spoke calmly. Dividing the winnings fairly isn't a bad thing. Mpin picked up a card. If there's no discrepancy, it will lead to arguments and then they'll start to get angry. His eyes flashed with the cunning glint, like the ace of this card. Ancient Blue VIP's expression was contemplative. Haha, it's too late to regret now. You might lose everything. He gritted his teeth and said, I thought he was the obedient dog, but he turned out to be a cunning fox. Ancient Blue. Sive. IP's eyes gleamed with cruelty. If he refuses to submit, then I have no other choice. I am here, Elder. And Blue. V. IP turns around and says, I need to form a team of skilled hunters. You follow orders and I will arrange it immediately. When does he want us to go hunting? He asked quietly. The faster the better. Seeing the broken things makes me bored. Besides, the Ancien Blue. VIP looks down, and next will be his turn. Casey at Vinzoni District, where Mpin's uncle hides, he's interested. Wouldn't it be better for you to see it with your own eyes? Min snaps his fingers, OV's face full of annoyance. Ho ho ho, Bon chomps on an apple. Which side are we on? The Mani King or the Ancient Blue Viper? He asked again, which side do you think is worse? Bon licked his lips. I refuse to answer such a difficult question. Well, I don't really care either. Redot licking his gun or just killing them all. Isn't it better to fight for both sides? I'm confident in my abilities. Matt Pin laughed again. Ho ho ho, that's quite a good choice. What do you think? Io's voice is cold. I don't care. She tips the beer can in her hand upside down. Iseo chuckled softly. I just want to fight Minujin. The S-rank villain, a wind attribute warrior of Gino. I don't care about anything else. Redot frowns. He angrily pointed the gun. Only I have the right to deal with Min. You bastard. She doesn't care, she chuckles softly. Put the gun down. If you want to keep your head and leave this room. Redot grinned. He cocks his gun. Does this crazy bastard dare threaten me? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Haha, you shouldn't do that. Red Sword's pupils constricted as he looked up in fear. Min holds up the card and smiles at Redot, finally calm again. Min is reading the game, so save your strength to fight the enemy. Only the loser confronts their teammates. He remains calm. Now let's continue discussing the factions. Inio smirks. Do whatever you want. Even though their side is corrupt, just join the ancient blue VIP faction. We're already on good terms with him, so let's continue to be loyal. She sneers after playing around for a while, then we'll switch to Manny King's side. M-Pin speaks up. If we want to make a big move, we have to go all out. He drew another card and, as everything started to spiral out of control, the card he drew was the Ace of Spades. I will take everything for myself. The warm sunset envelops the entire building. Morris's voice gradually echoed. How is it? Kang Yu moved his claws closer to the magic stone. It felt like my body was infused with more vitality, but the sense of magical power didn't seem to increase. Morris immediately replied, You're right. It seems you've reached the maximum limit of absorbing the mana stone. If it's not a genuine stone, your magic power won't increase. Kang Yu feels a bit regretful and worried, as he has blood mana stones, but absorbing them now is quite dangerous. He gazes silently at the magic stone in his hand. Even if it takes more time, he must reach S rank through normal means. Kang Yu looked at his attribute panel in a daze and thought to himself that although the blood mana stone was important, the infamous information badge, the awakened villain, the double attribute shadow disaster level, the activation method of the dark bridge, the main skill of anger, black dusk sword plus 3 attribute sensing, black fire summoning, black dusk sword, black armor, 20 hours of mental strength, hidden skill, crystal extraction, magic points 1,345. If he can reach S level, he can unlock the hidden skill. Moros, seeing him silent for so long, asked, What are you planning to do with the remaining mana stones? Kang Yu thought for a moment before replying. Since this is a gift, I can't sell it. He then looked thoughtfully at the magic stone box. The scene shifts to Venzone Gadam District C. Black Hun is kicked far away, the surrounding ground shattered. He cries out in pain, Ugh! The one who just hit you, Black Ghost shouted fiercely. Get up! You bastards! He clenched his fists in fury and shouted ahead. Is that all you've got? Black Ghost looked at the defeated crowd with anger. Truly a useless bunch. You must not fall or kneel. He raises his fist again, showing his determination. There is still a fire inside you that needs to be ignited. Black Ghost's eyes burn with unwavering determination. I will teach you to extract every ounce of willpower inside you. Black Han clenched his teeth in pain, enduring. His mother is even stronger than before. Krat is lying on the ground complaining. Tough luck, I don't have any willpower at all. At this moment, Black Han remembered everything he had done. Because of the intense daily training, he thought he had become much stronger. He gritted his teeth in frustration, not expecting me to be so weak. Then Black Ghost shouted loudly, Hey, you sewer rats, get up now! Suddenly Kang Yu approached from behind and asked, Are you still training? His eyes suddenly lit up as he shouted, Master, why are you here? He gently looked at him and praised. Good job. Kang Yu also quickly looked at Breakhund and Krat lying flat and admired. Are those guys okay? Black Ghost excitedly reports. I'll beat them up some more. After a moment of hesitation, he still agreed. All right, I brought the fruit to give to you all. CR then looked up with curiosity. The Double Blade was a little scared and refused. Come on, are you trying to make the training more difficult? Immediately after, Yu took out a magic stone box. Black Ghost's eyes widened in surprise. This is the Double Blade, which quickly changes attitude and reveals the highest quality mana stone. CR is fully activated. He gave us that? Black Ghost looked a bit displeased as he pointed at the group in front of him. Master, are you planning to give this precious item to those cheap people? Kang Yu asked coldly. Is that not allowed? He immediately shouted to express his own point of view. That's a serious violation of etiquette. I'll shut you up with this. Black Ghost's eyes lit up as he looked at him. I swear loyalty to you for life. Cross saw how easily he obtained the magic stone and imitated him. Big brother, I trust you a lot too. Dark Han also didn't focus on that and shouted, Hey, wait, did he just call us a bunch of trash? Only Krat and Double Blade didn't care about the praise. Wow, I'm so touched. However, right after that, Kang Yu closed the box and explained, Of course, I'm not just giving you these things. Before accepting them, you have to do something first. The scene shifts to Venzone in Manhwa district, where Min's hideout is located, inside a building filled with numerous safes. Bond sat in a corner, resting his chin on his hand as he read the paper, lost in thought. Opposite him, Min was smoking a cigar and speaking. This is the M document sent by Kin. He narrows his eyes, looking dangerous, and briefly explains the situation. He told us to bring this guy over to our side. Who would have thought that old man would be interested in him? This guy can't be just an ordinary one, right? What do you think? Bond is still resting his chin, deep in thought. After a while, he suddenly slams the folder onto the table and responds slowly. If you want, I can fight him and bring him here. Matt Pin burst out laughing at that. Ha ha ha, Pion really is the best. He casually grabs an apple without a second thought. Do you think I'm joking? Min replied wisely. Of course not, it's you. He took a long drag and relaxed, but his opponent was a Venzone boss. Forget about that guy Barracuda. When fighting Mujin, he couldn't even get up. Bon, sitting across, both scowling and dismissing the idea. Barracuda is just a small fry. The reason Mujin isn't defeated is because she always chooses to fight the weak. If Radot heard this, he'd go crazy. He also recalls Kang Yu's fighting style and comments that if Ta Xuan is good at close combat, I would never lose to him. If he does an ambush and fights me head on, I, the wrestling master, have no objection. In the end, Bon summed up with one sentence, saying he has no chance of winning. Pin's eyes, hearing that, chuckled with a bit of amusement. Ho 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 ho! If he dares to fight me, he's definitely doomed. Pinai then puts down his cigarette and says, honestly, I've simulated a match between you and Ka Xian, and the result favors you with a 9-1 score. He is very confident in analyzing the situation, but that's only a simulation result, so if you're careless, it could get complicated. The actual outcome of the fight might be different from what you expect. So what if M-Pin suddenly asks Pawn Screw back? He once again falls into deep thought. Him? I don't know. M-Pin just chuckled happily. Ho ho ho, are you starting to waver? Pong, a bit annoyed, turned away. Only by fighting him will I know. He seems to hold Screwel in high regard because he's the only survivor. After facing Red Dead, MBIN also reined in his smile. He thought for a moment, then devised a plan, putting Screw aside for now and focusing on dealing with C. Bon immediately asked, is it urgent to handle him? Pin, adjusting his glasses, explained, otherwise he could fall into the hands of the VIP. Is the VIP an ancient blue VIP? The sky is gradually brightening, and above the Kang Yu building, he still stands beside Moros, feeling a bit helpless as he tries to dissuade Kang Yu. Even though it's just training, you're being too strict with those guys. I don't care about responding. The reward is the highest quality monostone, so at least they should do that much. After a moment, I explained the deeper reason behind my actions.
And I also have to fight against them, including Break Ghost, which won't be easy for me right now.
Morris also became more cautious. It seems Break Ghost has become much stronger than before. Kang Yu replied, because he trained with me every day, he quickly retorted, do you mean being beaten every day? Remembering their terrifying appearance, Kang Yu felt a bit proud. You should know they work together extremely well. Morris quickly added, Black Ghost has trained them all very well. He propped his chin and began to consider. If we can protect an excellent long-range attacker, we can fight anyone. His eyes suddenly widened as he saw something. In front of Kang Yu at that moment were 3 elongated black shadows. Deho-ho bowed deeply with great respect. Sorry for the sudden visit. I am Jun Deho-ho, working for the elder of the Evil Sword Clan. Kang Yu, upon hearing this, understood part of the situation. If he is the elder, the name he mentioned surprised both Kang Yu and Moros. Ancient Blue V. IP Deho-ho cautiously explained the reason for his visit. He wants to meet with you privately. 2 supercars are neatly parked in the lot. Outside the villa, a group of bodyguards are surrounding the area. Asian Blue VIP raises his teacup and says, I will go straight to the main point. He calmly made his decision. I will hand Seun over to you. Kang Yu responded solemnly from the opposite side. Do you have enough power to do that? Ancient Blue Vav. IP confidently asserts himself, saying we can have a private conversation like this to prove it. If you want, I can give you half a Seun right now. He quickly grasped the main point of what he said and replied, you want me to be a good dog by your side. However, everything is not as you thought. He corrected his words. I want you to join me as my partner. And Blue VIP said with a slightly regretful tone, you probably know this well, but the current situation isn't looking good. If you're not careful, all Venzoni in the country will fall into Manny King's hands. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. To fight Manny King, I need your strength. Kang Yu remembered Gina and asked him back, why do you need my help, but why are you getting involved in this? It should have been Mujin, right? And Blue VIP raises his glass again and explains that Mujin is still too young and very emotional. Using reason to deal with a capitalist boss like Manny King with Mujin is too difficult. Kang Yu couldn't understand and wondered why. As I understand it, you're betraying your master. Aren't you quite close to Mujin? He simply smirked slightly. This is the best possible choice. You're still not satisfied and ask again. Do you mean Mujin can't do it, but you can? And Blue VIP is extremely confident. Of course. For example, his face reflected in the Lytra as he listened to him explain. Currently, Gadam's infrastructure is still limited, such as water and power sources. Right now, you can still endure it, but later, there will be problems. Suddenly, the ancient Blue VIP said something that startled him. I will lift those restrictions. He calmly sips tea while chatting with him. I own a water company that is quite well known in the distribution industry. I can resolve Gadam's problem immediately without reporting it upstairs. Moros turned to look at Kang Yu and nodded. Kang Yu quickly responded. I understand your intention. The ancient Blue Vav IP looks pleased. We all understand the issue now. Kang Yu reached out and took a piece of food from the table. But Seun is still not enough. I want to add one more condition. He quickly agreed and said, go ahead. I take a bite of the food and smirk silently. Give me a real mana stone and then I will seriously consider this matter. The tea on the table still had bubbles forming as VIP nominee of Ancient Blue sipped her tea and recalled his words. Give me a real mana stone. He clearly remembers how he looked when he made his demand. Then I will seriously consider this matter. Suddenly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The arrogant brat doesn't know his place. Ancient blue feet. IP firmly places the glass down on the table. It's okay. Obtaining it wasn't my original goal. He grinned and let out a hearty laugh. Is it really mana stone? Ha ha ha. If it wants to happen, I will make it happen.
That's easy. Suddenly, he remembered that Screw to Parry On was just the beginning.
If I succeed in bringing the person from Gadam to myself, I wonder what that little guy's expression will be like. I'm so curious. Ancient Blue 5. IP smiles cunningly, but no matter how hard it tries to do everything on its own, it will always be limited. He took out his phone, wanting to call someone. At that moment, I could finally accomplish my true goal. The smile on his face was extremely cunning. The evil Sword Clan and Winterbell will be mine. The scene shifts to Min Vinzone's hideout in Manhwa district, where a voice echoes. All right, Min sat inside the room laughing excitedly. Ha ha, I will do it. As soon as he hung up, he immediately changed to a cold attitude. Bon approached from behind and asked quietly, "What did that old fox say?" Mine spoke in a low voice. He needed a skilled cat to catch the prey. He lost patience and tapped his hand on the table. It seems the Ancient Blue VIP has done something. The old man is so impatient. Bon crossed his arms and came over to ask if I needed to leave. However, he calmly replied, "Just a quick kiss is enough. No need to use the potion." Bon was a bit uncertain. "So, who do you plan to send?" He still seems a bit uncertain. Ino's figure holding her weapon clearly appears in M-Pin's mind. Gu Ino is very suitable, but she refuses to follow any orders. So, how about Pawn suggesting Lying Ghost? However, M-Pin waved dismissively. Not happening anytime soon. He's not a cat catching mice, but a murderer who kills people. Redot's appearance also comes to M-Pin's mind, so he's the only one easy to control. Bond pulls out the card and sighs. Though he's a bit crazy, he's obedient. All right, going crazy is okay too. Ho, ho, ho! The scene at UA Philadelphia is bustling, with warm sunlight shining down on the tall buildings. Inside the building, someone is carefully tending to a potted plant. Yuri smiles gently beside the flower pot. Someone suddenly stepped in from behind and greeted her. "Good morning, you're here early?" She quickly turned back and replied, "Hello. Is that a white lily bouquet?" "Is there a flower shop around here?" She quickly responded with a bright smile. "I bought it from a nearby flower truck because it was cheap." Finn approached to observe and commented, "That's beautiful and the scent is very pleasant." Yuri was very happy with his compliment. "Yes, I really like white lilies. I also wanted to buy a big bouquet, but I couldn't carry it." Suddenly, Vincenten moved closer to her. "Lily of the Valley? It's been a long time." He gently leaned down to inhale the scent of the flowers. I had never seen white lilies so close before. Vinnen gently smiled with a hint of sadness. "I once lived forgetting that I should have given them to someone." His eyes lowered. "My sister really likes white lilies." Yuri looked over in surprise. So he has a sister. After a moment, Vincent turned to her and asked, "Do you know what white lilies symbolize?" Seeing that Yuri remained silent, he quickly explained. In America, white lilies symbolize the return of the soul to a peaceful and sacred place, so they are often used in funerals, just like chrysanthemums in Korea. Yuri was startled and said, "I didn't know it had that meaning. From now on, I will be more careful." "It's okay, from now on I'll leave them to you." Vin bowed his head slightly and smiled brightly. "I really like white lilies." Yuri was a bit dazed by his gentle appearance. Elsewhere, the night sky was covering an abandoned building. S was operating the machine when a loud noise came from behind. Kang Yu was entering and asked, "What are you doing?" "Did it go smoothly?" "I'm tired," and sat down heavily, then replied, "As you said, the Elder secretly contacted me this morning." Hearing that, Screw also spoke up. "The Elder will soon come after you, maybe even today." Kang Yu looked a bit confused by these words. He smiled and continued because the old man wanted to soothe and lure him. Suddenly, Crow pulls out something from beside him and asks, "What do you think this is?" Sil smirks in response. "Jellyfish?" Grow happily looked at him. "That puppy, isn't it adorable?" Kang Yu asked him. "Do you think I will fall for the trap?" S has a little scheme to trick him. Just pretend to go along with it. If you obediently listen to him, he might become suspicious and try to go to the house. Kang Yu also fell into deep thought for a long time after hearing that. Then the two of them sat down seriously facing each other. Screw was the first to speak. "So what do you want from him?" He replied casually. That really surprised him. "Wow, the old man said he would give it to you?" Kang Yu felt completely normal again. The old man said that was easy. Sil quickly followed up. "I think so too, but that old man really started doing something already. No more messing around with him." Kang Yu returned looking serious. "What are you planning to do now?" "What do you mean by that?" "We need to purge the traitors." The clear blue sky shines down on the center. A deep voice announced that last night Anium Blue VIP and Cashin met. The purpose of this meeting is to prevent external forces from interfering before the civil war erupts. Manny King stands by the window, smirking. "This old fox is quite clever. I have to admit the way he handles things," Director Kim said grimly. If this continues, the ancient blue VIP could get everything if he gains control of Winterbell and the Vinzone in Seun. Manny King raised his head and interrupted him. That's why I helped him. Honestly, I didn't expect him to go this far. Then he picked up the beer glass on the table. Mujin needs to try much harder. To become the ruler of Winterbell, she must overcome all of this. Manny King stared at the beer glass with a sneer. I wonder what she will think when she returns from France and sees Winterbell in someone else's hands. Feeling shattered, perhaps? Lin's girl smiled eerily and added, feeling betrayed and stabbed in the back by her own vassals. When faced with such a situation, people can easily break apart like cookies. Hearing that, Manny immediately turned to look at her. You think Min would do the same? Lin's girl quickly responded, this has been her long-standing plan to avenge her father. If the plan falls apart, it will be very hard for her to overcome this shock. Director Kim frowned, thinking to himself that he intended to turn Ancient Blue VIP into the villain and then conquer Mujin. The one going crazy over these things for our side? Could it be that from the start, this was his plan to lure Mujin in? Meanwhile, Manny King turned his head and continued. Even if Blue VIP acts faster than we expected, that's okay. Lin's girl crossed her arms and said, this is quite an interesting development. He raises his beer slowly and calmly, then together we look at the picture that Ancient Blue VIP painstakingly drew. After that, Manny King gently sets down his beer and says, the only thing we need to do. The image of Kang Yu appearing in his mind is to take advantage of the opportunity when the situation changes. The scene shifts to the school. Inside the classroom, students are sitting neatly and studying. Moros hovers in the air, looking around and says I feel the atmosphere in the class has changed. Kang Yu was reading a book and slowly explaining. It's almost exam time. Moros casually asked him, what are you planning to do after graduation? Don't tell me you're planning to go to college. Kang Yu didn't bother to look and scolded him. Are you crazy? Moros narrowed his eyes and warned, if your sister finds out, she will be very disappointed. Suddenly, a group of students in the class shouted out loud, oh my god, look at this. Gadam is fighting Xinghua in the prediction match. Who posted this? Are these videos meant to start a fight? Inside the phone is a picture of Ino. A confusing guy asks, who is Gu Ino? Another student quickly replies, in Gangdu province, she's a famous villain. You really know your stuff. They keep reading more related articles, so does that mean the Shinga villain is the strongest in Seun? Gadam's Screw is definitely a failure. Screw has been a failure for a long time. Kang Yu and Moros look disappointed, pretending to be wise despite knowing nothing. What are you talking about? The sky outside the window is incredibly clear. Kang Yu tear the bread packet fiercely, walking down the corridor, eating and scrolling through his phone. That's interesting. Making a video to upload on YouTube, and even getting it published in the district newspaper. After reading it, Kang Yu felt uncomfortable. These people are writing so badly about Gadam, so biased. Moros also looks quite tired. Recently, a lot has been happening. It stared intently at your article in pawns before explaining. But the similar articles were published at the same time. I'm sure there's someone behind it. Kang Yu also thought the same and asked again, probably to attract attention. Who do you think it is? Moros begins to analyze gradually. Judging by the scale of this incident, Vinzone probably can't usually do that. Kang Yu, hearing that, also found an answer for himself. So it must be the Ancient Blue VIP. Suddenly, someone from behind Yu-chan approached and called out to Kwon Kang Yu. Kang Yu stopped in surprise, turned his head to look at him. Yu-chan stared intently at him, then held up a bag and handed it over. Kang Yu asked, confused, what is this? He coldly said, take it. Meanwhile, a group of girls had gathered behind him, filming Yu-chan. Kang Yu, looking annoyed, turned to look at him. It seems we're not close enough to give each other gifts, right? Yu-chan casually explains. My sibling made me give this to you. Kang Yu grabbed the strap of the bag and asked back why. Yu-chan hesitated and looked away. I have to admit this. My younger sister Na Yu, I think she likes you. Kang Yu and Moros both froze at the same time. What are you talking about? Kang Yu helplessly responded. Well, since you brought him here, I'll accept it. Suddenly, Yu-chan shouted loudly, glaring fiercely at him, if you make Na Yu cry, I won't forgive you. Kang Yu was momentarily confused by this sudden anger and looked at him with a puzzled expression. At the same time, outside the sky was overcast, and inside, a coffee shop was incredibly quiet. In contrast, a loud scream echoed inside the room. Wait, Dung Tae couldn't believe it and slammed his hand on the table. Are you serious? Or are you mistaken? Dung Un replied calmly. This is the truth. Dung Un calmly crossed his arms and explained, probably because he was worried about his family, so his father didn't say anything. The media will soon uncover GLB's bankruptcy crisis. Han Dong-un's face is in the capital city. His eyes narrow with confusion. He couldn't grind his teeth in helplessness. His father's company went bankrupt. Dong-un calmly replied that they are investigating, but stopping this crisis won't be easy. He asked Dad, confused about the reason. Gazing intently at the coffee cup on the table, she softly explained, we suspect it was an attack by the MNA expert team. He angrily shouted, damn it! Then Shang Tae tried to find a solution. Is there anything I can do? Hearing that, she smiled and suggested that there is someone who can help save the company from bankruptcy. Jung Tae stood up emotionally. Really? Dong-un puts her finger to her lips, looking mysterious. Have you heard about the most exciting and must-watch match in the world? His eyes are full of confusion. Why did she suddenly say that? She tilted her head to ask for his opinion. If that match, instead of villains fighting villains, was a game of chess against the villain, what would you think? He suddenly pushed himself forward, a bit excited. Could it be that she wants me to fight the villain? Dong-un gently calms him down. Bang Song-tae. You don't need to fight alone. She has some better solutions. For example, you can assign someone you know, that's fine too. Jung clenched his jaw and thought to himself, this is crazy. She wants me to exploit someone from the future to be my opponent. Seeing him silent, Dong-un rested her chin on her hand and continued. You don't need to worry about finding a villain to face. I'm sure you've heard about it already. The recent scandal involving Vinzon Gatam is shocking. But isn't Vinzone always like this? Damn it, she understands your worries and raises her glass to reassure you. No need to feel pressured. I guarantee someone will help you. Bang Sung-tae. Dong-un gently smiles and sets a deadline. By the time I finish this cup of coffee, you'll have given me your answer. The scene shifts to a girl's school. As soon as Nayu appeared, her friends started teasing her. Not you, your cousin is really popular on Instagram. Nayu, confused, approaches. Is something wrong? No, he's the main reason. She immediately shouted out loud when she saw the post of Yu-chan giving a gift to Kang Yu. Huh? A bunch of people rushed in to comment aggressively. My heart is pounding like it's about to stop. The reason your cousin still doesn't have a girlfriend is because now you can't accept the truth and screams. No, the friends around keep teasing him nonstop.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, outside. It's pouring rain. And the announcer's voice is steady and the leaders of all industries are saying the same thing. Sweet.
His face contorted with displeasure. We need to tighten restrictions on the Vinzone immediately. The demand for stricter restrictions is increasing, especially in Gadam District. The report states that area has reached the highest risk level. Blaster, Toy Macaque, and Blood Rin, the ones responsible for the devastating attacks on the city center. Black Hun bit into a sausage. I heard that disputes among Vinzone also happened due to territorial conflicts. All of this started in Gadam District. The reputation of being a den of ruthless criminals still isn't enough to recreate Vinzone Gadam District. He was furious, grinding his teeth. What did the old man say? Who is the cruel criminal? CR sitting next to him just sighed. It's you, who else? The announcer's voice rang out once again. The current situation is like that. De Wong is also listening to the radio from his place. Are the false flags just going to stand by and watch? We can't help but be suspicious. Who will stand up to protect us from those brutal villains? He looks annoyed and frowns. Who is this old man to talk nonsense like that? This old man Disu quickly reminded everyone that he is a university professor. The broadcaster asked him, Professor, do you have any solution to this? He quickly replied, The ancients said fight fire with fire. The broadcaster also chimed in, You mean we should use fire to put out the existing flames? The professor's face furrowed with displeasure, finding it unreasonable. But before the villains in Gadam become more frantic, we must ask Vinzone Xinhua District to ensure the safety of the residents. Daewon couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, crazy as he was, and pointed straight at the TV to question, What's safety for the residents? Clearly, he's just trying to make the Vin fight each other. Can you talk like a professional? Daewon keeps shouting louder and louder. Even if the villains in Gadam cause trouble, June helplessly turned off the TV and spoke. They are destructive and ruthless, so they deserve it. She also raised the report to try to explain further. If your report is true, then Gadam's villain is actually the hero who rescued a resident from being cornered, which means they still have some humanity. But you know as well, even if the truth is revealed, no one will believe it. Yu Ong understood the situation and sighed helplessly. That's right, because it's so complicated, he's extremely troubled inside, and Yu Chan could also get involved. Jisun once again revealed the truth, not only destroying Boksan, but Gadam also caused many other problems. Clearly, this is gossip about the misaligned vehicle. She firmly places the report on the table. The situation is a bit excessive, and it seems they will let everyone know their plan. Suddenly, Wu Wong turned and asked, Who do you think is the mastermind? June quickly replied, The mastermind? It must be someone influential in the media and social networks. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside. Is anyone there? Jisun turned around and shouted, Come in! Seo walks in with a bright smile. It's been a while. Branch manager June, an A-grade sniper specializing in ice attribute, nodded and greeted her. I heard you transferred from Busan to Seoul, but you've already arrived today? You look so familiar. She smiled and approached her. You were supposed to arrive tomorrow, but as soon as you got to Seoul, you came here right away. June asked why. What's going on? Seo replied playfully. So I want to make a good impression on that senior. Daewon also begins to ponder. If she's close to Senior Ham Jisun, then suddenly he remembers something and looks up. Could it really be Kang Seo? Her image appears clearly in Daewon's mind. A standard issue soldier, the first to join the elite team, who in a single raid captured the notorious Russian criminal at Busan Station. He was a bit surprised to see her true appearance. So she really is Seo, the captain of the Special Evil Extermination Squad? June reached out to stop Seo, saying, Watch out a little, then extended his hand to try to hug her. I miss you so much. June suddenly remembered the Special Forces officer and turned back to look at him. Is this your first time meeting each other? Let's get to know each other. He shyly scratched his head and introduced himself. Hello, I am Lai De Wong from the Special Forces. Seo also greeted warmly. I've heard a lot about you from the senior. Hello, I am Kang Seo from the house. De Uwong shamelessly asked further. What are you talking about? Did you praise me or something? Without waiting for Seo to speak, June cut in seriously, calling him a fool, then turned to look at Seo with a serious expression. And what about the members of my team? She replied with a smile. They are resting out of the accommodation now. Wong is in great pain behind them. She thinks she's a fool. June suddenly changed the subject. It's perfect timing. Let's go eat together. But Seo smiled and declined. I really want to, but I already have plans. My cousin is meeting me. She asked curiously again, is that the name of the student who got the wrong flag at school? June stroked his chin, trying to remember. I heard that he won the national tournament called Bang. Seeing her hesitate a bit, Seo quickly added, Sung Tae. She smiled brightly and repeated once more, Bang Sung Tae. The sky over Vinzone in Sinhua district, where M Pin's uncle is hiding, is somewhat gloomy. Inside the room, a deep voice echoes. What did you say? Inyo coldly slung the weapon over his shoulder. If Minin isn't here and we're destroying Nam Kang, I'm not interested in slaughtering innocent people. Min quickly sat opposite her and scolded her. This is not the time to talk about personal preferences. Right now is the perfect chance to unify all of Vinzone and Seiyun. Ino doesn't really care. It has nothing to do with me. He drew another card and sneered, not knowing how to seize the opportunity at all. Truly foolish. Inyo paid no attention to his smile and walked away coldly. If it's not Mujin, I'm not interested. Send someone else. Suddenly, something happened behind I.O. that made him alert and turn around. La Feng Ghost, wielding his sharp sword, charged forward, forcefully reaching out with his hand, and the sword in his hand flashed with a bright light. As the sword swung down, Inseo quickly raised her weapon to block and skillfully drew her own sword. Inso delivers a powerful horizontal slash through La Feng Ghost, causing destructive winds, but the attack misses, making I.O. laugh with amusement. You managed to dodge? That's pretty interesting. Lao Feng Ghost keeps dodging side to side to approach Inyo La Feng Ghost. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. She rushes forward with a smile on her face. So you're one of the three leaders? The two quickly charged at each other, but just before disaster struck, a pair of strong legs stepped in to stop them. Stop! Inno was stunned, eyes wide open, Lao Feng Ghost's face hidden behind a mask, so her expression was unreadable. Bond firmly blocks both of them with both hands. Inso narrows his eyes with anger. She swung her sword toward him, making him squint in discomfort. What are you doing? Inseo angrily questions. I thought you were very understanding, but I guess I was wrong. Pin's eyes from behind calmly said, I told him to stop you all. Inseo paid little attention to him and turned to glance at Pawn. You challenged Lao Feng Ghost first, and now you're stopping me? You're breaking the rules. Pawn replied coldly. Even according to the usual rules, the boss of Vinzoni's orders are absolute. Min lowered his hat and smiled as he explained. I'm sorry for Laughing Ghost that ruined your mood. Ino glared coldly at him. Well, I won't force you to do anything related to Nam Kang anymore. Laughing Ghost across from him keeps teasing and provoking. Inseo also faintly smiled with a sinister grin. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Pin's eyes stare intently at the card in his hand, a hint of contemplation. The meeting is a disaster. That mysterious card makes him thoughtful. Guyo, I should have used the ace I've kept for so long to catch her, right? The scene shifts to Gadam High School under a gloomy sky as Morris curiously asks around. Are you going to the study cafe? Are you planning to go there after class? Kang Yu glanced down and replied, it stopped raining. I told you already, the exam is coming up soon. It asked back confusingly, so you said you didn't go to college? You say you're really thinking about your sister, but then say that? Kang Yu seemed a bit embarrassed to be caught. Be quiet. Suddenly seeing Na Yu in front of me surprised me. Kim Na Yu, Kang Yu remembered Yu Chan's words when he handed me the fruit bag. Is he telling the truth? Yu Chan's voice rang out. What's the matter that you're here? She quickly approached. You didn't check your messages? I told you I would come to your school. He gently teased his sister with a smile and said, you should have called. Nah, quickly explaining herself. Insta is all over the place right now. Yu Chan has no idea what's going on. Ask again. What did you say? Na Yu looks worried. You've been photographed. Yu Chan still doesn't understand the photo for now. Na Yu immediately grabs his wrist. Na Yu hurriedly pulls Yu Chan to run away. Let's find a quiet place to talk. He also didn't refuse to go with her. All right, let's go. Suddenly, someone called his name from behind Yu Tron. The two siblings stopped and turned around to see who was calling them. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Sung Tae waves and smiles as he walks behind a tall person. Do you remember me? I am Sung Tae. Bang Sung Tae. Yu Chan looks displeased and annoyed. Bang Sung Tae. The smile still never leaves his face.
Are you free now? Let's go grab a drink.
I invite you. Outside, the rain falls heavily and gloomily. In contrast to the quiet room, Dung was lonely in that space, lost in her thoughts. He recalls Dongwon's words full of hidden meaning. What do you think if the villain and the traitor fight each other? She gently holds the teacup and softly offers a temptation. There's no need to feel pressured. I guarantee someone will help you. Bang Sung Tae. He frowned in annoyance. Young Tai clenched his trembling fists and cursed. How can I endure this? He firmly believes deep down that I have top-tier potential. Sung Tae's mind is in complete chaos. I have to do everything to get out of this. A man walks in and calls out, Dung Tae! Sung Tae turned around in surprise and asked, Father in Broom? How do you know I'm here? Father in Bu responded. What do you mean? He forced a mocking smile. Chief Han-dung should have told you, right? Hearing that name, Dung Tae opened her eyes in fury. He rushed forward and grabbed In-Bom by the collar. Sung Tae shouted, You're the one she sent, aren't you? You bastard, what are you trying to do? In-Biome raised his hand to block and surrender. Come on, it's a misunderstanding. Let me go and we'll talk. Honestly, my situation right now is just like yours. I'm also facing some financial issues right now, Sung Tae asked. What do you mean? In-Biome quickly shifts to the main topic, saying, let's handle the urgent matters first and then discuss the details later. He pulls out a file from his shirt and says, we need to deal with the villains and goddamn. In-Biome confirms that we are all allies on the same boat. Sung Tae takes the file, but inside he thinks that these so-called allies are pretty suspicious. In-Bom continued, I've listed everyone who will work with us. Even if they're reluctant, they have to follow your orders. The information in Sung Tae's hand, which he promised would make him an ally, is already prepared and ready. So that means this was happening even before I met Director Han Dong-un. He's worried. Could it be that they've already planned this and are blaming everything on him? Seeing Sung Ji TA silent for so long and being asked, are you worried? Sung Tae replied, if it were you, you wouldn't be worried. He shrugged nonchalantly. Don't worry, we won't be subdued by those Vins. We're just showing that we're fighting them. You just said I would handle them easily. Oh yeah, I just said that. Inium's father's eyes hardened seriously. Honestly, I think with our strength we could take down Vin Zungatum. Dung Tae kept listening carefully to what he was saying. They're just a bunch of ragtag villains, while we are all elite students who have gone through formal training. Basically, it's like adults fighting children. Dung Tae's face shows a thoughtful expression. In-Boom is right. Even if they are many, they can't fight together effectively, so they are easy to split up and defeat. Above all, if those villains have never been properly trained in combat, they can never be a match for the flag team. MBO happily held up 2 fingers. And we can also bring in outside help. I just thought of 2 more people. Sung Tae asked, who is it? He mentioned a name, one of my cousins. Kang Seo Dung Tae stands up, slams the table, and shouts loudly. What? Are you crazy? And Byum remains calm. Dung family loyalty is fundamental in business, but my cousin really values you a lot. Dung Tae clenched her teeth and kept listening. I heard she transferred to Seun, right person at the right time. He insists that CO is the leader of the Special Vigilante Purge team. If anything goes wrong, it will be difficult to handle. At this point, Mbem hesitated and spoke sharply. Of course I thought of that too, but we still don't know everything. If anything really goes wrong, just ask her for help. Sung Tae calmly asked, who is the other person? Mbem quickly replied, Kim Yu-chan's side, why him? Mbem explains it's famous for fighting like crazy against villains. He smirks. According to the rumor, Kim Yu-chan's father was killed by a villain. Dung Tae did not deny it. It's not just a rumor, but the truth. Really? Then I understand why he's so furious at the villains. If I tell him we're planning to deal with those villains, he probably won't refuse. Sung Tae clenched her fists again, her eyes full of worry, but also determination. I don't like this, but the plan isn't bad. However, Innie's current calm demeanor makes him even less trustworthy. From the beginning, it was me leading the conversation, but that damn N-bomb is fooling me. Dung Tae said, I will call Seo myself. So Kim Yu-chan is going to meet him now. Right now, he's deliberately avoiding it. You know, I've fought with Kim Yuan before. Dung Tae stood up to leave. So what? Are you not going anymore? No, I didn't mean that. Sung Tae looked at him with a cold expression. If you're not confident, don't force yourself into this. I don't like those who owe debts. Sung Tae's insensitive words made N-bomb look uncomfortable at the black coffee shop. After hearing Sung Tae and N-bem discuss, Kim Yu-chan hesitantly asked, are you planning to attack Vinzongadam? N-bem's group replied, we were going to go on our own, but then remembered you. He then asked seriously again, are you guys really alert? Dung Tae fake smiles and says, of course we will protect the residents from the evil villains together. Creating the world is also the responsibility of the seer, Uchan argued. I think the responsibilities of seer in attacking Vinzongadam are 2 separate issues. N-bem is too impatient. What did CL do to it? It still looks like Yuan will firmly refuse to participate. I thought it had already caught the scent. Sung Tae presented the argument. The danger from Vinzongadam district is currently a hot topic in the media. How can we, as future officials, stand idly by and watch this happen? Yu-chan doesn't want to hear all that long-winded talk. So what do you really want to say? Sung Tae keeps trying to persuade him. You know how to calm down noisy kids, right? There are 2 options. Give them candy and coax them, or punish them. Sung Tae uses every argument to persuade. Even though I say we will attack Vinzone, the words are just surface. We won't really destroy Vinzone. Sitting on the other side of the coffee shop, someone is enjoying a pastry while attentively listening to their story. For everyone's safety, we must punish them. Punishment alone is enough. Moros floats in the air like a ghost playing. I thought you went to the cafe to study. Kang Yu lazily rests his chin on his hand and says, because you're so talkative I can't hear them. And they didn't argue right away. It's not because you're sitting too far away, right? Go out and listen to what they're saying. Kang Yu gestures with his fork towards Moros and reassures him. It's only me who can see you, so it's okay. Yu Chao immediately realized the problem and said, in other words, you guys are just showing off your strength to scare them. That's the most effective way. He was about to argue back. Yes, but Uhan was referring to Inbom, who is in the same group as someone who once tried to touch my sister. So I don't feel very comfortable. The three of them looked at Inbom with disgust and hatred, and he immediately pretended to be sorry. Well, I'm really sorry. I was having a fit back then. I sincerely apologize. Now Yu is generous and temporarily doesn't want to talk about the guys you're discussing, so I'll let it go for now. She is determined not to forgive that scumbag Inbom, but I have no intention of forgiving him at all, so don't misunderstand. Sung Tai looked at Na Yu, thinking about revenge. Yu Chan spoke up. Aren't you guys thinking this is pretty reckless? Zhang To asked, raising an eyebrow. It's reckless, Yu Trang said seriously. You guys are just students with no real combat experience, yet you plan to attack a heavily fortified enemy. He warned that if you don't want to get hurt, you'd better stop now. If anything happens, you might lose your life. Venzonigadam district is not easy to mess with. The water in the glass is running low, but the story is far from over. Apart from Gadam, there's no stable Venzoni around here. Seeing that the opponent still isn't shaken, Shungtae immediately launches a taunting move. It is indeed a harsh truth. I didn't expect Kim Yu-chan to choose to step back despite his strength. He's closing the deal. Are you scared? Unlike Sung-Ti's immature teasing attitude, Yu-chan calmly replied, I didn't mean it. I just worry about you two. Are you worried? He looked grim with his words full of confidence. We are all students who have undergone professional combat training at the potential flag school. Do you think we will lose to those villains? Inbom feels the story is getting more intense, so he records it just to be sure. It's clear that Jung-tae has an extremely high ego and every word he says exudes arrogance. You're crossing the line now. You insult all the students at my school, including me. Yu-chan still remains very polite despite Sung-tae's anger. I didn't insult anyone. He suddenly interrupted, silencing me in anger and losing his temper. Sung-tae is like a kid pulling their parents into the fight. Dude, he is so cowardly. Doesn't your father feel ashamed of you? Yu-chan remains surprisingly calm. He simply responds with composure. I won't stop you anymore. Do whatever you want, but be careful. Yu-chan emphasized especially the person with the red mask. He's very dangerous, so try not to mess with him. Deng-Ti stands up after failing to dominate, and in the end, he still disappoints us. And Biomo then thinks the red mask guy, that useless fool, leaves the table. I don't know what else to say. Let's go. Yeah, before stepping out, Inbom deliberately left a teasing remark. Honestly, all the rumors about Kim Yu-chan are just nonsense. I'm so annoyed. It's a waste of time. Na calls out, Hey, are you worried because she's concerned? Are you angry? Is the glass in your hand boiling over? Yu-chan has a cold expression, holding the glass lightly as if it's nothing, but surrounding him are overwhelming auras. Without changing the scene to a city alley, Kang Yu marvels at how reckless the rookie soldiers have been lately, always wanting to attack his own. He leans against the wall and tells Morris that he doesn't know whether to call this daring or just plain stupid. When I was their age, it wasn't like this, Gang Yu asked while watching the news about Mayor Kim Didioku. So Kim Yu-chan has joined them too? A female voice interrupted. I won't get involved in that. Kang Yu's eyes leave the phone screen and look up at the familiar voice. He was surprised. How did she know I was here? Na Yu gently and calmly replied, My ability. Her face was emotionless, but a remarkable aura radiated around her. Suddenly realizing, Kang Yu reasoned that perhaps her brother was a mistake, so why did she share that important secret with me? Na Yu was not at all alert and responded calmly, I don't know, I just wanted to tell you. She looked at Kang Yu with understanding and gratitude. You're not a bad person. You've saved me many times, and I want to thank you directly. The tall building blocking the sunlight only makes the alley darker. Kang Yu remained indifferent, so it wasn't a coincidence after all. As if everything has become clear, making him more certain. It seems she already knows my identity. Do you have the recognition skill? Na Wu, be honest. I'm not sure, but it's not recognition ability, because I can only see the past, not the present. She crosses her arms. I clearly remember what happened around me. Everything in my mind plays like a vivid movie, recalling images from when her ability was awakened. Even if I can't see, as long as it's within the normal range, my mind will still remember it whether I'm sleeping or unconscious. Kang Yu suspiciously perceives the past through his senses. Morris had a different thought. I think a bit differently about that. That ability is very useful, but very draining. Na seems to have realized someone is beside Kang Yu. Is there someone with him? Morris was slightly startled to hear that because besides him, almost no one else could see it. She continued. Even though no one was there, I saw you talking to someone. Kang Yu didn't hide it at all. Did you hear us talking? No, I couldn't hear, but I saw a little. Kang Yu becomes curious. When did she awaken? Around the time I met Toymaker. Remembering that moment, Kang Yu guessed. So she already knew my identity since then? What Na Yu just proved about her abilities only makes Kang Yu more curious about her. She doesn't seem to be afraid of me, does she? Even though you hate villains with all your heart, she smiles. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have dared to come to you. Nah, are you changing the subject? Have you received the macarons yet? Kim Yu-chan has taken me away, so something did happen. What do you mean? It's nothing. Kang Yu didn't want her secret to be exposed, so she relied on Na Yu. Even though it's clear now, I want her to keep my identity secret. Na Yu gestures with her hand to seal her lips. Kang Yu sighs, unsure whether to believe her or not. Alright, besides you, no one else knows my identity. Nah? She didn't hesitate to oppose. No, she's calm. There are many people who know. Kang Yu looked confused, not sure what he had just heard. Now the sky was tinged with dusk. NBM was on the phone with an impatient attitude. Go ahead. Is Anas coming or not? It's already damn late. Dung is peeing. He waves to call. They're on their way here. Hurry up! When Hansarom saw people coming, Zom kept waving continuously. Dung T is here? Has Saw started ranking as a support mage with wind attribute? Hansarom, have you not ranked as a frost attribute mage trainee yet? Are you ignoring everyone? Have you called everyone already? Inbom, quickly follow behind. Tae responded quickly, saying he's on his way. He asked if you had talked to your cousin yet. Shung Tae looked determined and said it's not allowed. Your sister's team was not born to fight villains. Our mission is to purge criminals outside Vinzan. She pointed seriously and warned him not to do anything too reckless. Inbom looked disappointed, seeming not to be doing well. Dung Tae nonchalantly replied, yeah, I didn't expect much from the start, so it's fine. Inbom grits his teeth. Hansarom stands up suddenly and speaks. If even you are late, what can we do? Dung Tae replied indifferently with a dismissive attitude. I'm sorry. Nam Kang keeps staring at his phone. I've already heard about it. But he's wondering if a YouTuber will come tomorrow. I heard they'll do a live stream as well. They have up to 1 million subscribers. Saram looked surprised when she heard that. That's 1 million followers. That's amazing. Kang Hun carefully considers. It's okay to turn back, but live streaming might be a bit too much. If any of us make a mistake, it will all be recorded. If you keep messing up while doing your thing, you're really a fool. Saram only sees the positive side, but making a small mistake is also adorable. Saram's words make Kang Hun's ears itch. Shut up. Dung Tae clenched his fist fiercely. Our goal is to make those dirty evil villains pay. If anyone doesn't feel confident, just step back now. He continued speaking with determination. We will deliver justice with our own hands. Han Saram on this side didn't hesitate and grabbed the other's arm, shouting loudly. His punch was so cool, ignoring the chaos nearby as Imbiam listened to the call and cursed. Are you crazy? We're right next to the park. If you come, you'll see what I can do. It seems only Kang Hun can see Sung Ti's true face. Enforcing justice? Kang Hun's eyes are vacant. Nonsense. I'm sure you have other motives. Looking at Hansaram's appearance, he's no different from the popular kids in TV dramas. That kid Hansaram wants to become an idol, so he joined this to get famous. In short, from what I gathered, the participants just wanted to steal the Goangtae media coverage, and he definitely agreed because he heard a YouTuber was coming to film. Everyone gathered for their own benefit. Everyone has their own purpose, but everyone is useful because they all have talent. Turns out, Gang Hun is just a boastful, arrogant guy who thinks he's the main character, while everyone else is just a background character for the hero. While he's still being narcissistic, if more people find out about him, it might get a bit tiring. Shung Tae and Sarom, seeing him deluding himself, couldn't help but gossip. Why is he suddenly laughing? Never mind, he always responds like that. At the Evil Sword family estate, and Blue Vi P gazes thoughtfully out the window. Has Kashin contacted again? Junde responded, he said he agrees with the proposal. He sneered and said, that thing it wants is a real monocrystal. The kid is too greedy. And Blue VIP continues to probe. How did the others react? According to the investigation, Jun Deho responded, and Red Eye, Black Hand, and Iron M replied quite positively. He noticed there was one name not mentioned, while Gro Jundeo shook his head. I'm sorry, we can't reach her, so we haven't been able to negotiate yet. And Blue VIP strokes his chin with regret. Still, he was very excited. Not being able to recruit Gro was a real pity. But for now, I've already taken most of the prominent villains in Gedam. Jun Deho stepped in from behind, saying that with money on our side, the number of villains joining would gradually increase. Ancient Blue Fur. IP thought differently, believing there was no need to prolong it further. He warned that we might be caught off guard. They're not stupid. Ancient Blue V. IP showed a cold, ruthless expression. Tomorrow night we will carry out the plan. Jun Deho said respectfully, I will prepare thoroughly to avoid any mistakes. Although it hasn't been announced, the Ancient Blue VIP has sensed another presence in this house. Looks like we have a guest. Someone has come to see M. King. It's so late, yet they're still here. They're really not polite. At all. Then I'll invite him to leave. A figure in a hooded black cloak is walking down the corridor when suddenly the door bursts open. I've come all this way, and you still want to send me back? Jun Deho looked at the target with a gaze as sharp as a blade. He shouted, What is this? How dare you barge into a place like this? The figure in the black cloak smiled eerily. What about a place like this? It's just an old snake's house. Maybe I came to the wrong place. Ancient Blue VIP asked. Did M send you? Is something wrong? The opponent removes the chairman's cloak that was promised to support you and reveals a mechanical hand. That help now reveals that I am the one. Barracuda's mansion is shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. Both sides sit facing each other, but no one is unguarded against the other. And Blue VIP is surprised. Barracuda. He looked at Barracuda with a scrutinizing gaze. Just a month ago, I heard he was beaten badly by C. Now he appears looking completely normal and in excellent health. So he's recovered already? Barracuda said, looking at Anne Blue Viper's face. What's with that look? It seems you don't trust me very much, huh? Now he finally spoke. I remember he said he would assign me a reliable assistant. When he heard that, the guy asked back, Am I not trustworthy? Ancient Blue. 5. IP rested his head on his hand and sighed in frustration. He expressed his thoughts. I thought he would send 7 managers, but it seems he looks down on me a bit. Ancient Blue 5. IP shows contempt. I don't want to use the sensory organs that CN defeated and kicked out of my Venzone. Barracuda, feeling his pride being challenged, angrily silenced himself. He shouted, You're the one looking down on me! Seeing the opponent raise their voice, both of them startled. Barracuda eagerly wanted to show his restored and improved strength. He displays a fierce fighting look, extending a jagged mechanical arm with a threatening aura. If he wants, I will show him that my restored strength is real. And Blue VIP calmly observes, Quite the fighter. After being kicked out of Boxon, he didn't just sit still. How did he get that power? He guessed that unless he had help from M King, it would be impossible. Is it true that the rumors about them being related by blood are real? Dahoho looked at Barracuda with a skeptical gaze. He said, You want Winterbell, right? I will help you fulfill your wish. Barracuda gritted his teeth in anger. Then Can and Sil will be the ones to finish them off. The scene shifts to a ruined, abandoned city. In short, Kang Yu, in the form of an evil spirit, your attack power and agility are quite good, but your stamina in battle is too poor. You keep pointing out your flaws, focusing on recovery, using agility to outmaneuver enemies, and find their weaknesses. So Red Eye is just going to stay silent and not look back? Black H was very pleased. That's quite daring. I like it. Double Blade suggests I need someone to take the hits during battle. Next to Curler, what should I have for lunch today? Kang Yu pointed out that one person will lead the charge and break the enemy's formation. He points at CR. Crad, it's you. CR suddenly? But I'm a forward. What a sarcastic tone. What kind of forward carries a giant stupid hammer all day? CR laughs foolishly because he's so cool. Black H is furious. This idiot isn't worth it. Kang Yu quickly devised a strategy for his teammates, saying, I think you should ditch the hammer and wear armor instead. You're in good shape, able to withstand hits, so you're better suited for tanking. CR is happy. He's praising me, right? Draghan is speechless in the face of this nonsense. He continues to assign positions to his teammates. Drag Ghost and Double Blade will infiltrate and destroy the enemy's front line. He raised his hand to perform the flag salute. Yes, sir. Double Blade also seems to agree. Kang Yu assigns tasks to each person. Red Eye, you will target the core forces and disable them. During the battle, I will give you orders. Dr. Han shouted, Wait. He hurriedly pointed at himself. I haven't been assigned this mission yet. Kang Yu isn't in a hurry. I will give you a very important position. Black Han wondered. An extremely important position. Kang Yu assigns him a mission. You will act as DPS and attack the enemy together with Tong. Black Han is surprised. The DPS doesn't realize he's been lured. He's still foolishly excited. Did you hear that? I am the DPS, CR acknowledges. Is he going to start a war? That means he's the bait. Red Eye standing beside reminds him. Oops, he heard it. So what now? First, I found 2 terms related to the white sword disc. He asked, have you ever heard of thalassa? Moros nonchalantly replied no. He enthusiastically answered in ancient Greek. It means the open sea. Looking at the complex data on the screen, Moros felt overwhelmed. Screw analyzed seriously, and it also means flood. Kang Yu doesn't understand what he's trying to say. What do the sea and floods have to do with that platinum disc? It's just a hunch. Maybe there's a connection to the legendary Great Flood. Kang Yu glanced at the hovering object beside him, wondering if he should ask Moros. Seeing Moros's unquenchable curiosity left him speechless and unwilling to ask further. What the hell is this guy doing? It seems to be lost in its own world. A new tablet, huh? He asked if there was anything else. Screw continued searching for information in the document, and he emphasized. Mac, Kang Yu's eyes changed, and he calmly continued speaking. Seeing Kang Yu's expression, Screw thought to himself that he must have been surprised just now. His emotions changed so quickly. I don't know what M means, but it definitely relates to the platinum disc. He continued explaining that both could be old words combined, not just one. There might be up to 4 platinum discs. Kang Yu suddenly turned to Moros. 4 of them. Still mentioning that Mani Jing has one already. Kang Yu asks. So what about the positions of the remaining 3? He kept his expression unchanged, just focused on the computer screen. Luckily, the figure appeared in memory. Red Dead already has one. Kang Yu asks again to be sure. Red Dead Peony. Yeah. You're suggesting that the other evil kings are likely holding the remaining 2. I don't fully agree yet, but it's possible. Kang Yu furrowed his brow. This is the first time I've heard of there being 4 platinum discs. But earlier Moro said the platinum disc was in the hands of the 4 evil kings. He wondered to himself, what's going on? The platinum disc, the key to finding the destructive sword, has fallen into the hands of the 4 evil kings. This makes him unable to rule out one possibility. No way. Could it be Jeff? Still wondering about that. Now it's your turn to ask the questions. I'm also curious about a few things. Meanwhile, Kang Yu has already left in a huff. Thanks for the information. He extends his hand. Wait a moment. Sil makes a proposal. If you satisfy my curiosity, I will look into it thoroughly for you. Kang Yu decided to tell him. Ma is the name of a sword created during the mythological era. Behind the technological glass, Screw must be very curious. He keeps repeating that it's a sword. With this new information, Screw becomes even more excited. I know it's an ancient compound word, but how does he know? So curious. We have arrived at the construction site of a building. Hello. I really am a curious cat. I'm Tiger, a new YouTuber with 1 million subscribers exploring everywhere. 2 internet idols appear on camera with thousands of comments. Today, I'm with a promising star from the mukbang community, feeding super adorable Duri. Hello, I am Duri, the scoring king Messi. Are you 2 at Venzone? Y is definitely the famous Duri, the laundry owner in Wangi. You guys are crazy. Hyung is totally crazy, giving Duri fan service like a pro. Nice to meet you. Behind her are 2 very dull-looking men. Is this a playground? Why are they here? The student who misarranged the flags has not been ranked. The forward type arranged by Ansang Chun. The misclassified archer student of fire attribute Yo suddenly got excited and decided, I will entrust my life to my beloved to feed me and don't try to stop me. Sang Chun sarcastically said it seemed like you said the same thing a few days ago. The target object only changed from Hanzaram to Duturi, but Young Ho still blindly loves. Sang Chun is speechless, completely crazy. The voice suddenly rises and it seems everyone is already here, causing 2 people to turn around in surprise. The gang has gathered completely and is preparing very carefully. Let's focus, and before we start, give a quick summary. Jung Tae with shiny gloves looks dangerous, enjoying this crazy party. In the ruined area, Dung Tae warned his teammates not to split up, saying, don't separate. He had previously shown kindness and a desire for justice, but in the end, he simply stated, our priority is to return safely, not to defeat those bastards. To achieve that, we need to act as a team like we did during training at school. Everyone is checking their ears gently. Kang Hun suggested that a leader should be chosen to give orders during the fight. Dung Tae firmly said, I will do it. You're on the front line. Kang Hun was about to object, but the captain needs to observe the fight from behind. If they haven't chosen a leader until just before action, could this be the moment right before disaster? Sung Tae frowned in anger. I said I will do it. Kang Hun glared at Sung Tae in frustration. Sung Tae looked at his phone and said, we will infiltrate Venzone in 30 minutes. Yang Ho raised his hand and said, I have a question. He asked back curiously. What's going on? Are you worried about who will protect those guys? It seems they didn't bring a bodyguard. Sung Tae sighed with relief. They shouldn't get involved in this dangerous place. With us here, they don't need bodyguards. Who knows what might happen next, Yang Ho said excitedly. I will ensure the safety of the YouTubers. I will protect you, Duri, even if it means getting scolded. Stop talking nonsense. Just do what needs to be done. Idiot. Inbom looks at the cameraman. Sorry, but I can't go right now. I have a meeting in the afternoon. What kind of meeting is it? Yosa replied. The regular meeting of Winterbell on the other end asked, isn't it usually in the evening that you meet? But why is that? It's the elder's request. He pondered. Could it be that old man? Yosei wondered, hey, is there something you want to say? Screw doesn't seem very enthusiastic. He wants to end the conversation. I'll call you later. Suddenly, I had something to do. Yos was not satisfied. What now? Is Kashin causing trouble again? Screw is a bit amused. Quite interesting. He sat back in his chair, watching the intruders on the big screen. The uninvited guests outside are paying us a visit. The screen now clearly shows Sung T's face. Yosei guesses randomly. Sa? He denies it. No, it seems like the students from Sei School appear quite mature. Why are these kids here? The scene shifts to another area of the territory where Kang Yu is still training intensely, launching a move that strikes straight ahead as fast as a lightning bolt. As his foot touches the ground with sparks of electricity flying, Kang Yu assesses that the advantage of the Black Dusk sword is its ability to penetrate well, but it is quite difficult to use in close combat. His 2 colored eyes focus intently on his clenched hand as Kang Yu seriously considers that if he can use his opponent's technique, chains would appear in midair wrapping around his arm, emanating a terrifying aura of demonic energy. Moro suspiciously asked, are you planning to create a new move? Kang Yu's expression was indifferent. I'm still experimenting. The deadly chains rush forward with each punch from Kang Yu. I need to develop more techniques for real battles. He imagines it as the final move to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, his phone lights up and Kang Yu, holding the device, looks surprised by the notification. The sky remains clear as if signaling an approaching storm. Why is there an emergency summon? Vingadam in Zone A, Sung Tae's team has entered the enemy's territory, which doesn't look that scary. Sang Chun casually remarks that all the rumors say this place is full of ruthless and cruel villains. Yang confidently declared that the rumors about me arriving at Vinzone have already spread. Sung Ti warned, "Don't let your guard down." Zhong Tae spoke first. "The true nature of villains is that they are cowardly and cruel. We don't know when or where they'll strike, so be careful." At this moment, the two online idols are still following the group's livestream of the entire process. Truly, the captain's comment was so cool. "I'm really relieved to have Zhong Tae with us," Dury winks playfully. "Please protect us." Soram was a bit annoyed to see Zhong Tae taking all the spotlight. She pouted her cheeks in frustration. Tiger turned to speak. "Have you ever fought an evil person before, Sung Tae?" Sung Tae answered cleverly. The question was obviously intense. He kept bragging. "We're all elites. Those villains are nothing to us." Tiger was tempted by Sung Tae's confidence. "You're so confident, it's really impressive. Amazing." Seeing the opponent lie without blinking, the Serum group got itchy. "Has he fought villains before?" "You're kidding. Is Dury's mouth hanging open in surprise?" She just pointed to a strange character over there. Dury looks worried. "Is that really the villain?" "Even with a punch, I'm not sure." "It's a dog." Tiger points the camera so the keyboard heroes can see it too. Did everyone see that? That's a villain. The evil villain from Gam finally appears. On the live stream, everyone is eagerly commenting online. Inbom impatiently urged, "What are you doing? Hurry up and give the order." Zung Tae insists that this guy is just a minor threat and not dangerous. Inbom suddenly gets angry and grabs Sungae by the shoulder. "Are we here to have fun with those villains? We came to destroy this place." "Are you crazy? You dare to touch me?" His face darkened with blazing red eyes. "Be careful. This time I'll let it go, but next time you won't be so lucky." Jung orders everyone to attack, surprising them all as they prepare for battle. They looked at him with a suspicious yet unserious expression. "We will kill the villain right in front of us." Zhong Ti continued, "I will lead the charge. Kang Hun and Sarum will support me." The space is torn apart by a deafening scream. "Charge forward." They all rush to deal with the seemingly useless villain, when suddenly a blaze of fire bursts forth, just a hand's breadth from Zhong Tae, roaring fiercely like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Zhong Ti blocks with a defensive move, avoiding turning to stone as the flames crash against his shield, nearly shattering his stone shield with the force of the attack. Two online idols marvel. So impressive. A formidable character suddenly appears, and these uninvited troublemakers. He really is stupid. And Biom loudly asked, "Who is that guy in the helmet? Who are you?" The blazing fire is clenched tightly in your hand. "I am the self-proclaimed strongest villain in Gotham. Read him." In the empty, silent house, the words of disappointment and insults automatically replayed in Yu Chan's cowardly mind, each word heavy with meaning. "Does your father not feel ashamed because of you?" He sits pensively by the table, lips pressed together and staring thoughtfully. Suddenly, the item in the box right beneath Yu Chan's feet emits a faint glow. This signal causes him to squint in confusion. Under the starry sky illuminated by the moon, Yu Chan is talking to someone. Why help the villain? You are the villain, and I am the one who is wronged. Do you really need to make such a sharp distinction? Yu Chan suddenly fell silent, staring intently at Kang Yu's face with suspicion. Kang Yu probably also sensed that scrutinizing gaze, so he continued speaking. But I understand his way of thinking because I used to look at things from only one side as well. His voice is a little subdued as he shares some thoughts, filled with regret and disappointment. In other words, the villain is the antagonist. I used to think that the mindset of wanting everything and falling back on nothing was everything. Images of loved ones appeared in Kang Yu's mind, but just because he believes it's true doesn't mean it is. Feeling he had explained enough, Kang Yu slowly walked away. He waved goodbye as Yu Chan still stood there. If you're still doubting my intentions, just think of me as a crazy villain pretending to be normal. He kept watching his back without saying a word, and Yu Chan continued to fall into deep thought. He looked down at his beloved helmet, always shining and carefully maintained. Maybe Yu Chan changed his mind a bit, realizing that acting was not suitable. After all, he always pursues justice. He said firmly and put on his helmet, hiding his now sharper and more alert eyes. The next morning at Vinzone in Gadam District, an intense battle took place at dawn. An unidentified person is shooting an arrow forward. CR, although a bit tense, remains calm and untroubled. I don't know what collision caused it, but suddenly a huge fire erupted, making everything unclear. Black Hun and Double Blade watched closely, and when they saw the flames flare up, both immediately looked panicked. Krat is still intact, not a scratch on him, and he's grinning happily. I blocked it. Krat's real opponents are Red Eye and Break Ghost, who are probably training together. Seeing Krat block that powerful arrow, Break Ghost spoke up. Your defense is good. Red Eye wondered to himself with some suspicion. Did I not put enough force? Bray approached, patting Krat on the chest and asked excitedly, Are you okay? CR said with a smug grin. Just let me have the cat. But Double Blade noticed a detail and asked, Why are your eyes watering like that? He looked a bit embarrassed and replied, I was just overwhelmed with emotion. Unlike the playful conversation of the three, Red Eye suddenly shot a sharp glare, and a notice with a B symbol floated in front of him. The pink-haired girl sitting on the notice board among them, something bad has happened. He was confused. What bad thing? Black Han Vochi immediately asked a shocking question. Is the boss having a seizure or what? What's going on? She simply announced it calmly. They are here now. She calmly blows up a big balloon. Those flag-waving guys. After hearing that, they froze for a moment, then Ben showed the most reaction. He opened his mouth wide, grimacing, and although he only had one mouth, his scream could be heard all the way to outer space. What did you say? In another area of Vinzonigatum District A, Uchen stands proudly amidst the thick dust, facing Sung Tang, who raises his hand in defense, the guy Kim Wan warned to be careful about. Kang Hun and Sarum showed hostile attitudes, criticizing and sneering. Is Gam the strongest, huh? He gave himself that title? What kind of name is that? So old-fashioned. Whether it's a trainee badge or a regular badge, once you're in Vinzone, you're breaking the rules. Uhan responded briefly, and though his face wasn't visible, the powerful voice behind the helmet showed he was furious. Vin is not a playground, so while I'm still being kind, you better go back now. But instead of responding to his threats, they just laughed mockingly. Did everyone hear that? An evil villain just threatened us. That's so scary. That's so cool. Go save them. The comments appearing on the screen are incredibly sarcastic. Are the Bench Can Club making a movie or something? Super delicious caramelized fish, so full of energy. Leroy is useless. He slowly raises his hand and takes each step forward, then turns back. He looks at Yu-chan and smirks maliciously. What if I don't want to? Are you planning to fight us all alone? Yu-chan speaks with a calm but deeply penetrating and heavily judgmental tone. The outcome of a battle between a lion and a pack of dogs is already too clear. Dungtae firmly repeats this statement. He laughs and reiterates the key words. A dog trainer? He angrily moved forward. Enough with the arrogance. Let's see who really has the upper hand. Oh, reshape your fist with tolerance and patience. I'm warning you one last time. Go back now. Seeing that my teammate was already getting too aggressive and wanted to rush forward, Shungtae quickly reminded him to stay calm. In Bong, act based on my signals. And Byung cheerfully replied, okay. Although confident, Shungtae still cautiously observes the opponent a bit because he has no information about him, so he feels a little uneasy. But it's okay. With this level of manpower, no matter who the villain is, we can still defeat them. He seems to trust his own arrangements very much. If there's only one villain, then there's no problem because I already have a great plan. Just as they were about to clash in an epic battle, their fight was interrupted by shouts echoing through the air. Hey, you guys! A grin spread across a set of teeth as they chuckled in amusement. The Breakhun group from earlier has arrived to join the fun. The five of them, Breakhun, Krat, Break Ghost, Double Blade, and Red Eye, stand in a line like models and declare, we're here. Livestream group is tirelessly updating the situation. Everyone, can you see this? All the villains are gathered now. Kim Chi-ku and the Turnip, these guys are definitely the type to cause trouble on Haru TV. It seems like the little stingray isn't ready yet. Ochi, you're crazy. Suddenly, Black Han felt a bit disappointed and muttered about his teammates. I thought these guys were soldiers, but it seems like they're not. Next, Double Blade raised his finger and muttered, is that it? Everyone's eyes turned to Yu-chan. Redham, why him? Yuan straightforwardly told Breakhun. I will handle this, you all disperse. Upon hearing that, he snapped back angrily. What do you mean? Breakhan angrily points at Yu-chan's face and orders him to leave. You are the one who should go. Yu-chan nonchalantly replied with a sigh. You're so troublesome. Break Ghost looked at both of them and then asked Red Eye standing nearby. Is there anyone like him in Gadam? I've never seen him before, Break said confidently and boastfully. It seems you don't know how strong we really are, Uhan replied just to respond. Are you guys undergoing some special training? But Black still replied arrogantly with a smug smile. Of course, he declared confidently that our big brother personally trained us. But it's so embarrassing to be corrected right behind by Black Ghost when I'm the one doing it, hiding my surprised eyes beneath a thick hat. Yu-chan wondered to himself. Did Ta Xian personally train them? What do you mean? Who are they? It seems like they are fighting each other. This is terrible. Sung Tae is grinding his teeth in anger, still so calm in front of us. These arrogant villains. He gathers all his fury and charges forward at lightning speed, shouting loudly to signal his teammates. Attack! Black Hun cheered and charged forward. Charge forward, brothers! CR frantically shouts a warning from behind. Don't do it, you idiot. Go attack on your own. But unexpectedly, Break Ghost casually asked, Krat, lead the way, just like during training, and do your part. He asked hesitantly. And what about Break Hund? Black Ghost replied briefly with a cold, indifferent attitude. Break Hun, now in a state of excitement, says, I will defeat all of you. Sung Ti and he are now about 1 meter apart, and both shout out simultaneously. Shoot him first. Zheng Tae swings his hand back and activates the ice crystals into a sharp-edged block, shaping it into an arrow and launching it toward Breakhan. Under Zheng Tae's control, the sharp-spiked arrow sped towards him at lightning speed. Black seemed to hesitate slightly, his eyes wide open, but his quick reflexes helped him dodge the icy arrow and stay safe. Sniper Y is now lying on the battlefield as usual, adjusting his scope and smiling in anticipation. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. A bullet spins inside the chamber, ready to fire. Black Han hesitated for a moment as he sensed the attack approaching. Then, a loud explosion erupted as the bullet finally left the gun. The flames flare up again with thick smoke. Breakun's comrades are a bit stunned as the smoke gradually clears, revealing black bullet fragments mixed with the dust and debris. Yang laughs smugly and proudly. The explosion, no matter how powerful, now leaves him seriously injured. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice cut in, dousing Yo's excitement. So boring, he raised his eyebrows and looked around for the familiar voice. Bak Hon grinned teasingly, adding a proverb about enduring hardships. He reached out with his hand, ready to strike, after daily beatings from the beast. This was the result of special training. Watching this fun match on the screen, Kang Yu and Gro fall silent while someone else is happily commenting in a somewhat amusing way. But it's... Screw! He's sitting with his legs up on the control panel and making judgments. It seems those kids really came here in person. Kang Yu just kept staring at the screen, seeing Inbom and Sung Tae fill the display, and he instinctively thought of those guys at the coffee shop. He couldn't understand what he was doing. Screw solemnly declared, "We can't ignore the intrusion of these kids into our territory." Kang Yu slightly disagreed. "Are you planning to handle this? You're pretty eager." But he replied, "I still have other things to do." The Screw Dive person wanted to entrust someone else. He smiles faintly and thumbs up. "I've contacted Red Eye. He'll handle this properly." Baku doesn't seem to be at ease, crossing his arms anxiously, which doesn't seem quite right. There are already too many things to handle in this matter. Screw calmly asked, "Which side are you worried about?" Kang Yu immediately replied, "Of course, those kids." Except for Break Ghost, the other three are all teased as fools, but have been trained as if for real combat. Right now, they are the best team working together. This battle is like a chicken fighting a dragon. After listening, he stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before speaking. "That makes sense. These guys are always giving their all." He quickly sent a message to the only girl here. "Please take charge of things here." Crow just heard the offer and couldn't help but smile happily. Of course, it's a yes. Since Kyuang asked, they will definitely do it. Kang Yu continued the conversation with a straightforward question. "So, the reason you called me isn't about them?" "Yeah." He smiled excitedly, her tone full of anticipation. She invited Kang Yu to join her. "Let's go purge the traitors." Back to Vinzone Gadam District A. Drawn is summoning his giant clone hand. Charge at those kids. It looks like Kang Hun is both scared and uncomfortable. Huh? "He is my target." Dung Tae suddenly turned around and shouted urgently, "Everyone stay in formation and ignore the bastard. Focus on the treatment first." As he finished speaking, Sang Chun suddenly charged forward with a shocking move. "I'll handle him." Dung Tae shouted in frustration, cursing loudly. He's stupid, but Sang Chun stubbornly refuses to listen. He ran headfirst, gritting his teeth as he moved forward. The path to his opponent only lasted about 10 seconds before Krasa rushed in and knocked him back. "The tank is here." Sung Tae and Sarum stand frozen for a few seconds, their lips trembling as they speak. "Always stay calm." "Yeah." Seeing Krat charging forward without any obstacle, Sung Tae shouted loudly to order his teammates not to let him pass, while someone else was so furious that their teeth clenched tightly. Inbiom, furious, grips the sharp spear tightly, one leg slightly bent, ready to strike. The boiling meridian channels fueled by rage make Imboyo's hand tighten more and more. He slightly retracted his thumb and index finger to gain momentum to launch the spear with maximum speed, shouting loudly, "I will defeat you with this strike." In a flash, Ani swings his arm forward to activate the spear, causing it to glow and explode with power. The spiral spear. Krat narrows his eyes, cautiously observing his opponent's next move. He carefully observes and proceeds cautiously. Then, very quickly, Krat also turns around, swinging his left arm straight back, with wide, cold eyes. In front of the spiraling spear rushing toward him, Krat didn't bother to use his shield, causing the spear to snap in half as it grazed past. Imbium, of course, couldn't accept this. He shouted in anger, "My spear." But for someone like Krat, who had just achieved a small victory, he didn't care about his opponent's feelings at all. He even sneered and taunted, saying, "A toothpick like that won't do anything to me." Inium still refuses to give up. "If you have no weapons left, use your words." "What trick did you just use?" Cross asked casually. "So you call that a trick?" Without waiting for Inbom's next move, Cross actively pursues him. "Now I know your true strength. You haven't tasted real pain, so your mouth is so arrogant." Your body and fists rush forward, aiming straight at Inbom, forcing him to dodge aside. Inbom shouted for help in the chaos and desperation. "Hansarom, stop standing there! Hurry up and help me! Help me now!" "Hurry up!" Sarom shouts from afar. "Shut up! I'll beat you up right now!" She quickly summoned her divine power and spread both palms toward Inbom. Wind magic. With her support, another small flame wrapped in red light shot forward. Dung Ti couldn't stand still, looking dazed. He shouted the ice spell, and in an instant, a fire suddenly appeared in the sky. A figure suddenly appeared right behind Sarum. Double BL makes his debut with his familiar slimy look. Ugh! Faced with this sudden appearance and that sinister fake smile, Sarum could only scream in fear. Just then, Sung Tae rushed forward and threw a punch at Double Bade's face. He probably hasn't realized yet, so he just falls back and endures the pain. Inbom seems dissatisfied with his teammates' support, so he yells at them. "What are you doing? Support properly now." Double Blade was just hit when Black Ghost immediately stepped in to fight. Dung Tae turned around and scolded Inbom. "You idiot, they've crossed the front line." Black Ghost glared at them and said softly, "You fools, with double blades." That cold voice startled Sarom. "There's still someone over there." Sang-chun broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating before saying, "Sorry, but right now in front of him is my brother Bray, who is as tough as steel." He trembled, his whole body stiff and unresponsive. Bray-kun gently wished Sang-chun well. "Good night." Kung is on the other side. N-bomb is still taking a beating from the continuous punches. Crash kept punching wildly and cheered excitedly. "Take this kick from Krat!" The live streamers stand there watching the whole scene with blank faces, unable to move for a second as the distant cheers echo in. Now this is a real villain's fight. The online commentators keep doing their job. Leroy, wait, the guards will crush them. The Bread Club is probably standing in the villain position to say that. Haru TV, they must be done for. Kimchi and Radish go home and use them. Dungtae can't accept that this situation happened to our team. He wiped the sweat running down his face and frowned in frustration. No way. Why is the fight so one-sided? Not only are the individual skills impressive, but the team coordination is also very strong. Can these villains really do that? While you keep standing there with unanswered questions, Sarom suddenly yells to snap everyone out of it. "Come on, fight properly." Shungtae argued back with a pouty tone. "I'm just here to support, you idiot." He was still sitting there in a daze when a voice called out, accompanied by someone approaching with a teasing remark. "I have warned you." Yu Chun straightened up and looked towards Sung Ti. "Don't underestimate our zone," but he's determined not to give up easily. Hearing this from Yu Chan, he felt like an insult. Enough with the arrogance, we're not done yet. Immediately after, Sung Tae charged like a storm, throwing punches and kicks at Yu Chan with all his might, but Yu Chan was able to block every attack. Yu Chan relaxes, feeling each second. That was a good series of attacks, enough to become a top potential contender. Then he changed his approach, bending down to dodge the attack, but it wasn't enough to unbalance him. Yu Chan's calm yet powerful reflexes and stance made Sung Tae think of Kang Yu, as if it were him. Thinking of that, the anger inside him boils over. He grits his teeth and curses. "You bastard." Shung Tae continues to charge forward, shouting, "When will you stop running away?" This time, Shung Tae unleashes a wave of kicks. The massive, jagged rocks hurtled toward him, just as their name suggested. But Yu Chan remained unscathed. He calmly spreads his arms to block it effortlessly. "You." Citron even has time to say more. "I am not running, I am just letting you attack me." Only then did he begin to unleash his fury, his clenched fist blazing with fire. "My anger will never subside." Shung Tae was stunned, standing silently before this change. With just one punch, Yu Chan was able to suppress all those boulders. The wave was completely shattered by the fiery scent and the piercing gaze reflected through the helmet visor. If I end this with just one move. The scene shifts to a new setting at Vienzonegadam rooftop. Up there, Kang Yu is intently looking at something with a question slipping from his lips. What is this? Still looks very excited and confident with the new car he just bought. A new model of webtoon was just recently tested and completed. Kang Yu kept his eyes on it without looking away, still asking, "Where did you get that? Wait, you managed to buy something like this yourself?" Screw replied nonchalantly. "I made it myself. With its aerodynamic design, you can travel at supersonic speeds, reaching your destination in just a few minutes." The more he spoke, the prouder he felt of himself. It also has a stealth function, so even if Jada detects it, there's nothing to worry about. Kang Yu listened with a blank expression, secretly thinking how terrifying it was to pretend to ignore. The battle between the hero and the villain is not over yet. Uhan is still holding his arm towards Sung Ti's wave of rocks, until it shattered into pieces. Sung Ti had to retreat to avoid being pierced by the falling shards. Even Inyom, lying flat on the ground, has to look up to witness this terrifying scene. Sarum and Black Hun are also stunned, watching every intense detail. Black Hun chuckled happily and praised Uchon. That guy is pretty impressive too. Crash didn't care at all. He was busy shaking Double Blade with heavy slaps and straightforward questions. "Are you asleep yet?" Double Blade immediately snapped back to alertness. "Are you allowed to do that too?" Sarum rushes forward to catch the exhausted Shung Tae and sits there helpless. "Are you okay?" Another person steps forward and suggests in vain, "Stop fighting already." Red slowly pulls out an arrow and warns both of you, "If you leave quietly now, I won't hold it against you." "Are you planning to let them go?" "Who gave you that?" But Red Eye also has his own reasons. "Stop here. If things get out of hand, it will be hard to control." But a reckless person like Bund could never be satisfied with this idea. He trembled with anger, holding back his words. The scene shifts to Vinzen Paradise Club, where someone is recounting the event in a high-pitched voice. "I'm serious, the guards stormed in already." Che still doesn't fully believe this. He's investigating. If the psycho entered here without a valid reason, it's against the rules. No way. If that voice responds so harshly, they wouldn't be normal. But that's really how it is. It is true. Cheha continued to ask Gawai suspiciously. "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "I watched the live stream. They're streaming on YouTube. Maybe they're still live now." Che showed no surprised expression to respond to the story, only asking, "Who is handling this on our side?" Gyeon also honestly replied, "A guy I've never seen before. He's wearing a strange mask." As she spoke, she continued watching the live stream on the screen. It's Break He with Red E there too. Chi suddenly changes his expression. a mysterious look flickering in his eyes, his lips unconsciously pressed together. Back to the fierce battle, B continues to raise his voice sharply. We must seize this opportunity to deal with them, or they'll come back again. He doesn't believe anything except his fist. He needs to be beaten to understand. So, without waiting for anyone's command, Drehan boldly charges forward and says, I will correct your behavior. But this time, it didn't go as smoothly as before. Dron was stopped by something, and he was stunned as he exclaimed, Huh? His body suddenly collapsed for no reason, and he couldn't control it. Not only was he knocked down, but now he couldn't even lift himself up. What the hell is this? My body suddenly feels so heavy. Suddenly, someone else whispers an order. Stop the live stream. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard appears. I have a gut feeling, but I don't think I should interfere in this. He also emphasized that if I kept just watching, something bad would happen. Turns out he is an S-rank support agent giving the go command before his impressive debut. Who are you? Wait a moment. What? You know him? Black Ghost responds quickly and succinctly. He is a regular army soldier. As he reached this point, he suddenly froze before speaking. An S-Drog Hun, who was standing a short distance away, quickly turned around in disbelief. What? Black Ghost, being more perceptive than his teammates, quickly realized he was here. And just as Black Ghost suspected, there are others as well. D-Gun and Soon are hiding behind the corner, and Jimin is observing the situation from a high vantage point. Red Eye probably sensed him too, suddenly sweating with a tense expression. How long have they been hiding and watching? He feels extremely uneasy inside because he can't sense their presence. Another foot quietly joins the battle. Sung Tae immediately looked furious at the serious girl standing in front of him, and he was very surprised. Seo, why did you come here? Sung Tae instinctively and suspiciously directed a look of disdain at Inbom. Could it be that even though Inbom's expression tries to look innocent, he's still shouting out loud, Dad, Inbom, did you call Sister Seo? Huh? That's really how it is. Earlier, Inbyo desperately begged Seo to help us. Please, Seo! If this keeps up, Sung Tae and everyone else will be finished. Just watch. She coldly looked at him as he begged, Please, help us. Afraid of being scolded by Sung Tae, Inbyo just made an excuse that she was only helping as a precaution. But in the end, he still got yelled at by Sung Tae. Are you crazy? This time, Inbyom didn't hold back and retorted directly, even flipping off Sung Tae in front of him. Idiot, can you still bark those words now? Even though he's furious and red in the face, Inbyom keeps talking on and on. If I don't call Sister Seo, we'll all be finished here. Dung will insult Inium to his face. You bastard. A large, scarred hand rests on Inium's shoulder. A deep, husky voice boomed out. Get the order right. Making things worse in front of the villains is not a good idea. It's Seong Chun. Faced with his stern gaze and serious expression, Inbom had to be a bit more careful. Yes, I'm sorry. Seong Chun's tall figure made Inbom gasp silently, while Seo stepped forward to negotiate with the villains, and we will lead them out of Vinzone. She said calmly and with a touch of arrogance, if you try to stop us, Vinzone Gadam district will disappear from the map from today. The scene shifts inside a villa in Sinhua district, the residence of ancient Blue Viper, with lights turned on to brighten the dark interior. At a dining table, 4 people, Sung Jun, Wan, Yosei, and the host, are engaged in this conversation. Ancient Blue. 5. IP speaks up for the first time in a while. It's been a long time since we last gathered like this. Yosei quickly replied because the elder never goes there, but we often meet each other. Hearing his subtle, contemptuous tone, he chuckled. Your words are still as vicious as ever. Dungrun slowly spoke up. Things lately have really been chaotic. We also need to watch Manny King's moves, but as soon as he brought up the topic, the host quickly shut it down. There are more important matters at hand. The one we need to serve. The ruler of Winterbell is absent. Yosei explained instead that there was nothing to worry about. Mujin had broken through Gro's sealed coffin. When she returned from France, he then added, You all think men can fulfill the responsibilities of a Winterbello ruler. Wan then finally contributed a few words to the discussion. That's right, she can do it. Aren't we vassals here to serve the king? Ancient Blue Vive IP continued speaking. Menin alone is still not enough. Manny King is a cunning and experienced schemer. Mujin cannot defeat him. What are you talking about? Ancient Blue V. IP clearly shows his treacherous nature in every expression and glance. I will make an important decision for the family, and you will have to support me. Sung was the first to loudly protest, saying no way, you're going to remove Mujin from the throne. Wan also showed his stance openly, unable to oppose. But he remained firm in that decision. You have no choice. What is this? The room was already filled with chaos, and now it became even more tense as someone entered and delivered a scolding instead of a greeting. A bunch of fools, I'm getting annoyed. I step inside softly, but my voice carries no hint of soothing. Is there a problem with your ears? Why can't you understand? He said for you to be good dogs. Stupid fools. Transition to the morning at the Lampus branch in Seun. A loud shout rang out. What the hell? What on earth is going on? Wang pushed the door open and exclaimed in panic. Branch manager, reporting urgently from Vinzone in Gadam district. June interrupted. I'm watching this, she asked in a low voice. What should we do now? Returning to the ancient Blue Viper estate, Barracuda stepped in first, surprising them all. Yosei pressed a button on his ring, speaking in a low voice to keep outsiders from interfering in Winter Bell's affairs. He raised his head and smiled, and to make things worse, he was the one who had run away and been beaten by Kashrian. Barracuda smirked, grinding his teeth in challenge. Your mouth is so arrogant that you'll definitely get beaten someday. Yosei challenged him confidently. Go ahead and try. Suddenly, the ancient blue VIP interrupted. Wait a moment, I have something to say. I just forgot to mention. He continued. The tea in front of you contains DS, so since you've all drunk it, you can no longer become villains. Yosei raised an eyebrow and replied, You behave exactly like a venomous green snake? The ancient blue VIP paid no attention to his teasing. He continued, I will ask one last time. Answer carefully, because if you do not side with me, someone will immediately interrupt. I refuse. Juan raises his hand. I do too. Dung trembles and bows his head. I will never betray Mujin. Their words make Barracuda laugh. He slowly asked, Do I have permission to kill them all? Suddenly, a voice from behind asked, Want to deal with all of them now? Yosei turned around in shock. Sung was equally surprised, and Raydot licked his lips lewdly and said, So difficult here, you have to leave some for me too. Yosei's face beaded with sweat. Red Sot, it seems you even got involved in the district's affairs. Y sarcastically said, As an elder, you let outsiders interfere. After a moment, and Blue VIP slowly added, It's all for the future. For the vassals of Winter Bell, and as elders, I must make the right decision. As he finished speaking, he looked up to see Barracuda also staring at him, and a cold voice rang out. You can now enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Barracuda seems not to have heard. He eagerly charged forward, saying, I will use a move to kill you all so that you won't feel any pain. Immediately, Kang Yu kicked the glass door and rushed in, and upon hearing the noise, Barracuda widened his eyes in shock. He mouthed words, then turned to look at Cassie Zen and Kang Yu, and they smirked at each other. Barracuda frowned and cursed, but before he could react, he charged straight into the wall in front of him, shattering it into pieces. Raydot and his team also become extremely confused. What's going on? Who is he? Then another voice came through, and it was Skrull. You just arrived and already broke the window to rush in. What's going on? This meeting is serious. You need to behave carefully, okay? Ancient Blue 5. IP panicked and thought, screw. He cheerfully waved his hand. Hello, old man. He clenched his fist and shouted. Isn't it true that you already agreed to join my side if I gave you the magic crystal? Kang Yu replied coldly. The old man already gave it, so forget about it. Asian Blue V. IP grits his teeth. How dare you, he said calmly. The old man is too naive. A faint pink light suddenly flickered in the air above. The three of them left the table. Yosei smirked teasingly. Got tricked, huh, elder? Ancient Blue VIP asked in amazement. How could you do that? He shrugged and said, We've already found your suspicious behavior earlier. Yos continued to explain that everyone expected him to tamper with the drink. None of the three had taken a sip. Elder, we are very disappointed. I really want to trust you. So what? You're just dragging outsiders into this anyway. Yosei smiled. Fine, let's go with that. At this moment, Barracuda was sitting on the ground, trembling all over. Ancient Blue VIP shouted, They are all permitted by my elder, so they are different. Then we are also allowed, he said casually, lying through his teeth. If it's not me, then who gave you permission? It's me. And Blue V. IP gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat. As soon as he saw that figure, he exclaimed in horror, Why are you here? Mujin switches scenes. Seo frowns and declares that if anyone dares to block her way, from today Venzone Gadam district will disappear from the map. Red Eye couldn't believe what he was hearing. Venzone is disappearing, CR shouted, and there's someone even more arrogant than the boss. Wuhan said, Let them go, CR exclaimed in surprise. What? Even after hearing that, you still want us to let them go? Yuchan calmly explains that they are a special anti-evil purge force, with members who are all elite and disciplined. Facing them is like throwing stones at a mountain. Black Ghost nodded and said, I also agree to let them go. Crad was shocked and turned to question, What about you? Why is that? He replied calmly. You heard it yourself. If we fight, we won't win. But CR refused to give up like that. We've fought with the big brother before. Is this what you call a fight? It's all of you getting beaten by him, Break Ghost thought. Even if he gathered his people, he couldn't match them. Suddenly someone shouted, Don't be ridiculous anymore. Breakhan's hand started to tremble. Why do we have to go through all of this? He gritted his teeth. We don't want to be treated like trash, but instead we have to hide like bugs because we're afraid of those who look down on us. Seo's assistant finally spoke up. Unexpected. I didn't think he could stand up within my heavy shield. Bray shouted loudly, Even if I fall, I will still show you the pride of a destroyer. CR awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Oh, you're just bait after all. Seo raised his gun, coldly said, That's a good spirit, but ignoring my warning is a serious crime. If you want to die, just come at me. Ben responds furiously and rushes forward. Come on then, this is the decisive strike I've forged through special training. The Death God's Iron Gauntlet. He shouted and fired. Take this. Seo holds his stance, calmly pulls the trigger, and the bullet immediately hits his glove. Black Han is stunned, grinding his teeth. What? My finishing move. He watched Seo's bullet fly straight at him, but it had no effect. Suddenly, Crow appears, gently catching the bullet. Seo is stunned, eyes wide open, watching, and the assistant is no less surprised. The sweating man, Crow smirks teasingly. It's my turn to have fun with you now. Seo hesitated, feeling a resonance inside her mind. Crow replayed the memory, recalling the conversation about being especially cautious of certain villains in Vinzonagatum, with the assistant listing Screw Canyon and Grosai, causing her to wonder.
So, I just need to keep an eye on them, he explained, propping his chin, and he couldn't ignore the recently joined Black Ghost and Gadam, but he also didn't need to be overly cautious about him.
Then he said, just remember the 3 people I just mentioned. Seo nodded, and the assistant repeated, Can, Screw, and Grow return to the present, Seo replied. It is truly an honor to have you play with us because it is a privilege. She pulls out another gun, smirks, and continues, so I will play along with her. Cut to the Blue Viper estate, where he shouts, Why are you here? He couldn't believe his eyes. Minutes blew Fai. IP stood up straight and said, It takes a few wins to prove your right to become the Winterbell King. Gina cut in, I've shortened the time as much as possible. Do you think I will believe it?
It's been a long time since I saw you, Min. He smiled excitedly. I didn't expect to meet you again.
I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Gina asked coldly in return. Who are you? That question drives Red Sock crazy. He grits his teeth and then raises his gun to threaten. I will make sure you remember this forever. Suddenly, a moving object appears, and a person behind Red Sock presses a sword to his neck. Red Sock turns his head and asks, What? When did he appear? Ancient Blue Viper thought in shock. The 4 people behind Gina are actually Break. He was sweating profusely as the enforcers of King Winterbell's orders then couldn't believe it himself. Wondering if she truly gained the king's authority in such a short time, Gina steps forward to interrupt his thoughts. Ancient Blue Viper, I cannot overlook your acts of betrayal. The shining dagger pointed at him. Ancient Blue Viper will be stripped of her elder title. She continued in a calm voice and was expelled. At this moment, Barracuda is sitting on the ground, groaning in pain, his brow furrowed as he curses inwardly. Damn it, it's over. He remembered the advice of a man. The spirit is what wins a battle, no matter how dangerous it gets. As long as the spirit remains, the opportunity will surely come. He said, If you want to win, you must not lose your fighting spirit. Barracuda wiped his mouth and thought, Losing your fighting spirit is exactly when you need it most. I must turn the tide now. Ah, then I thought the only one who could do it, the only one who could succeed was me, he shouted. Cien. Barracuda tremblingly stands up and says, I want to fight you one-on-one. Kangyu confusedly replies, What? You just got beaten up. The guy taunts you with a smirk. Is it not shameful to attack me from behind? Are you afraid to face me head on? S behind him opened his mouth and said, I wouldn't even be provoked by a kid's name. But Kangyu nodded and said, I accept. He is surprised with a question mark appearing above his head. Barracuda shouts, Go ahead, you will never beat me. He predicted each move of yours, starting with a punch from his right hand. Barracuda easily dodged, then countered with his left hand. As I suspected from the previous mock battles, I studied all your data carefully. Barracuda smirked and thought, So with someone much stronger than before like me, I can't possibly lose. He challenges, These moves of yours won't work on me, put more force into it. Immediately after, Barracuda opens his eyes wide and rushes forward. He thought there was a flaw, then clenched his fist and declared, This is what I was aiming for. He smiled confidently and said, I am still Barracuda. Got it? The chain is thrown out now, and he arrogantly says, I will kill. It tightly wraps around Barracuda's wrist. What's going on? Kangyu forcefully pulls him toward himself. The shadowy chain. Barracuda was extremely surprised by this. He coldly said, It's been a while, but you're quite talkative. Then Kangyu punched hard, pushing the guy back. Don't forget to speak in a teasing, deep voice, saying it's just childish. Barracuda groans in pain as Kangyu grabs his hair and yanks hard. You sigh and say it must hurt a lot. Juan also agrees, maybe he's holding back to avoid killing him. Is that a new weapon? He continued, Where did you go with the stuff you sold earlier? Barracuda didn't answer, only silently questioned. Why can't I defeat you? Barracuda shouted. To beat you, I have gone through hundreds of simulated battles. A flash of light shot through his elbow as Kangyu slowly said, You need to learn how to fight. Kangyu grabbed the broken iron glove from him and continued in a low voice, I'll take this as tuition fee. Ancient Blue VIP thought to himself, I didn't expect Barracuda to be defeated like this. Red Sot was also terrified. No way, eat shit and die. A foot steps forward, and it's over. A glowing circle appears floating behind him. I won't hold back anymore. Bow your head and surrender. Both Kangyu and Screwil froze. The person continued. It seems all the important people are gathered here. You put your hand on your chest and introduce yourself. Pleased to meet you. I am Onam Cheon, director of the Ancient Blue 5IP Center. Who is that, Kangyu? Screw replied. That's Manny King's right arm, Namchan said. The chairman sent me here so they could celebrate you, Mujin, for successfully becoming the ruler of Winterbell. Gina interrupted. Do we really have such a close relationship that he has to congratulate me? Get straight to the point. Close your eyes and keep going. I'm here to mediate, she replied. What if I refuse? Kang Yu also intervened. Do you think you can fight us with just this many people? Nanchan pointed and said they are more than enough. You should keep going, but you two shouldn't delay any longer. Kang Yu is confused. What are you talking about? Screw swearing so damn much. Just as he said, he adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. We need to return to Gadam immediately. Flashback to 4 years ago in the training room, Seo was drinking water after a tiring workout. She turned to see Jun still training and asked, Aren't you tired? You just fought with me. Jun reminds you to check your limits before training. Seo kindly advises, I might end up hurting myself. People say that the harder you hit steel, the stronger it becomes. She straightforwardly reminded him, saying that although the process was boring and dull, it was necessary. There's no other way to become stronger. Seo asked with a smile, So, your goal is to become the top-ranked chess player, right? Jun, having finished her training, wiped the sweat from her body and replied, All chess pieces aim for that, but there is someone I want to defeat first. Senior, even you have someone you want to beat? Dian glared, clearly annoyed, as the youngest champion to hold the top seed title. Seo exclaimed, So it's the person we met during our training in America. Jun said, I said I would give it my all next time, but who knows when that will be. Hearing that, Seo thought to herself, An opponent? Jun recalled the figures back, and she said quietly, That was also a valuable experience for me. Indeed, there is always a higher mountain. Seo saw Jisen sit down and immediately handed her a bottle of water. Senior, with such a lot of money, he must be a very formidable person. Jun took the bottle of water and said, Among the top fighters, he's specialized in close combat. He once said this, and she began to recount. Whether the opponent is weak or strong, a family member or a colleague, when fighting, we must use all our strength. He said, if you can do that, you can become as strong as he is. A much younger, arrogant kid than me. After hearing that, Seo was stunned and turned back to see the fierce battle happening now. The sound of gunfire and crashing rocks echoed constantly. Seo stared fiercely at what she desired. Crow was about to attack when she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Just as she thought, Seo spun her gun around and unleashed a tornado of ice. Seo imagined standing shoulder to shoulder with Jisun, her determination to be as strong as her senior. Seo takes the opportunity to attack at 120%, but she should be using 200% of her strength. Crow reacts too late and quickly steps back in panic. Seo spins around and delivers a powerful kick. I will destroy everything. Crow was knocked back, but she immediately gathered her momentum and counterattacked. The rain of bullets was deflected by Grow as she spun her staff around. Shio immediately stepped back, kept her distance, and continued firing. Despite such relentless attacks, Grow still kept smiling. You're having so much fun. It's intense. The three of you standing outside such a fierce battle leaves me stunned. TR scratches his face and says, Are you just going to stand there like a coward? Red calmly said, Get out of the way. Don't get caught up in it. How do you expect me to avoid it? Are you going to just stand there like a coward? I can't do that, can I? I will destroy all these thugs. Break Ghost orders Grad to stop him. Whoever is being held back, shout loudly. What are you all doing? Hey, let me out, TR said helplessly while holding on tightly. Stay still, suddenly the voice echoed to their location. That's a good decision. If Yu-Chan gets involved with that troublemaker group, it will be a mess. If they don't participate, they won't risk their heads. It's best to just stand still and watch. Black Ghost asked, What if both sides fight with all their strength? Which side do you plan to support? This question made Yuan unable to give an immediate answer. Meanwhile, two others are also watching the fight. The blonde named Yoon DG is an A-rank mineral attribute warrior. He sighed sadly. They are just standing still and watching the situation. I'm so bored, the orange-haired girl next to Nasoyeon, an A-rank fire mage, responds. Are you really that eager to fight? Another person suddenly joins in the conversation. Even though the captain told us to stay out, fighting these pathetic guys is boring. Our opponents should at least be some kind of boss. That person is Kim Jimin, an A-level physical attribute forward. D-Gun is just defending her. Grow is pretty good too. She deserves to fight the captain as well. Soon agreed, probably because she hadn't put in her full effort. A dismissive voice responded, I disagree. The one holding back is Grow, not the captain. The two of them immediately felt confused. He said in surprise, No way. Is that really true? He responded back. It seems the captain also realized it. It really seems like what he said. Seo's situation doesn't look good. Seo tries to shoot ice bullets at Grow. Grow gracefully dodged all her attacks and immediately countered. Her move? Grow's dance that she performed. Dozens of sharp feathers were thrown at Seo, and although she quickly dodged, her cheek was still injured. Seo's assistant said quietly, Getum indeed has 3 leaders. Jimin smirked and asked, So you mean our captain will lose? He denied, I will never let that happen. To prevent the tragedy from happening again, we cannot avoid fighting the villains. No matter the method, as Assistant CEO is casting a spell, a shadow approaches him. He realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The brightness screw shot towards them. Assistant CEO quickly created a gravity shield, and the blinding light was dispelled. D-Gun and Soyeon also sensed something was off. That person landed, and there's another one beside him. You shouldn't do that. This guy always jumps into the middle of fights. Screw smirked. They're fighting one-on-one. If they go sideways, it would be boring. Red Eye looked at Screw and Kang Yu and said, "It's perfect timing." Black Ghost cheered excitedly. "Boss done? Come on, they're still soon, so stretch and breathe a sigh of relief. Let's start warming up." Meanwhile, the battle between Seo and Gro remains very intense. Seo glares, thinking this is the host. S praises him. Gro did a good job. Gro asks again what you mean by that. They just started playing after all. Screw thought to himself, luckily nothing serious has happened yet. Kang Yu, observing the situation, then asked, "So besides those kids, what are you guys here for?" "Why did you come without warning?" Seo explained. "We received information that a group of students was entering Venzone, so we came here to protect them." Kang Yu then asked, "So just take them away quietly." Seo explained the situation. "We wanted to do that too, but you were the ones who caused the trouble first." "That's nonsense. Who started it first?" He pointed to Dudog, and knew why was also there. His two teammates nodded repeatedly to support him. Kang Yu pointed at Break, who was furious, and said that. Seo's assistant spoke up, saying the kids did nothing wrong, but they are a small part that needs careful attention. Even if they are wrong about the future, they still must be protected according to the law. Kang Yu blames you for breaking the rules first, so now you're planning to run away? He didn't argue with him, but admitted fault. "I apologize. Kang Yu does not easily let it go." "Sorry won't fix this," Seo asked directly. "So what do you want? Just say it." Kang Yuri channels energy into his right hand and sets a condition. If he's done wrong, he must accept the appropriate punishment. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but be a little startled. Black Han then cheered excitedly. "That's right, Big Brother is different. I believe in the boss. Who is Red?" Feeling like things are getting a bit out of hand. Wait, how did the situation escalate to this point? He looks confused. Why is he so angry? Skill explains that someone poured oil on the fire, so of course she wouldn't accept Kang Yu's conditions, suddenly appearing and demanding to punish us. This proposal is pretty hard to accept. With a veteran flag bearer of the Special Anti-Evil Purge Force, that's impossible. Anyway, unwavering spirit is the true righteousness that our flag always upholds. Kang Yu chuckled softly and asked back, "If that's righteousness, then if you strike first, I will let you go with me. That's true righteousness." The scene shifts to the anchoring center, in a room, and someone's voice echoes. Mujin has returned. The orange-haired girl replied, "She has become the Winterbell Queen and even led the team to execute people." The other person shared his thoughts. "I thought it would take several months." "It seems I underestimated Mujin," Director Kim stammered, "and Barracuda, the one who volunteered as reserve troops." The other person chuckled softly. "So you've been defeated again?" He broke out in a sweat. "I'm sorry to have to say this, but according to the reports, that's indeed the case." "Who is the other person?" Director Kim replied, "It's Can." The other person snorted twice. "Even though he is my nephew, I can no longer support him. His abilities are limited to that." Mujin and C are about to face a storm. Summon the 7 managers. Back to Vincent Gotham Zone A. Seo is pointing a gun at Kang Yu. The atmosphere is extremely tense. Sang Chun is confused, wondering what on earth is going on. Kang Hun next to him explains, "You still haven't seen? The goddamn boss has appeared, so everyone is shitting their pants." Sang Chun was confused. "But there is that Sung Tae guy's sister." Kang Hun suddenly shouted, "Shut up!" Sang Chun was confused and frustrated. What the hell is going on? Kang Hun just gritted his teeth and grimaced without saying a word. Theo sarcastically says, "You're truly speechless. I didn't expect a villain to lecture about justice. What do you plan to do?" Kang Yu laughed and said, "No warning. Just barged in and caused chaos. You guys should pay the price and get beaten up for good." Crow pointed at Kang Yu, then turned to Screw and asked, "Are you sure he's angry? You look so happy." But Seo admits to what he did. "That's right. We did break the rules. But only I did. My teammates didn't. I am the leader. They only follow orders." Kang Yu didn't hear clearly, he responded. But Seo explained, meaning if punishment is needed, I alone am enough. But if a villain defeats us, the reputation of a false flag will be ruined. You have achieved many victories. Let me verify the rumors. Dunn nervously called out, "Leader, Seo has ordered no one interfere." Seo stepped forward, ready to fight alongside Kang Yu, and she was the first to strike, rushing forward to attack. His overwhelming speed surprised Black Hun, who quickly marveled at how fast she was. Twice as quick as when she fought Crow in an instant, Seo was already behind Kang Yu's head, and he swiftly realized it, turning to block her deadly strike with his hand. Kang Yu follows up with a punch, but Seo leans away to dodge. It's her turn to strike, and Kang Yu blocks while throwing a punch. Seo thought to herself, defending while counterattacking. For a villain, this strength is quite impressive. After exchanging blows for many rounds, Seo was knocked away. She muttered under her breath, "You bastard!" Kang Yu seized the opportunity, spun around, and delivered a kick straight into Seo's body. But luckily, she managed to block with both hands. His kicks are quite powerful. This guy also has real combat experience. The longer this goes on, the more disadvantaged I become. Seo wanted to use her gun to end the fight. She had to win quickly. Unfortunately, her plan failed. Kang Yu grabbed her gun, and in just a second, he crushed it. Seo used her other hand to attack, but was also caught by Kang Yu. He asked, "Do you know what happens if you keep using the same move repeatedly?" Sayo was surprised. Being thrown away by Kang Yu turned out to be counterproductive. She didn't just sit there and take it, she immediately activated her weapon. Sayo gritted her teeth and said, "Don't underestimate me." She fired multiple shots in rapid succession at Kang Yu. The bullets hit and froze both of his arms. Sho is happy. That's right, this is the opportunity. She seized the opportunity and charged forward. Kang Yu tensed up, cracking all the ice on her hands. When he finally regained his composure, he saw Sayo rushing forward. Sayu created a layer of ice on the ground to boost her speed. Kang Yu jumped to dodge the attack, but the kick missed, and someone shouted loudly, "Don't give up!" Red Eye was stunned. Is she really a sharpshooter? Her combat skills are impressive, clearly trained in a proper official program. Hu stammered, but snipers are more focused on long-range damage. Wuan watched everything unfold. He thinks that even when fighting the ace of the Special Purge Force, he is not at a disadvantage. No, he hasn't even used any shadow attribute skills yet. Honestly, he's dominating. He's much stronger. Compared to then, the battle was still ongoing. The bullets fired by Kang Yu had been skillfully dodged. Kang Yu smirked and charged forward. "Looks like you've run out of bullets." Sayo froze. "How did you know?" Kang Yu kicked. He didn't answer but wondered if it was because he had used that type of gun before. Sayo groaned as she blocked the attack. His attacks are growing stronger and faster, putting her in a difficult position. If hit directly, Kang Yu continues to add power to each punch. Sayo managed to hold her ground but was pushed back. Soon frowned she was being overwhelmed. Daegun clenched his teeth. With attacks like that, defenses are useless. Manager Sayo remembered the previous tragedy and couldn't let it happen again. After a while, the battle seemed to be coming to an end. After resisting for a while, Sayo carelessly got hit in the leg. She moaned as her leg was hit. Doon shouted, "Oh no," Soon is worried. Captain Sayo tries to focus and deliver a low kick instead of a high one. "Even if I block it, I can't withstand this blow." Before Sayo's kick hit him, a burst of energy came to stop it. Kang was immediately knocked back, crashing into a rock that shattered into pieces. S scolded, "Hey, they're fighting one-on-one. You're such a nuisance." The person competing against Sayo is his assistant. Sayo immediately turns around and blames him upon realizing what's happening. "What are you doing? I told you not to stay outside quietly." The assistant explained that if she loses, her honor will be gone. After she wins this match, I will accept the punishment later. Jimin chuckled along. "I want to be punished too." Soyeon and Daegun are also ready to fight. Everything went as I expected, but it's quite interesting. As long as it's a fight, I'll join in. A grating voice rings out. "Don't you feel ashamed for interfering in someone else's fight?" Kang Yu still looks unharmed after the previous ambush. He sneers, "So this is what you call the honor of the Psy clan." Daeyoon rushed forward and shouted, "Shut up, you villain. You don't deserve to say that this is a battle." Sayo shouted a warning. "Everyone be careful, the gunshot has been fired." Daegun struggles to hold on as the others quickly dodge the incoming energy blasts. Soyeon irritably asked, "Where are they shooting from?" A mocking voice responded, "What can you do if you know?" Assistant Seo immediately shouted that person's name. SW Dunn scolds them for being cowardly. S retorts, "This is what you call hypocrisy. You guys are the ones who interfered in the first match. From now on, it will be a team battle with no limits." Crow is excited. "I want to join the group with Kook Kwang." Dr. H cheerfully celebrates. "If it's a team fight, we have the numerical advantage." "Oh my god," Red Eye immediately reminded. "Stay out of this. The two of them are enough." S is showing off their new weapon. "This is the upgraded weapon I just enhanced. You guys are my test subjects for a bit. A bunch of light beams plus some projectiles being fired out." Sue's people froze for a moment. Then Daegun stepped forward. "I will block his attack." Jimin smiled and replied, "Well, I'll leave it to you then." Daegun deploys an iron shield. Although it's difficult, it managed to block the attack. Daegun smirked. "Your firepower is indeed strong, but I still need to be the one to finish you." Soyeon behind her shouted, "Hang on a little longer. I will take down Screw, but before you can take down Deaver, Kang Yu has been behind you for some time now." Soyeon quickly realizes this presence, turns around and shouts, "Damn it, burn!" Believing she has succeeded, she smirks, "Just a little more." But Kang Yu's voice suddenly rang out, surprising her. "Do you only have fire?" "If it's a fire type skill, I know it too." The darkness burns and the attack hits Soyeon directly, pushing her backward. Luckily, a burst of energy caught her, and Kang Yu immediately became alert, saying, "You are the assistant who saved Soyeon." He let out a relieved breath just in time. Kang Yu glared and thought to himself, using his knife to block and protect his teammate. "This guy's really annoying, but he looks so familiar. When have I seen him before?" Soyeon points at Kang Yu and alerts the team that he is using a fire attribute skill. Jimin charged forward and replied to her. "Got it." Jimin channels his energy into his arm. As far as I know, his attribute is darkness. Let's see how he handles this. Jimin's fist faces directly against Kang Yu's fist. Jimin smiles slyly. In a moment, Jimin caught Kang Yu and embraced his waist. "Tell me, will you answer my question?" Kang Yu mutters under his breath. "You bastard, just a punch." "It seems you have no intention of answering." "First, I will capture you. Then I will force you to answer." Kang Yu cut him off for being too talkative. He clenched Jimin's neck tightly, making her face go pale, while Kang Yu used his energy to lock her down. Meanwhile, DGUN was still holding his ground against Screw's relentless attacks. Sil praised him. "Well done, you're really holding up," DGUN said with a smug smile. DGUN shouts, provoking the enemy. "You evil monster, you're doomed. Your attacks are useless against my shield." Sil nodded and followed suit. "Then I'll change tactics. If long-range attacks don't work, the gun in his hand transforms into a giant hammer. So I'll break it myself." Doan, seeing the situation go off plan, looks clueless. Sil didn't even give him time to regain his composure and charged straight ahead. "I'm here." Daeun looks confused and panicked. He turns pale and stammers. A single blow from Diver really hit DGUN's core. Screw smirked. "All right then." Kim Jimin risked everything and ran to hug Kang Yu around the waist to hold him back. Kang Yu silently curses inwardly as he gets hit, with a blazing fire rapidly approaching from behind him. Seizing the opportunity Jimin created, Soyeon rushed at him with a fireball in hand. Kang Yu forcefully kicked Jimin, sending her flying away. "You're so annoying. Soon's fire rings are right above your head now." Kang Yu immediately turned around, raising his hand to block the attack, creating a lightning sphere as two forces clashed fiercely, emitting blinding light around them. Soyeon keeps attacking him relentlessly. She shouts behind him, "Hurry up, Senior Chun." While he was busy dealing with Soyeon and not paying attention, Song Chun suddenly appeared behind him. They used the Holai San trap. It is at this moment that he strikes at him, chains from all sides rushing toward him like wild beasts hunting prey, heavy chains of gravity. They quickly restrained his limbs, temporarily limiting his ability to move. Song Chun looked very confident and smug. "This is my ultimate emergency skill." He smirked as if he was certain he had the upper hand. "These chains can fight against the demon, and once you're surrounded by them, you'll never be able to escape." But Kang Yu doesn't seem worried or terrified at all. He coldly warns him to never be careless. Then, seeing he is chained up, Soyeon rushes forward, shouting loudly, "A loudmouth like you!" She raised both hands in front of her, a large ring of fire appeared and shot straight at Yu. She unleashed hellfire, true to its name, an extremely fierce flame, like a monster ready to burn everything in its path, and anything that obstructed its way would be swallowed by my flames. A large fireball, as big as a meteor, was blazing and rushing toward Kang Yu. Kar and Breakhun nearby could also feel the intense heat of that fireball. His face showed panic, mouth wide open in shock. What kind of demonic fire is that? A loud explosion echoes, creating a shockwave that radiates in all directions. After being kicked away by Kang Yu, Jimin had regained some awareness earlier, his breathing still unsteady. "I thought you had gone to the afterlife." Soyeon looked at the thick smoke and laughed loudly. "You don't know your place at all. It's really boring." She smirked confidently. "Our team is always the strongest. There's no way we would fall to you villains." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "You seem to lack real combat experience." Both So and Seung Chun looked stunned and incredulous. Through the smoke, Kang Yu's figure gradually appears. "You used the black armor to block the previous attack. I told you not to recklessly use phrases like never before." Soyeon automatically switches to defense. How can he withstand being chained and burned by flames at the same time? While they were caught off guard, Kang Yu's figure disappeared behind the black armor. Jimin quickly realized the problem and shouted a warning. "Watch out, he's gone." Kang Yu suddenly appeared behind them, crackling with lightning, while Seo outside watched anxiously and shouted to the two people behind. By the time they realized and turned back, it was already too late. Kang Yu unleashed a series of dark chains rushing toward Jimin and Soon. "You have to use the chains like this." The black chains carrying demonic energy tightly wrap around both of them. This time they are bound and unable to move. Seung Chun is also restrained by his own chains. He nervously said, "Is this the shadow chain?" Kang Yu, like a ruthless demon, mercilessly cut through the chains in his hand and shattered them. The three others were instantly knocked back, the chains rushing at incredible speed and striking them down. The barrier shattered into countless fragments falling to the ground. Kang Hun and Inyam were stunned by what just happened, and someone behind them muttered in a fierce tone. Inbyam clenched his teeth in disbelief. "This can't be. How could we be defeated?" Sung Chun lowered his hand to the ground, trembling and groaning in pain. He struggled to sit up but couldn't, unwilling to accept this fate. "It's hard to understand. We could never lose." Kang Yu stands in front of him, speaking coldly. "You've come this far but still refuse to wake up. Your eyes are filled with deadly intent. I told you never to use it recklessly." Seung Chun looked up in confusion and asked, "How could you escape my chain? I put all my strength into that move." "Does that really matter? Seeing your teammate being attacked like that, you only say such things." And he bluntly scolds him. "If you hadn't lost your composure, you could have blocked my ultimate move. But you couldn't. If you can't recognize the situation and can't support your teammates, then get out of here. Your words are extremely sharp. Even if it's a false alarm with overwhelming power, it still doesn't change anything." Seung Chun just shook his head and sighed in self-mockery. "I never expected to be scolded by an evil person." He suddenly curled his lips into a sneer. "Why is that? You're so verbose." Kang Yu felt annoyed with him, so he didn't intend to let him go. Began to channel his energy to observe how he spoke because of the good days he had fixed. "Ah no, whatever it was, you still deserved a beating to teach you a lesson." Seung Chun was confused by his words. Just as he was about to act, a loud voice came through, trying to stop him. Wait a moment, that voice is Cheha's. He appears not far away. Se-ung-chun was so surprised when he saw him, he clenched his teeth. Yu-che looked very calm, expressionless as he watched the two of them. Kang Yu turned to Chia and asked, "Why did you interfere?" He pleads with a voice like a telegram, "Just this once. Can you do me this favor and let them go?" But Kang Yu is not easy to negotiate with. He coldly refuses. You don't know his character, he smirked. Of course not for free. Cheha raised 3 fingers and made a deal. Next time you do business with me, I will give you a 30% discount. Kang Yu didn't say much, holding up all 5 fingers in front of him, indicating a 50% cut. He wouldn't allow him to refuse. All right, deal at half price. Cheha could only force a smile and agree to his request. After reaching an agreement, he glanced at Seo and coldly ordered, "Take your people and leave. If you're still hesitant, just come find me." Suddenly, a voice interrupted and said, "No." Skrull and Gro looked surprised as from afar, June and Dae Wong approached. Her tone was extremely sharp. If we want to deal with them, we have to do it thoroughly. If everything ends like this, we don't deserve to call ourselves seer. Seo looked at her in shock and called out, "Senior." Inbom saw those two appear and immediately relaxed. "Luckily, we're making a comeback." Black Hun asked curiously. "Who is that?" Red Eye immediately answered his question. "Hamsh," Black Ghost also added. "Sigur has a reputation." Gelato stood quietly in the corner, watching everything, unsure of what he was thinking. Kang Yu, leaning on her hand, asked Jan, "So how do you plan to end this?" She calmly replied, "I will put an end to everything." He still doesn't understand what she wants to do. His voice deepening, June looks at Seo hugging his injured arm and starts to speak about everything. My junior barged into Vinzengatum without any special reason. Furthermore, they defied the rules set by Lampus and Vinzone and sparked the conflict. At this point, she outright ordered, "Before I follow the rules to punish them, you should apologize to them first, Kang Siu." Her commanding tone made Seo unable to lift his head to look directly, thus preserving the dignity of a chess piece. On the other side, the brilliant sunset cast its glow over the Rose Hotel in Lavian. Gina set her teacup down on the table, her tone carrying a hint of a smile, requesting a flag apology. In a large room, Gina, Sungjun, Yosei, and Wan are drinking tea and discussing together. The results are quite interesting. Social media is going wild right now. Surprisingly, it was Han Ji-sun who asked for an apology. Truly a formidable woman. Sun seems very concerned about Gina and asked Han about her. "You just flew back today and now you're in a meeting. Are you tired? Don't push yourself too hard and remember to take care of your health." She lifts her teacup to her lips. "Brinding Dagnus, why are you suddenly talking so seriously?" She wasn't moved by his concern. Instead, she felt confused and somewhat annoyed. Why not act like she usually does? He explained frankly, "Now that you are officially the Winterbell ruler, a vassal serving the king, I can't do that." Yosei nodded slightly beside him. "I also agree." Gina no longer paid attention to those trivial matters. She set down her tea and began asking about the current situation. "Whatever you want to do, just do it." "Did Gata make any move?" Yosei asked in response. "It's very quiet," she asked in surprise about the silence. He forced a normal smile. Kasi Shien was still practicing alone. And Screw, in his mind, recalls the scene of Screw being restrained, while the other villains look very excited. They are incredibly noisy, and watching the adorable little one tied up is just too cute. "Catch that bastard." Yosei takes a bite of a macaron, enjoying it as he continues. He was captured again because they were worried about the side effects of breaking the limit. Gina also felt a bit speechless and forced out a sentence. That's really surprising. She propped her chin on her hand and tilted her head, saying, "Forget Screw. I thought KX would go crazy over the flag." Sung and Yosei both closed their eyes, thinking to themselves, it's obvious. Yosei looked helpless. This matter was already very complicated. If he went berserk and the Lampus headquarters got involved, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, we received a request from Cassian. He said there's someone pulling strings behind the Rookery trainees, and he wants us to investigate." Hearing this, Gina almost certainly guessed that the person behind it was Manny King. One who had been silent until now finally spoke up. "Accept the request. After all, we owe him. I'll handle this." After discussing this, Gina asked again, "What about Xinhua District?" Yosei honestly replied, "I have sent the twin siblings with the managers, but nothing has happened yet." After hearing that, Gina's voice grew a bit more serious. "We can't ignore the fact that the ancient Blue Vive IP has betrayed us. Xinhua District must take responsibility because we are currently protecting him." She asked a general question to discuss whether we should attack them first. Sung nervously voiced his opinion first. "If Sina sides with Manny King, things will get complicated. If we want to attack, we need to act before then." Wan also shared his opinion. "Dealing with Shinga isn't easy. Should we form an alliance?" Yosa agrees with her. "I agree. There's no need to prolong this." Finally, it's Gina. "So what about sending Winterbell's execution squad?" Wisan remains calm. If Winterbell personally attacks Shinga District, it could be troublesome and attract Lampus's attention. Gina looked at her, unable to deny and seeking her opinion. "Yes. Is there any other way?" She has proposed a bold idea. "And what about Cien?" Gina clasped her hands together, resting her chin as she pondered. Time passed quickly, and soon night fell. At this moment, in Vinzone, Manhwa district, Min Red Sot's uncle was causing a commotion. I told you so! This isn't fair at all! He shouted like he was venting his anger. We've been trapped in their trap from the beginning. Trusting Ancient Blue VP was a mistake. And you, what about yourself? Hey, you stupid fool who trusted that old man! He snapped angrily. Shut up! Pin's eyes paid no attention to the chaos caused by Red Sword. He sat at the table, tapping his hand on the surface with each beat. Things are getting more complicated. We had considered having Cassian and Screw intervene, but Mujin's sudden appearance was truly unexpected. Bon leaned against the wall and questioned him. Do you think this will succeed? He confidently asserts that if it's Min, it should also have a 50% chance. Bon was stunned by his words. You're not deciding just because of the Ancient Blue VIP, are you? He didn't answer the question, only gently pushed his glasses up and replied, I trust Manny King's plan. And Pin said things that made him trust like that. That old man put a lot of effort into this, and even dragged the flag bearer into it. Ino spun the water bottle in his hand, his tone laced with contempt. If it were me, I wouldn't do something so lowly. I will attack directly. Min doesn't deny it, just attacking straight ahead is enough. Bond seems to vaguely sense the profound meaning behind his words. M's gaze becomes sharper. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and wondered, if an overwhelmingly powerful person does nothing, then we must target something else. What should I do now? What are you talking about? Is this the time to just sit still like that? He points at Ino. We don't know when they'll attack, but she sneered and insulted his pride. We sent you, and you come back looking so cowardly. If you don't know anything, don't speak. He almost shouted. Mujin was already strong, but that black-clad guy was truly very powerful. Bon wondered about the black-clad guy and immediately asked, confirming Kian Red Sot's suspicion. He definitely defeated Barracuda. When mentioning Kang Yu, his voice carried a hint of fear. I saw him overpower Barracuda myself. That bastard Kasi is on a different level. Hearing this, Ino planted his sword into the ground, and just one move radiated a fierce killing intent. A different level? Her pupils lit up in the darkness, and a mischievous smile crept across her lips. Matt Pin still looked very calm and said, People say to catch a snake, you have to strike the ground. Bond didn't understand what he meant. What are you talking about? But he ignored him, muttering to himself, I guess I haven't been thinking in the right direction. He confidently makes his guess. I think the villain Mandy Jing wants to focus her attention on me. Matt Pin thinks he's clever and draws conclusions on his own. If everything goes according to his plan, he would have already come to kill me. But since Min returned so quickly, we had to change plans and things got more complicated. He chuckled happily, saying, Well then, we better do something. The deep voice asked him, What are you planning to do? Min also didn't hide and replied, I have already decided the main character for my hidden card, while holding the card on the table and explaining. He raised the secret letter in front of him, revealing a satisfied smile. I will make Manujin mine. At the same time in Gadam Benzone, Kang Yu just returned from the battle with SER, and Morose started talking to him. Congratulations, Casey. You have reached the S rank that the Hang has been longing for. He looked down at the gloves he was wearing. Just luck. He appeared modest, thanks entirely to Barracuda's weapon. Morose looked at him complaining. The mana stones you extract are really too small. Honestly, I was a bit worried. He replied, Luckily, everything still turned out fine. It hovers beside him and asks, What are you going to do now? You can absorb the blood mana stone. Kang Yu slides his finger across the screen. First, I need to check the status window. At that moment, Black Ghost's voice rang out. Master, are you here? He looked towards the door and asked Vong, What's wrong? He looks very serious. Do we have a visitor? Kang Yu replied surprisedly, I don't think I have an appointment with anyone, right? The door suddenly opens, a pair of shoes steps inside, accompanied by a cold, sharp voice, So you're busy training. It's Gina who came here. She must have made up her mind after the meeting this afternoon. She looked at Kang Yu and asked, Do I trouble you? He responded straightforwardly, That's right. You're probably not here to tour my training room, so why did you come? Meanwhile, Break Ghost, from behind, had sparkling eyes as he touched the wall in his room. Is this the master's training room? Gina also got straight to the point. The main thing is, I need your help. After hearing that, Kang Yu looked at her in shock. The Winterbell King actually needs my help? What's going on? Gina's eyes behind the mask glow red. I want to attack the Hoa district. Kang Yu did not refuse and asked. When? Gina hasn't figured out the right time yet. On the contrary, the faster the better. When do you think is the best time? Kang Yu clenched his fist and answered without hesitation. It is now. That night, no lights were on in any room of the Lampus Branch building in South Korea. Xiao sat in a dark room, leaning on the outside light as she focused on writing something. Her face looked very serious, with a bandage stuck on her cheek. Back in the daytime, she sincerely bowed her head and apologized to Kang Yu and the others, saying I was disrespectful, and truly sorry. Kang Hun looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Did a villain really have to apologize? TR nonchalantly asked. Really? Black Han impatiently pointed at Xiao and scolded her. What do you mean you're just apologizing now? You beat us up first and then apologize? Kang Yu is very easy to talk to. He always puts his interests first. If he's already apologized, then shall we consider compensation now? I will send the current status report sooner. Seo almost doesn't want to remember what happened today. She covers her face with her hand, takes a deep breath, and the back door opens slightly. A voice from outside is heard.
So now I can also hear your sighs.
Seo was startled and immediately turned to look behind her. She was surprised to see June appear. Senior, she asked if you finished writing the report after bringing 2 cans of water. Seo honestly replied, I haven't yet. Di-Suan sat down facing her and handed her a can of drink. I thought you had gone home already, she asked confused. What do you mean by going home? She looked quite tired and half closed her eyes. Thanks to someone buying things for me, I can't go home yet. I just finished writing the report for everyone. Seo, on behalf of the whole team, expressed gratitude. Thank you, Senior. She lowered her head, too afraid to look June directly, feeling a wave of guilt rising in her chest. I'm really sorry. I just arrived at Seun and already caused trouble. As team leader, I should have been more careful. Ji-Soon didn't scold her, only gently reminded and encouraged her. Tears were useless. Next time, you must not repeat this mistake, she weakly replied. Yes, just at that moment. Her phone screen lights up. June looks at her curiously and asks who it is. She picked up the phone and Lahao Hung replied that it's Jimen. He said everyone is fine, so you don't need to worry. June replied casually, of course everything is fine. Her face looked very serious. You saw it too. Although everyone has some scratches, there are no fatal wounds, and her words only make Seo feel more ashamed. She could only stare fixedly at her phone screen, too afraid to look up even when IUDUN was broken through by Skrill. So this was already under their control. After saying that, she quietly started to check her phone. In the quiet space, whispers keep echoing. Actually, I thought I wouldn't be able to lose because we had studied a lot about Vinzonagad Dam District. Images from the past keep flooding Seo's mind. She thought the ones she had to lose were Screw and Crow. The others are nothing, so overpowering them is very easy. But the people in Gadam are quite special. Suddenly June spoke up in response, and even the new boss of Gadam found his name annoying. That caught her attention because his name sounded like hers. Jisun stood there with a cold expression and spoke, noting that he also acted strangely, not like a villain, for example saving civilians. Saving civilians? Chuang Seo couldn't help but feel curious. According to internal reports, that place is full of villains. Hearing that, the other side also responded to her. So verifying it is very important. However, Seo still couldn't stop being curious. But if they demand compensation, what should I do? The other side quickly responded to her. I'm also very curious. The night quickly covers the entire peaceful district. At this place, Aroma keeps staring into the binoculars while Hote is focused on chewing her snack. Suddenly, Aroma realized something unusual. Through the binoculars, she saw a black car parked not far away. Suddenly, someone stepped down from the lotus throne, and it was none other than Gina. She suddenly looked up when she heard a piercing scream. Mujin. At this moment, Aroma and Hote both jumped down simultaneously. In an instant, she was able to land safely. Aroma excitedly said, "It's been a while, I missed you so much." Even someone as quiet as Hote keeps whispering, "Congratulations." She kept talking nonstop. Now that she's become the ruler of Winterbell, I suppose I should speak formally. Right after, Gina hurriedly replied, "We are friends, so it's not necessary." Really? Apart from the official settings, hearing these words, Oat was stunned and involuntarily exclaimed, "Official settings, huh?" Kang Yu's voice suddenly sounded full of doubt. "Why are the seatbelts so tight?" Then the voice of Black Ghost sounded. "Now that's what I call a seatbelt." These things surprised Aroma. Almost. Meanwhile, Kang Yu keeps on complaining. "Is this the flower district? There's not much here." However, no one paid attention to his words, and Aroma only screamed in shock. Has she always been with Sin? Why is that? As soon as she finished speaking, Gina answered immediately. "We are launching a surprise attack on Sin Hua, which only makes the enemy more curious. Now, even Hote can't stay silent. Are there only 3 of you?" Suddenly, Aroma raised a question. "Screw has to come too." Hearing this, Kang Yu quickly explained that he was now blinded due to the side effects. Even Break Ghost has to speak up. I'll take on Scream's part. This statement shocked Aroma so much that she shouted out loud. "No way, even with Mujin with us, just 3 people can't do anything to the flower." Suddenly Kang Yu added, "If we fight everyone in Singa, it's impossible." But he stood there with a serious expression saying, "The one we are looking for is the ancient blue VIP mouse. This is a secret plan. Small group actions will be more effective." Even Moros couldn't help but marvel, saying that the kidnapping plan sounded very plausible. Faced with the seriousness of the opponent, Aroma began asking a series of questions. "Do the other vassals know? Has she been given permission?" Hearing this, Gina kept correcting herself, saying there's no way a king needs to wait for vassals' permission. Suddenly, Hate raised his hand when he heard the question from both of them. "So who could attack over a wide area?" I see Kang Yu then asked, "I heard you use poison. What is the range and effect of that skill?" Her face remains as serious as before, as the huge red poison cloud the size of a football field paralyzes her entire body. Even Kang Yu responds to Ha with a look of delight. Leilan then injects poison from there, reducing its effectiveness to a quarter. Black Ghost keeps pondering. A soccer field always, but only Aroma remains so fiery. She kept shouting loudly, "Wait a moment!" She pointed to the old dilapidated building behind her with a pale face, saying this was the secret plan. If the poison spreads from there, it will cause chaos. Facing Aroma's panic, she finished her words and received a response from the other side, just as she wanted. Even Gina couldn't contain her curiosity. Does the East and West attack really work? At this point, Kang Yu spoke with a judging tone, saying the attack on Boksan was quite effective. The voices of the two echoing through the quiet night. Using toxic clouds can put the enemy at a disadvantage, huh? The hand is reaching for something else. The scene shifts to a hut in the middle of the dark night. Vin Hua is guarding the eastern area. A man slowly steps down from there. He kept complaining. It's time for the shift change, so why is it taking so long? Feeling sleepy, he said, when suddenly a sound caught the attention of the man in glasses. What is that sound? Immediately afterward, he suddenly shouted out loud, "It's the enemy!" The person facing him is trembling, trying to drag his weak body across the ground. He is one of those who use poison. At this moment, the bespectacled man shouted in shock, "Damn it, I have to report this immediately!" Suddenly, a suspicious voice sounded behind him. What report? I don't know. When Black Ghost appeared behind him. In a deep voice, he said, "Hello, sir." Without giving the opponent a chance to reply, he struck first with a powerful punch. Darkness punch, sleep tight. Immediately after, he quickly slipped away from the scene. Black Ghost left the bespectacled man with a bruised wound, running while pondering that the key to this plan was to deceive the enemy. The image of him standing there with a determined face from the past suddenly appeared in my mind. Are you going to take on that mission? This only fuels Break Ghost's rush forward at lightning speed. I will obey my master's orders. Under the mysterious moonlight, the city appears even more gloomy. Venzone District, the place where Min's hideout is located. The image of the dark figure rushing along the street has caught someone's attention. A sudden voice echoes, and the sneaky rat appears. Bond stands there with a scrutinizing look and asks, "Hey, is he alone?" Suddenly, Pin's eyes exclaimed in surprise. The camera only captured him. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed in amazement, "You brave one, daring to go alone to Xinghua." His words left Io extremely surprised. She kept staring at him in disbelief, reporting that there are toxic clouds around the west. Rumors say he has a dual attribute, but there is no verified data confirming he uses poison. Suddenly, Pion's face turned cold as he spoke, implying he didn't go alone and was the bait for the moon. Hearing this, Min couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He sneered contemptuously. Which crazy person would use the strongest as bait? Pawn interrupted, "That's what others think." This statement made everyone present keep asking themselves, are they targeting something else? He couldn't understand C's goal. She glanced over suspiciously. Trung, overheard these words, and M. Pin calmly spoke up again. Ancient Blue Vive IP. This answer made Yo quite curious. That useless old man, why is that? Immediately after, she received a response from the person on the other end. The guest accompanying Cassie-zan probably wants the Ancient Blue VIP. Suddenly, Pion's expression turned cold. He cleared his throat softly. The one who wants Ancient VIP? The tool of Swordsman Min. For now, it's just computer screens trying to run at full capacity. Casey has no real reason or motivation to attack us. But mine is different because Anion Blue VIP is here. So, M-Pin's glass gently sways in his hand as his voice echoes. Queen and Majin are working together. Surprisingly, they came to us on their own. Now, his face can't hide his shameful nature. Get ready for the welcoming party. A celebration fit for the ruler of Winterbello. The scene quickly shifts to a sturdy-looking house in Venzone District, the blooming area in the eastern part. What do you mean by that? Asian Blue Vi IP stands there with an angry face, shouting and threatening. The company is about to be merged and acquired? Who dares to do that? Facing his anger, the subordinate tried to calm him down again. They are a sponsoring company called MDC, holding 40% of the shares. The other party keeps questioning him. Why are you only telling me about this now? Hearing that, he could only bow his head in regret. I'm sorry, everything happened too quickly. The face of the man with 3 stripes now shows confusion as he listens to the other person. And what about the butler? Still no news from him? It took him a while before he could speak. He still hasn't been able to contact anyone since this afternoon. Suddenly, Ancient Blue VIP erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table and shouting loudly. Damn it, where did he go in this critical moment? He kept grinding his teeth with a clattering sound. The cruel voice of the Ancient Blue 5 IP suddenly echoed. Gather all the shareholders for me now. This surprised the other party, who asked back, right now. Then he shouted with all his might. We're about to lose the company right now. Hearing this, the man with 3 stripes couldn't help but be frightened and tried to stop it. That can't be right. This left him utterly stunned. What? Contrary to Blue Viper's impatience, the man with 3 stripes remained remarkably calm as he spoke. Your safety clearly depends on Venzone District Xinhua, so you cannot leave this place. We also cannot let the shareholders come here. These words made the opponent fall into deep thought. Damn it, I'm about to become the owner of the swordsman's tool. This is truly humiliating. The images of the opponent begin to reappear in Ancient Blue Viper's mind. If Manny King had kept his promise, it wouldn't have come to this. He dared to send that useless outsider to help me. That only makes him more determined. I can't give up. I have tried so hard to reach this position. I can't give up now. The image of Kang Yu and Screw with bright smiles unexpectedly encircles his mind. Crew. There is also another mysterious character. And Minu Jin, you bastards. Suddenly, Kang Yu rushes in from somewhere and kicks the glass door to shatter it. He quickly infiltrated inside, surprising the ancient blue viper, who instinctively turned his head as Kang Yu's deep voice gradually echoed. I was right. You stand there with an arrogant attitude, challenging me. An old snake only likes to hide in corners. Your presence has made the opponent extremely frightened. Why is this person here? Following behind Kang Yu is Gina. She softly speaks, don't be like that. I was just guessing and I was right. Her appearance made him panic and shout loudly. Mujin, don't come here. This scene will attract Kang Yu's attention. The subordinate kept pointing a gun at him, trembling as he said, if you take another step forward, I will shoot, but Kang Yu easily handled the opponent. If you don't want to suffer, put down your gun. As soon as she finished speaking, the opponent immediately raised his hand in surrender. Yes. Suddenly, Gina stepped forward with a cold voice. You must know well the consequences of betrayal, right? This statement made the ancient blue 5P grit his teeth in anger, while she looked at him with a sharp gaze. Eventually, the ancient blue VIP's lips trembled. Please forgive me. I am still useful. However, he was bluntly rejected by Gina. I don't need you. She begins to act with the sharp sword. Someone who has planned revenge is always ready to draw their sword at any moment. Immediately after, Gina took the initiative and struck first, down to the golden stream. I'm leaving now. Suddenly, the door was kicked open forcefully, and a commanding voice began to echo. Mujin, the one who arrived is Redot, who arrogantly declared, I came to catch you. I knew you would come here. Suddenly, his actions froze when he saw Kang Yu in front of him, and Redsot began to feel panicked. He kept stammering, why is he here? I thought you were in the West. By this point, Gina spoke up with a mocking tone. It seems your plan has been exposed. At this crucial moment, Kang Yu also started to speak up. Unlike the others at Boksan, these words left the blue VIP extremely stunned. He stared at him in shock, then immediately fled in terror, screaming as Red Sword Ancient Blue Viper shouted after him. But Kang Yu quickly let go of the chain. Where are you going? Those chains reached the target in an instant, but the masked figure rushed in to rescue the Ancient Blue Viper. This scene makes Kang Yu can't help but marvel. Cut it off completely? Gina's cold voice suddenly rang out, bringing him back to reality. Casey, go catch the Ancient Blue VIP. I will clear the way for you. However, he politely declined. You go ahead. He's yours. Let me handle this place. As soon as he finished, a group of thugs burst in aggressively from outside, and Gina kept warning him, you'll be facing many enemies. Immediately after, he responded casually. What are these guys? A triumphant smile now appeared on Kang Yu's face. I'll let them die without even understanding what's happening. The masked man couldn't hide the mocking smile on his lips. At this moment, Redsot, feeling extremely angry, muttered, What are you planning? Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Redsot falls to the ground. In an instant, Kang Yu had already taken the initiative to strike at the opponent. His strike was so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It quickly went beyond the safety zone of the building. Everything was crushed just inches away. Kang Yu's face remains as cold and composed as ever. Gina watched this scene in amazement, her lips trembling slightly. You have become much stronger, Gina shouted and then left. I will chase after the ancient blue viper, Kang Yu quickly replied. Once I deal with these guys, I'll go to her. A hand resting on the ground looks like it's trembling. At the same time, another voice suddenly rang out, pure chaos. Redot sat there, unable to help but wonder what that power just was. We almost wiped out the entire group. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, Redhead Kang Yu standing there with an arrogant look. I think we've met before. Are you Redot? As soon as he finished speaking, he responded happily. Yeah, I am Red Sword. So what? You're scared, aren't you? But his words were quickly refuted. You're as talkative as people say. That kind of arrogance must be a mental illness. She was right. That made Red Source extremely surprised. Huh? He keeps shouting loudly. Who said that? Hearing this, Kang Yu quickly responded. He keeps scrolling his fingers across the touchscreen. Gina explains, this guy seems to be the one who was with Barracuda before. Here is all the information about the villain from the district. He praised him. Your flying skills are quite impressive. Wow. As soon as Break Ghost spoke up, Kang Yu started to feel suspicious. Are you doing it? Gina cleared her throat and replied, knowing your enemy and yourself, you will win every battle. You must be careful. The district boss is a flower blooming. Her words shocked him into questioning Redot, who was once the boss of Nam Kang but was defeated and forced to run away crying by Mim. Let me give him a taste of it again. Suddenly, a piercing sound rang out from behind. You bastard, don't let him provoke you. Lion Ghost reports that he just used a wide area skill, so he must be out of mana. If we keep fighting and drain him, we will definitely win. Kang Yu interrupted and said, that's a good idea. But suddenly he raised his hand, and his voice also grew quieter. 5 seconds? No, if you fight well, you might last up to 10 seconds, but I don't have much time for you too. Hearing that, he could only laugh loudly. Laughing Ghost charged at him, shouting loudly, I will tear that disgusting mouth of yours apart. Both sides quickly clash in a fierce battle, and the scene here is now very chaotic. Redot couldn't help but feel angry and think to himself, did he block everything? Suddenly, a hand of unknown origin reached out in front. The space begins to chaos, and Red Sot's desperate screams echo everywhere. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, a nearly out-of-mana guy with such a skill? Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, and the space began to shake as a massive explosion erupted. Kang Yu continued to fight back against his opponent, gripping their weapon tightly while Lao Fing Ghost sneered. He quickly shoved him back, and a scream of terror rang out at the same time. Damn it, Red Sot keeps firing his gun with a hot barrel straight ahead. I told you to shut up, damn dog. Kang Yu started moving at a rapid pace, and they began a deadly chase. Radat keeps cursing in anger. What kind of crazy speed is that? I don't know when Kang Yu faced him, but he quickly delivered a deadly blow. Yet Red Sword still boasted, "You're really bad at close combat." Suddenly, he noticed something. Lying Ji rushed forward and shouted loudly, causing a shockwave from afar. However, with his quick reflexes, Kang Yu was able to dodge easily. But unfortunately, he still took a fatal blow from his opponent. Kang Yu quickly reacted. Your opponent is still mocking you without moving, isn't he? I wonder why that is. Because I want it that way. You also didn't hesitate to mock. A remote control, Lion Ghost quickly responded. No matter how strong someone is, they will be defeated by this skill. He kept asking, do you know who I am? Kang Yu also quickly responded. La Fing Ji. The two of them just stood there talking to each other. Do you know why my name is like that? He replied coldly. Who has the time to care? Hearing that, he became annoyed and threatened. If you don't want to, you better know that. It's been over 10 seconds, right? Lion Ghost smirked lewdly. The reason I'm called La Fing Ghost is because before I could finish my sentence, Kang Yu cut me off, so talkative. He quickly brought the opponent down to the ground, leaving them stunned and exclaiming, why is my remote control skill useless? By this point, Kang Yu couldn't help but mock him. Still don't understand? I suddenly cleared my throat and said, because I am much stronger than you. The space suddenly fell into an eerily quiet silence. Kang Yu stands up and only leaves behind a sentence. That's enough to test the new power. Only then does Moros whisper softly, but Lion Ghost's remote control skill doesn't work on you at all, really? However, he replied, no. Kang Yu announced that he would use the black armor. His words left the opponent stunned. Black armor. It couldn't help but feel curious. You used it this morning, so it's still recharging, don't you know? Moros's next words left him with no choice but to stay silent, so it seems it's really not known. In another place, Vinzoni District, Eastern Flower Zone. Gina thought to herself, ancient blue viper, everything is happening so quickly. She was a bit angry, running so fast. More like a mouse than a snake, you cowardly fool. Gina was focused on chasing what was in front of her when suddenly her movement froze. She couldn't help but mutter, showing your bloodlust so openly, you're not a killer. Gina looked up at someone standing above and suddenly asked directly, are you waiting for me? That person clenched their fist so tightly that the water bottle in their hand was dented. Yeah, that's right. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Who wouldn't want to fight the notorious Manujin? This statement made Gina remember something, and she softly muttered, who are you? The other person then admitted, Feng Longuino the Swordmaster really did have a great night to park his sword. Which battle? The city ahead is now engulfed in ruins, with tall buildings gradually aging over the years. Vinzoni in Manhwa District. Aroma sits there clutching her head in pain. Ha stood behind Aroma and said, if you're worried, let's fight alongside her. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling both of them as they turned around. Aroma gasped. Yossi ran over and exclaimed, what about the Emperor and the others? Aroma shouted. Gannett, he asked the two of them. Still no news yet? Ha replied coldly. Yossi frowned slightly, holding his head as he pondered. Even though they are reckless, this is just crazy. To catch the ancient blue viper, they plan to face Shaw themselves. He looks helpless. It must be that Sion guy dragging Mujin along, for sure. Aroma says to him, what about the other vassals? Yost quickly responded, blinding Dagnus and La Fene will arrive soon. Suddenly, Hout casually pointed behind Yossi, saying someone is coming. It's Kang Yu, running towards everyone. Everyone shouted in unison. Ki and Yosei yelled at him, are you just going to ignore Mujin and run off alone? Suddenly, Aroma spoke in a calm tone, saying that it wasn't C. She smiled as if she understood everything, calling her Break Ghost. At the same time, Ha exclaimed that she was C's subordinate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Gina was facing off against I.O. Feng Long the Swordsman, that name's a bit old-fashioned. The same goes for the top-tier Sword of Justice. Can you tease me a bit more later? I'm in a hurry right now. Ino responded with a fierce aura as if ready to devour her opponent. No, I've waited so long for this chance. Then she charged down with a confident look on her face. This is my chance to defeat the greatest evil swordsman. Mujin, this battle will become a victory for the Swordmaster Feng Long. But Gina responded with a dismissive, mocking tone. Stop dreaming. Inseo replied, I have to say this before we fight. She continued speaking, but it wasn't anything too important. A stream of energy formed around her. You know, I can control the wind. So when I fight, there will be whirlwinds like this around me. Inseo explained continuously, which might be a bit troublesome for my enemies because it will slow you down. Gina retorted, go jump in a lake. Ino replied calmly. That's right. Are you crazy? You have the advantage, so why are you telling me? Inseo said arrogantly, as if she was sure she would win.
I know you very well, but I don't think things will go as you expect. After Ino finished speaking, she bowed her head and clenched her sword, ready to face her.
Do you want a fair fight? Inseo asked honestly. It's always the same. Those who have lost to me just make excuses to insult me. Gina dismissively asserts that you're worrying for nothing because I won't lose first. Ino sneered. That's just like Mujin. I really like you. Then she burst out laughing, jumped down and shouted, I'm here.
Then both of them charged at each other with skillful sword strikes that seemed to tear apart the sky and clouds, evenly matched and refusing to give in.
Gina stomps her foot and leaps into the air. She swings her sword in a long arc toward Ino. She also quickly used her sword to block that powerful strike. Immediately after, Ino swung her sword straight at her, forcing Gina to lean back in difficulty. Dodge. Her leg is now a refined weapon. Gina jumps up and kicks straight at Io, forcing her to raise her sword to block. Immediately, Gina spins her sword in her hand. She clenched her sword tightly with strength. Ino struggled to shout, Are you welcoming fire attacks? This is Fasu. Gina doesn't care about using continuous attacks and the whirlwind dance. After her attack, she finally managed to provoke Ino. She gritted her teeth and shouted in anger, I'm so furious. Gina stepped back, touching the ground with her foot. Her body was a bit unsteady. I wonder why I feel a little hot. So this move is actually a passive skill. How annoying. Ino took the opportunity to rush forward with great momentum and shout. It's my turn, I thought it was the wind. But before she could attack, Gina struck first. Who gave you that? Continuous metal slash attack.
Both of them unleashed their skills and clashed like winds tearing through the quiet night air. Io's eyes widened in astonishment.
Your attack was so powerful that the rocks couldn't withstand and shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. After both of you finished your fierce battle, Gina challenged, How long do you plan to keep this up? Are you planning to run forever? Ino uses her skill to stand in midair and responds with a proud expression. No, my floating ability is just a bit awkward. Then she praised Gina, but you fought quite well. Ino asked curiously, Are you the strongest villain in Seiyun? Gina replied, There is someone stronger than me. She suddenly became hard to understand. Huh? Who is that? Don't tell me it's Mina. Gina impatiently spoke up. If you want to know, come down here. If you kneel before me, I will tell you. She smiled and sighed. Not a chance. Suddenly, Gina realized something was coming. Bon appears in midair and charges at her from behind, his powerful strikes forcing Gina to fall back repeatedly to dodge his devastating punches. Suddenly, she fell into a trap set by someone beforehand. A large spiked net wrapped around Gina and pulled her up into the air. Gina angrily shouted, Gu Inio, you planned this from the beginning, didn't you? Then someone triggered the electric shock, causing Gina to scream in pain. Ino shouted angrily, What are you doing? It turns out that M. Pin is behind this. With a lecherous look, he says, General, to welcome the esteemed ruler, I have prepared a grand celebration. Pin's eyes looked at Gina and asked, Do you like it? Then he ordered Oi Cook, let her down. Ino angrily rushed in front of him and shouted, Pinma! Oi Cook! You bastards! She's annoyed and swung her sword fiercely at them. How dare you interfere in my fight? Release her now or I will kill both of you. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the night. It's not your turn yet, and the trap net was also torn apart. Those people stared in shock. He held Seo Gina in his arms and spoke with a determined expression. Because I will kill them first. Mine looks thoughtful about the reflection. This is getting troublesome. I thought Red Sot and Line Ghost would be enough to deal with them. Immediately after, he smiled smugly. But it's okay. The other piece won't change. I just need to use my trump card. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caught Kang Yu's attention towards Kan. How long do you plan to keep holding me like that? He asked, glancing at her. You're awake now? Gina replied irritably. I didn't faint anywhere. Immediately after, she voluntarily stepped down. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke with concern, asking if he could still fight, and quickly received a response from the opponent. Since I was the one who started this, I have to end it. I must catch the VIP. She, feeling helpless, sighed and said, I'm leaving. Do whatever you want. I've lost interest in fighting. Suddenly, Oi Cook behind her spoke up. Now it's trouble if she leaves. Hearing that, Aizo quickly responded to him. You guys jumped in and ruined my fight. She casually leaned back and declared, This is my place. This scene has stunned everyone present. I'll sit here and watch. Keep it up. Unconsciously, M. Pin had to speak up. Whatever. Meanwhile, Ino in front of him kept playing with the atmosphere. No beer? I'm so bored, he just responded to her. She has kept Mujin busy, so she has fulfilled her duty. M. Pin's face has remained unchanged all this time. He cleared his throat, appearing calm like Mujin, but in reality, she had just sustained very serious injuries. If it continued, it would be too much for her. If we can handle Kashin, we will win. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his story. Will everything go as you wish? The owner of that voice is Kang Yu. I don't know when he stood there confidently declaring, You are the prey, and I am the hunter. Your presence has made Pon sigh and say you are as arrogant as rumored. Standing there confidently, he declares, Kid, overconfidence is a deadly poison. Facing Piton's silence, Kang Yu boldly declared, So your big body is Piton? With that massive frame, you still got beaten by Mon Nikin? These words caused the opponent to fall into contemplation. The guy glared and assessed him, and not long after, Kang Yu quickly broke the silence in this place. I heard that even after being beaten badly by Man Ni, you still fought fiercely. With such rumors, how do you still dare to show your face outside? Morris quietly sighed. You really are a master of provoking others. The guy quickly responded, if you want to provoke, go ahead, but the tail will pay a very high price. Hearing that, Kang Yu also didn't hold back and announced, so I should pay up front then? At this moment, Pan was twisting his wrist while Han Hok, a loudmouth, was just the type to join in rehab, and you will have to experience the feeling of helplessness. Let me say one more thing before we begin. Suddenly, I.O. sitting nearby couldn't help but blurt out, hey, old man, stop rambling, you're so annoying. As soon as she finished speaking, Gon quickly spoke up. If I were you, I would avoid a direct fight. Facing an ambush expert, fighting head-on is like rushing to his death. But in the face of the opponent's aggression, Kang Yu remains remarkably calm. He calmly said, I guess you think you know me well. Then Ban responded to him. Because I'm being lenient, I'll say this. You won't last more than 5 seconds fighting me. Hearing this, Kang Yu couldn't help but sigh. 5 seconds, really, I'm speechless. At this critical moment, Ban sneered. He kept pondering. You think I would fall for that provocation? Not a chance. The one who makes others face me directly is me, kid. A moment later, Kang Yu spoke in the tense atmosphere. Thanks for that useless advice. Let's start now. Immediately after, he received a reply from Pan. Use all your strength, and when you realize the difference in power, you won't regret it. The guy shouted excitedly. Go for it. A flash of lightning suddenly flickered across Piton's eyes, making him increasingly agitated. Piton and Kang Yu charged at each other in an instant, and darkness accelerated. This scene leaves men wide-eyed in amazement. Even Enio sitting there can't help but pay attention to them, and Gina is even gaping in shock. Unconsciously, Pyeonthon shouted angrily, but Kang Yu remained completely calm. He grabbed the other's head and lowered his voice. Not 5 seconds. The surrounding space seemed to freeze the moment he touched the opponent, as if a second was enough to knock him down. Kang Yu stood there, looking at Pyeon sprawled on the ground, unable to hide his mockery. You are right, his eyes look extremely ruthless right now, and when you realize the gap in strength, you won't have any regrets. The full moon in the sky continues to shine. Kang Yu's actions and those of the people here are all caught in someone's gaze with unthinkable thoughts. That person is none other than Io. She sat there with an excited smile on her lips. Not bad, I didn't even have time to watch her leave. She involuntarily recalled that night's scene. Perhaps that's what he was thinking of, and Io's smile became even more enchanting. The person Minujin once mentioned is now in front of her, with Pan leaning on his hand as he stands up, still insisting he's not done yet, but his whole body trembles as if he's completely exhausted. I still haven't given up. I was just a little careless earlier. This scene makes Kang Yu can't help but mock. Oh, just a little carelessness. If you had fought properly, you might have lasted a few more seconds, but that opportunity is gone now. His words left the opponent in shock, and he couldn't help but question him. An opportunity? Right at this crucial moment. Kang Yu kicked Piton away, his voice growing louder and louder. An opportunity to get another beating. Pion quickly lands on the belongings behind, causing chaos in an instant. Kang Yu instinctively turned around, still maintaining his earlier cold demeanor as he spoke. After finishing, everyone present hurriedly ran away, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? Run now! Hurry up and chase after them." Suddenly, Kang Yu noticed Gina behind him. His tone softened a bit. But what about her? Me? Immediately afterward, a confident affirmation. I am fine. Kang Yu instinctively pointed elsewhere and said, There's still someone from the Flower Clan over there. Upon hearing this, Enio quickly denies, I am not one of the Flower Clan. She confidently carries her treasured sword and moves forward. From now on, Swordmaster Fong Longu Inseo will sever all ties with Vinzon Shinga. Ino stands proudly facing Gina. I want to join Nam Kang Kung. Do you agree? Soon after, Gina quickly responded to her. We always welcome talented people. Hearing this, Enio looked proud and responded. I know you're quite easygoing. A city that looks elegant on the outside but also has a touch of antiquity. Vin is blooming in the district where Marbin's hideout is. Mine is running desperately forward. As he ran, he shouted loudly, ordering Oikuk to stop him. Don't let him in here. Use your skills. The other quickly responded in panic. Me alone? After finishing, he received a new order from M-Pin to hold on until reinforcements arrive. Meanwhile, M-Pin hurriedly pressed the elevator button while thinking. He needs to quickly stay still inside the elevator. He's too dangerous, beyond what I imagined. Pin's face now showed some worry. He had to escape. Thinking this, he muttered to himself, It's best to leave the elevator shaft on the rooftop. Before he could finish thinking, Kang Yu's familiar voice rang out behind him. Looks like you're pretty wealthy. Where did you get that elevator shaft? His appearance made Min panic intensely. He hurriedly pressed the elevator button and shouted, Crazy! The very next moment, he rushed out at full speed, but Kang Yu had no intention of letting Marin go, and in an instant, he caught up and growled, Do you think you can escape? Suddenly, a cunning smile appeared on his face. Pinai took a card from his pocket, slammed it onto Kang Yu's head, and said, Swallow it. His face was now full of smugness. The ace card I hold. Kashian, become my slave. Pinai said proudly, Do you think you're a chicken? You're just rice, Matt Pin muttered to himself, feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't catch Mujin. But this guy is actually quite useful. He starts to calculate, I will use this opportunity to think of another move. Just throw away those useless cards. Suddenly, Kang Yu moved, blocking Pin's card with his hand. He was startled and shouted, how can you move on your own? Quickly, put down card C. Kang Yu calmly replied, hearing you talk makes my ears itch. Seeing Kang Yu's power surging, Pin quickly stepped back. How could he? He exclaimed in fear. My trump card contains the strongest control power. Kang Yu replied coldly. You don't understand. Mind control stuff is useless against me. He slowly crushes the card in his hand and declares war on M. Pin. You're mistaken. Just surrender peacefully. If you tell me where the blue IP is hiding, I won't hurt you. M. Pin closes his eyes and follows your wishes. There's no other way. I will obey your words. But right after that, he revealed his true face and quickly threw a multitude of cards at Kang Yu. You think I would say that, huh? He thought to himself. Right at this moment, M. Pin explained, the cards on your body are absorbing your magic power and simultaneously paralyzing you, making you feel as if your energy is being drained and gradually unable to move, standing still like a statue. He drew his knife and grinned maliciously. Before that happens, I will send you off myself. Kang Yu used his power to burn the cards, taking the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. But Min was stunned to see Min's cards burning away and exclaimed. After burning the cards, he told him, you can't just fall asleep on your victory. You should have run away instead. Pin's eyes widened in fear, thinking, can he really use fire attribute skills? So the rumor that he has a fire attribute is true. Min quickly raised his hand and said, I surrender. Kang Yu calmly replied, that's acceptable. He quickly said to him, isn't it what you want to know about the VIP area? Before he could finish, he shouted, making him scared, I'll beat you up. Kang Yu delivered a blow that knocked him out on the spot. Today is the apocalypse for the life force at a building in Gadam La Vientos district. With lively chatter echoing, it's been a long time since they gathered so late. Yos folded his arms and told the other two that luckily nothing serious happened. Dung trembled with anger and shouted, what did you say? The king is seriously injured. Wan quickly replied, it's not serious. He'll recover in a few days. Sung, trembling with anger, pointed and shouted, it's all Casey's fault. If he hadn't lured the emperor to produce flowers, none of this would have happened, Wan retorted. He was the one who suggested going to Xinghua first, Yosei said, holding his head. Me too. I've also heard that. Sung shivered with discomfort and shouted, then you have to stop him, right? He frowned and said we have no valid reason to hold Gadam responsible. His voice was a bit deep, though I don't know how it all happened. At this moment, Gina is resting, but thanks to the medicine, the emperor remains safe. She is at ease, with nothing to worry about. Furthermore, since we have dealt with the Thorn of Growth, we should reward them. White Sante, holding a first aid kit, told everyone. The three leaders of Shinga, especially the cruelest M-Pin, were forced to surrender by him. The surprising thing is that Kasi Shin did everything alone. Sung Run, feeling uncomfortable, objected, he's probably hiding some tricks. Eat. Yosei replied to him, if you're jealous of him, so be it. As he finished speaking, Sung Run shouted, no! Yosei suddenly changed his attitude and spoke seriously. Oh, I heard a few things from Screw. He began to recount that Ka Xuan had once gone insane, his eyes filled with worry. I think he recognizes Ka Xuan's destructive power, at least at the destruction level. Dungrun exclaimed in shock, no way, is Ka Xuan a destruction level villain? Yosei replied slowly, hearing Screwel, it might be even more than that. Wan silently assessed, if so, then it's truly extraordinary. After hearing that, Dungrun fell into deep thought. Is he really that much stronger? Could it be a level of catastrophe? Someone like that is very rare, maybe even countable on one hand. Too bad we couldn't catch Blue Viper. He quickly replied, he said to let you handle Blue VIP. Wan exclaimed in shock. What? Yosei stammered nervously as a glass shattered on the ground at Vinzone and Za district. I once believed I could become the ruler of the world, but why did everything go so wrong? He clutched his head in frustration, thinking that ever since he got involved with him, trouble started. Yes, he was the cause. Ancient Blue 5 IP staggered to his feet, muttering to himself, I will go kill him. I will definitely destroy him. He erupted in rage, crushing the glass in his hand and shouting, Casey, I will kill you! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ga is here with you! Asian Blue VIP turned around and shouted in Daeho's face, You bastard butler, Yun! He calmly replied to Ancient Blue 5 IP, It's a good thing you're safe. He pointed at Daeho and scolded him, Where have you been hiding that you're only showing up now? I calmly replied, I brought someone to see you, Chairman, during the board meeting with the executive shareholders. They demanded your resignation for embezzling company funds and manipulating stock prices. And at Blue, 5 IP shouted in shock. What? Daeho said as he turned back toward the door. The chairman of MDC, who took over the management of the company himself as a representative of the board of directors, and as he spoke, Annette Blue, IP shouted in confusion. What are you talking about? It's been 3 years, hasn't it? His appearance surprised Ancient Blue, Vi IP. No, maybe even earlier. I'm sure I've said this before. He hesitated before replying. The man wearing sunglasses told him that the more greedy you are, the easier you are to fall, so be content with what you have. I already warned you. And Blue VIP looked displeased after hearing this. He shouted in anger, "When did you and the butler become your subordinate?"
That's not a subordinate, but a new partner. The man in sunglasses explained, he joined me before working for you.
And at Blue 5, IP thought to himself, so he knows all my moves? I was already in his hands from the very beginning. Suddenly he knelt down and the man with sunglasses was a bit surprised. Anent Blue Va. IP quickly apologized. I was wrong. I won't be greedy anymore, so please give me another chance. A chance? He replied, provoking Ancient Blue Vive IP to turn purple with anger. Pathetic. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for your tricks? He shouted, damn dog. He calmly said to Ancient Blue Viper, look, you just shouted in my face with your true nature. If I were you, I would hide well and wait. The man wearing sunglasses gently tucks his hair aside and declares this is the difference between us. He smiled sinisterly and declared, your life is over now. At the Lampus branch in Seoul, a voice echoed. Ancient Blue V, IP, and MPIN have been detained. The news on TV now shows Ancient Blue VTIP has been arrested with added reports of drug trafficking and extortion. The next image shows MPIN also being detained. He remains fearless and shouts, I refuse to answer. Call my lawyer. Dulwong sat on the chair watching the news and exclaimed, oh my god, there are always so many bosses. He asked June, are you okay? She nonchalantly replied, what if not? Dulwong turned off the news and asked her, it looks like we are just puppets of the villain. The one who ordered us to capture them is Kian. We initially promised to compromise and meet his demands, and besides, his charges are so clear there's no reason to refuse. Daewoo asked her, but we look like we're being led by Kian. June sighed after hearing this. Who was the one that initially said he was a good person? I had no idea he would end up like this when he was helpless. Seeing Kang Yu's picture on the screen, Daewoo couldn't help but speak up. Kashwin has already dominated the entire Vinzone in Seoul, so don't tell me he's aiming for the whole country. Jisoo replied slowly. It's not that simple, she said slowly. He's no longer a third-rate purebred. All the Vinzoni know him now and call him Break Devil. Her words made Daewoo fall silent for a moment, meaning many people are already watching him, including us. Lampus. He pondered silently for a while. The so-called king of villains won't let him run wild. Daewoo put on her glasses for a battle, her expression very serious as she told Daewoo, maybe it's already starting. In another part of the city center, at a small coffee shop, Seong-chun seems to be looking for someone. Cheha, noticing him glancing around, waved to get his attention. He smiled and said, over here, Senior Seong-chun. The two quickly ordered drinks and started talking. Actually, I was really shocked. Seong-chun spoke. I never expected you to abandon the wrong flag license and leave Lampus. Who would have thought I'd meet you at Vinzone? He asked about you. Are you doing okay? Cheha calmly nodded while holding the glass of water. Of course, always eating and sleeping well. Ung-chun asked him, isn't it very dangerous there? He replied that if Sire hadn't jumped in, it would have been the safest place in the world. He gently pushed up his glasses. I'm truly sorry about that. The other team members are also reviewing their actions. They are all good people, including me, and everyone has gone abroad. Cheha smiled and said, it's in the past now. I'm just an outsider, so it's not really appropriate to talk about it. He glanced at him briefly, looking healthier than before. He had to face PTSD, Seong-chun said. It's all thanks to the current captain, he asked him. Kang-soo, remembering the moment when he was ill, Seong-chun replied, if it weren't for her, I would have become a cripple in the hospital. Suddenly, Cheha's expression changed, and he asked, are you fully recovered now? He quickly responded, not yet, but my daily life is no longer affected. He recalled the terrible things, reflected, and then answered Cheha. The terrifying experience I went through that day still hasn't faded. I have to face it for the rest of my life. Seong-chun changed the subject and asked him about it. I'm curious about this. He asked Cha seriously, what is the real reason you left Lampus? Cheha, haven't you always followed the late senior Mang Ho more than anyone else? I really find it hard to understand why someone would leave Lampus and choose to live in Vinzone like you. We suggested preparing a defense, but we were ignored. He replied, I could only watch that monster that day as Senior Ma Wang Ho and his team were attacked. Seong-chun was surprised, no way. Cheha told him yes. The one who saved both of us was not Lampus. He answered Seong-chun's question. He is the ruler of Winterbell, named Musung, and his people saved us. He clenched his fist and replied, no one told me about this. He replied, if it's Lampus, then it's better that others don't find out about this. Cheha said seriously he had fainted. And the only one who witnessed everything was me. He hesitated, unable to believe his ears. No way, the villain actually saved you, he said. That's not all. I heard that his subordinate went to rescue his daughter. The person captured by Reddit. Seong-chun cautiously asks further. And then what happened? Che's response left him stunned. They all lost their lives. He told Cheha, so the reason you left Lampus is because you were disappointed with Lampus and felt suspicious when you betrayed the flag. He smiled mysteriously and replied, exactly half. Seong-chun asked curiously, And the other half? Cheha replied, I can't live forever in debt to someone. I have to do everything I can to repay that kindness. At this moment, in Gadam La Venus district, the scene shifts to a room where a person is serving rice evenly. Gina was eating her rice quietly, lost in thought. An image of a young girl holding her appeared in her mind. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her awake. She's awake now. Suddenly, Hote spoke up, asking what was going on. Gina also quickly responded to her. It's shark fin soup. She dipped her finger, tasted it, and it looked delicious. However, Aroma beside her kept shouting angrily, not allowed to ask for food. A little later, Ha spoke kindly. How are you feeling?
The other side also responded enthusiastically and is almost recovered. Suddenly, Aroma spoke up in confusion.
Her injuries still need time to fully heal. Seeing her curiosity, Gina also explained kindly. This is the price she has to pay for being reckless. The images from the past gradually reappear in her mind. An electric attack is truly deadly for someone with a metal element attribute, but Gina's next question left her opponent speechless. How is he doing? After a moment, Aroma finally spoke in a tired voice. Lately, Break Devil has been very quiet. Gina finds it hard to understand. Break Devil. She stretched and quickly explained. That's a new nickname? He defeated everyone, stormed into Venzone, and caused chaos, so his reputation skyrocketed. These words only make Gina more curious. He seems very proud, doesn't he? Aruma also responded enthusiastically. I just said it, he hasn't made any move at all. Suddenly, Gina spoke with suspicion. No reaction at all? Is he locking himself in the training room again? Hearing that, Oat responded to her with an unusually serious tone. The university entrance exam is coming up soon. Hearing this, Gina's face started to darken. She keeps questioning the other person. Are you guys still watching him? No way, we're not spying on you. Meanwhile, Ha remained calm and responded. Gannett told us to do that. At this point, Gina had fallen completely silent. She then suggested, next time, take me along. Seeing that, Aroma softened a bit and kept making a humorous face. Sure, it's nothing. But then she immediately turned face, her expression full of anger. Huh? Together? Witnessing this scene, Gina gradually started to feel confused. Impossible, right? Huh? Oh, that's not it. Gina began to fall into a state of deep thought. She kept muttering, I will carry Aroma. Those words left everyone present in shock. What do you mean? The very next second, she suddenly picked up Aroma, leaving the other person utterly stunned. She kept shouting, What are you doing? Seeing that, Gina kept teasing, her face flushed and her breathing heavy. She kept putting the other person in a difficult position with that normal reaction, huh? Aroma started to stammer with the blushing face. Of course, if it were you, it would be the same. The very next second, she was let down by the indifferent response of the other person. Nothing special, Gina quickly left the room. She only left a single sentence saying, Thanks to you, I'm fine now. And this left the opponent stunned. Huh? Aroma involuntarily exclaimed. What did she say? But Oat behind silently thought that it wasn't the main point. Their eyes still never left the graceful Gina in front of them as the sunlight quickly spread across the entire area. A friendly voice kept saying, Do you eat gongjang regularly? You should eat in the morning on an empty stomach. Kang Yu quickly replied with a nonchalant attitude. I already ate. Yuri's voice on the other end kept ringing out with curiosity. You didn't really eat properly, did you? Your voice sounds unconvincing, yet you keep insisting that you did. That comment made her scold Kang Yu fiercely. You really need to take care of your health. How could you pass the police exam if you don't try? What if you faint during the test? Facing Yuri's sharp words, he could only let out a long sigh. Stay healthy like a bull, okay? She kept reminding me from the other end of the line, saying, Don't sit still anymore. Get moving. Even walking is fine. Hearing this, Kang Yu quickly responded, yes. Yuri stood by the window feeling heavy-hearted, remembering to lock the door carefully and not go out at night. Meanwhile, Kang Yu simply replied indifferently, Yes, I'm eating now. Her voice echoed through the luxurious house. Make sure to eat 3 meals a day. And also, speak English. Yes, the conversation was quickly over. Well, let's talk later then. Suddenly, a voice from behind Yuri spoke up. Miss Yuri, are you talking to your younger brother? She instinctively turned her head back with a puzzled expression. Is it okay if I bother you? Oh no, I just hung up. He didn't hesitate to ask about her. Is he still okay? Maybe so. Her expression quickly caught Vincent's attention. His voice made the other person pay attention and she looked worried. Is something happening? Yuri gently touched her neck with a confused look and responded. I heard something happened in Gadamsian, and the scene is quite close to where my younger brother is. She kept standing there looking shy. I was worried something might happen to my younger brother. Her words were quickly understood by the other person, and Vin slowly stepped forward. She really cares about her sister. Before long, he had approached Yuri, leaving her stunned. She probably listens to her older sister a lot. Faced with this boldness, she responded awkwardly. My younger sibling has been very obedient, but maybe because of puberty, they've been rebellious lately. Suddenly, Vincent offered, Let me help you. His words made the other person feel a bit uncomfortable, and she stammered as she refused. It's okay, I was just worried too much. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Thank you for your concern. Immediately after, Yuri made an excuse to leave. I'll go to the lobby first. However, Vincent kept smiling kindly. Good luck to you. She didn't respond and left immediately, while he still stood there with a smug smile at a tall building in Songnam, Gyeonggu Province, Neo's center. Phi House's voice keeps echoing through the small room. He has given us the title of manager. He looks at the other person with a cold expression but forces them to work like a slave. I'm so angry. Maybe I should burn this place down. Haeon, sitting in front with a playful look, also kept replying. Just saying, you're the first one there, so curious. What she said made F feel suspicious. He gathered all 7 managers. I'm so curious, I can't stand it. Maybe he wants to attack Seyoon. Suddenly, Iron Beast beside him interjected,
A few days ago, Min Pin was ambushed, and that guy was eliminated in just one day.
Then came F's voice, full of surprise. I heard Sinhua District was attacked. I should have just burned that place down. Haven't you heard that 2 people attacked that place? 2 people? Iron Beast kept staring at the opponent with a scrutinizing look. It was Mujin and Cassie. However, Ion was sitting there in a daze. She calmly spoke up. A super handsome guy perfectly matching a rose. This made Faihan feel speechless for a moment.
He wears a mask, so how do you know he's handsome? Suddenly, a scream rang out.
Wait, did you just say Kaxian? Is the scene of Kaxian constantly flashing in Phi House's mind, the one who got stabbed by the flag? Why would he take advantage of the villain? However, Iron Beast quickly explained that Sen is now the boss of Vinzone in Gadam district of Seoul. This isn't enough to wake up the opponent right now. He keeps questioning. Screw is actually the boss there. At this point, he finally lost patience and said,
Did you just come out of the forest?
Suddenly, a voice rang out in the awkward atmosphere. Sorry for being late. Namchan entered with 2 large, muscular men. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Your arrival has taken Phi House by surprise. Have you called all 7 managers yet? Immediately after, Nam Cheon responded quickly. Some people will arrive a little late. Hey Ion couldn't help but scoff at these words. Acting like a thief, you promised to be on time, but only Iron Beast remained silent, observing the opponent with a scrutinizing gaze. He looked at Genshi and silently thought, Genshi is the most evil. Mankin acknowledged his abilities, so he is an outsider holding an important position, having once invaded Japan's Kansai region. At that moment, the opponent also looked back with a mocking smile, causing Iron Beast's face to darken for a moment. You find yourself speaking again. Who's behind you? Namchan also responded with respect. Let me introduce myself. Bond stands there with the fierce expression. This is Pon's new power. This bored her, so she interrupted. I know, Pon, but that's not what I mean. Why is he here? Found suddenly said, looking extremely surprised. Is he Peyton? I met him for the first time. He sat there looking quite bewildered. Lord Payan wants to become a manager. Heian keeps smiling with satisfaction on his lips. Only Iron Beast has remained silent all this time. Suddenly, Bonpon cleared his throat and said, Do you all have doubts? What do you think? Immediately after, Heian raised his middle finger in mockery because it was just too ridiculous. The foolish Tucci develops without knowing its place, and the scene quickly changes to Gadam District, inside a room with towering bookshelves, where a hand reaches out along with Morose's familiar voice. You really want to study, huh? First, you have to get past X. I have to think about my sister who's always worried about me now, Morose. Morose slightly mocked him. Is that so? I thought you had already merged with Kang Yu's body. These words made him fall silent for a moment. A little later, Kang Yu's words caused the other to panic. Since we're at the bookstore, I might as well buy a meditation book to strengthen my willpower. The system screen shows a series of Kang Yu's information. As he sees it, he keeps muttering, The hidden dark appetite skill sounds pretty powerful. At this moment, Morose also exclaimed in amazement, I never expected to witness this cursed skill with my own eyes. Kang Yu looked at the screen and said, The cooldown is 30 hours. How terrifying is this skill? Morose also chimes in, absorbing and consuming the awakened magic power. Hearing this, Kang Yu instinctively exclaimed, Wow, there must be a new Demon King using this skill. At this point, Morose couldn't help but praise him. You're right, it seems this has been fixed. A disaster wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up, I will seal this skill. This made the opponent suspicious. Really, if someone uses it, they could improve their attributes without needing real stones. But Kang Yu didn't notice it. You think my will isn't strong enough to improve my attributes? Honestly, even with your help now, I still can't be sure. A red gem suddenly appeared in Yu's memory, so I still haven't eaten the blood mana stone. Morris's voice kept echoing throughout the room. They are difficult to absorb, but they are useful weapons to stabilize the mind. Hearing that, he instinctively asked again, Really? Let me ask you, Che. Immediately after, Morris's voice hesitated slightly, and its judging gaze gradually swept across everything in front of it. A strong willpower is the key to resolving issues. Currently, it is effective against fire attacks and mental assaults. If you level up your skill, you might improve its ability, Kang Yu suddenly asked curiously. How do I level up? The opponent quickly responded to him as well. Meditation practice. Returning to reality, he stands there in a contemplative pose, Kang Yu's hand instinctively reaching toward the bookshelf with a stream of thoughts.
11 effective meditation positions. Should I take this one? But someone was quicker than him.
The 3 of them just stood there staring at each other in shock, and amid the bustling street, Ha instinctively asked the other person, Is it really okay to go around like that? Gina quickly responded to her with a dejected face. The doctor said she's fine. Her attention was quickly drawn to the two girls in front of her. Ha instinctively said, "Ice cream." Aroma, standing nearby, also looked surprised and asked, "What about Gina?" Immediately after, she quickly responded as well. "I'm not going to eat." She suddenly noticed something nearby. Gina quickly spoke up. "I'm going to the bookstore over there. I want to buy a book." Aroma also waved back and said we would be there soon. As soon as they arrived at the bookstore, Gina kept thinking, how stupid she is. Standing there with a not-so-happy face, the more I think about it, the more I realize I was foolish, driven only by a sense of fulfillment to become the ruler of Winterbello. The image of Gina facing Kang Yu in the past suddenly flashes in her mind, making her overly confident that she can do everything on her own, along with the ancient blue VIP and Kang Yu looking panicked with a serious expression. If Tian hadn't helped and many people saw her in trouble, they would all be affected because of her. Kang Yu was the one who saved Gina without complaining. Suddenly, a passerby notices Gina's current state and must not interfere anymore. Her hand unconsciously clenches so tightly that it trembles. Gina reached for a book on the top shelf when someone suddenly grabbed the book next to it, startling her. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and the bookstore fell into an oppressive silence. A moment later, Yuan instinctively said, "Even Gina can't stay silent." Following this, the three of them fell into an eerily silent silence. Suddenly, Yu-chan and Gina both spoke at the same time. "Why are you here buying books to prepare for the exam?" "Thank you for the macarons last time." Her words left the other person stunned. "What macarons?" Kang Yu quickly spoke up to defuse the situation. "I have met her before." Suddenly, Aroma's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to Gina. However, she quickly screamed out loud in surprise, "Xion." The very next second, Aroma grabbed Gina's hand tightly and hurriedly pulled her away from there for a reason. Go check out which comic. The author has released a new book. She quickly reunites with Hate, her face anxious, and he looks at her with some suspicion. "Twins? Wait a minute, they are over there." Yu-chan keeps placing her hands on Kang Yu's shoulders to question him. "Quan Kang Yu, he's currently burning with anger. What is the relationship between you and that macaron girl? And what about Na Yu? Explain quickly and then cut to the fountain somewhere." Gina asked while licking the ice cream in her hand. "Really?" On her face now there is only a strangely innocent look. "Was that person Kya-zen?" Meanwhile, Aroma hurriedly explained, "I was very surprised. My heart almost exploded. Why did we run into him?" This statement left her in shock. Since he lives in Gazjiam, meeting him is just normal. The images from earlier flashed back in Gina's mind, along with that red-haired guy. He's Kim Yuan. Suddenly, Hate involuntarily spoke up. "Kim Yu-chan?" However, the most detailed explanation still comes from Aroma, a trainee officer who must be quite famous in Gadam. After hearing this, Gina became very suspicious. "It seems he knows Sion. I didn't expect the Venzone boss to be acquainted with S." Suddenly, Aroma got excited and responded to her. They went to the same school, so it's only natural they know each other. Suddenly, Gina fell into a silent void. After a while, Aroma finally spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry too much. They don't know who you are. We just happened to meet once, but now she's barely whispering. What if it happens 3 times by chance?" Hearing that, Hote calmly replied, "Then it's fate." But Aroma said otherwise. She kept smiling mischievously and went to get something to eat. "Delicious. I know a place that sells amazing beef noodles." Meanwhile, the other two whispered to each other, "We should go now." At a public phone booth, Seong Chun stood there with a serious demeanor and said, "It would be great if we could eat together." "It's a pity. You also quickly promised to meet him again, and Gina's group happened to pass by here. Next time, let's go eat together." Cheha's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Their conversation caught the others' attention. The giant bowl of noodles with buns is going to make them gain more weight. Seeing Cheha look surprised, Seong Chun couldn't help but be curious. "What's wrong?" However, he quickly denied it. "Nothing. I just felt a bit dizzy." In the Songnam Tower in Gong Province's central district, a voice unconsciously exclaimed in a luxurious room. This is a secluded training area. Nam-chan stands there with a dignified posture and speaks. "The walls here are made from a special material stronger than steel and can withstand earthquakes. It's also soundproof and shock resistant." However, Ha-yeon also refused to back down and kept provoking her. "Can I go all out?" And right after, the opponent responded to her. Moderation is better, but she stubbornly spoke up. "I don't like being moderate." Suddenly, Pon cleared his throat. "You're overconfident. You can't defeat me." "Are you talking about me?" It's funny how these two are, huh? They've been like that for quite a while now. Maybe they should try debuting as comedians. After a while, Peon finally silenced her. "Stop talking nonsense, or I won't be happy." At this point, Haeyeon's voice had become serious and steady. "Talking nonsense?" The words she uttered made the other person stare blankly for a long time. "Do you know why I hate you?" Haeyeon kept emphasizing, "I really hate those who don't know their place and still talk nonsense." At this point, F quickly responded to her. "I agree." That only made Haeyeon feel more amused. She sneered and spoke mockingly. "Even if you lost to M. King, your fighting skills can't be that bad, right? Nonsense." Her face kept twisting into a lewd smile. "I will tear you to pieces." Right after that, Pyeonthon interrupted her. "You're so talkative, the more you speak, the more meaningless it gets." However, he was mercilessly mocked by the opponent. Such a sharp tongue, use your ultimate move now. Ion stood there pointing at the opponent and confidently declared, "Losers like you only know how to boast." This scene made Genchi keep smiling with amusement. "I heard that during the fight with you, you didn't even get a chance to strike, so let me put you to eternal sleep." Immediately after, Bon clenched his teeth tightly and slammed his hands together. Overcoming the pain, she suddenly stepped forward and handed the man a flower, continuing to speak. "You used it already?" But Pon remains unmoved, delivering a decisive blow to his opponent. But Hei Aion was not hurt at all. Instead, she contemptuously said, "Here's the thing you caught me." Immediately after, Bon rushed toward her at lightning speed. The two keep playing a game of chase all over the large room, with Hei constantly teasing the other. "Here's a gift, take it now." Bon suddenly froze as her pink branch touched the ground. It quickly grew enormous, blocking his path. Not only that, but it also quickly bloomed into an enormous size. Hei Aion suddenly emerged from inside the flower. "Your skills must have a time limit, right?" Hei Aion's smile becomes even more enchanting than ever. "How many seconds do you have left?" Bon quickly shattered the rose in front of him in an instant. But Hei Aion remains unharmed, constantly mocking him. "Did you get your mouth stitched up? Why are you saying nothing anymore?" Suddenly, Pidon turned around and punched hard backward, hitting him while shouting loudly and covering his mouth. His eyes now seemed to blaze with fire, and his hands became strangely firm. In an instant, Piton was able to grab Hei Aion. He keeps shouting excitedly, "I've been waiting for this moment." A mocking smile appeared on Pon's face again for the opponent. Those who only know how to boast will only have one outcome. In the very next second, he tightly embraced Hei Aion and charged forward, tasting the flavor of hell through my move. But faced with the opponent's brutality, she only smiled contemptuously and spoke. "Fool, do you think you've fallen for my trick?" That made Pon's eyes widen in shock. In an instant, his entire body was tightly wrapped by thorny vines, a hell of thorns. Pon stood there with a pained expression, lost in thought. How is that possible? Even Iron Beast outside has to secretly admire. She used an illusion to trap him. Meanwhile, Hei Aion smiled contentedly as she looked at Pion, truly deserving of the mischievous witch title. She stared intently at her opponent's arm and exclaimed, "Oh, you're bleeding. Does it hurt?" Now there's a mocking smile on Haion's face. This skill lasts a long time because it's an extraordinary one. Suddenly, Piton's eyes became extremely panicked, and Hei Aion's voice rang out again. "I want to try many things with you." She stands there, constantly whispering with a satisfied look. "Maybe I should drill a hole in your head first, then pull out your brain and put it in your mouth. That would look adorable." This scene scared Pon. He shouted out in despair, "Wait, I give up. I resign from the manager position." Suddenly, Yan approached him and whispered, "If you give up, will I stop?" Her smile is becoming more and more sinister. As the one who started it, you have to see it through to the end, so Nam Cheon from behind had to speak up. "Please don't go beyond the limit. The chairman wouldn't be pleased to hear about any losses." That makes me feel so bored and annoyed. It's really frustrating. She keeps teasing Pon. "Since you're useful to our side, I just mark you to tell you apart." This series of actions left him stunned in place. It looked so cool. A familiar voice suddenly echoes from the fountain. Is there really nothing between the two of them? Kang Yu stood there with a serious expression. "How many times do I have to say it again?" "All right, I guess I misunderstood." He immediately responded to him, "And there's nothing between me and his sister, so don't overreact." This made the other person stunned and question him. "Really?" Hearing that, he only responded with a nonchalant attitude. "If you don't believe it, ask Nayu yourself." Suddenly, Uchan spoke up with a look of boredom. "Forget it." He looked into the paper bag that Kang Yu was holding with curiosity. "Are you preparing for the civil service exam?" I quickly responded to his curiosity. "If I want to go to university, I have to take the entrance exam." Hearing that, Uchan quickly responded, "I want to become an official soldier after graduation." This statement left Kang Yu feeling incredibly shocked. "You're so determined to achieve your goal, huh?" The other person also responded to him with a pleased expression. "That has been my childhood dream." He spoke with determination to protect innocent people from disgusting and cruel villains. "I see it as my mission." Suddenly, Kang Yu's face darkened. "Disgusting and cruel? That's a bit biased." Faced with his coldness, Yu Chan softened his voice and said, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean all villains are like that. Of course there are some normal ones too." Then he hesitated for a moment as images of Screw and Redion appeared in his mind, matching Vinzonic Adam Screw. He was accused of being a serial killer, but in reality he was quite kind-hearted, another guy named Red Eye, and he also had a sense of humanity. Thinking of this, Yu Chan hesitated a bit. But Kang Yu, however, grew impatient and urged him on. "Think about it, it's still there." After a moment, he pointed to the book in the other person's hand and spoke. "Forget it. Why did you buy that book?" "Oh, this one?" A common method to recruit people into a cult is to approach them and ask if they know the way. Yu Chan suddenly remembered June and said, "A senior gave me some advice. I am weak mentally." "Yu Chan, pay attention to your mindset first," she said. "My ability to assess the situation isn't stable." At this point, Kang Yu involuntarily sighed. Does she know what she's saying? Yu Chan also quickly responded to him. "But why did I tell him that?" The sunset quickly covered the entire Gadam Venzone area. This peaceful space feels strangely calm. Sil forcefully places the book down on the table and whispers, "I guess this is the way to do it." He walks around the tidy room satisfied, just needs to organize it and it will be clean. Everything is neat. The equipment piled up in the hallway can be moved into the storage tomorrow. Take a rest in the mansion for a bit. Sil gracefully pours a hot cup of tea. He kept praising himself for the first time resting in a tidy workspace. Suddenly, a series of shrill screams reached him. "Who left this in the hallway? Don't step on it." "Damn. It's broken." The door was quickly swung open in an instant. Dr. Han stormed in and shouted loudly, "Screw!" His appearance left Screw stunned. "Why?" Immediately after, Dron shouted harshly at us to train more strictly, which surprised him and made him question, "What's with the suddenness?" Suddenly, Bak Han in front of me lowered his head with a blushing face, his voice also becoming choked. "Ask CN yourself, I haven't seen him lately." "Oh, I think he's preparing for the entrance exam." "What is the entrance exam?" Screw looked at the glass of water on the table and said, "I understand you want to become stronger." He kept smiling with satisfaction, but first, you need to prepare a few things. Suddenly, Bunge shouted angrily, "If it's tough training, I'm always ready. As long as I become stronger, I will do anything." TR beside him also unconsciously blurted out, "Really? I didn't expect Screw to praise you. That's some determination." He keeps stirring the tea in his hand. To achieve what you want, you also need innate talent. This scene leaves everyone present momentarily stunned. They can't help but mutter. Natural talent is obvious. Only those born at the finish line can do it. That won't happen. Screw's voice just kept echoing nonstop. If he surpasses his limits and awakens his innate talent, he will remember those who lost their temper before and experienced something completely different. That is the second awakening. These things have left Black Han stunned in place. The second awakening. Still, he sat there relaxed and spoke up. "Your magic will advance greatly, and your strength will help you surpass all limits." Black Han also involuntarily exclaimed, "Really?" He responded right after that. Of course, S involuntarily remembered the figure of Haon. If this world's monsters have already experienced a second awakening, including some on par with or even surpassing the level of a catastrophe, Black Hun began to feel uneasy and stammered, "No way, Screwwill, you!" But before I could say it, I was cut off by the other person. "Huh? Isn't it me?" Screw keeps a smug smile on his lips. "Don't be so disappointed so soon. In Venzone, we also have someone who has achieved the second awakening." These words left everyone stunned. "Really? Who is it?" Suddenly, another voice rang out, surprising everyone. "Hey you! Today they just baked a batch of cookies." The owner of that voice is Crow, who ate everything. In Washington, USA, an explosion suddenly shook a tall building. A series of thick smoke and dust particles float in the air as a sneaky smile quickly appears on someone's face. An arrogant and very sinister grin. A commanding voice echoes, telling someone to hurry up, while another person shatters a glass tank and quickly grabs valuables inside. As the robbers keep collecting treasures into a large bag, someone orders, "Don't leave anything behind, take everything." This clown, holding the maracas in his hand, excitedly shouted, "Raph, come here and have some fun." He threw the maracas into the air, creating a strange action, and power burst out fiercely. "We can now create the terrifying and dreadful Raftland. Clear everything for me." Suddenly someone sneezed, making RF freeze and look displeased. In front of him was a figure slumped on the ground, sneezing continuously and constantly lamenting. Sneezing, "Oh my god, dust and debris." Raph immediately pointed and gestured. "Doesn't that guy know how to observe the situation?" It ruined my mood. This person covers their mouth. Wait a moment, I'm allergic to dust. Raph got annoyed and reached out, saying, "What nonsense is this?" But just as his hand moved forward, a shining figure 8 bracelet snapped onto his wrist. There is a bracelet with a special symbol on this person's neck, representing Lampus' special task force. We arrived together with the mobile police to stop this. Galado pointed his finger at the opponent, expressionless. "Clown Raph, you are under arrest." Raph's eye blazed brightly, sharp as ever. He suddenly stood up, swinging his fist with tremendous force, accompanied by a curse full of anger. However, there was something very strange about the Makaras he was holding. A jade-green energy enveloping his arm, which made him a bit surprised. Raph couldn't control his hands at all. Both of his hands seemed to lose control, trembling uncontrollably. What is this? Just then, a third person appears and says something very unpleasant. "Hey, he just said you've been captured." Rick Yoon, with one hand on his hip and the other unleashing his power, looks smug. "Stop using that toy machine, or before you go to jail, I might lock you in that drop of water." Raph's henchmen, holding guns, suddenly turned hostile. "Boss!" Raph angrily shouted. "What are you still looking at? Kill them!" But Gelado immediately drew his weapon from his belt, skillfully spun it in his hand, and with a sharp gaze, he swiftly charged past Raph's henchmen, eliminating them all in an instant. Raph couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth agape and his face turning pale as the bodies of his henchmen were thrown into the air and then painfully hit the ground, torn apart. Gelado stops and calmly declares that destroying evil forces is the mission of the chess piece, asserting that to maintain order, he will deal with each of you individually. At Lampus, a branch of Washington, Tens is sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a very serious expression. We should have caught R long ago. Sitting and watching the discussion in her hand, she nodded in satisfaction. This was handled very well. You've worked hard. The two sitting opposite softly reply, we only completed the assigned task. Tup sighed softly, his tone lowering. I really want to let you rest, but the higher-ups just gave us a new mission. Gelato, with a blank expression, asked again to make sure if we were the right ones, and Rick Yoon was a bit dissatisfied. Hey, that's a bit much. At least let me and the others have some time to relax. He frowned, looking very displeased. There are still other mistakes, but Tupons refused to say that you are the most suitable for this mission. She places the folder of documents firmly on the table. You two will go to Korea. The two of them looked surprised. Korea?
Gelato asks suspiciously, why are we the most suitable?
Originally, the two of them are Korean Americans. Rick Yoon gently scratches the back of his neck. Korea? She replied. Since you both can speak Korean and have undergone elite training, Gelato immediately asked what the details of the mission are. Tupon softly explained that there will be a major conflict among the villains in Korea. Take a look at the envelope in front of you to learn more. Rick Yoon briefly flashes an excited smile. Sounds good. When do we start? Tupons asked without hesitation. Let's get ready today. You look surprised, like you can't believe it. Today? Gelato quickly stood up and urged him to hurry. Let's go. We still need to pack our things. Rick Yoon, tears streaming down his face, despondently explained. But they want to sleep. Gelato told him he could sleep on the plane. Rick Yoon feels even more excited as he holds 2 plane tickets. First class, of course. Then Gelato and I left together before Tupans could witness it. At that moment, he suddenly spoke up. Director, this made Tupans, who was lost in thought, suddenly startle. Gelato stopped and asked, do you have any news about him? Surely there has been a request to reinvestigate the previous issue. Rick Yoon asked curiously, do you still call him Master? Tup lowered his head and replied seriously. The chairman immediately refused my request for a reinvestigation and kept attacking me for another 30 minutes. On the table is a photo of 3 happy, smiling people looking into the camera. The above doesn't want to argue about this anymore because the investigation is already over. Gelato paused for a moment, his expression unchanged throughout. The teacher won't sell information to outsiders or betray us. Not to mention, there's no way he would kill Deep. A person like an older brother to the teacher? Tens nodded. I know I was the one guiding him during his internship. Depp, my colleague. Holding that photo in her hand, she looked at it for quite a while. And like you, I wanted to uncover the truth. Gato's eyes gently lowered, deep in thought, and no matter how long it took, he looked up, silently determined to find out the truth. A few days later, in the old gloomy neighborhood of Vinzone, Gadam district, someone in that building asked, why did you have to come here? A cup of coffee was slowly brewed on the table as they met up and did this and that. Really? I can't believe it. Still holding that old coffee pot in his hand, Syl cheerfully replied, just kidding. Big brother told us to gather. Du AC was momentarily stunned. Camu? While they were still talking, it seems I am not the only one being summoned, right? Then the door opened and someone stepped inside. This person immediately spoke, interrupting the two people's conversation. Did he call all the Vinzone bosses in Seoul? Du-ak was very surprised. Gina turned to look and introduced, this is Du. She is the boss of Vinzone in Buksan district. Gina nodded, not showing too much excitement. I know. Gina looked around for a moment and then asked, where is Kang Yu? Screw quietly activates his suit function. He said he would be here soon. A while later, Kang Yu appeared out of the shadows like a ghost or a demon. Have you been waiting long? This even makes Screw flinch slightly, as Du seems almost unable to believe it. Wow, he's crawling out of the shadows. Screwell is all too familiar with this scene. You can't use the door? Kang Yu replied like this, it's more convenient. In the brightly lit room, the 4 of them sit around the table chatting. Everyone except Sinhua district has arrived. Screw also added, I contacted them, but chances are he won't show up. He crossed his arms, a slight smile playing on his lips. Radat took advantage of the chaos to become the boss of Vinzone. Although he doesn't seem to be widely recognized, the factions are busy fighting among themselves. Kang Yu gently propped his chin, looking serious. We need someone stronger than Red Sot. What's happened has already happened, so it's best to choose an ordinary person who can listen. Then he turned to Gina and asked, so the villain who went to Namkang district is Guiseo? How has she been lately? Gina replied calmly, I'm losing weight. Do you really not believe what you're hearing? Gina explained patiently. She has become very close with Mass and gained weight rapidly. She said not to look for her until she finishes losing weight. Kang Yu sighed softly. How long has she been there? It's only been a week, Gina replied. That's more than enough to gain weight. Du-ak leaned back in his chair and impatiently said, how much longer are you guys going to talk? Just tell us why we're here. Kang Yu frowned and looked over. You haven't said it yet? Screw shook his head happily and said, at first they won't get far. If they don't come, someone else would have already taken this place. Meanwhile, Moros in the shadow seems bored and annoyed as Du-ak shows a displeased expression and explains, I don't know what you're hesitating about, so stop making me curious. Just say it. Kang Yu waved his hand and softly said, it's not that serious, King of Demons Mykin. Meanwhile, Skrill still smirked with a knowing smile, propping his chin, subtly asserting, we will deal with him. At Lampus, the Korean branch, A voice echoes from within, checking the contents. The two are briskly walking down the corridor, exchanging words, and it's said we will meet with the American branch's special forces. Ushan frowned and said grimly, "He's a very talkative guy. They're not ordinary branch agents. Both are members of the Special Operations Force." He thought of Jisun and Galado, one of them even being a top-tier S-rank specialist. As skilled as veteran Jisun, maybe even more. He gently grasped the doorknob and turned it. Uchan asked, "Is that round, Galado?" Da Yuang confirms yes, it's him. They quickly opened the door and silently looked inside. Inside, besides Galado and Rick Yoon, there was a woman sitting in the middle, occupying the space. They arrived late. Da Wang wouldn't be nervous hearing that kind of insult. "We arrived 5 minutes early," June angrily explained. They arrived early and had to wait. "You guys are the ones who are late." Galado gently waves and says hello. "Nice to meet you." "I'm Ron, Rick." Yoon also waved warmly to greet everyone. "I'm Rick." Dae Wang forced an awkward smile and shook his hand. "Hello. You both speak Korean so well." Yu Chan beside you looks emotionless. "It's been a long time since I saw you, and your reaction makes me almost not believe it." "What do you mean?" Galado nodded. "Hello, Yuan." Rick Yoon also waved happily. "It's been a long time since we met." Back in the bright room, Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand, confidently stating that they would defeat the evil king Mannequin. Du clenched his teeth at this, his face showing horror. Gina also reacted slightly. Du stood up suddenly to resist. "Man Yi King, are you crazy?" Kang Yu remained very calm. "Yeah, only crazy people would say that. Duak is terrified." He leaned back slightly. Trin looked very calm. "We'll attack the old man first. No ordinary person would think of that." Sil agrees completely. He's right on point. Du just pointed in the face, fired everyone up. "Are you just going along with it again? Stop him before he does something." Sil gently leans back, used to this kind of situation. He wouldn't listen, but he's happy. After hearing that, Du was left speechless. She's not convinced. It all happened too suddenly. If you had a plan, you should have acted sooner. Mkin is now strengthening its defenses. Kang Yu remained silent, deep in thought, while Du continued to stand firm in his resistance. "I also think this is a bit too much. Are you doing this on purpose?" Gina suspects. "You must have planned this carefully, right?" Screw gets the idea. Let me explain. He gently pushed up his glasses and explained clearly that information is one of the key factors in determining the outcome of a battle. Manny King may have more intelligent and powerful resources, but compared to what I have, he's still nothing. He also calmly presents his argument. "I have placed cameras and autonomous drones everywhere. If I can monitor their actual positions using remote-controlled nanosatellites." You're more and more amazed. The nanosatellites, always. His voice still sounded steady as he spoke. Manny King is indeed very powerful. The old man is not an easy opponent. But if we have a chance to win, we can't let that old man stay safe. After Gina figured it out, it means we will attack the 7 managers first. Screw nodded in agreement. Dispersing the forces and then defeating each one individually is the best plan. Du Ache let out a faint sigh, crossing his arms, and irritably said, "You think splitting up the 7 managers is easy? Each of them is recognized nationwide." He gently turns a weapon in his hand, and apart from the key points, this mission is still doable. Kang Yu asked, "Who should we pay attention to?" Sil smiled brightly. "Let me give you a typical example." He thought for a moment before speaking. The mischievous witch Jaina Stale immediately knew that person was from Man King, holding the second strongest position among the villains nationwide. Kang Yu slightly frowned. "Runner up," Screw interrupts. Just as Mujin said, she might be the second strongest, but Jose Stele is still too reckless. We really need to pay attention to her. Then he continued to introduce, and we also couldn't ignore Prince, the leader of the 7 managers. Hearing this, he was even more stunned. "The leader?" He continued with his own words. "Publicly, yes, but he's almost never seen outside." Twirling his weapon, Screw whispers, "This fight is doable. Don't worry too much. Du is willing. But overthinking it? Of course you should worry. He told me to admit that they are all very strong, but this is not a one-on-one fight." Standing with his hands on his hips, Screw said confidently, "They need to know how to work together harmoniously, and their relationships are very fragile." He suggested a strategy. We can stir up some trouble to cause internal conflict and split them apart easily. Gina then dismissed it, saying, "If I can sway anyone to our side, it would be even better. Then we can just focus on fighting Manny." "So what's next?" Still smiling confidently with pursed lips. "Exactly right. Du has been unwilling from the very beginning. We could become targets of villains all over the world." As Du spoke, he looked over at Red Dead, who was in China. Seeing Gina with a dark and resentful expression made Du hesitate in fear. What's wrong with him? "Why are you so bloodthirsty?" Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, "Anyone who gets in my way will be dealt with. Just trust and follow through. SC happily when your plan is approved." Hooray! Du still refuses to curse even once, just shouting that damn thing. He's fucking crazy, he's just laughing happily. At this point, Moros is feeling discouraged. Your true goal is the Tuak Wong's platinum disc, isn't it? Continuing with the revenge plan isn't a bad idea, but the 4 evil kings aren't the only ones after the platinum disc. Even the false flag is the same. Kang Yu glances over with a cold, sharp gaze. S suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, I almost forgot. There's a new intelligence report. Hearing that, he asked eagerly. He explained, "There's a hot new intel about Lampus Korea branch. Recently, they've been watching us, so I've been keeping an eye on their movements too." As he opened his tablet and pressed something, I had already set up high-performance surveillance cameras around the area. Screw finished and handed it over to Kang Yu to check. "I have a new person now." He explained to the other side in more detail because out of curiosity, I did some investigation. Turns out they are U.S. agents dispatched to Korea. Both are key players in the Special Operations Force, so S continued without much surprise. "Maybe they're not here to hang out. They're probably just trying to identify us." Kang Yu didn't take his eyes off the screen, lost in thought. The two people on the screen are none other than Galato and Rick Yoon. The scene shifts to a large building, where voices can be heard in a park nearby. "When was the last time we met?" "I think it's been about 6 years since I was in 6th grade. Those three each have their own different pose. 6 years, huh? I didn't expect it to be this long, so that's why we're still in touch." "Nah, are you still doing okay?" Yu Chan replies, "She's still doing well." Rick Yoon sighed, "That's it. Did the little one ask about him?" Yu Chan looked confused. "Nah? Oh, really? Why did she ask about you?" Rick Yoon cuốn trộn tay lên mặt, "Cô chút yếu đuối, anh cứ tưởng là con bé sẽ hỏi chứ." "No way. Before she said she would marry you when she grew up." Uin waved his hand. "Stop joking around." Rick Yoon asked again, "So you're currently living in Gadam Seon district?" "I heard there's a Vinzoni there," Uhan replied calmly. "It's nearby as well." Rick Yoon shrugged. "That name of that Vinzoni boss is quite interesting. It keeps making me remember." Suddenly, Galato spoke unexpectedly. "How dare he use that name?" This surprised Yu Chan a bit. He leaned on the balcony railing, his face twisted in displeasure. He dared to insult his teacher's name, who is also his student. I can't let this slide. Galato's hand seemed to accidentally touch something. He must pay the price. He was stunned as he looked at his palm, which was covered in dust. Then, a continuous stream of whistle sounds erupted at Vinzoni Nam District. Someone stopped and looked around. "Is this really Vinzoni?" F. Ho Hao put his hand on his hip with a confident look. "Looking at this place, I still have doubts. Are you sure we came to the right spot?" He gently scratched his head, looking helpless. "The streets are spotless. Too clean. I could sleep right now," Iron Beast replied with a grim face. Vinzoni Nam Kang is the #1 evil swordmaster. Minin heard he has a cleanliness obsession. It's really strange for Vinzoni Trung to like cleanliness. F House isn't too surprised and even provokes the forest. So what? His hand gently emits a wave of hot fire. If he's here and sneers, then this place can turn to dust right away. The scene shifts to a girl inside the house sweating and quietly focusing on something. This girl is quietly arranging food on a cutting board, a dish served on a plate. However, she looks at the dish with horror and dislikes vegetables. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out from outside the door. It's a pizza topped with lots of sausages and shrimp. Inio was quickly startled, unsure of what was happening. The scene shifts to a neighborhood with closely packed houses and the sound of someone sighing is heard. Fai Haozo's hand clenched around this man's neck as he sarcastically said how boring it was. He smirked, thinking that the male villain was so impressive, but besides Mu Jin, no one else was worthy to be our opponent. These guys are so pitiful. They straightforwardly threw Joe to the ground. Probably Minen is outside. What should we do now? Dealing with this messy bunch is so boring. At this moment, a cool-looking figure suddenly landed behind Iron Beast with a rough thud. It was a girl with blue-green hair and piercing cold eyes. She stood up suddenly and asked, "Who are you?" Fai Huseo sighed and scowled in challenge. Then flies are really troublesome. The other person immediately asked Fong Dan, "Are you the Swordmaster Guino?" He frowned, and besides Min, there was another name that was just as famous. Fei Ho was somewhat well known. Immediately after, Fei Ho was stunned as Ino unleashed the ultimate move slaying tornado, a continuous slicing tornado tearing toward him. F. Haozio looked very excited, laughing mischievously, known for being hot-headed, huh? The other person immediately defended, attacked from both sides, then quickly caught her. However, Fundo waved his hand and said, "I am enough." Iron Beast was unwilling and charged forward quickly. "We're not here to play, but to destroy them." Ino drew his sword with a sneer, feeling something was wrong, but inside he was starving and hungry. The scene shifts to everyone outside the park happily chatting at Lampus South Korea branch. The South Korean branch of Lampus is so close if you take the subway. This is my first time here. Moros is always helpless. Are you annoyed about coming here? It continued. Why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to see the students. Kang Yu gently bites a piece of food and replies immediately. They've already come to Korea and I care for them very much. Kang Yu recalls the tragic past of his students, abandoned by their parents and ostracized by those around them. And he remembers how much he loved them. Although they are still young, they have the abilities of a squad leader and have been part of the team for 7 years. I have guided them since then. He casually threw the trash into the nearby bin and then lost his life before he could say goodbye. Then a boy with fiery red hair, scared, clutched his head while the person facing him looked displeased. What color is Fan Nan's hair? Did you dye it? Galato immediately explained that he dyed his hair red because he thought he could use fire if his hair was red, secretly scolding himself for being so foolish. He sighed softly. Why fire? Rick Yoon hesitated, not knowing what to say, so she was crying so weakly. teacher, no, master, I want to be like you. You gently stroke its head, surprising it into stopping crying completely. Taxian smiles and says, your attribute is water, so you also want to use fire? The kid stammered and replied, dual attributes. Gelato looks disappointed. There's no such thing as having two attributes, but he doesn't listen. Be quiet. Kid Dean gently crossed her arms, her voice soft as a whisper. I'm not sure if I can have both attributes, but fire and water are incompatible, so it's hard to use both. There's a bit of sadness in my heart. His voice still echoed steadily, but if both could be used, it would be really interesting. The two kids fell silent and kept their distance. He placed one hand on his hip, confident. Maybe if I were reborn, I could do it. The kid was teasing the other guy earlier and waved his hand dismissively. He means stop dreaming about it. Moros, hearing the story, wondered what you were planning to do. Do we always meet like this? At that moment, Na Yu approached and spoke. Hello, Mr. Kang Yu. Kang Yu was slightly startled and looked over, and Moros also reacted similarly. Na looked confused and asked, why are you here? He gently put his hand in his pocket and Diem Nien replied, I was just passing by. Are you coming to see Yu Chan? Nah. She nodded slightly and moved closer. Yes, sir. But now that I came to see you, Kang Yu, I am even more surprised. Really? How do you know I came here? Na Yu said happily. I was sitting at the coffee shop across and saw you. Kang Yu turned to look in that direction. I saw you looking over at the coffee shop across the street. It's quite far from here. Does this make you suspicious? Using your skills? Nah, she snaps her fingers. It seems she understands what the other person is thinking and is happy. Your skills must have leveled up. You're at the top. It feels like the range has increased, Moros reminds. Her ability is quite dangerous. The increased scanning range is also a concern. This makes Kang Yu question what's happening. Morris's tone turns serious, but if that ability doesn't just scan and can also interfere with a specific target. Hearing that, Kang Yu also agreed that Moros was right. Her ability had advanced to that level and was truly very concerning. Looking at the beautiful Na Yu, he pondered that even the entire country's protection wouldn't be enough. No, this ability is the one I need most right now. At that moment, Yu Chan's puzzled voice rang out. Why are you two together? Yu Chan, Rick Yoon, and Gelato are coming this way. Seeing that, he recognized Kim Yu Chan. The other two silently watched. Morris whispered softly, so we've met again. Yu Chan slowly approached, confused. Why are the two of them together? Nah, honestly answer. I happened to meet him down there. Yu Si Trang turned to look at Kang Yu, a bit suspicious. Really? Suddenly Rick Yoon eagerly spoke up. Nah, say hello to him. He happily reaches out his hand. It's been a long time since we last met. Hug Tom Theet tightly. This action makes Galato shiver. Wow, you're quite lucky. Then he just pointed over and asked, are you Yu Chan's friend? Yu Chan gently shook her head and said, not quite friends yet. Kang Yu nodded and said, you are his friend. We go to the same school. Rick Yun chuckled smugly and whispered softly. He said the two of them are friends. Wuhan still firmly insisted, no. Rick Yun clicked his tongue in disgust. At this moment, Kang Yu spoke in Raun Galato and then turned to look at Yu and Rick Yun, making them both slightly stunned. Kang Yu is confident, isn't he? Rick Yun crossed his arms teasingly and said, how do you know about us? He casually added, I see you watch us a lot on YouTube and the news. Rick Yun also nodded, seeing the point. Ah, so you're probably also an apprentice soldier, right? Nah, I immediately stepped in front of him and replied, no, Kang Yu is just an ordinary high school student. Rick Yun shrugged casually. If it's not, then forget it. Why are you overreacting? Na Yu turned back to him and nervously said, Kang Yu, let's break up. I'll call you later. Kang Yu stayed calm. I'm fine. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Rick Yun has been joking around all this time. These two have a special relationship. Na's boyfriend? Huh? Yu-chan is not annoyed at all. Nah? Hand over the notebook. I'm a fan of both of you. May I have your signature? Rick Yoon was so stunned he opened his mouth wide and then waved his hand in disappointment. A signature from your rival. Well, I guess I'll reluctantly accept it. Gelato picks up the pen. Let me sign first. Rick Yoon couldn't believe it. He even brought a pen with him. Nay happily handed over the notebook to the two of them. Can you help me add something? They replied very happily. Sure. As he read inside the notebook, Gelato suddenly froze, and Rick Yoon was also surprised. Is the top student in the wrong class. Kang Yu confidently said, Raun and Rick have met Kang Yu. Write to me. Kang Yu's words left everyone present stunned into silence. After a moment, Galato finally spoke up with a look of unease. Why, the flag. Facing the opponent's confusion, Kang Yu remained calm and replied, Are you a fan of Cassian? His images quickly appeared in his mind, making him feel truly satisfied. He is a real hero, having defeated many villains.
For a just society and order, he truly is an amazing person. Hearing this, Gelato was suddenly stunned as he listened to him continue.
He is the embodiment of justice. He quickly took out a notebook and pen and held them in front of Kang Yu to jot something down. You know a lot too. I'll draw a little next to my signature. This action made him feel very proud in response. Thank you. Suddenly Rick Yoon, standing nearby, exclaimed with a tone of amazement. It's a shame, such a beautiful house to draw. Suddenly, Kang Yu from the opposite side spoke up with a cold tone. If it weren't for that unfortunate incident, he would have become a legend. Who would have thought he took money to kill his colleagues? This statement caused everyone present to be stunned for a moment. That's only one side of the story. After finishing, Rick Yoon quickly spoke up. My teacher is not that kind of person. Even if the whole world speaks ill of him, we will never do the same. Moreover, Galato also handed him a small notebook to inform him. I'm not forcing you. Your expression remains calm as before, but if you truly are a fan of the teacher, then trust him. Suddenly, Rick Yoon, standing nearby, spoke gently, Let's go eat, and the others quickly agreed with him. Nah, let's go together, come on. In just a moment, only Kang Yu remained here, looking pensive. Did you hear that? You have to trust me. He happily chuckled. As expected of my student, the scene quickly shifts to an ancient-style house in Benzone Namkang, Min's mansion, as he hurriedly steps forward. That person is Gina. In front of her, Ino is heavily beaten and sitting with his face down on the ground. This scene made Ino unable to help but judge. So humiliating. Inseo sits there with his hands on his head. I can't even fight back, only take the hits. Luckily, I managed to escape. Soon after, Gina quickly responded. She tried her best, even Juan had to speak up. Yes, the opponents are 7 managers, plus 2 more. However, Inio still didn't feel comfortable. She kept blaming herself, not for 2, but for 3. She has blue hair, she appears suddenly, saying there's not much time left before opening a portal to leave. The image of Lens Girl suddenly appears in Gina's mind. So, it must be Lens Girl. Thinking of that, she couldn't help but marvel. She's a villain capable of opening portals anywhere. After finishing, Juan sitting beside immediately responded, so they always succeeded in their surprise attacks. That made her involuntarily exclaim, What a hassle! Juan sat there with an unsettled expression. She lowered her head and spoke softly. Screw had mentioned the lens gun before. He said that if they could build an advanced defense system, they could block her gate. Gina quickly absorbed this information. She replied calmly that it would be very exhausting and costly to do that. The others quickly shared their opinions. Yes, what if we had attacked earlier? Iseo couldn't stay calm and questioned the opponent, asking Kasi Zen as well. We can cooperate to take revenge. After finishing, she received a response from the other side. Planning so emotionally could lead to trouble. Hearing that, Iso became even more curious. So now Mar and Job have both been attacked? Are you just going to ignore it? Gina suddenly lightly flicked the dagger in her hand and replied with an innocent look. Of course not. Face to face with our blades, we'll make them pay 10 times what they owe. These words made the opponent feel stunned for a moment. Immediately after, Gina stabbed her knife down onto the table. She cleared her throat. This is how the top assassin works. Returning to a scene of a desolate, ruined city, Vinzengatum, inside a relatively spacious room. Did you get the message somehow? The owner of that voice is Kang Yu. I heard Nam Kang was ambushed. Hearing his question, S quickly responded with a look of amusement. Mujin is probably furious, but even Minujin won't retaliate right away. Kang Yu, hearing this, grabbed a nearby handkerchief. The message isn't fully explained yet, but it seems Lens Girl is connected to the 7 managers. After hearing the explanation, he couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, Someone who can open portals. If we're not prepared, we'll be in real trouble. Facing this naivety, Screw said, Gadam doesn't need to worry. I have already set up the defense system. It also protects the Winterbell headquarters with a layered defense system. He's constantly imagining some new, strange technology. What about the sneaky ones? Maybe they'll target that area after Nam Kang. It doesn't have a defense system, but does have a security system that can identify intruders. Hearing this, Kang Yu seemed to understand a little. Basically, the trap is set. Now we just wait. Suddenly, Screw spoke with suspicion. Are you planning to fight back? Before he could reply, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, catching Kang Yu's attention. You bastards! How dare you come in? Get out of the way. I want to see the boss. The owner of that voice is BH. He's angry and being restrained by others. Big brother, you're too rude. Seeing him appear here, Kang Yu was surprised and asked, What's going on? What is the supervisor doing here? However, the other side quickly denied what he said. Supervisor, what are you talking about? Black Han kept pointing at Kang Yu and shouting, You said you would train us to be stronger, so do it already. Faced with this loss of composure, he remained very calm as he replied, Training is already done, but those words still don't make Break angry. What good does it do? That's why we came here. He screams. He keeps pretending to be fierce and tries to charge forward. We just broke through a huge wall. Even CR standing beside us can't help but agree. That's right, we can't get through on our own. Their words left Kang Yu in shock. Breaking through a wall, they've leveled up. Suddenly, Black Han calmly said with a smug look, Do you intend to fight Manny King? If I become stronger, I will destroy them all. Kiara is confused. Really? These words made Moro stunned and exclaim, That's rare. The villain wants to become stronger, but willingly lets others lead. It keeps looking at Kang Yu and whispers, What are you planning to do? What do you mean? However, he can respond smoothly to those in front of him. If they want to go to hell, I'll open the way for them. The sunset quickly enveloped the entire area. Na stood there with a bright smile. She waved to the person opposite her and spoke softly, See you later at home. Rick Yoon quickly responded to her, Next time, let's go alone. Bye-bye. Meanwhile, Galado only responded with a cold expression. Be careful on your way home. Their actions have made Yuan quite curious. Why did you guys say I should come along?
Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask something. But he's still curious. Shouldn't Na Yu hear it too?
The other side responded just as enthusiastically. Na Yu didn't need to know about this, and her voice echoed softly in the twilight. I'm planning to go to Vinzoni. He keeps trailing behind them with a naive look on his face. Why is that? This time the one who responded to him was Galado. We want to protect the master. He kept emphasizing that we want him to stop using the name Cassie Zan. Suddenly, Yu Chan shared his opinion. I don't think he's agreeable to that. After finishing, Rick Yoon quickly responded. We also want to know what kind of person he is. Does he match the rumors? After this, Yu Chan couldn't help but be curious. What if talking doesn't solve the problem? The two facing them quickly responded as well. Looks like we'll have to try another approach. We need to think carefully about fighting in Vinzoni or it'll get messy. He was taken aback but had to do it. Galado said firmly, a villain who dares to insult the name of the deceased must face the appropriate punishment. This is justice. This statement made Yu Chan pause in surprise for a moment. After a moment, he hurriedly came to Yu's rescue. He's not the kind of villain you think he is, Rick Yun replied with a frown.
You know he's not easy to take down. I heard he even defeated the Special Purge Force of Evil, right?
But this statement was quickly dismissed by Yu Chan. I didn't mean it that way. I mean, he's not the kind of ruthless, shameless villain. This statement left the other person stunned for a moment. Uhan still stood there with a determined look on his face. Please reconsider meeting Cassie. Hearing that, Galado and Rick Yoon paused for a moment. After a moment, they finally responded. All right, we'll reconsider. Rick Yoon kept waving his hand towards the other side. Uhan, it's better to stop now. You can't help but feel suspicious and curious. In the past, just hearing the word villain would make the kid become super terrifying. Maybe he also took over that Vinzone boss. Either way, he's very dangerous. Suddenly, Galado's cold voice beside him rang out, revealing his desire to seize all of Vinzone in Seun's hands. The image of Kang Yu quickly appeared in his mind, and now he wanted to confront one of the four terrifying kings. Galado couldn't help but marvel. Both of them might be connected to Uhan. Suddenly, Rick Yoon shook his head in response. Chu, it's too early to jump to conclusions about Cha Xian. Under the sunset, his deep voice echoed. There must be a reason we don't know yet. Rick Yoon put on a naive face. Let's go find out the reason. The scene quickly shifts to a nearby high-rise building. Thinking about it, I feel ashamed Fai Huseo sat there calmly and spoke. If you respond a little faster, you'll win. You see that, right? Iron Beast replied. She is very strong enough to blow up a fortress. The image of Io quickly appeared in his mind. If she plans to run, it will take a lot of time. Immediately after, F House asked if the next target was to steal the treasure, but he dismissed it outright. We won't go there. This statement made Found gasp in surprise. Really? Then who? Suddenly, Dar pushed the door open excitedly and arrogantly declared, It is I, the magnificent person accustomed to a life of luxury, whose voice echoes through this room. The most handsome man in the world, the great ambassador of the Da Star generation. Dasta quickly creates strange poses. Which photos? Level B villain, Stylist Yoon. Seeing this scene, Fundo couldn't help but be amazed and speak up. It's been a while. Duh. After finishing, the other person responded, Hello? I guess I arrived a bit late. Dasta is becoming more and more arrogant because I was busy taking pictures at the autumn beach until late. He is increasingly narcissistic. Oh, this mistake. My appointment was really not like me. I sincerely apologize. Stylist Yoon enthusiastically praised. Hey, you! The peak's silhouette against the sky. This scene made F House feel delighted. He quickly turned back to the armored person and asked, Are you coming to Boksan? The Iron Beast quickly responded, That guy and BER will be heading there. Suddenly, D-Star's loud voice rang out. Hey, Metal Guy, don't call me that. Stop being so rude. The armored person also has his pride, so he apologizes. This scene makes Fei House unable to help but ponder. He just apologizes with no other excuse. He kept staring at Dista striking a pose. He's definitely a crazy guy, but also very famous. A monster who can be compared to her. Suddenly, the other side spoke up. Gaddam, where are the ones sent to purge Gaddam? Noonam Rose, where is she? F House also responded indifferently. She's probably nearby, so why are you looking for Ms. Rose? However, DTA's next words made him tremble. I am heading to Gam. He keeps acting mysterious. I fell for someone at first sight. I want to meet him as soon as possible. It's been a long time since my feelings have been this intense. His words made my companion feel excited. He also uses darkness like I do, a person with a difficult personality. Silas Yoon quickly responded enthusiastically. This figure is truly a masterpiece of revolution. D. T. A suddenly sighed heavily and said loudly with a joyful expression, Caution, I am his biggest fan. The scene quickly shifts back to the ruined city. Vin Gadam still in that modern room. Dr. Han rushed forward shouting, He said I came here! With a brutal punch, but he was quickly blocked by Kang Yu. The two of them kept fighting each other in a martial arts match, and Black Hun lost his footing and tumbled backward. Meanwhile, Kang Yu casually spoke, carrying his body as if it were pointless. He quickly stood in front of him just to be enough. At this moment, Black Hun was in great pain, constantly moaning, and then suddenly shouted out in anger. Damn it, I didn't come here to listen to your insults. After finishing, Kang Yu responded to him. So what do you want? However, Breakon still refused to back down and shouted back, I already said I want to break down the wall, so there's only one way to do it. This scene left everyone present in shock, finally making them speak, while Kang Yu stood there calmly and said, I will crush your confidence that you can achieve something. His words made Breakon furious, and he shouted, What do you mean? But in front of him, Kang Yu kept provoking, Just keep smashing that wall, someday it will fall. Hearing that, the other person could only grumble. Honestly, do you think you can say whatever you want after hitting me? Hearing what he said, Kang Yu remained calm. I should be the one asking. You know you'll get hit, so why keep rushing in? This makes Break Hun confused. He muttered softly, so don't say you didn't think you'd get beaten if you charged in like that. The images of the fight gradually appeared in his mind.
The difference between fighting head-on, knowing you can break the wall, and rushing into it without thinking is like the difference between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Kang Yu interrupted that train of thought with a sentence. That certainty will create proof.
Try to find the evidence. I mean, you have to use your brain, because what's on your shoulders isn't just for show. Oh, I thought it was just decoration. Even Doubleblade said the same. Only then could Black Hun softly whisper that I have to find out for myself. Hearing that, Kang Yu also calmly responded, Keep thinking and you'll eventually find the clue. Moreover, if you use it the wrong way, you'll also realize a few things. What he said made Moros freeze in place. He keeps whispering in Kang Yu's ear. It sounds really experienced. Are you planning to train them to be stronger? Hearing that, he quickly responded, If you want to challenge MN King, you need to strengthen your forces. Suddenly, Black Hun slowly stood up and involuntarily asked, I understand, but you two are facing each other so quickly, can I realize it too? Hearing that, Kang Yu quickly responded, That still depends on your enlightenment, which is only for those who truly try. Otherwise, it's very difficult. What he said made Break Ghost take out paper and pen to note down, and he kept muttering, The process will be very slow, but if you gather all the pieces, you will have the complete picture. The master is different. I've already recorded the valuable advice from the master. Suddenly, Kang Yu said, Let's rest enough and continue. This action has made Breakon excited. Wait, I'm still not sure. This made him very surprised. What do you mean? Ben looked anxious and said, From now on, I will try to think carefully before attacking you only after I am sure I can hit you. Hearing this, Kang Yu couldn't help but admire. That's good thinking, then apply it to your training now. And don't forget that mindset. After finishing, the opponent kept arguing nonstop. What? Are you listening to me or what? I'm not sure yet. However, he remained calm, knowing that after enough eating, he would understand. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone caught Kang Yu's attention. He quickly picked it up, thinking to himself, What's wrong? Kang Yu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The sunset quietly descends over the desolate scene as a pair of feet quickly step into the area. A familiar voice continues to echo. It's here, and the owner of that voice is Rick Yoon. This is Vinzon Gotham. Gelato, standing beside him, couldn't help but marvel. This place is more remote than I thought. I expected it to be full of trash, but it looks really clean, like someone deliberately tidied up. A strange shape also appeared on the wall, and it's actually the strongest enemy. This place is full of villains after all. Seeing this, Rick Yoon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. I just found this really interesting. The result of Gadam's resident survey shows that the villain no one wants to face the most quickly responds to him. Of course, the villain is a crossdresser, but he was immediately challenged by Rick Yoon afterward. No, in front of them is Cleaner struggling to do something. He's a cleaner, a bald man wearing a mask and carrying a bomb. Then he suddenly looked up at them, appearing a bit confused. Gelato couldn't help but marvel, he's the #1 villain you wouldn't want to face, right? Rick Yoon also couldn't help but wonder aloud. So it says here he's very brutal. Suddenly, Cleaner's eyes in front of them lit up, and unexpectedly, someone beside them rushed forward in an instant. This scene leaves them stunned, thinking, attacking now? Damn it, probably taking advantage of our distraction. Gelato quickly reacted. Bad guys are the same everywhere, just a bunch of cowards. The two of them rushed forward in panic, shouting loudly, Come on, first stop him and then the car. Like that, Cleaner narrowly missed the target. Rick Yoon and Gelato looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? A wonderful night. The day is over. Green Factory. Manny King looked outside and spoke. Even though the process was cut short, the result isn't bad. That's how you remember things for a long time. Namchan also quickly replied, Yes, that's right. He asked you how the 7 managers are doing. Namcheon quickly replied that there is new information from all members, including Ra Thiel. Hearing that, Manny King also had to exclaim, The main character is really on stage now. The opponent quickly responded, If you give the order, we will attack Vinzangatum tonight. However, he immediately rejected it. No, he thinks that using force to suppress can be done anytime, but I don't want that. The water on the table quickly disappeared. I want a stage that can attract all the attention. I need a different plan. Hearing that, Namchan couldn't hide his curiosity. Do we really have to do it this way? Mr. Kin again speaks, hitting, smashing, and destroying without any real reason, so it's all just meaningless and boring. He calmly pours another glass of wine and responds. What the audience wants is a dramatic and exciting play, but more importantly, the script must touch the hearts of the viewers. He raises the glass close to his lips, or it risks falling into oblivion, like the scent of cheap whiskey, touching a person's heart. This statement surprised Nam Cheon. I'm not very familiar with this term. Suddenly, the other person comforted him, saying, "It's unfortunate, but don't worry. Many King believes you'll experience it soon." Hearing that, Nam Cheon quickly agreed. "If you say so, I will trust and look forward to it." The night gradually covers the entire area as a cat family keeps on marveling. Luckily, I found my mother. Rick Yoon stood there with a bright smile. Don't get lost again. Being separated from your mother is very painful. Suddenly, Galado, standing beside him, exclaimed in amazement, "Why are we here? We didn't mean to help the lost kitten, but you didn't care about that at all." "But that's also a good thing," Galado kept marveling, not only helping the kitten, but also tidying up. Suddenly he sighed unconsciously, honestly saying, "We didn't save the kitten." This made Rick Yoon sigh as well. "That stiff guy again? He's quite the chatterbox. It's getting dark. We need to meet Casey before it's too late." Immediately after, Galado turned his back and left. "So let's ask Cleaner directly." "Be careful," Rick Yoon whispered from behind. He approached quietly and respectfully. Cleaner Galado quickly made his suggestion. "Where do I need to go to meet Cien?"
Immediately after, a familiar voice rang out right behind him.
"You want to meet me?" Kang Yu sat arrogantly on a nearby building. This scene makes the opponent shout out in shock, and immediately after, he quickly jumps down. As I land, Gang Yu still can't help but be curious. "I think I have a meeting with S, right?" His face remained cold and expressionless. "Why do you want to see me?" After finishing, Rick Yoon responded to him, "We don't want to fight, we're here to make a request." This statement only makes him more curious. Is Saw asking for a villain? "What is your request?" Galado suddenly spoke with a cold expression. "I'll be honest, all I see on his face now is determination. I want you to change your evil reputation." Rick Yoon, standing beside, keeps chiming in. "If you want, we can suggest a few names. I'm pretty good at naming." But after hearing this, Kang Yu responded coldly. "You guys are pretty arrogant, huh? Keep talking. Let me hear it all." His expression made the other side confused. "Don't misunderstand, we have our own reasons." Rick Yoon kept explaining. "Kasen is a top-ranked false hero, but Kang Yu quickly silenced him. "I know you're getting annoyed, but you still keep using it?" He confidently stated that I know very well, and he still kept his cold expression there. He's a fake righteous fool who's actually taking dirty money to kill his colleagues. Using his name to spread a bad reputation is just perfect. This scene left Moros nearby speechless until Rick Yoon suddenly shouted in anger. "It's not that you are innocent. You keep questioning, are you innocent? Do you have any proof?" Then Galado from behind also spoke up. "I'm not the kind of person who takes dirty money to kill my colleagues." Rick Yoon still spoke with a grumpy attitude. "Yes, I am not that kind of person. See, that's not proof. You all know this well. This scene has nothing to do with Cleaner. He keeps doing his job." Sweeping, 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 then Kang Yu turned his back and walked away, leaving only a remark that if there was nothing else to say, then go. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. "Wait a moment." Galado stood there with a serious expression. I will never call you Casey. You're not worthy of that name." This statement made him feel amused. "Are you qualified?" Kang Yu kept reminding the other person. "This is something I can't just overlook. Are you saying I'm not qualified? Why do you keep emphasizing?" He confirmed once more. "I told you." Dark memories gradually flooded back into Galado's mind. Cassie Juyen was a top-tier trader. This is a prestigious title awarded to only 30 people in the world. With that, Galado quickly responded with a calm expression. "That person is also my respected teacher." At this moment, Moros also had to speak up. "Unlike those 3 henchmen, you raised them well," Kang Yu involuntarily said. "So what?" Galado clenched his weapon tightly and said through gritted teeth, "If you keep refusing despite all this, and he is ready to fight at any moment, then you must prove yourself worthy first." Facing this urgency, Kang Yu also did not hold back and reminded him. "Oh, you want to fight? Saying that on someone else's turf is really troublesome." A scumbag dares to stab his teammate in the back, just like his student. Hearing this, Rick Yoon exclaimed in fury. "You!" Galado suddenly spoke, warning you one last time. "If you promise to change your evil ways, I will let this go." This statement surprised Kang Yu. "So that's how it is?" He cleared his throat and asked softly, "What do you think of a disaster-level villain like Ka?" Immediately after, Rick Yoon shouted in anger, "I will kill you!" But Galado held him back. "Wait, let me fight him! Stop arguing and just charge in already." Kang Yu stood there ready to fight at any moment, and he couldn't help but sneer. "The level of disaster-class villain, you're worthy to fight this Cassian." "Fighting both of us? Stop joking around and don't take it too seriously. He's probably just joking." Kang Yu smiled and said, "I won't." Then he clasped his hands together, unleashing a lot of power, smiled, stopped wasting time, and started to walk. Rick Yoon quickly ran up to Galado, who was gathering his strength. "That bastard, I'll fix his attitude," and he glared at you with a frown. "Wait, I'll take him down first." Immediately, he sped forward with his great power to reach the two of them. Don't look away! Then he immediately kicked with all his might, knocking them back when they stood in front of the enemy. But Kang Yu's face still curled into a smile. Those kids, under the gradually darkening sky at a large house, with Screw sitting and working in front of a computer. Red Eye hurriedly runs in to report, Screw, things are chaotic outside. Yeah, and he's still sitting there calmly. I know he's focused on typing. Haisa is visiting, right? He stood there and replied, they're actually fighting. They're fighting at the entrance. He smirks and continues speaking. He told him not to worry no matter what happens. Red, hearing this, was taken aback. What? Who? Who else? That's the boss. At this moment, Screw finally turned his chair around, gestured with his hand, and smiled. We're not allowed to get close to them, and using roll is also forbidden. So I turned off all the cameras set up in Vinzone. They then thought that Krat standing in the corner asking questions would be okay, right? Black Han stood there with his arms crossed, looking away, while Double Bade stood beside him and spoke. Black and the others are still guarding so no one can get close. Red Eye approaches him more closely. What kind of twisted plan is this? He turns around. Who would know? He asked. What are you doing? He replied, just designing masks. Then Screw took the mouse and turned the screen, smiling. That's the boss's order. Meanwhile, Gelato continues to rush forward, attacking Kang Yu, but is blocked by him with his hand. Then, he keeps launching various moves from flying to lying down to standing up, but he easily dodges them all and only manages to wound him. Rick Yoon sat in a corner, frowning as he watched and thought he's quite skilled at dodging. Then he smiled, but saw Gelato still wielding weapons and charging straight at him, thinking that when you know the position you're about to jump to avoid an attack is a vulnerable spot. Kang Yu still stands firm, clapping his hands as the other side realizes it's already too late, while Gelato continues to attack with both weapons and energy, shooting from his eyes. But quickly he caught this attack as well, leaving Rick Yoon stunned and unable to believe his eyes, thinking he caught him. Then he releases his grip on her weapon and comments that this move pushes her away from him. You're very strong, but being so rigid, are you brave or just stupid? Your attack pattern is pretty dull and lacks flexibility. Kang Yu's words still come out. If that's all you've got, then you're not skilled enough to fight me. Gelato could only curse under his breath, then charged forward, leaping into the air and attacking him with a loud shout. Shut up. His knee also suddenly shot up. Immediately, Gelato was struck in the face by a straight kick from Kang Yu, but he still didn't give up and continued to run at full speed, wielding his weapon towards him. Kang Yu immediately smiled, then delivered a low kick that made him fall to the ground, and he shouted loudly as his attack was too slow. His body crashing down on the ground made a loud sound. You still keep rushing forward, even when Gelato is on the ground. Didn't that great teacher teach you anything? A counterattack must be quick and clever, but he still forcefully pushes up with the weapon in his hand. Yu's strike to the ground sent him flying to the side like a storm in one move. In the end, both of them stood firm at a distance, and he nodded at your good dodging. Try to use your speed, even if it's only half of what you used to dodge the attack. Rick Yoon stood outside watching their battle without saying a word. His face furrowed with thoughts starting to form. What is it? Is he really dominating round like a pro? Suddenly, Kang Yu turned to look at you, and you were still wondering how an amateur villain could do that. He called Rick Yoon, which made you jump in surprise. Hey you, I told you to go all out, so why are you standing there like an idiot? You clench your fists, grimace, and shout. How can you act without knowing your current position? For someone like you, Raon is enough. Then he charged at him with a body full of power, causing the boy to panic and step back. I told you so. Kang Yu then threw a punch straight at you, making you grit your teeth and jerk back. Don't underestimate the power of this disaster-level villain Cha Xian. On the other side, your hand reaches out to take the turquoise powers. Rick Yoon immediately pushes his water stream, his power, straight forward, and it disappears. But what shocks him and makes his eyes widen is that Kang Yu suddenly appears behind him, smiling. If the opponent is unaware, Luong is the easiest place to attack, kid. But Gelato descended from above, holding two weapons in his hands. Don't be overconfident. He immediately leapt up high, causing him to be pushed back. You kneel beside Rick Yoon, turning to look at the support order as your hand channels your power, questioning, what is it? He shouts, we will attack together. Immediately, he stands up and draws his weapon with a commanding presence. I don't want to admit it, but defeating him myself is too difficult. Our teacher's name is being insulted. From now on, we will beat him with everything we've got. Suddenly, something appeared that made Rick Yoon widen his eyes in disbelief. With everything I have, huh? Do we really have to fight him seriously? Kang Yu's voice rang out. That's right, you two should have done that from the beginning. He looked to the side at them with his hand grasping his power. I will also unleash all my strength. You think you can easily defeat us just because you're standing far apart? He replied, about 20 could also work. They immediately laughed arrogantly, and a rectangular ring emitting light appeared around them. No matter if you're lying or not, Kang Yu was suddenly inside. Then Gelato swung his weapon in front of him with a whirlwind of power. We will win this battle. You stand there, you are too confident. And you were already prepared. There's a reason you're so confident. He asked again, really? Gelato looked serious and said, in this area, my attack is an absolute judgment. There are only two possible outcomes. You will either be hit or defeated, and your face looks just as serious, pretty intimidating. But that's not all. Then Galado's gaze darkened, and he leaned back slightly. I have finished analyzing. In other words, I have found a way to defeat you. Tang Yu crossed his arms and stood there. How to defeat me? Keep talking, he continued. Everything people do and say follows a routine. Even in battle, there are certain patterns. The way you fight, suddenly something appears that makes you look down in shock, shouting loudly, "No way!" Suddenly, Galado's face darkened. Why was his fighting style different? Rick Yoon stood with a frown. What's going on? What just happened? A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. I can't be wrong. This guy, it's him. Then he raised his weapon in front of him. The villain needs to be stopped. In a different appearance, he crosses his arms and now stands with that same pose, sneering as you raise your weapon and shout, "Who the hell are you?" Faces appear in the dim darkness, each showing confusion. They kept whispering with suspicion. Who is he? His skin color is different from ours. I heard his father is Mexican. I heard he's from Spain. And I almost couldn't listen anymore. The lonely boy walks on, his small figure radiating an indescribable loneliness. Maybe he can't speak our language. My mom told me not to play with him. His quiet, bright blue eyes now filled with determination and a hint of sadness, a whisper echoing in Galado's ear and mine. It's a difficult problem to overcome, but I've gotten used to it even after being abandoned by my parents and living in an orphanage. He stands alone in the darkness, watching the other children gather together, with light shining down as if two worlds are intersecting. I thought the hard times were over, but no, I am suffering even more. Galado curled up, hands in his pockets as if he sensed someone else crying. He looked down softly. Galado's gaze is cold. Rick Yoon with blue hair is sitting and crying loudly in the darkness. The voice in his head echoed again. I heard that he's also mixed race. He keeps calling for his mother in despair. Mom! Rick Yoon's cheeks turned red from crying so much. Galado's mind kept echoing the question of what he had done wrong to deserve such pain. Suddenly waking up from the trance, it seemed he had found the answer to the question above. No, it wasn't that. It was because of prejudice and discrimination. Galado clenched his trembling hand and kept telling himself that if justice exists in this world, at least this child shouldn't have to endure the pain he did. His eyes burned like fire in the night, cold and piercing through all injustice. When I made that accusation, I realized a few things. The hidden power within me awakens. A beam of light appears surrounding him. Suddenly, Rick Yoon shouted excitedly, I had awakened like a false flag, and the scene shifts to a large training room. You excitedly exclaimed with shining eyes, "This is so great! This place is amazing!" Galado remained calm. Of course, his decisive tone continues to echo. This is a separate facility for Seer, so it must be good. And then Rick Yoon asked a question with eager anticipation. Really? So I can also use this place? But then, Galado's response made him realize the truth. We're just students. The two boys were still excitedly discussing the prospect of being recognized when they grow up and becoming official flag bearers. But suddenly the atmosphere was interrupted by a loud shout. Suddenly, Joe Claw, with his muscular build, fiery eyes, and commanding presence, appeared out of nowhere, darkening the entire scene. Rick Yoon was panicked, and Villa-in silently wondered if he was a villain. Then suddenly, what did Cogson say? What's going on with the two kids' moods? He asked softly, "So you were crying just now?" Seeing the scene in front of him, he shouted in surprise, "A villain is here!" Caution was surprised and asked back, "Is there a villain here?" He then lowered his head gently and spoke softly. "I'm sorry." Z Cloud kept apologizing, saying he didn't mean to make the kid cry but heard there were children here, so... He then asked, "Joe, why are you here?" Soon after, a candy was placed in front of the boy. He speaks softly so these kids can have some candy. It's really good candy, quite expensive. Seeing that, Galado grew serious. Is he really not a villain? He seems not to care much about his surroundings. Jaw Clow smiled warmly and asked him softly, "It tastes good, doesn't it?" Realizing the arrogance within himself, he wonders if he can change it because of prejudice and discrimination. I am truly arrogant. Maybe the eyes of the children looking at me back then, the image of their bright smiles appearing in Galado's mind as a response, had been filled with my prejudice. "Did you just pee? Why are you trembling?" That teasing remark made him upset and shout out, "I don't have one." But behind that scream was still a dark mass full of emotions that Galado had imposed on himself, and in the end, he still couldn't escape from it. Under the bright moon in the quiet city night, a name rang out, shattering the sinister atmosphere. From the shadows, a figure appears, and a scream of terror echoes from there. "Who are you?" Rick Yoon also hurriedly asked, "What's going on, Ron?" With an expression of undeniable shock, he replied, "He looks like the teacher." Hearing this, he suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Galado's eyes flickered with suspicion, his face darkening. He not only took his name, but their fighting style was completely identical. He clenched his teeth and mimicked the habit of gripping his left hand tightly before the teacher's kick. Rick Yoon roared in anger, a truly crazy bastard with a cold, expressionless face and deep, calm eyes just standing there silently. "Do I really have that habit?" In that breathless moment, he shouted out in furious anger, "Do you really think you're a hero just because you act that way?" "Take a minute," he said sternly. "I gave you so many hints, but I didn't think you would say I was so terrible. and then a thunderous scream echoed out, shutting you up completely. In a blurry past, a memory suddenly flashes, making Rick Yoon stop in his tracks. Did he dye his hair red when he was young? You said that if I dyed my hair red, I might be able to use fire. In the tense atmosphere, I suddenly looked straight at my opponent with an angry voice. How are you? At this moment, Kang Yu suddenly interrupted. Ron peed loudly on his first night in America. He continued speaking. Should I say more? I think that was the first time the two kids visited Lampus's training room. They cried uncontrollably out of fear. The one who came to give the kids candy. I think you called him the villain. Rick Yoon only just snapped out of it and shouted, I've never done that! Have I? Galado sighed deeply, glaring sharply at him with a scrutinizing look. Who are you, you monster? He declared coldly. Although your mind cannot recognize it, I think your heart already knows, and it seems you cannot accept it. Galado shouted angrily, Do not talk nonsense and answer my question, but instead of a reply, only a thin dagger-like smile appeared on his lips. And then, in the blink of an eye, he raised his weapon high. So what about this? Amidst the hazy black smoke and magical light, a cold voice echoes. Should I use hellfire here? He looked at him with a terrified expression, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. No way, you really are. But he showed no emotion, only coldly replied, Enough, this is not the place for us to continue our conversation. Can you calmly said, Let's move somewhere else. Break Ghost. In a brief moment, the entire space seemed to be swallowed by the furious black aura emanating from Break Ghost. He flew in front of him and politely spoke. Black Ghost, loyal servant of the master, obey the command. Kang Yu replied softly, I will leave with these two for a while. Seeing the scene before him, Rick Yoon was stunned and open-mouthed. Are you scared? Has he been hiding himself? His icy cold gaze turned into mine and ended everything here. He immediately accepted the order upon hearing that. Leave it to me, master. The task you entrusted to me, I will complete it to not betray the trust you have given me. Rick Yoon was startled and frightened. He's transforming. It seems he's finished organizing everything, so he gives the order. Both of you follow me. Galado and the boy were stunned for a moment. Under the starry sky, an earth-shattering truth leaves both of them stunned. Are you dead and then came back to life, teacher? Rick Yoon shouted in horror. How is that possible? But then, a voice interrupted, cutting through the deafening scream. Can you stop reacting like that? You've done it too many times already. Then you still try to shout and scream. But if you're not crazy, no one would believe this story. Living again is not enough. Thinking about the teacher reincarnating as an evil person, Rick Yoon then turned to him and softly asked, Rahun, what do you think? Does that make sense? Galado asked calmly, crossing his arms and replying casually, with only one conclusion in mind no matter how many times he thought about it. Wait a moment, he continued. I'm sure that's our teacher. After hearing the answer, he stood up to reassure himself. If you say so, then it must be true. Now it's time for the reunion. Galado didn't care much and quickly moved forward to ask about everything that had been bothering him for days. Curious about a few things, Kang Yu also didn't hold back and responded softly. Ask away. That's all it took for him to raise his voice sharply and ask why you didn't come to us. There are many ways to contact us via email or phone, but your response was something no one expected. I am a villain. I remained silent before continuing. Do you believe if I tell you I am your second teacher? Doing so many things, but you still don't realize who I am. And contacting through email and calls is too dangerous because they might be hacked or eavesdropped on. In the dark and tense setting of the night, Kang Yu whispers, If Lampus discovers my identity, things will become more difficult. Facing him is a pair of eyes shining with suspicion but also curiosity. So the reason is that you use the name Cashin to prevent your opponent from guessing your true identity? Although my body is that of a villain, I don't want to lose my identity. At this moment, a whisper suddenly echoes. So that's the reason. I need to continue speaking slowly. Furthermore, using the name Cassie X, I know the two of them will come to find me. His face remains steady, with two contrasting eyes, as cold wind blows. Each word he utters is filled with all his faith, just like the two of them did. Hearing this, his eyes darkened and became more determined. Galado gently lowered his gaze, his voice echoing through the quiet space. I understand. Next question. Who was the one who killed the teacher and Jeff? Lampus, Galado suspiciously asked again. Was it really Lampus who killed the master and Jeff? The wind howls through the silent space. Kang Yu sighs and says, I'm pretty annoyed too. He frowns slightly and recounts, my blood boils every time I remember that memory. Kang Yu's subsequent confirmation leaves the two facing him stunned. But they really did kill me, and Jito wondered what the reason was. Kang Yu casually replied that they were just talking nonsense about Jeff betraying Lampus and the team. Rick Yoon continued to press further. And what about the teacher? The opponent calmly replied, they also say I am a traitor. Galado became even more confused, with the official report stating that the teacher was a traitor to the organization and the assassin. Of course, you and Rick didn't believe what was written there. Kang Yu assured him that everything was obviously a lie. He lowered his eyes, recalling what had happened before. It was Jack who struck Jeff. Rick Yoon exclaimed in shock. Jack, the ghost sword? Kang Yu continued slowly. He formed a team to write Ta and Jeff, quietly going through each name. Jack, Lilia, and Snip. Lilia said there's one more person, so there are 4 high-level false flags. Gelato comments that if it were them, their forces could even handle the 4 villains. He anxiously asks, "What do you plan to do next?" Kang Ungdung said, "The bastard who accused me and ZP must hold a high position in Lass. I will find him." Gelato carefully analyzes the situation. "The truth is, we investigated your mess, but the information is top secret and very hard to obtain. Investigating high-ranking people in Lampos is even more difficult." Kang Yu interrupted him, saying, "I have an idea." He said with a hint of meaning, "If the door is locked and they can't get out, we just need to make them open it themselves." At this moment, Rick Yoon hesitated and interrupted, curious about a few things. "You've wanted to ask this for a long time. How is it possible for you to come back to life inside the body of a villain?" Kang Yu also had no intention of hiding it. "I received help from Jeffers' necklace." Rick Yoon became even more curious. Kang Yu casually mentioned a strange and ordinary guy named Moros. Moros firmly protests, "I am not ordinary. Its appearance is strange, but it is a noble spirit." He turned to look at it. "How should I explain this?" Moros casually replied, "If you want, I can reveal myself to them." Kang Yu didn't expect it could do that. "What? Wait, you're only telling me now?" Moros frowned and argued. "I didn't ask you anything." Kang Yu doesn't mind either. "So what do you need to do?" They chat so casually, but for the other two watching, this scene looks extremely strange. Rick Yoon muttered, turning into a villain, "Does that mean he's made the teacher go crazy?" The teacher is talking to himself. Gelato also shows an extremely embarrassed expression. It took some time before Kang Yu finally spoke, pulling out a necklace. "You two touch here," Rick Yoon asked curiously. "What is that?" Kang Yu urged them. "Ask Han later. Hurry up and do this for me." They grimaced at the strange, grotesque pendant, their feet hesitant not to touch it immediately. It took both of them a few seconds to gather enough courage to try touching it. At that moment, the pendant suddenly seemed to come alive, radiating a mysterious blue-purple energy around it. A sudden voice rang out, startling Gelato and Rick Yoon. "Do you see me, kids?" Gelato hasn't even had time to process it. "Dust?" Moros appears fully in front of the two. It is about to introduce itself. "My name is Mo." The person facing him shouted loudly when they saw Morris's floating form. "It's a monster." The scene shifts to the Labs building, where a steady voice echoes, understanding what you want to change with your goals and beliefs. A woman is leisurely reading a book in her hand. Heaven helps control chaotic thoughts and brings us peace. She put the book down and softly muttered the word from earlier, feeling at ease. Gina takes a bite of her sandwich and suddenly pauses. "Can I do it when my goal is revenge?" Yin-Chi seems to be doing better. She suddenly remembers Kang Yu's face. Gina recalls a series of events related to him. "He is stronger than me, and no matter the situation, he remains calm." Even though he's just a high school student, she wondered why he could stay so composed. What's the difference between us? Experience, perhaps? That thought was just beginning to form when Gina dismissed it. No, not just that. Maybe it's because he's perceptive? She suddenly paid attention to the lines on the page in front of her. Gina picked it up and read through it. You can sharpen your sensitivity through poetry. At that moment, an unexpected voice called out. Gina turned her eyes toward the door. "What's going on?" Aruma and Hautlan rush in, shouting about this shocking news on social media. She hurriedly ran over and held up her screen to show Gina the hot news. Gina took the tablet. "Is it all about Gadam?" Aroma nods excitedly. "There are many articles and videos about Gadam Vincent." The other person slightly frowns and continues, glancing over the titles which don't look very good. Aroma's face shows clear signs of worry. The same thing happened before, but this time the pressure is too much. Gina softly suggested, "Isn't that putting Gadam Vinzan at a disadvantage?" Hoot is right. That's correct. Aruma felt more and more uncomfortable. She was so angry. He is inciting the people by spreading false news, including comments. Gina rests her chin in her hand, thinking for a long time, and she figures that if it were him, he would also stay calm in this situation. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzoni's area, where he also just saw a series of hot news mentioning him. Wait a moment. Kang Yu frowned tightly, looking very annoyed. "Are these guys all playing with gadgets now? Are you serious?" He frowned and scolded in a stern voice. It's clear someone is behind all of this. Screw focused on searching, and from how this is being handled, it's definitely miking. Kang Yu heard this and grew even more resentful. As one of the 4 villains, he still had to do something so embarrassing. Screw chuckled softly. Bosses like to fight this way because they have many things to protect, so they are usually cautious in everything, which makes them loose in some areas. Of course, not everyone is like that. If Kang Yu remains silent in this way, I suddenly think that if that person is capable of enduring many failures, then he must be a boss of Lampus. Ma'am Mong's suspicion rises within Kang Yu. Could the one blaming me and ZP be that boss after all? Sil suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Do you remember the guys who attacked Vinzoni?" Kang Yu is mistaken. "Are those students from the wrong school?" He turned around and continued the story. The live video on YouTube and the Cyberacre video have all been deleted, along with related news reports. Screw Thongthaw spoke up slowly, but instead there are countless news reports about his heroic act of rescuing Gadam. "That's what happened," Kang Yu frowned. "And does everyone believe that?" Sil shrugged and chuckled softly. If you hide the truth like that, those who only look on the surface will believe it. The computer suddenly displayed a notification, so he tilted his head to look. On the screen, a program was showing, and Screw pointed at it before explaining. A popular program called Answer Questions claims that Gadam Venzone will also be taken care of attentively. Kang Yu doesn't usually deal with this area. Is that program really that popular? The title there is highlighted with the words, "The truth will be revealed." Answered Questions carefully explains that the program is highly trusted by the public and is also a public broadcast. Kang Yu rested his chin in his hand and said quietly, "Don't tell me he's trying to steer public opinion with that. He's spending quite a bit of money." The other person knew exactly who he was talking about. Playing with money is that guy's talent. He's a really wealthy old man. He suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the item you requested was completed a few days ago. Kang Yu was quite surprised. Is it done? I smile and point at the box in the corner. I personally quite like that request, so I'm very enthusiastic about it. There it is. Kang Yu nodded in approval. Well done. He cleared his throat and returned to the previous topic. Anyway, it seems Manny King spent a lot to set up this scene. If he fails, he will be very disappointed. He smirked slyly. To create a masterpiece, we should do our part too. Outside, the sky has already begun to brighten. Ga Young was still sitting in front of her computer, looking dazed and distracted. Suddenly, she exclaimed in panic, "Gah! What is this? The match between Kang Yu's team, him, Screw, Grow, and Braken versus Dar is causing a storm. Viewers flooded the comments mocking YOLO. Are you serious? Yeah, we might be able to take them down with tea. Mr. Pazu just doubts if it's some kind of PL trick. He's only expressing his feelings for his idol. Dosta Swins confidently says these Gotham insects won't stand a chance in a username life. No. The answer is eager. When will the battle begin? The most prominent comment is, "Get rid of Gadam's bugs." Ga Yong's voice trembles with anger. Are you kidding me? These bastards are completely crazy? Do they dare to look down on Gadam? She threw her hat and headphones to the ground and shouted, "This means war." Ga Yong's hands glided over the keyboard like flying. You're close to failure. You're close to Villa in Drink, Villain, Class, Mage, Attribute, Intelligence, Rampank. The scene shifts to a construction site where Rick Yoon and Galado stand before the newly appeared character, and Kang Yu calmly approaches with a composed gaze. What's with that look? Are you two waiting for someone else besides me? Rick Yoon pointed at him. You're the person who was with Non last time. We still gave the teacher our signatures. Galado nodded along. Are you really the teacher? Kang Yu sighed. Am I really going to tell the story about the little kid peeing again? Galado stammers. No. Did you go with the mango? No, Moros doesn't. You stay calm. We are always together. Rick Yoon frowned even when he was catching his breath in the bathroom. Moros stood helplessly beside it, unable to speak. Kang Yu pulled out a phone and handed it to them. He instructed to interact with me through this, not to call, but to send messages. Galado took the phone, suspicious about whether the security is okay. Kang Yu nodded. Although it looks like crap, its security is very good. Hearing that, Rick Yoon was curious. Where did you get it from? He replied, From what I know, he is the one who created the nanosatellite, so his skills can be trusted. The two of them were amazed. Galado looked up at Kang Yu and asked why he stayed in Venzone, continuing to be respected and admired as a high-ranking officer and hero. Kang Yu spoke seriously, but the question now is what, if we are villains or not, living in Venzone. I want revenge, and need to know why I was betrayed and accused. Kang Yu explained that to do that, I need strength. I have to become stronger and find allies who will stand with me. Galado nodded. I understand what you want, sir. Rick Yoon hesitated. But isn't it very dangerous if it includes all the villains? I calmly crossed my arms and replied, I know what you're afraid of. That's why I didn't let them get involved in my battle with Lampas. Kang Yu added, but if it's a battle between the villains, then the story will be different. Especially when our opponent is the four evildoers, Galado promises I will help if you need anything. I will do my best. Rick Yoon is also on board. Me too. He smiled softly. That's why I called you both here. Kang Yu bent down and picked up a paper box. Because the conversation is going this way, it's hard to look good helping me like that. He smiled and brought the box over to them. I prepared a gift for your International Children's Day, then cut to Venzone. At the dining table, the tourist politely speaks to the person sitting opposite. Thank you for coming. I didn't think Gai Chi the Great would be here. Gai Chi bit into the meat in his hand and responds with a thank you. I should be the one thanking you for the invitation. He smiled as he complimented her. The meat is good. The Venzone boss of Yuan City is in trouble now. The frontline villain with animal attributes Gai Chi. Du leans back in his chair with a steady voice. I always evaluate Lord Gai Chi. You are the man with the strongest fists in the world, Gai Chi smirks proudly. Of course. My fist is undeniably the strongest, she continued. I heard you just conquered Waidu City. Congratulations. After hearing that, I couldn't contain my admiration, but I know you won't be satisfied with just that. Du encouraged him, saying, If you are the great Gai Chi, you should take part in bigger battles because you are the greatest Venzone boss in the entire country. She continued to flatter, countless villains drawn to your strength and dignity. Gai Chi nodded slightly, appearing satisfied. Thank you. You're the one who understands me best. Du suddenly said in a deep voice. I will tell the truth. She placed her hand on the table, her eyes cold. I think we should form a joint force. I heard you are under Screw's command, but that's just jealous gossip about my possession of Boxon. She said seriously, you probably don't know, but Screw is very different from before. Screw of the past was full of determination and credibility, but that's no longer the case. He raised an eyebrow. So do you mean Skrill is a failure now? I heard that a guy called the Dark Devil is now holding Gadam instead of Skrill. Du immediately replied, yes, Screw is weak now. You are the greatest. She smiled cunningly and suggested forming an alliance. You will be the leader and I will be the deputy leader. Du, AC continues, if we combine our strength, we can conquer this entire country, including Seiyun Gai Chi laughs happily. That's great. Ice Demon stood aside, witnessing everything. Duok was excited. Just sign here. He chuckled with amusement and silently cursed Gai Chi in his mind. How could he be so stupid? I was deceived by Duok's sweet words. Ice Demon is annoyed. I came here because I didn't want to be on the same level as those idiots like Barracuda, but this guy is just as crazy as Barracuda. He looked at the guy happily signing the paper, feeling resigned, and there was only one difference between them. Barracuda was so strong that this guy couldn't compare. After getting Guy's signature, she was delighted. His signature is so beautiful, since it's a happy occasion. Let's throw a celebration. Du suddenly narrows his eyes in suspicion, sneering, what's going on? It's too noisy. It seems like we have guests coming to congratulate our alliance. She grits her teeth and goes out with them. We will throw a grand feast. The scene shifts to Vinzoni's entrance, where a space gate opens, astonishing everyone. Orion steps out from the gate looking bored. This place is so dull. I'm starting to get annoyed. What should I do now? Hei walks away, thinking I would come here with Da. Genshi appears, mockingly saying, anything has changed? Or am I mistaken? She replied indifferently. We have changed places. He was surprised. Really? Leo didn't care much. Even if Ion frowned, I was also very annoyed. Remember when Dar Star begged, switch places with my sister? She held her face in exhaustion. My foolish younger brother keeps saying he needs to meet Cashin and keeps begging me to switch places with him. It's really annoying. Because I am her sister, I switched. Or Ion will immediately change his attitude. But it seems you don't want me here, almost making you uncomfortable. Well, I'm stronger. Genshi still looks sad. No matter who goes with me, it's the same. She pouted. That answer made me a little angry. Back at the construction site, Rick Yoon and Galato try on the new helmets together, looking satisfied. It looks good. It suits both of you perfectly. Galato sighed. Who the hell created that thing? Don't tell me that guy created that mess. He nodded. Yes, Rick Yoon looks dejected. That looks disgusting. Kang Yu chuckled softly. You can trust him. He's skilled. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Kang Yu quietly turns on the device and stares intently at the screen. The scene shifts back to Boxon Vinzoni. Who the hell are you bastards? Are you crazy? How dare they attack Boxon? He shouted angrily. You're all going to die soon. But as soon as she saw the figure in front of her clearly, Sak Tut's face instantly froze in shock. Rose, noticing the movement, turned her head with a sinister smile and let out a soft sound. Why are you rushing here with that mocking smile? Are you here to kill me? The group of Sak Tut kept denying repeatedly. No, no. Her sharp gaze flickered and she waved her hand to summon a flurry of blazing red petals. So why is that? Want to dance with me? Time passes, and outside the building everything remains eerily quiet, with trembling hands raised and muffled sobs. Amidst a row of motionless bodies on the ground, Heian hums softly, casually spinning once or twice, then retracts her hands, sighs in boredom, and coldly says, so dull. Suddenly, Ion turned around and saw a group of people approaching, led by Du Heian smirking. In the next moment, she burst out laughing while clutching her stomach. Why are all these lost cows gathered here? Du Ak didn't answer, only frowned and silently observed the scene around her. The gang of thugs was beaten to a pulp and lay battered on the ground, utterly miserable. Du Ak watched the culprit laughing happily without a care, quite amusing. She thought to herself that Rose and the guy with the sword on her back are Mannequin Genshi's right-hand men. Du AC was a bit cautious. Such a troublesome guy coming all the way here. She glanced around to assess the strength of both sides, but they only had two people. We have Gai Chi and a numbers advantage. Du was still contemplating silently when suddenly the opponent spoke up. Hey, musclehead or arrogant smiler, you're thinking, aren't you? She thinks that because there are only two of us, she can take us down, right? She almost guessed Du's intention, and if we waste time here, reinforcements from another Vinzoni will arrive. Du clenched her teeth in anger but couldn't refute. Losing her temper, she raised her fist and shouted, You're a crazy bitch, you're talking nonsense. Why bother calling for backup when we only have to deal with a small flame? Du confidently replied, Don't underestimate us. We can easily handle scum like you. Gen Chi stood listening again, calmly sneering. Duak turned to look at her ally. Do you agree? Gai Chi. The opponent smiled in agreement, and she said, You're right. Her confidence grew stronger after receiving encouragement from her ally. Jose Stale's power is truly impressive. But Guy is not so easy to fall. If Guy fights Stale and we defeat that swordsman, we will win. Hey, interrupting Duak's train of thought. Her head's about to explode. What do I hear her thinking? What should I do now? She got so angry that she yelled and shut her mouth, not happy at all. Hye-yeon just laughed out loud, so amused. Do impatiently flips the bird and starts cursing loudly. Damn it, I talk so much because I'm just scared. Bastard, eat this, or wipe that smile off your face and speak coldly. What? She glared, her whole body tense with intent, repeating every word. You just called me a bitch? Am I supposed to be scared? It seems she realizes things have gone too far, and Do's face briefly pales. Gotchi stands beside, chin resting on her hand, smiling with interest. This brat must be furious. She really looks annoyed. Do hesitated before speaking. Boss, you believe in me, right? She's trying to rally her spirits. You are the one with the strongest fists. You can easily defeat anyone, so I praise you and laugh out loud. The more he laughs, the more excited he becomes. That's right, I have the strongest fists in the world. Do-ak continues to praise. You are the best. It only lasted a few seconds, but Gai-chi suddenly changed his tone. But why is that? I can't fight Stel. Do-ak panicked and asked again. What are you saying? Gai-chi's sinister face grinning as he responds to her. I can't fight against my own side. Do's mind was spinning. She was so shocked she froze in place. She couldn't believe it and hurriedly confirmed again. What are you talking about? Weren't we forming an alliance? Gai-chi replied with a slow smile. That's also true. Right at this moment, a voice rings out. Let me explain. Gen-chi stepped forward to explain. Guy was invited to the management position and he accepted. Now, he is one of the 7 or maybe 8 managers. The entire group of Do-akes is stunned and terrified. Gai-chi has switched sides and is now mocking with a smile. Don't you understand the situation now? Do-ake still can't accept it and immediately raises his voice to question. When did you get invited to be the manager, huh? Another voice interjected to answer. Yesterday, Boyer suddenly turned around. Ice Demon. Have you been deceiving us from the beginning, your mother? The other side tries to dodge and then sighs. I just found out about this too. Ice Demon secretly thought, I thought he was a simple fool, but it turns out he's a cunning fox. A purple rose suddenly flew past. Before Do's group could recover, the building behind them exploded, debris flying everywhere. It was the work of Hye-yeon. She stands there with her arms crossed, glaring at the group in front of her. How much longer will she keep provoking me? If you understand everything, then let's fight. Do threatened to scare us, then hurriedly waved his hand to make peace. Wait, calm down a bit, I can still talk. But if you're not planning to surrender, a single rose appears along with a cold laugh. It's not over yet, she cackles maniacally with each breath. Now this crazy dance party is the only thing left. A flash of light appeared at that moment and I want to join in. Everyone quickly realized and shouted out loud. Do-ak looked up and was stunned into amazement. This voice is a shadow rushing through the air, carrying dazzling beams of light, followed by a powerful and spectacular landing. Han paused and glanced at Guy, slowly smiling with excitement at this new variable. Guy also grinned arrogantly. Kang Yu successfully drew all the attention, then calmly stood up and spoke. The key to a fun party is having many people enjoying themselves, right? I may not be a great dancer, but I'll do my best. She looked at him with a contemptuous expression. I think I've seen you somewhere before. I don't remember anymore, and I don't really want to know either. Genchi reminded me. He is Sien, Gadam's companion, or is he just now showing surprise? Oh, is that him? She continued to sneer. It's the puppet master Screw chose. The other side gently intervenes. No, that's not it. They were still chatting when a beam of light suddenly flashed by. Screw landed with a cool attitude. He spoke with a tone full of annoyance. Can you still talk like that? It's clear that Screw heard the malicious words from those ions, so he immediately retorted. We've proven ourselves so many times already. That's rude to our boss. Do-ak is still confused. She looked at them in confusion. Wait, why did both of them jump down from the sky? Screw casually replied. After the alarm sounded, we arrived here by plane and landed on the rooftop of the building. Do-ac only focuses on the key word here, the airplane. Gachi shook her head and muttered, so now there's an extra fee too. Wow, her reinforcement squad arrived quickly. Genchi also agrees. It really is an unexpected, interesting situation. I think the alarm system and emergency messages are in the same place. He kindly reminded Kuin and Skrill. Both of them are the reason why the 8 managers were summoned. We are not easy opponents to defeat. Don't let your guard down. Hye-yeon isn't afraid at all, just sneering. Well, here we go, she sneered with a smirk. I feel guilty for my little brother, but I will handle him myself. Hye-yeon was about to make a move when Gen-chi stopped him. Put that plan on hold for now. Another figure steps out as the teleportation gate appears. Gen-chi and Menikin looked back, smirking arrogantly. The chairman has arrived. Menikin led a few others over and greeted casually. Good afternoon. Kang Yu quietly observes the impressive lineup of the enemy side, then silently assesses one of the 4 great villains of the Mankin, the one he focuses on the most, the strongest villain, the top predator in the villain ecosystem, genuine and formidable. He observes him carefully, with sharp eyes full of confidence and no mercy. Kang Yu thinks to himself, if he is the mountain I need to conquer, I must do it right now. Moros immediately stepped in to stop him. Tion glared warningly. I don't think you're stupid enough to do that, but if you plan to fight him, stop. He's way beyond your ability to handle. Kang Yu just ignored it and looked at him indifferently. Moros helplessly mutters under his breath, "This kid." Mannequin speaks up. "First, don't embarrass me by saying nothing like that. Caution, the reason I came here is to see you." Hearing that, he repeated doubtfully. He straightforwardly states, "I want you to join my family." Kang Yu decisively replies, "I refuse." Kin didn't get angry, only chuckled softly and said, "You refused without even hearing the conditions?" The other person replied directly, "The conditions are probably bad. I don't want to hear them." Hearing that, I was furious and cursed inwardly. That bastard. The very next second, Kang Yu calmly announced a shocking statement. Instead of saying he wants me to join, he should have said he will serve me like a boss. Hearing that, I was shocked. Is he crazy? S really likes this arrogant attitude of the boss, happily laughing along. Moros is speechless, just looking at Kang Yu with a bored expression. Heion bursts into laughter, like an insect with its mouth torn apart and unaware of its position. She smiled, but her face had already darkened, casually sneering. Disgusting. Or Eon, you wave your arm around to threaten. That makes me want to crush you. Minikin suddenly spoke up after remaining silent all this time. Yes, as I heard, you are truly ambitious. He narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke. If you want to fight me, you must have the courage to do so. But every courage without strength is just recklessness. Kang Yu was unafraid, calmly replying, "My fists are stronger than words. Are you going to keep talking? All I see in your eyes is arrogance." Then Manny King slowly took off his coat. "I will give you a chance to prove what you say." He takes off his watch and gets ready to fight, then looks at Kang Yu and says, "Don't disappoint me." A sudden loud shout interrupts. "Wait a minute or I'll shout in frustration." "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?" It's so uncomfortable. She directly confronted her president. "Why are you involved in this, old man?" Minnie sneered softly. "Sorry for this old man's rudeness." Rose gently tries to soothe him. "I promise to give you a better chance next time. Let me handle this now." Or she pouts in dissatisfaction. Morris was a bit worried, trying to persuade Manny King. He was on a completely different level from those he had faced before. Besides his overwhelming firepower, he was also extremely skilled in close combat. Avoid a direct confrontation. You hear that, but still step forward without hesitation. This isn't the first time I've fought a powerful villain. I have a plan, so don't worry. Kang Yu smiled excitedly. I've wanted to fight Manny King for a long time. Fighting strong opponents will help me more than training alone for hundreds of days. Moros tried to persuade him. This isn't just training, it's a real battle, and a dangerous one at that. Kang Yu directly pushed it aside. If I think I will lose, I really will, he bluntly added. Surprising Skrill? Screw will handle the rest, so I just need to focus on the fight. Manny King and Kang Yu face each other. The atmosphere around both sides immediately tensed as they drew their weapons. Kang Yu kept a cold expression, staring directly into his opponent's eyes. The opponent seems very pleased. He takes a running start and leaps forward to strike first. M. Kin stands still, waiting for the next move, showing no sign of hesitation. Jen Chi sneered as he watched the opening moves and said, "A direct attack? He's confident he can handle it all on his own?" Kang Yu punches straight at Man Kin, who blocks the attack with his hand, then continues to throw a series of punches, but all are deflected by the opponent. Kang Yu suddenly lands a heavy blow to Man Kin's face, causing the old man to momentarily change expression and quickly dodge. Nikin watched as the fist brushed past his face and smirked. Not bad, he must have been through many battles. He observed further and silently concluded that his foundation was solid and systematic, unlike many villains. Both sides fought fiercely, this time testing their leg strength. Kang Yu quickly stepped back to land safely. M. King remains completely calm, but the old man casually observes his reaction as he looks down at his trembling leg. M. King smirks and confidently draws his conclusion. "I don't feel my heart pounding." Duat gasped open-mouthed. "That bastard, he's not being pushed back by Manny King." Boar muttered, "Can he really win?" Manny King pretends to care and asks, "How is your leg? I think you're having trouble standing up right now." Tang Yu coldly replied, "No pain at all." He immediately laughed mockingly. "Fine, then I don't need to hold back anymore." "Really?" As soon as Kang Yu finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated and delivered a powerful sweep kick. He shouted loudly, "Then I am the same." Yin Dao Ni, Kin casually puts his hands in his pockets to dodge the attack, mockingly saying, "Your skills are good but too slow," but Kang Yu quickly appears and closes in with shadow speed. He coldly responds that from now on it will be faster. A spinning kick aimed at Meek Keen's face, moving too fast to see clearly. Only a streak of light and his tilted face remain. As M. Kin is knocked back, Kang Yu quickly pins him down with his shadow trap technique, leaving him unable to resist. And he clenches his fist, rushing in instantly. It's over. Manny Ni Kin remains still. Then suddenly a faint smile appears on his face. Just as Kang Yu's fist is about to land, M. Kin suddenly raises his hand to block the attack. One side of his face was already swollen and red, but Manny Kin still calmly praised you. "Well done." Kang Yu opened his eyes wide in shock, not a scratch on him. Then he heard the opponent speak in a deep voice. "You make my heart beat faster." The very next second, Manny Kin gathered his strength to deliver a powerful punch, laughing loudly in a commanding tone, and this was the reward. A single blow was unleashed. Kang Yu was knocked back, and the shockwave from that fierce strike shattered the surrounding windows. The gang nearby also got caught in the crossfire, covering themselves from the shattered glass, while Hei-Ayan clutching her dress, shouting angrily, "This is so annoying!" Moros widened its eyes in disbelief, watching the scene unfold before it. Seeing Kang Yu crushed under the wreckage, it shouted in worry. Casey Du on the other side also noticed what was happening to Kang Yu and could hardly believe it. "This is crazy. What's going on with that old man? He is on a completely different level." Boer watched in fear, realizing he's not human. Duan commented, "It's impressive that he thinks he can fight that monster. The four evildoers are not the kind of enemies ordinary people can mess with." Screw suddenly interrupted. Enough already. Surprisingly, he was incredibly calm. "The battle isn't over yet." Du stares in shock and screams. "What?" Kang Yu struggled to get up with his hands, and he still had the mood to feel nostalgic. This old man is really strong. Even with blood at the corner of his mouth, he still calmly smiles. "I thought I was about to die," Moros asked Han kindly. "Are you okay?" Kang Yu wiped the blood and replied, "Still alive." Moros kept pressing. "Why don't you use the hologram armor?" he replied calmly. "There's no reason to do that. It continues reporting the situation. Thanks to its self-healing ability, the damage you took has been restored." Kang Yu responds with a nod, indicating he understands. Moros reminds him that his mana will gradually deplete, so a prolonged battle won't be advantageous. But if he still wants to fight, he should try to end it as quickly as possible. He calmly said that when he is moved, it's a battle worth fighting for. Kang Yu's face now is full of excitement. He smiles softly, and the real battle has officially begun. The entire space was filled with silence as he calmly approached Nikin Hyan, who looked quite surprised. "Oh, is he still alive?" Jin Chi strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Did he manage to defend himself in such a short time? Even Man Ni Jing found it beyond expectations. Not dead yet?" "I didn't hold back that move," Kang Yu retorted playfully. Henry felt a bit awkward. The old man just glanced casually at his legs and then spoke slowly. But it seems that the trembling of his legs caught Manny King's eye, and he sneered. "Just standing is difficult for you. Continuing to fight in this condition might be too much." Kang Yu calmly responded, focusing instead on other concerns. "I think you should worry about being defeated," he continued. "I acknowledge your fighting spirit. And since you're still alive, let me enjoy myself a little." Kang Yu didn't hold back and directly launched an attack first. "You bastard," with the sword. He showed no fear, calmly defended, and casually mocked. "That technique again?" Mannequin responds with a simple flick of his finger. Wang Kao. The two beams of light collided and clashed fiercely. Man Nai Kin furrowed his brow slightly, knowing this blade was stopping his royal sphere. While he was distracted by the attack in front, two sharp shards of sword suddenly struck from behind, causing a loud shock. Mannequin stared in shock as the blue light grew stronger. Dozens of blades flying out, their reflection attack returning, attacking from all directions. Mannequin began to lose patience. It was really annoying. Kang Yu quickly appeared beside him. He's about to lose. A straight kick was delivered, and Mannequin hurriedly raised his hands to defend. His overwhelming power forces him to be pushed back and crash hard into the wall. Kang Yu doesn't give the opponent a chance to rest, instantly teleporting and rushing in with a powerful strike. Kin quickly spins around to dodge to the side. Kang Yu continues his attack with a horizontal strike. This time he quickly raised his hand to block as the two sides clashed repeatedly. When he attacked, Mannequin defended. Found is starting to get restless. This guy is pretty good. The leader is probably really going to lose. Namchan directly interrupts to hold that opinion back from himself. "You should speak seriously. Don't interfere with the chairman's entertainment." Kin's opponent started to counterattack but only punched at air. Yu's glove suddenly lunged forward, grabbing tightly around his waist. He thought to himself that if this continued, Moreau seemed to see through his intention. "It reminds me, Casey, don't let your guard down." Manny King is incredibly strong even when pushed back. Kang Yu lowers himself to grab Man Kin's calf, but he has already seen through his plan and chuckles softly. "I can struggle a bit," Kang Yu replied calmly. "Me too." Saying that, he swiftly flipped behind Man Kin. Hold him tightly by the waist. He angrily grabs Kang Yu's head. Foolish trick. Manny Kin pressed your head against the wall nearby. "Do you think that will work on me?" Kang Yu was dragged across the solid concrete wall by him, who laughed crazily in a hoarse voice. "I will crush your arrogant face." Then Manny Kin throws you far away. Kang Yu quickly lands firmly, his face covered with scratches. Caution in his eyes as he watches the opponent's next move. Manny Kin concentrates all his strength into his fist and charges forward. "This move won't be like scratching an itch like last time," he smirked arrogantly. "I put all my strength into that punch." Kang Yu stared wide-eyed at him as the punch drew closer, its terrifying power growing more intense. 100% of the royal power surges like a fierce gale. Du Yak gapes in shock, while Skrill remains calm and observes the fight. Hei-Ayan snorts in dissatisfaction. What would happen if he kills him? This is so uncomfortable. The red light illuminates the entire area, and the shockwaves echo loudly. Minikin withdrew his hand and then praised him. "You're strong." He lowered his eyes and muttered, "When was the last time I truly used my kingly power?" Kin pretended to mourn and said, "It's a pity, but this will be your grave." He hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted. "Stop wasting time." Kang Yu's entire body remained intact, protected by his armor. I decide where I will die. Ion stared in disbelief. Did he block the old man's punch? Genshi next to him was just as surprised. Bonnie happily praised, "You shifted my fist? I just witnessed a wonderful skill." "So I get to see it from you then? Didn't I already show you the King of Fists twice?" he said with a sneer. "That reckless attack isn't very impressive." Mannequin stroked his chin with a smile. "That sarcastic way of speaking. Your skills exceeded my expectations. You probably won't be satisfied until you beat Rose Kang Yu immediately." "Are you saying you're about to make me fight Jack?" The old man laughed. "Gee, I see. If Rose hears this, she would be very upset. But you don't care. Whatever you say." Kang Yu's arms were exhausted, but he still kept a brave face. Why do evil guys like him talk so much? Stop talking and keep fighting. Morris is getting impatient. Kasi has almost run out of mana. I think you should stop pretending or just laugh like an idiot. He doesn't know where he is and keeps acting cool. If the old man doesn't hold back, this party will be over. A sudden voice interrupted, causing Ha-yeon's smile to fade. "We also want to join the feast." Gina and her group suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She slowly spoke. "I'm quite good at that. Should we dance a sword dance together?" As soon as Gina appeared, the crowd was stunned. The Evil Sword Clan house finds it hard to believe. How the hell is he here? Wait a minute. He's speechless as he watches Ha-yeon beside him screaming like a love-struck girl. "You're so crazy. Is that really Mujinum?" Phi Haoso shouted angrily to wake her up, wanting to turn her into a snake, but she didn't care and continued to be infatuated. Just look at that handsome face. Who would care? It's Minujin, the incredibly handsome one. He couldn't take it anymore. Did she see his face? Mannequin greets him. "It's been a while." "What wind brought you here, Mujin?" Gina ignored it and went straight to the point. He ignored the rules established by the Vinzoni who disturbed Namkang Vinzoni and caused this chaos. She coldly warns, "As the ruler of Winterbell, I will definitely hold you accountable," Mannequin said with a frown. "Are you about to make me admit to something?" He glanced at the group behind Gina. "It seems you've brought the Winterbell management team here, probably wanting all of us to settle this once and for all." Mannequin isn't backing down, glaring back with a threatening stare. "You're ready to do it, aren't you?" Kang Yu silently observes the situation. Mannequin's group members watched the unfolding events with mixed emotions. Gina stepped forward confidently and declared her readiness to fight the four villains, Mick King. "Then it's still a good deal for me." She draws her sword to challenge him, and even if I do nothing, Winterbell will target and judge him. Minnie K burst into loud laughter. "So you're threatening me, huh?" He, who just became the ruler of Winterbell, is already so arrogant. Kang Yu suddenly interjected, "You are the truly arrogant one. Aren't you using the names and power of the four evildoers to conquer all Villazone?" Minikin Hong Hach replied, "I have the ability to unify all the Vinzone, so in principle, I am not arrogant." Kang Yu retorted, "It's possible, as long as I am alive, that won't happen. I will look cool and declare clearly that I will be the one to unify the Vinzone." Steel enthusiastically joins in while Du stands beside, exhausted and speechless. "This is so frustrating." Minikin clapped encouragingly and said, "You're in good spirits. With you, it's possible." The old man arrogantly added, "But not now. Now it's just a dream, but in the next 10 years, you might achieve it." Kang Yu lowered his eyes, watching the next move of the old man. Mankin extended his hand and said, "I will give you another chance." He once again invited me to join him. "KCX, then you might achieve that dream faster." Kang Yu added, "If the condition is for me to become the boss, then I will consider it." Mannequin chuckled and said, "You really didn't hear me, so how about a bet?" He challenged. 5 of my people will fight 5 from Gadam Vinzone, and the rules are the winner continues to fight. You just stand there, and the winner keeps fighting? Screw that, let's clarify. If they win that match, they will face the next opponent. Kang Yu heard the proposal and smirked. "If we lose, then we will become your subordinates, right?" Maninikin replied ambiguously, "Yes, of course, but if you win," Kang Yu responded, "I will decide after discussing with my team." He immediately agreed. "Fine, I will accept all conditions," and I narrow my eyes with a sneer, "so I will consider you agreeing to my bet." He happily smiled and replied, "Yes, we can decide the date and location." The other side agrees. "Fine." MK looks over at Gina. "Mujin, what about you? Are you planning to fight me again?" She continued. "No, I've changed my mind." Gina turned to leave, only to leave behind a single sentence. "I want to see the next episode of this play, so I won't harm the actors instead." She calmly suggests that the ruler of Winterbell, "I will observe the match to ensure everything is fair." Manny King takes the outer garment from Nam Chion's hand and agrees. "All right, then everything ends here." He takes his people and leaves, ending today's meeting. "We will meet again." "Lens girl, escort them out. I will open the gate." Manny King was about to leave when a voice from behind caught his attention. "Oh my god, what's wrong with you guys?" "Hey, Ion is blocking Gina's path. I have something to say to Mujin." Gina looked at her subordinate and stepped aside. Both sides immediately made way for her to move forward. "Hey," Eon happily exclaimed, just as expected. "Mujin?" Gina asks, "What do you want to say to me?" Heon happily runs over without anything special, suddenly reaching out and shouting, "I want to take off that mask but not let Hei touch Gina." A figure suddenly rushes over and grabs her wrist. Kang Yu sternly says, "You should ask for permission first. Don't you have the basic manners?" Oh dear, you really are quite the gentleman. The very next second, vines suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Yu. Heian roared angrily, "If you're a gentleman, you should ask for permission before grabbing my hand." She commanded the tangled vines to coil around Kang Yu's body, then pressed close behind him. "Do you want me to give you a little gift?" Heian boasted about her sharp claws and then laughed maniacally. "I have marked something adorable on your forehead because I gave another musclehead a little gift, and he really liked it." She was about to hit Kang Yu on the forehead when he spoke. "Do you not smell the burning?" Only then did Heian realize that his vines were being burned by the blue flames. That fire is engulfing Kang Yu. She quickly steps back. It's burning. Emkin was quite surprised. "Fire, huh?" He hit it. So the rumor that he has two attributes is true. Then Kang Yu lightning fast charges at Ha-Ian, hitting her so she quickly dodges. This is my move. Ha-Ian refuses to give up, dodging the attack repeatedly. Spin, spin, spin. She stuck out her tongue in a devilish gesture to provoke Kang Yu. "Those tricks won't work on me." Suddenly, a flash of light flickered past Heian's face. She stared in shock, her blood touching the wound on her cheek, her face darkening. "You just made my face hurt." Fai Haoseo realizes the situation is unstable and mutters to himself, "Oh no, my brother is coming." Sure enough, just a second later she was grinding her teeth and growling. Then she went berserk and charged at Kang Yu. "You damn dog, watch out for her." I was also surprised. "She's too fast." But Screw, valuing his boss too much, didn't give Ha-Ian a chance to reach him and struck out, blocking her. Ha-Ian was so angry her eyes nearly popped out and she kept gasping for breath. Screw faces her coldly, hoisting the giant screwdriver onto his shoulder as he calmly reminds her, "Time's up." Screw's dominance is overwhelming, and he repeats without expression, "Go home or I'll scream in frustration, my face contorted and twisted. Damn it, I will kill all of you." At this moment, Gina suddenly steps forward. She drew her sword, and in the end, she's still as detestable as ever. "It's been a long time since I've been this angry." Gina burst with murderous intent. Lakiam stepped forward. "The price for making me angry is just too much." Kang Yu stepped in to stop her. Wait, the one facing her isn't him, but me. But not today. He looked over at the crowd, eagerly watching M-Kin. "To ensure the next grand feast goes smoothly, I propose an inviolable treaty. The term starts now, and until then, the other party must comply immediately." "I agree." He's either reminding or just annoyed. Did Rose hear what he said? Mani is giving orders. "Let's go." She's gone crazy, tearing her hair out and shouting. "This is so annoying. Why do we have to wait? We could settle this here or leave a threat behind in dissatisfaction. You're lucky this time, but when we meet again, I'll tear you to pieces." Screw responds nonchalantly. She spoke bitterly and spitefully before leaving in anger. "Don't think you can hurt my face and stay safe." Kang Yu jabbed again. Determined. "Keep that thought until I see you again. You're just as bitter and glaring as you say each word. So are you." M led his group to the teleportation gate. Duak still found it hard to believe. "Did he really leave?" Bor muttered in confusion. "It seems so." Gai Chi looked back to taunt before leaving. "Cheer up. Thanks for today's meal. See you again." He was so overwhelmed he couldn't speak. As the group left, Nam Chion suddenly turned back, and Kang Yu met his gaze without hesitation. Nam Che Onan gazed at him deeply, silently repeating his name, Cassiix. He quietly turned and continued walking, and as he approached the gate, Nam Chion suddenly smiled in an inexplicable way, and the scene shifted to the Yen Bin building area, where a story at a coffee shop unfolds. Rick Yoon looked at the plate of cake in front of him and exclaimed happily, "It looks so delicious." He excitedly took out his phone to take a picture, so he snapped it. "Which Instagram should I post it on?" Galado helplessly reminded him to stop. Too embarrassed, Wuhan gets straight to the point. "You suddenly wanted to meet me. What's going on?" Rick Yoon looked at Galado, waiting for him to speak first. He didn't know what to say. "It's nothing important. We haven't had an official conversation since the last time we met." Wuhan replied calmly, "We can meet at Lampus." Rick Yoon forced a smile. "That's where he works. You try to create a friendly atmosphere where you meet, enjoying good food." Wuhan shows no expression and doesn't argue. The coffee shop in Lampas is also good. Rick Yoon is also at a loss for words. "You really are Galado," getting straight to the point. "He is the leader of Gadam Benzone. He firmly states that I have researched him. He is not as cunning and contemptible as you say." Uwan immediately asked, "Did you meet him?" Rick Yoon is upset. "No." "Why would I need to meet him? On what basis do you conclude that?" The other side asked coldly, "Why are you so startled?" Galado calmly replied, "I just looked up some information without meeting the villain Kashian, only that the people around hear and get confused." He said it without blinking, just recounting. According to the information, Kuyen helped rescue the hostage from the fire blaster and also contributed to the arrest of the serial killer Blood Rain. Galado emphasized that he also helped your sister. "Nah?" Wuhan admits it. "Yes," he continues to comment. "I understand why you hold him in high regard." Yu Chan lowered his eyes slightly and said, "There are many things I can't reveal, but I have received help from CN before." Rick Yoon cleared his throat and spoke in defense. He really does a lot of good things, not like a typical villain. Galado seriously considered, seeming to have many good qualities worth weighing. Even as a villain, his clear judgment and bold actions were truly admirable. Rick Yoon enthusiastically agreed, I think so too. The person next to him also nodded. Weak justice is a sign of incompetence. Makaxian, however, possesses the strength to uphold that belief. Yu Chan looked at them, caught in the act, and pondered silently. He then spoke up to remind them. That's enough now, Yu Chan teased. If anyone else heard them, they would think the two of them are fans of Caitian. Gelato quickly denies being a villainous fan. It's ridiculous. Rick Yoon also waved his hand and laughed. Exactly, that's ridiculous. He suddenly remembered something. Oh, about this. Do you remember the kid we met in front of the park? Wang asked suspiciously. Yuan confirms. It must be him. He looks really smart and handsome. Are they close? Yuan replied with a dark face. No. Rick Yoon frowned with regret. Why shouldn't we get along with him? Yu Chan directly opposes. With Kuan Kong Yu, there's definitely no chance. You find it really confusing. Why set boundaries like that? Yu Chan angrily stabbed the fork into the cake. That guy. Whenever this comes up, he just gets annoyed. Like an annoying insect constantly following Na. He must be eliminated. Rick Yoon looked at him with a serious expression. That insect, the teacher. Do you mean that guy likes Na? Oh, the opponent was confused when you mentioned the word master. You hurriedly corrected yourself. Oh no. The teacher makes shoes then. Gelato was scrolling through his phone when he was stunned by some news, and the scene shifts to a part of Gaodanvin Zone in the Heavenly Corn area. A voice echoes. The item you requested is here. An artifact that enhances resistance against mental attacks. Too bad. It's quite rare, so it takes some effort to find. Kang Yu picked it up and was very satisfied. Well done. Inside is a thin bracelet. He asked Moros for his opinion. Is this the item I'm looking for? It nods in confirmation. So he insulted her and then started a conversation. I've heard what happened. You accepted a challenge from Manny King. Kang Yu didn't hide anything either. Yeah, a 5-on-5 match. He asked again, have you chosen your team members yet? I honestly replied, not yet. He considered seriously. Do you want to try? Cheha waved his hand and said no. I'll just enjoy the game with some popcorn. Kang Yu then returned to the main topic. How much is this? Cheha asked casually. Think about the 50% discount from before. Just take it. Kang Yu was surprised. Free of charge? The opponent only smiled and said, I have a debt to collect from Miking. He looked at him deeply, offering it to him in the hope that he would defeat him in the fight. The scene shifts to the next location, Gadam Venzoni's training room. Kang Yu walks while checking the system panel and mutters as expected. He looked at the mental strength stat, +2. Quite satisfied. His mental strength had been upgraded. Moros hesitated before speaking. I have a feeling you're not the reckless type to provoke opponents. Are you testing whether the reason you fought Manny King back then was to upgrade your mental strength skill? Kang Yu nodded. There are many reasons. Fighting someone as terrifying as Manny King brings more benefits than just upgrading skills. His response stunned Moros, which should meet the minimum requirement. It was startled when it saw the item in Kang Yu's hand, and he confirmed it with a voice just as it had thought. Blood crystal. Kang Yu looked at the item in his hand and chuckled softly. It's time to conquer this gem. As the sunset gradually falls, a loud shout breaks the silence, and Sion Bon rushes in excitedly shouting, I heard we're about to fight Manny King's kids. I'll call all of them out. Crash laughed loudly and joined in. I wouldn't miss a battle for anything. Only then did they notice the faces inside. Drehun looked around in confusion. He's not here. Does Screw not know what knocking is? He hurriedly asked, where did the boss go? Sil replied, the training room, but it's better not to go in. Black H asked curiously why that was the reply. He is training specially. He looked confused and said, if it's such a special training, we should do it together. Screw kindly reminds you not to interfere. Dragos is still guarding outside. Grat scratched his head and muttered, I wonder if he's ready to start training yet. His body must be in pretty bad shape. I heard that Manny King uses the boss's face to sweep the floor. Sio immediately asked, who said that? The internet. He replied immediately, no. Boar told me everything. S corrected him. Although neither of them fully exerted their strength, he was not pushed back at all by Manny King. The defeat is that the boss has overcome his 2 punches. It was a very close match, with a powerful kick that destroyed several buildings at once. Cross exclaimed in surprise, several buildings. Drehun takes the opportunity to boast. I can do it too. Taking a hit is my specialty. Crow chuckled softly. Lon's rumors spread quickly. We haven't discussed this yet, Red Eye responded. It must have been M. King's side who said it. SW searched and added more. They came up with a name for the tournament and even made a poster. Everyone looks at the image being projected. The Clash of Villains. Crow smiles in admiration. That's cool. Oh my god, I like it. At this moment, another voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Is everyone here? Iron M barged in to strike a pose. I came here to defend justice in this Vin. I officially signed up as a contestant for this competition. Black Hun stared at the opponent in shock and blurted out, who is this idiot? The scene shifts to the South Korea branch of LAMP, where a tone of suspicion echoes in a paid live broadcast. Are these guys crazy? Isn't it just a ghost tournament? The person sitting opposite said. It's just the idea of some money-hungry guys, he retorted. But still, he frowned and asked, do I still leave it like that? Dion narrowed his eyes and considered. There's no reason for us to interfere, and even if we did, we wouldn't gain anything. But if we do nothing, Manny King will probably conquer all of goddamn Venzone. She directly exposes the threat, and it seems you're sure Cassie Zan will lose. He chuckled softly, knowing that the opponent was Manny King. They had already fought each other, and clearly Cassie had been destroyed. Jason paid attention to a different matter. Manny King will join the tournament. I think the chosen ones will be among the 7 managers. De Yuang reminded them that they weren't easy opponents either. Hearing this, she felt it was better than fighting Manny King. Jan suddenly remembered a few other faces and concluded that Ta Shen is not the only one in Gadam. I think it will be a close match. De Wang nodded. After hearing what she said, I also thought so. But the other side asked back, what else? He hesitated before speaking. Is it really that we can't do anything about this? De Wang wondered. Because this matter involves Manny Ni King, the high-level leaders must have discussed what to do. Shouldn't the director be involved in this? Jun just sighed. He still didn't say anything. De Wang was stunned and exclaimed, what? Jun advises him not to overthink anymore. As you said, this isn't a game for kids in the neighborhood, and it can't be compared to the butterfly effect. She also emphasized that if Lempos doesn't intervene, it will be very difficult to predict the consequences. De Wang still felt uneasy, but had no choice but to let it go. So what are the 2 Korean guys sending over doing now? Dai-sun removes her glasses and shakes her head. I don't know, they are beyond my control, she calmly spoke. I think they are carrying out the task assigned by customs. In another place, the dark night space is covered by moonlight. 2 figures stand in the empty room, waiting for something unknown. Rick Yoon is one of them. You notice something unusual and quickly look back. Kang Ut suddenly appears out of nowhere, startling you. He spoke up. Have you been waiting long? Galetto called the master while Rick Yoon clutched his chest in pain and groaned. I'm very scared. Kang Yu straight to the point, stating the main purpose. Sorry for calling you here so suddenly. I need your help and have no other choice. Galetto immediately agrees. We will do everything you need, Rick Yoon asked anxiously. Han, are you okay? I heard you fought Manny King. Kang Yu sighed. The news spread so quickly. They immediately recounted the situation, browsing the internet only about that matter. I think someone spread the news for a certain purpose, Galetto asked curiously. And what about the match against Manny King? Please honestly share your thoughts. He is truly very strong. I can understand why Lampus couldn't reach him without hesitation. Aside from that, he's also concerned about something else. Have you given it your all, teacher? Kang Yu also didn't hold back. I used about 80%, but that old man hasn't even used half of his power yet. Rick Yoon is amazed. Not even half yet? The other person commented that it seems the master can't defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Galetto analyzes that according to Lampas's calculations, at least 3 high-level seer are needed to capture a 4 evildoer. Kang Yu understands what he means. The only cycle capable of facing the 4 villains head-on alone is the top 3 most powerful flag generals known as the Great Masters. He hinted that if it were them, Rick Yoon's side would be a bit worried and hard to spot. But Kang Yu suddenly declared confidently, I will do it soon too. Galetto was stunned. D, you just said fighting him one-on-one would be very difficult. Kang Yu has to admit that this morning was indeed like that, but now things are different. I have a special training session afterwards. Going back to earlier, when the entire training room was filled with red aura, he cried out in pain, clutching the ground tightly. Moros asked worriedly if you were okay. Kang Yu, sweating and trembling all over, still bravely replied that the taste was really good and jokingly blamed if he hadn't listened to you and kept chewing that bloodstone, he would have gotten into trouble. Moros felt guilty and advised him not to push himself and to rest for a while. Of course, Kang Yu refused to listen and kept trying to stand up, just a little more and my effort would be rewarded. Kang Yu clenched his fists, a red glow enveloping him. He slowly senses the change, the power he has never felt before flowing through his body. And now he can hardly estimate his own mana. Streams of red light swirling around, Kang Yu tried moving and manipulating his hands. Switching to the present, he shows Rick Yan the fruits of his labor. After eating that blood crystal, I achieved great power. Galetto finally managed to speak. That's really dangerous, Rick Yoon asked in panic. Eat it? Why would you chew a magic crystal? Galetto explains to you that an evil person can increase their magical power by eating magic crystals. This is the first time you've heard about it, so you are stunned and exclaim, Really? Kang Yu listened to the conversation and thought to himself, I didn't know about that until Moros mentioned it. Galetto was naturally curious, but I heard that blood crystals are very hard to find, and cases of people dying after eating them are quite common. Rick Yoon was startled. What? You eat such dangerous things? What did Moros say? Did he not stop you? Kang Yu even deliberately added fuel to the fire. He just watched, and Moros, being insulted and falsely accused right in front of him, could only remain powerless and silent. Kang Yu looks at the strength in his hands. After all, thanks to eating the bloodstone, I gained great power, but I failed to control the energy within it. He is very clear-headed and understands the problem he is facing. If it stays like this, I might go crazy and become berserk. Galetto suddenly encouraged us, don't give up or lose motivation, no matter how bad the situation gets. He slowly said, the only solution is unwavering determination. Galetto seriously repeated each word deep in his heart. If you have willpower, you can overcome anything. That's what I told us. After hearing that, Kang Yu reflected on himself. Do I have it? Gelato once again expressed that he was ready and would help the master to the best of his ability. Sir, Rick Yoon also agreed. I am too. Kang Yu looked at the two of them and smiled. Thank you. The only two I trust are you. Moros narrowed his eyes, judging him. Are you planning to let them be punching bags? Although everything has gone off the original plan, Kang Up interrupted and kept quiet. He then turned to explain to the other two. From now on, it will be hellish training. Rick Yoon sighed.
It's been a while since we trained together, sir.
Gelato confidently replied, We are ready. Have you decided where we will practice yet? Kang Yu quickly gives them the answer. The location is Garam Venzone. The two innocent kids froze in surprise. What? In the quiet night, the moonlight seems to shine down over the entire city, when suddenly a voice echoes. Aren't these two really not coming? Kang Yu's casual chewing sound appears in the middle of the night. In a place with a view of the entire city, next to him, Moros is staring directly at him as if pondering something. He speaks, and they quickly slip away after making some strange excuses. Moros reminds him, Don't be too harsh on them. It remembers the image of Kang Yu as a child. My stomach hurts so much, teacher. I have a sore throat. They need time to prepare themselves. The scene falls into silence, as if only Morris's voice can be heard, and it must have been very difficult for him to accept that they have to pretend to be villains when they've been wrong all along. Haven't you also experienced that yourself? Kang Yu glanced with a cold stare, as if he was contemplating something. Then he spoke, I have been thinking from my own perspective too much. Moros looked indifferent and replied, So you admit it now. Kang Yu quietly reflects that if he needs an explanation, it's probably because he was too hasty. No matter what, I have to control this bloodthirsty urge. Suddenly, memories of the terrible things I've faced in the past flash back in my mind, like scenes from a movie playing in sequence. I don't know if it's because of that craving, but I keep hearing the voices of those bastards. Do those crazy villains hear this sound too? Below are the high-rise buildings bustling with lights and people passing by. Above are two souls filled with many thoughts. Moros wonders about his answer. Are you regretting having consumed bloodline? Kang Yu pondered slowly with his thoughts. No, because I was mentally prepared from the start. His eyes looked somewhat heavy with sadness, as if trying to hide something. Quite pleased to receive a surge of magical energy and a skill. The space around them seemed to transform into a high-tech area filled with unimaginable devices. Kang Yu and Moros are now looking at his score table, which shows 1,768 magic points. In front of him is the information board about him, which has increased by 200. A smug expression and a cold, sharp gaze are clearly visible on his face. Moros stood beside him with a rather unfriendly expression. I was worried I might develop resistance to the magic crystals, so this was truly unexpected for me. Moros, hearing that, helplessly turns away and mutters, I'm so embarrassed. Kang Yu didn't hear and asked again, What? The magic crystals surrounding the bloodstone? Moros explains, You can't compare the blood crystal to those low-quality magic crystals, because even if you look across the world, it's a rare item. If you think your current performance is already amazing, then you should understand that the results you get from the blood crystal do not meet my expectations. Maybe the reason for this is that you can't control that bloodthirsty urge. He's still standing there, lost in thought about what Moros just told him. But with the magic points I have, I can fight anyone. You and Jose Stale have similar magic point levels. The scene suddenly shifts to the present, revealing Hong Ha Eon vividly, with Moros's comments about her highlighting the terrifying power she hides. But it's not everything. Behind that crazy smile, she hides a terrifying source of power. Kang Yu closed her eyes, dismissing and completely disagreeing with what Moros said about her. She looked at him with a calm gaze and held on to her own thoughts. In a mana battle, it's not everything. Still, having a high magic score is an advantage. It's okay. Take a look at this first. The skill in front of them is locked. It sounds strange. I have a weird skill. Kang Yu still wants to find out why the skill is locked. He looked at the information panel as if searching for something. What does locked mean? Moros seems to already know why that skill was locked, meaning he still hasn't met the requirements to use it. So what is the requirement? Magic points. Before Moros's answer, the two of them looked at each other as if it was obvious. Their sharp eyes stared directly at Moros with no expression. You don't need to be sad. I bet I won't use this skill even if all demands are met. Moros's sinister look gradually appears because it's a dangerous skill that can easily destroy a city. Is it really so mysterious that Kang Yu's thoughts are surrounded by what Moros just said, with a strained expression clearly showing on his face? Are you saying its power belongs to the legendary level? That is a supreme skill only displayed once in the Age of Gods, used to fight a mighty monster. He must have figured it out to some extent, but now he wants to know who wielded that overwhelming power. Who used it? The harbinger of destruction in the storm. He is the strongest villain in history, possessing fire and wind attributes and even darkness. A sudden question rises as if meant only for Moros. How do you know so much? Haven't I told you many times already? I am an ancient soul, so I know. Gradually, that Tai Fong name becomes intriguing to Kang Yu, as if he wants to learn about the destructive power from Morris's knowledge. So that guy Tai Fong's destruction skill is pretty good. It would be a useful skill in battle. He always changes the subject at these times, and the skill menu still shows as locked. His deep reflection on that skill raises countless questions in his mind, and he can't seem to find all the answers. An ultimate skill that can destroy an entire city? As if returning to reality, I stare intently at my palm, reflecting on what I have done with a look of regret, thinking about how I wanted to use my students for my own selfishness. His clenched hand surely wants to lift the burdens of sorrow surrounding him. Sorry, but I have no other choice. Amidst the bustling city with flickering lights, above it all, there is a soul in need of healing, because the master is still too weak to seek revenge. Now, the darkness gives way to the morning sunlight, warming everything here. The green factory stands tall amidst the mist. Haeon's calm face as she sits reading suddenly flickers with a loud, impossible voice, while Darkstar's mind is in chaos, unable to control his emotions. How could this happen? It just can't be! Suddenly, a stern voice loudly said, "You're too noisy. Go somewhere else." Dasta seemed to regret missing an important encounter with him. Thoughts appear showing Kang Yu's image. I should have gone to pick her up. Ha ha, you wicked girl. If I had gone there, I would have met Sion. Does DTA increasingly felt hopeless, but Song Hyun's face remained calm, as if ignoring everything he had said earlier. Why didn't you stop me? Are you trying to die? Before those things, Ion started speaking so DTA could understand, and surely he began to realize it, which made his expression change. Now, he seems calmer. You're the one who wanted to switch places, and you might not get to fight him in the future. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere drops sharply, pressure like a heavy weight. As a monster is about to appear, a tearing sound echoes, and Haeon's eyes widen with murderous intent, ready to devour everything. Kassin belongs to you. You have to be the one to see him off to the grave, so stop dreaming. Hearing those words, Darsta immediately sat closer to her in panic. Why is it so sudden? I told you, I wasn't interested at all. Hey, Ian's calm voice deepened as he lowered himself. Now, with a surprised expression that seemed to reveal everything, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you planning to join the festival? Of course, don't let Sister Tianfang go ahead of you. Song Hyun's confident and sharp expression, combined with her words, seemed to hide secrets only she knew. Surely, if you weren't the leader, then who else could it be in fifth place? Darkstar's expression constantly changed as he now understood everything with a serious look. Unless the chairman personally participated, a sudden cry that shattered the heavy atmosphere meant I still had a chance. A bright face full of hope for a beautiful future with him and Kang Yu. If Kashin hadn't met you, this would be a true fan. So I just need to beat him first. Darkstar's triumphant and smug gaze gradually reveals his thoughts and plans. Or Ion, realizing everything, gestures as if to signal him to stop. Haha, I look so cool. You're truly the cutest genuine fanboy I've ever seen. Silly me, I know what you're thinking. Hey, Ion's lips curl into a sneer as his eyes seem ready to tear Darkstar apart into 1,000 pieces, his face gradually darkening, as if the atmosphere is becoming increasingly suffocating. This is so uncomfortable. The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined place that seems to have been lifeless for a long time, with peeling paint and moss covering the buildings. Suddenly, two people appeared out of nowhere, signaling something with their fingers, while Kang Yu and Moros reappeared there, their expressions showing little surprise at what was happening. Oh, so they've known each other for a long time. He immediately spoke seriously, and all eyes turned to Kang Yu, who suddenly appeared here and looked quite fitting in that outfit. Are you two practicing that stance? We came here to do the hellish training. That's obvious. Raul Galado calmly expressed his thoughts and desires. Honestly, they don't even have to think because it's quite difficult to act as villains during training in Vinzone. Amidst the desolate ruins, Rick Yoon and Raul Galado remain determined with that training, but from a different perspective, this environment is perfect for hellish training. That's right, if everyone could do it, it wouldn't be hell training anymore. Rick Yoon's clenched fist further shows his burning determination inside. And we also said we would do our best to help you, not because we were forced to, but because we truly wanted to help. Moros looked at Kang Yu and praised him. And I told you, they are truly outstanding students. His face sank as he spoke in a cold tone. Thank you. His face then changed to a smile, becoming full of confidence in front of their gaze. To repay your sincerity, I will train both of you to the most brutal level. It seems Kang Yu and Moros share the same thoughts and look in the same direction. He seems to sense something or a source of power spreading strongly around here. The scene is quite ordinary. Suddenly, a powerful figure stepped forward. This is goddamn Vinzone. In the midst of the wreckage, his face gradually appeared, revealing that it was Pion. With a place full of crime, this one looks quite peaceful. How can I find those bastards? Suddenly, he spots something in front of him as the sweeping sounds continue loudly and sharply. Hey, trash! A huge figure suddenly jerks in surprise, not understanding what is happening. I'm telling you, bald guy. He casually throws away his cup and walks over, trying to show off his power in front of the cleaner. Just use this to give directions here. Maybe the way he threw the trash made Cleaner see Piton as a bad guy. His eyes turn red and a murderous aura erupts around him. Surely Cleaner wants to tear Piton apart. The scene shifts to Gadam Vinzone, where abandoned buildings are bathed in gentle sunlight, suddenly interrupted by gusts of wind rushing from one structure to another. Someone's footsteps stop, and Reddy's figure gradually appears. He looks around carefully, searching for something, probably nearby. Suddenly, he notices Red Eye rushing down at lightning speed, fearless. I ran here at full speed to be prepared. In front of him, a corpse was lying sprawled inside a trash bin. Red Eye can only silently observe what's in front of him and think, but he's still a step behind. His eyes remain fixed, as if wavering before something. In front of me is a city crowded with people. Green Neo-Zen lead factories. What I see now is a battle of villains. Namcheon gradually walks in with elegance and coldness, his gaze seeming indifferent to the world. Behind him is Director Kim, carrying a mysterious box. As I have announced, I will now choose the contestants for that festival. Surrounding us are brutal, powerful people waiting to be selected. There are whispers and rumors about it. Will there be 5 people? Do we need to face each other to choose? That sounds good. I like it. The sound of cracking and a loud shout shattered the surrounding atmosphere, as if everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Rael, angry, urged everything to move faster. I don't care. Hurry up. This is so boring. All eyes turned to that mysterious box. We will draw lots to choose the participants. Before that moment, DTA realized her sister was missing. Wait a minute. I don't see my sister. Director Kim spoke up. Rose already had a ticket ready. He was startled and asked again, what? Namcheon calmly explained to everyone that if anyone had any opinions, they could find her at any time. Ratel gritted his teeth and looked all around him, then said, I have no opinion. Hurry up. Found shows an intense killing intent, extremely cold, as if his eyes say everything. In his memories, the image of Rathel with Daegu District as his base gradually appeared. He had conquered Po, Hang, and Dong and come. He seemed like a frantic fighting spirit, no matter who the opponent was. Found still appeared cautious of Reldanen, with a look full of complicated thoughts in his eyes. Someone like that would still show deference to Jay Stell. Suddenly, like a gust of wind, a hand reached out and snatched the first bag. In front of him is a piece of paper with the star printed on it, leaving everyone stunned. Jen Chi doesn't understand the meaning of the star and stands tall before everyone. Seeing that, Director Kim explained the symbols on the piece of paper. It's your turn to lose. Smiling brightly at my ballot, I have 1 vote. Fund is coldly determined. 2 Iron Beast. Asa happily, excitedly raises her vote. 4 is perfect. Dar's excitement continues to rise, recalling that stunning gaze which hides a fierce aura. This is the number I want. If I am number 4, that means I can fight against opponent C, the strongest. Rethel's frantic scream echoes throughout the hall. Damn it! His face shows anger at the result he drew. Why did I lose my turn? Nonsense, draw again. Namcheon looked around at everyone and those who lost their turn, then reassured them. Those who drew the star would be assigned a special different task. Ratel's tone was sharp, as if trying to uncover the answer in the mysterious task right in front of him. And what is it? Confidential. I can't tell you right now. At that time, Rael and Foe were arguing about swapping the draw with me, but unlike that, Genshi remained calm and somewhat proud, as the task had a high level of security. Sounds fun. Rael and Feehound's conversation is getting more and more intense. Didn't you say you wanted to join the festival? Except for the first person to fight, everyone else in the back just stands and watches with their hands behind their backs. I don't think the 8 managers will lose to those fools. F's face has always remained calm in the face of everything that happens. Looking at Kuyen fighting the boss, he's not that weak, and Gatam also has a driver. The boss will handle that guy easily anyway. Why does he keep overestimating that kid? Ratel shouted wildly, pointing at Gaichi, who sat there smirking without a hint of fear. This guy is definitely 10 times stronger than that driver. You're right, kid. Iron Beast tilts his head to share his opinion. Why don't we go to Gatam and wipe them all out? Ratel, hearing this, eagerly agreed. I agree, because you mentioned it. Let's go together. No, you can't. There are rumors and opinions being spread around. Yet Namcheon and Director Kim remain calm. We have a ceasefire agreement with Gatam Vinzon until the festival takes place. Nelsenki is a company that values reputation highly. Even the 8 managers need to pay attention to that. Ratel sat still, no longer making a fuss like before. Fund asked back, do you think Gaidam will send someone to fight first? I guess the meeting has already ended. I'm very curious. Are you here to surrender? The scene seems to shift to another place where people with destructive power gather. Python's body is badly injured. Yes, in front of Peyton are Kang Yu Redais and Screwel. All 3 are questioning him. I heard you're with Manny King, so why did you come here alone? Beaten to a pulp and then switching sides, the truth is I trusted Manny King. However, he spoke calmly without panic or fear, with a composed demeanor that was almost frightening. I came here because that place isn't right for me. I truly believe in myself. All 3, Kang Yu and Screw, looked unconcerned and surprised by the man's words, as if he had been beaten. Money King really isn't easy for anyone. Get that guy out of here. After hearing his words, Kang Yu looked at Pion with a judging gaze, with Moros beside him, perhaps contemplating a plan based on Piton's answers. What is the reason you surrendered to us? Tell the truth. If you lie, I'll kick you out. Piton's voice gradually sounded full of regret and sincerity. I want to join the Villains Festival. Screw smirked in surprise at the situation. I didn't expect that, but I do. So Ong wants to be on Gatam's side to fight Manny King, huh? Pion still calmly and nonchalantly replied as if nothing had happened. Yes, why? My eyes gradually reveal cold glints in the room. I have my reasons. Yu's frustration is growing by the minute. Stop beating around the bush. I'm starting to get annoyed. Suddenly, Screw pulled out a strange-looking object that caught everyone's attention. What was it? A lie detector. Peon felt a little shy in front of that machine. So perhaps Kang Yu no longer waited and angrily approached that very thing. Peon seemed to want to justify his own answer. Men always have their own secrets. Kang Yu shows anger or clenches his fist as if ready to fight, then kicks him out of the door.
Go listen to what he has to say first. Kang Yu seems to be giving him a chance. If he wants my trust, he must reveal his secret.
The stubbornness of all three pushed Pawn into a corner, and he slowly raised his hand to remove the bandage from his forehead. This is my shame that I will never reveal. When the tape is removed, the word shit is printed on Gak's forehead, shocking all three people with Piton's secret. Her eyes showed surprise at this unbelievable shock. Faced with that, Kang Yu asked directly without hesitation, who did it? Piton may seem incredibly strong and quite intimidating on the outside, but now the long-held tears are finally spilling over, releasing all the inner sadness. Rose Kang Yu, hands on hips, seemingly unconcerned, straightforwardly asks Pawn, why are you crying? A lotus flower mixed with his sadness, accompanied by tearful voices. From the very beginning, she didn't like me. She said the manager position wasn't suitable for me. She has good judgment. He recalls what he went through with a sharp, hateful gaze as images suddenly appear in his mind. We faced each other head on. Screw asking questions. Confrontation? I lost because I made a small mistake and she caught that weakness. He continued to recount everything that happened. When I woke up, it was written on my forehead from then on. T's gaze once again focused on that spot on my forehead. Can I erase it? If I could, I wouldn't have put tape on it. Bond tries to express his true feelings. I only want one thing. I want to regain my lost honor. Kang Yu looked directly into his eyes, somewhat suspicious of his words. And the reason he joined the festival was to fight the 8 managers and win. Pawn spoke with a sharp tone as if to break the emotional barrier that had suppressed his feelings for so long. I want everyone to know who Peon really is. Alright, so you're going to let him join, but obviously I can't simply accept your request. In that tense atmosphere, Kang Yu pointed directly at Python with a determined look on his face about everything he was about to say. From today there will be a hellish training session to prepare for the festival, and you must join us as well. Kang Yu continued to express his request. Perhaps this was already part of his plan. I am making a list of those who will survive the training to be selected for the festival. Maybe Moro shares the same view as Kang Yu and could become a useful ally. In that space, Peon must accept Kang Yu's proposal if he wants to fulfill his wish. So does that mean I have to join the training if I want to attend the festival? Everyone should be able to participate, so I have no other choice. In the room, everyone is discussing the deal, but only the 4 of them know. I also have conditions. Keep it secret. Suddenly, Brekhan suddenly burst open the door. So you're the one causing trouble here. I've been looking for you. Isn't that Pawn over there? Not only did Black Hun enter the room, but behind him were Krat and Doubleblade, all surprised by what they saw. What is that on your forehead? The 3 of them are just joking about that nonsense. What is that? Kang Yu still looked confused, not understanding the condition Pawn was talking about. He remains calm. What is his condition? Python's stiff expression was unexpectedly betrayed as his secret was revealed, and voices cut through the air there. Why is this word written on his forehead as a trend? Snake venom. The scene shifts to Gadam Venzone. Dr. Han clenches his fist in anger. Leave it to me. I will destroy them all. Ga-Yong cheered along. Those guys are doomed. Damn bastards. Take them all out. Binder points and laughs. And I will hide and pick them off one by one. Doubleblade gently reminds. That's cheating. Kang Yu stands opposite them. He crossed his arms calmly. Thank you very much for bravely signing up. The selection process is simple. As long as you complete the training, we will choose the top scorers. Black Han pointed at him and asked who would be judging us. Kang Yu crossed his arms coldly and replied professional assistant. Dr. Han stammered in confusion. Assistant! Kang Yu clears his throat to introduce Black Martin BLM. I invited them here for this hellish training. Screw smirked and nodded in approval. The mask looks good. Crow, standing beside him with arms crossed, asked, Is that what you do, love? Screw nodded in confirmation. Black H looked at the 2 of them and wondered, who are they? We haven't seen them before, Black Ghost replied. He is the master student. Hearing that, he was extremely surprised and asked back. Really? Crad nodded calmly in response. So the boss has a student, Red Eye asked. When do we start the training camp? Kang Yu turned back and replied, right after this brief conversation, he reminded everyone, I want to inform you first that this training will be as tough as its name. Hell is coming, so be prepared, Bond said coldly. That's what I want. Kang Yu rang the bell while explaining the rules. If during training you think it's too difficult to continue, ring this bell and leave, and you will be automatically disqualified. The scene shifts to a house. In the room, Yu-chan and Jae-ho are eating together, but Jae-ho keeps playing on his phone. Kang Yu looks at him with a cold, annoyed gaze. He yelled angrily, still eating and scrolling through his phone. Jae-ho, hearing that, was startled and replied, It's over. He kept staring at his phone, then changed the subject. Do you know about the Villains Festival? Is that the place where the villains will fight each other? Jay still stared at his phone reading. Neps and Chi had announced the names and order of the villains on Manneking's side. First is Gichi, second Bungai, third Iron Beast, fourth Dark, and finally Jay Stell. They're all insanely strong. Uhun raised his head and asked, What about Gadam? Jay shook his head and replied, no news yet. We already know who will win. Uhan looked confused and asked, why do you say that? Jay continued scrolling on his phone and then read, Gadam's opponents are all notorious villains. In Sire's Guide, it always advises everyone to stay away from them. Thinking about it, Gadam really took a risk. Uchan Nahimi sighed, knowing the outcome only after seeing it with his own eyes. Jay nodded in agreement. That's right, but this battle will probably be very tough for Gadam. If you look at these comments, he's just scrolling through his phone. Uhan reminded him that the noodles are about to be fully cooked. I don't know what Joe saw that made him gasp in shock. Uhan lowered his head, staring at the bowl of noodles on the table. The sky is tinged with yellow under the Vinzone sunset. Black Hun clings tightly to the wall. He almost lost his grip. Black Hun turned pale with fear and shouted out loud. Blue M gently jumps up to the rooftop and then turns back to cheer. Don't give up. Are you already exhausted just from warming up? Clench my teeth and go up and down 3 more times. If I shout loudly, I can do it. Black H grits his teeth in frustration, wanting to kill him. CR looks down and sighs. We can't do it! He shouted loudly to rally. I can't hear clearly. First, I can do it. Second, I can do it. Ahu grimaced and shouted, I can do it! Break M asked from behind Kang Yu. Aren't you going to take a break for a moment? You've already done that 30 times. Kang Yu decisively orders. We rest only when we sweat. Hearing him speak, Break couldn't help but sigh. The teacher also lifts twice as much. Hearing a bell, Kang Yu looked down at the rooftop below and saw that the person ringing the bell was Hammerboy. Then he turned to Blue Art and asked, how many of us are left? He turned back and replied, aside from those guys downstairs, we have 6 people including the teacher. Driver Grow Python, Break Ghost, Red Eye, and Growhawk. Kang Yu asked Growhawk in surprise. Blue looked at the paper and read, his strength and composure are truly impressive. Kang Yu and Moros share the same imagination. Does he train by digging the ground? Blue asked curiously. I'm just curious, why is the training period 3 weeks? Kang Yu didn't answer and asked back, what's wrong? Is it too short? Black M replied, it won't take long. Blue M looked down at the others struggling to climb up. The 3 guys down there lack skills, but because they have the will not to give up, they are also quite talented, especially that guy with the rope hair. His gaze is incredibly determined. If I had more time, I would love to teach them properly. Is there any way to delay the festival? Black M agreed. I agree with Blue Art. Kang Yu shook his head and said, the day after the competition is my exam. Blackham, surprised and worried, said, I saw the villains participating from Manny King's side in their order. Kang Yu threw his bag on the ground and said, I saw it too. I had predicted it, but it seems that my king really won't participate. Maybe Stale has taken his place. Blackham guessed that this battle wouldn't be easy. Blue suggested that we need data on how they fight. Kang Yu calmly reassures him not to worry about it, and Driver says he will gather information about them. He's really good at this, so you can trust him. Once we have the data, let's discuss the tactics together. Blackham wondered again, when will the teacher announce the time and place of the battle? Kang Yu cleared his throat and announced to the 2 of them that tomorrow all the participants would be kept secret except for him. Because I need to choose the participants based on the training key. Both you, Blue Art, and Breakmart all look towards the building across the street. That was the appearance of Red. He stood proudly, glaring at the 3 of them. Kang Yu immediately recognized that he was Kim Yu Chan. Blackham and Blue M looked puzzled and confused. Who is that? Why does his outfit look like ours? Red suddenly jumped up and stepped over to the other side. What's going on? I'm here for the festival, Kang Yu coldly questioned. Does that have anything to do with you? Redmark got straight to the point and replied, I don't plan to join, but if there are no suitable villains in Gadam, then I, Redmart, have no choice but to participate. Kang Yu looked at him with a cold, serious gaze. Don't forget about that. For us, this is a life and death battle, not just about winning or losing. We really might be screwed. I don't want someone who isn't determined for sure, he whispered softly. Go back, I don't think that far ahead, Redem said, trying to persuade. Sorry for what I said. Kang Yu interrupted to refuse. Of course you need to apologize, but saying sorry alone isn't enough. Shouldn't you experience for yourself what we're doing to prepare for the battle? Kang Yu stood at the railing, looking down from the tall building. He asked if he saw the people down there. They are being tested to join the Hell training. Join them. The scene shifts to the Senshi Green factory, where Nam Choen enters the chairman's office to read the report. Gadam has sent us the time and location of the match. On November 15th at Banvin Zone. It seems they haven't chosen the contestants yet. The chairman swirls his glass and says, I was expecting it to be sooner. Nam, please continue with the report. There are a few things you should know. Sir, we let them choose the location and time to start the battle. And there are also the members and the order of deployment. I don't understand the need to be so generous with them. The chairman chuckled and asked, which side do you think would win if we fought now? Nam Choen replied confidently, we will definitely win. The chairman was very pleased with his answer. He turned back and said, that's why I'm giving them a chance to win. Nam Chan asked in a cautious voice. You want them to win? The chairman shook his head and rephrased his words. No, I just want them to have a chance. Destroying them is not enough. We must crush them completely so there will be no trouble afterward. Casey has conquered Seon. That means if we defeat Cassie, Seon will be ours. Seon is the final piece to unite all the villains. And if everything goes according to plan, Winterbell will be forced to join us. Namchan speaks up. I understand your point, Mr. Chairman. However, we don't know what will happen in the battle if it comes to that. The chairman raises his bottle of wine confidently. I fought Cassian to see what he was capable of, but he's just a rumor. If he can't even match half my strength, he has no chance against Jay Stell. The difference between Cassian and Jayle is clear, regardless of mana levels. She was beaten because she let her guard down last time, so this time Jay Stale will be more prepared. Namchan continued. What about Driver? The chairman gazed out the window at Sam, confidently thinking to himself, don't worry about him. He's not interested in this fight. All the villains in this land must be united around me and Neo Sen. That's the only way to fight him. Return to Gadam Vinzoni in an old building in this area. Screw handed him the tablet. Here is the data on the 8 managers you requested. Kang Yu picked up the tablet and read it, then exclaimed, wow, that was fast. Screw crossed his arms and explained, I need to hurry so I can focus on the training. But I don't have any data on that Prince guy. The leader of the 8 managers, I couldn't even find a single photo of him when I was serious. Kang Yu didn't care about that person. He's not on the list, so he's not really important. Screw continued to announce, and there was someone who also wanted to join the training, but didn't want to be part of the team. What should we do now? Kang Yu asked coldly. Who is he? He looked mysterious. You know that guy. The person he's talking about is Mujin. Seeing her appear here, Dragon and Crack gape in shock. Why is Minujin here? Does he also want to join the fight? So he's just here for training? Doc Hu exclaimed in surprise. Mujin challenged, I was curious about hell training, so I came to check it out, but I see someone unfit for this place. The one she mentioned is Pawn. He seems capable of logging out the opponent at any moment. Mujin turned to ask Kang Yu why someone like him was here. Kang Yu looked at the tablet screen and replied, he has his reasons. Mujin teasingly asked, do you have so much free time that you can take care of someone like him? CR teased Piton, provoking him. Kang Yu cleared his throat and called out, Python, come here and sincerely apologize to Mujin. Python obediently agreed. Okay. He stepped forward and sincerely bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry for what happened. I apologize. Mujin said firmly. Don't bow your head. I won't forgive you. I also don't care why you're here. The only reason I leave you alone is because Ka Xian trusts you. Kang Yu said firmly. Go back to your position now. Drek H raised his hand with a question. Kang Yu nodded to signal him to continue. He pointed at Red Mart and asked, is he also training with me? Kang Yu frowned and revealed, he passed the test, so he will also train with you all. He still wanted to speak, but Kang Yu interrupted with an order. If there's any problem, use your skills to resolve it. Is Drawn showing doubt about this? Kang Yu cleared his throat firmly. I am not here to pick talented kids for a talent show. I choose the warriors who will fight for Gadam Benzone's honor, and they will be selected based on their scores, so compete and win to earn a high position. Drago clenched his fist and spoke with full hope and determination. I am confident I will meet your expectations and earn your trust. After everyone gathers on the rooftop, Kang Yu clears his throat and announces that the real training begins today. Endurance and strength training. We will practice one-on-one sparring to improve our power. Crow, standing beside Screw, said seductively, the only thing I'm good at is begging for love. And he crossed his arms, laughing without replying. Tang Yu continued to explain the rules like in an exam. If you can't keep up, the result will be the same, and you'll lose your turn. Sai smirked slightly. While in Philadelphia, USA, the streets were bustling with people passing by. Lately, she hasn't been answering my calls, so forgetful. The exam is also coming up soon, so he's probably busy. Suddenly, a homeless man's cough and voice echoed. Excuse me, miss. Yuri stopped to ask what was wrong. The homeless man coughs tremblingly. I can't stop coughing. Yuri approached worriedly to check if he was okay. Did he get hurt? As she approached, he pulled out a gun and pressed it against Yuri's body. The wanderer laughed menacingly. Do it silently, hands over all the money and valuable items, or else something bad will happen. Do you understand? Why not start with the phone she's holding? Yuri trembles as she raises her hand. The wanderer smirked slyly, looking at her with a lecherous gaze. You're quite cute, aren't you? Why don't we try dating? Just stay silent and follow me. Yuri looked confused and bewildered about what was happening as the wanderer continued to threaten. If you don't want a hole in your head, follow me. Yuri trembles in fear, wondering what she should do. Can I escape? Too scared to speak, the wandering man lost patience and cursed at his companion. You bastard, are you listening? Die! Yuri stammered in fear. Someone please save her before she finishes speaking. A hand reached out to shield her and grabbed his gun. That hero is Vincent. Yuri was stunned and surprised by his appearance here. Manager Vincent gently smiled and spoke. Good morning, Miss Yuri. It should be a good morning, but it seems you're in quite a difficult situation. Lang Thang trembled and clenched his teeth, not moving an inch. Vincent turned to glare at him and said sharply, I heard this road is very safe, and there are no criminals. It's a pity. He forcefully yanked the gun out of the wanderer's hand and then jumped back. Unexpectedly, Lang Thang was hiding another gun on him. He stepped back, aiming the gun at both of them and shouting curses. That bastard Yuri suddenly lunged forward to shield Vincent and shouted no. A gunshot rang out and she fell back, Vincent's pupils dilating, while the homeless man turned and ran at full speed. Vincent gently cupped her face and softly asked, "Are you okay?" Yuri looked up worriedly. "Is your manager hurt anywhere?" Vincent replied sternly, "I'm fine, but you? Please don't do something reckless like that again." "I'm glad that bullet missed. Otherwise, things could have been very bad." Yuri stood up and mumbled, bowing his head. "I'm sorry," Vincent corrected sternly. "I didn't say that to make you apologize." Yuri chuckled softly and explained, "I just don't want to repeat my mistakes. There was a time when I hesitated and did nothing, and then I lost someone close to me. I don't want that to happen again." Vincent looked up at her with a sad expression, pondering something, then looked down at the broken phone on the ground and asked, "Is that phone on the ground yours?" Yuri Kwan now realizes she is panicking. He's right. The screen is broken. Vincent looked down at his hand, thinking she hesitated and lost someone important to her, just like himself. Back at Gadam Benzone in the secret Red Master Room, Benzone clenched his fist and swung with force to attack. Kang Yu easily dodged each of his strikes and noted that the tension in his shoulders had eased. "If you keep punching like that, you won't hit me. Your shoulders are still tense. You're giving up. You're scolding me. If you keep punching so stupidly, who do you think you're hitting?" Drawn sat outside watching and couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. He's getting beaten to a pulp. TR turned to remind him that you used to be like that too. Black H snapped, "Shut up!" Double Blade sits quietly beside her, sharing her thoughts. Winter is coming soon, but it's still hot. Drek Han coldly replied, "I see you're sweating because of that," CR added. "Everyone in this endurance training camp finds this hellish, and those two are like demons." Black Han chuckled proudly. "It's been a week now. We've survived really well." Krat, drinking water, said, "I won't see the driver anymore since yesterday." Double Blade thinks it seems like the boss has given him some tasks. Drehan has a bad feeling for Screw, not knowing what evil job he has been assigned. Kang Yu easily blocked Redmart's punch and thought he should punch with one hand before preparing for the next move. Watching the fight between the two, Khan wondered, but why does that guy train so hard? TR told the story that he wanted to become a super powerful evil clown. Dr. Han sighed and acted indifferent. So what? Flurm leaning against the wall, sighing in boredom. That red guy is taking up too much time. When will it be my turn? Hearing his voice, Black Hun turned and told him to switch scenes to the old building, while Screw's fingers moved swiftly over the keyboard. He was knocking while monologuing. "The process is proceeding as planned."
"So everything is proceeding according to your plan, huh? This old man is very experienced."
The knocking on the door doesn't bother Screw either. He lazily responds in a muffled voice. "Are you busy right now?" Screw stops and responds, "I'm taking a break now."
"Do you want something to drink?"
"Coffee." Kang Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes." It warmed up a bit. Hearing that, Side Driver asked again, "How's the training camp going?" Kang Yu slumped onto the sofa and replied, "Pretty good. They are full of passion and talent, and because they work hard, the results are not bad." S asks, "So what about Crow?" I was going to have Kang Yu recount his impressive experience late. She really amazed me.
"I'm satisfied to say she has exceeded the standards I set. Crow is so talented that I really wonder whether I should teach her more carefully."
Surprisingly, Morals interrupted to clarify. "Surpassing the standard is what I told you. I'm curious and wondering why. Is she going to take your boss position?" Kang Yu shows a look of disappointment and refuses. "I don't want this position." Sil brought out 2 cups of coffee and asked how the others were doing. Kang Yu recalls that Dund, Pon, and Rem are doing well, but SC interrupts with a comment. He is a mistake. Kang Yu nodded in agreement. "That's right, I want to choose him." Even if it means hiding the true identity, Sil still picks up the coffee and asks if there's any reason for this. Kang Yu stared at the coffee cup and then replied, "I didn't hear the details, but it seems he has a debt to Manny King. I'm planning to choose the team this week." Screw keeps asking questions. "I'm also looking forward to seeing who will join. You must be working hard too. Have you seen any results yet?" Kang Yu cleared his throat and confirmed. "That's a bit obvious." You turn on the display of the glasses and say, "Let's see." He can see his mana points increasing again. I'm curious what his secret technique is. Seeing Screw marvel and admire, Kang Yu became curious and replied, "A difficult guest I almost forgot about came here outside the training area, trembling and shouting angrily. Does that make sense? The revered king of Winterbell, going outside to train in such a lowly place. I have to stop her." Yosei stroked his chin and nodded. "We can, but he's been training all week." His reply only made Sung shiver with frustration. "So why are you only telling us now? Where is Cassian?" He has always been the source of the trouble. Juan watched Sung Run's back and calmly reminded him to stay composed. Sung Run stopped for a moment and pointed at the robot busy sweeping trash and shouted, "Do you know where Cassian is? Tell me immediately." The robot suddenly transforms into Kang Yu and clears his throat. "Are you looking for me?" Sung Run's heart skips a beat and he jumps back. "You really scared me." Now Yosei understands, so this is how he moves around. Kang Yu crossed his arms and asked, "What's going on?" Dung tremblingly shouted, "We are here to escort the Emperor back." Kang Yu had to hold back a laugh when he heard him say, "Escort him back as if I kidnapped him. That hurts. My feelings are so hurt." Dung Run shouted angrily, What the hell are you talking about? Kang Yu repeats word for word, I am so hurt that I will make myself better by punching you. The old apartment buildings are close together. Kang Yu confidently introduces himself. Everyone be quiet now. I will introduce the guide who will assist everyone in the training course. He pointed to the 3 people standing nearby and reminded these instructors that they will try to develop with everyone, sharing their knowledge and experience. Very useful in actual combat. Kang Yu orders everyone, give them a round of applause. Everyone except Breakhun claps half-heartedly to boost morale. Breakhun quietly applauds, evaluating. They are guides, looking confident on the outside but trembling inside and panicking. Wait, we didn't come here for this. What the hell is this? 10 minutes ago he was still shouting in anger. Why are you forcing us to do this? It's ridiculous. Kang Yu directly confronts the issue. Yes, I am forcing you to do this, and you are pushing yourself to come here. So I am just doing the same. Dung trembles and can't accept the truth, shouting loudly. Kang Yu, go on, let's be honest with each other. Why do you think Min came here? Because you're weak. Sung Run was angry and now he's even more furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Kang Yu doesn't even consider him worth noticing and keeps spouting provocative words. Because his vassals are too untrustworthy, he came here to become stronger. Sung Run's mood has eased, but he still harbors doubts. The Emperor really said that? It's only right that I can't speak without him. Are you serious, you bastard? Don't try to convince us with those bullshit words. Kang Yu doesn't want to waste any more time, so should we go and check if I'm right or wrong? Follow me. After following him, Sung's trembling anger grew even stronger. He clenched his fists in frustration. That bastard! He wanted to play me from the start. I need to find the king and get out of here quickly. Min exudates a deadly aura. Just one look from her is enough to make the opponent gasp for air. Then, Mujin turns and walks away, not forgetting to sarcastically utter something truly pitiful. Sung trembled with rage, ready to fight Mujin, but Kang Gang Yu appeared behind him, grabbing his shoulder and whispering in his ear, "So I will be the one to take care of you." That single sentence made Sung Hun's face turn pale with fear. The scene shifts to a bustling apartment complex. In a self-study cafe, Rick Yoon asks, "Why did you want to meet here?" Kang Yu replied in detail, "It's soundproof and we don't have to worry about the people around, so it's pretty good here." "What about you? You two don't like it?" Rick Yoon thumbs up and prays, "No, this is a great choice." Gelato continued to praise. "They give us free water, so this place is really great. Are you ready for the intense exam?" "It's all good." I'm starting by answering the question. Rick Yoon is amazed, but he's quite diligent. Kang Yu, resting her chin on her hand, replied, "I do it because I have to." Rick Yoon looked surprised and repeated, "Mandatory," Kang Yu replied with an annoyed tone. "That's her invisible power." Rick Yoon suddenly remembered the girl in America. Kang Yu sighed and replied, "She is my family." Gelato said emotionlessly, hoping to sincerely honor the teacher's family. Rick Yoon's eyes lit up with admiration. "Indeed, my teacher supports people." Kang Yu calmly crossed his arms and said to set aside the exam for now. "Thank you both." "Thanks to you two, we were able to prepare for the festival properly," Morris quietly praised from beside. "Well done, everyone. Rick Yoon Vo-Chi honestly says we did our best." Gelato once again appears strict, but I don't think we could have received all the praise that Rick Yoon and Gelato kept showering on him. The teacher contributed the most, compared to everyone else. This only works because he is the center of it all. That's right, and also thanks to everyone who helped during the training. Did you tell them they are vassals of Winterbell? They all got beaten up. They must have gone through a lot of hardships. The evil swordsman Mujin is truly powerful. You are the one learning a lot from him instead of helping. Rick Yoon, resting his chin on his hand, thought about the upcoming festival day. Gelato raised his hand to ask for opinions. Only a week left. "Isn't it time for the teacher to choose the participants?" Kang Yu said. "I called you two here to decide together. I want to hear both of your opinions. Only then will Rick Yoon and Galato reveal their thoughts. We have discussed and made a list of Driver Grow, Pawn, and Break Ghost. Since Break Ghost is out, we have a task for him. If that's the master's order, then I will do it." Rick Yoon felt a headache coming on. "Then choosing the final warrior will be quite complicated. Break Ghost has been eliminated, so I think we can only choose between Break or Red." Kang Yu asked which one was better, and Rick Yoon, resting his chin on his hand, pondered. "Both their strengths and weaknesses are quite evident, making it quite difficult. We appreciate Blackhand's reckless spirit, but his foundation is still weak and crude, and he's also very foolish. But the desire for power to succeed is very strong. I saw him training alone after we finished our practice." Kang Yu, while taking notes, asked, "What about Red?" Rick Yoon continued to give his assessment. "He has everything Blackhand lacks, but is it really okay to choose him?" Kang Yu wondered why Rick Yoon hesitated before explaining that it was UAN. The whole room fell silent. Kang Yu asked seriously, "How do you two know?" Gelato asked back, "Don't you remember my abilities?" Rick Yoon sighed and explained, "We trained together for 2 weeks. How could we not know? We couldn't believe it was Little Chan when we first recognized him. He's the type to get angry when talking about villains." "So what should we do next?" Galato asked. "After the investigation, we found a lot of information about Red Mart and his activities." "What exactly happened?" Kang Yu put down the glass and replied, "It's a long story. I will tell you both after I have some time. Anyway, Black Hand and Red Mart, one of them has to be chosen. Now I will announce the team lineup for the upcoming festival. Before I do, I have a few things to say to everyone. Even if I am not chosen, I sincerely thank everyone for your efforts. You did well. Now I will announce Driver Grow. Crow and Screw will take turns praising each other. Congratulations, baby. Congratulations, congratulations. She's the same. Crow Yu continues to announce Pawn. I will also be part of the team now, the final Warriors Dragon and Red Mart. The winner of the battle between both of them will be the last to fill the team. Red Mart asks when the fight will start. Kang Yu announces now. Bak Hu smirks and laughs, sensing his fighting spirit has been awakened. All right, no need to wait any longer. Let's start. Kang Yu said firmly. I won't reveal the rules of the match. The match will end when one of them can no longer fight or admits defeat. Black Han has understood this. Kang Yu raised his hand to signal. Let's start now. As he finished speaking, Break Han charged into battle. Red jumps up to dodge his attack, his hand igniting in flames as he shouts victory. It's mine, he said as he shot fire towards Black Hun. Black Hun interrupted in front of Red Mart's surprise. Who said that? I won't let you win. He countered Red with the GL shield move, determined to win. A deafening explosion shakes the heavens as Red charges forward, punching Black Hun's face askew and then kicking him fiercely. Break Han raises his hand to block the attack and punches back with great force. Red Nim kicks hard at his knee. Cross watched the fight between the two and realized it was a tough battle. Double Blade hesitated for a moment before reminding the person being attacked that it was Break Han. Soa assesses his chin, but doesn't take any critical hits. He only receives light strikes or blocks them all. Really? Redham jumps high and kicks Breckhund forcefully in the face. Screw gasps in horror. Oh no, Breckhund is slammed to the ground by Redham, the wet ground shattering into pieces. Redham hasn't seen yet. He rushes down and pins him to the ground. Redham's right hand is blazing with fire, and he grits his teeth with full determination to end it. When the Blame Bomb technique is activated, a deafening explosion shakes the sky and earth, breaking the silence. Kang Yu continues to watch the fight intently. It seemed like Breakhan was about to be defeated, but he easily dodged by somersaulting a few times and landing on the ground. Redden was stunned and confused. Black H jumps back with a sneer. Looks like you're a bit too confident in your finish. It doesn't hurt at all, you bastard. He said that, but his face was flushed and uncomfortable. Redden calmly and boldly faces Breakhan. Moros, who has been observing, now sees that Red Mart's current attack sequence is exactly like his own. Kang Yu spoke modestly, because I was the one who taught you. Although the attack was still a bit imperfect, Moros nodded in acknowledgement. Dre was cornered but almost managed to escape. Maybe he got lucky. Kang Yu shook his head and confirmed it's not luck, it's the result of his training. Those with metal attributes are usually very tough. It's feasible because he has good endurance and his body reacts accordingly. Moros nodded in understanding. Good endurance. So this is a battle between a spear and a shield. Kang Yu immediately countered that Red Mart is a spear, but Breakhan is not a shield. Brew couldn't help but be curious as he heard him muttering to himself. He's talking to himself. Breakham guesses he's probably talking to Moros, but Kang Yu can see the potential in Breakhan. He's really naive, but Bra is a hammer with powerful destructive force. Breakhan waved provocatively, inviting him to come at him. Redham leapt up and then used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. Redham was fighting and calculating at the same time. This guy's body is as hard as stone, and he has great endurance too. I'm in an advantageous position, but I can't be careless. CR is panicking and worried. He keeps fighting non-stop. Redham can read his opponent. His strategy is probably to prolong the fight and drain his energy. He quickly shifts to the side of Breakhan and throws a blazing punch again, preparing to launch a swift attack with all his strength. Break frowned in caution and shouted, I've been waiting all this time. Then he threw a cross punch directly at Red Mart's face. At this moment, Python finally commented that Red Mart didn't expect a counterattack, so the damage he would take is greater. Screw smirked and interrupted. No, this is Rem's advantage, Gross said with a puzzled tone. Why? Screw immediately explained.
That mask can absorb shocks. Cross shouted in surprise. Yes, Black Hun is down.
Black Hun lay face down on the ground, trembling and whimpering. So it absorbs shock? You should have told me earlier. He looked up and saw Red Mart with a fiery punch descending from the sky. Using all his inner strength, Black Hun clenched his teeth in anger and charged to embrace him with a deadly move. Redham stared in shock as Black Hun held him tightly to the ground. CR, stunned, asked, When did Brack learn that move? Pawn crossed his arms and replied, I taught him that. Black Hun himself came to ask and suggested, so let's learn some useful wrestling techniques. Even Pawn was surprised to see him practicing it like that. I only suggested the idea but didn't think he would use it that way. I told you, the final position is mine. The final position in the festival is mine. Brahan used his ultimate move, Stamp, to defeat him. The punch that shook the heavens caused the earth to crack even more violently, and both Screw and Grow rejoiced at Breakhun's victory. Breakham and Blue are sweating nervously. Kang Yu clears his throat and announces, The match is over, Black Hun has won. Soon, night fell, and after that match, Rem sat dazed on the rooftop. Kang Yu approached him with 2 cans of coffee and asked, I thought he had gone home. What are you doing? Are you just sitting here, or are you losing your mind because you lost a break hunt? Redden looked up at him and shook his head repeatedly. Kang Yu asked again to confirm if it was true. Redden lowered his head and looked into the distance, telling Sam that Dr. Han deserved to win. Kang Yu spoke up again. If you knew that, why are you sitting here and living like this? Moro silently observes nearby. Redden speaks in a deep, sad tone, saying sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. But I don't know why accepting failure is so hard. You can defeat Break Han 9 out of 10 times. Black Han only won once, and the rest were losses. In the end, he was too hasty and lost. Dirk H is also lucky. He continues to stay silent, gazing into the distance. Kang Yu sat down beside Redmart, handed him a can of coffee, and shared his thoughts. But did you know that luck is also a skill? Hardworking people also get lucky. Redem, confused, asked what he meant. Kang Yu gently comforted and reassured himself, fighting the thought that the person might die, while building experience with that kind of determination. That is the best thing he can do. Drink it while it's still hot, don't cry while drinking. Red looks confused and stammers something. Kang Yu bluntly reveals, I can hear you sniffling. Are the drivers participating in the festival of defeating again? Are you sure? Namchan stands straight and reports. Gautam Venzoni has officially announced it. The chairman looked at the tablet and spoke in a commanding tone. That's surprising. I really didn't see that coming. Bon has rejoined Gautam? That mouse. This is the first time I've heard the name Break Hunt. Nam Chion repeats the information he found out. They say he's quite strong in Gautam, but not on the same level as the 8 managers. The chairman carefully warned not to let their guard down. You've analyzed their strength correctly, right? Namchan nodded in confirmation. The chairman, extinguishing his cigar, gave the order, summarized it, and sent it to the 8 managers. He concluded that the festival is won by the only one who enjoys it, the winner. The old man looked at his cigar, a sinister smile spreading across his face, and then assessed. This festival can't be seen as an ordinary battle because it's a fight where someone has to lose, and that's not surprising. Right now, a heavy rain is pouring down in La Vientos. Gina looked up at the window and whispered, the battle is tomorrow. She then moved inside where Aroma was standing and looked at her phone. Public opinion about Gautam isn't very favorable. They say defeating Gautam is the right choice. She immediately froze. So who is truly righteous? Gina quickly sat down in the empty chair. M. Kin, she recalls a man's words. This hawk-eyed gaze sees the truth. Should I tell everyone? Gina's eyes gazed thoughtfully into the empty space as she pondered. Maybe it's because the broadcast aired some time ago. Aroma wondered. He had made Gautam Venzoni look like a villain's den. Hearing that, Gina explained that since it was broadcast on the public library, people would think that way. Oat remained indifferent, eating her cake during the meal. She eats happily despite Aroma feeling down. Public opinion is too frightening. She asked about Gina's opinion. Who do you think will win? She held her teacup firmly and said that he cares more about the exam than the festival. Aruma wondered. Who is it? Gina quietly sips her tea and then honestly admits. I heard that news from the support teacher he brought along. It seems they know quite a bit about Cassie Xian. To me, they seem more like teacher and student. Aroma frowned, raised her hand to her lips, and whispered. An evil character with a student? That's really rare. It makes sense if that was C2, she emphasized it. His student is also quite strange. Aroma asked again, what do you mean? Ha tapped on the cake tray, disappointed that it was all gone. Gina's voice echoes, their behavior is very strict. As if they are just soldiers, it seems their level is lower than Cien's. Aroma sighs and laments. It's strange. That's a bit difficult for a villain. She's only just speaking now with a DSP chip installed, so she's hesitating a little. Using that will limit the ability to use powers. Aroma closed her eyes, pretending to think. Something seems suspicious. Should I look into it? Gina is sweating with worry. No, don't. Gina thought about everyone's efforts and had to admit that including the cashiers, everyone worked very hard during the training. The trainers also tried very hard. She expressed her opinion. After all that has happened, we shouldn't doubt or investigate them. Aroma obediently agrees, but I won't. However, even Gina couldn't help but be suspicious. But as the ruler of Winterbell, we're also curious about a few things. Her voice started to become serious, as this was probably not just an individual problem, but a matter for all the villains. Aroma frowned in annoyance. So, what do you want me to do? Ha! Put your hand on her shoulder and answer. Just stay still. Suddenly, Aroma's face darkened as she muttered to herself. Decide after the match. Then she lifts her gaze with a human-like beauty and a voice full of anticipation. Will they conquer a mighty force and leave something new in history, or not? We have to wait until tomorrow to find out. The dark sky covers the entire building. Bo-san Vins. The radio station volunteer has been waiting here beforehand. Looking at the dozens of people below, Pointer's voice suddenly rings out. How many cameras do we have here? Du Aklo looks horrified as he answers. There seem to be more than 100. He pointed further to the left. There's also a drone for filming. She looked at the writing on the camera and was stunned. Does it have DBS written on it? He also couldn't help but freeze in place. The radio station is run by Money King. Du angrily raises a can to his mouth to drink, then Pointer notices something outside the window. They're here. Step by step, they walk forward, surrounded by many rose petals. They all exude the inherent arrogance of the strong or dismissively brush off their princess dresses in front of the reporters. It seems like we arrived first. Gotchi Lee glanced around and then spoke with disappointment. Are these all the viewers? Fai Haosio said from a corner. Fighting the risk of being killed is normal, but having more viewers is strange. He smirked proudly at that. So killing them while being recorded would be fine too, right? He replied coldly, Isn't that up to you? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. He said, If possible, don't kill them. You quickly remind them that it is the chairman's order, but not your mission. Dasta nods in agreement. Life is precious after all, Heian said regretfully. So today, I was planning to set CS up for failure. Turns out that man is Nam Cheon. You emphasized the victory. That is the only mission the chairman gave to everyone. Found dismisses this mission as trivial. He's stating the obvious. The Iron Beast standing nearby also complained just as much, saying waiting this long has worn me out. Aren't they here yet? Nam Cheon realized something. He turned to face them and announced they had just arrived. A chilling sensation ran down their spines, making them look up. Kang Yu's team finally arrived. He asked them coldly, Did you arrive early and wait all this time? Heian smirked maliciously and replied, You're late for a match? I'm speechless. Phi House chuckles in agreement. Same opinion. He nonchalantly asked, It's fine because we weren't even late. Suddenly, DSTA's voice rang out. Hello. He took out a bouquet of blue roses and kept praising him nonstop. The second most handsome and cool man in the world. He is very adorable and charming, and his name is DSTA. Dar admits I am a fan of you. Can we take a photo together? The enthusiastic reporter praised. Your brother's figure is amazing, Kang Yu wondered. His table leaned in close to give him that bouquet of flowers. Make sure we take many photos together in the same frame. Kang Yu's face clearly shows contempt. The reporter keeps praising him nonstop, and his emotions are also perfect. The reporter insists that I think the photos will also be very impressive. Or Eon, standing far away, silently thinks, This fool. The others in his team are dismissively criticizing. What is he saying? Oh no, it's already chaos, just at the start. Suddenly, W-Sun's voice rings out. That's really rude. Gina, trembling beside Sung, couldn't hold back and shouted, Are you just playing around while lives are on the line? Heian sees them, his eyes immediately filled with love. Mujinim runs happily. I knew you would come. Unlike Haiyan, Gina coldly replied, Go away. She declared that I didn't come here to play. I came as a supervisor to ensure the match is fair. Heian continues to praise Gina. That very truth is what makes him so captivated. Nam Cheon approaches to announce that everyone is here. Let's begin. From above, Do-Ak frowns in annoyance. We haven't revealed ourselves yet. The reporters are ready to capture every moment of the festival. Someone runs into the building to film. Smoker is starting. Testing the microphone. A picks up her phone to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. I am Smoker, the host of today's festival. Can everyone see me clearly on the screen? I'm just wondering, why is she here? When was she chosen as the MC? Smoker confidently announced, The festival everyone has been waiting for. Now we will start the first match. He introduces the first fighter on the field, Gadam's first warrior. I will destroy you. The young man is not afraid of anything. The strong man. Break, huh? Next, I will introduce Nel Senchi's fighter, a man driven by Ui Trong and Izu, with the strongest fists in the world. Gaichi. He scoffs disdainfully at his opponent. This is so boring. He's not even worth punching. DH shouted angrily. What? Gaichi asked curiously. Who's the next opponent? Come on, give a wave and challenge him right now. Gaichi smiled strangely and boldly declared, I need not just one, but two to be satisfied. The night before the match, a heavy rain poured outside, and the green lotus-shaped factory sank. Inside the building, many voices could be heard, with green followed by a pawn. A man's voice rings out. Is Sinyan the third fighter? Namchan politely replied. Crow number 4, and finally, driver. So the owner of that voice is Manny King. He is curious. I thought Cassie was the last fighter. What do you think about this?
Director, you should honestly answer seriously. I don't think he has any plans, but choosing only a few fighters suggests this might be a strategic move.
Manny King nodded in agreement, a sly smile spreading across his face. So should we make a plan to crush the opponent's morale in one go? Nam Chan expressed his opinion. I think showing the difference in strength between us will be effective, Manny King asserts. That's what I want. You must trust Gaichi completely. If that is Gaichi's strength, I think it would be feasible to let him eliminate Brehund and Pawn, he replied casually. Probably. Back at the tournament, Screw sat in the waiting room and reported back. That's their plan. Red, I wondered when he heard that. Are they planning to do a 2-on-1 fight? Kang Yu still doesn't understand their plan. Isn't that breaking the rules? Looking at the rules, it doesn't seem like it. However, he tapped on the scoreboard, saying that if that provocateur lost to us, they would become a joke. And Bungai, Nelson Chi's next fighter, would have to fight both Blackhund and Python at the same time. He coldly thought that it would be advantageous for us if they won. But if they lost, the next opponent would face punishment. Red Eye then asked, but is there any reason to accept their provocation and refuse? Why say no?
He hesitated, thinking that if Breakhund and Piton were defeated by Gai Tri, he clenched his fists as if he had caught the old man off guard.
That's what Manny Kim believed would happen. Sil pointed at everyone and smiled smugly because they had analyzed our data, not knowing that Pion and Breakhan had undergone special training. Kang Yu confidently states that although one-on-one is quite risky, if it's 2 against 1, he can handle it. He smiles, his voice echoing again. The current problem is that they are hesitatingly looking at the rankings to choose between Breakhund and Pon. The scene shifts to Boksan Venzone, where Guy He is still waving and taunting, unable to get enough of the attention. The loudmouth guy declared, 2 is enough to satisfy me, Gina asked in disbelief. Do you mean you want to fight both of them yourself? Runsung widened his eyes in surprise and said, That's crazy! While the others were furious, he shouted, Damn it, how dare you speak, you fishhead! The loudmouth keeps provoking him, acting like he doesn't know his place, huh? He shouts, Shut your mouth, your way of talking is disgusting. From afar, Pon's voice rang out. I agree. Black H turned sharply and shouted at him, What are you talking about? Pon coldly said, We will fight him together. Now, Pon's gaze is more determined than anything else. He is determined. This is a match we must win, and we are risking our lives for it. We cannot miss this opportunity. Bon accepts the challenge. I will take his attack, so use that time to defeat him. And he just stands there, confused, wondering what my opinion on this is. Seeing that, Smoker stepped forward through the smoke, holding a phone with number 1. Since both teams agreed on this, the first match will be a 2-on-1. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at them at lightning speed. Breakhan clenched his teeth in disbelief so fast. He looked so big. Gei raises his fist, ready to strike with a dangerous look aimed at Python. The guy thinks to himself, aiming for the face? Peyton raised his hand to block, feeling confident because the attack was obvious. But before he could rejoice, Pion widened his eyes in surprise as Gai Chi's punch veered off its intended trajectory. It slips past and resists the pain. Pion immediately takes a punch to the face. He didn't stop there. He kept throwing punches at Pon. Found, standing outside, chuckled to himself. He's really stupid. Didn't he do his homework on the opponent? Blocking Guy's punch doesn't mean you can stop it completely. Guy's skin is very slick, as if coated with oil, giving him an advantage in the fight. Like an eel slipping out of a clenched human hand, Guy's fist slides past Piton's defense and strikes directly at the target. Back in the fight, Guy continues to throw dozens of punches at Pon, unleashing unstoppable power as he screams. Your resilience is impressive. Is it because you can withstand pain? The man glares challengingly. I heard it has a time limit. I'm curious how long you'll last. While the two of them are playing around, suddenly, Black appears. He jumps into the air and shouts, You fishhead, did you forget this is a 2-on-1 fight? Before he can reach Gai Chi, he is struck in the stomach by a punch. Black Han gritted his teeth. How dare you? He grabbed his head like a doll. Gai Chi is excited. This is so much fun. The guy forces him down hard. Guy's strength is truly overwhelming. Drawn was pushed hard onto the ground, shattering everything. Suddenly, Pion's voice rang out. You bastard! But his attack didn't hit Gai Chi. He sneers, You trash, you're always behind me. Then Gai Chi punches him in the neck. Your worthless skills don't work on me. Phi House looks bored outside the battle and comments that the fight has been one-sided for too long, and they still aren't enough. Iron Beast wondered, wasn't he supposed to be done? He's been prolonging the fight too much, then suddenly he sensed something. Turns out it was Yu's cold expression that confused Found. How can he be so calm? He silently assesses that his fighter has been beaten, but he shows no emotion at all. Did he know from the start he would abandon the first match? At this moment, Gai Chi pulls a kick to Pon's head and shouts, Get lost! Useless! Taking this opportunity, B rushed in, ready to punch him, shouting, Don't be arrogant, you son of a bitch! Gai Chi remained unshaken and laughed proudly. He tightly grabs his leg and softly says, I am not great at all then. Gai Chi spins him around and throws him straight into the mess he caused. They're just too weak. While Gai Chi was playing with Blackhood, suddenly a bored voice echoed out. Hey Ion keeps complaining and looks so bored. When will this be over? Breaksis jumps around saying there's a case of money behind him. Breakhu lies collapsed on the ground with contemptuous words echoing, and viewers are starting to get bored. He then displays a very sinister expression, raises his leg to crush you, and declares victory. Seizing the opportunity, Pion Thon rushes in and grabs him around the waist. The guy sneers confidently, This body won't be caught. Dr. Han shouts, Hey, fishhead, he's getting up, his voice growing more commanding. Do you think we haven't prepared for someone like you? He smiled smugly, revealing a secret move he had been hiding all along. I've equipped a super strong adhesive made by the driver. Hey, Ion outside wondered, what is that disgusting thing? Black Start asked the same question. Absorbing gloves? I'm sure wearing it won't change anything. Bond smiles and announces, It's our turn now. Black Hun had already summoned his 2 Stormfists. Is he ready to strike? Bray confidently announced, It's time to gut the fish. Bond hugged Gai Chi's stomach and shouted, Take this and lift Gai Chi into the sky with all his strength, causing each vertebra of Gai Chi's spine to shatter into pieces. The man's face showed clear pain while Black Hood rushed in at a terrifying speed, declaring that it was time to cut the fish. Black uses the move he has practiced to punch Gai Chi, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. Dew and Pointer open their eyes in shock. They strike at the same time. Back in BH, he threw his final move at him but was easily dodged. Bra's face turned pale in shock. How did he avoid that attack? Before he could regain his composure, Gai Chi rushed in and struck him on the head. At this moment, Foe jumped into the fight and declared, "I won't let you escape." Gai Chi, angry, grabbed Piton's head and spun it like a doll, opening his mouth wide to reveal disgusting teeth and a foul fishy smell before biting deeply into Piton's shoulder. Hei started feeling bored watching the fight. She complained disgustedly, why does he keep fussing over those insignificant guys? Just as Pion and Guy were tearing each other apart, Brayhun suddenly spoke up. "That bastard!" He kicked Brayhun, but he easily dodged it. Brayhun jumped in front of him, throwing all his strength into a punch aimed to finish Guy. But that has never been easy. Gai Chi dominates in both strength and speed. He punched Bun in the neck. He screamed in pain. Weakling. Still, his willpower is not something I can underestimate. Dr. Han struggled to his feet and immediately punched Gai Chi in the face. Head of F House watched the fight seriously, thinking to himself, is Gai Chi getting hit? Is it because of that sticky patch? I was quite surprised that he immediately counterattacked. His recovery ability and toughness are above average. Seizing the opportunity, Bond flies in and stabs him in the back. Piton concentrates his power into a move, strengthening his muscles. That attack of Piton hits Gai Chi's weak spot. He smugly said, "Eat up." Du Pointer saw that and cheered happily. "We will win." "Pointer, you're really panicking, huh?" Suddenly, a voice rings out. It's still too early to celebrate. Fi Haozhou chuckled and warned, "You've made the monster angry. Now you have to pay the price." Du At just stared blankly. The wreckage caused by Python further proves that he is the one who will win. Suddenly, Gai Chi's voice rang out. "Victory, huh?" Gai Chi's eyes widened, veins bulging as if they would burst apart. He stood up and then sneered with a sinister smile. Gai Chi declared, "I will crush your bones into dust in the early morning at the Lampus Korea branch." The rice was served along with Galado's question. Who is the winner? Rick Yoon sits in the dining room ready to eat his rice. The fight is close, with both sides engaged in a fierce and brutal battle. Galado, hearing that, said it seemed like a battle of endurance, but he insisted it wasn't. Bon is holding his ground against a furious madman who is almost evenly matched. "Are you seriously asking if he's fighting crazily?" Rick Yoon nodded in agreement. "That must be his awakening state." Galado sat attentively, listening as you continued. In that situation, even if victory isn't certain, they fight very well. The iPad on the table is showing the match between Piton, Gichi, and Breakhund. The fight is becoming more intense, with Piton and Gichi both throwing powerful punches at each other's vulnerable spots, neither giving in. But Gichi has the upper hand. Piton is thrown back in pain. He quickly leaps at his opponent's face, showing his furious intent to strike. However, Black Hun wouldn't let that happen. He immediately rushed at him and delivered a powerful kick to Gai Chi. He cursed. Damn it. He struggled to his feet and responded to Black Hun with a punch. Gai Chi praised his perseverance. He starts to retreat. Break wipes his sweat with his hand, showing how difficult it is to fight against him. Kang Yu carefully watched the fight with Moros, thinking to himself that he was doing very well, but seemed to be reaching his limit. Both sides were exhausted. You realize that his stamina drops after losing his temper, while Gai Chi still can't understand and wonders why these guys haven't collapsed yet. Why? Why is that? It looks like he and Pon are full of energy, but in reality, both Bre and Piton are also in pretty bad shape. Moros reveals that their current ability is thanks to the previous training lock. You claim they have surpassed the amount of data we collected. The opponent must be very surprised. He sighed deeply. Truly crazy. Dr. Han was exhausted and had to listen to his rambling, but they looked like they wanted to keep fighting. They are crazy. Gai Chi talk clearly shows his displeasure. Hey Ion and Breakstar are quietly observing. Over there, Iron Beast and Nam Xian are the same. He sighed and sensed the unease. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Stop right there." Bon looked confused, not understanding what was happening. He turned around and announced, "I lost, you win," leaving Beast stunned and shouting, "What are you talking about?" Smoker, holding the phone in hand, stepped forward to declare that Gai Chi had lost this match, meaning the first victory went unexpectedly to Breakun and Piton. Sak2 and his friends jump up to celebrate happily. "We won. Those two bastards really won." Du, wearing Power's shirt, cheers happily. "Congratulations on the victory." Kang Yu praises. "Well done." Hearing that, BH turned to look at him, angrily shouting, "No, what's going on?" He was bitter, as if he had been interrupted, and Python was already ready for the next match. But Kang Yu coldly said, "There is no reason for you two to fight with such bodies anymore. You should rest. I will join the second match." At this moment, she picks up the microphone and announces, "We will immediately proceed to the second match. The contestants for the second match, please gather at the center." Fount spoke up to criticize. "You idiot, come out here and challenge me again." Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up. "I have a suggestion for you. You're not quite there yet. You talk big. It takes all four of you to challenge me to make it interesting." Everyone was very surprised by your statement. He smirked confidently and challenged them all to come at him. Sung trembled and frowned. "What did you just say?" Du yells loudly. "This crazy guy." "Hey," Eon waved his hand mockingly. "If it's a joke, it's quite funny." Someone's voice echoes. "Sounds like a joke, But I'm telling the truth, huh? Kang Yu crossed his arms and, with a teasing attitude, said, "Let me repeat it slowly and clearly. All of you come at once." "Hey," Iron clenched his teeth in anger. "That crazy bastard." Dasta steps forward, looking incredibly proud. It would be rude not to accept that kindness. F House sighs. Iron Beast follows behind with a cold expression. There's no need to keep up the arrogance anymore. F House stands with his hands on his hips. "So we're about to confront this guy?" Dark smirked slightly and said, "If Casey Zan says so, then let's do it." Iron Beast, Faut, and Darkta all turned to look at Heian, making her furious as she shouted, "What are you looking at?" DTA smugly thought to himself. Just as expected, those proud ladies wouldn't participate. "This is fine too." Heian crosses her arms in front of her chest and shouts in frustration, "Ja!" Una DT. A gently touches her neck with her hand, her lips curling up. "I didn't expect this to happen, but no matter what, if we win, we can save Ka Sheng from Miss Rose Blackhorn lying on her side, supporting her head with her hand on the ground. Is this okay?" Bond raises the water bottle to take a sip, clearly with a plan in mind. Smoker appears in a cloud of gray smoke, holding a microphone and a phone in her hands. "Are we really going to have a 3-on-1 fight?" Kang Yu replied. "That's right." Smoker raises the microphone to speak. The phone in her hand shows the number 2. The next match will be 3 against 2. Both sides agree. A red frame appears, signaling the start of the second match. A wall appears with a half-open window and countless buttons on it. If they provoke us with a 2-on-1, Kang Yu lowers his head slightly and speaks in a deep voice. "Then in the next round, I will retaliate by fighting 4 against 1. Red Eye was horrified. 4 against 1, are you crazy? Screwdriver stands far away, clapping excitedly. "Oh, that sounds good." Red Eye quickly turns to look at him. A series of images of Dark Star, Beyond, Dragon, Yayon, and Faith Rael appear, each of them being extremely powerful. That's true. Although they are individually strong, their teamwork skills are below average. He keeps drinking through a straw, thinking aloud. They've never trained together as a team, so their cooperation skills are probably non-existent. The truth is, they might have even overshadowed the other in a real match. Red Eye touched his chin, deep in thought about what he had heard. Despite having many advantages, they will fail due to poor teamwork. Screwdriver wonders if that's the strategy you're aiming for. Kang Yu stands with his arms crossed, a bit hesitant. In short, he remains strangely calm. "I just think it would be more effective to defeat everyone at once rather than one by one." Screw finds that reasonable. The image or aura surrounded by roses appears in a mystical way. The thing is, J. Stell is really strong. Screwdriver seems confident, but her pride is very high. She probably won't get involved. Kang Yu agrees with that opinion. Maybe. Screwdriver makes some 3 sign with her hand, her lips slightly curved. I guarantee it will definitely be a 3-on-1 fight. Kang Yu stands with his hands on his hips in front of an old, tall building, silently thinking that the driver's prediction is correct. Kang Yu calmly considers fighting 4 against 1. It's fine. F House wonders what we should do now. Should I go first or follow the order of age? Iron Beast remains indifferent to who goes first. Are these guys crazy? Kang Yu, with a confident demeanor, speaks up to challenge. You should have all charged at once. Don't foolishly decide the order like that. Have you never fought as a team before? DTA makes a hand gesture like a thumbs up. Clever trick. Kasi Kang Yu raises his hand to form the number 3. If things continue like this, you will be defeated in 3 seconds. F Houseo sighed. Iron Beast looked disdainful. 3 seconds, that's ridiculous. It's not even funny. Someone slowly speaks up. I can't take it anymore. Fi Houseo leaps up, quickly and decisively throwing a punch. I will burn you with my own hands. His eyes are sharp. Teeth clenched, Kang Yu quickly jumps up to dodge that punch. Fio jumps high and delivers a lightning-fast kick that sparks. You can't escape. Fire Dragon Strike. Kang Yu slightly furrows his brow. Summon your true form, you crazy dog. Still so hot-tempered? Calling you a hot dog suits you? F House clenched his teeth, eyes filled with rage, hating being called a hot dog. He shouted loudly, his body tensing as if about to burst into flames. It's not a hot dog, it's a firework. Fiho rushes forward, unleashing an attack that destroys everything. He grits his teeth and says, damn it, that damn dog. Kang Yu jumped back to dodge the deadly strike, still taunting. Hey, hot dog, you're talking even more fiercely now, and you even know how to bark. F House was hit and thrown back towards the sniper, crying out in pain. Kang Yu rushed over to F House, shouting, you are the weakest among the managers, right? His face was cold as he raised his hand to deliver a final blow, the weakest one being eliminated first. Kang Yu threw a punch with immense power, but unexpectedly, Iron Beast stepped in to block it. Iron Beast frowned, using all his strength to block that punch. Are you making all this noise just to provoke me? Someone's hand is pressed close together as if creating a shield. Iron Beast throws a punch that sends Kang Yu flying. It's no use. Iron Fist. Kang Yu was knocked far away by that punch. He falls to the ground with a loud thud, causing the earth to crack open around him. In his surroundings are countless illusions of Drakista. I'm waiting for you. He raises his hand to the sky and clenches it tightly. Stay calm. DTA rushes forward, punching repeatedly at Kang Yu. The two keep punching and dodging non-stop. It's just being locked up. Kang Yu steps back to dodge. He wonders if it's an illusion or a summoning spell. Countless DTA are rushing toward Kang Yu. You can't escape. I'm here too. He rushes forward with a big smile. Let's stop here without any trouble. This is all fan service, Moros reminds us. Be careful, Cassiex. We are surrounded on all sides. Kang Yu glances at someone and shouts loudly. Get out of the way. Found rushes toward you, surrounded by countless illusions created by Found. I will never forgive you. I will burn you to ashes. He shouted loudly in anger. My pride, my claws have all been violated. Fi Haozhou delivered a kick that sent the Dracasta flying, like a dangerous sphere of blazing hot fire. You damn dog! The roar of fire. Drakstar frowned and shouted in anger. Crazy. Put it out. My clones is also being burned by it. F-House laughs loudly. A blazing red flame appears in the dark night. That's a good fire. Iron Beast nonchalantly jokes, suitable for cooking marmo. A sky ablaze with fire, a small flame constantly devoured by a larger one. That's the law. A hand with sharp claws reaches out. This kind of flame doesn't affect me at all. Kang Yu stands firm in the hazy smoke, his fist clenched. Fi Hao's eyes widen in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Kang Yu's sharp gaze, he swings his hand and unleashes his move. Now that you've all shown your full strength, there's no reason to hesitate anymore. This is my power. Iron Beast throws a fist crackling with lightning, his arrogant shout, and the force of the powerful punch causes the ground to explode. He glanced around, thinking quickly. Where did he jump to? Fi pointed up at the sky, where Kang Yu had already leapt high earlier, looking down below. Dasta raised his hand with a slight smile and said, I will catch him. He manipulated his power to create a giant hand rising from the ground aiming to grab Kang Yu. That is a trick move. He suddenly was caught by an invisible hand and couldn't react in time. The giant hand quickly grabbed Kang Yu's entire body. Dista shouted. All right. Found quickly moved to the front and swatted him like a mosquito. I don't know when, but Kang Yu was standing behind you again. His whisper makes Fi Hao's jump. Did he just crush a mosquito? Kang Yu immediately throws a punch straight at his face. Found struggles to withstand the blow, wiping blood from his face. Kang Yu didn't give him a chance to regain his composure and delivered a powerful kick to the chest, sending Fi flying, just like a hot dog. Suddenly, a bright yellow light appeared, catching his attention. Iron Beast didn't know when he had rushed forward with a fierce punch, but Kang Yu had already dodged the attack. He jumped onto Iron Beast's head, transforming his hand into a long, shadowy chain. The chains tightly wrapped around him. Kang Yu pulled the chain harder, making it grip even tighter, while also lifting Iron Beast up. He pulls him closer, then delivers a powerful kick. Iron Beast uses his close-range arm to block it. He tried to endure each fierce attack, but his strength was limited. Iron Beast frowned. He's too strong. Even his steel arm is starting to ache. Kang Yu coldly throws a decisive punch. Are you even defending properly? As soon as Iron Beast took that punch and was thrown far away, F quickly rushed to the rescue, swinging a fist of fire toward him. Damn it. Kang Yu quickly dodges the attack and then uses his massive arm to grab F-House's head and push him forward. His whole body was pressed against the wall, causing it to shatter. Dasta excitedly watched and cheered. You're so cool. Let's go. This is really exciting. Why are you standing behind angry and scolding? Are you crazy? Why are you laughing at that guy? He smiled a strange smile. After enjoying the show, I guess it's time to pay up.
Dasta's eyes shine brightly as he transforms into many Black Shadow clones and orders them to advance towards the ghostly assassins. Dasta smiles softly with all my affection, then points to attack.
Immediately, the assassins charged forward on command. Kang Yu merely glanced casually and said, That's troublesome. He also swung his hand to strike twice, creating sharp sword slashes that flew out. Dasta's shadow sword behind him directed the ghost army to disperse. The assassin controlled to avoid the cuts from Kang Yu's blade. He slightly furrowed his brow and adjusted the direction of his slash again. The shadow blades move in a crackling pattern through the shadow assassins. Dar can't believe it and shouts, No, my soldiers! The sword still aimed at the person behind him caused Dasta to tremble and fall to the ground, even though they had been adjusted to not cut him, but to embed into the ground below. Since when did F-House regain his senses? He wiped the blood from his face and muttered, Damn it, the chairman said not to kill if possible. But do you care about me? I will burn you all to ashes. Morris warns, Be careful, he seems about to use his ultimate skill. A blazing red fireball is unleashed in supreme hellfire. He laughed maniacally as he watched the flames engulf everything. Kang Yu, in front of the blazing fire, still looked at it with contempt. Still has a long way to go. He calmly watched the approaching flames about to swallow him, a tiny spark of fire. Kang Yu waved his hand, creating another blue flame that would only be consumed by a larger fire. Hellfire. Two large flames quickly clashed with each other. F-House was stunned as his red flames were overwhelmed. The blue flames quickly shot forward, aiming to burn him to ashes. F-House raises his hand to create a protective shield, or is Ion looking at the attack with a forked tongue using fire. So, the rumors are true. Taking advantage of the distraction, Iron Beast lunged forward with a powerful punch at Kang Yu, but he dodged it swiftly. He swung his hand close to him, both shadow and fire attributes, quite talented. Kang Yu dodged the attack while replying, I'm just a little special. He creates another large flame towards Iron Beast, burning through the darkness. He raises both iron hands to avoid the flames. Kang Yu praised him quite strongly. He stepped back, avoiding Iron Beast's attack range. Meanwhile, he was still pondering if something was wrong. Iron Beast frowned. He moves too quickly and cleverly beyond the data we have. Dasta is still stunned by his shadow blades. Vi House was defeated while Dasta was in that state. He channels electricity into his arms to stop him. Maximum power. Iron Beat spins like a whirlwind and rushes toward Yu Iron Swing. He once again swung his hand to unleash a series of sword images. He was unafraid and even stepped forward to show off his deadly hands. Made from a special type of steel, hundreds of times stronger, it can even withstand tank missiles. Yu Tank responded with an even more powerful attack, unleashing a barrage of blades from the sky at maximum intensity. The attack, both grand and majestic like a waterfall pouring from the sky, left everyone in horror, while the surrounding villains were rendered speechless. Namchan coldly watched that attack. Iron Beast knelt down, one of its wings torn off and lying nearby. We're defeated. Kin watched the entire battle on the screen, praising it, winning a 3-on-1 fight with little effort. He gently shakes his glass of wine, and he is once again completely in control of this battle. An unexpected development. Director Kim asked nervously if they should stop the match. Manny King remains calm. Why get anxious when Jose Stale is still in good condition? He laughs. Besides, isn't it amazing that the Black Horse keeps winning like this? That's right, the betting guys must be furious now. Director Kim softly said we have received numerous complaints that our side is involved in match fixing. M clenched his fists tightly. Fixing the match, huh? I understand why they think that. The old man contemplatively looks at the key and glass. He has become stronger compared to when he fought me. I recall my previous battle with Kang Yu. I'm surprised by how much he's developed in just 15 days. Is that possible, or did he hide his strength during our last fight? He drinks his wine quite arrogantly, but it's plausible. Manny King before also used to be a powerful and crazy villain. Last time he also didn't reveal his fire control ability. Throughout history, it's rare to find a villain or evil person with dual attributes. Now another incredibly powerful one has appeared. A rare individual with dual attributes, a solid foundation, and keen combat senses. Truly an extraordinary factor. He suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Sion, Director Kim cautiously spoke, pulling Manny King back to reality. Chairman, should we proceed with implementing preventive measures or not? CEOO is waiting for the chairman's instructions. He simply remains calm. Keep going. Mani Jing contemplates with her chin in her hand. He frowned, a really unreasonable thought. This event is like a cracked piece of glass, somewhat awkward, but resurrection only exists in the ancient records. Even if possible, that soul would never be whole again. There is nothing in this world that I don't have to pay a price for. Ban Venzone City, a gloomy place with decaying buildings. Kang Yu appears on the news. In this 3-on-1 battle, Kashuyuan proved his overwhelming strength. Break excitedly shouted, "That's more like it. Just end that crazy woman and we will win." Juan, though annoyed, still praised. He's amazing. I can't stop praising him. The result exceeded expectations. Did she glance back? Did you foresee this outcome? Mujin, Gina crosses her arms. Of course I trained him, so I know. Everyone whispers about it. So the fight with Stel, she straightened up and pretended to step forward, shouting, "It's uncomfortable. Those fools should make me lift a finger. I wonder if they quietly smile and enjoy the moment while it still lasts." She reveals her terrifying evil eye. "I have an offer too. Everyone else, get up now. I will fight all 3 of you at once." Kang Yu interrupted. "I refuse. I will defeat you myself or toss my hair arrogantly. You will regret this." "Are you really going to regret not joining the others earlier?" She laughs loudly, clutching her stomach. "Just joking around." The hand reveals sharp pink nails. "You're really a fool." Her eyes flash with cruelty. "Bullying the weak has made you lose your mind? I will crush your trap to teach you a lesson." Kang Yu silently looked at Heian, who smiled softly back at him. Smoker raised his hand. I apologize a bit. Can the 2 of us start now?" "Hei is hiding. I knew it." Kang Yu crossed her arms and said, "Let's proceed." She pouted and said, "Thank you." "Will Kashin's winning streak continue or not?" Dong-un quietly raises his phone. The chairman just gave the OK signal. Nam-chan nodded subtly in understanding. Smoker introduces the final match, the decisive battle between CN and J. Stel. The other villains shout out. Smoker shows his number card. The 3rd match begins. In the vast stands, only Ha-in and Gang Yu remain, with a tense and ominous silence. Morris reminds me, maybe he thinks I talk too much, but this girl is on a different level compared to the previous opponents. He speaks in a low voice. I know she's a top-tier wildcard, but the outcome is still hard to predict. She lowered her brows and honestly admitted it. I understand. He raised his fist with black iron in his hand, but now I am much stronger than before. Kang Yu's eyes burn with determination. This fight is just a stepping stone to surpass Manny King, and I am sure I will win. Why are you muttering to yourself and not rushing in? I don't understand. Are you letting me attack first? She crossed her arms. Of course, after using all your strength to fight the weak, do you still have energy to fight me? Hey Eon just hugs himself, pretending to be innocent. If he defeats you too quickly, people will talk a lot. They will criticize me for beating a weak and exhausted opponent too harshly. She shrugged, thinking that even if she wins against you, it's still a loss for me. He holds out a sparkling yellow diamond. I've prepared a few backup plans. Heian looked at Kang Yu in surprise. She cautiously asked, "You're not planning to swallow it, right?" He nonchalantly put it in his mouth to recover his strength and magical energy. Nothing beats this. Due shouted in horror. Even low-level magic stones cost billions, and he just chewed it like that? Heian irritably points and asks if this breaks the rules. Kang Yu remains calm. If she's jealous, why doesn't she make a few pills herself? Before she could say more, he rushed forward. All right, this is the first punch. Hellfire Pig must be. Kang Yu or Ion shoots out a blazing blue flame. Smoker hurriedly explained, "The flames are truly incredible. A powerful technique right from the start." Ion's sweet voice suddenly rang out, and starting with such a strong move was a good idea. A thorny flower suddenly sprouted from the ground, showcasing a fire attribute skill, and it quickly grew into a giant. "You've prepared well to fight me, haven't you?" But when he opened his eyes, Heian returned with a crazed, terrifying look. "You thought I would be at a disadvantage against fire attribute, didn't you?" "No. More than that. More than that." Kang Yu didn't hesitate and immediately charged forward, delivering a punch right to the center of the flower's face. Oh no, she knows everything now. He keeps throwing punches so the flowers can't recover in time. One more hit. Heian shouts loudly, "That's enough." Kang Yu gently stops. The flowers grow taller than his reach and attack a cute girl right in the face. That is a crime, cowardly and shameful. More and more flowers appear, covering Heian's face. The dense flowers trapping Kang Yu in their environment create a claustrophobic illusion filled with horror, with terrifying sounds echoing in his ears. A cruel judgment for a wicked and brutal person, pinning him down with sharp thorns and draining his blood. Yes, I agree. I panic and look around, but everywhere I see faces or ions. Who am I really? You will never know. Kang Yu asked softly, "Where is Morris's true form?" He looked in that direction, his eyes lighting up. Okay. Immediately, a crack appears in the space with a desperate scream from Heian. Ha-Yeon just revealed her true form, and Kang Yu immediately launched a relentless attack, but she retreated further back, staying out of reach. Ha-Yeon stuck out her tongue teasingly and said, "Do you think you can hit me?" She slammed down on the ground and then suddenly ran quickly toward him. "But you're pretty good too. How did you know it was me?" Kang Yu took the opportunity as she got close and threw another punch, because she's the worst among them. Hey turns around roughly, huh? She suddenly transformed into a flower right in front of him, but since she attacked me, I will give you a reward. The flower then caused a massive explosion. Rose bomb, a rose-shaped grenade, or Ion standing outside, smiling. The flames truly captivating. Kang Yu rushes out of the fire. How long do you plan to keep playing this petty game? He keeps launching powerful blades again and again. Sad head blade image of the sword. She also keeps dodging. Oh, you're still alive. Suddenly, a long chain flew in from somewhere, wrapping tightly around her wrist. If you don't take it seriously, Kang Yu will pull the chain and rush forward. Then you will regret it. She laughed loudly, pulling her hand back to transform into a thorny vine. You regret it, huh? That vine is still as fierce as a sword coming straight at you. Keep struggling. Keep fighting. Kang Yu dodged the vine while quickly controlling the chain to fly and appear in front of Heian. She looked stunned at the unusual appearance as both of them suddenly sprang up and attacked each other. His eyes like a hungry tiger fiercely charging forward without stopping, each strike decisively targeting vital weak points. B clenched her fist tightly and cried out in joy. I got you! Kang Yu yanks the chain back and laughs. It's not over yet. Hey, Ion is knocked to the ground, staring blankly at him. Kang Yu spins her around in midair with the chain tied to her wrists and neck. He delivers the final blow by throwing her against the building's wall. Goodbye. Ha! Furious, grits her teeth as she is slammed against the shattered building, her eyes filled with rage. Riss, I will tear you apart in a corner of Gadam Gubanoni City. A middle-aged man sitting in front of the TV, just posting and already attracting a large reaction. Should I tell you about it when it plays on the screen? Lies on the public broadcast channel? The news report will be the first to reveal whether any force is behind the slander against Gadam Venzoni. Gayan quickly types on the keyboard, please make sure to like, subscribe, and share this video widely. She covers her face with a large helmet. The next file sent by the driver suddenly causes the screen to go dark, and Ji Yong is stunned. What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Somewhere else, Rael looks around with a truly composed and sincere expression. The next mission is just stealing, and I only found out later that I had already swapped numbers with F House. He looked over at the other team, their faces looking like monkeys eating chili. Genchi asked calmly, how is it over there? Lin's girl is scouting ahead. There's nothing special. He told her just to find a few traps and that would be enough. Even so, she still frowned. I'm looking for the teleportation disruptor device but haven't found it yet. It seems we will have to go deeper. Rattel irritably scratches his head. What's inside? Lin's girl tilts her head. Probably Driver's personal workshop. If he asked that, what's inside? She chuckled softly. Surely there's a data vault inside. Rael also smirked. A data treasure? He enthusiastically led the team into the fray. Speed things up and finish this quickly. Let's go. Amid the thunderous cheers, Len's girl pulls out her tablet. There's a map here. Should we split up and take each area? Jen Chi just smirks and says, forget it, they're not the type to follow a plan. The group immediately stormed inside, aiming to destroy everything. One of them sensed something was wrong, but there was no time, and the entire building exploded. Len's girl froze. Even Jin and Chi didn't expect this. Rael looked up in panic as a stranger suddenly appeared and spoke, knowing this would happen. He carries a large syringe on his shoulder. As soon as the deal is over, those little rats will definitely come crawling in. Still calm, and of course the cleaning staff are always present there. Everyone was amazed. Driver Rael, I don't understand. Why are you here? Genchi asked casually. Is he really a driver? Len's girl chuckled softly. Seems so. He asked again who that guy in Boxing District is. While over in Band Screw District, someone raised their weapon and shouted, it's really my master! Keep going! Len's girl wonders, are you also considering how these guys will act? He raised his chin, and I could smell some foul things since that old man challenged me, so I asked with a smile, what would happen if you fought here? Skriel's face remained calm. Isn't there money involved now? Genchi tilted his head and said, so you think Sen will beat Jay Stell? Len's girl suddenly found it funny and couldn't believe that you are so clever. He simply replied quietly, I am smart. That's why I said that. So can you all leave quietly? Ah, I sneered. Is that a request or a warning? Still pretending to be friendly, obviously a warning. Rattel suddenly burst out laughing, truly hilarious. A warning? Who are you to speak up? He led his teammates to charge forward and deal with that bastard. People from multiple directions rushed in at the same time. Even though he stands surrounded, he shows no intention of retreating. His hand gently grips the weapon, and he swings the needle to make it enormous. You guys, the heavy weapon crushes the enemies below. Do you not understand what the warning means? Rattel was terrified to see the group defeated with just one strike from Screw, standing firm and threatening. If you don't know, you need to learn, and I will teach you step by step. Genchi turned to ask Len's gun, have you included the variables in the plan she warned about the situation here? She's smiling, waiting for a response. Rattel shouted, what are you waiting for? Stop messing around. He's happily rushing forward. This bastard belongs to me, don't interfere. Syl simultaneously fires a series of smoke bullets, and the pressure from the airflow forces Rael to step back and dodge. He stomps his foot. Fools always end up hurting themselves with their own stones. He raises his weapon high with a calm expression, warning that they'll pay with their lives. Syl had already formed a sphere of energy, ready to fire at any moment. Rael hugged his blood-soaked arm and smiled. I like this feeling of being used. He spread his arms and legs wide. Healing factor. He frowned. Recovery factor. Rael grits his teeth and says, I am immortal. He slams his hand down hard, transforming into a long claw. The demon warrior ruling the north is me. Syl trembled. Surely there's a limit to its regeneration. Rael was once again stunned. On the other side, a series of machines have taken battle positions, floating around him. Maybe I should reveal my true trump card a little. He turned pale. Wait a minute, what are those things? Renchi saw the situation was unstable and immediately drew his sword. With that much firepower, Rael wouldn't be able to handle it on his own. Len's girl looked up, and there was one in the sky too. Rael, not knowing his limits, charged forward recklessly. I don't need help with this difficulty to scare me. The machines are fully charged and ready to fire fireballs. Syl opened his mouth to provoke them. They all aimed directly at him and shouted. The purple light made him a bit panicked. Damn it, it won't be long now. A huge explosion erupts, shaking the entire area. Genchi has been jumping high, ready to strike down. He casually looked up at the sky, where giant screws and spinning gears soared into the air. He used his sword to cut it into many pieces. Chenchi's eyes flickered with a dark glint. Damn, it hurts to the bone. His hand holding the sword trembles. Yet he used that skill so effortlessly. Skrill, wielding his main weapon, jumped high and spun around. Mega Screw. He finishes with a powerful stomp straight down onto the ground. Smash. Genchi breathes heavily, exhausted. He struggles to stand up with his sword, smirking. Truly seeing is believing. Impressive enough to earn the chairman's recognition. Still frowning, I wonder if he can endure any longer. Perhaps my sincerity still isn't enough. Be careful this time or you might die. I've never used my full strength before, so I don't know how powerful it really is. He was momentarily surprised. Oh, I think I tried that last year. Len's gun suddenly stepped forward and loudly asked, May I ask something? Can we stop? That's an order from above. He looked at her with suspicion. She blocked the attack earlier without a scratch. Len's girl's eyes remained gentle, but a dangerous glint flickered within them. That girl is not an ordinary person. S, acting indifferent, said she just ignored the warning and now wants to negotiate. Huh, con the? Len's girl smiled. We will extend the contract without infringing on Gadam. He waved his hand. So that's it? His eyes light up as he targets, looking around at the chaos caused by these people, then plans to leave without any compensation. Don't you also have to compensate for the emotional damages suffered by the people at Vinzone? Oh, I still smile friendly. Of course I will make full compensation. He asked again. Really? Len's girl replies, I promise on behalf of Nelson Crow, whose name is still up there, he's pulling back. Okay, that old man is a bit tricky. but his words carry weight, and I don't even know where to start with this attack. Screw pointing, you have 5 minutes to bring those guys along and disappear immediately. The city of Baekgyeon-Vizon soon fell silent, and someone who had just appeared asked softly, "How's the match going?" The fight is still ongoing. Haeyeon is frantically transforming her nails into sharp claws and stabbing forward, shouting, "Damn it!" Kang Yu responded with a punch to the stomach. "Were you about to kill me just now? You kicked Haeyeon into the sky. If you want to deal with someone you have to fight like this." She rolled a few times in the air before landing gently on the ground. "Damn, bitch." Suddenly, Aion froze, her eyes filled with fear as she remembered that childhood day. Kang Yu took the opportunity to fly closer while she wasn't paying attention. "Why are you distracted? Did you turn into a giant blazing blue fire, or Aion Dre?" Dosta watches the battle in amazement, unable to speak. She's going to be pushed back. Juan was also surprised, truly astonishing. Casey overpowers Jose Stale in a frenzy. Gina remains silently calm. He surpasses in technique, strength, and speed. Kang Yu calmly watches Haeyeon transform into a dense vine barrier to protect himself. "You're good at leaning back to defend." She emerges from the vines, laughing loudly. Haeyeon is trembling all over, really happy, being pushed back this far. Her eyes are becoming more and more crazed. "I thought no one besides the old man could excite me this much." "You still think you've underestimated me until now," Moro said with disbelief. Its eye is blazing. Her magical power is increasing rapidly. Namchan looked up. It's like a creepy doll dancing among a thorny, poisonous rose garden. "Second awakening," Sun Run exclaimed in shock. Yu-san is stunned as her mana wave suddenly surges with a powerful spike. Gina furrowed her brow. Is that the second awakening? A realm that only a few villains can surpass. Those around them are also left stunned. DTA didn't say a word. Only Namchan remained calm. A rose shoots out like an arrow, quickly grazing Kang Yu's cheek. That flower immediately exploded right after him. Haeyeon walks softly. The game is over now. She dances among the flower petals. "I will torment you by peeling off each layer before killing you." Haeyeon leveled up right during the battle. The professional villa in chaos still remains calm as Moro circles around her. Her magic points surpassing his, approaching 2,000. Having a higher magic point doesn't mean better transformation or sudden movement close to her face. Agreed. But not every increase in my magic points means I get better or suddenly shift closer. He was startled, threw a punch at her but missed. Kang Yu kept applying pressure, yet none of his attacks hit her, while Haeyeon kept teasing, wanting to jump in too. She suddenly countered with a kick to his leg. "Your unsteady steps are too obvious." Aion keeps attacking relentlessly, leaving Kang Yu no time to react. "Let's review again. You got knocked so hard you flew straight into the building and shattered it," she asked coldly. "You're still alive, right?" Kang Yu struggled to get up. Everything about her, including her speed, had increased tenfold. Her face, or the Aion, suddenly appeared clearly in front of him, threatening. "You won't die just yet. I still need to have some fun with you." Kang Yu raises his hand to choke her. "Got her." She chuckles softly. "If you touch a lady without permission, the vines wrapping her face will also cling to your arm. You'll get scolded." Kang Yu startled and pulled back, but it was already tightly wrapped by the vine. "Hey," Ian suddenly pulls the rope, rethinking her actions. She jumps away to make the vines explode and disappear. She chuckled softly again. "I'm not done yet." The vines wrapped around the surrounding buildings. They each wrap around one building after another. Juan is stunned. No way that could happen. She waved her hand and laughed. "This is an extra reward for you." The vines tighten, causing the building to crack and break into many pieces. Bryn hurriedly backed away in panic. The building is collapsing. Black Han stepped back. Damn it, the huge building was split in half by a kid and lifted into the air. Oh my god, the whole building? Or maybe Aion threw it down hard at the villains below, making them scatter in panic. After the powerful collision, it became even more ruined. That large building has collapsed. Smoker regains his composure and narrates. "After that blow, is CN okay?" Kang Yu approaches me without hesitation, or maybe I should say he flicks his hair. "You're more stubborn than a cockroach, really annoying." She laughs to herself, holding her stomach. "But wait, you're as ugly as an insect. Maybe you're a germ, or even bacteria. This is too funny." He calmly crawls out of the pile of debris and walks ahead. "The waste that cannot be recycled, the refuse that cannot be sent to the landfill, that's you." Frowning. "Is it okay to say that in this situation? You're not happy at all." Kang Yu's hand conjures a blue flame. "I didn't say that to make you laugh." His eyes darkened with danger. "I will burn you until nothing remains." She sighed and said, "Try if you can." Aion waved her hand and said, "Because I will send you to the ground first." Kang Yu quickly jumps up to dodge the attack and quickly follows behind him. Aion continues to swing his hand to strike, but Kang Yu manages to bow her head in time, and he turns around to land a punch on her. Kang Yu kicked her stomach again, and Aion, caught off guard and unable to defend herself, was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the shattered ground. He descends from above, transforming into blue flames. Trash must be burned. The giant fire quickly spreads, turning into hellfire. Dasta pursed his lips, overpowering Jay even though she was in her second awakening stage. Why does this always happen? Nam-chan speaks quietly, using speed and strength to limit Zale's movement in midair because all her stats surpass his. Does that mean he's confident enough to fight Jay Stale in close combat? You chuckle to yourself, how interesting. Or clap your hands, no way this could happen. She struggles to get up. There's no way you can fight me face to face while I'm in this state. Why? Why is that? Moro sticks his head out. That's a good strategy. If you can leverage your close combat skills to fight her. Its eyes lit up again, waiting for this energy. A stream of red aura enveloped its entire body. Blood crystal. He turns his head back, his face shrouded in darkness, his eyes gradually losing control. Xian Heian sees this and also becomes terrified. A memory of the mysterious stick wielder flashes back, and she trembles as she cowers deep inside. Suddenly, a blade appears beside Heian. She trembled as she reached out to grab it, while the other person stepped closer, glaring and smiling eerily at Heian. She clutches her head and screams in pain. Black Han is stunned. What's wrong with her? Are you completely out of your mind? Bon also turned his face. The action of the referee also seems quite unusual. Black Han then turns his head to look at Kang Yu, and he is stunned. What? What the hell is going on? He is now completely overwhelmed by an unknown red pressure, and both people in the arena seem to have lost control. A large pair of scissors surrounded by rose petals appears above Ha-Yeon's head. She clenches the scissors tightly. Heian swung both of her severed scissors into the air. Rose Duok screamed in fear. What is that? Bor looked up. Can't even catch her. Are you serious? D.A. looked stunned. Rosier's, if she summons it, it means she has been swallowed by a nightmare from the past. Or maybe Ion doesn't care about such things. She rushes forward wildly, and Kang Yu also leaps ahead at the same time, clashing in a fierce battle. From the quick strikes and sweeping attacks happening so fast they blur together, the two continuously close the distance between each other. Juan watched a fierce battle where neither side would give in, his face trembling with cold sweat. How could he block the twin swords with just his bare fist made of steel? Or something? Gina's eyes light up. Ka Xuan's condition is really strange. Are his 5 senses and 6 emotions driving him crazy? And she observes Kang Yu's unstable state. What kind of blood-red aura is surrounding him? On the arena, the two seem fearless, continuously fighting with all their might. He swung his hand to break the scissors. Kang Yu jumped up and shot a blazing flame downwards. The two ions danced amidst the flames, avoiding the attack. She transforms into tough, sharp, thorny vines. Really uncomfortable. He glares as the vines wrap around his neck. Stop yanking the rope and shout. Don't go so fast. She spun around and threw the vines along with Kang Yu into a nearby building. He let out a small cough after that fierce attack. Moros glared. Ka Zen calmed down. This fool is so naive. Kang Ut suddenly regained his composure, his eyes returning to normal. What did he just say to me? What do you mean by silly and foolish? It's hard to understand. You're awake. I feel relieved and let out a breath. Kang Yu frowned. For a moment, the blood energy from Manhwa of the blood crystal overwhelmed my senses. I barely managed to come back from the abyss. Your scolding also helped a little. Moros said quietly, now is not the time to talk about that. Thanks to her bloodline driving you crazy and allowing you to counterattack Stale. But now it's no longer possible. It reminds everyone that her stats are higher than yours. I just nod slightly. Even if I lose in speed and strength, I can still win. Tang Yu looked over and saw Hei trembling, her mind also unstable right now. I can win without relying on the blood crystal. He rushes down here in a hurry. She glares at Kang Yu. Twice more she swings her blade, but he swiftly dodges and jumps back into the sky. She also quickly chased after him. This time I won't miss. Nam-chan looks at him, thinking he's about to start another dogfight, but the situation has changed. You look up. Jose Stale has summoned his sword in a dogfight where all movements are restricted. Hei Eon is overwhelmed by rage and doesn't realize she's been caught in a trap. Her chances of winning are 0. Kang Yu leans to the side to stay still as dew wraps around his wrist, her expression turning frantic. Got you now. She flies closer to him, and in the end, you're just prey caught in my trap. Tang Yu raises his fist. That trap of hers won't work. He swoops like a giant raven towards Heian. Because from the beginning, she was the prey I was hunting. 3-foot grow res is the determination of the 3-legged one. Along with the powerful punch, a blazing wave of fire shoots down. Destruction destroys everything. The glass windows of the building shattered and flew down due to the pressure. Smoker tilted his body to dodge the shards. Du and Poer also cover their heads to avoid it. That guy really destroyed everything. Is she dead yet? Moros remains silent. No, she's still alive. It's a bit confusing. I'm quite surprised she's still alive and her mana is increasing rapidly. Maybe you don't believe it, but I think she just awakened for the 3rd time. He frowned. Having awakened for the 3rd time, Moros gazes deeply at the place where she usually lies, motionless. Even though she is still unconscious, it warns Ka Xuan that he must stop her before she wakes up, or the world will face a new catastrophe from the emergence of a 5th great evil. He waved his hand and said, "Don't overreact, I have a way to stop her." The dark shadow within him emerged, the greedy darkness. I don't want to use this skill, but I have no other choice. In my unconsciousness, I hear someone calling, "Ha Ram, wake up!" Ha Ram. Or the frightened childhood memory looking up at her bloodied hands. She trembled, the weak bloodied figure below crawling to call out, "Sister, or still trying to shake her awake without realizing someone is approaching. Haram, her eyes filled with fear. The mysterious person appears holding a towering staff. Hei's face turns pale, while he wears a strange, sinister smile. She spread her arms to protect the person gasping on the ground, begging, "Please stop. Please stop. Please have mercy on us." He remains unfazed and continues to walk forward. As he approached, Hye-eon stepped back, and she saw the pair of scissors lying on the ground. She tremblingly picked them up, hoping to defend herself from someone, please. As soon as he swung the stick, she closed her eyes tightly. "Help us. What the hell is going on? Damn it, you bastard." He was kicked away and slammed into the wall. He reached out his hand to ask if the kid was okay, or Ion turned around. She clearly sees that the person in front of her is Moros, but with a human body. Returning to the previous battle, as Hye-eon awakens, a surge of power lifts the shards of earth and stone into the air. Black Han looked at them in amazement. What? What is going on? Bon is sweating. Something big is happening. Sun Run's eyes widened at this energy. Wan rubs his hands. It makes my skin tingle. Jaina softly spoke. That energy. I have experienced something similar before. She said it was not a memory I wanted to recall. Red Dead Peony, an enigmatic long-haired person wielding terrifying power. I sensed the same energy coming from him. Wan was startled. Then Sung Jun also realizes it. Don't tell me J-Stell is awakening for the third time. Gina turned around and said, if she is fully awakened, she should be very calm now, so I am quite sure she's in that stage. Wan nervously said, then I need to stop her. Casey is over there. Gina still appears calm. He is the one who can turn the impossible into possible, so trust him. An abrupt voice rang out, and Du turned around. This situation is beyond what I imagined. Manny-kin steps out from behind the teleportation circle. This is so different from what I expected to happen. Isn't this just a play? Gina said grimly. Why are you here? He replied calmly. I am allowed to come here because I am the host, she asked. So you're here to interfere with the outcome of the match? Manny-kin sneered. Although I have done many dirty things in the past, I do not oppose the laws I create. He looked at the power emanating from the pit. Everyone could see it, but still didn't understand why. If this isn't stopped, a disaster that's hard to prevent will strike. Break looks up in confusion. A disaster that is almost impossible to prevent. Gina steps forward. He's also a disaster, one of the 4 great villains. He laughs, I have reached the peak, so returning to that glory is not easy at all. Manny King turned his head to look into the distance, but not for her. Rose could even become a disaster beyond our comparison. Dastar shouted, Wait, don't tell me you're planning to stop my sister. All this time she has been following you, so why is that? He said smugly. I also trust Rose, but if there's something bothering us, shouldn't we fix it? You've been talking nonsense for a while now. No wonder you're all talk with age. Jumping straight down from the sky in front of Ni King, he laughs, and before hearing the old man ramble on, why doesn't he just hand over everything and leave? Gro followed behind until they arrived. Oh my god, it's you. Everyone was stunned. There are actually 2 drivers? One of them gradually reveals their true form. Du screams. That's a back ghost release chance. Bor was startled. He's not the real driver, is he? Manny was not very concerned. He sneered, handed everything over, and then said things I didn't want to hear. That will happen, but not today. I still have many things to do. Sil also laughed. The longer this drags on, the worse the situation gets. Minnie King raises his hand with Nam-chan and Lens Girl standing behind him. My driver acknowledges your ability and intelligence, but it's hard for me to overlook your lack of manners. He spoke softly. So what about the new ceasefire agreement? Minnie sneered. The agreement is that I won't disturb Gadam Venzone, but I want you to know this is a bluff, not Gadam. S shrugged. I'm quite scared because words are now powerless. Crow stepped forward. Whoever makes you afraid, I will teach him a lesson. Smoker suddenly spoke up. We're broadcasting, so what about the fight? Manny King replied. The fight is over and the live stream has also stopped. Where are you going? Rose is in the building across. I need to stop her. You raise your hand to block, Screw said quietly. Chien is also inside. Minnie sneered and smiled. Are you planning to stop him? You think this is something Cha Xian can handle? Of course. He chuckled softly because our trust is absolute. This made him burst into laughter, and I tilted my head back, covering my face. Oh my god, I thought you were very smart, but it turns out you're very foolish. Someone suddenly shouted. Look, from afar, a figure emerges through the smoke and approaches. As it gets closer, Cassian Bor also leans in to see. He is holding someone. Minnie looked worried. Dita hurriedly ran over. When he saw her clearly, or saw her sleeping in Yu's arms, he shouted, Elder sister! A few minutes earlier, as Ion's body was lifted into the air by the immense magic power, Kang Yu watched her intently. Is your enormous magic power enough to absorb it all? Moros frowned. Wait a moment. I need an explanation. The Voracious Shadow is a skill that greedily absorbs the opponent's magical energy, just like its name suggests, but the process is very dangerous. He tilted his head. Isn't it just about absorbing magical energy? Moros looked annoyed. Don't think there are no consequences when absorbing someone else's energy. During the process of approaching the opponent's mental world to devour, the predator also takes risks. You will be the one to decide. Kang Yu hesitated. So what? It continues. To prepare for any situation, I will merge with you. Do you doubt it's possible? Moros looked slightly annoyed and somewhat rude asking that to a noble soul, but it's entirely feasible. Gang Yu asked, "Can I change my appearance?" She nodded because it's limited to the spiritual world, not reality. Hey Ion is still asleep within the Great Magic Circle, so it's possible. But right now, when he sees DTA running over, he just calmly says, "Don't scream like that, she's not dead." He carefully caught the sword from Gang Yu's hand. Dung hesitated and asked, "Is that Jose Stel?" Juan frowned. It's hard to believe just by looking. Gina crossed her arms. That's a bit insulting. Screw softly whistled and asked, "What's going on?" He whispered, "No, SC is just adjusting the scope. His magic point has increased significantly, right?" Manny suddenly spoke up. "Well, that's a surprise. Why did you decide to stop Stale from awakening without killing her?" Dongtong Yu remained calm, saying, "It's just because I was kind." Dasta shouted again, "Wait a moment, how can the boss say such a thing?"
My sister and I have been with him all this time. And yet he really intended to kill her? He just kept smiling and said, "I actually value both of you a lot."
He became angry. How could he say he valued us when? LG and Nam Chion's expression suddenly turned serious. Manny King explains that for an evil person, awakening is as difficult as winning the lottery, requiring talent and luck. Both conditions must be met, but that lottery is like a bomb, planted in someone that can explode at any moment. Just like the previous times, he sank into madness. With each awakening, he probably gained immense power, but gradually lost himself in worldly desires and lost his consciousness. And then she only knew how to kill, and in the end, he became a heartless demon. Kang Yu with his hands on his hips, "So you mean monsters must be eradicated? Are you acting like that's someone else's problem and you're the exception?" The old man replied, "Of course I'm not an exception either." Many Nai smirked and said, "But I've found a way to get past it." Nam Chan frowned and asked, "Is this the method to achieve maximum results with minimal awakening I've already mastered? Does it sound interesting?" He glanced at Moros, who also seemed a bit intrigued. If you join me, I will pass everything on to you. If you've defeated Rose, it proves you're even more worthy to inherit my legacy. Break and pawn once again hold the person. Gina also slightly frowns. Kang Yu calmly replied, "I won't join you. If you can do it, then why can't I? Especially since I have a teacher who is several times better than you by my side." He chuckled softly. "Better than me by several times, huh? Does he mean the driver?" Crow turned around. "A black duck has a teacher too?" Screw pointed at me. "I don't know anymore." He returns to a serious look. "So how much longer are we going to waste time on this pointless conversation?" Kang Yu reminds us kindly. "We have already won. Didn't you say you would fulfill what we want?" "It was you who made that promise, wasn't it?" Manny King said sharply. "What do you want from me?" He lowered his voice and said, "I've beaten number 2, so I want to settle with number 1 too. Let's fight." Black Hun's eyes widened again, while Nam Chion simply showed an indifferent expression. Screw chuckled softly, and MNY King raised his hand after defeating Jay Stell. "You're qualified, I agree. I will choose the date and location. Is there anything else?" He said coldly. "Like the festival's condition is enough." He chuckled interestingly. MNY King turned to the reporters, recording everything the boy said, making him look cool and then glowing. Duak is still stunned. Is he really planning to fight Manny King too? "Are you crazy?" Sung trembles with doubt. "You idiot, what is he even thinking?" W Sun is worried. "Is this going to be okay?" Gina whispered anxiously, but it didn't change the situation. She looked up. "We have no choice but to trust him." Kang Yu generously told this reporter if the cameraman should take a few photos. Meanwhile, Nam Chan was still lost in thought, unable to believe that Cassian, with his solid foundation and excellent combat skills, could actually be a villain. Moreover, he was not intimidated by the presence of the chairman. He looked at Kang Yu, and his spirit was completely different, as if he had become a different person compared to the fight with Jay Stale back then. "Could it be that you leveled up so much in such a short time?" Nam Chan revealed a rare smile, more interesting than I expected. In Garam Vinzone City, as evening falls, Kang Yu looks at the scoreboard and smiles, a bit surprised. Morris remained calm, after all. His magic points had exceeded 2,000. With 2,027 magic points, it explained how during Jay Stale's absorption of mana, a significant portion of the blood crystal had also melted and fused. He stroked his chin, still unable to unlock the fear skill. Moros warned, "I don't recommend you use it unless necessary. But if you defeat Manny King and absorb his power through the gluttonous darkness," Kang Yu interrupted. "No, I don't want to use that method anymore. My voice is calm. I have to use this skill this time. But it's a card I don't want to play ever again." Kang Yu lowered his eyes and said, "The interaction with Gel's spiritual world has already had serious consequences. I don't think we will end up sharing some of each other's memories. The memories of being severely abused by my adoptive father. I might go crazy if he hadn't helped me." He frowned. "Is that why you feel sympathy for Jay Stell?" Kang Yu closed his eyes and turned away, not wanting to discuss this topic further. "Should I change the subject?" "But my power has already exceeded 2,000, so why haven't I awakened yet?" "It explains that whether a villain awakens depends on the 5 desires." Kang Yu wondered. "What is this? Are you saying I need to go crazy?" Before awakening, Ha was already going mad like that. Moros pretends to be dangerous, similar to what Manny King said about an awakened evil being like a double-edged sword. He asked again, even without awakening, will I become stronger in the future? He pondered. Maybe with the right move, but for villains, each level has its own limit. Although you are outside the standard, you will eventually reach a state of peace. He recalls Manny King's words. Then what is the awakening method that Manny King mentioned? Moros named a technique. Are you talking about superior evolution? Kang Yu said thoughtfully. Superior evolution. It drifts around. I don't know how he knew about this method, but it's one of the answers. He tilted his head. That's safer than normal awakening, right? Moros squinted and said, there are a few things I want to tell you, but the reason you challenged Manny King under similar conditions at the festival. Kang Yu interrupted. You already know, but still asked? His face became determined to get the white blade disc. Inside the apartment building, the sound of a phone ringing and her ID card. Check again if it's in the bag. Kang Yu was putting on his shoes while complaining. You're not that young to forget that. On the other end, there's a scolding voice. Are you worried you'll forget because you're stressed? The other side of the phone keeps reminding me not to get too stressed. Read the whole page first and then solve the problem. I've already prepared clean clothes and a sandwich before leaving the house. All right, don't worry. Yuri still doesn't seem completely at ease. You ate breakfast and lunch. You need energy. You can't do well on your homework when you're hungry. Kang Yu lifts her head. You've eaten a lot already. At Yuri's workplace, she was walking and talking on the phone, asking what time it was and saying if she was late, she would take a taxi. If you're annoyed and tell me to walk, I won't be late either. Yuri got annoyed when she heard that. Her reply was too curt. She should at least listen to me. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw someone ahead. From a distance, Vincent was leaning against the door, chatting with someone inside the room. Who is the person talking to the manager? At the same time, Kang Yu also finds an excuse to hang up. I need to catch a taxi now. Hang up. Yuri left a message. Okay. It's fine. Since you've prepared well, everything will be okay. Good luck to you, he replied casually. Thank you. She reminded me to check again if I forgot my ID. Kang Yu opens his bag. You have it. Suddenly, a girl walking by bumped into him. She was a beautiful girl with long, smooth black hair and light pink eyes, also Gina, in her everyday form. She turned to look at Kang Yu. I'm sorry. When Gina saw clearly, she was stunned. What a coincidence. I accidentally bumped into you, but you look familiar. She asked, do you live here? He hesitated for a moment. Gina looked at the ID card in Kang Yu's hand. Could it be that you're taking the exam today as well? He had to answer. Yes, she covered her mouth with her hand. What a coincidence. Actually, I know someone who has to take the exam today too. Gina handed Kang Yu a box of cakes and softly said, perfect timing. Here, take this. This is Moy. Good luck. I accidentally bought 2 identical boxes and I felt that the person in front of me was a bit unusual. But before Kang Yu could say anything else, Gina turned and walked away. See you later then. Good luck with the exam. Morris beside him couldn't help but sigh at the scene. Tsk, her acting skills are terrible. You can tell just by looking. She knows she slipped up and had to fix it. It seems she knows who you are. Is he crazy? A loud scream is coming from a room in the Lampus Branch building in South Korea. Wong was annoyed. He must be crazy to want to fight Manny Nai King, one of the 4 villains. Jason is calmer, perhaps quite greedy for having defeated Jay Stale, the second strongest villain in the country. She slowly sips her tea, which has also caught the interest of the high-ranking officials in Kasi Zan. The moment they face off, if Cha Xuan defeats M. Kin, not just Korea, but the whole world will fall into chaos. DeWong continued shouting, I agree that Cha Xuan is really strong, but there's no way he can beat Manny Ni Kin. June said, that's what I thought too. But now I'm not so sure anymore. She changed her expression, having not yet achieved 6 wins since he started acting as a villain. In such a short time, he conquered a Venzone and challenged the Man King. She turned to look at Galado, who was developing very quickly and had already caught the attention of the high ranks. What do you think? He replied. The headquarters told us to blacklist him and keep an eye on him. Galado mentioned that this hasn't been officially announced yet, but I hear a high-ranking officer will be sent to Korea soon. Rick Yoon leaned back. A high-ranking officer? Who is he? He remained silent. The White Witch. Surely everyone has heard of her. Jison was startled. Griffith, Lillian. Is Griffith coming to Korea soon? Galado sat up straight. Do you know her? She replied again. Of course. She is my combat instructor when I trained at the headquarters. She is not a witch, but a demon, rubbing her chin like a teacher. Maybe she's very skilled. She said that in high-level combat, she's a close combat expert. Galado reminds everyone that Teacher Kian is the best in close combat. His determined gaze makes June feel a bit uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue and said, fine, I guess. Anyway, Rick Yoon suddenly shouted, when Galado stands up, we have a few things to take care of, so we're leaving now. Yoon tilts his head. What's going on? He whispered. Today, UAN has a very important exam, and Rick Yoon added. He studies very hard, so today I plan to reward him with something. She turned to ask Daewon, what about you? He hesitated. Should I go with them too? Jasoon handed over a shiny gold card. This is my card. Use it to buy something delicious. The other 3 looked amazed like car headlights, and DeWong shouted loudly. The branch manager really is unlucky. She corrected herself. Now I am the deputy director. At a certain school hosting the 17th Central University entrance exam, Kang Yu felt a bit breathless and looked grim. The other contestants have also finished their exams and left. The school gate has closed. Moros casually asked, "How long do you plan to stand here? The bus has already left." Kang Yu sighed softly, his voice filled with sadness. "I don't think I'll have enough time to finish the test." Kang Yu felt a bit frustrated, not knowing how many questions he had already skipped. Another group of students accidentally saw him and seemed to realize something. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, Morris was mocking. "I haven't seen you study seriously even once," Kang Yu complained. "Those questions are tough," I guessed randomly without reading the questions. Everyone around is whispering even louder. This is truly incredible. It considers comforting. Who would have thought someone your age would guess correctly? He rubbed his head in frustration, but I think I overthought it. Suddenly, a woman appeared and said, "Well done." Kang Yu suddenly appeared in front of him with a bright face. Kang Yu asked in surprise, "What are you doing here, kid?" She smiled. "I'm waiting for you." He tilts his head. "Why me?" Na Yu explained. "My brother is also taking the test today. I asked him where he would take the test, and he said he would do it here too." Kang Yu looked around. "Where is Yu Chan?" she replied. "The people from America said he did well on the test and invited him to dinner." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "So that's why they said that back then." Kang Yu remembered Galato and Rick Yoon's pleading faces from before. "Next time we will reward you with something for passing the exam. I'm sorry." "Nah." Suddenly she hugged his arm tightly, so she was beaming with a bright smile. "Today I will take care of you." From another perspective, those thugs also just finished their exam. Daegu lowered his head and complained, "What should we do now that we've finished the exam?" One of them saw him from afar and whistled. "Isn't that Kang Yu?" They mocked. Judging by that expression, he's definitely doomed. "You're right," Daegu sneered. "Serves him right." But suddenly he froze. Kang Yu actually went with a beautiful girl. All three thugs silently cursed as Na-eun and Kang Yu dined together at a bustling market stall in the afternoon. She exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the first time he's had spicy stir-fried chicken thighs?" "How can that be? It's the specialty of Chuncheon." You pick up a piece and look at it thoughtfully. "Is it really that delicious?" "Nah," she happily laughs. "Yes, it's really good." Moros glanced over briefly, looking like it's a bit spicy. As soon as she put the meat in her mouth, her eyes lit up. Seeing that, she asked, "It's good, right?" Although he appeared calm, his hand kept grabbing food repeatedly. "It's okay." "Nah, suggest more." "Try the sweet potatoes with rice cakes here. They're really delicious too." Kang Yu no longer hesitated and took more dishes, chewing and savoring the flavors. "Its texture is quite chewy." Moros asks, "Do you like it?" Kang Yu hesitated. "Yes." But suddenly he asked Na Yu how she knew about Yu Chan Trung's exam score. "I didn't think he would tell you." She innocently shows off her new power. "Just as you said, my ability has been upgraded and my scanning range has expanded and become more precise. From now on, call me the expert." Moros seems to be deep in thought. "You have developed far beyond what I feared. Soon, you will become someone the whole world will pay attention to." "Nah, you're changing the subject again. You haven't tried the cold buckwheat noodles here yet, have you?" "The noodles here are really good too." Kang Yu is curious. "Cold buckwheat noodles?" Just then, his phone in his pocket vibrated. While he was reading the message, she kept talking nonstop. Spicy stir-fried noodles and cold noodles are quite the deadly combo. What was on the phone stunned Kang Yu for a moment. His expression also made her stop, and then an unexpected event happened. Kang Yu naturally apologized, but said next time, she should wait before eating cold noodles. Nay cautiously asked, "What's going on?" He simply coldly said, "I need to urgently find someone." She tilted her head. "Find someone. Can't you eat first and then go?" He put his phone back in his pocket and said, "I don't have time. If you want to find him, you need to move quickly." Realizing something, Kang Yu turned to stare intently at Na Yu. She tilted her head in confusion, while he sighed in relief. An expert is here. That afternoon in Namgang District Soon, in a narrow alley, DTA leaned against the wall, an intense aura emanating from him. He clenched his teeth, looking exhausted. A stranger suddenly appeared. "Oh my god. The boss was right. I never thought I would meet the famous Dark Ta in this Namgang district." He introduced himself. "I am Jalop from Namgang. I came to support you on Lord Minan's orders." The chubby pink woman next to him also spoke. "I am M. Dosta with a serious face. Where is Minin? Why don't I see CN and the driver?" He raises his hand. The boss is meeting Guo, and CN and driver are probably on their way. Joe looks around anxiously and asks, "But what happened?" he asked in surprise. "You two came here not knowing what's going on? Has Majin not said anything yet?" He recounted, "I heard about the asylum request. As much as I could, he told me I would know the details when I arrived." DTA sighs and rubs her head, then says with a resigned tone, "She has disappeared. It's more accurate to say she's gone." Dop surprised, "Her? Who is she?" DTA shouted angrily, "You fools! Don't you know who she is?" He revealed her identity. Rose has left. He was stunned to hear that. Rose? Jill suddenly lost control and charged forward. "He's crazy. He didn't come to Gangnam to seek refuge. He wants to start a war with the gang to deal with that bastard. Mar also immediately attacked. DTA was even more annoyed, so listen carefully to what I'm saying. The fools, after clearly recounting everything, the moon also rose high. Jop was stunned, so it turns out. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rose has lost her memory. Jop also can't transform into a villain. DTA is feeling frustrated. She must have lost her power along with her memories. This only makes it more confusing for him. So Namgang District is safe now. So what's the problem then? He bowed his head, revealing his sadness. There are many targets aiming at her. I can't protect her from those guys myself, so I asked for your help. Jill pointed and said, it's just punishment for the sins you've committed. Darkstar's face is serious. If it's a sin, then it's a sin. But this punishment is too harsh for her current state. She only has memories from before she turned into an evil being. He asked curiously, how old were you before awakening? He replied, maybe 2? Maybe even younger? Jill tilted her head. So they're just kids after all. Who is targeting Stale? No, it's your sister. DTA extends his hand. As I said, there are many, not just the 8 managers, but also everyone who is dissatisfied with her. He wondered again. Aren't the 8 managers allies? He gritted his teeth. Allies my ass. They only didn't mess around before, because you were too strong. Jop asked, what about Manny King? He is the boss of the 8 managers. So you're just going to stand there and watch? DTA replied contemptuously. The boss is no longer the boss. He frowns, clicks his tongue, and targets Steel. You have lost your memories and strength, like aiming at a tiger that has lost its fangs and claws. Maz looks truly cowardly. I understand the situation now. Jill told Darkstar. But what did you do before we arrived? He recounted. I controlled the shadow assassins I summoned. Dasta adjusts his glasses, and together they will be more effective searching than wandering alone. While at this moment another ghost is running across the rooftops throughout the city. Right above the heads of the people, he turns into black smoke that passes through walls. The smoke splits into different beams that weave through everywhere. Finally, it stopped at a certain building. The entity gathered and took shape. The black smoke turned into a claw. He lowered Nayu, who was in his arms. We're here. She marveled. The speed is really fast. He also praised her, thinking she would be a bit overwhelmed. She's tougher than I thought. Naeon is nonchalant. My older brother is a gambling addict, so this level isn't a big deal at all. She raises her hand above her head, wearing a pink mask. Right now, as Redden's sister, she will be Ben M. Moros finds this image hard to describe. Why did you let this girl bring that in? Kang Yu rubbed his chin. I got it from the driver. I can't just leave it behind. That thing is the best way to hide your identity. I can't help but praise it sarcastically. Your sense of aesthetics is truly unique. Now you look down at the building. Who should I look for? He replied. Rose definitely heard that name before. She hesitated. The villain I fought yesterday. Was it him? Kang Yu remains calm. That's right. Naeun reminded me to remember her face because I already saw her in the video. He held out his phone. Now she doesn't look like what the kid saw before. Explain in detail what you saw in the photo after this, the driver. She looks at the picture in a contemplative way. Yesterday she was a savage beast, but now she's hiding in some narrow alleyway, amnesiac and trembling with fear. She has returned to her human form, holding her head to hide herself from the terrifying world. She is now just an ordinary person. The lively night in the outskirts of Namgang District echoes with Rathel's voice. Since coming to Seoul, you've been doing well too, brother? He sits arrogantly in the chair. Just yesterday, I saw him in Ulsan. But now there's a big office like this. The person opposite calmly responds. It's all thanks to our boss's help. He's Kim Trang-shich, the leader of the Shich gang in Namgang-seon District. But what wind brought you here? Rathel laughed out loud, skipping the formalities and getting straight to the point. Oh, that's why I like your older brother, Trang-shich said, throwing a piece of paper in front of him. I need to find someone. Who is it? Ratel replied nonchalantly. My brother doesn't need to know. He said with a slight smile. I'm in a hurry right now. She must be hiding somewhere in Namgang District like a rat right now. Ratel calls out like calling a dog. Give him a day to bring her here for me. In another busy area of Namgang District, life goes on normally for everyone. Kang Yu is a bit curious, wondering why there are so many people here. Nae Yu looks down. The university entrance exam just ended, so they couldn't have played during the review period. Now they're just relaxing. Really surprising. If you ask so much, will we be able to find her? She sighed. Yeah, it won't be easy to get to the top. Nah? She turned around, pointed, and chuckled softly. But since it's Kang Yu's request, I will do my best. He coldly replied. I won't let the kid work for free. I will pay you back. She doesn't really care about it. Just buy me pudding. Na Yu suggested a new super delicious pudding shop open near Gadam Park. Let's go eat together. Kang Yu is just fine, she exclaimed. I will do my best. I'm asking about the main matter. How far can you scan, Na? Start using your power. About 150 to 200 meters around you. Morris was a bit surprised. 200 meters, huh? Without proper training, her scanning range increased so much. He's quite interested in her. Furthermore, her true ability is to assess a person's actions from the past to the present. I'm curious how strong she would become if trained. Kang Yu took out his phone and walked away. Na received it and asked, "When did you cancel your transformation state?" He replied, "Kang Yu just made a secret call saying we can't go around in monster form. I will go down there to search. Let me know when you find it. I got it from a very trustworthy person, so don't worry, the information won't be leaked." In a corner of the darkness, Ha-Eun sat curled up next to a pile of trash. There was no one around her, but she always felt the sound of angry shouting echoing and haunting her. Is that really Rose Stale? She looks like an ordinary person. It must be a joke, right? If you're not joking, transform into your true form. She tried to cover her ears to block out those hallucinations. I'm so scared. Her eyes are shimmering with tears. Where is she? There's a black cat scratching at the trash bag nearby. She also cried out in distress, "I am so hungry." Suddenly, the space echoed loudly, with an annoyed voice saying, "Damn it, it's not tasty at all, like sewer water." The scared cat ran away, leaving only the two of them. The two thugs entered. The blonde-haired one took out a cigarette from his pocket. "It seems today is not our day." The red-haired guy gritted his teeth. "I heard they said it was really good, so I came to try. I'm really pissed off. I don't even want to breathe anymore." The blonde guy lights a cigarette, takes a puff, and then leaves. Suddenly, those two guys noticed Hae-yeon. What's wrong with that kid? Both of them clearly look creepy. That's kind of cute, too. "What are you doing here, little sister? Wait for us." She trembles and steps back. "Who are you guys?" "Those two guys are getting closer. We're more curious about your little sister." The blonde looks her up and down and asks if she wants to go out with us. Then she struggles with all her might and runs out of the alley. But her strength as a human is too weak. Orion was quickly grabbed by a guy and pulled back by her hair. The blonde guy shouted, "He's too rough." "What do you think you're doing just walking away without saying a word?" She struggled. "Let me go." The red-haired girl frowns and closes her mouth first. She bites hard into the blonde's hand, and he angrily slaps her. "Are you crazy?" Hae-yeon falls back and hits the wall. The red-haired girl looks frightened and scolds. "Fuck, why did you hit her?" The blonde guy swings his hand. She doesn't know better. It hurts a lot. At this moment, the two guys finally noticed Sesavai noticed Hae-yeon lying unconscious on the ground with blood on his head. What's wrong with him? Is it really dead or not? That guy's just calling the monkey. He just fainted. The red-haired one is a bit panicked. "Let's leave here quickly." Why waste the effort to leave? Suddenly, a deep, hoarse voice sounded. "You shouldn't have done that here." Who is saying that?" A tall figure completely overshadowed the two of them. He narrowed his eyes, looking ominous. Those two bastards, trembling in front of his imposing figure. In the end, the two of them screamed desperately, and after a while, both of them were sprawled on the ground. "Big brother, I think we found her." He holds up the photo to compare. It must look exactly like the picture. He also cleaned out all the flies. "Yes, we will bring her back immediately." I didn't expect Kang Yu to appear from the opposite side. "That's right, I found him. Exactly as the kid said. I'm calling Na Yu." "Are you kidding me? Of course I will buy everything on that place's menu." He shouted when he saw that. "What are you doing?" "Don't come any closer." Those gang members waved their hands. "Go ahead, then nothing will happen." He tossed his bag aside. "Are you grown men and not ashamed?" He points his finger. "Don't you understand human language? Bring that kid here." After he finished speaking, the two henchmen rushed forward immediately. Morris warned them, "They are just ordinary people." Kang Yu sneered, "Now I'm also an ordinary person. Since you're not hesitant to attack each one with a few hits, that's for the best." He was stunned and wide-eyed, asking who this kid was. Before he could think, Kang Yu had already arrived and delivered a direct kick to him. He dusted off his hands and looked at the people sprawled on the ground. One kick wasn't enough to take them all down. Kang Yu glanced to the side, still unconscious with a bleeding wound on his forehead, in a corner of Gadam Vinzoni City, at a store named Heaven Pyongyang, where he was brought back and arranged a place to sleep. Chiha whispered as he looked at her sleeping, saying she only sleeps at dawn. He sighed. "I couldn't sleep all night either, trying to calm the girl's emotions." "We'll charge extra for that." Kang Yu reluctantly handed him the drink. Chiha hesitated. "But that really is Jose Stel." He replied that his expression was a bit complicated. Chiha asked if he was okay. "I'm not used to the appearance of the villain before and after transforming." Kang Yu is asking about something else. He still fears Haeyeon's calm appearance, which seems like a gentle sheep. Who knows if she will become violent or not? You don't need to worry about reassuring her. To be prepared, I've brought a DSP 3 times stronger. He's still worried. Does the DSP not matter? Besides, will she stay still? Look, Kang Yu waves his hand. That's why he brought her here. Cheha frowns. You wouldn't consider provoking Naikin, right? He calmly replied, I've already done what I needed to do. That made him even more anxious. What will happen if it leads to all-out war? Kang Yu's voice remains calm. We have an agreement not to interfere with each other with Neo Senshi, so the chances are very low. Cheha seems cautious. Isn't a promise meant to be broken? I don't believe he'll keep his word. You slightly frown. He said he would never break his promises as long as the treaty remains in place. Gadam Vinzone will still be the safest place. Because breaking the treaty would only put him at a disadvantage. That's why Dasta wants Jay Stell to seek refuge here. I will ensure Jay Stell's safety while she's with you. He's in a difficult position. That's a tough request. Kang Yu has run out of options. I don't trust handing an ordinary person over to any villain, only you are suitable for this. Cheha turned around. I want a fitting reward. Along with the risks, you ask back protecting an unfortunate girl with nowhere to go and you still need to weigh the gains and losses? He gives a commercial smile. Have you forgotten? After all, I am still a callous and greedy businessman. In Los Angeles, USA, this area is protected by many bodyguards. In a luxurious decorated dark room, this seems to be a meeting of the four great villains. One of them spoke up, saying, I heard an interesting young man appeared in Korea. He's Elmago, one of the four great villains. He chuckled softly. Senior M-Kin, it seems you found your joy even in old age. I'm envious. I agree, though it can't compare to the beauty of heavenly fragrance. I am Moran, one of the four great villains. She also laughs happily, but he has eyes shining like emeralds and a wild spirit. He makes me so infatuated that I want to carve open his chest and extract his heart. The other one is Dr. Rotless, one of the four great villains. He always remains silent. Mannequin cheerfully waved his hand. You all have plenty of free time to care about other people's business, huh? Moran spoke. I only care about someone's fight. If this old man's blood gets on someone else's hands and not mine, I won't accept it. He lightly tapped his hand on the table. Moran, I've also lost my temper like you. Mannequin chuckled softly. The thing we haven't finished 5 years ago still isn't done. She laughs even louder, and it's too late for me to regret now. It's not too late now, Elmago interrupted. Let's forget about that. We shouldn't forget the reason we founded the Evil Society and hold regular meetings. Dr. Rudless remains quietly attentive. Elmago sneers. We must remember that as long as we have that, he could target me at any moment. Moran waved his hand and said, So you're worried? If that's the case, why not transfer all of that to me? Manny sneered. That's like handing fish to a cat. She's been showing off from the start, and your behavior is just like a useless old man. Really disappointing. Another person suddenly stepped forward while Manna King was explaining. Speaking of disappointment, there's someone in Korea I don't like either. A thief who stole my treasure. Nam-chan whispers something into his ear, and Elmago is surprised by Manic King's stunned expression. He understood and said, Rest for a bit. We will continue the meeting in 10 minutes. He and Nam-chan moved to a corner to chat. Mankin asked first, Did she run away? So where is she now? Nam-chan clasped her hands. She disappeared in Namgang district, but it seems she's hiding out in Gadam Vinzoni. He was surprised. Gadam Vinzoni. Finally, Mannequin just smoked a cigarette and sneered, This place really doesn't give me any good feelings. Right now, in Gadam Vinzoni City, it's still in a personal training room, with various books on meditation and the essence of virtuous meditation laid out on the table. Kang Yu is focused on meditating, looking suspicious. Is this kind of training feasible for superior evolution? Moro squinted, meditating and forbidding talking. Kang Yu pursed his lips, just curious. It turns away, and your question makes sense. If you want an answer, you need to find the core of the superior evolution process. Moros explains that an evil person can achieve immense power through awakening, but the source of that power comes from desire and lust, referencing that old man. As Manny Nijing said, you can achieve great power through awakening, but in the end, you will lose yourself and become a raging monster. Kang Yu realizes that not losing oneself is the key. Moros shouted, Exactly, the more confusing it gets. So what does that have to do with meditation? He asked again, Have you heard of the term superconsciousness? Kang Yu lifted his eyelids. What is it? Moros asked irritably. I told you not to open your eyes during meditation, didn't I? He retorted. All my meditation sessions have been interrupted so far. Tell me about it. It can be described as super awareness, the ability to evaluate your own thoughts. Let's see what's right, what's wrong, what you know, and what you don't, Kang Yu asked in surprise. Is that a wonderful ability? Moros sneered at him, sounding trivial. But there are times when he cannot use this ability. It takes the example of dreaming, for instance, because when the super awareness ability is disabled, people sometimes unconsciously commit antisocial and inhumane acts in their dreams. Kang frowned. Don't tell me that the more you awaken, the more the villain loses their awareness. Moros shouted again. Exactly. He pursed his lips and rubbed his chin. So the core of evolution of excellence is when the phone beside him rings again. It looks in. Did something happen? Kang Yu just replied. A few unexpected things have happened. At Heaven Pup Club, a crowd is pushing and shoving in front of the door. Please don't push. Is it not proper for your older brother to line up properly? Inside the store, 2 customers are sitting there dazed. Your pink grapefruit soda is ready. 2 glasses of water will be served shortly. A cute and lovely maid with a sweet voice. Please enjoy. This is none other than Haeon. At the international airport, a line of bodyguards was already waiting to welcome someone. A girl appears with a brown-haired person wearing a mask behind her. 2 people come to greet them, one introducing themselves and expressing pleasure to meet. I am Ham Ji-sun, Deputy Director of the Special Operations Headquarters. The other person also spoke, saying, I am Lee Du-hai. And they shook hands before continuing. Pleased to meet you. The girl with blonde hair exudes a commanding presence, Lillian Griffith tall. She smiles softly, thinking Galado and Rick Yoon would be here to greet her. Ji-sun spoke first. I wanted to escort her by car, so I came here. It seems I've caused you trouble, haven't I? She simply calmly arranged herself. I will escort her to Lampus's South Korean branch.
Griffith refused. I have a place I want to visit first.
I already made an appointment. She removes her glasses and walks arrogantly to meet Manny King. A drone gently flies in from above. Griffith glances at it and immediately recognizes it. Is someone tailing me? Gadam Benzone is known for its chaos. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? SDW crosses his arms and asks, so is the big-eared face a high-ranking seer or something? He replied, that's right. Screw's glasses gleamed.
You think I'm easy to read? You guessed right.
That is the White Witch Lillian Griffith. She is a formidable character. For the villains in America, she's basically a goddess of chaos, Red Eye added. She is also a famous high-level mage. Moros glanced at Kang Yu. If she's from America, you must know her. I'm wondering why she came to Korea. Don't tell me it's to stop Cassian's fight. Screw tilted his head. Maybe that's the reason. She exclaimed, oh my god, I was right. Red Eye is a bit worried. If that really is her reason for coming to Korea, then she is likely to go to Gadam to meet Cecil, also predicted. I think she'll meet Manny King first. He's surprised to run into one of the 4 great villains by mistake. He gently tapped her on the head. Griffith knows she has a big face. People like that only fight against those of the same level. Red Eye finds it even more annoying. Does she think little of our boss? If Black Ghost hears about this, he won't stay still. Kang Yu also imagined what Black Ghost looked like. Does she dare to look down on our boss? Sil tilted his head and asked, come to think of it, didn't you just recruit a few loyal followers? I'm not quite sure. DASC said this morning he was with Black Ghost. Kang Yu values him highly. Dista is a powerful villain who has taken over other regions by destroying them. If he becomes an ally, it will be to our advantage. He is still hesitant. I understand Dasta, but what about Steel? Are you worried she might go crazy again? I still smile, but it would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. He reminds me, I understand why you brought her here, but it still carries great risks. Kang Yu listened and promised that there's no need to worry about her going crazy. If that happens, I will take responsibility and look after her. At this point, there's no reason for Screw to continue doubting. If the boss says everything will be fine, we should trust and follow his advice. Grow was a bit excited. Wouldn't it be great to see her go crazy? Red 1 suggests that only a few people know Zale is at Arvin Zone. Should we tell them to be careful? Kang Yu stood up. I already told Black Hund and Piton to be careful. Still asking where you're going? He opened the door and stepped outside. Hearing about the topic makes me want to check on Jay Stale. Maybe she's getting close to that loan shark guy. Crow watched that figure's back with suspicion. He was truly very worried about Jose Stale. Could it be that she likes him? Screw muttered, who would know at the Green Neo Sen factory? A voice came out yesterday, right? That conversation. M.A. Kin sat in front of a hot cup of tea, complaining. I didn't expect all 4 villains to gather in America, where Lampus is headquartered. But today you're in Korea, thanks to the abilities of that girl with the camera. You have a powerful assistant, and he's getting straight to the point. You didn't come all the way to Korea just to praise her, right? Anyway, I was surprised by how much information Lampus has. That was a secret meeting. I should probably be more careful about security next time. So, what is the reason you want to see me? She made a demand asking you to postpone the fight with Ka Xuyen. The old man bluntly commented, a rude request. Griffith's voice remains calm. I know it's rude, but if you delay or avoid that fight, your honor will be stained. Kei Kin extends her hand, knowing but still asking. I'm curious about Lampas's plan, she replied. Lampus considers the relationship with the 4 great villains to be something very important. He interrupted, stopping his foolish words. Many smirked, knowing only a few of Lampas's people could make her do this. Griffith gently pondered, resting his chin as he asked, is it because you're the boss? Because the world's order would be broken if I lose to that kid? That's what Lampa is afraid of, right? Nam Chan glanced briefly at Manny King, who was still going on. Guessing only leads to misunderstandings. It's not a problem because I have no intention of rejecting her request anyway. She suddenly brought it up. Lampa is satisfied with Saw's current relationship with the villain, but I believe that relationship is now very different. Griffith gently stirs the tea in his cup. Only a few villains in history have been recorded to possess 2 attributes at once. Someone with such an attribute suddenly appears out of nowhere. His power grew rapidly, and now he even challenges one of the 4 strongest villains, the 4 great villains. She sighed softly. Everyone must be concerned about that situation. Manny King suddenly spoke. If I accept the request, does Lampus plan to deal with Xian? Griffith frowned. Lampas is a force created to protect justice and peace in the world. He chuckled again. Many looked down on her with arrogant disdain.
Not bad. Try harder next time. At the familiar Heaven P Tavern in Gadam Vinzone City, a crowd is gathering in front of the entrance.
Kang Yu stood inside, arms crossed, looking with a mocking expression. Is it a bit too much? What's going on? Cheha points at the crowd inside the shop. Don't you see the line outside? Even the boss has to follow the rules. He falls silent for a moment. We are not here as customers. Kang Yu frowns. It's just as crowded inside as outside. He just smiled softly because I'm good at business. Someone on the other side is flirting with Ha Yan. Give me the best drink here. She smiled and replied, we only have pink grapefruit soda. Ha Yun's charming face leaves Kang Yu speechless. Everything he says is a lie. You're really the villain here, just selling pink grapefruit soda. In the end, he could only say that he was glad she was happy, but also warned not to pressure her too much. Complaining, he extends his hand. Today we have many customers, so I only hired her to fill in for a few days. The customers here also come because of Ion. Krat stood up and said loudly, "Stop complaining, and there's only one drink on the menu. Double Blade also helps. Cards are not accepted here. Please pay with cash. The important thing is that both of you are wearing maid outfits." Soon, it was time for a break. Kang Yu took the grapefruit soda and sighed in relief. Finally peaceful and quiet. He took a sip and judged that things should be this calm. Chiha immediately scolded, "This is the break time, old man." Or suddenly approached and spoke up, "You're the cashier, right?" She bowed her head shyly. "I still haven't thanked you." "Thank you for allowing me to stay here." Kang Yu points towards Che-ha. "The one who should thank me here is this guy. It's because of me that he's so busy." He looks clearly annoyed. "And he's still sitting here?" "Hey," Yon hesitated. "There are some things I want to ask." He turned and kept walking. Heian said with concern, "Do you know who saved me? You look a lot like that person." She took out a piece of paper from her pocket. "He has very bright eyes and a kind look." "I even drew him too," Kang Yu asked in surprise. "Did she draw him? The face on the paper is Morris's, but the body is yours. This is the form you appeared in within Ha-Eon's dream." Che also looks at it. "Who is that?" "And you are completely speechless." "Bright and kind." She looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Do you know who that is?" I hear a deep voice coming from the Green Lotus factory. She really dares to take risks too. Leaning back against the car, she sighs. "You always meet Manny Jing by yourself. Is it the same with high-level mistakes?" June crossed her arms. "It's just because she's confident in herself." He looks up worriedly. Who knows what might happen next? Dae-Yuang turned to ask if that was a bit too confident, and she replied, "To become the strongest, you must first believe in yourself." Just then, Griffey's group finished their negotiations and came out. De-Wong was about to speak, but Ji-Soon pushed him aside. She left quietly, and the two of them rushed to greet Griffith. From the high balcony, Manny Ni looked on with a somber expression. "It's not because she's worried about me that she came. What is her purpose? Is he just shaking his glass of wine to provoke?" Manny King didn't turn his head and ask, "What do you think?" The director spoke up. "Griffith is one of the top fighters in the high-level chess squad. Namchan shares his thoughts, and what makes her famous is her mind games, as lethal as her poison. Believing her is extremely dangerous." He looked at you and smiled. "So is that a provocation?" Namchan nodded. "Yes."
It seems Lampus intends to use the chairman as a pawn. Manny King responds with a bitter smile.
He put down his glass of wine, laughing mockingly. Chung thought too simply, "I didn't expect them to rate him on the same level as this old man." M gritted his teeth. "If they don't understand why a monster is called a monster, and he looks at Griffith on the first floor with cruelty, then we will teach them with force." Back in Gadam Vinzone City in Screw's office, he spoke suddenly, but Screw, crossing his legs, reported, "Manny King's side has announced the match date. When is the Kang Yu fight?" He replied, "You guys just pick a date without asking for our opinion. I don't have much to say either. Since we've already given Manny King the right to choose the date, there's nothing we can do about it." Moros glanced, but still thought it was too rushed. As hesitated. Perhaps Griffith's visit to Korea influenced his decision. Kang Yu found it hard to understand. "Why would you think that?" He explained that Manny King and Griffith met this afternoon. He feels a bit respectful of him. This guy knows everything. Kang Yu crossed his arms, confirming again whether the drone reconnaissance plane had been used. Screw lightly tapped the screen. "No, spy drones are easily detected, so I installed tiny surveillance cameras all over the buildings." Suddenly, I had an idea. Kang Yu asked, "Do we have any other drones?" He was surprised and asked, "Still have it, but what do you need it for?" He looked into the distance to check the buildings outside. Vinzone might be the sniper position. Screw is confusing. Sniping? Who's shooting at whom? Kang Yu coldly said, "I!" His glasses reflected his serious face, showing he was not joking. S looks more serious and turns to check. "If we're outside Vinzone, the surveillance area is too large. We probably won't have enough planes." Kang Yu's voice is calm. "We have narrowed down the suspect's location," which surprised him. "Oh, I see. You remember those little robots. There are a few people here with abilities, so I asked them to work this morning." Screw's hand kept typing. "You mean attaching it to the plane? Then we need a thermal detector and also high-resolution video recording." He raised his voice and said, "I don't know the details of the story." S turned around and rarely smiled genuinely, but she seemed quite happy, so it's okay. The Lampus Building's Korean branch is handing over the car keys. This is the vehicle she requested. Clay softly thanked him and asked if he needed a guide. Griffin interrupted and said no. "Thank you, it's fine." She asked again, "Galado and Rick Yoon still haven't shown up?" De Wong scratched his head. "They don't seem to be feeling well." He finds it a bit hard to say. One of their colleagues just passed the exam yesterday, so they probably had a party all night. She remains indifferent. It seems they are already used to Korea's drinking culture. De Wong quickly turns back to the headquarters. "I'm going in now." Arfit said his final goodbye. "Thank you." She opened the car door and got in. Clay lifts his phone to check. No tracking or listening devices were found in the car. She despises that if they do this and get caught by me, there will be no excuse. Clay reports to Griffith that it seems Manny King has informed us of the date of the match. She also guessed this, that old man must be feeling very tense. Does she think Manny King will lose to Cassicien? Flirting with another girl. Griffith simply rested his chin in his hand and coldly replied, "In a battle, only after the encounter do we find out who the real winner is." She tilted her head, and if I had to choose, if that were Manny King at the peak of his fame, I wouldn't hesitate to say it's him. But now, I'm a bit worried too. Clay lowered her eyes. They say worry is like poison. Are you planning to go to Gadam to meet Cassien? Griffith sneered. A stupid question. Do we really need to meet him? It's best to deal with it right from the start. You're the most suitable for this mission. Clay's hand on the steering wheel tightened slightly, her eyes flashing with danger. Of course, it was still early. Outside Gambin's zone, beneath a nearly ruined building, a sniper rifle was found behind a broken glass window. She saw Kang Yu nervously standing next to Ha-Ion, couldn't help but laugh because he didn't even realize he was about to die. I will send you to hell. Caishan Klai estimates the target is about 2 kilometers away. The bullet is specially designed to travel at 3 times the speed of sound and eliminate its target. Its destructive power can even pierce through armored vehicle armor. She falls silent for a moment. Among the snipers, Mangho is considered the best. But the difference in skill is just like a thin sheet of paper. Clay's eyes gleam with cold sharpness, confident that with his super perception he would never miss. Suddenly, a reconnaissance plane appeared in the sky. Clay quickly recognized it. A plane. When did it get there? A cold voice like from hell echoes behind her, you appearing right after. Since when did you start spying? What the hell is going on? Kang Yu smirked. Just by looking, I can tell what you just did. You just used the scope to aim at me, didn't you? That's what your expression says. Clay frowned and looked at him. Kang Yu continued in a tense voice. That's right, isn't it? You previously asked Black Ghost to impersonate me. This mission is very dangerous. You could get killed. Are you sure you want to do it? He also takes the order seriously. Leave it to me. Kang Yu's entire body exudes danger. If I delay even a little longer, I might end up regretting my own plan. You look at her sarcastically. One wrong move and you ignore the agreement with Vinzone? Clay stepped back. A false move, huh? What are you relying on? He mentioned a name that made her flinch slightly. The Ruthless Marksman. Adam Kang continues. You are the famous masked operative of the Special Forces, right? Clay inquired. Even villains know that much, huh? Trong Hong looked at her. Of course villains have to do their homework first. Clay hesitated. It is indeed my honor, but are you here alone? Kang Yu pointed behind her. No, it's just the two of us. Clay hurriedly turned around, but there was no one outside the window. She angrily pulls out a gun from her shirt and shouts, How dare you deceive me, this guy? He immediately rushes over and grabs the gun. Kang Yu broke it in half and pushed Clay to the ground. I should be the one angry here. She blocks with both hands in front of her, trying to stop him with all her might. Clay then pulls out a sharp knife from his sleeve. He just chuckled softly at the scene, while she looked a bit worried. It's true what they say. He's already taken down Stale. His strength and speed are superior to mine. Clay still holds on to hope, but that doesn't mean his higher stats make him stronger in real combat. At the same time, Kang Yu also charges forward. He just threw a punch, but she dodged quickly. Immediately after, Clay drew his knife and lunged as they closed in on each other. If I keep this fight close combat and prevent you from using your skills, I will have a chance. The knife slashed across Kang Yu's iron arm, sparks flying. She took the opportunity to attack again. Just a little more effort and we'll be in sync. But when the knife collided with his arm, it shattered into 2 pieces. Clay was momentarily stunned. Are you crazy? My knife can break. Before she could recover, he kicked her in the stomach. Kang Yu delivers another punch, this time with even more force, as he slowly approaches Clay, who is completely collapsed on the other side. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I have many questions for you, but at that moment, a cold voice rang out. There will be no chance to ask. The wall behind her suddenly cracked straight across, breaking apart and flying toward Kang Yu, who was caught off guard and was knocked back by the sudden attack. Kang Yu only now opened his eyes and clearly saw his opponent. Griffith transformed into a giant arm, aiming to attack him. Kang Yu also punches back with his own hand. The 2 powerful punches collide. Clay was surprised to see he could block this attack. Griffith retracted his hand and praised him. Nice counterattack. Kang Yu looked at the strong woman in front of Griffith. A corner of the building where they fought has been deformed. She coldly asks, Do you know me? He replied, You always appear in white and are known as a wicked witch. Griffith was displeased with this response. But in the end, she got to the main point. It's good that we meet like this. I want to ask you to cancel the match with Manny King. Kang Yu grumbles, more like an order than a request. Griffith interrupted, Just answer, and he coldly replied, I refuse. She frowned, hearing the response with quite some disappointment. You immediately started preaching morality, and giving orders from the start was wrong. The one who should apologize first is you for trying to shoot me and ignoring the Vinzone Treaty. If Lampus officially apologizes, I will accept it. Griffith calmly denies the accusation. Who shot whom? You just made an unfounded accusation. Morris also frowns. She intends to deny everything, acting as if you know nothing. Kang Yu simply calmly hands over the recording and the small camera drone. Evidence, huh? I have it. I have a recording of the assassination scene from earlier. The voice of the girl next to you has been recorded clearly. Give it a listen. Clay's voice echoes distinctly, making me laugh. He didn't even realize he was about to die and was still flirting with a girl. Griffith frowned and turned to look at Clay, who was trying to run as the tape kept playing. You should really stay in your own box. I'll send you to hell. If you upload this to YouTube, it would probably be fun, right? Griffith chuckled softly. You really are a cowardly devil. She jumps up to attack again. I never liked your name from the very beginning. Kang Yu was thrown out of the building by the shockwave from the crystal explosion caused by Griffith. She also rushed outside after him. Griffith raised his fist and hardened it into pink diamond. A powerful punch descends from the air, and the diamond fist of Kang Yu knocks her down to the ground. She also landed at the same time. Griffith frowned, seeing that he was still unscathed. You took a direct punch like that without getting hurt? Kang Yu looks down on her. You rushed in without blinking. Is this how a high-ranking officer behaves? Griffith also spoke coldly. Do you think you have the right to talk about someone's behavior after secretly filming them without permission? Syl suddenly stepped forward. Don't talk about our boss like that. I'm the one filming here, she frowned. So, you didn't come alone. If he's smiling, how can we let our boss enter a dangerous area? Screw's smile deepened even more. I didn't come alone either. The angry voice startled Griffith. Who the hell is this? Which bastard dares to target our boss? Behind them is a swarm of people like ants. The next day, at the Lampus Korea branch, a strained voice sounded. Why is it already chaos this early in the morning? What's going on? Oh, Yukon is complaining. The person from America caused trouble. Haven't you heard anything? Is that Galato and Rick Yoon stepping out? He shook his head. No, they are, Griffith. Yu Chan asked again. Was the high-ranking officer who came to Korea yesterday? De Yoon quickly signaled for silence. She tried to assassinate C with secret information, so don't say a word. He bowed his head in worry. Another high-ranking spy trying to assassinate Cien?
Uan handed him the water, calming down a bit. So what happened next? Daewong said with disappointment.
She failed. If she had succeeded, things wouldn't be this chaotic now. He took the glass of water and took a sip. Actually, she crossed the line. All the executives and higher-ups were called to the branch director's office. He asked the locals if anyone had written about this yet, while DeWong looked at the news report. They only know there was a fight between the agent and the villain that night. Yu Chan breathes a sigh of relief. So there's no problem, right? He looked at the screen again. The problem is that her name is a top-ranked high-level psycho, one of the best in the world, but that's not really the issue. Dae Yuong scratching his head. The main thing is that she was recorded talking about trying to assassinate Cassian, and Gadam Benzone has that recording. Gadam squints. What does he want? He shakes his head, not knowing anymore. That's why everyone is subjected to training. He hesitated again. If there was a fight, does that mean Sin and Griffith fought each other? Who won? I guess so. I accept. Maybe Griffith surrendered because he was surrounded by many villains. Yuhan asked in surprise. A high-ranking officer surrendering to an evil person? He tilted his head. In that situation, it was the smart move. He's curious. So Griffith was captured and imprisoned by that villain? De Yuang replied. They said she was released. Uhan let out a relieved sigh. He still looks pretty tense. Thank goodness. Luckily, she was released. De Yuang shivers at the thought of it. Getting imprisoned at Venzone over a false accusation? If that happens, Lampa would have the right to attack Venzone. He asked with confusion, is the problem that the recording will be leaked? He just pointed. We'll find out about that later. The top priority is for Lampus to have a valid reason to attack Venzone. Uhan frowns. But what if public opinion becomes noisy afterward? A serious approach will be taken to resolve it by minimizing the incident. Attacking Casey was not Lampus's intention. It was just an independent action by Griffith. They will say that anyway. He predicts the incident could drag on due to disputes over responsibility, but in the end, Lampus will come out on top. Still, they lost that opportunity. Yu-chan flinched slightly and pointed with his finger. Don't you see the crowd outside? Are those reporters? I think someone deliberately fed them information. He looked serious. You'd better be careful. If you happen to run into them, don't answer any questions. A single mistake could cost you everything. He listened quietly and calculated silently. It seems Griffith underestimated Gadam Venzone. Back to Gadam Venzone City, Kang Yu's residence. In Kan's private training room, the two just entered. The owner, he slightly turns his head. It's so noisy so early in the morning. Black Ghost and Dark Star dressed like stars, bowed as we arrived to wish you a good morning. Sir, Kang Yu just remains coldly silent. Please don't do this. Daster shouts, it can't be. His well-groomed hair and neat clothes are basic requirements for a servant when greeting the master. He coldly pointed at him and asked Bright Ghost, why do I understand you? But what about this guy? He bowed his head properly. I have accepted his wish and made him my subordinate. Master, but remember I am the first subordinate. Dasta shouted, brothers, take a great commemorative photo for me.
The two of them pose with their arms around each other's shoulders, looking like a perfect trio, while he remains expressionless. The photographer smiles and says, that's a masterpiece. I'll take one more shot.
Smile then. He tilted his head in annoyance. Morris understood and saw that you looked tired. Dasta snapped his fingers, and since the master had gone through a tough time, we prepared breakfast. The ghost he created bring in a tray of food, a specially nutritious meal. Kang Yu can no longer watch this scene and bows his head in helplessness. The two of them ate in silence as DTL opened a pot of stew, unwillingly crying out, "Master, you can't say that. You must take care of your health. He can't even argue anymore." I told him to stay silent. Somewhere in a distant Gonf arena, Manny Ni looks at the Gonf with a mocking smile, then adopts a stance but frowns. I want the name M. King to be in the title, but before a day passes, someone else has already taken the spotlight. Director Kim hesitates. I'm sure that person isn't someone who seeks attention. So there must be another reason I haven't guessed yet. Manny King asked, have you found out who had an encounter with Griffith? He replied, according to Lampus's information, that person is Kian. He narrowed his eyes. Kian and Griffith? It's probably not a coincidence that we met. Director Kim replied, we are currently investigating all the details. Many interrupted, saying it was obvious. He whispered that she tried to assassinate Kian, but failed, thinking it was unlikely. Yet she still underestimated Kian. Manny Kin aimed at the hole, probably the same for high-level officials. Everyone thinks they're the best. He struck hard with the gonk, even though he's the one I have to fight soon. I still praise him. The gold sphere rolled in, probably tumbling precisely into the hole. My king Yazoa stroked his chin and smiled, knowing the news had reached that person. Back to the familiar Heaven Pop Shop at Gadam Benzoni. Cheha pushes the dish onto the table. Here's your pink grapefruit soda and your sandwich. Kang Yu softly thanks you. He smiled. You've been coming here often lately, haven't you? He replies that the sandwiches here are not too bad. He still smiled, but not very friendly. This must be a compliment, right? Sil just pointed at the sandwich. So what about my sandwich? Kang Yu calmly replied, I said to invite pink grapefruit soda. Did anyone invite a sandwich? He grumbles. I've been working all night. So you only thank me with just a soda? He asked back. Isn't this gentleman working out of passion? Screw hesitated. Well, that's true, he smirked. I'm sure they're all busy with their meetings right now. The more we stay silent, the worse Lampus will get. Cheha asked, what are you two doing? Kang Yu tilted his head. Curiosity could be dangerous. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Suddenly, someone walks in. Is everyone here? Gina confidently walks with Juan and asks Screw, why did Min suddenly come here? He softly replies, I called her. I think this time we need help from Winter Bellow. Screw waved his hand. Let's move to the table. Hey, Ion, please come forward and sit here. Gina also approached her unexpectedly, looking at her with an innocent expression. Gina was a bit surprised by the strange expression on the face in front of her. Veil, the Korean branch of Lamp, everyone is talking about it excitedly. Clay lowered his head, feeling truly ashamed. She said with an apologetic tone, if only I had been more alert. Griffith interrupted to comfort her, saying, there's no need to blame herself. It's in the past. Clay tilted his head with his chin resting on his hand, and this time I made more mistakes. I don't understand how Gadam Benzoni's power led to this failure. Griffith lowered his eyes and said, I didn't know they had anticipated being sniped and were observing everything through drones. They also have a strategist who can clearly read the situation. Now I see I should be regretting. Clay knew he was wrong but said nothing. Finally, she made the decision, and I will report it. Saying that, I decided and acted on my own. Griffith was taken aback. Why? It would be better if Clay looked up and took responsibility instead of shifting the blame. Griffith became angry. Not at all. You think I'm the kind of person who would shift the blame onto someone else for the pregnancy? Clay hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She turned to look out the window. Lillian Griffith, I am a high-level cycle. Clay bows his head again. I didn't think it through. I'm sorry. Griffith speaks in a calm voice, accepting the apology. Next time, don't say such weird things. She opens the window. Although the result is a bit disappointing. You did very well. Clay looked up at Griffith in surprise. Next is my turn. She stands against the wind on the upper floor, looking down to remind. I will come back into the Banana Paradise Club. Everyone is watching as she now appears to be an ordinary girl working part-time at Rose Gina, wondering if it's okay to leave her here. Kang Yu turned to look at her. Still nothing wrong. She asked back sharply. Still not yet, and who knows about later. If you speak in a calm tone, she has no memory or strength left, so she's just like an ordinary person. Kang Yu frowns. Even if something happens, the boss of this place will just do something about it. You're criticizing me just when I bring out the drinks. Sorry, but this boss really loves peace and hates fighting. He placed the pink grapefruit soda in front of Gina and Juan. Enjoy it. Gina frowned. We haven't even called yet. You're criticizing me with a smile. This is a gift for a valued guest. Gina gazed at him thoughtfully. Juan happily accepts. Thank you. Oh my, it's so delicious. Don't be so modest, guest. Of course, I made it myself. Kang Yu quietly watched Gina. You must be hard to please. She raises the cup without hesitation. Gina presses the button at the back of her neck. Immediately, a small opening appeared on her mask where her mouth was, and Gina calmly sipped her grapefruit soda. You watch this scene without saying a word. Does her mask also have that function? Sil also tilts its head. It's really amazing, isn't it? Kang Yu also realized it was him who did it. Juan suddenly spoke up, asking if they should stop here. Should we start with the main topic? How are you leaning? Where should we start? She suggests, beginning with the complaint letter for Lampas. Have you thought of any requests yet? Kang Yu replied. Has no one made any proposals yet? Juan glanced, maybe a large sum of money or getting someone out of prison. Sil is also quite interested. Does Lampas have a design for the space station? He raised his hand to refuse, forgetting about the money. And I also don't want to get anyone out of prison, refusing both. Gina was disappointed, knowing he would say that. Juan also felt bored. So you don't want the money or to get anyone out of prison? Gina asked. What about immunity? Kang Yu briefly considered, and it didn't seem too bad. Juan suddenly asked, I'm curious about a few things. How did you know Griffith would try to assassinate you? He hesitated, thinking about her determined look, and couldn't say yes. I know that well. That's right. Even the fairy race couldn't have predicted that Griffith would come. In the end, Kang Yu's words became, Griffith will do everything to kill me because she hates me to the bone. Screw watched silently, enjoying the show. Gina was also stunned. Juan frowned. Are you two enemies? He immediately denied. No, she's hard to understand. So what is she? Lang Yu speaks sincerely. Griffith wants to erase the name CN from the world, and Juan can't understand why that name is so important to him. Meanwhile, Screwel was still immersed in things like space stations. Kang Yu spoke. Cass is my name. Remember your past life, but it was also the name of a traitor, a high-level betrayer. Last year at the Lampas branch in South Korea, someone suddenly exclaimed, Griffith, she's complaining, don't make such a fuss in the hallway. Do you still call me lecturer? Kashun confidently replied, a teacher is always a teacher. He's a bit tired from running fast. Kashun points at herself and boasts, do you hear that? I am now a senior officer. Arfit chuckled softly. She teased and pointed. You're still so childish, a kid who has never beaten me once. Kids should act like kids and be humble. He hurriedly ran after to explain. That happened several years ago. Suddenly, someone ran out from the door and scolded, Kashian, are you listening to orders or are you running off somewhere crazy? Hurry back quickly. He casually replied, okay, wait a moment. You need to turn around immediately and leave Griffith behind. Tup teased her as they walked, saying, your student has become successful now. Can't you be kind for once and praise him? Griffith just coldly said it would set a bad precedent. Tup felt sorry for Kian. You really are cruel. She watched his shadow, smiled softly, and said, it's still too early. I'll praise him once he surpasses me. That memory also floods back into Griffith's mind now. In the end, she appears once again in this abandoned city. Griffith felt disappointed that she couldn't praise it either. Although it was easy, she was surprised to find Greener in a place like this. Griffith greeted first. It's surprising to meet someone as strong as you at the entrance. I thought I understood Gadam a little, but I guess I was fooled again. Her voice was cold. Sorry, but next time we fight, I need to meet someone. Cleaner squinted at Griffith, her hand subtly moving as her power began to gather. If he said no, just then Kang Yu appeared, sweeping aside to avoid. He slowly approached. She is my guest. Kang Yu's face remained calm as he faced someone who was both his rival and his teacher. You should treat her with respect. At the Washington branch of Lampas in the skyscraper, Griffith was walking when someone called out to him. Griffith! When she heard that, she turned her head to look back. Tupins had just run fast, so he was still breathless. Why is she walking so fast? She's completely exhausted. Tens asked curiously, I heard you're going to Korea soon. Griffith confirms, I plan to meet one of the 4 great villains. She adds, I also heard that Adam will go with you. Griffith hesitated for a moment, twisting the can of water in her hand. In the end, she still mentioned that a villain named Casey Zan was in Korea. Her eyes darkened. He's a proud man who dares to clash with Manny King. Tubins looked utterly incredulous. Wait a minute, don't tell me Griffith has returned to her normal appearance. What? You think I would assassinate him? She was worried. Isn't that right? You even brought Adam along. Griffith frowned seriously. If someone is at fault, they should be punished. She crushes the water bottle in her hand. Being a villain might actually be for the best. Tup criticizes her. See? Because of her, the juniors started to imitate her. Especially Kian, the worst case. Griffith's voice dropped significantly. Yeah, Casey is also one of my students. Although labeled a traitor, he is also a high-ranking, honorable chess piece. She lifts her head to reveal murderous intent. That is not the face of a petty villain. Tupins looked at Griffith with concern. Are you serious? She threw the water can. I am his instructor. Griffith lifts his chin and turns away. I want to make sure his honor isn't tarnished. This is something a wrong person would do. Returning to the present, Kang Yu is now standing face to face with Griffith. In the middle is the cleaner. Suddenly, another voice cuts in. Wait, how did someone as valuable as her end up here? Sil, Gina, and Juan all walk over together. Refit, she is a high-level officer, calmly watching the 3 of them. Sil adjusts her glasses to observe. Just like last time, she remains as composed. Is a high-level chess piece supposed to look like this? Kang Yu spoke first. Since someone of her caliber personally came here, I will show her respect. But why did she come here in the first place? You're apologizing? Gina finds it really ridiculous. Is this called respect? Juan squints. Who knows? At this moment, Griffith calmly spoke up. I set a condition. He sighed. Those words are so pretentious. She looked down on him with disdain. I don't need to speak formally with a bastard like you. Kang Yu is right to be cautious, but if you ask me to go eat with you, I will refuse. Rip brushes the dust off his clothes. It's really absurd for a hero and a villain to joke around with each other. He frowns in confusion. Why? Because of the dirty villain? We also wash ourselves regularly. She interrupted, don't prolong this strange conversation any further. The cleaner on the other side operates like a filthy machine. Griffith gets to the main point. I am here with a single purpose. She gestures invitingly and says, I want a one-on-one fight. On the condition that the loser must obey the winner's wishes, Kang Yu gently pursed his lips. Griffith taunts, what are you still thinking? Isn't it a shame that our last battle was interrupted? If that's not the case, are you afraid? He replied without hesitation. Yeah, that's right. This unexpected response leaves her confused. Is he afraid? Kang Yu reluctantly chuckled. Isn't that reaction obvious when facing a high-level false flag? And you're also the White Witch. He honestly admits that being afraid in front of a strong opponent is nothing to be ashamed of. She purses her lips. You're right, Kang Yu continues, but I don't plan to back down. He chuckled softly, facing his fears and overcoming them. The second half reveals Griffith completing and dominating the battlefield. Juan was a bit surprised. Why do those two suddenly seem so similar? Griffith said, you have quite a strong argument for a petty villain. So, will you accept my request? Kang Yu waved his hand and said, of course you made the request, but if you refuse, I will feel really bad. She asked, what do you think when you overcome your fear? He calmly replied, feeling a slight pain as if pricked by a needle. Kang Yu smirked, a smile and tone identical to her previous life. If we fight, I will win because I have overcome my fear. That strange resemblance really irritates Griffith. Strangely, you're making me angry. Thick aura surrounds her as Griffith's firm voice says, I can't let you live. I will crush you and make you lose that arrogance. Scree whispers, let me say this before you fight. He kindly reminded me, even though Griffith's magic power is lower than Jay Stale's, her combat ability, he interrupted. I already know that. Syl tilted his head in surprise. Kang Yu lowered his head firmly. I know it too. Griffith is also in fighting stance. He charges forward while she also rushes in. Let's go. A punch swung towards his face, but he managed to dodge to the side just in time. Kang Yu responded with another punch but missed Griffith's body. She takes advantage of the opening to lift her leg for a kick. He instinctively raises both iron arms to block, but the powerful high-level attack still sends Kang Yu flying backward. He jumps high to avoid falling and moves to another place. Grievous looks confused. Why would he corner himself? Is he pushing himself into a disadvantage? She narrows her eyes to assess the situation. No, there's no way that bastard would do that without a reason. Kang Yu has now regained his balance and stands upright to continue the fight. Griffith still swung his arm forward, sure this was a trap. He clung to the wall behind him until it cracked, and Kang Yu threw it forcefully ahead. Diamond Spear. She swung her hand to smash the wall with fierce words. Her skills are poor. Griffith's hand glowed as it clashed with the Diamond Spear. I will crush you into pieces. However, the Diamond Spear continued its attack, catching her off guard with no sign of fatigue. Is it always that tough? Griffith gritted his teeth. That Diamond Spear, I'll admit it's a good skill. She chuckled softly, using another secret move, but it had no effect on me. Diamond Day more at the Lampas. South Korea branch headquarters, the door swung open violently, and a frightened Wong rushed in. This is a pretty serious emergency. He shouted. Galado is still here? He calmly asked, what's going on? Her face darkened with menace. Ms. Griffith disappeared from the interrogation room while still under surveillance. Galado was slightly startled. Disappeared? Don't tell me she went to get him. He was panicking. The special forces had been called in and everything was in chaos. It's really urgent. Wuhan lowered his head and silently thought of a certain Cassian. In the past, at Casey's training ground, he was choked by Griffith until he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I give up. Zoe looks down with a frown, knowing he can't win. Jasoon also criticizes. You're really a fool who always gets caught from behind. Griffith bent his elbow. His movements are stiff and too predictable. Casey still hasn't regained his strength and is coughing violently. Even though he was defeated, he still tries to act tough. So you mean you can read me like an open book? She clearly looked down on me before walking away. Yes, learn as many different fighting style patterns as possible so you can surprise your opponents with unpredictable moves. Jason unscrewed the water bottle cap. Earning praise from her wasn't easy at all. She handed it to Kian. This is a physical fight where he's at a disadvantage. You complain. If I could use Hellfire, I would have already won. Jaw Clow crosses his arms. Please, don't do that. The entire training room will be destroyed. June tilts his head. Does Hellfire work? She can turn her whole body into diamonds and protect herself. Casey calmly said that diamonds can also burn. If Hellfire hits the target accurately, everything will be burned. She glances at him with disdain, using it only once and already having trouble with you, and now she wants to keep using it? Jaw Clow also sighs. Who cares? Just watch. I will become the youngest high-level bishop of Lampas. Back in the current battle, Kang Yu jumps up again and launches another series of Shadow Blades. Griffith speeds over so quickly that he manages to dodge all the Shadow Blade punches. Kang Yu swung his arm and launched another series of long-range attacks from a different direction. 2 waves of sword images were shot out again, single attribute. She glanced back at the ambush spot. Griffith tried to turn away to avoid it. Can he control it? She turned around using her diamond arms to block the attack. Gina looked surprised as she blocked everything. However, defending also drained a lot of Griffith's energy. Kang Yu seized the opportunity as she couldn't move and shot out a blazing blue flame. The flames erupted fiercely, and the hellfire, he launched several more large flames. The flames kept heading towards Griffith, and even Syl, standing far away, could feel the intense heat burning. Is he using a continuous fire attribute skill? Gina also suspects. Is he planning to burn the woman alive? She comments, noticing his serious expression. He's serious now. Griffith is blocking the flames with diamond armor while assessing the situation. Hellfire, huh? You even copied his skill? Although he can't use that skill continuously. You're quite surprised too. She managed to block it. Kang Yu chuckled softly. I've been very diligent. Griffith frowned. Hardworking, huh? That's not something a petty villain could say. She created a seismic shockwave from beneath the ground, causing the place where he was standing to explode. Damn it, that was a close call. The pain from her arm startled Griffith as she looked back at the spot where an abnormality appeared, with a droplet of liquid from her diamond armor. Griffith remembers that he planned to absorb as much damage as possible until her armor broke. Clever. She enhanced her arm once more, but it was all for nothing. If he breaks his armor, I just need to replace it. Griffith keeps charging forward. It's useless if you can't destroy my armor in one strike. Kang Yu on the other side has also enhanced his arm. He raises his hand and throws a punch in response. The 2 enhanced arms brush past each other. Diamonds and steel clash with sparks flying. The powerful aftershock causes an explosion around them, the ground shattering. She jumps up and strikes him. Kang Yu also bent down and circled around quickly. After the explosion, they both flew away in opposite directions. Griffith gritted his teeth and asked, how does he have that fighting style? And she asked, regardless of the answer, you learned to fight from someone, right? So what? Is it because I move pretty well? Griffith shouted irritably, stop talking nonsense and just answer my question. Kang Yu replied softly, I learned it from many people, so it's hard to name just one. She frowned and just asked for an answer. He didn't reply, but only provoked. If you want an answer, beat me. Griffith asked again, what do you plan to do if you win? Kang Yu softly said, I will just send you back to where you came from. She was surprised. Is that all? He replied softly. That's all. What else do you want? Griffith replied first. I will also take away the Cassie Jian name from you. Screw found this reason a bit hard to understand. So his name is the reason for this battle? Kang Yu lowered her head and asked, you really don't want me to use the name of a high-ranking spiker who's already dead? Is that the reason she tried to assassinate me? Don't worry, I won't disgrace that name. She retorted sharply. Being a villain has already tainted it. He chuckled softly. If that's what she thinks, there's nothing more I can do. Let's see who the real winner is. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past, leaving Gina stunned. Syl was also slightly surprised, and even Kang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Cleaner was standing in front of Griffith, blocking the shot. The broom in his hand glows with a red hue. Cleaner wants to protect her. His eyes lit up as he aimed at the bullet flying towards him, and a sudden thought crossed Gina's mind. Is the attack part of Griffith's plan? Screw dodges the attack by running away. He uses a special weapon to analyze the angle and trajectory of the bullet, so I can track down the attacker. Still, I remain determined to complete my mission. I will scan that area with the reconnaissance drone and check the cameras. Griffith picks up something from the ground and says with a hint of meaning, if you're trying to find the attacker, don't waste your time. I have a feeling I know who he is. She pondered for a long time without saying a word, seemingly having uncovered the special bullet used to eliminate powerful villains. Kang Yu's question still remains unanswered. It's Goddamn's boss. I can't just ignore this. Who was the one who shot? She clenched the bullet tightly in her palm. He was also helpless in this situation. Griffith wants to handle this himself. That guy was aiming at me. Don't interfere in other people's affairs. She always worries about others. That's why she acts like that. It seems I have caused you trouble. If there is a chance, I will repay this favor. Griffith wants to end the battle here. You won so convincingly that even the main hero is surprised. Did she admit defeat so easily? She decided to leave. Based on your condition, I have no reason to stay here anymore. Kang Yu sends her a few words. Be careful. Griffith, I don't want you to be assassinated, you know. Griffith was a bit surprised. Are we close enough to worry about each other's safety? Are you still as passionate as ever? It's just because I meddle too much. I say this because I regret ending the battle like this. So don't get the wrong idea. She stayed behind to chat. Since you said a few strange things, I guess I should respond too. Hearing Griffith's compliment, he didn't look happy at all. This is a great match I will never forget. Your foundation and technique are very impressive. She is kind to remind you, but if you want to use that skill more effectively, you need to be even smarter. For example, predicting the opponent's movements and planning ahead to counter them. Juan also exclaimed in amazement. Who would have thought a gambler would give advice to a villain? Griffith bid farewell to him with a blessing. I hope you have good luck in your match against Manny King. Kang Yu's expression remains unchanged. The evening falls over Gadam City. Someone suddenly screams, causing chaos. Rick Yoon has taken control of the situation. The special forces have been summoned and everyone is on high alert. He feels worried. And what happened? Galato confidently confirmed that Griffith had returned, and that marked the end of everything. Kang Yu wants to know if there's anything else. You told the truth. Ms. Griffith is detained. Galato knows a little too. I heard that she and Adam will be summoned to the U.S. I find it hard to believe. She hasn't said anything about being targeted, has she? Rick Yoon doesn't know about this. Targeted. Kang Yu had suspected it for a long time, but didn't want to say it. Someone tried to assassinate her while we were fighting. You're carrying a heavy load. What? Rick Yoon doubts humanity. What kind of monster is that? He doesn't believe either. Are you sure they're targeting Griffith and not you? I remember clearly that moment when luckily the culprit failed and escaped, but it was really dangerous at the time. Galato couldn't help but worry. Do you know who it is? Do you trust her judgment? But it seems like Griffith has a gut feeling about who it is. This is enough to make him confused. An evil person targeting Griffith? Kang Yu wants to hear why the kid thinks the culprit is an evil person. I only remember a few key details. They use a special bullet designed to kill powerful villains from a few kilometers away. An ordinary citizen would find it difficult to handle such a bullet, let alone shoot with it. Galato immediately thought of the image of the teacher believing the culprit was a sniper expert. He quickly denied that it was Adam. He is under surveillance, Kang Yu firmly asserts. It must be Adam, a sniper more skilled than him, and only one person in Korea fits that description. His face shows concern. Don't tell me that person is the Lamp of South Korea branch building Arfit sitting alone in a dark room. The door slowly opens. She wasn't very surprised to see Kwang Ho walk in. As soon as he opened his mouth, he started to lecture. Even as a high-ranking officer, you must follow the rules. Wang Ho believes Griffith acted impulsively. She knows that acting alone won't lead to a good outcome. This is beyond his imagination. With someone like you who knows that, why did you do it? Ma Wong, the senior branch manager of Lampa, South Korea. She wants to know the answer. Is that why you shot me? Griffith already understood everything from the beginning. Is that an order from above? If not, then it's your own wish, isn't it? Wang Hoan pondered and reminded her. I don't know why you're asking me that. Isn't it best for you to focus on your future instead of asking such a stupid question? Griffith has always been so strong, I will handle my own problems. So don't worry, he doesn't want to get involved either. Your business is yours. You should do that because you are a high-ranking officer. Kwang Ho spoke with subtle implication, though I'm not sure if I can still call her a high-level officer after returning to America. She doesn't like it at all. You like to interfere in other people's affairs, don't you? He came up with a convincing reason. We're not strangers, right? We are all high-level wrongdoers. Griffith no longer hesitates. So let me ask you a question since we're not strangers. She wants to find the answer herself. Are you the high-level seer shooter? Wang Ho smirked slightly. He doesn't want to mention Kang Yu. That's an interesting question, but I have no reason to answer. But you're still trying to clarify what happened with that traitor, huh? Griffith tried to stay calm. Should I give you some advice? Wang Ho grabbed the door handle before she finished speaking. If you are the one who shot him, Griffith has never joked, then you will pay the price. Wang Ho smiled challengingly. I'm looking forward to that. The high-rise apartment building is called Lavian Vienzos. Gina leisurely sits in her small room enjoying a delicious cup of tea. Aroma happily shows off her new dress. What do you think? Isn't it cute? So who did she ask for? Aroma quickly placed the order for you. It's so adorable. I immediately bought it. She wants to share the item with her close friends. Do you want to try? X from Hote feels a bit hesitant. Her small chest makes her think about her two friends, and suddenly she expresses her opinion that she doesn't think the design suits both of them. Aroma wants to know why it's not cute, does she? Do you want to try wearing it? She happily plays around. We will visit Gannett. Oat is not very interested, feeling uncomfortable. Gina looked at the dress left on the ground, picked it up, and criticized it. Truly vulgar. Is she really wearing this? But Gina tries it on herself to see if it suits. The Gadam Venzone area is pouring rain, and a lot of information is being updated. Sil feels worried, finding it really hard to get good comments. Jiyoung could tell that everyone seemed to look down on Cashin, and some even changed their IDs to Discan. I don't know if I should be happy or not, but I think I've contributed a little to our reputation. Screw is still busy analyzing the data. Isn't it ineffective? She openly criticized him. Gadam Benzone's reputation has improved a bit. The problem is our boss. Something has caught his attention. S immediately responded. Tony Fiss. He comments quite a lot. She's not really surprised. Oh, him? He's also a veteran critic. He has some questions. Who else is coming? How do you know? Their style is too familiar to him. I know because they are the only ones leaving negative comments about Cassie on the page and they share the same style. She could tell just by looking that he kept making mistakes all day for some reason. But it seems he hates C. Screw looked confused. If you hate C, you would be racking your brain. Why is Mannequin Tony Fit the only one coming to mind? Gaeon keeps acting on his own. At this point, there's no other choice. Besides proving his skills, Kueya needs to defeat Manny King and use every possible trick. I don't understand why she thinks that approach will work. Why don't we send Manny King some fruit laced with stomachache medicine? Would he accept it if we pretended to be fans? Ga Young returned to a serious state, and after thinking it over, she didn't feel entirely at ease. I haven't seen Crow these days. It turns out she's been sent out by Screw to do something I asked for. Go-Wai doesn't believe this is real. Is it a request from you? No way it's a secret mission, right? He must really value this. It's quite important. A secret mission. The rain passing through Luvian still hasn't stopped. The information has been announced. The battle between Manny King and Ka Xuan will take place in a week. Sungrun wants to know the details. What is Ka Xuan doing now? The WS has no idea where they got that information. I heard that besides eating, he locks himself in the training room. Yosei is still there teasing him. If he wants, I can train with him, but she's not very enthusiastic. Does he really need our help? Someone picks up the hot tea on the table. Gina finally speaks up. Since the strongest are gathering at Gadam Vinzone more than ever, we can help him in a different way. Juan can't rest easy. Are you planning to directly intervene in their battle? She has her own thoughts. This battle could shift the flow of power, so Winterbell also has to intervene. She just wants to know if can beat Manny King. Sung couldn't hide the truth that this was impossible forever. Juan wanted to know why, so he analyzed that his opponent was one of the 4 great villains. Although he was old and not as strong as before, but even so, Sin couldn't beat him. Yosei countered his argument. He had defeated Zale and won even higher level chess matches. You don't think that guy has a chance? Juan feels the outcome isn't very promising. Refit is also a well-known chess master. Gina places all her hopes on him. I think he can do it. She affirms Kang Yu's strength and Sin's potential exceeds the ordinary. He will surpass our expectations. How can Dung be at ease? Even so, there isn't much time left until the match. She will protect Kang Yu to the end. As you said, defeating M. King seems impossible with his current skills, but he's the type to turn the impossible into possible. Gina is thinking about what needs to be done. We just need to support him in focusing on fighting Manny King. And she's just as confused. It's true that Manny King's subordinates can cause trouble. Suddenly, I feel worried. Now there are only 6 managers instead of 8. I wonder if they can do anything without their pillar steel. Rose is the face of the 8 managers. What Gina said stunned everyone, but the one in charge of them was someone else. She confidently asserted that Prince would appear soon. This skyscraper is the headquarters of the Neo Senshi Green Factory. The company hall is completely empty. Barracuda crossed his arms arrogantly. Where has the chairman gone? Yeom-chan replied emotionlessly. He is not here. He looked suspicious. Really? Barracuda is asking for help but acting like he's giving orders. Can you pass the message to me? Oh, the director. He's here to nominate himself. He shouldn't abandon the position of the managers when a major event is coming, and I can fill that gap. Barracuda, proud as number 2, dares not claim to be number 1. That insect Cassian, I know he's just like a leech. If he wants, I can lead and eliminate him. Nam-chan froze, unsure of what to say. Now, you need to meet the basic requirements to become a manager. Barracuda immediately got angry. Getting the standards? Do you mean I'm lacking? Naaman's expression said it all. Yeah, his eyebrows are about to rise secretly. Barracuda starts yelling at others. You bastard. Do you look down on me because you're always by the chairman's side? You've never looked down on anyone. Not at all. Nam-chan is straightforward, so he did that just to tell you the truth. He charged forward wanting to punch you. This damn bastard. Lensgon blocked the attack with one hand. She doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, so stop. Lens girl has said it, so she's not afraid of anything. Even if you share the same bloodline as the chairman, you shouldn't cross the line. He was furious but couldn't do anything. Barracuda was determined to become stronger. I will come back to see if you still say this then. Nam-chan and I didn't react. A warm scene in Gadam City. Moros inquires about his condition. You're heading home early? Kang Yu quickly explains. I don't feel very well. In times like this, I need to go home and rest. She has always cared about Kang Yu. Not feeling well but walking around so much today? Is there a reason? You keep it to yourself. I'm thinking about a lot of things. Moros understands just from hearing it. Is that a piece of advice from Griffith? Kang Yu calmly replied without denying. He knew Griffith wanted him to become better. I fight too fairly, so she always comments on me. She scolds me because what I do isn't smart. He immediately realized where the problem was. It seems he was scolded for fighting head-on with the opponent. Kang Yu agrees. Yeah, that's right. The boy thinks Kang Yu is abnormal. Mom, he's talking to himself. He listens to Moros's advice. I'm not telling you to confront him directly. To fight Manny King, you have to be clever. Kang Yu fell into a state of confusion. If I do it carefully, will people like me? Driver already told me that. He was stunned to hear him disappointed in himself, saying that I am hated. The villagers couldn't hear Moros's voice. This didn't matter to you before, but now it does. Does becoming a villain mean you have to suffer? So they were stunned to see Kang Yu talking to himself. Manny King is also a villain, but why are others on his side? A sudden strong wind blows past him. That's not it. Kang Yu was startled as he turned around. What is it? The people flee in fear, scattering in panic. Villain, run away! Moros has obtained the information. It seems there has been an accident recently. It has never misinterpreted your intentions. You're planning to go help, right? Kang Yu nodded. Yeah. Moros warns before acting. Even if people side with Manny Nikin and call you a wicked villain, Kang Yu utters a philosophical statement. Not helping others when you have the ability is the true evil. Just keep rushing forward. In the evening, a corner of the city is eerily quiet. Suddenly someone shouted, hurry up. Two masked men appeared on the street looking suspicious. Nearby students started recording when they saw them holding guns. The two masked guys are pointing guns and threatening. What are you looking at? Get lost, we're the villains from Gadam Vinzone. Kang Yu tightly grips part of his gun. From Gadam? The man in the white mask didn't dare to blink and immediately crushed the gun. We don't have thieves in our Vinzone. The white mask recognizes your true villainous identity. Kang Yu has no idea what they are trying to do. These guns are just toys to you. He wants to know who those masked guys really are, what kind of dogs they are. The green mask panics and runs away. Damn it, it's him! Kang Yu appeared in front of him in just a few seconds. Why are you running? The green mask's foot didn't touch the ground as he kicked towards Kang Yu. The green mask was startled, only realizing that I was behind him. Not bad, quite disciplined. He tried to punch you, but his speed was too slow and he was blocked. He gripped the green mask's wrist tightly. He wanted to escape but couldn't run away. Kang Yu quickly took control of him. You said you come from Arvinzone, so let me see your face. Kang Yu said nothing more as he took it off. He looked at the person lying on the ground and confirmed, you look very familiar. The Grand Lamppost building in South Korea, Daewon captured images of Kang Yu attacking the masked man, but he couldn't keep his composure. Who would think that a mistake in the flag would make him a thief and villain acting like a police officer? He quickly corrected himself, saying he wasn't the one at fault. She learned some information. He was expelled from school. He is involved in illegal gambling and even borrowed money to continue. Doong determined the cause, so why did he rob the house? Jisun thinks blurring the face is pointless, but covering the face at least makes it more reasonable. Anyone can tell it's Cheon, and he has the same question. Isn't it because Inbo's face is the one being blurred? She thinks they're all brainless. Why blur the face of Kya Xian? He's a villain. He sprays glue to stiffen everything. It's so cruel. June is really angry but can't do anything. Thanks to this guy, I have to do extra work even though it's the weekend. Call Aunt Tra and tell her to stop. He is very sorry to have to deliver bad news. I just received a message from that kid. He's been caught. Dai-sun stood there stunned. He was caught. Now tell us what happened. I told him to enter through the back door of the room. His judgment was correct, but it seems the reporters have already caught him. The reporters are surrounding us, asking for interviews. Please tell us about this recent incident. I heard you're friends with Father Ini, the one who tried to rob the bank. Is that true? He just gave a quick excuse and that was it. We went to the same school but weren't very close. I won't answer any more questions. But the journalist just wouldn't stop. I heard that he was falsely accused and the real culprit is the villain Kan. Yu Chan was stunned to hear from the journalist that there was suspicion that Cassie Zan blamed Inbom's father to hide the truth that he was the bank robber. He finds it hard to believe. Where is the source from? But the reporters deliberately hide it. To protect the confidentiality of the source, I can't reveal it. Yu Chan makes a statement. Framing him for something? This is the first time I've heard about it. And the Cassian I know wouldn't do such cowardly tricks. The thoughts of the reporters go beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. From what you said, do you want to protect Cassian? He knows, so just say it. I don't. I'm just telling the truth. He wanted to ask more, but Chan hadn't finished speaking. Moreover, he repeated a terrible incident. There was a hostage situation in Gadam City months ago, where a mother and her child were taken hostage, and the villain behind it was the notorious Blaster, who always enjoyed causing explosions. The female reporter didn't understand Yu Chan's point. Why is he bringing up that accident again? Wuhan clarified that it was actually Can who captured Blaster and rescued the hostages at that time, leaving everyone stunned. The reporters are still listening to him. Since we're discussing this topic, I'll add more. Wuhan speaks seriously. The cross-country serial killer. Everyone thinks I imprisoned him. She also knows this information. Yes, according to the official summary from Lampas, you did arrest him. Wuhan admits that I did capture Blood Rain as reported. He told the whole truth, but I just simply captured him. And the person who defeated him is the boss of Gadam Vinzone Sen. The old apartment buildings in Gadam Vinzone are warmed by the sunlight. I don't know what could surprise Kang Yu. What is that? The online newspaper is making him the main story. Is he Gadam's guardian spirit? Gadam Vinzone's boss. His actions don't resemble those of a villain at all. S is not surprised by his personality, but still deliberately asks, "It seems you haven't checked the news yet, huh?" Even though I know you haven't watched it, he advised Kang Yu to face the truth himself. I think it's better if you read it yourself. You don't know what's really going on. The Black Knight of Gadam Screw recounts his achievements, rescuing hostages from the bomber blaster and defeating the serial killer Blood Rain, whom Lampus struggled to capture. He also had to face the harsh words of the public and even stopped a daytime bank robbery. Yet people still call him a wicked villain. Kang Yu didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Is that why I have the name Black Knight? S keeps updating the situation. The Vinzone community is going crazy now. The articles slandering your reputation have now taken on a friendly tone. Even he himself is acting tough. Everything changed in just one day. Kang Yu isn't very surprised. Good. I stayed silent when Screw mentioned it. You know Kim Yuan, right? That red mask guy, he's on your side. He saved Yu Chan's interview clip. He's famous for speaking negatively about villains without hesitation, but he's also the one who revealed your contributions. Kang Yu pretends not to care. He's doing things I didn't even ask for. Truly meddlesome. Morris immediately knew he was troubled again, but you're smiling. S understands how you feel. The only thing left now is for you to defeat M. King. I know saying that is a burden, but I truly hope it will happen. Kang Yu was just guessing and you're paying attention to that? Really? Don't tell me you bet on me, right? He laughs loudly, guessing correctly. Something has caught his attention. Kang Yu looks out the window. What are they doing? He immediately explains. He's hanging there, Benner. Dasta asks for his teammate's opinion. What do you think? The hero of Gatham, the Black Knight, Black Ghost, praises him. Oh. It looks easy to read. The atmosphere at Vinzone Bizan is somewhat gloomy. The female reporter is filming her scene. The match is happening tomorrow. Du looks uncomfortable, but despite being a journalist, they still fearlessly entered Vinzone. Those lowly ones, she wouldn't dare to guess. Who do you think will win? Screw always trusts him. Of course it's Ka Xian. Du is blindly trusting. I understand you want to support him, but I want a more logical and objective opinion. His mind is only made up with one answer, yes, still C. She ran out of words when she met Screw, and Du convinced himself that he must have his own reasons. He questioned himself. Can Tashin beat Manny King? That's why Skrill is so confident. If he lost to Manny King, he would have to become his subordinate, but he believes that will never happen. She was stunned for a moment. Nothing happened? Sil confirms again. That's right. He said that, but Duok still couldn't understand this reasoning. No way. Is that why you believe him? He understands Kang Yu's personality better than anyone. Cashin is daring, but not a scammer. She suddenly got angry. But who would think they would lose before a fight? Screw hasn't even considered this. Really? He's not that worried. Anyway, just leave this to him. Let's do our part well. Someone suddenly called out, and Driver Boar was utterly bewildered. Are you looking for us? Screw is rushing ahead already. Come in, you're right on time. While he's still not ready mentally. What's going on? Turns out Screw wants to teach everyone how to use the technology. I will teach you how to use the metal leg machine. Pointer is hearing about this thing for the first time in his life. Metal machine, huh? His expression looks just like Pointer's. What's he trying to do? He calmly answers all questions, checks if there's a bomb or something like that. The drone suddenly falls into deep thought. A bomb? CO always prepares everything in advance before facing danger. I'm just taking some precautions for safety. Someone is discussing at the old apartment building. How is Lampus feeling? Galado hasn't gathered any new information and hasn't received any orders, so things are quite quiet. He's not at all reassured. Even if we fight Manny King tomorrow, there's no sign of any action. Rick Yoon isn't too worried about the outcome of the match. It seems the victory is too obvious. He has also heard rumors. Public opinion is the same. Kang Yu didn't look pleased to hear those words. Obviously, that's annoying. Now there's even more reason to win. Moros immediately exposes his mood, which is opposite to his expression. He doesn't look uncomfortable at all. Kang Yu wants to hear their opinions. What about you two? You confidently expressed your opinion. Of course we want the teacher to win. Galado hesitated before answering. But honestly, it's hard for the teacher to win in a direct fight against him, and I don't feel truly confident myself. I agree. Rick Yoon didn't expect Kang Yu to be so hesitant. You agree? He doesn't want to negatively affect Kang Yu's mindset. That's just our objective opinion. Kang Yu seems to dislike caring about what others say. Not many people think I will win either. Rick Yoon agrees with that view. Yes, he crossed his arms over his chest to keep himself calm. Kang Yu trusts her analysis. This time I won't be stubborn and will face him directly because Griffith said I need a strategy. Galado keenly sensed from his words that the teacher has a strategy to win. Kang Yu doesn't have much confidence in himself. Do you two really think I came up with a strategy to win in just a few days? He came up with an idea. The two of you should ask the great soul Moros. Moros wants to help, but is refused. He doesn't even want to hear what I have to say. He's not at ease with the current situation, so what does the master plan to do about the battle? Kang Yu remains as calm as ever. After fighting that old man once, I realized I wasn't confident I could win. But I am confident I won't lose if I face him a second time. Galado finally understood what you meant. So your strategy is to be confident? Kang Yu truly is someone who stays relaxed until the very end. That's right.
That's also fine. It has to face this situation too, recklessly giving up.
Rick Yoon has a different idea, but if he wins, there will be trouble. You guys find it hard to understand. What do you mean? Rick Yoon keeps talking ambiguously. I know. His arguments are precise down to every detail. If he truly defeats Mick Kin, it means you will become one of the strongest villains and join the ranks of the 4 great evil kings. Just those infamous titles alone make everyone's eyes turn to you. Kang Wei, win the victory. No matter the outcome, we will still defeat Mani Jing, because that's the way to get what we want. Galado suddenly changed the subject. Are you talking about the platinum disc? He also doesn't hide anything. Yeah, it seems Kang Yu considers this important. It's the only clue. You reach out to catch the blinding sunlight to release my anger and frustration while Kang Yu is still chatting with his student, unaware that Ion is downstairs at the apartment building. How did the disc end up in the hands of the 4 villains? I wonder I asked Moros, but he didn't say. When she looked up, she was startled to realize that Rick Yoon was once again being fantasized about by fans. Oh, that beautiful girl is reaching out to him. Or is Ion just waving constantly at them? Kang Yu must regain his own glory. It's not you waving, it's me. Galado and you are allies. What? What does the teacher have to do with her? Kang Yu hurriedly explained that they just met casually. He immediately sensed something was off. That girl didn't look like an ordinary villain. Who is she? Kang Yu said after revealing the girl's name. Clearly, he knows her true identity, but still acts friendly. The notorious Jose Stale is a suspicious person. One full moon night in a corner of Songnam City. Manny King rarely cares about others. I don't know if that child is living well or not. Nam-chan wasn't surprised at all. Are you talking about Joe Street?
He's been watching the situation from afar all along.
She lost her memory, so maybe she's now living a completely different life from the past. I have some doubts. It seems you care a lot about her, Manny Kin replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. It has been following me for a long time, so isn't it natural for me to care about its life? Nam-cheon didn't know what else to say. You kindly remind me that I have an important battle tomorrow. I advise you not to drink anymore. But Manny Nee has already finished his glass long ago, so this is fine. He was not worried at all. It's not that I despise Cashin, and indeed my heart is pounding with excitement. Mankin is extremely confident in himself and his abilities. But honestly, I don't care who my opponents are. Because of my age and experience, I am already a seasoned veteran. He calls the servants to pour more wine into the glass. There are people like that. M. King doesn't care much about others' judgmental looks. People are curious about how an old man over 70 would fight. There are also those who disagree and shake their heads in pity. Nam-chan had to be very patient to listen to him talk so much, telling him to give up his position. Manny King drinks more alcohol without caring about tomorrow's fight. I will take it as a warning and show them that they should be wary of the four evil kings, including me, M. N. King. The match between Manny King and Cox San Vinzone takes place in an empty parking lot with no one around, as Bohr focuses on his surveillance and questions. I don't see any cameramen. Are they not planning to broadcast this like last time? So it's not surprising given the circumstances that this match will take place without being broadcasted. She only remembers and already feels scared. Do you remember what happened last time? Last time, they almost died filming that scene, but today's match will be on a different level. He doesn't understand why they all gathered here for no good reason. So what about those reporters? They're just digging for rumors. Well, I guess it's just a precaution in case something happens. Bohr already made himself panic before anything even started. So shouldn't we also be careful? She remains incredibly calm in situations like this. We've been through this before, so they'll know what to do. The reporters suddenly shouted, "It's Tion!" They immediately focused their attention on him. The villains were startled to realize Kang Yu was here, and he stepped forward slowly but steadily. Kang Yu arrives at the arena with two friends as a voice comes from the portal door. He arrives just in time as Manny King touches his watch. This is the golden hour. Kang Yu stands calmly and coldly between Black Ghost and Screw, looking straight ahead. Manny King also looked confidently and smugly at him, provoking him while Bohr nervously held his spear. Don't tell me both sides will start a war. Du frowns worriedly. It can't go that far if it really happens. A voice suddenly interrupted the conversation, making her open her eyes in surprise. No one can escape this holy war. Gina continues to spread the word behind her mask with Juan and Neo in the back. Those who cheat and bend the rules will be executed by my own hand. S cheerfully teases with a smile. A bit late, but Gina behind us denies that we arrived on time. Then Juan slowly leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "We arrived late because we were busy arranging executioners around the area as a precaution." After hearing this, Screw simply remained calm and silent, looking up. He looked up at the group of people dressed in black, standing on the rooftops of nearby buildings. The Black Seekers. Each of them held a large knife, always ready. It seems they have brought most of Winter Bell's elite forces here. Seo then looked seriously at W. Sun in front of him. Since this battle involves an emperor, it's only right that Winter Bell prepared accordingly. Gina looked at the woman beside her with some discontent and asked, why did she reveal confidential information to outsiders? But Juan responded confidently and relaxed. It's fine, with Screw. Up above, a few people were also chatting. 4 people coming, including Manny King. That's not too many. Galado spoke uncertainly, probably because he was overconfident. Rick Yoon is a bit annoyed. Does he look down on the teacher? He's a bit annoyed. He calmly looked down and observed before speaking. All the important people are already here. Those of lesser importance just cause more chaos by showing up. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment. But then Galado inside glanced over and continued to remind him not to forget the core because of such trivial matters. The reason we're here is to observe how the Master fights one of the 4 evil kings. I will complete the mission properly, so you don't need to worry. Although Galado said that, Rick Yoon still seemed a bit hesitant, but then he called you to look down at Lindsay and Nam Cheon. Looking at those two, Rick Yoon then asked out of curiosity, "Are you a bit hesitant?" Galado looked down and replied, "Yeah, my instincts tell me they are not ordinary villains." Suddenly, Nam Cheon's gaze slowly looked up, surprising him. He then touched the ground. Did we get caught? Mannequin then interrupted by handing him a coat and declared, "Let's begin." Namchan carefully takes the jacket. "I hope you have a good time." The old man eagerly stares ahead, waiting in anticipation. Who knows if it will be interesting or so boring that it annoys me. It all depends on C, and if things go like last time, Kang Yu's interruption will be very different.
The old man confidently raises his hand forward, daringly saying, "Let me tell you first, give it your all from the start or you'll regret it."
Manny sneered mockingly, as always. "Your neck is dirty, kid, but your words aren't enough to provoke me." While Moro shows helplessness beside you, Kang Yu still happily taunts. "Then that's good. Don't blame me if you were careless." The old man's amused smile widened, showing contempt. I promise him I won't give up at all. Then he started spreading mana outwards. "Then I'll start now." As soon as Manny finished speaking, Kang Yu immediately charged forward seriously. Namchan just glanced indifferently and quietly commented, "He plans to fight head on. What a fool." Then he looked back at Mannequin, who had already started rushing forward. Is this confidence or something else? As soon as he was within range, the old man threw a punch directly at his face with the Divine Fist strike. But Mannequin was immediately caught off guard by Kang Yu, who had only been a mirage as he stepped back, his knee already prepared to strike. But the old man managed to block it. Not backing down, Mannequin quickly lunged forward with punches that barely missed Kang Yu's face. But in a flash, An appeared behind him, and in that moment, Mannequin realized and looked back. Although he managed to block in time, he was still pushed back by Kang Yu's rapid punches. Song M-Kin then charged forward to counterattack, but each time Kang Yu dodged and defended successfully. Then he circled around behind him to create a clone, and gradually raised his knee again. The old man's face showed shock. Then Manny quickly raised his hand to block a knee strike from Kang Yu. Duang Huang gasped in worry. K-Scene charges straight ahead and fights head on. Gina on the other side quickly realizes his tactic too. Is his tactic hit and run? Screw-rubbing his chin, he looked ahead and muttered curiously. Is this really the Ka-Shin I know? Don't tell me that's Break Ghost? Black Ghost looked confused after hearing that and turned to look at him. I'm right here. Rick Yoon looks down with admiration and excitement as Manny King rushes towards Kang Yu, and before he can get close, he strikes first. The sword blades, each large and sharp, began rushing toward Manny King, but he was not afraid and even stepped on those blades to move forward. Just as Manny was about to reach him, Kang Yu didn't advance but took a defensive stance, retreating with his eyes flashing quickly and lightly, then suddenly darted forward like a lightning bolt. As the situation stabilized, he quickly threw a powerful punch at the old man, who narrowly dodged it and circled to the side. The old man's hand, aiming to strike with force, suddenly found Kang Yu swiftly moving in front of Manny, catching him off guard. Seeing that, he immediately went berserk, his body still in position to punch at him. But in the end, Manny King still took a heavy punch from him. He charged forward immediately and launched an attack. Rick Yoon above shouted in praise. Wow, the teacher's strategy really worked. Yeah, the situation unfolded exactly as we predicted. Then he fell into deep thought again. Actually, Hit Ensign isn't a particularly special tactic, but if it's executed by a master, that's a different story. Gelato recalls his past moments. During the time he made the wrong move, he was stubborn and always fought head-on like a bullet rushing forward. Mankin will definitely be surprised by this change. Suddenly, Gelato's eyebrows furrowed in suspicion, but as he looked at the bloodied hands of the old man, Manny King's expression grew even more excited and eager. Gelato also realized this and immediately informed Rick Yoon nearby. His eyes have changed, and Rick Yoon is worried too. It seems the teacher's strategy will no longer work. Manny King excitedly lowered his hand, wiping the blood with a hint of sarcasm. Not bad, kid. Now I'm happy. Kang Yu casually and uncertainly asked again. Is that a compliment? He replied indifferently. Yeah. Then Manny smugly beckoned with his finger in a taunting manner. But how long do you plan to keep dancing? This strategy doesn't suit you at all. After hearing his comment, you also responded with a challenge. Are you bored already? Don't be so picky, Kang Yu said casually, raising his middle finger friendly and smiling softly. I still have many dances I want to show you. In the morning at the ruined area, just before the match, a display of Manny King's information appeared in midair. The villain M possesses special information about the awakened villain with physical attribute activation, awakening worldly desires, main skill of sovereignty. Long Chi opens the mountain and breaks the divine authority. Lightning skill, hidden evolution, superior man energy, 1507. Rick Yoon looked at the system display with amazement and curiosity. How did you do that? Then he praised him. Is that Morris's ability? Why are you so obsessed? Morris calmly explains to Gelato and Rick Yoon. That is the divine eye that only I, a noble soul from ancient times, can possess. But before I could finish, Kang Yu interrupted and poured cold water on it. Stop being so full of yourself. Gelato saw this and immediately stepped closer to him. If you can know and prepare in advance for your opponent's abilities and stats, even if they are an M class, you still have a chance. Kang Yu somewhat agrees. I should also consider the experience I gained from the last fight with him. But the problem lies here. Superior evolution. Rick Yan paid attention to those words. Curiously asked, is it superior evolution? Gelato also asked curiously, is this Manny King's awakening state? Kang Yu calmly turned to look and explained, "It's like a session or an ion, for example. We saw Steel awaken last time, too." Both Rick Yoon and Galato looked worried as they remembered looking so brutal. Who would have thought that a cute girl like her is actually Jose Stale? I can't believe it, even after seeing her with my own eyes now. Or, right now below. He's laughing and chatting happily with the pink-haired girl and a guy in a dog hat, making it hard to guarantee victory, even without the use of the superior evolution. Galato strokes his chin, pondering and suggesting we prepare some backup plans. And Ryun speaks up, asking if we should end the fight before he can use the superior evolution, and Kao obediently replies yes. That move is a bit cheap, but he will definitely strike first before evolving. But Moros immediately cuts in, saying it's ineffective, it doesn't take much time like Sailor Moon's transformation, he can evolve at any moment he decides, which makes Rick Yoon even more excited. Hey, even more impressive. Galato then seriously becomes cautious, so we need to consider the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario? So it means we should be prepared to face Manny King after he completes his superior evolution. This battle will be tough. Galato calmly requests more information from Morse. Can you show us more about Manny King's stats and skills? But he quickly refused. After he evolves, I can't show you, Morris explained indifferently. I can only check his current status and abilities with Wisdom Eye. After his evolution, that's all I can do. Rick Yoon also realized that after he performs that move, I won't know what skill he will use. Galato also added, Lampas has no information at all, and there are even no pictures of him in that form. You're so disappointed. Oh my. Seeing that, Galato spoke to comfort him. It's okay. Sometimes not knowing things is more fun. His face also shows a calm, expectant look, so tomorrow will be very interesting. Currently, Kang Yu and Manny Kin are fiercely elbowing each other. Then the old man throws a punch at his head, but he ducks down to avoid it. Immediately after, Kang Yu quickly lifted his head and drove a powerful punch into Manny King's body, causing him to spit blood on the spot, but then he was suddenly grabbed by Maki Kin. Then, he also directly pushed his head forcefully against Kang Yu's head. Without a moment's pause, Manny King raised his hand again high above his head with an angry expression. He looked up in surprise. After gathering his strength, he swung his sword down to cut the long Chi-Kai Sun head. The downward strike from Manny King at that moment caused a nearby building to split in two. Moros' voice rang out. Having tasted the power of the old man, he's probably used to it now. Moros, with a serious expression, guides and explains to him that the next thing to be careful of is the long Chi-Kai Sun. Like its name suggests, it's a skill powerful enough to move a mountain. So it also reminds Kang Yu that there's no preparation step to deploy it, so he must be especially careful. He nodded seriously in agreement. The old man seemed a bit surprised when Kang Yu suddenly teleported and appeared behind him, but he dodged. Thanks to that, Manny Kin was even more pleased and turned back to praise Kang Yu. Wow, you're so perceptive. It's as if you could predict my skills. Then he modestly replied with a serious face. I prepared some notes before going into battle. Then he started to ask questions and probe. Did Sil tell you? But Kang Yu refused to reveal it? Manny King fan excitedly stroked his chin and thought, isn't that screw? So before he could finish thinking, Yu already dismissed it, asked back, and rushed towards him in an instant. Is that really so important? Then he swung his hand with a blue fireball toward the manky King of Hell. But just as Kang Yu was about to summon another fireball, the Hellfire. Suddenly, Moros' shocked warning voice interrupted. Cassie quickly dodged. He quickly turned around at the warning and looked anxiously. A fiery punch appeared in front of Kang Yu, immediately causing a large explosion that shattered the ground and debris fell down. While Dujina stood calmly with her arms crossed, silently praising without noticing WS behind her, being swept by dust and wind. The entire performance by Manny King was truly impressive, and she saw it all. In that brief moment, he created a barrier with mana and immediately countered with royal authority. Gina's face remained calm and neutral, silently praising in her mind. Even though he is an enemy, I can't deny his skills. The smug smile still on Manny King's face, you really are quick to run away. He looks up at the sky where you are hovering right now, enough to make me uncomfortable. Then he grabbed his hand and gathered a large amount of mana, but escaping into the sky was a bit off because he couldn't move freely. Manny King shouted provocatively with a triumphant tone, submit obediently to my throne. But Kang Yu's voice, cold and distant, echoes down from above. Don't be arrogant. Every word I speak has a reason, as the old man looks down in shock at his shadowy feet. You're just a foolish old man caught in the same trap twice. Kang Yu coldly looks down from the towering sky above. It's not me who fell. It's you. At this moment, Mankin also realized he had entered the darkness. Then my plan is in motion. Kang Yu shouted loudly and threw the hidden weapon at him. Take it all in. Manny King's face turned purple with surprise again. With just one throw, he leveled the rooftops of the buildings. Seeing the scene before him, Black Ghost's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement as he stared intently, while Screw simply smirked calmly. Lens Girl and Naaman just stood silently watching. As Kang Yu's hidden weapon shattered, a hesitant voice followed. That attack was reckless. Are you still performing the same actions and asking Moros if it's ineffective? Seeing no response, Kang Yu frowns, his tone showing disappointment. But I thought at least I could ask for an arm. Don't pretend to comfort me, M-Kin, and tell me not to be too sad. From within the dust and smoke, he wielded a large, sharpened wooden stick like a pencil, approaching. And Emkin's appearance had also changed. He had become stronger since the first time we fought. At that moment, his eyes turned black with red pupils, looking just like a demon. Or when you fought Rose, you had the right for me to respect Kajin.
Then a powerful stab into the ground followed. Duke watched the scene before him with an expression of undeniable shock.
Gina and Juan Iso watched the situation with concern. Sil can only stand silently by the side of the fight. Is it already this far? Old man, then he, with his strong and sturdy body, will stand in front of the pillar. I will sincerely kill you. Suddenly, the system vibrated and started to change. King maliciously launched a continuous physical attack. Manny King's hoarse voice declares, the real fight starts now. See Rick Yoon, surprised, exchanges words with Galado nearby. Has he used an invisibility skill? He's a bit more worried, a little beyond expectations. Now his mana energy is on a different level. Rick Yoon continued to think and then spoke to Galado, surprised that he could mobilize it so quickly. He should have lost an arm due to the master's skill. Suddenly, he exclaimed upon seeing a fully covered familiar figure standing on the opposite rooftop. Why is Kim Yu-chan here? Hearing that, Galado was also very surprised. Wasn't he saying earlier that he had an important matter to attend to? Yu-chan looks cool in his red outfit, fluttering in the sun, with that intense gaze always fixed on Manny King below. Last year, many soldiers died when Manny King avoided fighting Red Dead. Uhan then moved to look calmly at Yu across from him. My father was one of the casualties. Reddit is indeed the culprit, but Manny King must also be held responsible. Behind the mask, he stared intently with a serious look. You need to beat Cien. Kang Yu's mocking tone echoed through the empty space. Superior evolution, huh? You've become a muscle pig now. Your face also looks teasing, ready for a fight. If you lose in that state, you won't have any excuses, right? Let's see how strong you really are. Manny King listens to Kang Yu's taunts with a cheerful smile, surprised that he isn't intimidated by this appearance. You truly exceeded my expectations. And then, just a second later, he kicked off the ground and jumped high. So, Manny King is holding a wooden pole and aiming it straight at you, even more happily. He swings the pole high, gathers strength quickly, then drives it into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. As Kang Yu rushed past, he quickly circled behind him like lightning, but immediately after, Kang Yu was caught by the wrist by Man Ni Kin. His red eyes gleamed with pleasure as he looked at you, then Man Ni Kin forcefully threw Kang Yu far away. He clasped his hands together above his head, smiling happily and seriously. Then he suddenly lowered his stance, causing the ground to cave in. Don't disappoint me. As expected, Manny Kin quickly moved behind without getting hit. The very next second, he jabbed his elbow into Kang Yu's body, then threw a straight punch at him. How long do you plan to sneak behind me? The punch sent Kang Yu flying backward, hitting his back against the wall. You cover your face with your hand, not only stronger, but also much faster and more reactive. Moros beside you reminds, Cashin, look down. What is he planning to do? Can you dodge this attack too? Then, Manny immediately swung the wooden stake in a circular motion. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. That single strike from him shattered an entire building. Du was terrified, clutching his head in fear. He's really crazy. Bor from behind, terrified, drew his sword and said it collapsed again. Juan looked around curiously, worriedly asking Gina. Cassian nodded. She wasn't worried at all and replied, he's still alive. At that moment, Yu was silently floating in the sky. Kin finally realized and broke into a wildly excited smile. You with your swift lightning-fast body quickly rushed towards the image, but in an instant, Manny Kin also caught up. I really wanted to use that skill. Then he quickly punched Kang Yu in the stomach, but he should have used it more carefully. Manny King both taunted and threw a series of punches. He's too easy to read. Then he quickly grabbed Kang Yu by the collar, and Manny King threw him forcefully to the side without hesitation. Jen Chi beside Nam Chian chuckled with amusement. It's over. You still look at the battlefield with focused calmness. At that moment, Kang Yu was still lying motionless on the ground. I thought he could hold on a little longer, but maybe I was wrong. Kei Kin, with a bright smile, raising his hand high and pretending to be regretful, says it seems I had too many expectations. The wooden stake immediately appeared from the sky, and he quickly used his muscles to hold it, then sneered. Who would have thought this battle would be so boring? Manny's gaze suddenly shares a hint of suspicion. He looked at Kang Yu, still able to move, sitting up and wiping his face, and asked, So do you still want to fight? He replied casually to Ma Ki-kin, Of course. Even though Kang Yu's face is now badly bruised, he still confidently taunts. I never lose a fight I win. I can do this. So why did you give up? He looked at you with contempt. Win? You got beaten like that and still think you can win? Manny swaggered with the mocking smirk, still believing he could win despite having crossed the skill boundary between us. Yu King honestly exchanged his views. I admit you are stronger than anyone I have ever fought. Although I'm curious about one thing. If you're so strong, why did you avoid fighting Reddit 5 years ago? Still enjoying watching, rubbing salt into the wound? Manny Kin happily laughs, rubbing his neck. That question hit the mark. That remark brought back some painful memories. Then he casually reminded me, but if he wanted to provoke me, he should have done it sooner. Seeing that, he also went along. Yes, that's how it should have been. I really am stupid. As expected, he drove the stake into the ground with a mocking smile. You're not just stupid, you're also full of it. The stake in Mannequin's hand then slowly opened its mouth to reveal streaks of red fire. You will have to pay with your life for that. When it opens its mouth completely, the stake unleashes a powerful burst of fire under the control of the old man. The roar of heaven. Kang Yu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Not only he, but Skrill was also surprised by his actions. Although his expression isn't visible behind the mask, Gina's shock is still evident. The blue sparks from Kang Yu clash with Manneking's fire, causing an explosion. At the same time, the old man is shocked and frightened. He blocked that attack. A blue protective shield appeared around him. I told you I would never fight a battle I knew I would lose. Kang Yu, unscathed, stands inside and repeats, I will win this fight. Kin saw Kang Yu inside the shield and sneered, Are you relying on that shield? Then he hoisted the wooden stake onto his shoulder, ready to charge, and announced to him, This time I will definitely destroy you. He rushed forward wildly with a wooden pole full of fury. Let me clarify this. But before Manny could speak, Kang Yu disappeared in the blink of an eye. He charged straight ahead and corrected what Mankai King said earlier. He's the one who is arrogant, not me. Then Kang Yu punched him in the face. That precise punch made Du cheer loudly. Hit him and take him down, Kang Yu clenched his fist tightly and raised it high to gather strength. Maybe I should teach him a lesson. But before I could land another punch, Manny Kin grabbed his head. He's too noisy. Then he started to turn the tide using his strength. You talk so much but can only show that much. Manny Kin concentrates his power into his knee and drives it hard into his stomach. He's still too weak.
Meanwhile, Yu also realized how serious the situation was and knew that if it continued, he really would. At this moment, the old man raised his fist, surrounded by dark energy, with a smug look.
Here's a gift for you. Then he swung his big move straight ahead. Manny King's big move again creates a large hole in another nearby building. Ino, carrying his weapon on his shoulder, suspiciously asks Gina beside him. He was hit, but still looked at the building in front of him with a big hole, causing the old man to doubt and ask why this time he didn't use his skill. But when looking up, Manny King realized some patterns in Kang Yu's skill. It's not that he can't use it, it's a powerful skill, but with a time limit. The old man approached the stake, speaking with a regretful tone, thinking he would enjoy a little, but it ended too quickly, and in the end, you are nothing more than a sacrifice to prove my strength. But just as Manny Nakim grabbed the stake's head, his voice rang out. A sacrifice, huh? I didn't realize you had a talent for annoying others. Kang Yu inside the pole's body is talking and beginning to disperse the demonic energy. Thanks to him, I remember the time I was brutally trampled. He was startled by Kang Yu's words, and at this moment, Mani Jing also sensed the difference. The demonic energy surrounding us is growing thicker. Could it be? Then, he hoisted the stake onto his shoulder in a spear-throwing stance. One hand M unleashing a powerful thrust to send the wooden stake flying into the sky. It continued to charge forward, driven by inertia and the mana flowing into it, but Kang Yu effortlessly caught it with one hand. He looked up in wonder, wondering if he hit it. The mana flow around him has completely changed. Kang Yu's figure also became unusual, along with his confident demeanor. Now, open your eyes wide. His previous sportswear has now been replaced by a cloak and a horn made from demonic energy on his head. I will show you how furious a monster blinded by hatred can become. The ghost assassin with the shadow attribute of revenge and dark fire. Rick Yoon's astonished voice echoes loudly in disbelief. Is it true that evolution is superior? Galato also happily responded with enthusiasm. So there is still a chance to defeat Manny King. Rick Yoon nodded in agreement, pleased. That's right, but listen carefully while I interrupt. Moros stared intently at Kang Yu's expressionless face as he carefully gave instructions. It's not fully developed yet, so it's hard to control. If used improperly, it could backfire. You foolishly ask again. Counterproductive? Seeing that, he quickly explained, I could become insane or go crazy, Galato worriedly. Is it that serious? Kang Yu pondered silently. The best strategy is to defeat M-Kin without using the advanced evolution, keeping it as a last resort. Then KU also reveals something under Moros's gaze. But if I have to use it, I need to end the fight quickly. If it drags on too long, I will lose my humanity. Rick Yoon asked curiously, what would happen if I went crazy? Kang Yu hesitated and then replied, what do you two think? I will truly become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Rick Yoon repeats indifferently. I will truly become a disaster-level villain and destroy this world. Moros narrows his eyes in fear. Please don't say such scary words. Kang Yu's expression is very serious and trusting as he advises them. I'm only telling the truth, so I want to ask you two for help. If I activate the super state, be careful and watch me. Rick Yoon and Galato also listen very carefully to the instructions. If they notice any signs of abnormality, they must do everything possible to stop him. Rick Yoon repeats the plan to confirm with him. You mean we have to act before you completely lose control, right? But can the two of us stop him when he's in a rage? Kang Yu raised his hand and then began to explain based on the information from Screwel. There are 3 of them. I already told Screw. He's always smiling, but he's a trustworthy person. What are you so scared of? Poer beside him also froze when he saw Kang Yu's appearance had changed. Juan asked nervously, is this awakening? Gina looked and hesitated before speaking. No, I think that's it. S is now elsewhere, also using a telescope to observe Kang Yu's advanced evolution. He watched intently without taking his eyes off. I just saw something like a horn on his head earlier. The horn was just a faint outline in his confident appearance before, but now it's gone. Seeing Kang Yu's new appearance, Manny happily laughed out loud. The aura around him was once again reignited. Superior evolution, you really surprised me. Jen Chi anxiously stood beside Nam Xian and exclaimed, Superior evolution? Gina silently looked at Ino, who was confused and asking again, what exactly has evolved? He stood below, excitedly praising, so you've been holding your ace all along. No wonder you're so confident. I never expected that those words from your followers made him lose patience. How long do you plan to stand there admiring? In a flash, Kang Yu rushed toward Manky Kin. If you're not confident, let me go first. One of his hands wields a long blue flame. Then Kang Yu swings a fire whip at the old man. A fierce wind and blazing fire. Du looked in horror at the large flames spreading. Juan stood above, watching the blazing fire below. Is this a fire attribute skill? Nearby asked curiously to Screw beside him. Where is Mini King? He used his tech glasses to observe and respond. SW looked up and then jumped into the sky. Although Manny King has already jumped into the sky, Kang Yu quickly blocks in front of him in the blink of an eye. As soon as he changes direction, Kang Yu swiftly pursues. Then, he confidently looked at Manny King and smugly asked, Do you still see me as a sacrificial offering? He refused to accept it, so he launched an attack but couldn't land a hit, truly arrogant. Kang Yu suddenly appears on Manny K's right side, his fist like a crow. Resistance is useless. Their determination will soon be heard by everyone. Finally, he finished with a punch that sent the old man crashing down. His scream was destructive. This punch from Kang Yu must have caused a lot of critical damage, turning the ground into a huge crater like a black hole in space. The two students watching are stunned and exclaim, That's the technique your master used to defeat Jay Stell. Ino turned to ask Gina if she had won yet. Gina calmly replied, The old man had already blocked that attack. Screw just realized it too. He saw Mannequin being overwhelmed by attacks and thought, in that brief moment, he's still sharp as ever. Kang Yu continues to try to focus, rushing quickly into the crack. From the crack, Mannequin's hand rises into the air to strike. From the ground, the old man breaks through all obstacles to stand firm, his face extremely fierce. Above, Kang Yu with a cold face rushes quickly toward Mannequin, preparing for a sky-high punch. He also prepared himself, his face filled with bitterness, as two powerful punches collided, exploding in a flash that lit up the sky. Kang Yu dodged the attack and, taking the opportunity to change stance, delivered a powerful kick to Mannequin. It seems the old man is under a very strong force, with his teeth clenched and his eyes bloodshot. Nam Chan observes the fight and analyzes. He managed to block it, but the damage still appears to be very serious. Both of them threw punches that sent dirt and stones flying everywhere, but when M. King Swana was hit by a strike, he took the opportunity to kick him square in the side. He smirks with the face of a winner, mocking the old man with satisfaction. What kind of expression is that? If you get hit again, will you cry? Mani grits her teeth in frustration, unsure how to respond. One of your students exclaimed in surprise, Right now, isn't the teacher still dominating him? That guy also spoke up. In close combat, the teacher is an idol in Kang Yu's eyes, the strongest, and no one can surpass him because he is the strongest. Making Keiko threw an uppercut, her emotions almost uncontrollable. The old man yelled nonsense. Kang Yu easily blocks it and teases back. I wonder if he's still having fun now. The four great villains. Then he used his punch-through technique to go through the old man's body, and the destruction of Krung Chai was announced. Kang Yu coldly remarked, He's just a nobody. He punched Kin directly in the face, distorting the old man's features. Mannequin was thrown dozens of meters away, creating a long crack in the ice that split to the sides. Suddenly, time rewound to 5 years earlier. So you told me to just observe? Mr. Yun Shang picked up his glass and said, Yes, that's right. I will take responsibility for handling this matter. Mannequin resting his chin in thought. The old man asked, Do you plan to negotiate with Moran? He took a sip and replied, Yes. He asked again, Do you really need to get involved in this? He explained that as the conflict between him and Moran intensifies, public opinion against the villain will grow, and that's exactly what Lampus wants. Yun Shong continued, Lampus will ultimately be the one to benefit, right? As the ruler of Winterbell, I can't let that happen. Is that the only reason? He wondered. Are there any other reasons? He hesitated for a moment, then in a deep voice, Manny King said, You think I would let Moran win, for example? Zhang Yun Shong replied, That could happen, but the lottery ticket I bought isn't Moran's. Since he suggested it, you still have a chance to buy other tickets. Isn't that right? He told me he had no intention of doing so. Yun Shong's car begged him. No matter how strong the wind blows, Tai Sun cannot move. I want to ask for your help with this. Please become the mountain that stands against Moran, the junior who fought alongside you at the same school. I want to ask for your help. Mannequin took a sip of bitter wine and replied, You're making a request with a risk to your very life. Then how could I let you down?
Return to the team battle, working hard even after taking a lot of damage, Mannequin still doesn't give up.
He even managed to shout, "You pathetic rookie!" Du exclaimed in shock. What kind of insane endurance is that? Even Gina was stunned. Moros marvels at his resilience, rising after 2 devastating blows. Kang Yu claims his stamina and recovery are beyond normal, but the damage I dealt is definitely significant. Morris warns that one more strike could bring him down. Don't be careless. A wounded beast will only become more ferocious. Kang Yu confidently gathers energy into his arm. I can't afford to be careless. One of his eyes is blazing red because I am also in a dangerous situation. Now my desire to destroy is becoming more and more obvious. Suddenly, Mannequin slammed his hand down on the ground, causing rocks and gravel to scatter everywhere. Keikin summoned his spirit flame, standing behind his stake. Without waiting for him to transform, Kang Yu rushed forward. It's over. Mannequin asks again, is it over? He's confident. No way that's true. The pillar of his old man contains a sealed katana inside, with a blade that looks like it's burning constantly. This is the Celestial General Divine Sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Mannequin seems to be gaining extra strength. The responsibility I am bearing is not something you can handle. Kang Yu quickly stepped back, looking down from above. Kang Yu's cold eyes are filled with murderous intent. If that's the case, then I've also prepared a little. He uses his ultimate technique, the Calamity Blade, turning his hand into a sharp dagger. Kang Yu's dagger points sharply downward, while Mannequin's sword absorbs all its power and shouts, "Let's end this battle here." The katana seems to be wrapped in flames, and Mannequin radiates an unprecedented surge of power. He assumes a fighting stance. Mkin is rushing forward, leaving a blazing trail behind. Yu is also charging towards him. You are engulfed in a fierce dark purple energy, resembling a spiky storm cloud unleashing a destructive attack. Your eyes are cold and piercing with a long red streak. The attackers slashed fiercely up and down, their energy blazing so brightly that the surrounding rocks and sky were forced apart. This was the ultimate skill of the Dragon Slayer slash. Mannequin switches the sword to the other hand. He strikes with a powerful slash that cuts through the wind. Kang Yu quickly dodged and stayed alert, but unexpectedly, his face was accidentally cut by the slash. Kang Yu counterattacked with his hand, but Mannequin blocked the strike with his sword. They clashed above and below, neither willing to give in. Finally, they unleashed their final blow in a decisive clash, with a vivid effect as the weapons collide and both are pushed back. Kang Yu, just as he's about to win, runs out of mana. He grits his teeth and commands his mana to return. Morris is worried. The size of the Thendao is shrinking. It warns Cassie Zen that if this fight turns into a prolonged battle of attrition, it will be very dangerous. If it continues, he responds briefly. I know, but seeing him smile happily, despite your trouble, Kang Yu also guessed his confident intention and told him it seems he also wants to end this battle now. Kin stomped the ground hard, looking quite pleased. The old man prepared himself, but it's time to end this. Inyo admires his impressive stance. Gina suddenly realizes something and speaks to herself in surprise. No way! How would he know the secret technique of our family? Kang Yu shouted loudly, use all your strength. Manjing's strongest move shouted, come on! He uses the infinite technique. He also uses the heavenly breaksword, and he proudly shouts, this sword strike will cut through the heavens and earth and destroy everything. The 2 students of his exclaimed in shock, what's going on? The aura he radiates is truly terrifying. Kang Yu also didn't hold back. He charged forward, unleashing maximum power and stabbing straight down. Then Kang Yu used the Great Calamity Blade to strike down directly. Genshi exclaimed, they're colliding. The 2 swords clash, generating an immense energy. Syl analyzes that both blades are gradually breaking into pieces of magic. The winner of this strength contest is always the sword, but his sword shattered into pieces. King was stunned, unable to believe it. Kang Yu punches straight down, hitting him right in the chest. Blood splatters everywhere. King refuses to admit defeat. He grabs his opponent's neck with one hand, while the other clenches into a powerful fist. You really are impressive, but the old man is triumphant. In the end, I'm still the winner, kid. Then, he used the Northern Star King Fist move. Kang Yu sneered at his words. Do you think you've won? He used an illusion skill to become a Kang Yu shadow in response. The moment you made that mistake, you already lost. The shadow enveloped him into the darkness. Was stunned. What? From above, he throws a punch straight down and shouts, then disappears and is buried in the darkness. Kang Yuak Tanting creates a giant tornado that turns into an explosion. Everyone outside is stunned and speechless. Syl just stands there, watching without saying a word. The 2 students also stood frozen in place. Genchi's group just stood there stiffly. The smoke gradually cleared, and Mannequin was lying beneath the rubble of broken stones, while Kang Yu still stood there without a scratch. I didn't expect that I would still be alive. Manny struggled to stand and speak. Are you sparing me out of mercy? Kang Yu replied coldly. Don't misunderstand. I just can't kill you because I lack the strength, he explained. And if you had used that final technique in its complete form, I would have been the one to fall. Kin realizes this and smirks. I have completely lost. He raised his hand to the sky in acknowledgement, saying that although he lost, he has no regrets. This was a great fight. I have given it my all. M. Kin declares that there is no longer any reason for me to be called one of the 4 great villains. Thinking back on the past few years, Manny feels a bit regretful. It's already been 5 years of delay. Hearing this, Gina suddenly reacts, and he lies down to rest and enjoy his old age. Isn't this a wonderful retirement ceremony? At the Lampas branch in South Korea, a loud voice shouted, "Nothing is impossible." Are you kidding me? Kashin defeating M. King? What the hell is going on? June replied that it wasn't very impressive. The power structure surrounding Manny King will collapse soon. She said to continue, so we are very busy with that. Quien has climbed to the top of the surveillance list. We need to prepare a report on him. Daewong is still shocked. Could Cha Xuan really replace Manny King and become one of the 4 great villains? She spoke gently. It's still too early to say, but if the other evil kings do not recognize Ka Xuan, then it could happen. He spoke up. So a new group of 4 great villains is about to be formed? June asked. However, if someone refuses a fight, it could lead to a conflict. He was startled and exclaimed, "A fight?" She coldly said this is a brutal fight to crush each other while inside the empty building, only their discussion could be heard. Maybe there are people trying to take advantage of that chaos. In some office, Kwang Ho is on the phone. Yes, I understand. I will follow your instructions. He hung up and looked at his phone with a sly smile. A piece of paper with a cute message appears. It's truly happy to have you as our boss. Everyone cheers and toasts with all their might, with Gadam being the strongest for C. The people present are excitedly talking, having defeated Manny King, and everyone knew he would win. Breakhan suddenly clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay still. He was feeling extremely frustrated. Even on such an important day, you still have to drink pink grapefruit soda? TR agrees with that opinion. That's true. Beer might be better. Silence immediately follows the criticism. He smiled brightly, but with a hint of reproach. Selling alcohol to those people could increase criminal behavior. Who knows what people will do when they're drunk? Black Han got furious when he heard that. That's just prejudice. This guy really. Cheha still calmly replied, fine, let's just say that. Then Young quietly turned to look at the paper figure in her hand, staring at it in confusion. The evening envelops the entire neighborhood. Hei quietly walks through the darkness. Someone is narrowing their eyes and watching. She also stopped her shadow in the middle and spoke first, knowing she would come. Kang Yu looks with a cold, calculating gaze. Ha also crossed her arms and looked coldly, her memories returning. She asked calmly, what brought you here? Kang Yu does not. The prince with a dangerously charming smile. Prince is a cruel person belonging to the chaotic element mage class. He simply responded calmly, I am here to take you away. Or simply refuse outright. I won't go. Prince still appears very friendly. Why not? She also gave a brief explanation because I want to stay here. He also responded immediately, I am asking for the reason. Heian gently strokes her hair. I feel comfortable here. She recalls every familiar face. I am valuable. And my brother also seems to like this place. Prince with a knowing smile. I see. There's a camera drone flying in the sky. If that's the reason, I might have to give up on bringing her back. Or maybe Ion is feeling very confused. You cut ties with the boss, right? He responded casually. Actually, it should be the end of the contract. Prince recalled past events and responded very naturally. I pledge my loyalty to Manny Kining, one of the 4 evil kings. If he is no longer one of the 4 kings, I have no reason to remain loyal. Hey, Eon with a thoughtful gaze. So it turns out they are the 4 evil kings? What about Tashen? He still stands there calmly answering. You're becoming more and more perceptive. Asking when you already know the answer. He and I are on opposite sides. The night sky is full of stars. The sunlight shines down on the road. You're still okay, right? Yes, Kang Yu is crossing the street line. I know you always prioritize safety, Yuri replied with a worried look. I'm only worried about the big accident in Gadam. Kang Yu replied indifferently. That has nothing to do with me. She let out a relieved sigh. That's good then. I'm out shopping now, so I'll hang up. She didn't forget to remind her younger brother to not get too stuck and just buy something nutritious to eat. Moros also has to admit he's impressed with him. The more he lies, the more skillful he becomes, and he shows his annoyance. Don't mock me as if I could tell the truth. She rolled her eyes and broke out in a sweat. That problem is a headache. He simply responded calmly. It's not too much of a headache. Just do what we usually do. He looked up at the sunny sky, only hoping that the sister in America was safe. Moros glanced at the person beside him. You're used to calling her sister, right? Kang Yu stared silently at the phone. He turned to look at the building next door and didn't lie about going shopping either. Kang Yu's gaze is fixed on a spot, likely where the Man King lives, as sunlight streams through the window. This is the promised item. A man hands over the box. Can I check it now that Kang Yu is sitting on the chair? He carefully checks the item. It's the real thing. Kang Yu turned and walked away. So it's over. Why stay here any longer? M. Kin doesn't seem ready for you to leave yet, does he? He taps his glass of wine. Not everyone knows about this, but you do. His face shows curiosity. How do you know I have the platinum disc and why do you want it? But Kang Yu simply responded indifferently. That question can't be answered for free. Let's fight again. M. Kin waved his hand in response. Come on. I'm still recovering from the wounds I got yesterday. Kang Yu replied with a look of disappointment. But let me give you one last piece of advice. He is the owner of this platinum disc. That means a shadow is turned away, and you have become the target of absolute forces of the world. The lights are floating above. Manny King raises his glass of wine forward. I'm curious to see which path you'll choose from now on. The scene has shifted to Gadam Vazone. A spaceship has landed on the ground. Gro keeps waving excitedly. It's love, here I am, still gently pushing her crow-like nose. That was a long trip. It must have been really exhausting. I pretend to be fine. Seeing your face makes all my fatigue disappear. She hands over a set of documents. This is what you wanted. I also put the item I received from Dr. Russ L. there. He was surprised by that item. How do the four evil kings draw their swords? Slowly open it up. He seems surprised by this item. It's the item Kang Yu took from Manny King. He still can't take his eyes off it. Did she fight Ruthless? Crow couldn't hide his smile. Just take it, no need to say more. It seems they had already planned to give up on it from the start. Red Eye feels quite curious. Wasn't that already discussed? Screw is still messing with it. I only knew they had something planned for me, but I didn't expect it to be a platinum disc. He suddenly became serious again. Did something happen to Ruse? Crow also immediately answered. Now that you mention it, I realize something's not right with them. She looked back at the platinum disc and asked innocently, Aren't you going to check what's inside? He casually replied, The main course should be enjoyed slowly. There was another piece of paper inside, but why do you want to investigate that? It contains images and some information about Kang Yu Klai, who is falsely claiming to be a world-class expert. What we see and what is real seem to be different. He seems to have felt a bit interested. Finding out the truth is my hobby. Right now in Delaware, a suburb of Washington, USA, cars are rushing toward us. The 7th escort vehicle just passed the corner intersection. Who is the villain behind this? Suddenly, the truck exploded. No problem. Did 2 police officers manage to dodge an attack quickly? Report to headquarters now. 2 guys with guns are aiming that way. The officer immediately freezes. You bastard! Someone is controlling those ice blocks. 3 people are approaching from this side. The man in front of him was stunned. Raph, this idiot. The evil ice clown Olaf RKS, along with the ice attribute mage class, approaches him as a scream echoes from a building. What? Raph shouted in confusion. Does the boss know I got caught? The annoyed person next to him replied. It's the boss who sent us to rescue you, you idiot. Olaf turns away cautiously. Leave before the police arrive. He immediately panicked. Wait, if I go back like this, the boss will kill me. He coldly turned back and looked. Of course you deserve to be beaten to a pulp. Raph knelt down and begged desperately. Please, give me a chance. I can't leave like this. Olaf still feels uneasy. What foolish plan are you scheming now? His expression is like he's carrying the entire sky of conspiracy. I'm planning to give the boss a big gift. Recently, I lost something, and this will definitely be a great present. The sunset casts its glow over Neo Senji Green Factory as someone pours wine into a glass. Money King is talking to someone, recalling Skrull's threat. Don't provoke us. If you don't keep your promise, you'll be the one to regret it. Money King sips his drink, muttering to himself. Your driver is right. Director Kim still stood there silently, letting him ponder. There is a reason why Ka-Shien, a rookie, was appointed as the boss. I think my judgment isn't as good as it used to be anymore. He took a moment before speaking. It seems the chairman has had a bit too much to drink. Manny Kin sets down his glass. The drinks are very good today, but Director Kim remains cold. You're not fully recovered yet. It would be better for your health if you limit yourself a bit. His face suddenly turned serious, and there are a few things I need to tell you. The faces that flashed through Director Kim's mind were those of the managers. But you already know what I'm thinking. Gachi and Found even went with them to return to their management positions and said they are on Prince's side. Manny King tapped his fingers on the table. Langon must have gone with them too. So only the Chi Tree and Iron Beast remain. He didn't hesitate to ask the person in front of him directly. They must have also offered you a deal. Director Kim replied immediately. I refused. This made Manny Nikin very pleased. Maybe you're not as sharp as before, but you're still very capable. It's fine because you've broken your limits, so let me see what you will do to surprise me. The Prince of the Night Sky envelops the space. Moros looks at the pile of boxes on the table. Are you okay? It's flying around because it's worried. The burden of superior evolution is quite significant. His voice remains very calm as he makes an omelet. I have to get through it. Moros, the image of you flashes through my mind. After the battle with the 4 great villains, Manny King has surely gained valuable experience, but the accumulated data will create a solid foundation to overcome future challenges. Kang Yu still maintains a calm expression. Difficulty? Do you mean the absolute power on a global scale that Manny Ni mentioned? He confirms once again. So they are searching for the platinum dish? I still calmly eat my rice. If it's because of the platinum disc, I would be very grateful. I don't need to do anything to lure them out. Lang Yu picks up a piece of vegetable and mimics how the ingredients for the mixed rice are gathered together in the bowl. My job is simply to mix the concentrated ingredients and enjoy them. A delicious bowl of mixed rice is now complete. This dish really is food worth comparing to what you've made before. Lang Yu picks up his phone and focuses all his attention. Now I will take a picture and send it to my sister. She will also be speechless with him.
So that's why you've been making bibimbap in your free time?
The photo has reached Yuri and Vesperna. They are messaging each other back and forth. Are you kidding me? She still looks at the photo on the screen. You're really proud. Yuri's face is full of excitement, and she even wants to eat bibimbap. The back door behind her suddenly exploded, and her phone was flung far away. Raft strode in laughing like a madman. Lord Raft Tada Da will take over this place. He steps over the broken pieces. Even though he's his own brother, this guy has completely lost his mind. Raft hurriedly explained, no one would plan to rob a restaurant. The cooking here is amazing. I plan to bring him back so the subjects of the Great Raft Kingdom can learn from him. He walks over to the unconscious chef. But instead, I will capture the chef and the manager and then set up a great restaurant for the boss. Where's the manager? I know everything. Stop hiding and come out here. What are you doing here and not answering? You must be too scared of Lord Raft to say a word. Olaf, unable to hold back any longer, said, stop making noise. Even villains should be caught with some manners. Raft focused on the person in his hand. Where did you get that from? The other person had a slight reaction. Oh, is this woman? Yuri is still unconscious, and the man over there seemed very annoyed earlier. The two clowns are still messing around, but I can't see clearly. Turn on the lights. Wait a moment while I set up. That person broke the silence from earlier. Frost Clown Olaf. His eyes widened when he heard his name called. When RF looked over, he saw him trembling like never before. A stream of dark energy envelops Olaf. Why? That dark aura is coming from the man's eyes. Why are you here? The scorching sunlight shines down on the buildings as three people walk inside. Please bow your head in apology. I'm truly sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. The man didn't let him continue. We will talk about this later. Look at him with a very scary expression. Where are they more important? Sunlight streams into the spacious room. Yuri is lying on the large bed. The three of them have entered the room. The RF guy is being trampled. Lara and Jack are also looking at him. Z bows his head respectfully and greets in a courteous tone. Greetings, honorary chairman. Vincent gently smiles. The honorary chairman of Lampus. Vincent radiates a fierce glow. Right now, at the green factory, Sen Chikin smiles with a knowing look. He looks at the newcomers and asks, did you think you would come to see me immediately? But it's a little late. A strange memory of the Demon Sword family briefly flashed through Gina's mind. I need to get it back. Mannequin slightly smirked and said, well, since you've asked, I suppose I should pay, but I will only return it after you prove your skills. She seemed annoyed by those words. Are you saying I'm not qualified? Mannequin replied casually. Coming all this way to demand a fight and not be able to defeat me is a bit greedy. Dungrun couldn't help but react to that challenging attitude. How dare you? She quickly reached out to stop him. Don't interfere. How can I prove I am qualified? His gaze now carries a danger greater than yours now, strong enough to surprise me. Kin took the glass of wine on the table. If you want, he offers it to invite the opponent. I will train you myself. 3 months later, Gautam and Von Seven led their formidable army to come forward. Come out here for me. I, Devilman, will take over Gautam Weizen. Bank and his team are fed up with this situation. This time it's a guy named Devilman, huh? CR sitting next to him is also losing patience. You're the 20th person now. Double Blade is trembling all over. It's so cold. He's not very happy either, a little annoyed. CR sighs softly. We're not gatekeepers or anything. Devilman's name gets furious when he sees their Empress Dowager. Those little brats don't know their place. How dare you behave like that in front of AR Ank Devilman? Bank immediately threw a thunderous punch. He quickly delivered a punch that sent him flying away. You're the one who doesn't know your place. Bank keeps scolding the opponent. If you're Dan, then anyone can be Dan. Does Gadam look that easy to defeat? CR looks at him with a disappointed expression. He can handle them already. CR villain, a rank physical attack. Double Blade suddenly felt excited. I also want to reach A rank. Double Blade villain B gains the assassin class with physical attribute. Break? Han claps his hands loudly. What are you two looking at? A dog? It seems like he's really annoyed. If you two are as weak as us, watch out for me. Dr. H, the AK class attacker with mineral attribute. Black Ghost suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, you're really quick to deal with them. He's very annoyed by this action. Be careful. His eyes look very serious. The perseverance in his training has truly paid off. You're stronger than before. Black Ghost, the villain, sank into the assassin's lair. Black Ghost gently landed on the ground. But don't get too arrogant. You're still weak compared to me. Black Ghost muttered irritably, showing his arrogance. His eyes burned with hatred, but it was truly ridiculous. There are still those out there who dare to doubt the strength of the master, and that is a direct insult. Black G bluntly criticizes the opponent, blaming their weakness as the reason, clearly showing he's very displeased. His own family roots are so furious they seem to smoke with rage. Wait, why use that as an excuse? He still responded calmly. If you are strong enough, no fool would dare come near here. The two guys are also a bit scared. Stop them! Are these two planning to fight? I couldn't stop them. B Ghost's eyes still shone brightly. We will go back to special training. You guys will become insanely strong. After finishing that training course, the scene shifted to Pap Heaven, where a girl was drawing on the wall. Yosei is feeling very frustrated. I heard that lately many people have been challenging Ta Shuyen. Kang Yu also expressed his feelings. It's really annoying. Screw also joins this conversation, just pacing back and forth. He keeps sharing information.
They want to know if Gadam's leader is a great mountain. If they beat him, they'll become famous.
Yosei just expressed his frustration. That's what villains are like. They don't know how to assess their own abilities. I'm very displeased with these people, yet they came here to talk. Gina is also very serious. I'm glad it's just a minor issue, as the world's most elite villains will be here soon. Crow is also listening attentively.
Gadam must have been very lively then.
Yosei looked on with concern, and couldn't take Mujin's words lightly. I just received information that China's actions aren't looking good. Kang Yu is very focused on this matter. China is like Red Dead. Those guys seem to be hunting prey.
They've been watching Korea's territory all this time, but I think this time they'll start their plan. You also realize that motive. If they act now, probably my target, not Korea.
He also agrees with that idea. I think so too. He also didn't seem scared at all. Well, I actually want them to target me. If they attack, we fight back. Screw is very pleased with this attitude. Our boss has to be like that. I knew you would say that. Gina is probably also quite worried. It's good that you said that, but you better be prepared. Kang shows his calmness. I'm always ready. I heard Mujin here was trained by Manny King. How did you manage to negotiate with him? The training must have been expensive. She also calmly replied, I did negotiate with him, but there was no tuition fee. She started recounting what had happened before. I wanted to meet him to ask for a few things, but Mandy King offered himself and said he wanted to train me personally. Yosei crossed his arms and looked back at Gina. Thanks to him, Mujin is quite busy now. Sil was quite surprised by this news. Money King M teaches for free? Is he really that old? Kang Yu gently closed his eyes and asked, You must be really strong now, huh? She warned of a truth. Yes, but not strong enough to fight someone like Red Dead about that. Cassian is ready to fight every Red Dead, but that's not enough. This isn't a one-on-one battle. It's total war. Grogan appears completely calm. Why worry? Queen isn't the only strong person in Gadam. She gazes at him affectionately. It's my love. Crow smiled confidently. So do I. Hey, Eon has brought the food up. The spaghetti you ordered. She also felt surprised by the dish. Who's calling? Kang Yu responds very naturally and looks ahead with a scrutinizing gaze. Hey, Eon is startled when he hears him speak. You have cream on your face. She subtly smiles. Hey, Eon naturally brings her face closer to the hand he is offering. I shouldn't ask a customer to do this.
There's something unnatural about her gaze, but could you wipe it for me?
Crow felt uncomfortable with that action. Can't you wipe it yourself? That's not hard to do, but you touched her cheek. Gina hands over a stack of tissues. That's enough. She looks very uncomfortable. Use this tissue to wipe it away. Then, Ion turns around and laughs unfriendly, as if he has figured something out. Oh, so that's the reason. Crow took advantage of this to act spoiled with him. Love, you also have cream on your face. She left with a dangerous smile. Yosei seems to be feeling bored. I mean, the pace of this conversation has just been interrupted. I want to say a few things related to superior evolution. Kang Yu also felt quite surprised and asked back, Really that sudden? He also spoke very frankly. I know this is a difficult question, but for everyone's development, could you share information about superior evolution? The more details, the better, please. He only responded somewhat stammeringly. It's not that difficult. This attitude makes him very angry. I asked CAS, wait a minute, what? Kang Yu looked at the other person with a serious expression. I still smile brightly. After many practice sessions, I now know how to do it. In the evening, when the cargo ship docked, many police cars arrived as well. 2 officers were patrolling. It's so cold today. The weather is usually warm. Why are you so sensitive all of a sudden? I should have dressed warmer. Suddenly, I was called out. The 2 young men looked down at the guy in the vest. But nothing really happened, right? I was only ordered to check around the port. Is this what I get for a mistake? The policeman shouted in fear. Don't tell me there's some villain hiding around. That guy smiled to reassure them. Is this just an ordinary mission? The 2 of them immediately let out a sigh of relief, unaware that someone was watching from above. If villains appear, ordinary police like us wouldn't be able to do anything. The cars are lined up behind each other on the road. At a tall building called Vesperna, Yuri happily hugs a bouquet of yellow flowers and suddenly looks startled at someone. Vincent also glanced at Yuri with a gentle smile. Hello, manager. He walks over to her, caring and attentive. Good morning. What kind of flower is that? Yuri also smiled brightly and replied, Marigold, I bought it on my way here because they look very beautiful. Vincent was surprised when she handed him a flower. Yuri gave it to him with a cheerful expression. I'll give you a flower. After giving it, she also walks away. Thank you. Vincent held the flower in his hand, feeling relieved and happy to see her looking cheerful. He asked pensively, do the memories of that day have completely been erased? And bowed respectfully, saying, unless someone intervenes, it will be very difficult for her to remember. Vincent gazed at the flower in silence, remembering the giver. She is someone with a warm heart. I hope she isn't hurt. He handed him a file. I have completed the investigation about Yuri. It includes information about her residence in Gadam-seon, South Korea. Vincent gently takes the documents to look at. He carefully reviews the information he has. I heard she has a younger brother who just graduated high school and is about to enter university. Vin just kept walking forward, seeming to hope that the diligent younger brother and he wouldn't get caught up in unnecessary trouble, as if lost in thought. Boros looks up at the sky, gradually darkening. Training until night again? He stared intently at Kang Yu in front of him. It's been a while since he went out at this hour. Surely what happened yesterday gave you a lot of motivation. He quickly put the weight belt around his waist. If you can handle what happened yesterday without feeling sad, that's impressive. Kang Yu is warming up thoroughly before training. Only after risking my life and training extremely hard did I achieve a superior evolution. Mastering it isn't as easy as it seems. Moros is very curious about this. Isn't the driver your teammate? Shouldn't you be happy that your ally is strong? A fleeting image of him trusting that fierce young man crossed his mind. It's dangerous. I don't know what that person is really thinking, but he's still feeling quite uncertain. That's true, but from what I've observed, he seems to trust you quite a bit. Kang Yu immediately responded to it. How could one eye observe carefully? Moros remains very confident in his judgment. He's talented just like you. He's not an enemy, but a very friendly rival, and he might be useful to you in the future. He looked back at him with a questioning look. An arch rival? Kang Yu ran quickly ahead. I don't care about those things. Even your legs are weighted. Kang Yu is gasping for breath. Gina, while running, suddenly stops. She was the first to speak. Oh, what a coincidence that we meet again. Gina keeps asking about him. Do you usually go for a run at this time? Kang Yu also responded a bit surprised. Yeah, what about you? Gina is holding a 5-kilogram weight plate in her hand. Yes, I also enjoy light exercise. Kang Yu just nodded a few times, with Gina's expression seeming to invite him. Do you think it's okay if we run together? She also shows concern. If your legs hurt while running, I can help you back. Kang Yu keeps running. Just keep going. The two girls are hiding behind the wall, watching them. Improved, huh? Well done. The scene has now shifted to the Lampas branch building in Korea. Jason is walking assertively with a serious expression. There are various documents on the shelf. Everyone was startled when she pushed the door open and stepped in, as Wong asked with a confused expression. An emergency call this morning. What's going on? Jason sat down and sighed. An incident occurred at Incheon Port. He became even more worried. What kind of incident is so urgent that it requires an emergency call? She also immediately stated outright that 2 police officers patrolling the port and a flag bearer went missing last night. The person sitting opposite was surprised, disappeared. June looks very serious. They can't be reached, and their GPS location is also gone. The flag officers with tracking skills searched the area but found no clues at all. DeWong felt a bit suspicious. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone must have intervened. Galato is completely confused. Why are the patrol flags being dispatched to the port? Jisoon holds her head in exhaustion. You know that lately China's actions have been very strange, right? I received information that Chinese villains are planning to infiltrate Korea. The 4 of them continued talking. I see, but isn't there a rule that you have to do your missions in pairs? Where is the other person? The problem is that they delegated the mission to their subordinate and left their post. Oh my god, they just abandoned their position and mission? It's her girlfriend's birthday. Jisun's expression remains unchanged. The special police and anti-villain special forces have been deployed to find the missing persons. A large-scale search will begin soon. Just stay seated until further instructions are given. Rick Yoon subtly glanced at the other person. We should get ready too, I suppose, Galato said coldly. No, we're not involved. His gaze is quite serious. The headquarters just assigned us an urgent mission. Right now, at an unfinished construction site, someone is approaching. The people standing in front of the girl are 3 mysterious figures who seem to have no idea what basic manners are, right? Tang Yun, looking quite annoyed, spoke up, requesting an important guest from afar to meet in a place like this. Tang Yun, vice president of Tianhuang Garden. Brother Mu also feels very angry. It's really too much. The 4 celestial shadow guards, Hai M Prince, shows his sincerity. I sincerely apologize for that, but I think you should also understand our position. He continued to express his thoughts in words. We are still unsure whether you are an ally or an enemy. The subordinate beside him glanced at Prince. Unfortunately, if you are on the latter side, his entire body radiates a terrifying power. Isn't this the perfect place to make a tomb for both of you? Tang Yan and Hui Mu stand with their arms crossed, listening to Prince's voice echoing from far. I hope everyone will become our allies. As he finished, a fierce aura appeared, and a voice full of malice echoed towards him. Those annoying little country's pests. The man with the muscular body in the Bak Ho clan is the 4 Spirits' hidden guard Baek Ho. He sneered, unaware of his own position. Prince curled his lips in annoyance, as if there were rats around. Suddenly, he spread his arms and deliberately caught Bo's attack, causing him to roar in anger. If you don't get devoured, run away immediately. Bak Ho's 5 sharp claws, like blades, swung directly at Prince's face, the Bloodlord Lion. But his swift reflexes allowed him to dodge instantly, which amused him. Dodged. In an instant, another strike from BCH roared as he charged forward. He roared, I won't wait anymore. Prince leaned to the side, but still got his shirt cut off by Bak Ho. Then he sneered and said, not a mouse, but a cat, huh? Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in anger. Anything will do, simply because you can't attract me. The prince suddenly soared into the sky and said with commanding voice, "Don't waste any more time. Waste any." As he finished speaking, a lightning bolt struck the ground, unleashing a fierce storm. Beach Ho couldn't dodge in time and was hit right in the chest. His power rained down like a storm, forcing Beach Ho to dodge desperately from place to place. Finally, he stopped. Beach Ho gritted his teeth and smiled excitedly. He raised his 5 sharp claws, sneering as he said each word. I never thought I would fully unleash my claws on this land. Get ready to give Prince a lesson. But Tang Yin suddenly reminded Beach Ho, "Stop now! Have you forgotten the mission the guild leader assigned to us? We are here to negotiate." He roared in anger. "Do you not realize what that lowly creature just said?" "What does it matter if I take a life?" Tang Wai-an replied emotionlessly. "We will stay in Korea for a while, so there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with this later." After an unpleasant conversation, he interjected with a smile and said, "That's a wise decision. Keeping emotions in check is the foundation of negotiation." The prince calmly said, "Of course that's difficult to accomplish with villains like us." She couldn't help but praise. "You know how to talk like that." On the other side, Bitch Ho was so angry but couldn't do anything. So he clenched his teeth and walked away with a dark face. Tang Yan narrowed her eyes and silently assessed him and Lin's girl. Impressive. They managed to hit all their combat intentions so quickly. Her face and Prince's are filled with coldness and calmness. Just as I thought, they are not ordinary people. Suddenly, he raised his hand and spoke with a suggestive tone. "Well then, maybe we should have a meaningful conversation." At a shop in the city, a water tank trickles in the middle of the mall as a person hands a sandwich to someone next to them. "Here, take this." "Thank you, I'll enjoy it." "You even bought me a sandwich. How should I repay you?" The man shook his head, smiling gently. "It's just a sandwich, nothing special." "Here's some coca too. Drink up. Let me treat you to a meal another time to make up for the dinner at the restaurant." He pressed his phone and shook his head. "It's nothing special, so you don't need to return it. Moreover, I already have a plan." Hearing this, Gina couldn't help but wonder about Hei Ion's mischievous smile. "Is it something important?" Kang Yu replied calmly. "It wasn't really part of the plan. Someone suddenly wanted to meet me." Suddenly, someone unexpectedly called out loud, "The people who came are Rick Yoon and Galado. As soon as they saw your brother, they were in a hurry. I was about to call the teacher, but here he is." Over there, Gina watched them with confusion, while the teacher calmly asked Kang Yu in return, "Have you two eaten yet?" Rick Yoon didn't answer, but looked curiously at the woman sitting behind him, who is sitting next to the teacher. She knows her place and wants to leave politely. "I don't want to bother, so I'm leaving. Everyone, please feel free." He looked confused and just pointed at Gina. "What kind of beauty is this?" She stopped halfway through. Gina, as beautiful as a flower, gently turned and waved to Kang Yu. "If you have time, let's go for a run together again." He immediately replied. Rick Yoon couldn't resist eavesdropping. "Next time, you'll be so surprised you'll open your eyes wide and drop your jaw." The two seemed close. Galado also asked curiously, "Who is that, teacher?" Soon after, a loud gasp of surprise echoed through the coffee shop. "Is that person the leader of Winterbell? I don't see any resemblance at all." "How many times do I have to say it again?" He's curious. "How did you find out her identity?" He replied casually, "You can tell just by looking." Galado and Rick Yoon stared intently at Moros. So, Lord Moros discovered it through his scanning ability. Is Lord Moros like a character with a glitch? It's got a headache and says I told you so. After pondering for a while, Rick Yoon suddenly asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me Mujin also knows the teacher's identity." Moros offers his guess. If it's about the villain Kasi Xian, it seems she also knows and actively approaches with a purpose. Seeing Kang Yu say nothing, how could the boy be so stunned? He slowly explains that Winterbell has a twin with troublesome abilities. Maybe they told her. Hearing this, Galado nervously spoke up. "From my perspective, it seems she hasn't contacted the teacher because of his true identity." Kang Yu nodded, pretending not to know, even though he actually did. Suddenly, Rick Yoon's eyes lit up brightly. He cupped his face and shouted excitedly, "This is so interesting, I'll immediately crush Rick Yoon's thoughts." "It's not what you think." Then Kang Yu casually asked the two of them, "Why did you suddenly come to me and change the subject?" Rick Yoon and he exchanged a quick glance. Galado explained slowly, "This morning I received a mission from Lampa's headquarters. It involves the Master. I'm not really surprised. I can faintly guess. Because I defeated Manny King, one of the 4 great villains, Lampa will naturally pay attention. He denies that the target is not related to the villain Cassian." This time, Kang Yu also felt confused. Galado swallowed hard before carefully recounting. The detailed mission from headquarters is as follows. Monitor Kang Yu's residence in Gadam and protect him if necessary. Just listen carefully in silence and suddenly say, "Don't tell me Lampus has already discovered that the villain Casey Xian is Kang Yu's soldier." Rick Yoon let out a sigh. "I'm not sure about that either," he added beside me, "but the fact that this mission was assigned to the wrong team already seems very suspicious. We are still investigating, so please wait a little longer." Kang Yu frowns, crossing his arms and asks thoughtfully, "Suppose they know who I am. I understand the need for surveillance, but what does protection mean? Is that a mistake? A commoner is protected by Lampus's elite soldiers." "That's strange." The boy furrows his chin in doubt. We also wonder about that. Galato looked at him and wondered if he guessed anything. Morris also narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Kang Yu, as if he knew something. He ignored it. I don't know either. He suddenly fell silent and looked strange. And there's one more thing. This story hasn't been revealed yet, but Galato's deep, hoarse voice rang out. We received information that the villain from China has infiltrated our country through Incheon Port. Lampas suspects that it is Thien Huangvian. Kang Yu raises an eyebrow upon hearing this. Thien Huangvian, Moran's accomplice? He frowns in deep thought. Their target must be the villain C. Meanwhile, the city with many abandoned skyscrapers echoes with a deep voice. It is still unconfirmed whether Moran secretly infiltrated our country, but if the target is in Gaddam, the image seen through the binoculars shows Screw handing something to the blonde-haired woman. The person holding the binoculars, with a sinister smile, has identified the main target. That person is known as the Four Hands Demon, Dion. Maybe someone has already been hiding in Gaddam. Now we should have a little fun. The tall building in the heart of the city. Inside the room are Rael and Prince. He frowns. The Heavenly Fragrance Garden? Is that some kind of botanical garden? He was surprised. You didn't know either, huh? That is a villainous organization founded by Moran, Rattel nonchalantly replied with his hands on his hips. So what? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Don't tell me you're planning to join Moran's organization, he sneered as he looked at the glass of wine being raised. Then that news will definitely make the front page. Prince looked down from above and said coldly, We only formed a strategic alliance with Thien Huangvian. Suddenly Gai Chi stroked his chin and said, That sounds interesting. He glanced at the guy. An alliance with them? Is it necessary? He gently sways his glass of wine in his hand and speaks in a low voice. What they want is to destroy Winterbell and Gaddam Vinzoni. They share the same goal as us, to eliminate Gaddam Vinzoni. Hearing this, Rael smiled excitedly. Not just Gaddam, but Winterbell too. Oh, this is going to be fun. Gai Chi and Found both look at Prince with excitement. He sneered maliciously. This game is going to be huge. I won't let you down. One of the two people asked Moran if he acted alone. Prince calmly replied while taking a sip of his drink. Of course, without her, the game wouldn't even start. He thought for a moment before speaking cautiously. Someone as powerful and influential as her wouldn't come alone. Don't tell me her elite troops are coming too. The sudden interruption earlier was Lin's girl. She softly spoke, Yes, all the loyal elite soldiers of Moran, including the 4-star assassins and the 4 shadow warriors, will come to Korea. Lin's girl slowly recounted that the 4 spirit guards are Moran's bodyguards and are known as powerful villains. The 4 friction assassins are an assassination team under Moran's command, specializing in stealth and covert attacks. Ga murmured, Even I know about the 4 swords of friction. He recounted how Moran had committed numerous brutal acts at the Beijing branch of Lampus and offered a bounty. His deep, sinister voice. When Moran heard the news, she truly went berserk. She ordered the elimination of Lampus's people, and her elite troops successfully completed the mission. They are the 4 hands of chaos. Rathel couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in shock. A single evil organization could wipe out the entire Lamp branch. He frowned. Maybe so, since Moran holds power over all of China. Everything was quite tense, giving him a headache. People say that besides Benden Jiangtou and Chietjiang, Moran also considers Shanghai his home turf. Should we consider this alliance? Is it really necessary to bring a tiger into the house to catch a wolf? For a moment, he spoke the Basus reassure, saying, There's no need to worry too much. They won't easily provoke us. Prince summarized, entering Korea with Moran and his men isn't difficult, but what happens afterward is the real issue. He slowly revealed his thoughts. The entire world's attention would be focused on Korea, targeting Moran and the Heavenly Fragrance Garden. And Lamp believed that if the battlefield erupted in Korea, they would have a high chance of winning. Everyone listened attentively. However, facing Lampus's elite forces in Korea was also a headache, even for someone as strong as Moran. That's right. Next, the prince turns his gaze to Lin's girl. So Lengen's teleportation ability is very important. If the situation becomes unstable, we can retreat back to China at any time with minimal casualties. He squints and guesses. So, in the end, Tianxiang Garden still has to ally with us to ensure their safety. Gachi chuckled softly and interjected. The leader must have a far-sighted view. After pondering, Rathel glared and asked, I understand Moran's stance now, so what is our purpose in getting involved in this? He gently places the glass on the table and slowly speaks. We can use Tian Huang Tower to eliminate obstacles like Tian and Driver, with Prince supporting his chin, his eyes full of ambition, seizing the opportunity to get the white knife disc. The abandoned buildings in Gaddam Vinzone. The slow footsteps echo through the cold, dark corridor. Syl enters the code on the door, muttering to himself, Quite interesting. Suddenly, a human head poked out from the ceiling, and it was none other than Dune. Screw found it a bit amusing and asked, How did you do that? I didn't think you could break my security system. He spun around and revealed his true form, a sly smile on his face. I find you interesting. I tried sneaking behind you to surprise you, but you noticed right away. Quite impressive. You can tell his identity without even looking at him. You're one of the 4 swords of the demon. Dokkan, right? I didn't expect you to know my name either. Well then, it's quite quick of you. I am a subordinate under the Honorable Guildmaster. Hearing this, Scruel furrowed his brow in confusion. Respectful, Dune explained, the leader of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and without waiting for him to finish, the boy guessed correctly. Moran, Dune said sternly. Oh no, you can't casually call him that. You need to use respectful titles and honorifics to show disdain for the main issue. Is creating the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion not enough? Now you're playing 3 more old-fashioned games? So what is your reason for seeking me? He licked the tip of his pen and then leered as he answered. I am here to deliver the order from the Honorable Guild Leader. A powerful aura of Moran radiates from Doshin's body. He commands you to kneel before me immediately and obey my orders. If you do that, I will let you live. This is a symbol of gratitude for the performance you gave me last time. Dune was surprised when he heard him say, just pass on my message. S, turning the screwdriver in his hand, said with disdain that I refuse to submit to anyone. The weapon instantly enlarges as he grits his teeth and says, I really hate that. Then he slowly approaches him, not forgetting to speak. Moreover, this time I will prepare more carefully for a different performance. Just tell her to drive me there. He fidgeted like a child writing in a notebook. Wait a moment, what did you say at the end? I was writing as I listened and couldn't keep up. Still, Screw calmly repeated, I will prepare a perfect performance. Just wait and see. Later, he clenched the book tightly, smirking slyly, I've rewritten everything. Suddenly, Dune shook his head and sighed, but perhaps the Honorable Guildmaster will be very disappointed with this outcome. He pretended to be surprised. Oh my god, then what should I do? As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light shot out, and he was already close to Screw, whispering each word sharply, bring your head back. He sneered and replied, then you'll need my permission. Do, Chan looked surprised. Oh, I see. Then he gently stroked Screw's cheek and softly said, you are right. Then I stepped back a few paces. Unfortunately, it seems I will have to return empty-handed. I was only following the orders of our esteemed leader. Seeing Dune about to leave, he stopped him. Wait, I want to ask this. Seo pointed up at the sky and asked, are these things around here your work? He chuckled and nodded. That's right. Those blue rings are called space locks. Don quickly flies up and explains. In this way, no information can leak out unless I allow it. What happens inside here cannot be transferred outside. After hearing that, he gloomily said it was just as I thought. Don suddenly snapped his fingers. I will unleash my power before leaving, but before I could do anything, a hand grabbed my neck. That person is none other than Crow. She warmly asked Screwil. Are you done yet? He winked and told him to let him go. Crow glared at Dochan. You're lucky today. Next time I won't let things end like this. Then she let him go, turned to flirt with Skrill. Love, what should we eat for lunch today? Let's have some noodles. Dawn is furious. I have completely erased my presence, but can they both still see me? That's definitely not something to take lightly. He turned his head to watch the 2 people leave, then sneered maliciously. Well, the more fun, the better. Dune glared at Grow with hatred. You dare to threaten me too? Then he turned and flew into the tornado. See you next time. Dune growled angrily as she moved outside. You'd better be ready to go. Suddenly, in front of him, an image of Kang Yu drinking water appeared, and he even mocked and teased. It's just a small matter, but you're working so hard. He was stunned, eyes wide open. Kang Yu lazily sat on the ground and said, next time, come in and out through the main gate and greet me. Sneaking around like that is very rude. You complain like an old man. Remember to take your glasses home. Kang Yu leaned back and gave him a cold smile. This is gaddum. The afternoon stretches over tall buildings deep inside a certain house. 3 people are staring intently at the computer. Screw is typing and asking Kang Yu. Do you know about Dion's forearm friction? He replied. Next time we meet, I'll rip off those horns of his. But how was the security system disabled? Screw shook his head. I'm still investigating. I have my suspicions, but no proof. The camera shows an image of a person sitting stubbornly on the ground. He tells him, I think I haven't explained this to you before. The security system has data on the faces and physiques of all villains and vagrants in Gadam district. The villain on the screen, struggling and squirming, is Breakhunt. Over there, Screw patiently explains to Kang Yu, and when an unfamiliar face appears on the camera, the alarm automatically goes off. Hearing this, he frowns. You mean Dawn isn't seen by the surveillance cameras? He immediately denies it. No, that's impossible. Besides, we also have a 24/7 drone system. We also have countless surveillance cameras to catch intruders. Syl is definitely right. Unless we dig an underground tunnel, we'll still be caught on camera. Crow suddenly proposed a hypothesis. What if he could change his appearance to look like Black Ghost? He could disguise himself as someone else. He nodded silently, saying that was possible, but the ability to perfectly change appearance like Black Ghost was extremely rare. S turned his chair to look at the 2 of them. From what I observed, Doshin's ability is different from Black Ghost's. Kang Yu can't figure out the reason. So could it be a system error? He's not quite sure. This is the simplest explanation. She immediately shouted, no way. Tin Yu's system has no errors at all. Screw didn't answer. He turned to look at the screen. It's Dochan jumping from this building to another, which suddenly makes Screwel realize, wait a minute, the surveillance camera must have seen him, but the system doesn't consider him an outsider? You also look on, quietly saying, "It's a system error. During this time, I will check the system logs." The sound of typing echoes. Suddenly, Screw sneered and said, "That's funny." He looked at the screen and told me the system record shows the person captured by the camera is CR. Crow couldn't help but feel confused. Krat and Don not only have different faces, but also different appearances. Even if it's an error, they are too different. He quickly removed the screwdriver from his head and denied it. "It's not a system error," Screw smirked with an amused smile. "It's a data mismatch." He used a DBS device to manipulate multiple security camera signals. So that means he used tricks to fool the facial recognition system with fake data. You understand, right? Hearing this, she exclaimed in shock. "So we have a traitor?" He softly said, "I might be right, but I'm still curious about exploring other possibilities. I told you, I have a very sharp instinct." S lightly taps the screwdriver on the table. One person has detailed information about our Venzone residents, and another is skilled enough with machinery to create special equipment. He smugly twisted the screwdriver in his hand. "I know someone who meets both conditions at an ordinary house." Inside, a meeting is underway, with Tang Yan sitting at the table asking Dawn, "Have you sent the message from the Guildmaster yet?" She raised an eyebrow in curiosity, waiting for his response. He glares and says no. Tang Yan remains expressionless, just as he expected. "Just as I thought, we only need to kill him, right?" He leaned back and said in a bored tone, "I think that's the best option, but I can't kill him alone. I not only need more subordinates, but also the entire Four Arms faction." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't expect you to rate the driver so highly." Dawn smiled and said, "It's not just him. There are other strong ones there too." "You met Kasan again, right?" He nodded. "That's right." Dokun muttered excitedly, "So he really did defeat the legendary man Na King. He's truly formidable." She calmly rested her chin and said, "If you've confirmed it, then it must be true." It seems the rumor that Gadam is a place of great danger is accurate. Since Tang Yan was about to remember something, he asked, "Is the device I gave you working well?" Dokun burst out laughing, finding it extremely useful. He was very satisfied with the device and had no trouble infiltrating Venzone because of it. Driver also seems quite surprised. Megatal interjects with regret. "Driver surprised? I wish I could see it with my own eyes. What a pity." I couldn't be more pleased. "Next time I infiltrate Venzone, I'll use it too," but surprisingly, he shook his head. "No, you can't." His head now has a question mark on it. "Why not?" Megachan immediately guessed Screw's next move. "Just tomorrow, the driver will upgrade his security system, so our device will no longer be effective." He sighed after hearing that. "What? Is its function really that limited?" She suddenly asked, "By the way, did anyone follow you on your way home?" "Yes, I do." Dune immediately thought of Black Ghost and Dark Star and sighed. They are quite skilled. On the dilapidated buildings about to collapse, Gadam, Venzone, Black Ghost, and Dark all knelt down to apologize. "It's okay, it's not your fault, it's mine." Because of giving orders without fully understanding Dochan's abilities, we must admit that his skills are truly extraordinary. Moros agreed, "Unfortunately, we are out of options," but Black Ghost still feels guilty. He lowered his head to you and said, "It's my fault, sir, because my skills are not good enough." "I will use the whip to make up for it." Kang Yu stopped him. "You don't need to do that, so don't even think about it." But Black Ghost insists on wanting to be punished. "Please go ahead and punish me. I feel like I would feel better if I were punished." "I have no choice." After considering your pleas, Kang Yu assigned them the task. The two will form a team and patrol around Venzone, checking the designated areas once every hour. The driver will inform the two of them about those areas later. Black Ghost and Dark both stand up simultaneously and reply, "Understood. I get it." After they leave, he turns back to look at the people behind him. "Next are the others," Break and Hammerby Boy said, confused. "Why are we being called?" GR looks annoyed. "The nighttime air can be really harmful to your health," Kang Yu quickly explains. "Everyone will also patrol in pairs." He raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Really suddenly, CRM feels curious. "That's the boss's orders, so of course we'll do it. But why all of a sudden? Is something happening? You said the security system has a problem and it's not serious. Until the issue is resolved, we need to keep watch and stay alert." Bond's final charge has finally paid off. Is he lost in thought? Should we be on guard? Over there, Black H strokes his chin in thought. Is Moran infiltrating or something? Hammerboy has no opinion as long as I can hide, I am confident. Binder, feeling annoyed, twitches his ear. This thing is going to be so boring. Kangut naturally agreed, "That's right. Just patrolling all the time would definitely be boring." "Are you mocking me? You don't care about anything, so aren't you bored?" The man looked uneasy and sighed, feeling something was wrong. Without finishing his sentence, he pointed behind him. "That's why I prepared these things." Night training, Black Hun and Pond shouting loudly. "Mom, please stop it." On a warm morning at the city airport, reporters and journalists gather right at the entrance. Daewang, Jun, and Seo stepped out one after another. Seeing the situation was unstable, Daewang whispered to Jun, "Did the boss inform the reporters in advance?" She calmly replied, "I don't think so. He's about to cry, so what's going on here?" Seo suddenly spoke up to clarify. "Of course China has leaked the information. The heroes on their side came to Korea to arrest Moran." Hearing this, Daewang immediately looked confused. Even so, isn't it just that this time they only sent 3 troops with different flags? June softly said, "The number doesn't matter. People say they are the best warriors in China." She glanced at her and said that besides China, I heard that the United States and Japan also sent people. When will they arrive? June sternly reminds him in a whisper that it's classified information. Suddenly, someone shouts loudly that they've arrived, and all 3 of them turn their heads in that direction. They stepped out of the plane's gate, surrounded by reporters. The old man with pure white hair is Zhang Bao, and the cold-looking woman with blue hair is Lian Mei. The journalists kept taking pictures of them, among which the man with orange hair carrying a guitar was looking out at the public. Finally, I have arrived in Korea. The blazing red sword ignites with fierce flames, wielded by the owner who bears the fire dragon saber, forged by the dragon's wrath, carrying the responsibility of the nation. Long Soon appears with a commanding presence. I will personally end Moran. The dilapidated abandoned buildings in Gadam echo with serious voices crying out to the sky. Black H gasps for breath as if about to run out of air. He carried a wooden box weighing dozens of tons on his back, crawling across the ground, feeling like his shoulders were about to give out. He also can't escape his fate. He cries, but no tears come out. What kind of training is this that requires carrying all this? Ben looked at the 2 people and sighed with a look of resignation. Has the shift changed again? Pon also feels like he's being exploited for his labor. Suddenly, a sweet female voice rang out from afar, telling everyone to stop. Oh, I don't quite understand. Stop what? She smiled and spoke softly. That patrol mission, the security system issue, has been fixed. The person who arrived was none other than Hei Eon. She took some kind of bottle from her body and handed it to everyone. And here, please accept this. The boss asked me to give this to everyone and has been working hard all night. Bender looked at the suspicious bottle in front of him, wondering what it was. Hey, Ion cheerfully replied. It's a special protein milk from Pap Heaven. With a thud, the wooden barrel fell to the ground and Brahim rushed over to snatch a bottle from Ion's hand. He shouted at us again. Seeing Black Han drinking recklessly, Krat and Double Blade immediately rushed over. I want a strawberry and chocolate flavor. Even though he's exhausted, he still can't help but glare at her. Thank you. Otherwise, Bon remained silent, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, making Heian turn around. Bon squinted suspiciously and asked her, Have we met before? Heian looked shyly and said, No, this is the first time I've met you. The man frowned slightly and nodded. I see. Meanwhile, Pon looked at his hand and fell into thought. But why did he feel tense? Inside a building under construction, a news article about 3 Chinese characters appears on a tablet screen. Kang Yu quietly asks, I wonder if they are alert. I really can't understand how they think. If they came here to catch Moran, they shouldn't be making such a fuss. We have to secretly infiltrate Korea. Don't they think at all? Rick Yoon interjected in a low voice. It seems their target is not just Moran. Gelato agreed. They want to seize this opportunity to boost Long Shun's fame and turn him into an international star. Suddenly, he reminded everyone, Do you remember what people are saying about Long Shun? He cooperated in responding. Since both have fire attributes, people call Long Shun the Chinese Cashin. Kang Yu frowned. So he's a copycat? Gelato quickly provided more information to him. Today's Long Sun must be different from what the master remembers. There is information that he has consumed a large amount of government-supported drugs from China. Hearing this, Kang Yu's head jumps with a question mark. He calmly explained that, like villains using mana stones to boost their power, China seems to have successfully developed a drug to enhance the seer's mana. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment and then said, If that's the case, Lampus would definitely be interested. Has it been distributed yet? Moros also wondered. Taking the drug? Rickon shrugged and replied, No, they are indeed interested. But Gelato pointed out the drawbacks of the drug, which requires a very high value to produce, and the effectiveness isn't significant. Suddenly, Kang Yu thought of a sparkling gem and asked, Is it comparable to mana stones? He shook his head, the effectiveness less than 1/10 of a regular stone. He smirked and said, Well, that does sound pretty costly. Kang Yu found it quite interesting. Despite the risks, the world government still poured everything into Long Sun, huh? Wait a moment, Rick Yoon continues to add more. They don't just provide the initial potion, but also a blazing sword engulfed in fierce flames, his deep voice resonating, and they even supply the world-class fire dragon sword. After hearing that, he couldn't help but marvel at how much they truly relied on the dragon. He nodded, perhaps because they had become too desperate with the other top-tier chess pieces from China. Kang Yu frowned, pondering, among the top Chinese chess masters they proud of, one has fallen at Moran's hands. Suddenly, he admitted, Among them there is one we know. Rick Yoon exclaimed in amazement, Is that true? Gelato next to him asked curiously, Did they meet at the training headquarters? Kang Yu nodded. Yes. He gently bowed his head and smiled softly. I once studied there, and that person taught me swordsmanship and healing techniques. You seem very interested. Who could it be? Kang Yu shook his head. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't know anyway. A luxury apartment in the heart of the city. Inside a fancy restaurant, a man quietly sits reading a book. That person is none other than Zhang Bao. His eyes are fixed intently on the book. The woman with her hair tied up is wearing a traditional Chinese qipao. Zhang Bao looks at the photo, thinking of Lin Lin. Suddenly Long Shun called him from behind. Here he is. You're not in the room, and I couldn't call you, so I've been looking for you all this time. Lian Mai crossed her arms, looking at the phone on the table with curiosity. It's been lying to the side all along. Why didn't you answer the phone? Zhang Bao quickly picked up the phone, apologizing. I forgot to set it to silent mode. The three of us accidentally drew the attention of the crowd. Are they the people on TV? He calmly told them to sit down first. Zhang Bao gets straight to the point. Why did the two of you come looking for me? He slowly sat down. Lampus has issued a directive. He wondered what it was about. Long Shun replied that there would be a brief presentation about the mission and the branch manager Lampus in Korea would also attend. Zhang Bao fell into deep thought, suspecting that the branch manager might be Ma Wang-ho, the only high-ranking officer in Korea. He frowned and looked at him. I've heard about how amazing that person is, but I've never seen her face. She's just leaning her chin lazily. People say he's a sharpshooter, right? Kwang Ho appears in Zhang Bao's mind as a formidable person. He cautiously warns. That's right. When it comes to sniping, that person has no rival. Not just sniping, his combat skills are also excellent. As an ally, he would be extremely trustworthy, but as an enemy, he is too troublesome. Zhang Bao also added that South Korea has had other high-level defectors besides Ma Kwang Ho. Hearing this, Long Shun couldn't help but feel strange. Why is there only one now? He slowly remembered. His name is Kim Kang-yu, if I recall correctly. I remember that name because he only has a different surname from Ma Wang-ho. He died in a battle against Moran 5 years ago. It's that familiar name again that makes him feel weary. Is it Moran again? Lin Mei frowned in displeasure and said, It's really bad. How many more normal soldiers have to die at his hands? Zhang Baoshua kept shaking his head and said, At that time, even normal soldiers suffered significant casualties, including the wounded. I wonder if the number can be counted. As things become increasingly serious, he can't help but worry. The mission to eliminate Moran also includes avenging our losses. This operation involves China, Japan, and the United States. Suddenly, Zhang Bao points directly at Long Shun, and the main character of the mission will be you. Long Shun, remember that your achievements are the face of the nation. He nodded confidently. I will remember that. At a construction site. This meeting place makes Tang Yan visibly uncomfortable. Not again? A voice echoed in this darkness. A perfect place for secret conversations like yours, Prince said coldly. She still doesn't like places like this, right? Huimu looked at her with disgust, feeling like some sewer rat might run out. He politely smiled and said, I will arrange a more comfortable place next time. No more beating around the bush. Prince raised an eyebrow and asked Tang Yan, Have you seen the news this morning? China's flag debut was quite spectacular. She coldly pretended to be indifferent. Don't worry, there's nothing to care about. Soon, the elite forces of Tian Huangvian will deal with them. He was quite surprised by Tang Yan's confidence, but hearing her promise, she suddenly frowned. Instead of that trivial matter, I want to meet the ruler of Winterbell, the evil sword Mujin. Tang Yan immediately turned to ask Prince as if giving an order. Can you arrange it? He replied coldly with a smile. Sure. The woman frowns mischievously. The sooner, the better. Prince had no choice but to agree. Give me 2 days, and I will get back to you. Seeing that he was about to leave, Tang Yan stopped him. Oh, there's one more thing. Can I use the teleportation gate anytime I want? The prince generously replied. Of course. Just let me know when you need it. Tang Yian showed a satisfied attitude. I like your straightforwardness. Since this is a matter the guild leader anticipated, I will report it first before proceeding.
Inside Heavenly Fragrance Tower, ancient buildings with old-fashioned architecture, a woman's gentle and graceful hand lightly touches a vibrant rose. The hidden woman behind the veil softly whispers, The charming peony stirs people's hearts. The peony blooms brightly, reigning supreme like an unrestrained frenzy.
Suddenly, an employee walks in, bows, and reports to the woman. Guild leader, there's a message from Vice Guild Leader Tang Yan. Did she say with a sinister smile? This stunning woman is none other than the owner of Tian Huang Tower. Moran covers her mouth, excited, saying, The sweet fruit I've been waiting for has finally ripened. The blue sky over the Lamp South Korea branch. Celebratory fireworks explode throughout the office. Yu Chan was very surprised when he entered and saw the colorful fireworks display. Yu was happily celebrating. Congratulations on officially becoming the flag bearer. Rick Yoon, holding a bottle of soju, keeps congratulating Yu Chan Galato standing nearby as confetti explodes. He politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you all. Dad frowned slightly, a bit displeased and curious. Is it always this modest during the flag bearer certification ceremony? He explained calmly that each of them and Joe just passed the test. De Yuang remembers the outstanding flag errors explained in detail. He also knows. This time, there are many obstacles in the graduation class of the false flag training, and he happily adds while holding a champagne bottle overflowing. But we're here to throw a party for you, so he was delighted. I feel happy about that. Galato with a cold face stands watching, as Yuan suddenly seems to remember something that triggers a recollection. Do you remember what you told me earlier, Senior? You said you would fulfill one of my wishes when I officially became a squad leader. He quickly responded, Oh, is that it? Do you remember? He's serious. In a slow, deliberate tone, I want to join Moran's sweeping team. I want to join. Quickly and decisively, I was refused. No, you can't, Yuan questioned angrily. Why not? Not too fast or too slow. He put his hand in his pocket and tried to persuade. It's too dangerous. Regardless of the opposition, he is determined to stand his ground. Now I've officially become the wrong flag. All right, it's not that I don't understand how you feel. Daewon firmly crossed his arms in refusal, but sending a newly certified recruit into the Moran extermination force is still too dangerous. No one in Lampas, including us, would accept that. Rick Yoon stood beside him, nodding in agreement. Yu Chan pursed his lips and remained silent. After a moment, he finally spoke as if he had just understood. I see. Then he suddenly leaned back in response to that reaction, not expecting this scenario. Oh, so you just said you understand? You. Chan calmly pretends not to notice. I fully understand what you said. I can't believe it. It's shocking and unexpected. Really? Did you think he would be stubborn? He corrected himself with a serious look. No way. You just hold your head and think to yourself, this guy. No way. Galado stands with his arms crossed, frowning as he gives a scrutinizing look. In Gadam District, Vinzoni, old buildings stand close together in an abandoned warehouse. An image of Megatone is projected, with Screw complaining. Megatone? That's a name I don't want to remember. He was the boss of Gadam Vinzoni until 5 years ago. Kang Yu crossed his arms and wondered, was he the one who sabotaged the security system? Moros beside him eavesdropped. He quickly responded, needing to adjust his information display, and then explained in detail. He's very skilled with communication devices and broadcasting. He is a smart and cautious person who prefers working behind a screen. And now Toymaker appears on the screen next to Megatone. He also adds that besides Toymaker, he is the main cause of Gadam turning into a lawless place. Looking at the two guys in front of him, he wondered if he was close to Toymaker. Screw calmly explained that he's also close to Barracuda. His hand adjusts, his slow voice echoing. After I became the boss of Gadam, he disappeared without a trace. It turns out he's now under Moran's command. Kang Yu looked confused and asked, why would you think that? Screw revealed that he must have been very furious after being kicked out of Vinzoni. My father asked curiously, who kicked him out? He proudly pointed at himself and said, it was me. Kang Yu breathes a sigh of relief. Well then, there's nothing to worry about, he still lost to you. Screw chuckled softly and adjusted his glasses seriously. What troubles me is something else. There are others who have also joined Moran's side. He was confused and couldn't help but suspect. Don't tell me you're Prince, he quickly replied, remembering Prince's sinister smile. Yes, it's him. The information this morning says he has joined Moran's forces. Sil waved the USB stick. Kang Yu looked helpless and suspicious. Where did you get that? He coldly retorted. The issue is teaming up with Moran is not just Megaton and Prince. He glanced at Moros, who nodded in agreement. They might have also partnered with villains from other countries, not just Korea. Sil nervously voiced his concern. This time is different from when they recklessly set foot in Korea last year. It seems they are determined not to repeat past mistakes. Kang Yu crossed his arms and looked indifferent. If I were the only target, they wouldn't go this far. Approaching me directly wouldn't be that difficult. He also agrees. That's right, our boss never avoids a confrontation. He took the opportunity and suggested that we must clash no matter what. So should we attack first? Screw hesitated, stammering. That's a bit... After some thought, he also agreed. I agree. Taking the lead before they can prepare is the right strategy. Moros stared in disbelief with wide eyes, while Yu still kept a cold expression. Using official channels to report serious information, the issue still lies with Lampus, and at this point it's hard to know their plans and intentions. It knows this too, so they are not reckless enough to attack. He asked worriedly, what's going on? He couldn't hide his surprise. Is Matman appearing now? Kang Yu kept asking nervously, pressing for answers. What kind of mask is that? The one beside him was also anxious and tense. In Vinzone Nam Kang District, a loud scream echoes throughout the castle, such a sinister mansion. Rytel's face was full of surprise. He was stunned speechless. Is there really a building like this in Vinzone? Prince looked up and smiled softly, probably because this is Minlin's girl's style. Standing next to him, she couldn't take her eyes off it. The three of them froze when someone spoke up. You're quite skilled. Inseo stands proudly, her voice cold as she questions. Following her are Jelope and M. How did you get in here? He looked at them with a cold, icy gaze and spoke slowly, like a threat in response, just as you said, because we are good at what we do. So that's how it is then? I know the two people around you, but who are you? Prince quickly and decisively replied. Prince Ino looked indifferent and confused. What? Job stood nearby, as if realizing something, sweating with worry. You think to yourself, that guy is the prince? I heard he's on par with Arstel in skill. She pointed at him and laughed mockingly, calling him Prince. The prince. Really, is that true? It really sounds crazy. Isn't it very embarrassing? He slowly speaks humbly. I'm not ashamed, not at all. Soon, I will sit in the position worthy of my name. Ino sneered, a look of amused admiration in his eyes, and said, So you're quite interesting. So what are you all doing here? He smiled arrogantly and politely. I came to talk with Munjin. Aren't I here to fight? She slung a sword twice her size over her shoulder and raised her voice. If you want to meet our boss, you'd better ask for permission first. Prince clasping his hands behind his back, he said, This is why I am asking now. Inyo pretended not to hear. Oh, really? She pointed at me, sneered with a contemptuous smile, her eyes filled with mockery. But what should I do? That's a bit difficult. I won't give in. He stands fearless, stretching out his arms as streams of energy gather in his palms. Prince coldly says, I don't like fighting, but I also don't want to avoid it. Ino drew her sword, grinning excitedly. I'm the same. If you touch, you're done. She held the sword with both hands, suddenly charged at the prince, shouting, Let's see what you've got. At the tense moment, a voice interrupted, causing Io to stop immediately, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Are you here to see me? Gina's eyes flashed with annoyance. This is the first time we've met. He confidently tilted his head and introduced himself. I am Prince. She stood tall, her cloak billowing in the wind, her voice cold as she questioned. I have heard about you. What do you want from me? He pretended to be courteous and welcoming, then gently retracted his power. My client wants to meet you, so I came here to arrange it. Gina couldn't help but be curious. Who is that client? Tang Yun's image immediately appeared in my mind. Prince chuckled provocatively. Tang Yun, the vice president of Tian Huang Vien, wants to meet you. Ino Thukiem fumed, frowning as he asked his father, What is Tian Huang Vien? Jalop behind quickly answered in fear. An evil organization led by Moran Red Dead of the Four Evils. She was not at all passive, her voice sharp as she asked, Do you know who I am? He maintained a calm, indifferent expression. How could I not know? Of course I do. Prince added, You are the boss of Nam Kang District and the ruler of Winter Bell. Gina sighed. If you know so much, then you probably also know the relationship between me and Moran. She quickly changed her attitude, ready to draw her sword, her voice heavy and ominous. Knowing about it and still coming here. The moment her sword, which was resting against her back, was drawn, Gina delivered her verdict. That means you're already prepared to die. At the castle, Gina pointed her sword at Prince's group as if challenging them. He chuckled softly, a mocking smile on his face. Nam Kang's way of greeting guests is truly unique. She doesn't give up and immediately responds. As a guest, you must behave properly first. Prince extended his hand and made a concession. So what if that's the case? I won't move an inch from this spot. If I can block all three of your attacks, will you reconsider my proposal? Gina quickly agrees decisively. That sounds appealing, WS said from behind, trying to persuade. I hope you refuse, she said coldly and firmly. Bring your hostility close. I don't need three. One is enough. Inio stands here excitedly watching the fun, making teasing remarks with cheap but entertaining tricks, while Jalop, looking bored and sighing, faces Gina, who is pointing her sword at him. He calmly raises his hand to block. Before we begin, there are a few things I need to say. Gradually, Prince's entire body is enveloped in a dark, ominous aura. His cold, piercing eyes and sinister smile deliver a threatening message. I have a special skill that can absorb my opponent's attack. A stream of energy surrounds my hand. Prince warns further. Moreover, the power of that attack can be temporarily stored by me and transformed into a counterattack with a shadow attribute. She immediately became cautious, still pointing her sword at him, her voice full of resentment. Why did you tell me? He explained, I thought you would accuse Mimi of cheating if you didn't know. As soon as he finished, Gina decisively swung her sword, the sharp blade slashing down. You're worrying a bit too much. Your arrogance must be because of some playing card. Lens Girl suddenly froze in shock, staring intently, then swiftly charged like lightning with her gleaming sharp sword, shouting non-stop. Now, prove the true worth of that card. The sword swings down, aiming straight at the prince with an incredibly powerful dark energy. The overwhelming power radiates from the sword. Gina shouts, Infinite Sky Supreme Sword! He refuses to give up and gathers his strength into a dark sphere. An explosion erupts from the intense clash, with the sword's flames and the dark sphere locked in a stalemate. Lens Girl opens her eyes wide in surprise, watching closely. Rael stands beside her, stunned and wide-eyed in amazement. Inio and Juan on this side are stunned, their eyes full of doubt and disbelief. Prince steps back, his shining sword swung down, the previous attack was blocked, and the remnants of the explosion are swirling smoke. Jock covered his mouth in disbelief, trembling with fear, stammering non-stop. Did he really stop it? She sheathed her sword and sighed, revealing she was not arrogant after all. Gina turned and walked away, leaving behind a single sentence. Let me know when the time and place are decided. He in the shadows spoke politely. Thank you. He stood with his arms akimbo, disappointed and let down. That's it? Wow, he's so cool and dark. She just stood silently beside him, watching without saying a word. The prince looked at his palm, a cut bleeding non-stop. He clenched his fist tighter, and the blood flowed even more, a sinister smile forming as he thought, He's stronger than I thought. Lavios, a piercing scream echoes through the tall building. Wait. Dung Run angrily shouted, Why is this guy here? He casually rested his head on the armrest behind, leaned back in the chair, then suddenly stood up and pointed angrily, shouting, How the hell did you get all the way here? He replied casually. You're taking a plane. Gina's voice breaks the tense atmosphere. I have called him. Dong trembles helplessly as he reluctantly concedes. Miss, is that you calling? Namni casually sips her tea. I need his opinion. He's annoyed by your constant complaints. Asking for opinions is one thing. Right now, we're not in villain mode. Yost thoughtfully strokes his chin mockingly. Do you feel like you're being exposed? Juan looked over at Gina, who was holding her tea with a cold expression, and asked, Isn't this not the first time for the young lady? She calmly holds her teacup, her face serious as she confirms, Driver already knows my identity. Sung still stands there annoyed, muttering, "You already know? Since when?" Gina answered a long time ago. Sil picked up the cookie and interrupted. "But how long are we going to keep talking about these trivial matters?" He snapped angrily, frowning. "Nonsense! How dare you say that in front of the young lady?" she said calmly as she put down her teacup. "He wants to meet me," he wondered curiously. "Moran?" Gina quickly replied.
No, I heard he's the deputy social director.
He kept pressing for when and where, and she calmly answered while lifting her teacup. 3 days from now. Gina anxiously looks down at the teacup calmly. The time is in the morning, and they will announce the location later. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, suspicious. "Maybe it's a trap," she agreed in response after hearing that. "I know, but we can't refuse." Sitting opposite Screw, I raise my questions. "How many people are participating? Has she decided who to take with her yet?" Gina calmly replied, "I am thinking right now." Sung stubbornly insisted there's no need to think I will go at all. Cost Vu Pham coldly cut off his opponent's enthusiasm. "You're disqualified," he shouted angrily, suppressing his rage. "What did you say?" I ask, tilting my chin with an intimidating aura and a cold voice. "We don't know what we're discussing. Bringing along someone easily swayed by emotions like you is like walking on fire." Yose agreed. "I agree with Driver." Hearing this, Sung trembled with anger, clenched his teeth in frustration, while White bit into a cookie, shot a cold glare, and silently thought to himself, why do they keep calling him Driver? She suddenly remembered what just happened and spoke seriously. "Today I met Prince at Gadam Vinzoni district, where old apartment buildings stand close together. On a rooftop of a building, Uchan proposed to Red Mask that he wanted to stand with Gadam Vinzoni and fight against Moran. Tang Yu and Moros crossed their arms in front of their chests, silently standing face to face, listening coldly. After a moment of doubt, he finally teased. "Are you drunk tonight?" he wondered. "Why do you say that?" Tang Yu calmly explained. "Because you're still sober, there's no way you'd say that." He frowned deeply, lowering his eyes in suspicion. "Why do you usually fight Moran openly when you lose the game? So why are you here pretending to be a villain and joining us now?" The clear sky and drifting clouds continue as Kang Yu keeps teasing. "Don't tell me you lost your job for cheating, you idiot!" Yu Chan shouted angrily. He clenched his trembling fist in anger and said, "They won't let me join the mission because I'm a rookie." He crossed his arms and said coldly, "We also don't want the rookie to join." Yu Chan remained silent in helplessness. Kang Yu guesses it's because he's seeking revenge for his father, right? He was surprised to hear that. A moment later, Yu Chan asked, "How do you know?" He immediately explained, "Who told you I go to Vinzone often? It also makes me want to look into your background." Kang Yu's eyes are cold and intense. If revenge is the goal, Henry Lampus won't let you participate in the mission. Personal emotions could become an obstacle. Moros looked at him seriously and scolded, "That also applies to you. You're using Vinzone for personal revenge." He has a sad look in his eyes, his eyelids drooping. Yu Chan stands opposite Kang Yu, determined to affirm, "I am not affected by emotions. If necessary, I will prove it." He, wearing a mask with fiery eyes full of determination, emphasized, "I am ready to face any test." He slowly stepped forward with an offer. "That's a good attitude, so I'll give you a simple task." Kang Yu thought of Yu Chan's sister and asked for her opinion, then came here with her approval, and was stunned when he heard this unexpected request. On a beautiful sunny morning, the sunlight shone on the tall building, and Nawo exclaimed in surprise, "What do you mean?" She regained her composure and asked, "Do you plan to fight alongside Gadam's villain?" Yuan simply replied with one sentence. "Yes," he answered nonchalantly, causing Na to lose her temper and shout, "You are a pawn! You became a pawn from the start to avenge your father." Uhan fell silent upon hearing that. "Lumpa won't give you that chance." He frowned and spoke. "I have no other choice." Seeing Yu Chan so determined, she also couldn't bring herself to stop her. "Does Vinzone give you that chance?" Seeing Na Yu's approval, he immediately reveals everything. They made an unreasonable demand. Yu Chan looked up at her and then revealed that he needed her permission. Hearing that, Na Yu immediately felt restless and wondered who it could be. "Don't tell me it's that person." Before she finished thinking, he spoke up. Moran's arrival in Korea was his only chance to avenge his father. Cam Fan's rage overwhelms Yu Chan's mind. If he misses this chance, even a small one, he must seize it. "We don't know when the next opportunity will come." Na immediately understood what Yu Chan was referring to. "So you mean you'll go after Moran yourself?" he said seriously. "If you won't let me fight with Vinzone, I'll fight Moran alone." She seemed a bit annoyed when she heard that, even when I tried to stop him. Yu Chan was trembling all over, and he softly said, "I'm sorry." Na Yu looked at him silently for a long time. Wuhan now also worried. "I hope she permits it." She closed her eyes and spoke. "I permit you." He couldn't believe his ears. "What? Na?" Helpless against Yu Chan's stubbornness. If I allow him, he won't listen when I try to stop him. I'll go along with her, but she also has a few small conditions. But I have one condition too. "Nah?" He smirked as the plane flew at maximum speed across the Pacific. All the wrong flags were sitting inside waiting for the flight to the mission point. J.M. Kenji looks at his watch, feeling extremely anxious. He can't take it anymore. Ban asked the bodyguard, "When will we arrive?" He then turned to answer, "We will land in about an hour." J.M. Kenji listened quietly and said, Is it really 30 minutes late? I can't believe it. The arrogant god thinks about what will happen when we land. There will be a crowd waiting to welcome us when we arrive, right? He bit into his sandwich and replied, The crowd at the Air Force Institute? That sounds fake. Jen, even while sleeping, has to wake up and join the conversation. Jen is right. Since we're on a secret mission, there won't be any crowds welcoming us. Hearing this, he immediately lost his composure. The 3 high-level Seer are coming and no crowd is welcoming them? That's a joke. Jen set up a game to recharge all 3 of them. Don't be too disappointed. So what now? Let's bet on who will be the first to beg for Moran's head. Jawkinch confidently said, I'm always on top when it comes to betting. He here again overestimating his strength. My arrow has never missed. The result is clear. I'm done with this. He laughed out loud and said, Everyone is confident. He sneered and lightly warned. This mission won't be easy. This is a battle related to Lampot's honor, but Jam remains happy because they don't give up. Use that confidence to complete the mission. In a building in the city, at a karaoke bar, Kang Yu Nagaon Gan said no. He looked at them and asked, Why do you two want to meet here? Rick Yoon, sitting nearby, explained that he chose this place for security reasons. Meeting somewhere familiar might raise suspicion. Kang Yu, hearing that, immediately asked, This place is quite popular. Do you two want to give it a try? Rick Yoon could only smile wryly. Gelado responded seriously. Of course not. You've joked enough. Now let's get straight to the main point. Why are you two looking for me? He asked seriously. It's about the mission the headquarters assigned earlier that you mentioned. Kang Yu is suspicious. The surveillance mission, huh? Gelado adds. I received information that it's a request from a VIP. You're wondering if it's really a VIP? Moros wondered silently. Aren't most of Lampus's VIPs already predetermined? Hearing this, Kang Yu spoke up, and it seemed he had guessed. He spoke coldly, saying, President, you don't fully understand Galado's intentions, so he asked again, Do you mean the president ordered us to monitor and protect him? He hesitated before answering. I also find it strange, but it seems that was the president's request. Kang Yu's 82nd calamity has arrived. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, Why is that? Don't tell me my identity has already been exposed. With just a few small clues, they managed to uncover Kang Yu's identity and left him stunned. If your identity is exposed, surveillance makes sense. But protection? What does that mean? The president I know wouldn't have the patience to make this decision. Before I could think further, Moros suddenly interrupted my train of thought. You need to think carefully about this. He looked at Kang Yu and then advised him. Before the decisive battle against the formidable enemy Moran, we might end up creating another enemy. It seems you have now understood.
Then one day we will also have to fight Lampus. Moros agrees and raises his voice.
That day will come, but not now. He emphasized each word carefully at the right moment. Remember that, because the moment can become a double-edged sword. I don't know if Kang Yu heard, but I'm now powerless against Moros. He's playing word games again. While Kang Yu was still thinking, Gelado spoke up. Sorry for interrupting. He politely spoke up. But we're leaving now. You're leaving already. Since they're here, why don't you two do a performance and then leave? You smile softly. I want that too, Gelado coldly said. Today, the high-level officers assigned by headquarters are coming here. Rick Yoon also added, the 3 of them always keep the same expression. Kang Yu is gathering more detailed information. They must be the ones assigned to eliminate Moran. Who could it be? He immediately said Jemcha and Senior Eon are influential and well-connected. But before Gelado could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. Thaw is a high-level officer? Since when did that rough rookie become a senior level? You also mentioned that when our instructor left the high-level flag position, the senior sat in that spot. Rick Yoon looked at the karaoke setup with regret. I really wanted to sing a song, but there wasn't enough time for us to stay. He said, We're leaving now. Kang Yu looked at the song album and replied indifferently. All right, take care of yourself. He cried quietly inside as he left the shop. Karaoke-su, I used to want to visit this place, Gelado whispered, comforting me. Next time you come is fine. Zuki hurriedly ran and bumped into Rick Yoon. Instinctively, he spoke up. Sorry. She hesitated holding the black bag and said, I am sorry. Then Zuki kept running quickly, feeling a strange yet familiar presence. The girl Rick Yoon just thought Gelado knew asked, What's wrong? Do you know her? He stared intently at her, trying to remember where he had seen her before. Even though he knew who she was, he wasn't quite sure. No, I must have been mistaken. I'm really disappointed. What's that? So boring. But in Gelado's mind, he already knew who it was. It just couldn't be. Ruki opened a door, summoning all her strength, and shouted loudly, I'm here! Meanwhile, Tako is still singing passionately. He slightly loses his enthusiasm and turns to ask Zuki, Senior Duyuki, you're late. Sorry, I got a little lost. Kang Yu sensed that there's no way the genius chess player known as the Ice Witch would appear here. Duki happily shows off some skewers she bought from outside. Senior Duoki looks so cool. She even boasts proudly, with a cheese sausage wrapped in sweet potato. It's been a while since we last met at the secret base. The Vice Guild and I meet again on this distant land. Can we call it fate? Tang Yan replied coldly. You've worked hard. outwardly cold, but inside she still cares about others. Do you need to rest? But he only thinks about the main matter and refuses. Forget about resting, let's talk about the mission. Ganji, seeing a chance to prove himself, got excited. These days my hands haven't been stained with blood. As a member of the 4-star Shadow Guard, it's truly shameful. Tang Yan felt happy upon hearing that, so he chose the right moment. Seeing their tricks, she spoke well of him. There are some things only you can do. That's Ganja's profession. He spoke happily. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Ganja's face suddenly changed, becoming dangerously threatening. So who does she want me to kill? They returned to the karaoke bar. Moros glared at Kang Yu with disapproval and spoke with disdain. You're a terrible singer. Hearing that, he snapped in annoyance. Be quiet, Kang Yu muttered as he walked away. Is singing for fun or does it not matter now? Just as she was walking away, Ki-hun and his gang were bullying Dookie. They pushed her against the wall, excited before the girl was born. He was the first to speak. Are you going alone? That guy quickly added. It's boring to go to karaoke alone. Why don't you join us? Mac Dookie looked pitiful and replied, I'm fine. I don't feel bored. At this moment, they took the opportunity to push forward. Ki-hun suddenly spoke out of nowhere. We are the ones who are not okay here. That guy also spoke up. Don't be afraid, just relax. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing, so he put his arm around him while I wasn't very relaxed. When Ki-hun saw someone touching him, he immediately snapped angrily. What are you saying? Kang Yu said sarcastically, breathing the same air as the two of them, which made me uncomfortable. He got angry and snapped back. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. The other guy didn't look too pleased either, feeling uncomfortable, huh? Soon after, those two quickly slipped away. Sorry, we're leaving now. She looked at you before speaking. You just helped me? Ruki was deeply grateful, bowing slightly before speaking. Then, thank you anyway. Kang Yu, emotionless, pointed at them and said, No need to thank me. If I hadn't chased them away, something worse might have happened. She doesn't know you know who Yuki is. Are you joking? You're quite funny, huh? Kang Yu listened quietly after hearing that. Are you joking? Not at all. Seeing Ruki's expression, he thought to himself. The Ice Tower Witch Turpins, the White Witch Griffith, and the Ice Dew Sorceress. The 3 legendary witches of Lampus that all villains fear. If those 2 stay, who knows what might happen to us? At this moment, Takeo heard the commotion outside and opened the door to look for Zuki-senpai. He was stunned by the scene before him, especially since someone who didn't understand the situation was shouting. Hey you! What are you doing? Don't you know your place? How dare you? She said calmly, trying to stop him. Tako, this guy helped me. Hearing that, he calmed down. Really? Tako burst out laughing, then sneered. I misunderstood, sorry buddy. Kang Yu looked at him speechless, then suddenly received a message on his phone and took it out to check. Kang Yu turned away and looking at his phone, ignored Takeo's fantasies, as if offering an apology. I'll give you my autograph. I'm quite famous, so you can keep it as a keepsake. He coldly replied, please save me, then walked straight out without looking back. Zuki's obsession with guys flared up. Handsome Korean guys are really cool. He put away his pen, feeling disappointed. It was then that I realized something was off. He faced me without the slightest hesitation. Who is this guy? At the Lampos branch building in South Korea, Wang Ho started a conversation. When was the last time we saw each other? Guess the exact time and place. 3 years ago in New York, his goldfish memory made him forget until reminded. Ah, I remember now. It was during the Lam Tai Wudon extermination operation. Wang Ho smirked as he spoke, feeling like it was just yesterday. Time really flies. Where are your comrades now? He confidently replied, We're at the Air Force Base, everyone's tired, probably due to jet lag. Yet Jem is still so energetic, he asked right away. Well, they've really come a long way. Why don't you rest as well? He smiled softly and revealed, I want to meet my old comrades as soon as possible. Wang put down his coffee cup, continuously impressed. Truly, the tongue has no bones. Anything can be said, so he must have another reason for being here. Jem keeps chattering. My job is to support him. Senior, I will prioritize the branch manager's decision above all else. He smiled mysteriously as if to threaten. I hope so. Kwang Ho warns you, this is my territory. I don't tolerate any unnecessary noise. He knows a forest can't have 2 lakes, so he obediently follows orders. Understood, I won't let you down, branch manager. At the end of the conversation, he immediately took Jem to sightseeing. It's been a while since we last met. Want to have dinner? You like Korean food, right? He chuckled awkwardly. I like both grilled meat and stir-fried dishes. Kwang Ho never expected Jay to also enjoy some of our country's specialties. Then let's go. His expression changed before he spoke. But I have a question before that, Jen asked indifferently. So Moran is in South Korea now, right? Did he just stand up and then have to sit back down? But some of Moran's subordinates have infiltrated Korea. He skeptically asked again, is the information confirmed? Wang Ho provided evidence that the hunting dogs I trained are being monitored. He also said Moran hasn't arrived in Korea yet, but before Wang Ho could finish, Jem jumped in. Then that's better, but he didn't care, Bao. The predator that waits patiently will see the prey come to its trap. The gun, crafted by hand, is raised as Kwang Ho points it triumphantly at his temple. The moment to aim at his head will come soon. In Gadam Vinzone City, the building seen from above is dark, and a group of people are standing and discussing. He spoke up. The demon sword has a meeting with Moran? The wind howling through the building's crevices sounds truly eerie. Gina wondered. Moran's Screw chuckled awkwardly. There's a misunderstanding here. When is it? He immediately replied, 3 days from now. Hearing that, he was satisfied, enough time to prepare. Seeing Screw point to his shop, he said, find a place to sit and talk. He glared at them as if he didn't want to, then went inside and quickly hung up the sign to close the door. He clicked his tongue in annoyance at how they keep picking on him and now even choosing customers. Seeing us close the shop, he sensed something strange and turned on his radar to check. After watching, Screw was too bored to speak, but still had to say something. Here they come again. He's wondering who is coming. He answers. Those mask guys? Kang Yu thinks. Masks? Moros guessed randomly. Round and Ra Sil point behind the two others, while he is still rummaging through his memory to recall who they are. Nei An and Yu Chan now appear together. In a simple building, Kang Yu crosses his arms and says, he asked for your permission. His eyes grew cold as he asked, why did you agree nah? So I should refuse then? Yu Chan next to her is speechless. Gina in Mujin attire quietly asks Binmot, who is that? Screw strokes his chin and says, today is also the first time we've met. Kang Yu sighs and says, I won't take back what I said. He continued, the conditions have been met, so I will keep my promise. Hearing that, she became excited and jumped up. Kang Yu shouted, break ghost! He immediately appeared and knelt on one knee beside him. Greetings, master. I need your help. I am willing to go to hell and fire for you. Kang Yu points at him and nah, it's about them. Black Ghost quickly said, I will eliminate them immediately. You stop him now. No, that's not it. She immediately recognized Black Ghost, the person Kang Yu assigned to him, and guided them to explore every corner of Vinzoni. His eyes instantly lit up. So they are VIPs? My subordinates will protect them strictly so no one can touch them. He didn't explain anything further, just doing as he pleased. After that commotion, Kang Yu's group immediately moved on to another matter. The location and time will be announced that morning. It sounds like a trap, and everyone moved into a room. Who is the evil sword with? Gina replied, I am still deciding. Kang Yu asked again, what is the maximum? She doesn't know either. I haven't received any information about that. I guess they want you to go alone. Screw agrees. I think so too. Gina didn't oppose this request, and even if she went alone, I would accept it. Juan heard that and became worried, quickly shouting, Lord, she turned to look at her. But that doesn't mean I will recklessly fall into the trap. Kang Yu, hearing this, became curious. So you have a plan? He smiled. That plan must be yours. A question mark starts to appear on his face. Gina started tapping the table. As Driver said, with his shadow attribute ability, he could observe the situation without being detected. Kang Yu crossed his arms and said, I can do it! Screw stretched his arms behind his head as if the most important piece of the game was already in place. She nodded, saying that when something happens, you will also be a trustworthy ally. Juan also agreed, saying he trusts Cien. Moro squints in defeat. These people seem to have wanted to force us from the very beginning. He whispers to it that it's because I'm too good. He brings up another issue. Oh, and S uses glasses to activate the 3D projection. I've investigated Tang Yan. She is quite an unusual person, Gina added. I heard she's a strategic genius. In his mind, images of the people they need to watch out for appeared. We don't just have Moran as an enemy. Lampus' side is also preparing and waiting for the right opportunity. He strokes his chin with interest. This is a three-way confrontation. If I were Tang Yan, I would use the divide and conquer strategy. Kang Yu wondered aloud. Juan explained the strategy of dividing and conquering. Are you saying she will make us and Lampus face off? Screw nods in agreement. Yes, I think that's most likely. Please explain it more clearly. The first target will be Lampus. Many extreme cult members have come to Korea to capture Moran. Kang Yu continued, they will choose the weakest among them and eliminate him. I predict it and then blame us. Upon hearing this, he immediately confirmed. Exactly. Kang Yu continues, when do you think this will happen? The smile on Screw's face remained unchanged. Perhaps it was before the meeting with Moonjin, because we wanted to meet at a more advantageous time for us. Kang Yu suddenly stood up and said, I will act first. He was surprised. Suddenly, where do you want to go? She crossed her arms and didn't stop you. Taeyu Sun also silently watched him as Kang Yu shared his plan with them. I can't let them control the pace. He put one hand on his hip. I will take command of the battlefield. Soon dusk fell, and it seemed Galadotto and Rick Yoon were waiting for someone. He keeps checking the time on his watch every now and then. Galado suddenly realizes that the person they were waiting for has arrived. That person is Kang Yu in casual clothes. He shouted, Master, come closer slowly. You two arrived early. The teacher said it's urgent, so we had to hurry, Kang Yu said with his usual indifferent tone. Sorry to call you out here suddenly. This matter is very important, so I have no choice. The two of them, hearing that, became very curious. What is going on? He spoke up. Do you know where the people from China are now? You said my answer was wrong, is that right? I know. Gang Yu will guide you. Let's go there. I will explain in detail on the way. Rick Yoon suddenly paused in surprise, then all three of them moved to a large-scale hotel. In the hallway on one floor, a waiter is pushing a cart with wine and some side dishes. The Chinese man you are looking for is in a sealed room somewhere, and Long Soon is looking at something on a tablet. Zhang Bao analyzes the image on his screen. Apparently, he is a rising star who quickly became South Korea's strongest villain within a year. He recalls the confrontation between Mon Ni-kin and Kang Yu, even though the old man was aging and not as strong as before. After a moment, Zhang Bao continued speaking, but no one could deny that he had defeated Mon Ni-kin. Long Soon propped his chin and kept looking at the tablet, thinking he only won by luck. He asked again, Long Soon, do you really think someone who relies on luck can defeat absolute power? Zhang Bao provided additional evidence of Kang Yu's strength, as he also defeated Stel, a notorious villain. So there's no need to doubt his power anymore. He strokes the tablet. I heard rumors that he's a savage and brutal person. Long Soon closes his eyes, even though he's become a big shot. It's surprising that he avoids unnecessary conflicts and stays silent. Zhang Bao replied, the rumors are just rumors. Maybe he's better at controlling himself than I thought. Suddenly, there was a noise from outside the door and a voice calling in, causing him to turn around. Room service here. Long Shun went out to open the door. A man pushes in a serving cart. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is a welcome service for guests in the VIP room. He puts his hands in his pockets. Free of charge, the man replied. Yes, he introduces it as a fine wine from the city of Bordeaux in France. We serve it with aged goat cheese. The man smiles and pours the wine into a glass. This is a delicious wine that can make your heart flutter with its flavor. He takes the glass. Please. Zhang Bao begins to take a sip and exclaims, it really is very delicious. Then he pointed to some black sticks stuck in a jar on the table. Is this dream incense? Zhang Bao exposes the man's conspiracy. When combined with the scent of alcohol, it becomes eternal sleep. Isn't that right? Too bad for you. My body has the ability to walk through walls, so it won't work. The smiling face of the man gradually fades away. His appearance changes in a strange way. The old man has figured it out? The beams of light obscuring the changing appearance of the man left Long Soon and Zhang Bao stunned. The light gradually fades away, a foot lands on the ground, and the voice echoes from there. I didn't expect my identity to be revealed so soon. The refined man transforms into a fierce and cunning old man. The older he gets, the wiser he becomes. It seems I underestimated the old man. He is amazed and cautious. 4 celestial shadow guards, what are you so tense about? He chuckled mischievously. Do you think one day I will come looking for you too? He assumed a defensive stance and calmly replied, that's right, but we didn't expect you to come here so openly. Gan chuckled softly and stroked his beard. Oh, you figured it out? Then I guess I've fallen into your trap. Zhang Bao remains calm as he provokes. An ambush only works when the target is unprepared. Since we already know, your plan is nothing. As he finished speaking, the image of that woman appeared again. He assumes a fighting stance. This time I will definitely kill you and avenge my fallen comrades. Zhang Bao at this moment orders Long Sun. Long Soon is ready to fight. He was about to prepare when he suddenly exclaimed, Wait, the fire dragon spear is gone. Someone spoke up then. Are you looking for this? Zhang Bao and he quickly turned around to see Don holding the fire dragon spear. Sticking out his tongue, he said, if it's so important, you should take better care of it. It's useless to regret after losing it. He frowned cautiously. Don, is he here too? Daoshun declared again that this place is sealed off and no one can come in or go out. A flash of light appeared between his sleeves, indicating that Ganji's hands had transformed into 2 folding scythe-like blades. You will have to face this yourselves. The ones caught in the trap are you. Meanwhile, the 3 of Kang Yu arrived in front of Kuma Hotel. There weren't many people around at this time. The 3 of them get out of the car and look at the large building. Rick Yoon points to the front, indicating that the building is home to stars from China. Kang Yu put his hands in his pockets and asked, how tall are they and which floor are they on? He stroked his chin. I don't know. But Galato added, they probably are in the VIP room. Moros also speculates that it must be the top floor. He then speaks up, warning that they might have booked all the floors. Kang Yu turned to look back at them and said, I will check myself. You two wait here. He and Rick Yoon stood still watching his figure disappear into the distance. Aren't we allowed to go with you? Kang Yu closed his eyes and explained, I just want to check if they are safe or not. Galato accepted that reason. Understood, please be careful. He enthusiastically waves his hand. If anything happens, remember to call me. The sky is getting darker and the fight inside is getting more intense. He simultaneously swung 2 blades at Zhang Bao and Long Soon with his furious wind claw technique, both of them being struck. However, thanks to his quick reflexes, the cuts were not deep. He stuck out his tongue to lick the remaining blood on the blade, praising himself without hesitation. You're moving well, or your throat would have been cut already. Don, stay back and stay quiet. Are you planning to deal with them alone? Ganji immediately confirms. Yeah, are you willing to let me do it? He pulls out a book. I was also planning to deal with that guy, but if Big Brother Ganj likes him, I'll step back. Don leans back, flipping through the pages, while the other hand keeps tapping the pen on his tongue. I'll owe you this time in return. He was angry at his arrogant attitude and charged straight at Dune. Don't be overconfident. Suddenly, the space in front of Long Shun became blurry, startling him and causing his entire body to freeze. He sheathed his blade with a smile and said, "The illusory death barrier. It seems that this is something Dune drew with a brush. Within this barrier, no one can move, ultimately leading to death." The hand in his shirt pocket moved towards your sword. "If you want to get your weapon back, you'd better be more careful." Long Shun angrily shouted, "Get your dirty hand away from my fire dragon sword." Upon hearing the shout, Do-chan licked his lips, quickly drew your sword from its sheath, and raised his voice, angry but not rational, which only brings trouble. "Your lack of vigilance will cost you your life." At this moment, he rushes in from above, shouting non-stop, "Stop!" But at this moment, Zhang Bao was distracted unintentionally. He quickly noticed that the other man had swiftly chased after and attacked him. "Don't get distracted, old man." He keeps his index and middle fingers extended, with lightning flashing from them. Zhang Bao repeatedly swings 2 fingers toward Ganji, performing the lightning strike skill, but he dodges with incredible speed. When he switched to lightning fist attacks, Ganj crouched down and jumped up. Both of them stepped back from each other. He sticks out his long tongue, licks his lips, and speaks in a mocking tone. "Quite the show, huh?" His attack was fast and sharp. Ganj suddenly realizes something. "Hang on a moment." He looked at Ganji with a frowning expression and spoke again. "I've seen this technique before. It looks pretty familiar." Ganj tilted his head and scratched it with his dagger. "Where am I?" However, he doesn't want to think too much either. "I'll think about it later." Then Ganj charged again with the secret strike skill. "First, I will kill the old man." This time he dodged the slash quickly, causing the blade to hit the wall behind and break the tiles, while Ganj immediately launched his next attack, rushing forward and laughing loudly. And this time he kicked him right in the stomach, forcing him to fall straight down, his whole body sinking into the wet-tiled floor. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "Oh my god, it seems Brother Ganji got a little too excited." Don sighed and looked at Long Shun. "I really want to fight too, but I promised not to hurt him." He struggled but couldn't do anything. Outside, he taunted, "Cut off a hand, it probably won't be a big deal, huh?" Long Sun inside can only curse furiously. Don eagerly rushes toward him, ready to strike with Long Sun's own blade. "I promise you won't have a headache." Just then, someone spoke. "It seems I arrived just in time." The wall behind him cracked open, light pouring in continuously, and a huge claw pierced through the hole in the wall, swinging toward him. He was utterly stunned. Dokkan tried to dodge the claw, but part of his body still got hit, causing him to scream in pain. Ganji, hearing the loud noise, turned back and saw the attacker who just struck Dune entering the rebellious room. That person is none other than Kang Yu. I won't say it a second time. After having fun, just disappear. Dawkins slid back, dropping the fire dragon sword of Long Sun to the floor to create friction and stop himself. Du-chan gritted his teeth and stared cautiously at Kang Yu. He shouted loudly, "See, don't see this coming!" How did you break my special space sealing technique and manage to get inside?" He replied coldly, "That's a business secret." Moros nearby criticizes strongly. "Your technique still has a lot of flaws." Kang Yu suddenly noticed something and asked as he saw the person being restricted in movement. "What is that?" he commented. "It seems that technique blinds the target." Moros narrows his eyes and continues to explain. "Just a touch and it can be destroyed." Suddenly, a wave of dark energy surged toward Long Shun. "It seems he realized I can move now." Long Shun then asked Kang Yu, "Did you help me?" He responded casually, "Probably." The answer is a bit strange, but he understands. "Thank you." The people on this side are starting to panic. No way! He even managed to break the illusion barrier? Is he a monster? The terrifying image in Dune's eyes became even more frightening. Who the hell is that monster? Someone else broke the silence. "So you are Cien." Ganj calmly scratches his neck with a praying mantis dagger. "I heard you're rude and arrogant. Turns out the rumors are true. Bursting into someone else's territory and ruining the big plan." He laughs loudly, "And you both feel proud for defeating M. Kin." He crossed his arms, Gan. "I also know a little about you." While Kang Yu was mocking, Long Sun approached Zhang Bao to help him up and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" On this side, he spoke with contempt, looking quite amusing with a petty personality. The man fell silent as Kang Yu continued to question him. "You broke into someone's hotel and called it your territory? Aren't you ashamed?" "Who else is behind this besides you?" he said with a confident smile. "You and I are on completely different levels. If you managed to defeat one of the 4 great villains, then you have the right to be proud." The atmosphere between Kang Yu and Ganji grew extremely tense, yet he remained completely calm. "You're so talkative. Are you trying to provoke me?" He didn't bother denying. That's right. It's clear that the provocation worked because Ganji was completely serious, unlike before when he was playful. "So you're ready to fight, huh?" Suddenly someone shouted. "Wait a moment." Dune, who is far away, is advising him to control his emotions. Getting angry over his provocation isn't wise. He then turned to look at Kang Yu. Unfortunately, this mission has failed. Don observed every move he made. "I don't know how he found this place, but Kajian was not part of our plan." Kang Yu just listened silently, and clearly this variable has made things more complicated. Moros then nodded in approval. "That guy is really sharp." He scratched his head again, saying, "I am angry because he hurt my pride, but I am truly furious." But Ganj tilted his head, curious why you interfered in our affairs. Why would a villain like you interfere in a conflict between other villains and the false flag? He replied that if it were a normal dispute between villains and the false flag, I wouldn't bother intervening. But for me, your plans have all been exposed. He didn't understand what that meant. Kang Yu analyzed further, saying, you plan to assassinate them and then blame us, right? I don't care about other matters, but being falsely accused is really uncomfortable. Gan extended his two blades and said, we accuse you nonsense. He on the other side also chimed in, if anyone is to be accused, it should be us. Dokkan was startled when his name was shouted out by him. Dun Kang Yu looked up at him. You just arrived at our Venzoni not long ago, right? I thought you were just visiting, but you did steal something interesting, didn't you? Dun realized what he was talking about and continued speaking. And now you're still holding on to it, he smirked. Did you figure it out? Don't even bother hiding it. How do you know? Don't tell me you've attached some special device inside. Kang Yu replied calmly, I only saw through your tricks. This statement made him exhale deeply. Don took out a ruby while analyzing. If stealing Driver's favorite toy was a mistake, then it was definitely a big one. He's not the kind of person to let go of things like this. Kang Yu looked at Zhang Bao and Long Shun. You're planning to kill them and leave Driver's toy behind to frame us, right? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, assassinated them, then framed us. Do you think we're stupid? He admits to the accusation. It seems my plan has been exposed. He sighs. It's really unfortunate that things turned out this way. Then he threw that ruby to Kang Yu. Here's your payment. He calmly accepted it. Of course you should pay. Ganji and he exchanged a secret glance. He pointed his dagger at Kang Yu. I left because you told me to go earlier, so don't follow me. He agreed. I promise. Then Ganj broke the window and jumped out directly. Dokkan also quickly jumped onto the window frame following him and turned back to say goodbye before leaving. Today I am very happy. If fate allows, let's meet again. Long Run does not accept the way he left with his weapon. Wait, give me back the fire dragon blade. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I can't let the senior get hurt and chase after them. Kang Yu asked again. Fire dragon blade. Long Shun frowned. The sword he was holding was the fire dragon blade. He crossed his arms in thought for a moment as two figures dashed like the wind. Ganji and Doshan leaping from one building to another. He sighed and complained. Damn it, no matter what, Tang Yan will beat him up again. He also can't avoid this situation. Xia Xian's appearance is an unpredictable factor and there's nothing more I can do. Ganji wasn't very happy, but I still felt my pride was hurt. Going home empty-handed like this really annoyed me. He realized something and immediately stopped, and Don followed suit. He wondered, what's going on? Why did you suddenly stop? Ganj replied, I can't just go back like this. He pointed down to Dion. There are so many people down there. Is something happening today? He didn't find it strange. It's the weekend after all, so everyone is gathering at the mall. Ganj licked his praying mantis dagger. So the fact that I haven't completed my mission is driving me crazy, and those people are just out having fun because it's the weekend? This is so annoying. He decided to run down along the building. I can't forgive this. I will kill them. At that moment, a shadowy figure rushed towards Ganji in a zigzag pattern. That crazy guy. He was surprised to see Yukashin suddenly appear, then curled his claws into a fist and swung back to strike. You bastard. Kang Yu punches Ganji directly, causing him to crash into the wall and crack the bricks. It's you, Kang Yu shouted loudly. Eat your fill first. The power of my attack shattered the wall into many small pieces. Dune hurriedly ran over. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Just give back the fire dragon spear. Hearing that, he smiled cunningly. If you want it that way, Du-chan, charge at Kang Yu with the fire dragon sword in hand and try to take it from me. He swings his sword to strike him, but Kang Yu's reflexes are faster than Dion's movements. Every time he attacks, he can easily dodge. Then Kang Yu directly caught the sword with his claws, a mocking smile on his face. You want me to do it myself when your strength is only enough to get there? Dion was stunned. He's crazy. He took the sword with his bare hands? That's the fire dragon blade. It contains the full fury of the dragon. Kang Yu grabs the fire dragon sword and yanks it out of Dokkan's hand. A mischievous grin on his face, eyes full of surprise. He grabs Don's face with one hand. This is a lesson, so learn with your whole body. And then it was his turn to be beaten against the wall, dust flying everywhere. Kang Yu looked at his hand, wondering what was going on. Another strange technique, huh? Moros wondered as he looked up. The fire dragon blade I was holding had disappeared. Someone explains that the illusion of Dianon reappears in front of Kang Yu with the fire dragon blade resting on his shoulder. In this formation, my copies can merge back or split apart at will, and behind you, there's another clone. My copies are not limited to just one. In fact, there are many around you. We have plenty. There are many, but they are all part of the same entity, so there's no point in trying to find the true form. The clones smile confidently, and from now on, the real chaos begins. Can you help me get rid of this? It sighs and exhales. What a bother. Moros uses his power, and his copies are swallowed by the darkness. They panic and stumble backward, stammering. What? Even my formation has been broken? He questions him. Cassian, what kind of monster are you? Kang Yu calmly and silently ordered the fire dragon blade to be handed over. when a loud roar interrupted their conversation. Ganj managed to get up and was furious as he charged forward. He needed him to turn his head and look at him with a cold gaze. "You're awake? You're recovering quickly." Ganji couldn't bear the shame. "Do you dare to ambush me?" A master assassin, he repeatedly unleashes the whirlwind shadow claw technique, swinging his blade towards you, forcing him to dodge over and over again. "So what if you have to pay the price, huh?" Ganji finally found a weakness in you. His blade's tip pierced through the hands of him who was holding yours tightly in front to block the deadly move. Seizing the moment while Kang Yu's hands were busy, Do Qian lunged from behind with the fire dragon blade. "I will kill you." Kang Yu once again uses the Hualong Dao blade as a foothold to jump up and escape from the disadvantage. Then he kicked him, training for another 100 years. Today was too unexpected for Doshan to dodge in time. Ganji prepared to attack Kang Yu again, swinging his sword at him, but Kang Yu quickly blocked with his armored arm and then punched Ganji. He also blocked with his sword. As the two exchange blows, Ganji praises. "Not bad, at least your attacking ability is quite impressive," Kang Yu said sarcastically. "You just tried to kill me and now you're praising me?" He didn't care about your condescending attitude and quickly assessed the opponent's strength as a basic skill of an assassin. Ganji suddenly smiled and said, "You are too simple, like a rookie." Kang Yu, annoyed, quickly threw a loudmouth punch, but he managed to retreat in time and avoid it. Ganji took a deep breath and said, "Watch carefully." He attacked him with the barrage of needles at once, a secret skill of the assassin. The bricks and stones shattered into pieces. The dust gradually settled. Kang Yu was unharmed and even caught one of the needles in his hand. "Is this the ultimate skill?" Ganji couldn't believe it and opened his mouth in shock. No way, he caught something that can pierce through a tank's armor with his bare hands. The chains are released. He uses the shadow binding skill to trap Ganj with chains infused with darkness energy. Ganj tries to dodge and avoid being caught again. Kang Yu happily controls the chain to chase after him. "You should have assessed my strength more reasonably." He rushes forward again and punches Ganji in the stomach. The guy is knocked flying and crashes hard into the wall. Kang Yu was just watching Ganj's fate when someone suddenly spoke. "Impressive. I have to admit, you're good." Dawn steps forward with the fire dragon sword. "Both the barrier and the formation are useless. Stopping you is beyond my power." He hands over the sword to return the fire dragon blade. Du Chan replied calmly. Giving it away was not difficult, but he still wondered, "Are you really attacking us because of the fire dragon sword? You're not hiding anything either." "That guy just tried to attack innocent people." Du Chan exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect this reason. "Are you saying it's because of those insects? You attacked us over something so trivial?" Suddenly, a loud laugh interrupted. Ganji finally managed to get up, the villain caring about the insects. "This is truly a ridiculous joke." Kang Yu narrowed his eyes at him, silently wondering how he could still stand after taking a direct hit. He chuckled slyly. "You must be surprised to see that I'm completely fine. No need to hide it. I see it now. The first time you saw Ganji extend his hand, I observed closely. His neck is elongated. My body can stretch like this, and this flexibility helps me absorb impacts." Dion happily listened to Ganji's explanation and said, "Alternatively, I have the perfect weapon to attack and defend at the same time." Kang Yu wanted to criticize but also found it amusing, looking quite gross, but I felt a bit jealous. He listened and smugly said, "I know, but there's something more important," Ganji declared. "I know your weakness now," and that surprised him. He raised his hand, a strange energy swirling around him. "Don't tell me you're pretending to be a dark knight while only caring about the ants." Ganji, with a sinister smile, revealed his plan to Gang Yu. "All right, now I will slaughter those insects." Night has fallen and the moon is high in the sky. Beneath the ground, thanks to people's activities, the lights still shine brightly. There are many people passing by, and two girls chatting happily suddenly look up. They are startled to see Gang Yu catch a large piece of concrete with his bare hands, almost falling on them. He stands on the wrecked car, throws the concrete block to the ground, and the opponent bursts into laughter. This scene is interesting. Ganj, with his thick, elongated neck, stretched out his rough but flexible hand. "I have my doubts." "So you really stepped out to protect those little ants?" The bystanders started to feel scared. "What's going on, villain?" Everyone started to run chaotically to escape. "Run away." They ran while shouting. The scene became chaotic. Dawn also landed softly behind Kang Yu. No matter where they are, the bugs are the same. Many people who haven't had time to hide behind him are trembling, scared, and starting to scream and shake miserably, but it's also very troublesome. He smiled and said, "Ka Xian, I respect your strength, but if you choose to become their shield, you will never be able to stop our blades. Go on." Kang Yu silences Du Qian and says, "Don't hurt innocent people anymore. This is your final warning." Ganji on the wrecked vehicle opposite refuses to comply. "No." He licks his lips. "What's wrong with hunting insects?" Ganj rushes toward the civilians again. His neck extends longer than ever. The strong prey on the weak is the law of nature. He quickly moved to run alongside Ganji, a smile spreading on his face as if he had just outsmarted the devil. Ganj uses his destructive domain skill, stretching out his arm to catch him. That's what you should be chasing. Given the nature of his body, Kang Yu can only block but not dodge the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ganj kicks him, causing him to crash into the nearby building wall. Dune also quickly joins the fight, throwing the fire dragon sword at Kang Yu. I will end this. The sword continues to rush toward you. Kang Yu once again grabs the sword with his claws. Both he and the opponent are stunned. You look completely unharmed. Kang Yu smiles happily again. You just said that the strong hunting the weak is the law of nature, right? Then you should also accept that you are the prey. A limousine speeds down the road with Jimin inside looking very excited and admiring. Wow, it's been so long since we took on a mission. It's been too long. I'm starting to get restless. So the person next to him also looked annoyed and said, "There's nothing to be happy about." D-Gun scratched his head and remembered. "Did Ba win already?" "Sir, aha, I'm here." The person on the other end immediately asked where I was. "We just passed Gun and will arrive at the location in 5 minutes. On the other end, June responds, "We have received more information." Her expression was very serious. "It seems the culprits behind this bombing are villains from China. I will be there soon." Jusun advised, "When you arrive, create a situation to buy time and delay. Do not interfere in any situation." Seo received the clear order. Kang Yu's claws grab Ganji's face, and he pushes his head against the bricks. Deo Cheon rushed from behind to ambush Kang Yu, but he dodged just in time. Taking advantage of his forward momentum, Kang Yu delivered a punch to Don's stomach. He was momentarily overwhelmed by pain and suffocation. Unable to speak, Ganji managed to get up again and run toward him. Kang Yu and that guy keep exchanging blows. Dune sits trembling on the ground. He's very strong. Is this the superior evolution? He pondered, based on his previous experiences, that his strength and speed had increased significantly compared to before. He seemed to embody chaos itself. 2 blades peek out from under Don's shirt, but I haven't gone all out yet. Ganji is exhausted, leaning forward and gasping for breath. "You're so resilient, aren't you? Beaten like a dog, but still standing." Moros confirms that Ganji's earlier introduction was correct. Thanks to that flexible body, he can absorb shocks. Kang Yu was surprised when he suddenly laughed and asked, "What's so funny?" "Why not? Your hypocritical behavior is truly disgusting." He claims that villains will forever be bound by worldly desires, and one of those desires is the instinct to destroy, which is the hardest to control. So many villains have followed their instincts to attack, crush, destroy everything, and eliminate us. With his strength, Ganji points out, "You could have killed me countless times, but you didn't." He mocks you for controlling your instincts to save those bugs. "You can't even kill us, the ones who want to die." Ganji laughed again. It's ridiculous. Listening to Kang Yu's response, a villain might think that way, but his resolve remains unchanged. Kang Yu pointed his thumb at himself before becoming a villain. A is a person. He remembers the important people and past experiences. As a human, he has goals he needs to achieve. Avoiding killing is a way to keep your humanity, not to be a villain. Kang Yu's eyes flash with cruelty. "However, if necessary, I can break that rule at any time." Ganj found his words truly intriguing. "If necessary, you say?" Unfortunately, I didn't get to see that happen. Kang Yu was momentarily surprised. They attack again, this time with 2 swords featuring bizarrely crossed blades, giving me time to prepare the finishing blow. That was your fatal mistake. He uses the Twin Moon Annihilation Slash to make the 2 swords spin toward him. "Now, die!" He opens his eyes wide as they rush at him. He smirked confidently, taking a long time to prepare, but no one could withstand its destructive power, and with that move, there was no way to dodge. They caused an explosion that filled the air with thick dust. "What kind of girl is this? Did it explode?" He confidently believed he had won and responded happily. "It's been a while since I had such a tough fight. If Dune had been more alert, I wouldn't have won." He propped one hand on his hip and looked at Ganji. "Are you okay?" Ganj replied, "I'm fine." Dune looked around cautiously. "We should leave before those annoying people arrive. Where is the fire dragon's sword?" His eyes widened when someone called out without being seen. Both Doan and the other man turned sharply in the same direction. There was no way to hide his surprise in his voice, and Ganj's reaction was just as unexpected. "Don't tell me he's still alive." Yes, Kang Yu is still alive and completely unharmed. He smiled and said, "I've hidden the fire dragon blade away." The moon above witnesses someone's sigh. "It's crazy. The fight between Kang Yu and the Ganj gang is being broadcast live. Can everyone see that?" The villains are fighting right in the middle of the city. The live stream host showing up to comment and witnessing it firsthand is truly the peak. She's really aggressive. Are the users on the live stream commenting? Immediately after, user T2 also posted a comment. "Going crazy. FPI 2025 account, please pray it's not fake news." Kung To's account is also joining in the fun. Kung To is swaying. Another YouTuber also got caught up in the excitement and shared the gunfire. The other YouTubers behind me are also live streaming. This place is perfect for YouTubers. The big explosion affects them all. The blonde YouTuber just jumped out and cursed, and viewers in the comments teased him. "Are you done yet? This game only has one life." Du Chion's face was pale and unreasonable. An invisible shield was surrounding him. "How did he block my ultimate move?" he asked. "Did Song Nguyen Diet tweet/miss? No, it hit." But Ganj responded and still managed to block it. The surroundings darkened, and suddenly a voice rang out. "Now is not the time for chatting. Kang Yu has approached them, and it's time for you to get hit. He threw a punch at the guy, and Ganja's face was struck with the force of the blow. After dealing with him, Kang Yu flips and aims at Don, then throws a kick to counter him. Luckily, Dion had his hands locked in front, so he avoided the kick. Kang Yu moved in again and grabbed his head with his claws. Then he threw Doshan away effortlessly. Ganji, holding his head, saw his body being thrown into him. He couldn't dodge in time, so they collided. But it didn't end there. He still had a special treat for them. Finally, there will be a fireworks display, but a flash of light suddenly streaks over Kang Yu's head, forcing him to quickly dodge its pursuit. Kang Yu uses one hand as a support to land. He looks at his glowing ice magic arm. Moros calmly observes that it seems another enemy has joined the fight. Someone is still holding up 2 fingers, continuing to cast a skill. Many ice chunks appeared around her. Doshan and Ganj recognized her. Hunmu, why did you come here? Is that an order from the vice president? My younger sister presses her wireless earphone and immediately steps back. She warns you. They're trying to escape. He loudly declares, I am here so you can't do it. Seeing Kang Yu rush forward, she doesn't hesitate anymore and immediately unleashes a wide area skill. Bang Cho, a chunk of ice falling in front of a person recording with their phone, seems to be about to develop into something more. He uses Hellfire to shatter the ice and attack himself. While the other person runs away in panic, Kang Yu wonders why. Is this a reckless attack? Moros guesses it seems they're stalling to escape. A stream of energy radiates outward in a spiral from the ice block, causing the people nearby to panic and scream. At this moment, Galado and Rick Yoon arrive just in time to destroy the ice blocks. He feels very proud of these kids, and he gives him a thumbs up. Just frowned, it really is chaos. Why aren't those people evacuating? Just standing there watching. CO raises his pair of guns high. It seems they're YouTubers, criticizing those pathetic fools. Ju turns to give orders, first blocking those ice blocks. Seeing them, Dune became cautious. Even the false flag has appeared. We must leave immediately. Ganji remains silent, no response. Many thoughts race through his mind. This is an insult. I, proud to be the strongest assassin, am suffering humiliation for not being able to deal with him. I can't let go like this. Some YouTubers are still focused on live streaming. Everyone, Sire is also joining the fight. Will this become a 3-way battle? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support our channel. They didn't notice Ganj trying to attack them. Co quickly spotted his move. She shouted loudly, What are you doing? Run away now. The YouTuber cheerfully consoles Co, saying, Come on, come on. Ganj's only goal was to kill at least one person before leaving. She quickly moved to intercept him. Ganj's arm stretched out long and thin, swinging it at Co. Get out of here. Ganji approaches the YouTuber, ignoring the warning. Damn it. A swarm of bugs. Suddenly, a figure rushes at him like lightning. Ganj's body is pierced through, her eyes wide open. Dawn also gapes, looking as fierce as a demon. The 2 YouTubers sat down in fear, the blonde boy trembling. He was pierced through and gone. The girl beside her screams loudly. Just then, a chunk of ice is thrown from somewhere towards them. Seo panicked and warned everyone to get out of the way. In the end, it all comes down to him to handle it. The 2 YouTubers are still safe to shout loudly. Kang Yu looked around for the enemy, but saw no one else remaining. Kang Yu summarized briefly. They got away. Moros calls Sion. Its eye narrows, and in the end, he breaks his promise not to kill. The situation gradually stabilized late at night as police quickly put up warning tapes to keep people away. Seo leaned against the wall as someone approached her and asked, What are you doing here? Seo looked at Jan coming closer with 2 cans of drink in his hand before replying. Senior, is she joking about quitting her job? Isn't that a no? No, I'm just lost in thought. I'm just pondering a few things. She handed Seo a can of water and asked, What are you thinking about? Seo hesitated. I'm just starting to wonder if what I'm doing is right or not. It really did have an impact on her, didn't it? Seo didn't deny it. Yes, she recalls the recent incident where Seo pointed a gun at Kang Yu and shouted, Kaishin, you are arrested for assault and causing this chaos. I don't agree with the accusation that it was self-defense. It's also a way to protect the innocent. She doesn't believe it, dismissing it as nonsense, when someone suddenly shouts loudly in support of Yu, saying it's self-defense. The crowd, still at the scene, tries to shout even as the police are trying to take them away. That person saved us, so what did you do, huh? He's still giving way, and if necessary, we will cooperate with the investigation. Before leaving, Kang Yu invited her to come to Gamvenzone anytime. Seo frowned, wondering why the villagers were siding with the villains. Just didn't find anything strange about that. It was plausible given the situation. She just couldn't believe it. Senior Seo clenched the water bottle in her hand. Whatever the reason, it was still an act of violence. She didn't protest, she was right, but Kaxian did it to save someone. As he said, it was just self-defense. Someone approached the 2 of them and called Deputy Branch Manager Ham Jun. Jusun turned and saw Soon holding Than Dao in her hand. What is that? Where did you get it from? I immediately answered. Earlier, Cassie gave it to me. She was curious. Si Soon explained that he told me to give it to the wrong flag of China. June still doesn't understand what's going on. That same night, as dawn approached, Tang Yan stood beside Bak Ho, looking at the body covered in white cloth lying on the floor. She comments that things like this happen again. Truly a tragedy. Tang Yan turned to Huyen Mu and asked, Aren't I the one who ordered the retreat? She explained. He disobeyed the command. Perhaps Ganja's pride was hurt. He covered his face with one hand and said, I should have stopped that old man at all costs. I'm so sorry. She turned to look at Dion and said, There's no need to blame yourself. It was Ganja's fault for disobedience. Besides, Tang Yan cares about one thing more. Having enough power to pressure 2 of the 4 guardians is one thing, but how does he know and go there? We need to investigate. She turned to look at Megaton, and unless there's an insider leaking information, he immediately corrected himself. I swear I didn't leak any information at all. Tang Yan did not object. I believe it. Meg stammered in response. I'm telling the truth, trust me. He provided additional information. Casey Xian seemed to suggest he knew about the assassination plan against our Chinese flag. She stroked her chin and said, I don't think Casey Xian has enough information to predict the situation that far ahead. There is someone at Gaudam Venzoni with that ability. A name flashes. The driver chuckled happily. It's definitely that guy. He is as cunning as a fox, watching Megan excitedly as he finds someone to blame. He looks happy. Tang Yan crossed his arms and gave the order. This isn't good news, but go ahead and report it to him. He hesitated. Are you planning to inform him about this too? Her gaze was extremely cold. Of course I have to inform him. He is the leader of the 4 demon clans and the master of the Soul Slaughter army. Hearing that, Don hesitated for a moment. At the same time, in Gaudam Venzoni, Kang Yu looked at his attribute panel with curiosity. It's strange. Did I just consume a magic stone? You didn't find anything interesting? I don't feel any stronger like I thought. Morris replied, because he had become insanely strong. Now, even with the magic stone, your mana stats won't increase significantly like before. Kang Yu waited silently for it to continue. It's definitely a high-level magic stone, but it can't compare to the bloodstone you used before. It only shows a few stats in the attribute table, but it also helps strengthen skills. He stood next to him and said, increase fire resistance. Kang Yu pointed to that information, but what do I need it for? Morris replied hesitantly, to help you withstand the enemy's fire attacks. He still doesn't see much use in it, just avoiding getting hit is enough. It complains that Kang Yu talks too much. You talk a lot and you've gained a new skill. Morris analyzes that although it also consumes a lot of mana, it would be very useful for his close combat fighting style. Kang Yu strokes his chin in amusement. Should I try it? He held back. This place is too narrow to test the skill, and he didn't go against her wishes, so he had to wait for another time. But Kang Yu pointed to another name on the attribute table, and this skill was still locked. When will it unlock? That's the rage of the 3-legged crow. Helllock is locked. Morris replied, at your current state, you cannot use it, but when you evolve further, it will be unlocked. What are you surprised about? Really? It explains that you knew. There are some skills you can only use after evolving. The same principle applies. Kang Yu is getting more and more excited. Maybe I should try it now. At this moment, Moro spoke again. Keishin, there are a few things I need to discuss first. It got straight to the point. Today is the first time you've killed an evil person. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now? I remember the past when I was a soldier. I also killed people. Although the enemy must be punished appropriately, Kang Yu insisted I still feel uncomfortable. Moros asked, and now, how do you feel? His eyes grew distant, feeling nothing would be too unreasonable. It breathes a sigh of relief. That's good. Kang Yu suddenly shouted, what? Is that all there is to it? It replies, as long as I can behave and stay alert to judge like a human. At the same time, elsewhere, many villagers are buried underground with only their heads sticking out, surrounded by figures dressed in Chinese-style clothing, wielding knives and threatening them. The villagers shouted, please spare me. I will do anything. Don't kill me. The others calmly refused. Begging won't help. They are shouting loudly right now. Stay back. This time, the masked man is truly angry. The master was in the middle of a meal when he swung his sword and blood was spilled. Someone is nibbling on a piece of raw meat. Turns out it's a spy from the security forces trying to infiltrate us. It's just a bug. Nothing more. Sitting at a table, speaking arrogantly, there's nothing wrong with killing bugs. Suddenly, someone brings Chaos an urgent message from the master, and she immediately asks what it's about. H paused while sipping her blood. Ganj is dead? Surprised. Ganji. The reflection in Cheche's cup is smiling happily. How interesting. Ah, smiling truly is a great loss. Che's reflection is laughing maniacally again. Who is it? Who did this? A new day begins at the Lamp Korea branch. The officers are summoned and seated in the conference room. Jan concludes the presentation. This is the preliminary report on the attack that took place last night. Longsun then raised her hand to speak. Are you sure about Ganji's death? Seo replied. I witnessed it myself. His eyes became distant, hard to believe. This is the first time a senior member of Tian Huang Vian has fallen at the hands of someone else. A series of information and opinions were shared in the meeting room. The media has also started publishing many articles about yesterday's incident. Public opinion about Kasi Xian surprisingly remains very positive, praising an evil person as a hero. That's just nonsense. Duuki slammed the table in protest. Even if he's a villain, he still saved people, so he deserves to be treated like a hero. I had to challenge that when I heard it. So, Senior, you agree with that guy? She pondered. Well, there are some villains who aren't completely crazy. Maybe Cassian is one of those people. Jay frowns. Even so. So, treating an evil person like a hero is still too dangerous. Deep within the hearts of villains lie potential criminals. That truth has been clearly proven at the Academy. Someone stepping in doesn't have to be overly negative. Isn't this a good opportunity? Wang Ho stroked his chin with a pleased expression. Thanks to this, Moran now has another reason to come to Korea. He has lost a trusted subordinate, so he's probably furious right now. He smiled. Moran won't give up on going to St. Cassian. He turned to look at his teammates and agreed that we have to handle Moran ourselves no matter what. J.M. Kenji nodded. Of course, Wai Thaw laughed with amusement. Aren't we betting on who will take down Moran's head already? Long Shun suddenly spoke up. Don't underestimate Moran, he explained. That guy, he's not an ordinary villain. He's the strongest and the most terrible demon. We also need to prepare carefully. He meant well, but was met with sarcasm. It's quite funny. Ishin pointed at Long Sun. He thought we didn't know, but considering you set a trap and still got ambushed, maybe you really didn't know. Jim reminds him, Yan, watch your words. You're exaggerating. Lord Y is starting to get annoyed. What are you talking about? I didn't say anything wrong. I'm just stating the truth as the tension is starting to rise. Huang Ho interrupted. That's enough. He clasped his hands in front of him. Internal division is not allowed here. If all you plan to do is cause trouble, then go back to your country. Its face darkened now as Wang Ho continued speaking. The flag's actions are organized, decisive, and calculated.
That is how we stay one step ahead of the villains. Remember, the people sitting here are the organized forces representing our respected country.
Jisun stood seriously opposite him, listening intently as he ignited the fire. The mission to eliminate Moran was a great opportunity to prove why Tsur is so important for maintaining order and stability in a country. Wang Ho repeatedly emphasized, we must not let this opportunity slip away. This mission can only succeed and must not fail. At the same time, at Gadamban Zone, 3 Breakon members stood to one side, while Hammerby Boy and Iron Musk leaned against a corner. Does anyone think it's just my imagination or what? Nah, it definitely feels more tense than usual today. The situation is like this now, she asked curiously. Is it because of what happened yesterday? Wu-Chen replied immediately. Yes, Moran's team might attack at any moment to take revenge. He explained that a major battle is about to break out. He insists that no matter who attacks, we will stand by the master. Nah, he stood up and said gravely, this is a serious matter. Black Ghost nodded. If anyone dares to threaten our home or family, we must fight back. But he thought of the rough men on the streets, and I was just worried that the homeless people in Benzoni would get caught up in the fight. Uhan wondered. Can't we evacuate them somewhere else? Black Ghost turned to look elsewhere. Most of them have nowhere to go. If we suddenly tell them to leave, they'll think it's because we kicked them out. He explained further that their lives are already difficult enough, so they will be extremely stubborn and persistent. She seemed to realize something. Nay is smiling and handing an item to the homeless people. So she's giving them a knife. Break Ghost realizes she is the one. I mean, is it her? She works at the pavilion. Nah, speaking with praise. That's very kind of you. She is really very beautiful. Is she also a local here? He looked at the homeless person eating kimbap and confirmed it. At this point, Ko is just an ordinary citizen. She's curious. You just said those homeless people are very stubborn. Is she in any danger? Dre Ghost was surprised to hear that question. Who's in danger? At this moment, Heian notices their presence and turns to look. She waved hello, making Na Yu amazed. Oh my, she's waving at us. He really wants to talk to her. He quickly tries to stop him. Don't, she's surprised. Why? Black Ghost then makes an excuse, explaining that according to the rules, villains are not allowed to contact civilians. Na nodded. Yes, now I am the villain. I really don't care. She still feels somehow strange. But I feel like I've met her somewhere before. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts. Na is wondering, what's going on? Black Ghost responds briefly. Urgent signal. He seems to think we have an intruder. Is someone elsewhere sending information about Tien Huangvian? Kang Yu followed and asked Skrill. Does he want to meet us and give us that thing? He replied, that's how he convinced me. As soon as the two of them entered the room, someone nodded in greeting. Kim Kwang-sik introduced himself, saying, I am Kim Kwang-sik, sorry for the sudden visit. May I take a little of your time? He sat down and handed over the information without expecting anything in return. Giving them some time is fine, but beforehand he asked the two strangers, who do you work for? Morris then provided Kang Yu with the information. These two are just delivery people, he replied. S. River looked over the information in his hand as he continued speaking. The errand boy has information about Tien Huangvian. That's interesting. Kang Yu asked, but since his identity was temporarily exposed, he remained silent. Red Eye was startled. What are they? Screw comments calmly. No ordinary person could have this much information. This is extremely dangerous. His glasses can analyze even more things. S calmly points out, no, not even the network backbone can handle this amount of information. Where did you two get this from? Stop acting amateurish, bringing this valuable gift here only to get it snatched away again? Wang-sik smiled and said, I didn't mean to be rude. He admitted, yes, we are outsiders, but just low-level henchmen. And this information was also provided by the boss. I hope it will be useful for Gadam. I mean, no other intention, so please don't misunderstand. After a while, the meeting ended. Red, I saw Wang Shich and the others off, while Kang Yu and Screw stayed behind in the meeting room to discuss. They are not ordinary people, only by eating tiger liver and bear gallbladder would they dare move around like that in Vinzone. I'm curious about how valuable this information really is, and his comment still needs further investigation. But from what I've observed so far, you're going to be surprised. Kang Yu comments. High-level information? I asked them what kind of monsters they are. Screw keeps predicting. With this kind of information, only national intelligence agencies or Lampas could have it. Kang Yu listens curiously as he analyzes. But the person who gave us this information doesn't come from those two places. So then, he immediately concludes it's a secret betting ring. With this amount of information, their organization must be very powerful. He hesitated. Could it be Monkey King? Screw objects. It's not Monkey King, but another organization. He already has the name of the biggest secret betting ring in Europe, the Dark Arena, in his mind. And its ruler is the shadow of the leader who appears in Skrull's mind. The leader of Savaji, an evil organization solely for Europe's underground world. Elmago, one of the 4 great villains. At the Levian Hotel in Gadam Vinzone, Gina receives a call. The person on the other end reports that a villain from Prince's side came here earlier, and she was surprised. Prince didn't show up himself, he just sent his subordinates? The other end confirms, yes, Langon and F-Dog have arrived. The man continued, they informed me about the time and location for tomorrow's meeting. This is a secret, so don't let anyone uninvolved find out. Gina is checking how many people are allowed to come. Hearing this, she immediately responded, got it. Aroma and Aud are sitting across from Gina, having tea. She gave the order to do a good job. Just in case, strengthen the security system. Aroma is curious what they said. How many people are allowed to go with them? Gina replied with just one word. She was amazed. Just one? I'll put down the teacup on the table. It's definitely a trap. She takes a sip of tea, but it's not the worst case since she's not entirely alone. She wondered about Mujin while Aroma was holding Lahet's head. Gina set down her tea and thought to herself, I knew it. She tucks her hair back to reveal her earrings. The problem is that Gina looks incredibly beautiful in the sunlight. Who will I go with? At the same time, someone at the Neo Senshi Green Factory is flipping through information pages. That person took a glass of water and revealed a secret of Tien Huangvin. Oh, how intriguing. Manny King asked curiously, why did you give it to me? Kang Yu sitting opposite replied, as if it's a done deal. Manny King smiled and said, you're not planning to drag me into the fight with Moran, are you? He also smiled back and replied, I'm not so indifferent as to drag an old man into the battlefield. Votam is not always a bad thing. Then Manny King set his teacup down and asserted that someday weakness would restrain you. Kang Yu changed his attitude. So let me say this indifferent thing. I suggest you join my side. He was not surprised by this request. He refused. Kin taps his index finger on the glass. Did you forget I'm a businessman? If you're only on one side and I only have an opening, why should I follow? Did you hear that? Kang Yu smiled. He made a suggestion. If you have any other requests, just say so. He stands up again. Forget it. I'm leaving now. Naikin also didn't stop him. Fine. Before leaving, Kang Yu also reminded him to properly train Minun, right? If he's going to teach, make sure to do it properly, but he just dismisses it. That's my business and has nothing to do with your request. Seeing this, he silently accepted. Then I will trust you. Maybe Mujin will have to show his skills soon. Mannequin looked into the distance. Soon? Kang Yu clarified that it's not too soon. Maybe tomorrow. He announced that the vice chairman of Tien Huang Vien has requested a meeting with Min. He frowned. Again, new information. We don't know what will happen and only allow one person to go with him. Kang Yu turned and left. A life and death battle could break out. If you have any hidden cards, please teach Min. Soon, the door slammed shut, Manny King resting his chin with a satisfied look. So what now? At the same time, at the Lampas Korea branch, Wang Ho stepped outside. Casey had defeated Manny King and now attracted Moran's attention. He frowned, thinking about him. I didn't think he would mature to this level. He is an unpredictable factor. The image of Kang Yu reminds Wang Ho of someone he once knew. Thinking about it, his name matches that guy's, and he's extremely troublesome. Wang Ho silently thought it would be great if Moran killed him, but if he's lucky enough to survive. Just as he was thinking that he would handle him himself, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Kwang Ho picked it up to see what was new and suddenly looked surprised. What's going on? Kwang Ho coldly listens to the phone. He suddenly smiled. This is the news we've been waiting for. The sky, which was hot and sunny, suddenly turned to rain, and the final stage was finally set. The heavy rain was like a drizzle. The reporter didn't hesitate to go out into the rain to the site of the battle where KU and Ganji fought alongside Doshan. This is the location of yesterday's incident. Zheng Bao listened silently to the news about a clash between villains on the street, with one of them committing a crime against civilians. A noise drew his attention. I'm back. Long Shun and Lin Mei walk in. He asked, Are you awake now? How are you feeling? Zheng Bao answered while pressing the remote, I can move now. Long Sun let out a relieved sigh. He asked again, What about the fire dragon blade? This time he shook his head. Zheng Bao looks at the sword lying still on the table. I've checked it many times. It remains the same. as if the fire dragon sword has completely lost its original power. Long Shun felt sad upon hearing this. He wondered what had happened. He also endured, who knows, just a guess. But Zhang Bao remembered what happened the night before. Was it the holy fire of the fire dragon blade? I think it was tainted by the hands of an evil person. Lian Yue was stunned. Could something like that really happen? He continued analyzing. Even in a brief moment, it fell into the hands of the villain and became stained. Long Shun sat down beside Zhang Bao, holding his head in his hands, and said, I was careless and didn't know how to report back to headquarters anymore. Seeing his despair, he had to change the subject. There was something we needed to deal with earlier. Zhang Bao suggested, shouldn't we thank him if he's helped us? Long Shun looked up at him in surprise. Zhang Bao continued, even if he is a villain, the truth is, he saved our lives. Even if we can't repay him, at least we should say thank you. She is sweating. Does she really need to do this? Long Shun agrees with Zhang Bao. No senior is right, but he clasped his hands together, considering the current situation.
What if I just delay saying thank you for a little while? He stood up, leaning on his knee, not wasting any time. There's no reason to delay.
Zhang Bao is determined. I will go alone. The next morning, at a construction site somewhere, at the meeting point, Tang Yan, Huimu, and Bo stand to one side, facing Lingon and Prince. She checks her watch. He's late. Just then, Gina in Mujin attire walks in. I wasn't late. Someone was following her. I arrived right on time. A look of surprise briefly appeared on Tang Yan's face and hers. He's the one accompanying her, holding a cigarette in his hand, and here there's no good cup of tea to be had. That person is Man Ni Jing. Don't be so tense. The one connecting with the walkie-talkie sighs. I didn't expect the old man to fall into the trap so easily. I didn't think he would go with you. How did you manage that? Kang Yu adjusts his special glasses and answers the question. A teacher's love for their disciple is the same for everyone. Especially with a disciple whom he cares for deeply and dedicates himself to teaching secret techniques, no teacher would stand by and watch their student walk into danger. You're still smiling in amazement. Mannequin is here too? That makes everything more interesting. Kang Yu is curious about some details. I see an arrow with some numbers on the screen. Is this augmented reality technology? He immediately confirms. That's right. S starts giving instructions. The arrow points to the location of the meeting, with the number indicating the distance to the target in meters. He tests some of the features introduced, and by pressing those numbers, you'll get a live image through the mini-drone. Kang Yu exclaims with a delighted look. That sounds fun. I'm curious about how the meeting is unfolding. What are they saying over there? He is reviewing the situation to respond to Kang Yu. We're about to get to the main point. If anything seems off, I'll call you immediately. He agrees and jumps up. Okay. Now that Kang Yu leaps into the air, it's the perfect moment to scout the hunting grounds. Back at the meeting, Manny King's appearance has caused a stir. Tang Yin folded her arms and coldly remarked, I never expected to meet Manny King of the four great villains here. He casually put his hands in his pockets with a nonchalant attitude, and since surprises are usually unannounced, she didn't object. Agreed, I was a bit surprised indeed. Tang Huayan said politely, This is our first time meeting, right? I am Tang Yan, Vice President of Tianhuang Garden. Nice to meet you. Manny Kin praised him, saying, You're quite polite for your age, and this place is pretty unique too. She rubs her nose and explains, Don't misunderstand, this place doesn't suit my style either. Prince felt proud when his name was mentioned. So this place must be run by the director. Oh, I see. Prince chose. He stroked his chin. It seems I can't expect a grand greeting after all. A hurried voice rang out. Please don't misunderstand. I really value first meetings, Tang Yan casually implied. Especially those meetings with someone secretly carrying a sword. The person she was referring to immediately spoke up. Don't misunderstand me, Gina emphasizes her integrity. I have never hidden my sword. I am always ready to draw it. At this moment, the prince also joined the conversation. Everyone was in a hurry. If things are this tense from the start, you'll burn out quickly. Let's get to the main point. Isn't the purpose of today's meeting to understand each other? Things just keep going like this. There are many people secretly watching them from a different building. Alpha Zero, the target in sight, is requesting permission to shoot. The other side's radio confirms 01 is still verifying the target and holding position, and a sniper asks for instructions. Can I shoot now? The person next to him stopped him. Wait, 01 still hasn't given the signal. The other person sighs in regret that Gina is in the crosshairs. There's no way we can waste this opportunity. At this moment, he was attacked by Kang Yu from somewhere. His teammate quickly drew a pistol to shoot, but before he could do anything, he lunged forward and snatched it away. His opponent pulled out a knife, but he charged so fast that the opponent couldn't react. Kang Yu throws a punch that forces him to crash hard into the wall. He then turns to look at the sniper who was aiming at Gina just now. Moros pointed out that these people were on the wrong side. Kang Yu praised him. They are well trained. The sniper was knocked out cold by him, but how did they find out about this meeting? They also have a very good sniper spot, so the information must have leaked from inside. Considering the situation, wanting to play sniper games with these guys is too risky. He agrees with Moros. That's why I find them annoying. Then Kang Yu reports to Screw. The Black Duck calls. I took down the Night Owl at the sniper point. He was surprised. What? Did the night shot hit the Heavenly Fragrance Garden side? He checks the badge on the enemy's uniform. It's even more shocking that the snipers are not from the pure Sil side. Sir Zhu guesses that there might be more than one sniper. Send me images of other possible sniper positions. He smiled upon hearing that, understood, and sent the request. Inside the building near Gina's location and other representatives, the fully armed elite team was moving carefully. We received the message via radio. We've lost contact with the others. There is a high likelihood of unidentified enemies involved in the fight. Stay alert and eliminate the targets. They carefully look around and check every corner. One person reports, "Ready to hunt, we have reached the designated position, beginning to advance." The group gradually moved deeper inside, and from outside the door, you could see shadows moving, with one person using a skill to scan the surroundings. Another asked him, "Are there any signs of life inside?" He replied, "Only the snipers from the Tia side are on the 8th floor." He received another question, "What is their condition?" He focused on checking, and then reported that they were not moving. It seems they have been subdued and lost consciousness. The person who just asked the question seems to be the commander. He orders the soldiers behind him to prioritize confirming our side's status and to move up to the 8th floor via the stairs. At this point, Kang Yu has reached one floor above them, looking up from the other side of the staircase. He comments that their defensive barrier is pretty weak. Then Kang Yu rushes up, and the soldiers begin to notice him. Before they could raise their guns, Kang Yu was shot multiple times, and although not hit in vital spots, everyone was spun around in shock and unable to fight back. Then, he gathered his strength again, taking down more soldiers this time. One soldier with a shield and specialized weapon charged at Kang Yu. He jumped down from above to confront them and shouted, "You two are in big trouble! The back door is open!" Kang Yu uses the prison fire skill on them and mocks their slow reaction. Many windows of the building shatter into pieces, and dust and smoke fill the air. All the soldiers just now are lying on the ground at his feet. Kang Yu arrogantly places his foot on one of them. A soldier sitting trembling in the distance, stammering about monsters. He glances at him, "Don't do anything stupid. Put down your gun unless you want to die." Another vehicle, different from Screw's, speeds down the road. A phone inside the car rings. The person answers and asks the other end, "Is it done yet?" Jem saw Kwang Ho beside him, blindfolded and resting but still taking the call. Upon hearing the report from the other side, he clenched his fist, wanting to crush the phone. Seeing this, he understood the situation and calmly picked up the phone. "I will call my team." Kwang Ho stopped him. "No, forget it." He removed the blindfold, smirking with madness and fury. "I will handle this personally." Under the clear blue sky, inside a building under construction, a voice echoes. "I remember seeing her last year." Tang Yan was reminiscing about young Gina, feeling a bit nostalgic, a passionate girl with big round eyes. But what impressed me most was that no matter how hopeless the situation, she didn't know what fear was. Now she even wears a strange mask and hides her real voice. However, Gina grew a bit impatient and interrupted, saying, "You've said enough." She still paid little attention and continued to marvel. At that time, the host was also extremely impressed with her. "Your unyielding spirit is like the king of flowers, the peony." Tang Yan lowered her head, looking somewhat dangerous. "I won't say it twice." Then she looked up and stared intently at Gina to remind her. "Demon Sword Mujin, kneel before the guildmaster and swear your loyalty." Mannequin frowned with displeasure upon hearing that. Gina's eyes also flashed with a red light behind her mask as a panicked voice rang out in the peaceful cityscape. Evil KCX Wang Ho frowns in frustration because he can't accept it. Our special unit was taken down by just one guy. The person next to him hesitated but still had to answer, "Yes." Jim also asked curiously, "Do you mean Cassie is the one who defeated Manny King?" He angrily turned and left for the car. "You think there are any other clues?" He stands behind, confused, watching Kwang Ho's back, wondering why he attacked us. He started to express his opinion. This time's targets include the villain from Thien Huang Vian and Mujin the Demon Sword, from Benzoni Nam Kang District. And Mujin is also connected to Cashin. Then he bowed his head and pressed his phone with a worried look. "Is the Demon Sword acquainted with Cien? Maybe I should call for backup." However, Wang Ho disagreed and interrupted. "There's no time. We need to catch one of them before they disappear. That's the only way to make up for our loss, right?" Jen also put down her phone and turned to look at him. Cashin is probably still hiding nearby. Kwang Ho, with a calculating look, made his decision. "Then, you better take him down."
"You're the best hunter when it comes to catching clever little mice." He lowered his head and smirked in response.
"Thank you for appreciating my skills, but Jay is speaking his true thoughts. No matter what anyone says, Cien is the one who defeated the four great villains Mannequin. Even though Mankin wasn't at his peak strength, he felt he was too verbose. So what if he quickly cut him off?" "So, you mean you can't beat him?" Rem confidently replied without hesitation. "Yes." He seems dissatisfied with that answer, somewhat criticizing. "It's not even a fight yet, and you're already so sure." He simply nodded softly, closing his eyes and thought, no need to touch the fire to know it's hot. After hearing this, Kwang Ho simply casually brushed past him. "This is an order, do as I say." Rem struggles to break free. This order is unfair, but he doesn't really care. It'll only take a little time. Under the sunlight, Kwang Ho's face becomes cunning. "I will end this with a single shot." At the same time, nearby, Screw was using binoculars to observe the situation. He quickly informed Gang Yu that the branch manager had arrived. He immediately asked back after hearing it, Ma Kwang Ho. Screw immediately confirmed to him yes, but anyone next to him looks pretty tough to handle. Kang Yu was a bit confused and asked, "Who is he?" He continued to observe calmly and replied, "I will share his picture with you." Through the image shared by Screw on the glass, Kang Yu was a bit surprised by the person who just appeared. Damn, he seemed a little surprised as he asked back, "Do you know him?" Kang Yu also quickly explained briefly, "A high-level cheat, a melee expert known as the cheat in urban warfare." Then he crossed his arms and looked contemplative. "I can take him down, but Ma Kwang Ho can only shoot a few rounds." Screw, confused, asked, "So we can't do anything now?" Kang Yu glanced at him and ordered men to retreat. Screw quickly agreed and raised his binoculars. "All right, you're right. This is an underground forge, an emergency situation. The night sniper is setting up and must leave immediately." Suddenly, something whizzes past their eyes at incredible speed. Sil gently touched his earpiece, a bit confused. Did a bullet just get fired? Kang Yu is also on high alert. Should I go there myself? What's the situation on their side? He immediately tried to contact Gina to check on the situation. "Mujin, are you okay over there?" The line was a bit fuzzy on the other end, so I couldn't hear anything. But at that moment, another strong flash of light streaked past just as Skrull was reporting. "It seems they're okay." He looked confused, pointing ahead and shouting, "What just happened?" Kang Yu also just looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Just now, at the building under construction, Mon Ni frowned and sneered coldly. How ridiculous. He straightforwardly questioned Tang Yan in return. "Are you serious? Is this suggestion really that ridiculous?" However, she simply coldly spoke and said, "You have no right to speak, so stay silent." But Gina, standing beside him, quickly retorted to Tang Yan, "You want me to kneel before someone who killed my father?" A fierce aura radiated from her eyes behind the mask. "You're talking a bit too far, aren't you? Should I take that as a request to die?" Lin's gun watches the situation with a slight smile, finally ready to fight. There was a misunderstanding. "What misunderstanding are you talking about?" She crossed her arms and firmly explained that the guild leader was not the one who killed her father. "What are you talking about? Are you curious?" She smiled slyly and made a request. "If you listen to me, I will tell you who the real culprit is." Gina lost her composure and drew her sword again, her murderous intent radiating once more. "This is nonsense. You're mocking me." Suddenly, at that moment, information from Screw made her stop in her tracks. Gina quickly retracted her sword and shouted, "Take cover!" Prince immediately turned around after hearing that. Commander Ho shouted excitedly when he saw snipers in the back. All they saw was a building with no one in sight. However, a blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from its upper floor. Tang Yan quickly turned her head to observe the situation, then sharply pointed her hand in that direction and released a powerful burst of energy that dazzled the eye. Then, Tang Yan gently withdrew her hand and said, "A large specialized explosive bullet for heavy firepower," causing Hoak to freeze right in front of her. Not many flaws can allow mana to be channeled into a bullet and fired. I never expected to see it again in Korea. After sighing, Tang Yan calmly shot the bullet back to its original position at lightning speed. "Let me return it." Lin's girl stands outside, watching with a little amused smile. "Oh my." Even Manny King couldn't believe it and frowned in confusion. Telepathy? The bullet was fired back with a very high speed, creating an extremely powerful shockwave that hit the building. All that remains is dust and smoke along with Tang Yan's exclamation. "What a pity." She withdrew her hand and looked at Gina with a faint smile. "But our encounter ends here. I hope everyone understands our current situation." She also drew her sword and spoke up. "I don't oppose, but let me ask you this. Are you sure Moran is not the one who killed my father?" After hearing Gina Tang's question, Yan simply smiled lightly without saying a word. She also stood still, waiting for the answer she desired. At the same time, across the building, the window shattered into many small glass pieces due to the force of the bullet. Inside, Kwang Ho was holding his bloodied arm tightly. He ignores the bloodstains on his body and laughs with excitement. This is the real hunt now. Thinking of Tang Yan's cold face, Kwang Ho becomes extremely excited and shouts, "You are truly a top prey." The clear blue sky envelops the Lobzos building. Everyone is gathered around the round table. Dung Run, furious, slams her hand on the table and shouts, "Lampus! Those bastards! I will break into their headquarters and cleanse them with my light." Yossi sat next to him trying to calm him down. "Don't get so worked up. Even sitting across from each other can be part of the fun." I was so surprised I was stunned. Gina calmly sipped her tea and then spoke. "What they did is really outrageous. But protesting against them is also difficult because we encounter wanted criminals in areas outside Venzoni." She lowered her head calmly, and even if I got shot, they could say I accidentally got caught in crossfire while intentionally shooting another villain. WS, on the opposite side of that defense, actually makes a lot of sense. SW gently leans his head on the chair and smiles when Gina mentions him. Luckily, Screw intervened, so I managed to escape safely. Seeing how relaxed he seemed, Dung Run pointed directly at him and shouted, "Don't smile, what are you trying to show off?" Screw calmly spoke. "Actually, the one who deserves the praise is Kan." He told the whole story without hiding anything. Kashin was the one who discovered and took down all the snipers. He also took care of the special unit afterward. Juan, who was biting into a piece of bread, looked a bit surprised and asked again. Even Lampus's elite unit was taken care of? That's intense. Casey really looks like someone who has been properly trained in the military. Yosei on the other side nods in admiration. Maybe he really is a soldier. His way of speaking is also stiff. Dungrun also joined in, because he's just a cold-blooded guy. Screw is the only one who spoke up to defend Kang Yu. I don't think so. He appears serious as he explains, but when Ma Kuang intervenes, Koi looks quite confused, yet he still refuses to accept the truth and shouts. It's so comically confused. He kept asking over and over with a panicked look whether Mujin was okay. Gina calmly picks up the teacup on the table, leisurely enjoys her tea, then comes to his rescue. It's just normal. As allies, it's natural to worry about our teammates. Juan spoke up again after finishing his meal, but it was still quite surprising. I didn't expect him to react like that. Dung shivered slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. What is Kasi Xian doing right now? Yosei guesses. Don't tell me he got angry and stormed into Lampus. The only person who knows the truth is Screw, who quickly provides an explanation. Someone came to look for Cassian, so he went back to Venzone. Gina looked a bit confused after hearing that, so WS glanced over to remind her. The owner is the one holding it upside down. She's confused. Are you okay? She looked confused and tried to find a way to explain. I'm practicing holding the fork backwards to cut the cake. Gina is clearly in a dazed state. I'm reflecting on swordsmanship. Isn't everyone's whispering just because she's nervous? Dan keeps serving her. Has she figured anything out yet? Even trembling, Sung couldn't notice anything strange and shouted in admiration. Our lord indeed. Truly impressive. Yosei suggested with a hint of sarcasm, I should probably hold it the other way around. Screw is the only one who calmly tilts his head and smiles. So that's what it's about. The scene shifts to Gadam Venzone with its old buildings. Zhang Bao, carrying a basket, introduces himself, saying, I am Zhang Bao from China. I am Kan. Why did you come here to find me? Zhang Bao fell silent before explaining, then handed the bag he was holding to the two of them. I didn't want to come empty-handed, so I brought some things. A set of premium fruits from the department store. Kang Yu coldly ordered Break Go host to accept it. After he stepped forward to receive the fruit, Zhang Bao slowly explained the reason for his visit. I want to thank you for saving me. Kang Yu crossed his arms and asked back, is that all? He was a bit confused. That's enough, isn't it? Zhang Bao solemnly clasped his hands and said firmly, you saved me, so even if I can't repay that kindness, I should at least thank you, don't you think? Kang Yu just chuckled softly and said, in this era, it's hard to get a thank you. You don't have any other motives, do you? Zhang Bao immediately denied. There's no motive, although I do have a small wish. Kang Yu immediately straightened up and said, that's the real motive. Zhang Bao earnestly asked, please defeat Moran. You just asked for that in every basket of fruit. Hey, are you not embarrassed at all? Kang Yu crossed his arms and looked at him questioningly. Is this personal revenge or for a greater cause? Zhang Bao explains without hesitation. They both leave. Kang Yu keeps asking again, but isn't it a bit wrong to ask the villain about this? He sighs and confirms. From a general perspective, that's true, but not all villains are bad, right? Just like you. Meanwhile, Black Ghost is talking with Moros. The master is the ruler of darkness. Zhang Bao hesitated before explaining. I don't truly hate villains. The hostility in his eyes radiates outward, revealing someone who has lost all sense of humanity. Kang Yu stares fixedly at him. After some thought, he decided, I will defeat Moran even if you don't ask me to. He's after me, so I can't just sit still and do nothing. Zhang Bao became cheerful. If you think that way, then forget it. He became serious and asked further, did you confirm earlier that Moran has harmed someone in your family for personal revenge? After hearing that, Zhang Bao clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. Yeah, it's been 6 or 5 years since then. He recounted with a heavy heart I can never see her again, but she is my daughter and I am proud of her. Kang Yu also fell silent as he listened to him talk about his daughter. She is a high-ranking officer. The scene shifts to a road lined with lush green trees on both sides, where a large vehicle pulls over and a stern voice begins to scold. You're so late, Magan looks annoyed, crossing his arms as he questions. You're 20 minutes late, so get out of here. The person cornered remains more composed and asks with a smile, where is this place? The accomplice next to him pushes the blonde hair towards Megaton, saying, as agreed, we will hand him over. He didn't rush to move and asked sharply, so what about the Chinese guys? Did you kill them? The two kidnappers didn't bother to pay attention and turned around, making him realize something was off. Mega clenched his teeth in anger, saying, they have failed. He can't believe the truth. These useless pawns, I risked my life to give them that information, and they still can't do anything. If they hadn't suspected me, I wouldn't have pushed myself to take such a risk. Although I was also planning to stab them in the back when the right moment came, the captured guy was a bit surprised and asked, is that Meg? Nice to meet you, he shouted angrily. Shut up. Meech silently threatens just before a massive explosion occurs. When Barracuda arrives, we will leave, and the sudden shock makes him jump and turn around. What the hell? That annoying blonde guy shouted. Let me go. I can't see anything. Meg still stood there, waiting. Have the flag bearers been taken care of? What kind of monster is that? Suddenly a figure appeared from behind and grabbed his head. Is that you? You have such a cute mask. She smiled eerily and asked, You're the traitor the deputy guild mentioned, right? Immediately after, she forcefully tore his head off and coldly picked up the long mask from the ground. Aya quickly put the mask on her face with an excited look. This beautiful mask is now mine. The blonde-haired guy tremblingly approaches Cha. Is it the smell of blood? No way. Mega is dead. Suddenly, she forcefully slams the mask onto his face. Chu's coldly praises. It suits you better. The confused blonde-haired man asked, Am I going to die too? Chu's looked up immediately after hearing the question. Then she took back her mask and turned away. I will spare you. I like that smile. He listened to that and laughed foolishly, overwhelmed with happiness. Then she spoke up. Let's go. From a nearby place, Uda watched everything unfold as if she was collapsing. He gritted his teeth in fury, unable to believe Megaton was taken down so easily. If I step out recklessly, I won't be any different from him. Barracuda silently thought to himself that he had to leave here first. At that moment, Megaton's mask appeared right beside him and shouted, Hey, Mr. SOS, coldly extending her claws toward him. Your face also matches that mask very well. The army is stationed outside the building with strict security. Inside the building, there is no one left.
The head representative reports the situation to Kwang Ho. We are searching for chat device recordings or any clues.
But hearing this, he knew it wasn't looking good, so he interrupted. That's enough. Search is over. Rem steps forward from behind and also reports. We checked the entire surrounding area, but couldn't find any traces. Wang Ho is a bit annoyed that he disappeared so quickly.
That means they had a plan to escape from the beginning. They must have anticipated Megaton's betrayal.
Wang Ho exclaimed in disbelief. He's really not trustworthy. Jem glanced to the side and asked Vuvo. So where do you think they're hiding? J.M. Kenji hesitated and then tried to answer. Maybe as an abandoned factory or somewhere in the outskirts of the city? Wai Tha also tilts his head and guesses. Or maybe it's underground in the sewer. Kwang Ho thought of the moment Tang Yan, annoyed, covered his nose with a cloth and confirmed. Not at all. He is giving his own opinion. That woman hates filth and would never hide in a place like that. The Y deity was a bit surprised. That woman, Jem quickly explained simply to him. Tang Yan, who is second in the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, is also known as the Border Butcher. Ethia, after hearing that, slightly smirked with amusement. Does being a Border Butcher mean she's extremely powerful? That seems to be the perfect prey for my arrow. Soon after, Kwang Ho interrupted their conversation. Tang Yin can sense and react to the wax bullets flying from a distance. She can even shoot back at the bullets infused with mana aimed at her. Having been wounded once before, he now appears cautious. In short, she's the worst nightmare for any marksman. Ian Kofo teases, The most terrifying, huh? Are you sure your older brother isn't afraid of her? Do you want me to handle her instead? Kwang Ho coldly refuses. No, she's my prey. He smirks without any hesitation. Turns out the branch office is just like me. Meanwhile, a frantic person ran over shouting that the branch manager had an urgent report. Wang Ho calmly asked him again, What is the report? That person quickly shouted that all the agents sent to meet Megachol had been killed. He gradually recounted all the details to Wang Ho. The team sent to investigate found many dead bodies at the scene. Megatol was also found dead. Wang Ho demanded answers. Who is the culprit? The secret agent hesitantly replied, We are checking the nearby security cameras, but the area is remote and has too many blind spots, so clues are very scarce. Wang Ho's eyes are filled with anger as the scene shifts to an indoor gym. A young man was knocked flying, crashing hard into the wall behind him. Lin Lin was the one who caused that shockwave. The members inside all looked confused after witnessing everything. I don't see any chance for myself. You're fighting a high-level chess piece. Our academy can't handle that. But Ka Xian, who just got beaten flat, still gets up and challenges again. She disagreed and responded, I like your spirit, but this is the 4th time already. Lin Lin chuckled and reminded him, Are you planning to take up the whole class's time? You should also give other students a chance, but you still confidently throw away the stick and challenge. I don't need this stupid stick anymore. Bare hands are enough. Lai Lin's eyes narrowed slightly. It's not a stick, it's a tool. Oh, she leans on her hip and reminds Ka Xian that this is a weapon training class. If you want to keep practicing, pick it up. He sneered and clenched his fists, refusing to listen. I told you, my weapon is my fist. Then he shouted loudly and charged forward. I'm coming up. Lin Lin helplessly sighed. You're truly hopeless. She's pulling back the stick, ready to strike. Lin Lin forcefully swung it towards his side when he was unprepared, then quickly pulled it back towards herself during the long-range fight. Immediately after, Lin Lin jabbed the end of the stick directly into Sion's stomach, a crucial factor that determined victory or defeat. Once again, he is slammed against the wall. Lin Lin calmly places her cane on the ground and says, If you have a shorter range, you need to have superior skills or be super fast. She frowned and criticized Sion, but he lacked both skills, and he could only grit his teeth and accept her judgment. Knowing others and understanding yourself doesn't always mean victory, but he wouldn't give up easily. You understand what I mean? Sion finally accepts his own mistake. You're right, teacher. I was reckless and negligent. Lin Lin is satisfied and finally understands. You can risk everything, but at least you know how to listen. She reached out her hand to you. Now stand up and go. Cassian quickly grabbed her hand, then took the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. Got it. The match won't end until one side is completely defeated. All the students inside the classroom were stunned and pale. That crazy kid! The bright sunlight shines down on a peaceful space as Kang Yu tilts an entire bottle of water into his mouth. Morris noticed and asked how he was feeling. Today he didn't look very happy. Kang Yu also didn't hide his explanation. I was just distracted, and he seemed surprised. Distraction? He raised his hand to wipe his mouth and repeated, just thinking about the past. When I was still in the United States at the Sire Training Academy, Morris immediately teased me upon hearing that. I guess you caused a lot of trouble there, huh? Seeing Kang Yu stay silent, Morris glanced over mischievously. You're not denying it, you're not hiding anything, and just agreeing. Yeah, I caused a lot of trouble. I once punched a female teacher in the face. Morris narrowed his eyes, pondering if this was related to the old man Zhang Bao he met yesterday. Kang Yu rested his chin in thought. It really is a ghostly presence. Your senses are incredibly sharp, but it doesn't understand what you're referring to. Who are you to call me a ghostly presence? Kang Yu thought of Lil Lin and explained it to him, the high-level mistake that Zhang Bao mentioned. I know her very well. She is my teacher. Morris widened his eyes in surprise. Wait a moment. So the person you slapped in the face. Before he could finish speaking, he confirmed it loudly. So it became even more curious. So what happens now? Are you planning to seek revenge on the person who killed your teacher? Kang Yu replied coldly. We are connected, but calling it revenge sounds too heavy. Or maybe you become silent when thinking about yourself. Maybe I've become more numb. The surrounding space suddenly grew quiet after those words. Morris narrowed his eyes, filled with anger. You're talking nonsense again. Huh? What did he just say? Gina ran over from afar, exhausted. Oh my God, you're here earlier than usual today. She panted and looked around, but it seemed like you were talking to someone earlier. Kang Yu hesitated before replying. It's just talking to herself. She's very hard to understand. Do you often talk to yourself? Immediately after, Gina turned back and typed on her phone. Maybe I talk to myself and take notes. Kang Yu was a bit confused when witnessing this scene. Why is she taking notes on that? Then Gina turned to ask him, do you think you can answer this question? What is that? Did she rush over? Have you ever been confused? He raised the water bottle and asked back, what do you mean? Gina gently explains as if she's surprised or panicked and doesn't know what to do. She looks up at him with a bewildered expression. So you've never been confused before? Kang Yu replied as if indifferent. This question of yours is what really confuses me the most. Hearing that, Gina moved even closer to Kang Yu. She smiled, drawing everyone's attention. Are you confused? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling both of them as they turned around. Someone was rushing toward them. Toymaker ran while sticking out his tongue and laughing loudly. Kang Yu frowned and stared intently in that direction. Is he Toymaker? The clear weather spreads warm sunlight over the entire area. A voice rings out. Are you planning to join the special forces? Yu Chan started up and talked to the person next to him. Really? Diho crossed his arms and responded. Yes, Captain Kang Seo recommended me. Captain Kang Sa said that my recovery ability is quite useful. Seo recommended me. Yu Chan suddenly fell silent. Has the legendary Captain Kang Seo taken over Buan? Then he changed his attitude and cheered for Jay. Congratulations. He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Thank you. But I was assigned to Unit 2, not 1. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated as I was encouraging Jay-Ho. But you need to know where you started, try hard, and you'll get promoted. After saying that, Yu Chan took out his phone and answered. He immediately became serious after answering the phone. I'm listening. What's going on? The other person asked how you were doing. Where are you right now? Yu Chan looked around and replied that he was also heading there while driving and on the phone, wondering if something was wrong. He also hurriedly summarized the situation for Yu Chan. Do you know Toymaker? He has escaped from prison. There's a report that he's causing chaos in Gad District Park. Joe quickly asked if something was wrong when he saw her look a bit stunned. Yu Chan continues to respond aggressively. I will go and subdue Toymaker right now. However, he disagreed with that action and said it was too dangerous to go alone. Don't act before I arrive. Yue quickly interrupted. I'm going with Jiho. While he still didn't understand anything, De Wong asked again. Sir, he also hurriedly confirmed to make it in time. That's right, I'm leaving now. De Wong on the other side still wants to say something. Wait a moment, over here. Toymaker is going crazy and causing chaos. He turned many people in the park into puppet figures. Gina stood in a corner observing the situation outside. Then she went back to inform Kang Yu. The numbers are increasing. They're really slow. He stares at his phone in frustration, saying why hasn't anyone arrived after reporting for so long, while Morris beside him suggests escaping this situation should be our top priority. Do we really need to reveal who we truly are? Kang Yu coldly asserts. No. He turned to observe the situation outside before speaking. Don't make things complicated. We just need to wait here until the signal comes. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Look who's hiding here, my little darlings. Toymaker, holding the box tightly, stands on the upper floor looking down as Peekaboo Kang Yu startles and screams. Toymaker. He licks his lips and smiles cunningly. Do you know me? How happy I am. I'm so happy that I'll give you a gift. You just stand there calmly and respond. No need for a gift. How did you manage to escape from prison? Toymaker was a bit surprised. How do you know I escaped from prison? Kang Yu rolled his eyes and lied. I saw it on the news. Hearing that, he also explained openly without hiding anything. So, a friend of mine helped me. He looked at him coldly and asked, "Did Barracuda help you?" Toymaker stood up quickly and corrected that it wasn't true. Now Barracuda has been captured by a dangerous man. "The friend who helped me escape was Megaton," he said with a sly smile. "He's dead." Kang Yu was a bit surprised by this information. "Is Megatal dead? Isn't he under the protection of the Heavenly Huang Garden?" Toymaker also started to become curious about Kang Yu. "But who are you? Why are you so calm in front of me? Usually others see me as running for my life." He also glanced at Gina, who was calmly staring at him, and that cute girl beside you also looked suspicious. Kang Yu replied softly, "We are just ordinary people." Toymaker smiled without a hint of suspicion. "Oh, really? Then take this gift. But I silenced him to ask you one more thing." Kang Yu looked at Toymaker with a very serious gaze. "Who killed Megaton?" The man quickly replied, "The terrifying woman." He kept probing, asking, "What is her name?" His eyes now flashed with blood red. "I don't know, but she is very dangerous." Toymaker gradually became frantic. "She amplified her power for me. Even if it's only temporary, I've never felt so full of energy before." He decided to jump down below with his puppet head. "Now I will give you the special gift you've been waiting for," but in an instant, Toymaker pounced on Gina. She then spun around and kicked him, causing Toymaker to crash heavily into the wall behind him. Immediately after, she landed gracefully. Gina explained to Toymaker, "I have been studying Western Kondo since I was a child." Morals shot a sidelong glance at the screaming man. It hurt so much. Toymaker crawled up, clutching his face and shouting, "What kind of monster are you?" "That power. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Seeing that he figured it out, Gina calmly denied, "I am just an ordinary resident." But this time those words no longer fooled Toymaker. Liar. He put his hand in his mouth and whistled loudly, then shouted, "I don't believe you for sure." The sound he made drew all the attention of the created puppets. They rushed towards us, surrounding Kang Yu and Gina. Toymaker points and orders, "Let's have some fun and punish those two." Boros looked around nervously. "Are you going to be okay?" Kang Yu confidently decided that I would be fine if it was these guys. Suddenly, the chaos all went berserk. Kang Yu frowned in confusion, and Gina beside him also noticed something unusual. "What's wrong with them all of a sudden?" One head explodes, shooting out a stream of colorful tinsel, with stuffed animals and other toys appearing inside. Gina frowned and sighed. "That looks pretty cute." A bunch of different toys are moving straight toward the two of them. Someone gathered power in their palm, and immediately, all the toys were knocked away by their skill. Kang Yu turned around in surprise, and Toymaker also looked annoyed by the situation. It turns out that was the power of Joe just unleashed. Yu-chan seems quite surprised to see him here. Kang Yu-J curiously points at Kang Yu. "I feel like I've met you somewhere before," Yu-chan explained casually. "He's Na Yu's boyfriend." He was so shocked he yelled out loud. "Really? What is that?" Toymaker looked at them with annoyance, recognizing some familiar faces who had sent him to jail. Yu-chan stepped forward to mediate, silently surrendering. "Do you remember? Your tricks won't work on us." Joe also agreed. He just follows whatever we tell him to do. But Toymaker only laughed loudly in a terrifying way. I knew I was at a disadvantage, but the thing was, he decided to face both of us. I've worked hard all night for this moment. The surrounding puppets are also sticking out their tongues and laughing just like him. Toymaker waved his hand to gather all his toys. With this many, no disadvantage can be an issue anymore. "Let's have fun together." Jay just saw this scene and started to worry. They have too many. Suddenly, from behind, Screwill's familiar legs also appeared. "I'm really tired. Do you just want to live peacefully in prison?" Toymaker's eyes are filled with shock as he stares threateningly at the man, clutching his large screwdriver. "Toymaker, it's time to clean up your toys." 4 years ago, Gaudam Venzone, under a stunning sunset sky. Meg is lying among the wreckage, whimpering, as a firm voice echoes, hiding cowardly behind like a coward. Syl approaches with contempt. "So, you call yourself the boss of Venzone?" He gently touches his glasses. Silo demands compensation from Megaton, saying, "You broke my glasses. How do you plan to make up for it?" Suddenly, Toymaker appears from afar. "What's going on? Is it over? You said the two of us would play together." The guy was a bit surprised to see Megaton defeated by Screwill. Toymaker widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him, but then immediately blushed and covered his mouth in amazement. Toymaker was extremely excited, his eyes shining brightly. "How beautiful you are? Come play with me." "Did you hear what I just said?" Hammerboy turned around and answered, "Is that guy who just joined Venzone? I heard they call him Skrill." He also gestured and nodded in support. Megachan has already been defeated by him. Ben calmly said, "I saw it with my own eyes." That surprised him a little. "Is that so?" Seeing that Hammerboy seemed curious, I also recounted the details. Meg attacked first, aiming for the other guy's back. The guy felt indignant after hearing that. "What? Attacked from behind?" "So cheating like that makes the fight unfair, huh?" Binder explained again. Megatall suddenly attacked Screw. Hammerboy's attitude changed instantly, and it makes sense too. Villains often act like that, and Bender even adds to it. For us, it's even more true. He looked disappointed, but despite cheating, he still lost. Truly pathetic. Hammerboy's face darkened in shock as he saw Megatol fall. That screw guy is no joke. Binder just explained everything to him. At first, Megatol planned to attack together with Toymaker, but Toymaker arrived at the scene a bit late. Hammerboy quickly seized the opportunity. Not the was. So, the screw is the new boss of Venzone replacing Megatone? Binder looked helpless. Who would have thought Grow would decide on that? Returning to the previous location, Toymaker burst out laughing playfully. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Megachan, annoyed, yanks the bandage off his head and shouts, Shut up! If you had arrived on time, I wouldn't be like this. He smirks without an ounce of remorse. I thought I could handle you. That makes him furious, so stop making excuses. Toymaker voiced his own concern. But why do you hate that guy so much? Meg also sat up and responded, Do you really need to ask? He's just acting arrogantly. He remembered the proud moment when he boasted to Skrill that this was his greatest invention. However, he judged coldly like a predator, which made him extremely uncomfortable. That arrogant bastard dares to mock me. Toymaker understood the situation and burst out laughing with amusement. I have an idea. Let's ask Barracuda for help. Am I some kind of genius or what? But Megachal shouted loudly in refusal. Are you crazy? No way. He thought of Barracuda's mocking face. What? You're asking me to help others' gangs? Then he stepped back himself. I also have my pride. If I rely on others because of my child, I will be mocked for life. Toymaker calmly raises both hands. That's right, but if we keep going like this, we'll have to hand the boss seat over to Screw. Megacholin impatiently interrupts. Don't jump to conclusions. He still has hope. Crow hasn't made a decision yet. Toymaker glanced at him and spoke the truth. But what guarantee is there that Crow will stand on your side? That made Megaton snap out of it. He threw another psychological blow at him. What if Crow chooses him? Megachal grit his teeth, trying to endure. First, we must eliminate Skrull at all costs. Achieving his own goal, Toymaker is very pleased and laughs loudly. That was a wise decision. The guy happily spun around in place and shouted. I've been waiting to hear that line forever. Those shining eyes are worth collecting. Mega silently assessed him. What the hell is that? Then he angrily calculated. This cannot be delayed. The villain must pay back double the humiliation. Megatal suddenly stands up with determination, gathering all members right now. The scene shifts to Gadam District, Venzone Area B. Ga Yang, furious, is shouting and repeatedly typing. How dare you leave a bad comment on my video? The pests have been removed and eliminated. Sil approaches from behind to question. Yang, are you listening? She's still fighting fiercely, so I had to shout out in frustration. I'm listening, another nasty comment. He looked helplessly at the water bottle in his hand and sighed. I thought things would be different at Venzone. It turns out you're no different here than at home, Gotti shouted. Of course, she aggressively turned her chair to face Skrull since this place has all kinds of people. You were furious just a second ago. Do you think everyone at Venzone is crazy? He responded calmly. That's mostly how it is. She also tries to stay calmer. Well, that's really how it is. Gawai pulled her hat down over her head and instructed, Don't call me GY here, and also don't call me sister. Just call me Rampan. I took some time to get used to it too before I could respond. Gawai, not satisfied, reminded me again to get used to it quickly. But anyway, just let Mung go to Venzone. Screw it, I'll go over and sit down. He raised his can of water to ask how I was doing and then returned to the main topic. That Megachal guy suddenly charged at me, so I taught him a few lessons. Gaoyong asked in surprise, You gave him a little lesson? You mean Megatal, that I already beat him? Screw indifference, that's also true. She immediately looked stunned, making him burst out laughing. No way. You must be joking. I couldn't do anything to you when we were kids. Gaoyong thinks about Megatone with some worry. Megatone is the boss of Venzone, so Mon must be crazy. Then she suddenly remembered something and panicked. Wait a moment. Megatone attacked first, but I still managed to defeat him. This is not something normal. Suddenly, Screw noticed the burnt black cakes on the table. What are these? Gowai turned to explain, Oh, this pile here? Your sister's friend made those precious cakes. He didn't care about the appearance and just asked out of curiosity. Try one of these. She hurriedly stopped her. Eating that will be your death, Screw said playfully, unconcerned. Did she put poison in them or something? Gai hesitated, not quite sure. She silently thought to herself that their flavors shouldn't exist in this world. So Screw calmly smiled and picked up a piece of cake. They look quite strange, but I can see the passion in these baked goods. At the same time, the sound of the door opening is heard with a high-pitched voice. Brow comes in with a plate of burnt cake in hand. Yummy cookies are here. More cookies, too. Yami nervously covers her head. Cookies again? She looked surprised when she saw Screw. Oh no, we have a guest. She hurriedly pulled Crow over to introduce him. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Crow. She greets everyone happily. Hello there, nice to meet you. And then Mr. Y turned to introduce the next person. This is my relative. Oh no, Screw. However, he smiled and interrupted. So you are the one who made these cookies? Screw directly asked Grow. I'll try one. After taking a bite, she happily offers another piece to Screw. Sure, it's super delicious. After hearing that, he immediately put it in his mouth to try. Crow waited quietly for a moment, then asked curiously, What does it taste like? Tastes good, right? Suddenly a noise sounded, drawing everyone's attention. "What is that?" Gaoyang shouted in panic. "A bomb." Immediately after, everything exploded, with smoke and dust rising to cover the area. Mega Chung burst into loud laughter. "How do you like my specially made spicy homemade bomb?" "Screw, I'm here to finish you off." Mega's laughter echoes throughout the room. "Taste my gas, and I guarantee you won't be able to think straight." Then he grabbed a bunch of screwdrivers and rushed down below, standing firm. "This time, I will show you who's boss." Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Megnol!" Meg immediately froze in shock. That voice couldn't be real. A powerful beam of light struck him, knocking him backward. The space was filled with dust and blinding flashes. Crow is using his own skill to attack Megatol, and he is covering his face in shock. "Grow," she said with a sarcastic and mocking tone. "Did you just eat someone's spoiled cookie? Our boss is acting no different than a clown. That makes me want to stab you." Mega, trembling with both hands, stammers to defend himself. "Wait a moment, I didn't mean to do that." Suddenly, another character's voice echoes, finally arriving. Toymaker cluelessly holds the fruit box and joins the fun. "Sorry I'm late. I was busy preparing the fruit." She coldly asked back, "Do you want to give it to me?" Grow looked at him and spoke. "Maybe I have a rough idea of what's going on here." Her furious gaze turned to remind Megaton. I don't care what dirty things you do out there, but her sharp words made Megaton break out in a cold sweat. If my dear friends get involved, that's a different story. Remember that, okay? I have a clear stance. Then I turned back to look at Gao Wai. The friend she values is also someone she clears her throat shyly. Crow calmly extends its claws forward. "You are guilty, and I will exercise my authority right now." Toymaker immediately shouted loudly, causing chaos among everyone. "Not like this. I have waited so long for this moment. I am so excited I haven't slept all night." The madman rushes straight at Skrull. "This is no longer fun. I will gouge out those bright, adorable eyes of yours to make them into toys." Suddenly, the slash was struck down, and Crow appeared from behind Toymaker. "Since when?" "You too." She strikes powerfully from behind him. "You are guilty. Time has returned to the present." Silo coldly questions, "You better stay in prison. Why did you come out and cause trouble?" Toymaker calmly raised both hands to respond. "Do you know how boring the world would be? Without me, it's just like a prison. Besides, Jay was a bit surprised by his appearance." "That's Screw, right? How does he know to come here?" Toymaker smirked slyly. "I'm so happy you came all this way to see me." He jumped up in joy. "Today really is my lucky day. I don't have to look anymore. Truly fortunate." A bunch of his puppets are ready to attack. I prepared these for you all night to play with you. With this number, even you won't be able to resist. S calmly questions the guy. "Are you planning to attack Madame Benzoni with this many?" Toymaker confirms without hiding. "Just thinking about it makes me happy, right?" He just coldly looked at him through his high-tech glasses. Crow wouldn't like this. The more Screw talks, the more Toymaker's face contorts. Surely she won't overlook this. He emphasized once again, "You're afraid of Crow, but still doing this foolish thing." Toymaker stammered, denying. "What? You think I'm afraid? That's nonsense." But Screw simply looked away indifferently and revealed the truth. "Someone who fears her like you wouldn't do this unless they had strong and trustworthy backing." He asked straightforwardly, "Who is it?" The more Screw repeated the question, the more confused Toymaker became. "Who is it?" Kang Yu, standing outside, immediately spoke up to assess. That's a way to put pressure on them. Screw has truly become angry on the other side. "Are they asking but not answering? Then I'll beat you until you want to talk." Then he ordered Yu Chan and Zhou, the two messengers over there, to take charge of the affected villagers. He responded quickly. "Got it." As for him, he looked around confusedly. "What? It's us." Skrull looks towards Kang Yu and Gina to coordinate. "As for these two, don't get involved in the fight. Step back." She heard that and felt amused, mocking. "Oh my, we're being threatened by a villain. How terrifying." After everything was arranged smoothly, Skrull prepared to fight. "All right." He rushed forward with the giant screw in his hand quickly. "It's time to teach you a lesson." Toymaker laughs fearlessly and responds. He lifts a giant smiling box high, ready to throw it down. "I've prepared something just for you, a special gift." A series of toy-like objects with the semblance of consciousness surround him. Screw will laughs loudly. He ordered all of them to attack, go for his eyes. He remained calm, fighting while reminding. "I want to tell you something. As Screw's arm raises, obsession is also a form of fear." Then, he spun around with the screwdriver in his hand and said, "I'm telling you to give up." Toymaker approaches fearlessly from above and says, "Give me those eyes and I'll give up." However, he was still easily spotted and fought back by him if you don't know how to give up. He is still preparing to counterattack with a deadly strike. After swinging the screwdriver at him, he shouts loudly and they move past the pain. Huan stands outside the battle stunned. "Is it over yet?" Jae-ho anxiously shouted, "Is this the time to look away?" Then turned to use his healing skill, a stream of blue energy rushing straight toward Toymaker. Immediately after, his eyes widened in surprise. "What's wrong with that guy? Why didn't you even flinch at my attack?" The guy gritted his teeth in pain after being hit by Screw. Screw walks over and grabs my maker by the collar, lifting him up. "Why are you so obsessed with my eyes?" "That's creepy, isn't it?" The guy still chuckled and replied to him. They are beautiful. Very beautiful. I want to have them. Screwel asked back so confusingly that he risked his life. Toymaker still calmly confirmed. That's right, he helplessly exclaimed. You're completely insane. Fine. Who is the person behind you? He answered him just like he was talking to a fool. A terrifying woman. Screw lost his mind. I asked who that scary woman was, just as a puppet rushing from above was spotted by him. Screw quickly spun around while Toymaker selflessly used himself as a shield. No. So a large pool of blood splattered everywhere. The puppet had stabbed straight into Toymaker's arm. Surprisingly, it was Cho's. Sil looked a bit stunned when he saw it. He quickly slashed to separate them. Charles reacted swiftly, stepping back step by step. The man tiredly holds his arm and Screw questions him with confusion. What did you just do? Why did you do that? His eyes still gleamed with happiness. Your eyes are my treasure. It's really wonderful. Next time, let's play together again. Toymaker then fainted. Screw also stared intently at the guy. Once again, the sky returned to its clear blue appearance. A series of rescue workers are on standby, as De Wong's worried voice echoes. So, you mean he's confused and holding himself in pain? Toymaker was killed by an unknown villain? Yu Chan calmly asserts that more precisely, the original target of that person was not Toymaker, but Screw. He remembers when Toymaker ran towards Teichi's knife on his own. We still don't know why Toymaker sacrificed himself to protect Screw. After hearing that, I also pondered. Toymaker protecting Screw? But I thought those two didn't like each other? Where is Screw now? He explained quickly that he was told to leave immediately after handing over Toymaker's body to someone else. He tiredly ruffles his hair. It's so complicated. How could I call Screw to ask if there are any other unusual details? Jae-ho hesitated behind him. Regarding that, Kang Yu nearby reports, I have an urgent matter, so I'm leaving now as a civilian. Gina Blue nodded and added, I also have somewhere to go, so I'll leave now. Yu Chan continued to reply casually, nothing unusual. So is that okay? And Ken puffed on his cigar and sighed. We've been meeting a lot lately, haven't we? He coldly asked him, what brings you here this time? Kang Yu quickly got to the main point. I have a few things to discuss with you, Manny said in surprise. You have something to tell me. He seriously raised the issue. Barracuda has been captured by Chinese villains. Manny takes a puff of his cigar, a bit surprised. You don't need to worry. Then he looked up at him and smiled. Maybe you came here not to worry about Barracuda, but to assess the relationship between me and him. The old man's voice was extremely cold. He's just a fool who causes chaos everywhere. Why should I care about someone like him? Moros beside him sighed tiredly. You can see through you. Kang Yu calmly closed his eyes and smiled. I'm glad you think that way. If it weren't for Screw's request, I wouldn't have come here either. Hearing that, Manny King frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion. Do you mean the request from Screwel? Kang Yu stood with his hands on his hips and seriously announced that Screw told him that Barracuda is Cho's right now. Manny King also just smirked subtly. He asked back, Cajun, how much do you know about it? He honestly replied that he only knew she was the leader of the 4 demonic guardians. Hearing that, Manny King immediately began to give a brief account. You see, at Tianhuang Temple, besides Red Dead, Peony, Morin, and Ga, there are 3 contenders for the 4 great villains position. A series of names were continuously listed by him, including Tong Yan, Deputy Guild Leader, also known as the Bounty Hunter. Next is Lam Long, the leader of Peony's private security team, the 4-star Shadow Guards, and Charles, the leader of the 4 demons and a master of the Soul Slayer army. Charles is far more dangerous than the other 2. He is a bit worried when mentioning the assassination of key figures. She is a passionate hunter of slaughtering traitors and villains. Manny King ponders as he smokes his cigar. Barracuda, if that kid falls into his hands, I can't guarantee whether he's alive or dead. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up to interrupt just out of curiosity, but his eyes were filled with coldness. He is worried about Za. Moros narrowed his eyes, deep in thought after hearing that. Director Kim also couldn't help but narrow his eyes. M. Kin calmly stubbed his cigar into the ashtray without a hint of anger.
That's interesting. It's been a while since I heard such a rude provocation, so let me clarify this. He smirked, but no matter what, I won't join a battle I will lose, especially against a mad dog.
Then, Manny King also carefully warned that with someone like you who has nothing to lose, it would be different. But remember this, Sion Charles is a mad dog without a leash. The scene shifts to Tien Huangvin, inside a room filled with silence, suddenly bursting into loud cheers of excitement. It's been a while. Glad to see the Vice Guildmaster again. Tang Yan calmly sat on the chair and replied to her. You've probably had a tough time on that long trip too. Sit down, bitch, he complained irritably. Men are not men, women are not women. That made Dun furious and shout loudly. Are you trying to die? Huh. Tang Yan questions her without any expression. I don't see the leader of the Soul Slaughter army. Didn't she come to Korea with you? Dan looked tired and scratched his head. I found an interesting toy, so I had to play with it. She asked back in surprise. A toy. Who is he? Don looks excited as he explains. A guy named Barracuda. He caught him while dealing with the Megachan traitor. Dokun exclaimed in surprise, Barada. Tang Yan calmly crossed his arms and asked again. What did you mean by, he's an interesting toy? Is there something special about him? He makes a fierce face and raises his claws. People say he's Manny King's nephew. Everyone knows that, right? He has been obsessed with Mannequin all this time. Tang Yan's eyes were filled with discomfort. Now it's fine if she focuses on her personal interests, but I want her to concentrate a bit more on the mission. She sat on the opposite chair, laughing and scratching her head, and said, I understand I will pass it on. Tang Yan crossed her arms and reminded her not to miss any details and to convey it accurately. Dion asked hesitantly, What about me? Don quickly interrupted, Stay here. She recounted some events to everyone. When he heard that Jinji was dead, he was furious and probably still hadn't calmed down. Dun kindly points to Doshan and warns him not to appear before him if he wants to live. Hearing this, he feels a chill down his spine and steps back, and the scene shifts back to the abandoned, dilapidated building. There are a series of corpses and offerings around, and no sign of any living person anywhere. Inside the building, there is an endless staircase leading downward. You're awake now?
What is that disgusting foul smell? Do you want me to take you to wash yourself?
Please, I beg you, spare me. If I let you live, she coldly asks back. What if I let you live? Char sarcastically pressed the blade against his neck and asked, Will Manikin reward me or something? Barracuda hesitated before replying, Of course he would surely reward you. He responded quickly, saying, The reason you haven't killed me yet is probably because you're after something, right? Chage confidently confirmed without hiding. Exactly. Seizing this moment, Barracuda quickly raises his voice to negotiate. Then tell me what that means. Cho's lips curl into a sinister smile. Her words stunned Barracuda. Manic King Cho spun around and raised his sharp knife high. I have a special taste for charming middle-aged men. Oh, so Manic King isn't an old man after all. Barracuda shouted loudly, You're crazy. And immediately the sharp knife was pointed straight at his forehead. Are you calling me crazy just now? Do you know what? Actually, my taste is also entangled with filthy desires, so I have to tear it apart. Then she casually spun around. My true nature is chaos, and that is my role. Shouting wildly in the room, it's no wonder I go crazy. Even I don't know what I'll do next. Barracuda can't take it anymore and screams with wide eyes. You. Someone like you should. Suddenly, Char became calm and spoke. That's enough. My desire is fulfilled. Now you're awake. She pressed the knife against his neck and licked each drop of blood with her tongue. Then it's only fair he experiences hell next. The scene in Gadam Venzone district is incredibly peaceful. Ga Yan keeps moving her mouse rapidly on the table, making loud noises and complaining as she faces the large screen. What is this? Why does the response to yesterday's video look like this? Suddenly, Ga Yan's eyes light up with a smile. The insect removal is complete. Huh? On her screen at that moment was a scene of Barracuda helplessly tilting his head to one side. Breaking news, the torture scene of Barracuda is so intense that no one can sleep after watching it. Ga Yan screams in shock. What is this? She backed away in fear from the computer screen. Who uploaded this kind of video? The surrounding space changes once again. The area around here is full of machines. Kang Yu is opening the system next to Morose. It is helping him search for information. This is the status window of the leader of the 4 beast demons. The villain chose. The special information about the villain awakening a chaotic attribute and activating the gluttony awakening. Main skills: destruction, shock, madness, summoning monsters, hidden skill, true humiliation. Demon energy 1,870. After reading, Kang Yu was a bit surprised. The demon energy is 1,870? That's a bit low. Morose narrowed his eyes and reminded him. Hey, don't be fooled by the number. That's just the basic stat. And that woman, she probably has abilities similar to yours. After hearing that, Kang Yu silently pondered. He foolishly asked again if it was greedy. Could she absorb her opponent's magic power? Morose hesitated to answer. You might be right. You might be wrong. Kang Yu begins to lose patience. You can't even use your wisdom eyes? Morose retorted. The inside eye is not all powerful. Kang Yu begins to ponder again. If she has that ability, it would be really troublesome. He stared intently at the 3 words shameful defeat on the information board, and this skill of shameful defeat. Don't tell me her shameful ego changes every time she awakens. It responded vaguely, something like that. Morose shares his thoughts. It seems she's overwhelmed by her inner conflicting personalities. Kang Yu rests her chin in her hand, pondering. The greater the conflict, the more personalities there are. Morose begins to imagine. Multiple personalities? That means a new ego could still be born inside her. In other words, Hei-Eon's image also flashes before my eyes. Just like with J-Stel, her awakening is not just a single stage. Kang Yu has also begun to imagine many things. A monster rumored to rival the 4 great villains is definitely not easy to deal with. Morose hesitated before speaking. My intuition tells me this woman is even more dangerous than M. Kin. He replied indifferently. Really? Kang Yu stood there in shock. If Mannequin heard that now, suddenly a loud sound rang out, surprising Morose. What's going on? He took out his phone to check and then responded. Screw, summon me. Is it an emergency? The current weather is very clear. Inside an old building, an image of Barracuda is projected onto a sphere. Gang Yu asked confusedly, What is this? Sil was just showing him the situation while giving a brief explanation. It really looks like that. Someone uploaded a video of Barracuda being tortured. Kang Yu looked a bit stunned. Can I steal this? He crossed his arms and replied, of course not. The video has been deleted, but the people who needed to see it already have. Scurry raised his hand in frustration and said, not only that, T said the next video will be streamed live on the web. Gang Yu immediately cut him off, unable to believe it. There's no doubt that the crazy one is Chose. He looked up at the sky with a troubled expression. Manny King said she's a crazy dog without a leash, and it seems he's not exaggerating. I still can't fully understand everything. So why did he upload this video? If it's gotten to this point, she must have some purpose. Sue also seems to have thought of that. Regarding Barracuda, only one person has been caught in the trap. Hearing that, he quickly thought of someone. Manny King? But I remember what that old man said, as if he didn't care about Barracuda at all. Sil also shows little concern and speaks up. His actions and words rarely align, so nothing new. What if Moros also joins the discussion and the video is a trap aimed at Manny King? Hearing that, he immediately asked, will Manny King really take action? Screw tries to make assumptions. At least he would send his subordinates to pretend to care. He continued to ask what the chances of Manny King appearing himself are. He looked up and reasoned that we can't predict anything. But Manny King clearly knows that this action isn't aimed directly at him, and S seems unable to grasp everything fully. For Thien Huangvian, Manny King is an uncontrollable variable. If we can eliminate him before he joins the fight, we will never refuse that opportunity. Kang Yu immediately stood up saying, so we can't just sit back and watch. Screw quickly understood. Don't tell me. You want us to rescue that guy. That's exactly what I mean. If we rescue Barracuda from Chose, Manny King won't be able to ignore us, at least publicly. Screw added, so this time our goal is to turn that annoying old man into an ally. Kang Yu tries to gather all the necessary information. Can we find out where Barracuda is being held? Screw bowed his head and explained, we lack location data but have clues. He briefly described the situation, the framework structure, materials, space, and walls. Those features can narrow down the data. The pieces are scattered, but the overall picture has emerged. In the evening at the Lobsis building, Aroma lies on the bed, sighing. Hearing that this morning, he went through something very ridiculous. Gina was drinking water while answering her questions. Luckily, Screw appeared and helped out, and Ha also stepped in as the problem solver. Screw Aroma said something that caught Gina's attention, but this time he seemed more like an annoyance. She tiredly stretched, thinking that if Screw hadn't appeared, the two of them could have handled it together. Gina was a bit surprised by Aroma's words. The two quickly turned to point at Gina. Cassia, you're not Yu's disciple or your lord. Hearing that, she immediately bowed her head, a bit worried. Aroma looked curious and opened her mouth wide. Huh? Did your face just flush a little? Oat nearby also noticed just because of that remark. Gina quickly rings the village bell. I just remembered that the two of you know someone named Na Yu. Aroma looked confused. Who could that be? She helplessly replied, I give up too? So I asked because Aroma couldn't contain her curiosity. But why do you want to know? However, Gina had no intention of telling her. It's nothing. Her eyes are filled with sadness. I just overheard a few things that made me think. Maybe I misheard. It must just be my own imagination. Oat and Aroma, seeing Gina's behavior, thought to themselves, judging by how suddenly she became talkative, it probably wasn't anything. The scene shifts to the South Korea branch of Lampus. Inside an empty room, a cold voice echoes. Are you saying this trap is aimed at M.N. King? Wang Ho Thong leaned back in his chair and said, the person being tortured in the video is Barracuda, Manny King's grandson. Jem looked surprised. Really? I don't know. He tilted his head with a contemplative smile. I knew the villains of Tien Huangvian were reckless, but I didn't think they would go as far as posting this video online. He closed his eyes briefly and shared his thoughts. If the video isn't fake, then as you said, Manny Nikin won't sit still. Suddenly Kwang Ho spoke up, saying they needed to act, which surprised Kem a bit. He tried to explain as simply as possible that Skrill would never pass up this opportunity. Wang Ho is full of confidence in his own thinking. This is a good opportunity to bring Manny Kin to our side before we face off against Thien Huangvian. They won't overlook the head. Their faces darken and Thien Huangvian also understands this. Then he raised his head and waved confidently. In that case, instead of intervening directly, it would be wiser for us to just observe the situation. If everything goes well, we can benefit from doing nothing. Wang Ho also quickly laid out his plan. At first my plan was the same, but things have become more complicated. Jim hurriedly asked again, what do you mean? Don't tell me the higher-ups have issued an order? Wang Ho's eyes grew serious. Zero order was issued just an hour ago. Hearing that, Jem exclaimed in shock, Zero order? Isn't that a direct order from the chairman? So what exactly is the order? But on the other hand, he still calmly rests his chin. The headquarters must have known our situation is quite tense. He hesitated, unsure of the meaning. You probably mean Wang Ho's next words that made him startle. They have deployed a top-level ace. He smiled smugly and announced that Senior Mo So took a flight from abroad to Korea last night. Today the sky is clearer than usual, and the skyscrapers are empty when viewed from above, in Rampank's office. Crow set the hot coffee cup down on the table and asked for your opinion. I made this coffee leaf drink with the coffee machine you gave me. How does it feel? Sil also naturally picks it up to give his opinion. Is it a bear? She smiled and corrected herself to say heart. Suddenly, just as he was about to put it in his mouth to enjoy, Ji Young shouted, startling him. It's uploaded! It's uploaded! Still rushes over to check the situation. What's going on? She screamed in panic. The short video of Barracuda being tortured has really gone viral. He suggested we try watching it. Barracuda's desperate screams echo through the room. Help me, please. Ga Yong, upon seeing this, was confused, clutching his head and shouting loudly. Are they crazy? How dare they post this online so blatantly? Screw calmly observes and deduces. The video quality is better than before, and they even edited it a bit. It feels like they intentionally revealed the interior design. She also mentioned, I think I saw some numbers on the wall earlier. Could they be a phone number? Gross suggests we try calling, but Screw stops him. No. He frowned and explained that it was a trap. Clearly, they did it on purpose. Just as he grits his teeth in annoyance, he says, I knew it! Crow seems very interested in this matter. If you have the guts, come find me. Huh? A taunting remark? He didn't hesitate to confirm that was their intention. She burst out laughing. Oh my, that sounds fun.
Ga Yong, exhausted and holding his head, wondered what to say to the boss. Gro made a suggestion.
If you tell him it's a trap, he'll probably be excited. Screw mocks him. Enjoying yourself? That means he's about to fall into the trap. He slowly picks up the steaming cup of Gro coffee. If it were Ka Xian, he would definitely say something like this. A faint cloud of smoke drifts through the air. They're flirting. Then he raised 2 fingers to touch it, and immediately took a bite. The scene shifts to another tall building, where a figure seems to be on the rooftop. Kang Yu picks up the phone to check and sighs, just as I feared. He watched the video while assessing the situation. Another video mocking Barracuda's torture had been posted. So that also means Barracuda is still alive. Nah? A question about the plan. What should we do now? Kang Yu took out her phone and ordered that we must find that guy. Suddenly, she shouted, Huh? I know this person. Nei On stares intently at Barracuda. He's the bad guy who ordered my kidnapping. Kang Yu tried to gather more information. She had seen his face directly before. However, the answer was not what he hoped for. Not yet. I saw him through the images from the video stored in my memory, Kang Yu said to reassure. Sorry for bringing back unpleasant memories. Na Yu replied gently. It's nothing. I'm fine. Dragos beside me shivered slightly in surprise. Is that okay? Na Yu whispered close to Kang Yu's ear, asking for his opinion. But is it okay to use my power in front of these 2 people? You told me that this ability is very dangerous and to hide it. He gently reassures her. Don't worry. You can trust those 2. Na? Thinking she had discovered something, she shouted, They're idiots, right? Kang Yu helplessly replied, Not at all. Da furrowed her brow and looked at the 2 of them. What's going on? Suddenly, I had a bad feeling. Immediately after, Kang Yu also became serious. We need to carry out this plan carefully, he said firmly, showing the image of Barracuda to everyone to give instructions. Finding Barracuda isn't important, but the one holding him captive is no ordinary person. Kang Yu is very worried about Na's safety. If this happens, prioritize protecting Pin M. Everything else is secondary. Black Ghost and Dark Star execute the orders immediately. Send them to our subordinates. They will carry out the orders from their master even at the cost of their lives. Suddenly, Na'ut spoke up to get Kang Yu's attention. Sorry for interrupting, but she just pointed to the name on her head. I can sense a villain nearby. Nei On uses her skills to inform everyone that the enemy is moving north from our current position. Kang Yu suddenly asked her, Since when have you been scanning? I haven't given any instructions yet, Na'un explained nervously. I know about this ability. Whether I want to or not, once you're within my influence, you're all I think about. Then she became serious and warned that he didn't come alone but was also with others dressed in black. That memory is from a minute ago, so they probably already went far away. There's no other choice. So Kang Yu asked more carefully, Did that person get tied up or injured? She quickly replied no, he is well equipped and even has a sword at his waist. Kang Yu stroked his chin and started to think. If it's a sword, then it's not Barracuda. Dr. Ghost also suggested that if given the subordinate's position, they would go check it out. DTA also suggested I could handle the ghost assassin to keep track, but you dismissed all of it. No, I will go myself. Use the mask to update me with the information. They hurriedly received the order. Understood. Before leaving, Kang Yu also instructed DSA to use the illusion assassin to check the area. Black Ghost focused on protecting Pin M. Dong Than responded clearly. Immediately after, Kang Yu's figure also blended into the atmosphere. The surroundings were incredibly peaceful. A food store is closing down. Taco stands with his hands on his hips, looking helpless, as the store also shuts its doors. Ruki sobs loudly in despair, unable to believe it. Then she pouts and turns away in a huff. I won't give up, find another place. He's a bit helpless with Ruki. It's already 10 a.m. Big sister, not many shops are open at this hour. Suddenly, she became serious. Somewhere out there, a spicy chicken tornado potato is waiting for us. At the same time, Kang Yu is also moving swiftly across the sky. Taco shouted confused, Wait a minute, wasn't our original target the tornado potato? Suddenly, Dookie exclaimed, I found it, he asked again confused. Huh? In an instant, Zuki soared straight into the sky. "Let's go catch them," Taco called out nervously as he looked on. Zuki steps in, looking pale and unsure how to react. The peaceful scene of Tianhuang Garden unfolds. The entire space is filled with flowers. We received the news from Chie already. Spreading the video online, she's preparing an interesting performance. A small hand gently touches a blooming flower, causing the enemy to panic and letting fear take hold. That is one of Cho's favorite tactics. Moran cut it off and smiled gently. When will I finally be able to set foot on Korean soil? Then Lung humbly reported, "You don't need to ask anyone's permission. If you want, you can set foot on Korean territory right now." "Right now?" "Yes, that's right." However, Vice Guildmaster Tang Yi-an said it is not yet time for you to appear. She said everything is not yet ready. She hopes you will consider her efforts and grant her a little more time. Moran continued his flower appreciation. If the deputy has already said so, then we should wait. Rushing too much will cause the flower to wither before it can bloom. Chutuok also came forward to report further. The vice president had one more message. "The 4 celestial shadow guards, Chutuok." She spoke coldly. She said she has been in contact with the child in Korea. Moran's expression suddenly turned serious. Her eyes filled with rage, Moran turned around, sniffed the flower fragrance, and then spoke. "I heard that the child, QDM, has grown up, and I wonder how she will respond to my invitation." Chutuok poured cold water on her. Unfortunately, the vice president said that person politely declined. Fan Long looked annoyed. Refusing the invitation from the club leader? That's truly arrogant. However, Moran remained completely unfazed. I had already predicted this. I never thought that the child resembling the peony flower would easily fall into my hands. A blooming flower right before her eyes, even so. Moran seductively reached out her hand towards it. A flower that doesn't belong to me is meaningless. If it's meaningless, then it can disappear. Above the tall building, a black cat is slowly strolling by. Suddenly, it stopped and stared down below. A line of well-cam text along with jagged blood-red drawings covering the wall. Golden Chen arrived at the scene, also looking annoyed. "What is this?" Genshi, walking beside him, as if indifferent, scolds him. "You don't understand just by looking? That means welcome to our trap." Golden Chen became alert, turning around to observe his surroundings. If these traces were deliberately left behind, then this could be a trap. "We need to get out of here immediately." He also agrees with what he said and quickly issues an order. "I will use your ability to check if this is a trap or not." Golden Chen hesitated and explained, "I can't gather many clues just by looking." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Meow, meow, meow, you finally appeared, huh?" Both Genshi and Golden Chen stared back in shock. It turns out the cat was actually done from the beginning. He raised his claws to tease. "It's an honor to meet you. I've been waiting for a long time. I'm so lonely, you know." "Burn!" His eyes sparkled with flashes of lightning. He chuckled bitterly, teasing them for being so tense all of a sudden. "Come on, laugh a little for fun." Golden Chen couldn't contain his emotions and shouted loudly, "Damn it, what's happening now?" "That's why I said I didn't want to come here." Genshi stood calmly with her arms crossed, reassuring herself peacefully. If it's not Char, then no matter who the opponent is, we can handle it. Dunn listened to that and hesitated before asking again. "That sounds a bit itchy. Are you looking down on me?" Then suddenly he looked up at the ceiling where Kang Yu was standing and asked again, "If not, then maybe you trust the one hiding over there too much?" After being discovered, he immediately manifested himself and responded without hesitation. "Not bad. You even managed to locate me? Seems like you have sensing abilities." "No need to hide it. You're right, Cat." It seems Golden Chen had no idea about his appearance beforehand. He panicked and shouted. Kan Kong Yu asked in a low voice, "I heard you sense the villain. That guy with the sword. Is he also a villain?" Morris quickly stepped forward to answer his question. I could tell just by looking at his appearance. That guy with the spiky hair must also be a villain. After learning some important information, Kang Yu turned to another side and said, "I see now why those hiding don't just come out." Taco and Ruki nervously step out from the corner. "Here, please allow me to introduce myself." He sighed helplessly. "Damn, we've been discovered." Ruki, more carefree, simply turned to wave at the people greeting him. "It's been a while since we last saw Genshi. How have you been lately?" Golden Chen looked confused and turned to look at him. "Do they know each other?" "Who is that?" Genshi replied tiredly. "Who are Mizuki and Sahara Tako, but both high-level flag bearers," which completely leaves him stunned. "What?" The person across the way is also starting to lose patience and speak up. Each shift isn't enough, and on top of that, there are not just one but two high-level false flags as well. Why are you all gathering here?" Suddenly, Kang Yu coldly questions from behind. "Let me be direct. Where is Barracuda?" He faces him without a hint of fear and responds, "If I tell you, I'll definitely die." Kang Yu becomes even more ruthless. "If you don't speak, you will die anyway." "Don't worry." Don is unshaken and puts on a joking face. "Why is the atmosphere so tense? I was just here to deliver a message to you all." He calmly announced to the crowd that if they don't find Barracuda by midnight, one of his arms will be cut off. And if they still can't find him by tomorrow night, his leg will be severed as well. He gently puts a finger in his mouth and pauses. Then, if they still can't find him that night, he excitedly covers his face and laughs in a terrifying way. You can probably guess what's going to happen next, right? Kang Yu interrupted him without a hint of concern. Have you finished relaying the message? Dun mischievously jumps around and responds.
Yeah, that's all. I won't beat around the bush anymore and we'll get straight to the point.
Good, now it's time to give you a beating. Dun's eyes flickered with contempt and pleasure. If one of you had said that, I would tear him apart right now. But since it's you, I'll let it go. Kang Yu looked at him with no expression and asked again, Do you think you're afraid of me? But Dun simply explained calmly. The boss told him not to fight you. He paid no attention and turned to remind Takeo and Zuki. Those flags over there, stay out of this fight, she happily agrees with him, saying it's a good suggestion, but then adds, You must not harm civilians, though he slightly objects. Senior, you're quite the troublemaker. After giving his instructions, Kang Yu then approached Dun with a fierce and murderous aura.
You heard me right? No one is stopping us anymore.
Let's go. He felt like he kept talking, but you just wouldn't understand, so he gritted his teeth and said, You're really frustrating. You're just unreasonable. He raised his hand, gathering a strange multicolored energy and threatening, I guess there's no other way. Might as well enjoy it a little. A bell of vibrant color surrounded by multicolored threads appears. He boldly introduces it. The 5 sound spirits are my weapon, and true to its name, it has 5 different powers. Moros also became alert and warned him. Kashin, be careful. That weapon is not ordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the bell toward Kang Yu. Those nearby, like Genchi and Zuki, were also affected. Kang Yu was startled and turned to look at them. A mental attack? Dun explained his skill to him excitedly. The Master Soul spell causes those affected to fall into illusions, but strangely, your mind remains completely unaffected. Dion didn't warn me at all. I was really shocked. Moros whispered to him, This is a kind of wide area attack power. If it were your past self, he would be immobilized. Kang Yu also bowed his head in admiration. These guys are really dangerous. He couldn't help but remember the battles from before. I know they have slaughtered many soldiers and villains, but even high-ranking officers are getting hit. I think I now understand why they are so famous. Suddenly, Kang Yu spoke up provocatively. Good. Now I have one more reason to defeat you. Dun immediately frowned in discomfort. Why do you always say such terrifying things? I'm leaving now. But things are never that simple. Kang Yu rushes forward with a powerful punch. After throwing the move, are you planning to run away? Dun flexibly leans back to avoid. He is a bit surprised, but still responds to him with complete composure. An attack? Useless. I react like a cat. As soon as I miss, Kang Yu stomps hard on the ground to retaliate. Dun's eyes suddenly widened in shock as his sweeping kick aimed at him forced Dun to leap away desperately. The lifted dress made Dun furious. You bastard, what do you think you're aiming at? However, Morris quickly realized the truth that he was male. Kang Yu was also a bit stunned, boy. Since his secret was exposed, Dun angrily threw the bell and used a spiritual bullet to attack Kang Yu. Eat this. Before it reached him, it exploded, sending dust and smoke everywhere, blocking all sight. A loud shockwave echoed through the air and Dun angrily jumped out of the rubble. I'm fed up, I'm done here. Goodbye, cat. However, Kang Yu quickly caught up with him. Unable to contain his anger, Dun turned back and shouted in his face. You're really crazy! With eyes flashing with lightning, Kang Yu rushes at him. Where do you think you're running off to? Meanwhile, a series of skill beams radiated out, covering the light in front of him. Kang Yu quickly realized the problem and kept turning to dodge the deadly attacks from all directions. Finally, Kang Yu had to spin several times to land successfully on the ground. Seeing someone else in front of him, Kang Yu asked in confusion. Who are you? Prince replied casually, sitting with his chin resting on his hand next to Dun. This is the first time I've met you in this form. Kang Yu also recognized him now. He asked cautiously, Prince, I heard you betrayed Manny King and switched to Moran's side. However, he did not see it that way and stood up proudly to explain himself clearly. Betrayal? Not at all. I only left when our contract was over. Kang Yu raised his voice slightly in a mocking tone. The contract ended just at the right time, huh? Prince calmly bowed his head, letting his hair flutter in the wind, and replied, I wasn't joking with you, so don't let this guy go. Kang Yu disagrees with that. What if I say no? Immediately after, Prince calmly threatens him. Then, your friends over there will die. Hearing that, Kang Yu suddenly remembered the scene inside the building earlier. His eyes darkened as he stared intently at Prince, the clear blue sky over Gadam District. Vin sat by the water counter, and Kang Yu hesitated before speaking. As expected, Barracuda was the bait to lure Mannequin. He looked down tiredly, lost in thought, but I never imagined that Lampus would also be interested in this bait. Screwdriver sitting next to him also agreed with Kang Yu. I think so too. I thought they would sit still and wait for the right moment. He thought for a moment and then spoke up. Maybe they have a plan we don't know about. Forget about that incident. Screwdriver turned to ask Kang Yu how he was doing. So you've met Prince before, right? Just hearing his name makes me feel uncomfortable. At worst, if it weren't for him, we could have caught Dun. Kang Yu lowered his head, quietly observing Prince with no clear emotion. He's not only difficult to read, but also looks quite suspicious. I never want him on my side. Screwdriver is just following along. You're right. With Dun's appearance, the entire Four Hands group is already in Korea. He remembered Takeo and Zuki, then rested his chin on his hand and replied, that guy has some strong wide-range mind control abilities. Even high-level chess pieces are immobilized. Screwdriver suddenly remembered something. Isn't it that Dune also used a similar move? Spatial control? Kang Yu doesn't think that's the case and explains it to him. When it comes to control, Doan is much stronger, with more diverse and powerful abilities. Those words made Screwdriver a little worried. I think the ones from the contracting company also have similar abilities. As he spoke, he realized something strange, but then why aren't you affected by such a powerful ability? Kang Yu calmly drank water and replied confidently, because I am who I am. Screwdriver seemed so used to this that he also drank his water and warned him that if the two from the Four Hands faction attacked while he wasn't here, it wouldn't be easy to handle. We need to prepare for that situation. Kang Yu came up with a plan and asked him, do we have any villains who are good at controlling crowds? Screwdriver didn't expect you to ask that, so he hesitated for a moment. There's Binder and one other, but Crow's figure immediately came to mind. Those attacks are extremely powerful and have a wide range, affecting both allies and defenses. The scene shifts to Neo Sen's green factory. Manny King still has a cigar clenched in his mouth as usual. I can't believe it. Should I be happy or not here? Sitting opposite that old man at that time was CER, a second-class 2S agent. He didn't hold back either and responded in kind. It's been 30 years. Nothing beats the joy of reunion. Climbers speak up and join the fight. I arrived here before going to the South Korea Lamp Branch. Manny King also happily joined in. You flew straight here after your flight? He put down his cigar and gave a faint smile. The reason you came to Korea is obvious, but honestly, even if you came to see me first, I don't understand. He tilted his head slightly, teasing. Still the same, huh? Your tone remains as cold as ever. He coldly said straight out, we're not close enough to visit each other. Besides, Manny Nikin also noticed his assistance and marveled. The people coming with you aren't exactly normal either. His eyes flickered with a cunning, questioning look. Don't tell me you came to settle the 30-year-old debt. I stayed silent when I heard that, because with interest, it's not cheap, but unfortunately, that's not why I came. He stared intently at Manny Kin and asked, do you think you can answer my 2 questions? He still responded calmly as before, depending on what those questions were. Are you planning to go to war against Moran? If there's an advantage, of course I have to consider it. It seems those things were part of Climber's plan. He's still the same. Manny King didn't say much more. What's the next question? He bluntly questioned, causing Director Kim beside him to startle. I want to ask about the villain C, his eyes full of danger probing the old man. Would the outcome be different if you had met him during your prime? Manny King just flicked his cigar and bowed his head. That question is so boring, I don't even want to answer. Clay Mo also knows when to stop. I see. Sorry for upsetting you. He couldn't help but scold him further. Foolish. Mannequin seemed a bit regretful as she responded to that question. Those 2 words are meaningless. They are just excuses that losers use to boost their spirits. But looking at the extinguished cigar in the ashtray, he recalled his past self with a pensive expression. Every moment he lives, he is more intense than anyone else. Whether in the past or the present, I still can't compare. Cora nodded and clapped, earning recognition from the man King. He's impressive. I didn't expect the villain Cassian to be that kind of person. My perspective has completely changed. Then he also quietly compared Kang Yu and Cassian. As for the name Casey, I know of a high-ranking officer with a similar name. It's ironic that now that name is associated with a villain. Manny Nikin finally voiced his question. If you're so curious, why not meet him directly? He raised his glass and bowed his head to explain. I need to deal with Moran first now. He returned to his playful mood. Even at retirement age, these tasks are tough. Clamorsaur's eyes looked a bit serious. This will be my final mission. Whether I fail or succeed, I will retire. Manny Kin looked at him with a bit of excitement. And with a, isn't this the final mission with a bit more difficulty? He still couldn't help but comment. Moran is out of the question, but even his subordinates are not easy to take down. If something goes wrong, it could cost you your life. Manny calmly looked up directly at him. He knows too. That's right? He didn't hesitate at all. Of course I know, but his face shows a resolute and tough expression. This truly is the final mission. As a soldier, I hope this will be my honorable end. Leaving that tense room behind, the scene shifts to a small supermarket bathed in warm sunlight. Inside the fruit stand, fresh and juicy oranges are displayed on the shelves. Kang Yu is carrying a shopping bag like a family man. He looked annoyed as he stared at his phone, complaining. These guys, they don't check their messages. Are they busy? Moros asked with some curiosity. Who are you talking about? He quickly clarified for him. Rowan and Rick Moros suggested just calling them, but Kang Yu refused. They said not to call in the afternoon if possible. Hearing that, it immediately made him feel tense. You're right to be cautious, but why are you looking for those kids? Kang Yu put down the phone and replied, I want to know why Lampus is interested in Barracuda. He turned to look at it with an excited expression and said, I got my first choice, so I want to celebrate with something. Moros is extremely surprised. Did you get into college? He shot a sharp glance at him. I just said so. Soon after, his phone also rang with a notification. They answered right away. Gang Yu gathers around to check the messages as the scene shifts to the Lamp South Korea branch, with Wang Ho leading a group inside. Climberseer also led his subordinates to approach silently. The 2 friendly men shook hands and exchanged greetings. Wang Ho was the first to speak, probably very tired from the long journey, and he responded politely. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't expect the time difference to cause such an impact. Wang Ho stepped closer with a questioning smile. I heard you met Manny King right after arriving in Korea, but Sir only gave a brief response. I would be very grateful if you could overlook that. Hammond Yu is looking seriously ahead while Kia Venter winks playfully. Suddenly, he spots a familiar face behind him. Min Yu immediately stopped and asked, Rao and Rick, what are you two doing here? Rick Yoon approached, raised an eyebrow, and responded, Long time no see. Senior Min Yu, I didn't expect to meet you again in Korea. The scene shifts back to the orphanage. A young boy is walking alone down the hallway, looking dejected. Suddenly, a scream from behind catches his attention. Hinyu, a boy who just ran over, exhausted and panting, but still politely greeted. You must be the newcomer today. Ham Min Yu, right? Welcome to Serentia, Min Yu asked back with confusion. Serentia, the person in front quickly explained, is the name we call this place. You smiled brightly like a flower and extended your hand to introduce yourself. I am Tien. I am also Korean like you, although I don't remember much from when I was in Korea. Are you sure? But your name is really strange, isn't it? Kian hesitated, confused. What about my name? You're so confident in claiming it for him. That is the name of the person who will become the greatest flag bearer in the world. My thumb excitedly points to myself. That very action caught Min Yu's attention. Then he turned his back and smiled confidently, giving a reminder. Remember well, someday everyone will have to shout my name. In the warm sunset at the apartment building, the continuous sound of paper fireworks celebrating echoed. Rick Yoon and Galado cheerfully shout, Congratulations, Teacher Du, on graduating. We knew you could do it. Your sister must be very happy too. However, Kang Yu casually said, I haven't told you yet. That left Rick Yoon stunned. Why? He explains without hiding anything. Because I got into the physical education department while she wanted me to go to law school. The two of them were stunned for a while, and I understood their meaning and spoke up. Yes, so Galado turned to calm him down. But she will understand too, I guess. Not entirely sure though. Rick Yoon also understood and changed the subject, asking if those dishes were really cooked by the master himself. Kang Yu calmly replied, Keep practicing and you'll improve. He took out a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne and said, I have prepared a few special things. A day like this should be explosive. After a hearty meal, they started sharing stories with each other. Kang Yu was a bit surprised and asked, Min Yu coming to Korea? They hurriedly answered, Clearly, it's not for a trip. He raises his glass of champagne and guesses that if it's a mission, climbers must be going along to target Tien Huang Vien. Galado confirms, That's what I heard too. Rick Yoon also spoke up. I heard that the chairman personally issued the order. He has a somewhat serious assessment. Surely you know that with the current strength in Korea, it's difficult to control Tien Huang Vien. Kang Yu looked at the current situation and sighed, saying even though we have 6 high-level PIC warriors present, Tianxiang Garden's power is still overwhelming. Rick Yoon looked confused and asked if we could do something if Moran didn't step in. However, Kang Yu didn't think so. Don't be too optimistic. They have those with exceptional skills capable of stirring up the entire battlefield. You asked in surprise. Superior skills? Kang Yu uses his own experience to advise them. Skills that control crowds, like mind control or paralysis. That's why adding Mo's team to this campaign was a smart move. Rick Yoon calmly bowed his head. With that team, Galado also understood and explained further. Senior Venter and Min Yu can counter those kinds of skills. He briefly explained about her. Kalia Venter is the only high-level commander with a support profession who can disable the target's nervous system over a wide area and boost the morale of allies. Galado's gaze darkened as he continued. Min Yu, with his pursuit profession, can counter the enemy's nerve system skills. From the perspective of a pursuer, it's hard to escape. Kang Yu also knows this well and calmly raises his glass to continue. Above all, it's the counterattack firepower of Clurso. Honestly, even I wouldn't want to get involved with that team. Rick Yan sounded a bit confused. Isn't it because you already had a big fight with Min Yu? Kang Yu remained silent, unable to speak. After a moment, he finally spoke. It's too late to make peace now. You're still bringing up your questions. If the teacher reveals their identity as they did with us, would Min Yu recognize them? Galado also agrees with that. He's the teacher's closest friend, so he would probably recognize him. But Kang Yu disagrees. He's not exactly my best friend. Moreover, he takes a bun and closes his eyes in frustration. That guy is stubborn and really dense. Seeing me, he would probably rush to fight me. Rick Yoon forced a nervous laugh at that. Min Yu can also do those kinds of things. If you add that observation, then they are the same. Rick Yoon continued to be curious. By the way, why are the two of them fighting? Kang Yu quickly replied concisely. Nothing special. Min Yu is extremely stubborn. His reason was so trivial that both of them were speechless. We fought over who was the worst in basketball history. Of course I chose MJ, but he's also outside, and it's getting darker now. At a coffee shop somewhere along the street, Duuki was already sitting in a corner waving loudly. Welcome. Jen Chi walks in, takes off her hat, and complains. Choosing not a place but a coffee shop to study. She simply explains, it's very quiet here, and since it's a private room, no one can supervise us. However, he was annoyed and sat down, urging me to get to the point because I was busy. Ruki puffs out her cheeks in annoyance and pouts. Do you really have to be so cold? It's been a while since I last saw this beautiful sister of mine, and that only makes him more uncomfortable. The little girl suddenly shouted again. Genchi lowered her head a bit worried and reminded her, if our relationship is exposed, it won't benefit either of us. Immediately, Duuki pushed a folder of documents toward Genchi. He puzzledly picked it up and asked, "What is this?" She calmly replied, "Confidential information about Tien Huangvian." "Your shoulder is touching Tien Huangvian, isn't it?" Duuki smiled slyly. Knowing oneself in the enemy means 100 victories in 100 battles, which is indeed an insult. She bowed her head, recalling how she was controlled yesterday, her eyes a little sad. She didn't want what happened yesterday to repeat itself. "Can I take a look?" She doesn't seem to mind at all. "Here you go. Take it and look at it freely." Duuki smiled strangely. "That's valuable information. I had to work hard to get it." Genchi just finished reading and was stunned. It was a night when the moon was high inside an abandoned building deep in the forest. Charles nervously asked Tang Yan, "Are you sure about showing me this information? Won't it cause any trouble if it's made public?" She calmly rested her chin on her hand and reassured him, "Don't worry, I have set up a disguise around us. It's a technique to hide something as if it doesn't exist." A is a bit curious about that. Is the disguise thanks to Do-chan? But where is our little darling? I can't see him anywhere. Tang Yan raised her hand gracefully, saying she was afraid to see his face. This response displeased Charles. "What? Why? I haven't done anything yet. Wait a minute. Does he think I will kill him?" Her eyes flickered with excitement, her mouth stretching into a strange grin. Of course, it could also happen that if my mood changes a bit, I might kill him. But Tang Yan became serious to remind him. "All right, let's stop the small talk here. The main event is that Clay Merceau has arrived in Korea." Hearing that, he laughed loudly with excitement. "The big fish has arrived." "Oh, I see what you mean." And I asked back to Tang Yan, "Isn't this the plan you've been waiting for?" She openly confirmed without hiding. Yes, even though he arrived earlier than expected, she started to feel eager, licking her lips in anticipation. "Just tell me where he is and I'll go catch the fish, but don't think you can catch him alive." "I can't promise that either." However, Tang Yan calmly advised, "There's no need to rush, we'll start preparing first, and you can just do what you normally do. Choose gently biting my hand, remembering my prey." "Is that what I still do?" "Then I just need to play with the small fish. That alone can be fun." Suddenly she spoke again, asking, "I'm a bit curious. I wonder how this game will unfold." Tang Yan stood up and said, "For now, we will make them deceive themselves. The plan is already in motion." Then immediately pointed at her and praised. "Good, very good." Tang Yan's eyes looked a bit sad, lowering as if carrying a burden. "The very thing that makes me trust them is what hurts me the most. They will be betrayed by those they trust and gradually fall apart." And that was the beginning of the final outcome. At this moment, in the quiet space of Namkyong-Vinzone district, a figure is hiding high above. It turns out that Dawn is crouching on a branch, glancing down below and muttering, "This should be quite interesting." The dim morning light at Namkyong-Vinzone creates a gloomy atmosphere. Inside the building, Eno drapes his arm over Gina's shoulder as they walk inside. Do-chan, lounging on the sofa, sits up and greets them. "You're here? You got here faster than I expected." Joe beside him looks extremely exhausted. "Are you looking for me?" "I'm here now, release my subordinates," he replied calmly. "We didn't plan to capture them at first, but they kept fighting back, so we had no choice."
Doken chuckled in amusement and looked at Gina beside him. "If we release them now, I bet they will attack again, so let's finish our talk first, and then I'll let them go."
"No more beating around the bush," Gina asked again. "Is it just you alone?" He replied without hesitation. "My teammates are waiting outside." Du Qian looked at Dune and confirmed that he could manipulate ice, so if anything went wrong, he would destroy this mansion immediately. Suddenly, just as Dune finished speaking, a sword was swung directly in front of him. Gina's eyes radiated deadly intent. "This is a warning. I will cut off your head if you do anything stupid." Daken was so shocked he leaned back to avoid it, unable to help but marvel in his mind. "Huh, he's so fast. Is Mujin really that strong?" Then he replied to her, "My head is precious, so I will be careful." After a moment of seriousness, she returned to her seat and calmly asked, "So, what's the matter?" Dawn sat up straight and responded to Gina. "The vice president wants to say a few words to you. She's reminding you." "Keep going." Doshin helplessly lowered his head and spoke. "She wants Winterbell to stay out of the fight." Gina sneered. That suggestion sounded so ridiculous. So he hurriedly explained, of course she didn't make this proposal without expecting something in return, although I think you've already heard from the vice president. Dochan's next words made Gina pause. "We will show you who truly murdered Musung." Eno, standing nearby, also frowned thoughtfully. "Mung is Mujin's father." Jilop looked up eagerly upon hearing that. "The real killer." Dochan once again spoke to negotiate if you need more time to think. But before he could finish speaking, Gina quickly cut him off. "The whole world knows that Moran is the one who killed my father." "You think that will make me reconsider?" Dochan said with a calm, mocking smile. "I don't care what you say or do. I just want to hear your answer to this proposal." Right after that, he hurriedly continued, "Oh, I forgot to mention, I still have a few other things to tell you." Dochan's eyes are filled with cunning. "Indeed, we have a part of Musung's body, the right arm preserved during the battle. Think carefully. That ring on the right arm is the key to the sealed coffin. Gina also simply sat there calmly listening to him. If you accept this proposal, we will also give it to you. The scene shifts back to Gadam Venzone, with Gina being the first to speak directly to the point. I plan to refuse their offer. Kang Yu turned to look at her and sighed. That decision must have been very difficult. Screwdriver on the opposite side simply smiled and praised. It's a very Min decision as always. Then he raised his head and asked, but I'm still quite curious, why did they suddenly make that offer? Gina quickly guesses that they might have planned something or an unexpected variable has appeared. Kang Yu repeats the variable. Then suddenly he spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. A powerful force had joined Lampus. Gina quickly asked again, a powerful force. Screwdriver was just as curious. Who was that? Kang Yu's face immediately darkened as he remembered the other person. Oh, I've heard about him. I heard he was awarded the title of Knight by the British Kingdom for his contributions. Gina also added some information. He is a master veteran and a monster, one of the top 3 chess players in the world. Kang Yu tilted his head and reminded, including climbers, there are now 9 high-level chess masters in Korea. This statement also makes Screwdriver ponder. Such a force should also be able to pose a challenge to Thien Huang Vien. She suddenly remembered as well. I understand why they want to prevent Winterbell from getting involved. If they increase the number of enemies now, it's like committing suicide. Her eyes couldn't hide her sadness as she continued. Furthermore, the suspicion that Moran is not the murderer of my father is quite strong. If it wasn't him, he should have explained himself. Why are you only saying this now? Screwdriver said thoughtfully, turning the screwdriver in his hand. The card seemed suspiciously unreliable. He looked up with a hint of doubt. Maybe Thien Huang Vien should pay attention to that, but is it really that important that Winterbell isn't participating? Kang Yu pondered and made a judgment. Maybe this is a trap. Accepting or refusing the offer doesn't matter. Hearing that, he smirked with a bit of pride. Maybe they didn't expect us to discuss among ourselves right after their proposal. They probably think we'll drag this out for a few more days. Moros nearby also guessed that they probably made the proposal to buy time. Hearing that, Kang Yu calmly asked, are they planning something else? Maybe they're deliberately stalling to launch a surprise attack on us. Screwdriver keeps complaining. If they attack Gadam now, I would be very grateful. If they cut off electricity and water like maniacs, it would be a real hassle. It would be great if the cleaner could get back before they arrive. Gina seems a bit confused and looks at him. Thankful. Screwdriver continues to propose a hypothesis. I think they're targeting someone who isn't us, though I don't know who. He keeps turning the screwdriver while thinking, what would Lampa do in this situation? Curious about what Chung Tin would do next, but Kang Yu didn't hesitate to interrupt. We'll find out soon enough, he said with a confident smile. There's no way that old man would sit still. He's probably busy setting up the stage. Meanwhile, at the Lampa South Korea branch, Kalia was walking down the corridor when she suddenly stopped. She looked at Min Yu with confusion and asked, where are you going, and what are you holding? He replied expressionlessly, Tongdo, Moso is looking for us. Kalia frowned suspiciously. Lord Moso again? In a corner of the corridor, the lights kept flickering continuously, and Dae Wong, who was walking, stopped in surprise. Who are they? The noisy commotion annoyed Dae Wong. Journalists? They are from the television station. Immediately after, the TV screen also broadcast breaking news. Yu Chan is also holding a phone, following the news from the announcer, the first press conference of the Climbers Masters in South Korea. I can't stand Thien Huang Vien any longer. Lampa Cycle Climbers are joined at 9 o'clock this morning. Crow and Screwdriver are also watching the press conference. Claymare officially announced that he will lead the fight against Thien Huang Vien. He couldn't help but snort coldly. He really does like the attention. Manny King also frowned as he stared intently at the news being broadcast. Those who committed illegal acts and senseless killing in Korea. Claire's took the stage to clear his throat. Please, listen. Those who smile while killing. Those who destroy the city and the law. His eyes filled with rage as he declared, I will never forgive those heinous crimes. Climbers raises a finger and smiles. Lumpus and I will defeat all the evil villains of Thien Huang Vien, threatening the people of this country. At the same time, Cho, somewhere else, listened and burst out laughing. She couldn't help but turn to look at Tang Yan and say, that guy said all the villains in Thien Huang Vien are evil, really animals. She just casually commented, the guild leader would be annoyed if he heard. Tang Yan smiled mysteriously and commented, is he planning to make me a hero after defeating those evil villains? That story is even worse than a third-rate tale. Charles still excitedly held up his tablet towards Tang Yan, joking, isn't this a declaration of war? Isn't that right? Isn't that right? She coldly asserts again that it doesn't matter. Tang Yan also watched the news on her phone and began to plan. If the people started to have more hope after that press conference, her cold gaze turned and looked at him. Then we will make the outcome go in the opposite direction. Climber's face appears as a symbol of humanity's hope. She chuckled softly while secretly calculating, we will fill them with despair. The camera flashes kept going off non-stop as reporters jostled below to capture the most beautiful moments. Mr. Moso, I have a question. Is this mission only related to Thien Huang Vien? Si Merso confidently raised his index finger to respond. No matter what happens, our priority is clear. Huang Vien is the biggest threat. The female reporter nearby also stood up to respond, but they are not the only threats. with Manny King and Sion, who has recently become a hot topic. Hearing that, Clay Mercer raised an eyebrow and asked back. Without hesitation, he confidently stated, "I don't know how dangerous Manny is, but Cassie is not a threat. He's just someone who stays in Gadam pretending to be king." Climerso frowned mockingly, more like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well. Over there, Kang Yu was moving along the road with Galado and Raccoon. "Did you see his live interview?" I couldn't help but shout. "What? The frog sitting at the bottom of the well?" Rick June frowned slightly with a bit of sadness. "That's a bit too much in the comments. Maybe he's speaking like that because he's in front of the press." Kang Yu sitting behind sighed. "It's always the same with him, using public opinion to provoke." Moros narrowed his eyes and asked, seeming to do this often, but he didn't really care about it. If a spy says something positive about a villain, then it's suspicious.
Galado then added, "We are just relaxing but still on guard duty, but the South Korean branch of Lampus is probably on high alert to the fullest."
Suddenly, Kang Yu rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. "But isn't that a bit strange? He was just watching the news and questioning. I didn't expect Lampus to seriously fight on the front lines. They have been played with by Heaven's Fragrance Garden many times." Rick Jun, sitting in front, explained, "From what I hear, their original plan was to make Heaven's Fragrance Garden confront the villain from Korea. He provided you with additional background information, but during that process, SAW failed and the Korean villain received positive public feedback for their contributions. Which villain is considered so good?" Rick, full of pride, shouted, "It's him!" But he was tired and leaned back in his chair, sighing, as it seemed that outcome had become a thorn in the side of Lampot's higher-ups. Moros, after hearing this, had his own assessment, meaning they wanted to rebuild their image with a major move. Kang Yu simply replied coldly, "I understand," and quickly provided answers to his own questions. If this situation continues, the name Lampos will fade away, and the influence of the entire organization will decline. Galado suddenly interrupted, saying, "I think Thien Huangvian went too far this time. If they had been more careful, Lampos wouldn't have to go to such lengths." But Kang Yu didn't think so. He silently looked outside, pondering. Perhaps all of this was exactly what Thien Huangvian wanted. The scene shifts to Gadam Venzone, where Screwdriver holds a letter cover with a hint of suspicion. "M sent it to me? He's a bit curious." "What's inside there?" Jinchi quickly responds. "Premium information about Thien Huangvian." Hearing that, Screwdriver asked back with confusion. "We also have our own information, but he still insists. Probably all the same." But Jinchi smirked and pointed at Screwdriver, saying the sources were different. This is Lampus's move. Immediately, Red Eye, standing nearby, was so surprised he shouted out loud. Lampus, after a while, Genenchi finally left. "Red," I complained, a bit annoyed, "does he have antisocial personality disorder?" He looked annoyed as he glanced toward the door, having given us the information and then leaving without saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Screwdriver was very focused on reading the document handed to him, but then disappointedly slammed it down. "There's nothing new, just like what we already have." Red Eye was even more surprised and turned back to ask, "No way, it's from Savas too." Screwdriver casually rested his arm on his head and replied, "The information is similar, so the likelihood is high, but he also has his own doubts. That dangerous organization also wouldn't be plausible if such high-level information was given to Lampus." Still, Driver calmly explains that if Lampus knew the information came from Savas, they would probably be suspicious before accepting it. Red Eye then leans forward, picks up his glass, and responds. Looking back now, something feels off. He approached Screwdriver to analyze, meaning they didn't get the information from Savage, but from another source. He irritably places his hand on the file again. The problem is that the information is almost identical, meaning Screwdriver has spread the documents outward before quietly making his judgment. The sources are the same. Looking at how the information is being distributed, it seems like a stage is being set up. Everyone understands what he's implying and speaks up. If he's right, uncovering their true purpose is quite important. Suddenly, Screwdriver spoke up, interrupting angrily, which confused everyone, including Red. "Why are you suddenly annoyed?" He scratches his head in confusion. "It seems that Manny King also knows. That's why he sent me this." Red Eye raises his glass and mimics. "So he's figured it out, so you probably know too, right?" "Something like that?" Screwdriver smiled and replied. He is really a troublesome old man, but it's hard to hate him. The scene shifts to G Province Gangon. Kang Yu is now standing in front of his students, explaining that we can train comfortably here. Rick Jun couldn't help but marvel. Every time he saw the superior evolved state of the master, he was always surprised. Galado asked seriously, "I heard you came all the way here to learn a new skill. Can you tell me what that skill is?" Kang Yu didn't answer, saying it is a skill called Hellfire and I can only use it in this state. This skill can destroy an entire city, but he just can't quite believe it. Asking again. A city. Rick Jun also became worried, as it is fundamentally a strategic weapon. Galado added anxiously, "This skill shouldn't be used in a crowded city, and it's uncertain whether the teacher can use it to fight against large groups of enemies." After hearing that, Kang Yu nodded and sighed, saying I was most concerned about that, so I wanted to test its firepower and see if I could adjust it based on the situation. Moros glanced at him disdainfully, saying it's easier to say than to do. It doesn't hold back in warning Kang Yu. Changing form or power of the skill is very difficult, and if there's any mistake, the skill will be destroyed. Moros kept muttering next to his ear. Among all types of skills, restricted skills are even more difficult. So Kang Yu was a bit annoyed and interrupted. I was just testing it out. We'll see the results later. Rick Jun suddenly spoke up. I'm really worried. Should we chase the eagle out of this area? Immediately after, Kang Yu began to demonstrate his new power. Here I go. Seeing the amount of magic power he was emitting around him, Rick Jun couldn't help but marvel. Things are getting more dangerous. Poros and Gelato stood nearby, also worried and silent, constantly turning around to observe the surroundings in amazement. Huh? Why did it suddenly get so dark?
Gelato also became confused. The light disappeared. The two of them shouted loudly, calling Kang Yu. Master, but when we saw you floating high above, Rick Jun was very puzzled. Since when did you fly up there? Meanwhile, Kang Yu spun around in the air with terrifying dark energy, coldly gazing down at the world from above. The scene now left Rick Jun speechless with amazement, as a brilliant beam of light radiated from behind Kang Yu, resembling a black hole in space continuously pulling in all surrounding light. A series of dark beams of light also surrounded it. Moros watched in amazement from outside. Who would have thought I'd see it again? Kang Yu has created a massive black energy field around himself. That is the black sun of the three-legged fruit.